Before the death of the first emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, he entrusted you with a dream, saying that outside his country there are powerful families and strong forces eyeing it, and inside there is an empress who is eager to become an eternal female emperor. The dynasty is about to perish, and he asks you to go and help him turn the tide. Upon hearing this, you didn't say a word, immediately put on the toilet seat cover and extracted a LV Fengxian from the long river of time to assist. Who knew that you had just descended into the emperor's body for less than 5 seconds, when a eunuch who came to deliver medicine suddenly entered, pointing at Lu Bu and shouting, "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the imperial palace?" Bang! Hearing the commotion, the door was pushed open, and a team of imperial guards rushed in. And when you saw this, you waved your hand expressionlessly and said, "All of you, step back. This person is not an assassin." The eunuch Zhang De, who heard this, originally wanted to speak, but you coldly glanced at him. "I said, all of you step back for us. Do we need to say it a second time?" This glance made Zhang De, the number one figure in the inner court, feel a chill all over his body, and immediately frowned and dismissed the imperial guards. "Step back. Didn't you hear the emperor's words? All of you, step back." Although he really wanted the imperial guards to capture Lu Bu to find out the truth, he dared not disobey the emperor's orders. After all, as the emperor, dealing with one of his slaves would be a piece of cake. After the imperial guards left, Zhang De took a deep look at Lu Bu beside him, then picked up a bowl of medicine and walked forward, saying, "Your Majesty, it's time to take the medicine. This is the medicine prescribed by the imperial hospital today." You looked at the bowl of medicine in Zhang De's hand after hearing the words. A hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in your eyes. "These days, I drink medicine every day, but not only has my body not improved, but it has become weaker and weaker. Zhang De, can you tell me why?" Upon hearing this, Zhang De's heart skipped a beat, and his hand holding the medicine bowl trembled involuntarily. Could it be that the emperor already knows something? "Your Majesty, this shows that the medicine prescribed by the imperial hospital has already taken effect. Your Majesty looks much better today. The old servant believes that after drinking this bowl of medicine, Your Majesty's health will soon be fully restored." Zhang De said calmly and immediately bowed. "Succeeded? Fully recovered?" A hint of sarcasm flashed across your face. "I'm afraid that after I drank this bowl of medicine, I will never recover." "Right, Zhang De? Do you know what the outcome is for poisoning the emperor?" Bang! Zhang De was shocked when he heard it, and he dropped the medicine bowl in his hand to the ground. Then, his face turned pale and he knelt down directly, saying, "Your Majesty, spare me, spare me." He. You coldly smiled. "What reason do you have to spare the life of a slave who wants to poison himself? Speak, who ordered you to poison me?" You sternly reprimand. "You do not believe that a eunuch from the royal family would dare to poison you, the emperor, without someone behind the scenes instructing them to commit such a heinous act?" However, Zhang Duan remained silent at these words, fearing the imperial power but even more afraid of the methods of those behind the scenes. "It seems you don't intend to speak." Your face turned cold at the sight of this, and you said to the side to Lu Bu, "Fengxian, take him down for us and force open his mouth." The outside imperial guards are probably unreliable, so you can only rely on Lu Bu to take action. Who knew that at this moment? Zhang De suddenly erupted. "This is you forcing me." Zhang De's face crazily rushed towards you. At this point, he had no choice anyway, as he was doomed either way. It's better to fight the emperor with all his might, so that all problems can be solved easily. As for the nearby Lu Bu, he didn't even pay attention to him, just used him as a scapegoat afterwards. However, all of this was just imagination. He never expected that just as he was about to erupt, a figure appeared in front of him with a speed even faster than his. Outrageous! LV Bu reached out and grabbed Zhang De. Zhang De's face changed when he saw the situation, and he wanted to counterattack, but in less than a moment of fighting, he had no strength to resist and knelt down weakly on the ground. "Half-step celestial being." Zhang De's face turned pale as he uttered 4 words, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. He never expected that Lu Bu, whom he had not taken seriously, was actually a master at the half-step celestial level until his death. Seeing Zhang De die like this, Lu Bu's face turned ugly for a moment. "I didn't expect Zhang De to be so weak. My lord, I lost control in a moment of urgency." "Zhang De is dead," Lu Bu said to you with some self-blame. "Dead is dead. It's no big deal." You shrugged indifferently, never expecting to get anything out of Zhang De's mouth. Zhang De, this trusted eunuch, can betray, which shows that the person behind the scenes is not ordinary. Then you shouted, "Guards, drag this ignorant thing out to feed the dogs, and bring Zhao Gao and Jin He to see us." Then you opened the sign-in system that came along and started signing in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the loyalty of 100 Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Not bad, after all. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry is Lu Bu's exclusive unit. Although there are only 3,000 of them, they are the elite among the elite soldiers. They have followed Lu Bu to dominate the frontier and fought in various places in the Central Plains. It can be said that they have a formidable reputation. Soon, Zhao Gao and Jin He had arrived. Old slave. The humble general pays respects to the emperor. And at this moment, you are already wearing a dragon robe, looking at Zhao Gao and Jin He below, who are bowing, and you expressionlessly waved your hand. Dispense with the formalities. I'm sure you two already know about Zhang Di's poisoning of me. You know that there are no secrets in the Deep Palace, especially by your side as the emperor, with countless eyes watching. Your Majesty, this old servant is truly loyal to your Majesty. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground with a pale face. He was another of Zhou Chen's personal eunuchs, the number 2 man in the inner court, second only to Zhang De. Zhang De poisoned the emperor was executed this matter. In the time to come he already knew, heart shocked and at the same time full of fear. If the emperor digs deeper, their entire inner court will be implicated. Zhou Chen coldly looked at Zhao Gao. He least believed in this loyal ghost story, angrily said, loyal to me. Go and check to see who wants me to die. No matter who is involved, one is not allowed to be spared. Zhao Gao sniffed and hastily nodded his head. Yes, Your Majesty. The old slave will go and check. When the emperor is angry, there are thousands of floating corpses. That's not a joke. Zhao Gao had already sensed the hostile aura on Zhou Chen. The emperor. It's a lot heavier than before. After Zhao Gao left, Zhou Chen looked at Jin He again. At this time, Jin He also knelt on the ground. As one of the 3 major commanders of the Forbidden Army, the emperor was poisoned. He would also be implicated. Jin He, do you know why I called you alone? Zhou Chen asked. The last general does not know. Jin He shook his head worriedly. He also wondered in his heart, if he wanted to talk about affinity, the other 2 commanders of the Forbidden Army were the emperor's close friends, and instead of calling his cronies, the emperor called only himself. Is this about accountability? Because you are loyal. That's right. Zhou Chen only called Jin He, the Forbidden Army commander, because Jin He only recognized the royal order and nothing else. Even if it was the order of Empress Wu Ying, a saint of the second sage progenitor, he would not recognize it. This was the real reason why Zhou Chen only called him this one commander. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the worry on Jin He's face was gone, and he had a look of excitement on his face. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. As a subject, it was the greatest honor to receive such a sentence of evaluation from the emperor. Jin He, from now on, give me good control of the Forbidden Army. Without my oracle, no one shall mobilize the Forbidden Army. Violator, kill, Zhou Chen said with a flash of icy killing intent in his eyes. And, immediately remove and replace all the guards in the palace, especially those around me. I don't want anything like today to happen again. Understand? Zhou Chen looked toward Jin He. A brilliant light flashed in Jin He's eyes, immediately understanding Zhou Chen's intentions. Last general understands. Jin He said with understanding. Only then did Zhou Chen nod in satisfaction. Go. The end of the line will retire. Jin He exited the chambers, feeling that his back was already wet. As a late first-grade Grand Master expert, he had just sensed a deadly danger from the body of that military general guarding Zhou Chen. The emperor, within the bedchamber. He was sure that if he had just had a moment's hesitation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to walk out of this chambers. This military general must be a strong person who was even stronger than him. But as one of the 3 major commanders of the Forbidden Army, he hadn't heard of such a strong military general in the army, whether inside or outside the palace. So where did such a strong martial artist come from? Jin He suspiciously swept another glance around at the equally strangely elite parallel state wolf riders, and left with his questions. Yangshin Temple. This is the place where the emperors of the Great Zhou traditionally dealt with their daily political affairs and reviewed their sangha. At this point, inside the temple, a valiant, beautiful woman was sitting in the position that should belong to the emperor, looking over the medals in her hand. She had piled up dozens of already approved zhangji beside her, leaving only this last one in her hand. She is the second saint of the dynasty, ruling half of the Great Zhou dynasty, a generation of heavenly pride, the Great Zhou Empress Wu Ying. Wu Ying finished reviewing the last zhangjiang in her hand and was just about to put it down when she saw her personal palace maid Wan Er come in with a rushed face. Your Majesty, it's bad. Something's happened, Wan Er said impatiently as soon as she walked in. Seeing this, Wu Ying frowned and chided with a disgruntled face. As a courtesan of this palace, panicking, what a shame. The Wan Er courtesan hurriedly bowed and said, Your Highness atone for your sins. It was Wan Er who was reckless. Only then did Wu Ying put down the zhang and asked, what happened? Tell me, Your Highness. Zhang De is dead. He was executed by the emperor. The Wan Er palace maid whispered. Ah, Zhang De is dead? Wu Ying's good-looking phoenix eyebrows raised. and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. And then, Wu Ying's face was unchanged. She didn't care if Jiangde died or not. What she cares about is why Jiangde was executed by the emperor. In his impression, Zhou Chen, the emperor, was not a person who was decisive in killing and punishing and thunderous. Rather, he is a person who remembers the past, is indecisive, and is meek and filial. People like that usually don't kill those around them easily. His Majesty has summoned Zhao Gao and Commander Jin He. Wan Er once again whispered. This time, Wu Ying's expression moved, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Wan Er was a maid who had grown up with her, and there were some things between them that didn't need to be made too clear. All it takes is a look to understand what the other person is saying. Obviously, Wu Ying had understood the meaning of Wan Er's words. Golden Crane? Marshal Infant mused. Jin He is one of the oldest qualified commanders among the 3 commanders of the Forbidden Army, having been in charge of the Forbidden Army for more than 30 years, and has a high prestige in the Forbidden Army. The most important thing is that the Golden Crane only honors imperial orders and recognizes no other. Instead of summoning the other 2 close commanders, the emperor only summoned Jin He, a commander who was not close to him. Its purpose is thought-provoking. Is this a defense against the palace? Wu Ying's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said to Wan Er next to him, let our people act opportunistically, and clean up any traces that should be cleaned up. Wan Er nodded in understanding. Yes, Your Highness. Takeshi Infant stood up. Let's go. We haven't visited the emperor yet today. Since Zhou Chen, the emperor, had been seriously ill in his bed, Wu Ying had visited once a day. There are never any exceptions. 00 for the harem shall not interfere. Leaving the palace of nourishing the heart, Empress Wu Ying rode in a phoenix carriage to the outside of the emperor's chambers. According to the past, she was able to walk into this emperor's chambers unimpeded, because the forbidden troops guarding the inside and outside of the chambers knew that she, the empress of the great Zhou's second saint progenitor, was already equivalent to half an emperor. No one dared to disobey and stop her from seeing the emperor. But today, she had just gotten out of the phoenix carriage when the guards stopped her outside her chambers. How dare you? Don't you know that this is the empress? Don't you still quickly get out of the way for the miscellaneous family? One of the eunuchs beside Wu Ying immediately stepped forward and loudly rebuked. He was Wei Zhong, the eunuch-in-chief beside Wu Ying, and his status has risen since the second saint of Wu Ying's reign. He became a figure in the inner court second only to Jiangde and Zhao Gao, and in some cases even more powerful than Jiangde and Zhao Gao. It can be described as awesome. No one is allowed to enter without the emperor's word, the guard said coldly, not caring in the slightest about Wei Zhong's ugly face. Perhaps the Forbidden Army would be concerned about Empress Wu Ying's status and position, but they would not, because they're the parallel wolf riders, loyal to the emperor alone, unbridled. Wei Zhong didn't expect that a small guard would dare to not put his master, the empress, in his eyes, and was instantly furious. He was about to step forward to do so, but was stopped by a look from Empress Wu Ying. It was only at this time that Wu Ying realized that the guards inside and outside the bedchamber had changed. No longer those forbidden soldiers from before, but some strange soldiers wearing black wolf armor. Although their numbers were small, they were all fierce and powerful, and they looked to be the elite of the elite. It's a lot better than even the Forbidden Army. Where did these elites come from? Wu Ying's eyes twinkled. As the empress of the great Zhou, with the second sage at her side, she had never heard of the existence of such an elite force in the great Zhou. Just then, Lu Bu walked out and waved his hand at the guards, who then let them go, allowing Empress Wu Ying and the others to walk into the chambers. However, Wu Ying was looking deeply at Lu Bu as he walked into the bedchamber. Intuition told her that this strange general was dangerous. Upon walking into the bedchamber, Wu Ying caught a glimpse of Zhou Chen, the emperor, sitting there without any sickness. Flipping through previously unprocessed Zhengji, Marshal Infant was slightly stunned. When she came to see Zhou Chen yesterday, Zhou Chen still looked like he was seriously ill and bedridden. How come you're fully recovered today, and it doesn't look sick at all? While Wu Ying was surprised in his heart, the expression on his face was a flash. Your servant has met your majesty. Wu Ying rushed towards Zhou Chen and performed a wan fu. The empress has come. Be excused. Zhou Chen put down his zhang and shot a glance at Wu Ying with interest. He was curious to see what kind of woman this empress of the great Zhou, who could charm her predecessor and willingly allow her second saint to be in the court, was. Now look. It's really a national treasure. No wonder he could charm his predecessor and willingly give the right to have his second saint in the court to handle the political affairs of the court. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Ying got up and naturally walked to Zhou Chen's side with a concerned look on her face. I heard that Jiangde, the damned dog lackey, actually dared to poison the emperor. Is the emperor alright? Zhou Chen shook his head. I'm fine. I would instead like to thank Jiangde. If it wasn't for him poisoning me, I wouldn't have been able to recover from this body, Zhou Chen said as he glanced at Wu Ying if he had a deep meaning. When Wu Ying heard this, She had a relieved expression. It's good that the emperor is fine. I've been worried about the emperor. If the emperor has any shortcomings, I really don't know what to do. Wu Ying said at the end with a look of watering eyes. Zhou Chen looked on, and in his heart was a sneer. It is said that women are born drama queens. That's not true at all. I'm afraid that this Wu Ying couldn't wait for him to die earlier, and he even put on an expression of concern and worry about him. It's quite a deep entry. If not for the fact that he was no longer the same Zhou Chen as before, I'm afraid that he would have really believed this woman's bull asterisk. Okay, I'm not fine. The body is also completely recovered. You will not have to deal with the imperial government for me in the future. Just manage the harem. Zhou Chen waved his hand and said. What? Martial Infant froze. How could she not have expected that Zhou Chen, the emperor, would suddenly want to take away her right to the second sage's presence? She's not allowed to handle the court anymore. How can this be? She had gone through a lot of trouble to get to the position of power she was in today. How could it be retracted by Zhou Chen's words? This will never work. Wu Ying looked at Zhou Chen with a watering face. Your Majesty, is there something I did wrong? Your Majesty's dragon body is just getting better. If you are overworked, my concubine is not to blame even if I die. Wu Ying said with concern. Zhou Chen lightly glanced at Wu Ying. You didn't do anything wrong. It's me who is wrong. The harem shall not interfere in politics. This is the ancestral rule since ancient times. Then, Zhou Chen looked at Wu Ying with an undeniable face. I am not discussing with you. I am informing you that in the future, the harem shall not interfere in politics. You just manage the harem. When Wu Ying heard this, his face changed straight away. Your Majesty. Zhou Chen waved his hand. I'm tired. You can retire first. Zhou Chen simply didn't give Martial Infant another chance to open his mouth, and directly told him to back off. Seeing Zhou Chen's unquestionable attitude, Wu Ying had no choice but to give up with a resigned face. I will retire. Eyeing the back of Martial Infant's departure, the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Do you really think he is still the same indecisive, meek and filial emperor? This tactic is not enough to fight with him. Wu Ying, Wu Ying, I can give you as much power as I can take back. After all, I am the rightful emperor of Great Zhou. Zhou Chen muttered. If he didn't still have some scruples, he would have just directly abolished this woman's posterity and arrested her. If he wasn't wrong, he was afraid that the mastermind behind this Jiangdong was most likely her. Who told him that this woman profited the most when something happened to the emperor? But it's not necessarily true. Maybe there are people who want to sit on the sidelines as well. But it didn't matter whether the mastermind behind Jiangdong was this woman or not. The important thing is that he says yes, that is. After Wu Ying walked out of the bedchamber, the originally unwilling look immediately disappeared. Instead, he had a calm face. Only his face was a bit ugly. She felt that Zhou Chen, the emperor, had changed. It's getting a little rusty and strange. If it were before, as long as she used a little trickery, whatever she said, Zhou Chen, the emperor, would listen. Otherwise she could not have the power of the two saints in the court today. But now, Zhou Chen, the emperor, instead of not eating her, suddenly had to take back her right to rule the dynasty, catching her off guard. Luckily, she is now well feathered, and it's not that easy to take back her power of advancing to the throne with a single word. Moreover, the sudden and complete recovery of Zhou Chen, the emperor's body, also made her suspicious. Yesterday it was a serious bedside illness. Today it is a full recovery. It's almost impossible. Even the best elixirs don't work that fast. What's more, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had been weak and sickly since he was a child, and he didn't know how many precious herbs he had eaten, but he hadn't seen a full recovery. How can you make a full recovery from this one? But just now he didn't look like he was sick. Could it be a flashback? Wu Ying's eyes flickered for a moment, and he sidled up to his personal courtesan Wan Er and whispered a few words, then got into the Phoenix carriage. Go to Ci Ning Palace. 005. There are no 2 days in heaven and no 2 kings in the land. Inside the palace, because the news of Zhang De's poisoning of the emperor and being executed came out, it made the whole palace dark and windy. Everyone was careful with their words and actions for fear of being caught in the crossfire. You have to know that poisoning the emperor, this is a great crime of exterminating 9 families. Once implicated, it is definitely the fate of being copied and exterminated. There are no exceptions. After Zhao Gao received the imperial order, he took his men and horses and began to go around arresting people, all of Zhang De's close associates. Whether or not they had anything to do with this incident, were arrested. He knew that if he didn't do well on this errand, he would be implicated. So, no matter who it was, as long as it had some relationship with Zhang De, he didn't let it go. Tai Hospital. Zhao Gao surrounded the place with a large group of men. Zhao Gao, what do you want? This is the Imperial Hospital, not a place for you to act recklessly. the imperial doctor's order said with an ugly face when he saw that Zhao Gao had surrounded the entire imperial hospital with his men. Humph. I was ordered by the emperor to track down Zhang De's poisoning of the emperor. Did Zhang De's medicine come from your imperial hospital? Zhao Gao asked pointedly. It was taken from the imperial hospital. The imperial doctor's order nodded non-committally. But every day Zhang De comes to the imperial hospital to fetch medicine for the emperor. Everyone knows this. The order of the imperial physician said with another explanation. That's right then. Zhao Gao sneered, not listening to this explanation at all. Arrest them all for the mongrels. The Chamberlain. Zhao Gao. I am the Empress's person. You dare to arrest I. Humph. Not to mention that you're just the Empress Dowager's man, but even Wei Zhong, who's beside the Empress Dowager. If he's related to Zhang De, the miscellaneous family will still arrest him. Take away. Meanwhile, the West Garden Forbidden Army Barracks. He looked at the various generals of the Forbidden Army below who had already arrived, so he directly stood up and scanned the crowd. The Emperor has decreed that from now on, there will be this Commander-in-Chief to control the Forbidden Army. Without the Emperor's oracle, no one may mobilize the Forbidden Army. Violators, kill, Golden Crane said loudly. Everyone's face changed when they heard this. One of the generals directly stepped forward and asked, Commander Jean, what if it's the Empress who wants to mobilize the Forbidden Army? Yeah, what if the Empress mobilizes the Forbidden Army? Everyone's eyes flickered for a moment as they looked at Jean He. You should know that the Empress is the second saint of the dynasty, equivalent to half an emperor. One can't disobey orders. Golden Crane didn't answer, and straight away his hand was a slash. Before this general could react, his head rolled to the ground. This scene caused the faces of everyone present to change once again, especially those who were just about to open their mouths, only to feel a coldness in their heads. Luckily they hadn't opened their mouths to question it yet, or else the head rolling on the floor would be theirs right now. Jean Crane put away his sword with an expressionless face, and without a glance at the general's head, he once again swept towards the crowd. This commander says again, no one is allowed to mobilize the Forbidden Army without an imperial warrant. And this commander is talking about anyone. Jinha purposely emphasized on the word anyone. Now no one dared to speak again. They all heard the meaning in the words of Jinhe, the commander, which was that apart from the emperor, even the Empress Mother of the second sage progenitor could not mobilize the Forbidden Army. What does that tell you? Everyone present knew it in their hearts. The eyes of some of them flickered incessantly, especially the other two of the three great commanders, whose faces became grave after glancing at each other, but none of them were about to open their mouths. Next this commander rearranges the guards within the palace. Seeing that no one had any more objections, he began to arrange for the removal and replacement of the guards in the palace. Xianing Palace, the Empress Dowager's longtime residence. No matter how dark and windy the palace was, it couldn't affect the tranquility of the place. No one usually dares to come here to disturb its purity either. The Empress Dowager sat on the main seat and looked at the crying Wu Ying next to her. Empress, you're the head of the harem. What's the point of crying? Speak to the mourner about anything, and the mourner will make a decision for you, the Empress Dowager said with a helpless face. This empress has been crying since she came in, as if she has suffered much aggression, making her the Empress Dowager is puzzled. It is reasonable to say that Empress Wu Ying is now the second saint of the dynasty. The power is in the hands of the people. Who would dare to let her not be aggrieved? Mother Empress, you must decide for my concubine. The emperor wants to abolish my concubine. Wu Ying sobbed. Ah, His Majesty wants to abolish the queen? The Empress Dowager froze, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Immediately associated with the news that just came, Zhang De poisoned the emperor was executed by the emperor. Did the queen have something to do with this? Otherwise how could the emperor want to abolish the queen for no reason? The Empress Dowager thought in her heart and said without moving her face, Empress, you're not mistaken. How could the emperor possibly abolish the empress? You tell me specifically what's going on. If the emperor really wants to abolish you for no reason, I'll make the decision for you. The Empress Dowager looked at Wu Ying and said, Empress Mother, I don't know where I did wrong. The emperor asked me to just manage the harem in the future. Wu Ying said while wiping her tears. But mother, you also know that the emperor's dragon body has always been bad, and now only just a little better. The emperor has to be busy with the affairs of state. If the emperor is overworked and there is a lapse, I really do not know what to do. Wu Ying sobbed in a small voice again. When the Empress Dowager heard this, she immediately understood what Wu Ying was thinking. What a worry that the emperor is overworked and there is something wrong. To put it bluntly, isn't it that you don't want to let go of the power of the two saints' presence in your hands? However, what Wu Ying said also has a few points of truth. The emperor's body has always been bad. If the laborious labor really have a lapse, it would be more than worth it. The Empress Dowager sighed. Don't worry, Empress. I already know about this matter. I will speak to the emperor. But the emperor is after all the emperor, the only emperor of Great Zhou. As the saying goes, there are 2 days in heaven and 2 kings in the country. This is something I hope the empress understands. The empress dowager knocked Empress Wu Ying. She has been floating in the harem for decades, so how could the little calculations in Empress Wu Ying's heart be hidden from her? While she didn't mind the fact that she took the initiative to fall for Empress Wu Ying's tricks every time, she still needed to be knocked out when she needed to be knocked out. I understand. I have always assisted His Majesty to avoid overworking and exhausting his dragon body. Wu Ying stopped sobbing and said very nicely. The Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. You should return to Qingfeng Palace first. Manage the harem first. I'm afraid that it's not peaceful in the palace for the past 2 days. I will retire. After Wu Ying walked out of the Xining Palace, his face sank a little. Hyun's expression had long since disappeared, restoring his previous calm. It seems this old hag can't be relied on either. Wu Ying's eyes twinkled. Originally, she had wanted to borrow the Empress Dowager's hand to test the emperor in order to achieve her goal. It used to work 100 times over, but this time it didn't work. Though the Empress Dowager outwardly obliged, she hammered her a bit. Obviously this is starting to scare her. Looks like we'll have to prepare early. Wu Ying looked at Wan Er, the personal courtesan beside him. You will personally go out of the palace in a while to visit the great general's residence, and tell the great general to be careful with the strain. 006 Chapter Your Majesty, the old minister has something to say. In the Xining Palace, after Wu Ying left, the Empress Dowager pondered. She was considering whether the matter of Zhang De poisoning the emperor had anything to do with the empress or not. Or is the empress behind Zhang De? Otherwise, why did the emperor just execute Zhang De, and then suddenly and immediately want to withdraw the empress' right to have the 2 saints in the court? But the Empress Dowager knew that the emperor was usually mesmerized by Wu Ying. The empress. For the sake of Wu Ying, the empress, the emperor has not added a single person to his harem so far. It also gave Wu Ying, the empress, the right of the second sage's presence in the court. With such an exclusive favor, it is normally unlikely that the emperor would take it easy on Wu Ying. The empress. Could it be that His Majesty has discovered something or found out something? The Empress Dowager's eyes exploded with a brilliant light, and she immediately called out, "No tongue." The Empress Dowager's words had just fallen. The old slave is in. An old eunuch then walked in silently and slightly bowed his head towards the Empress Dowager and said, "Did you find out anything on Zhao Gao's side?" The Empress Dowager looked at the old eunuch and asked. The old eunuch immediately bowed and said, back to the Empress Dowager, "Not yet. Zhao Gao has arrested many people, but none of them could find a trace." The Empress Dowager sniffed and frowned, contemplating for a few seconds. A few moments later, the Empress Dowager once again looked at the old eunuch and said, "Keep an eye on the Empress for me. I'm afraid that the palace is not calm these days. All pay attention to me." The old eunuch immediately nodded in understanding. "Yes, Empress Dowager." The Emperor's chambers. Zhou Chen flipped through some of the Zhang that he hadn't dealt with before, and his face turned ugly for a while. All these Zhangji are trivial and inconsequential matters. Zhou Chen most wanted to know to understand about the real situation of the great Zhou Zhangji, but one did not. Obviously, this is the evil consequence of the 2 saints' advent. I'm afraid that all of those important medals were sent to the Yangxin Hall and handed over to the Empress of the 2 saints' prosperity for approval. Zhou Chen casually threw these Zhangji to the side and recruited the chamberlain beside him to let him immediately prepare for the court to go. Since the important Sangha had been sent to the Empress for approval before, he could only listen to the minister's Sangha again at the court meeting. Speaking of which, he, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, had not been in court for a long time before due to a serious illness. If he didn't visit the court again, I'm afraid that many people would have forgotten that he was the rightful Emperor of Great Zhou. As soon as the news of the Emperor's presence at the court was spread, it caused no small amount of surprise among the civil and military officials. They all knew that the Emperor's dragon body was in poor health, and he hadn't been in court for 2 months. Why does the Emperor suddenly want to visit the court today? Some well-informed people has learned about the things that happen in the palace. The heart gas, the Emperor's suddenly court. I'm afraid and the things that happen in the palace have nothing to do with. The civil and military officials converged outside the Golden Palace. Follow the sides of the Jade Path in order to enter. Only after all the civil and military officials had entered the Golden Palace did Zhou Chen ascend directly onto the dragon platform from the Jade Pathway flanking the inner Golden Palace and sat on the dragon chair. Long live the Emperor. Seeing Zhou Chen arrive, the civil and military officials knelt down and shouted. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking at the civil and military officials below who bowed their heads, and for a while his mood surged. All the ministers rise. Zhou Chen calmed down a bit and slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The civil and military officials stood up one after another after receiving Zhou Chen's permission. "Rise for something," and retire from the court for nothing. The sharp voice of the eunuch next to him rang out. Your Majesty, the old minister has something to say. Just then, the imperial master Wenzhong immediately stepped forward and said, Oh, what is it that the great master has to say? Zhou Chen was surprised and glanced at imperial master Wenzhong, who was the first to step forward. In his memory, the great master Wenzhong was a person who did not change color when the mountain collapsed in front of him. How come today to seem a little anxious? Your Majesty, the land of the 4 northern continents is experiencing a severe drought that has never been seen in 100 years, and the people have been displaced, plague is rampant, and they are selling their children and their daughters, which is tragic to see, especially in the area of the 4 northwestern provinces. There has been a civil unrest, and the old minister asks the emperor to issue a decree to provide full relief to appease the people. The eunuch Wenzhong plopped to the ground and bent down. What did you say? Zhou Chen's face changed and his entire body stood up. Nowadays, the great Zhou has long been sunset, to the point of precariousness, as long as a little smoke and fire. I'm afraid that the beacon fire can start a prairie fire, so that the whole great Zhou into a place of no return. Now there is a civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces. If this is not dealt with in time, I am afraid that the beacon will start a prairie fire and lead to the entire northern 4 states. When it really came to that, his situation as an emperor could be imagined. In a flash of lightning, Zhou Chen's thoughts were all over the place. When did this happen? Zhou Chen sat down and asked in a low voice with an extremely ugly face. Your Majesty, this is the news received by the court a month ago. The Empress Dowager had already decreed disaster relief at that time, and also ordered the local government to quell the civil unrest. The old minister is fully responsible for the disaster relief matters. I believe that in the next few days there will be a shortcut report into the capital. Before Taisher Wenzhong could open his mouth, Tai Fu Yanhua immediately stood out and said. Then, Tai Fu Yanhua glanced at Taisher Wenzhong again and said insalubriously. Taisher's words are somewhat alarmist. You've already issued a decree for disaster relief? When Zhou Chen heard this, his face only looked a little better. Frowning, somewhat puzzled, he looked at the kneeling imperial master Wenzhong. Since the empress had already decreed disaster relief to quell the civil unrest, why did the imperial master bring up the old issue again today, asking him to redecree full disaster relief? Could it be that things have changed? Yen old man, you do not want to fool the emperor. The empress is the decree of the disaster relief, but only the decree of the disaster relief of a few provinces. The death of the people of the other parts of the 4 northern continents do not care about it, and the disaster silver is simply not much as used in the real relief of the disaster victims, so that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces of the land to the present is rotten. When Wenzhong heard Tai Fu Yanhua's words, he immediately raised his head and pointed at Tai Fu Yanhua angrily. Then from his sleeve he took out a bloodied soprano and raised it above his head. Your Majesty, this is the news that the old minister has just received from the 4 northwestern provinces. Instead of calming down the civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces, 2 of the provinces have fallen. The owners of the provinces have abandoned the city and fled, and the guarding generals have died in battle. What? The land of the 2 houses fell? The house master abandoned the city and fled? The guards are dead? The words of the imperial master Wenzhong were like a bomb that exploded in this golden palace, causing the faces of all the civil and military officials to change. Even Tai Fu Yanhua, Prime Minister Yuan Bo, and Great General Wu Jin froze for a moment when they heard the news. Zhou Chen immediately said, "Present it." The inner eunuch next to him hurriedly presented the bloodied zhangjiang to Zhou Chen. Without saying a word, Zhou Chen hurriedly flipped through the zhang. The first thing that caught his eye was the blinding bloodstains. Some of the writing had been obscured by the blood and could not be seen very well. The words of the petition were few, but the lack of content was infuriating. When Zhou Chen finished reading the zhang, his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip like water. Chapter 007, You are guilty, and you deserve to die. Tai Fu. Is this the shortcut you told me about? Zhou Chen closed the zhangji, raised his head, looked gloomily at Tai Fu Yanhua, and angrily threw the zhangji at Tai Fu Yanhua's feet. See for yourself. Is this a shortcut? Didn't you say that the Empress has decreed disaster relief to quell the civil unrest? But the people of the 4 northwestern provinces have been eating easily. Thousands of miles of white bones. Where is the court's disaster relief silver? Why did what started out as a civil unrest of just a few dozen people end up as a civil unrest of several hundred to several thousand people? Is this how you give me disaster relief to quell civil unrest? Zhou Chen was enraged. He never thought that the court allocated the disaster relief silver actually did not how to use to relieve the people. So that civil unrest finally evolved into civil unrest, killing officials to grab food, pulling the flag to rebel. And the local government actually did not quell the civil unrest in the first place, thus intensifying the situation to the point of today's uncontrollable situation. If not for his sudden visit to the court today, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have known that his great Zhou Jiangshan had already lit up with beacons. Tai Fu Yanhua saw the emperor angry, quickly picked up the zhangjiang. After reading the contents of the above, his face for a while ugly. He did not expect that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces would actually be so rotten all of a sudden. That's add up. He is to the northwest of the 4 provinces under the allocation of more than 1 million of disaster relief silver. Even if half of it is used to relieve people, the northwest of the 4 provinces should not appear such a rotten situation. Your Majesty, the old minister is guilty. Tai Fu Yanhua plopped down and kneeled on the ground. Without the previous bottom, he knew that as the person solely responsible for this disaster relief, how big a mess happened in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. He, the person in charge of the disaster relief, was probably to blame. Even if he was one of the 4 major auxiliary ministers, his culpability this time was expected to be not light, because this is no longer a matter of simple poor disaster relief. Rather, it is because of the poor relief efforts led to civil unrest, resulting in the fall of the 2 provinces. The situation in the 4 provinces of the northwest was out of control. Zhou Chen looked down at Tai Fu Yanhua with rage. You are guilty, and you are guilty as hell. Don't think that if you voluntarily confess your sins, he won't smite you. If it is not because of the court's poor disaster relief, the 4 provinces of the northwest would not have been easy to eat. Thousands of miles of white bones of the tragic situation. Much less will there be civil unrest, resulting in the fall of the 2 provinces. The northwest 4 beacons ignited. Who will bear the consequences of this? Come on, man. Tai Fu disaster relief ineffective, resulting in the displacement of the people of the 4 provinces of the northwest. Civil unrest in all directions. Will be Tu Fu dragged down, beaten into the heavenly prison. Listen to the Ho disposal. Zhou Chen said coldly. As one of the 4 major auxiliary ministers of the Great Zhou, he couldn't even do such a small thing as providing disaster relief to save the people in an emergency. What's the use of keeping such a corpse? The faces of the group of ministers gathered after hearing Zhou Chen's words. They thought that the emperor will be because of Tu Fu Yanhua disaster relief ineffective and descended to the crime of Tu Fu Yanhua. Lack of thought of how big the crime of descending to the crime will be. You should know that the imperial minister Yanhua was one of the 4 auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor, a pillar of the court's heavyweights. The emperor is actually going to put Tai Fu Yanhua in the heavenly prison? Your Majesty, Tu Fu although disaster relief is not effective, but is the dynasty to support the state minister, but also please your Majesty open grace. Heavy light sentenced. Great General Wu Jin immediately stood out to plead for Tai Fu Yanhua. Your Majesty, the general's words are reasonable. Tu Fu adults are important ministers to support the state, although fully responsible for this disaster relief matters, but the local government is the specific implementer of disaster relief. Tu Fu adults were blinded in the valley is also understandable, but also ask your Majesty to open up the grace of the heavy and light sent down Tu Fu adults. I also ask your Majesty to be gracious and send Lord Tai Fu down heavily and lightly. One by one, civil and military officials stood up to plead for Tai Fu Yanhua. Zhou Chen looked on, unmoved. Drag it down. Whoever dares to intercede for Tai Fu again, drag them out together for me and beat them into the heavenly prison. When the ministers heard this, they all changed color. No one else dared to open their mouths to plead for Tai Fu Yanhua. They had never seen how Zhou Chen, the emperor, was overbearing and unquestionable. They had no doubt that if they dared to open their mouths again to plead for Tai Fu Yanhua, would Zhou Chen, the emperor, send them to the heavenly prison as well. And Tai Fu Yanhua opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, it could only turn into a long sigh. A gray face was dragged out by the Forbidden Army. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but he couldn't. He couldn't tell Zhou Chen, the emperor, that all the relief silver he had allocated had been coveted. That is undoubtedly no different from seeking death. And, after Tai Fu Yanhua was dragged out by the Forbidden Army, Zhou Chen scanned the ministers with a sharp look on his face. From now on, the abolition of the right of the Empress 2 saints in the dynasty. The future of the harem shall not interfere in politics. The dynasty of any large and small things must be approved by me before. What? Abolish the queen's right to the presence of the 2 saints? No interference from the harem? What's the emperor up to? The faces of the ministers were all startled, not understanding what kind of medicine Zhou Chen, the emperor, was selling in his gourd. To say that the previous 2 saints' presence at the court was also the idea of Zhou Chen, the emperor. Now it's being repealed. Could it be that the emperor is now feeling the threat from the empress right to the second sage's presence? So he's taking away the empress right? Some of those with a keen sense of smell had already caught a hint of an unusual flavor. They immediately understood why Zhou Chen, the emperor, had just beaten Tai Fu Yanhua into the heavenly prison no matter how much the great general and the group of ministers begged for mercy. It turned out that the emperor was starting to remove the empress wings. Who doesn't know that Tai Fu Yanhua is the empress person? In addition to Tai Fu Yanhua, there is also Great General Wu Jin. It could be said that of the 4 auxiliary ministers in the court, 2 of them were the Empress people, and that's not counting the other courtiers. This shows how powerful the Empress mother is in the dynasty. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's eyes flashed with a hint of dissimilarity as he glanced at Great General Wu Jin. Originally, he wanted to see if Great General Wu Jin would stand up against it when he heard that Zhou Chen, the emperor, was going to abolish the empress's right to have the second sage in the court. After all, Great General Wu Jin was the father of the state and the Empress Dowager's father. If the Empress Dowager was deprived of the power of the second sage's presence in the court, then the power and prestige of the foreign relatives party would be weakened a lot. The lack of results disappointed the Prime Minister. Great General Wu Jin was silent from the beginning, without the slightest intention to come forward to oppose. The other officials who belonged to the Empress's foreign relatives party, seeing that the Great General Wu Jin did not make a move, all of them did not make a sound. This time, the civil and military officials were considered to have acquiesced to the will of Zhou Chen, the emperor, to abolish the right of the empress to have the 2 saints in the court. From then on, Empress Wu Ying was ostensibly considered to have officially ended her right to listen to the government before the court. Okay, now the ministers say how the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces should be resolved, and how should the drought in the 4 northern states be relieved. Zhou Chen saw that no group of ministers stood out to have any objections, and only then did he say it again. Looking at the group of ministers, originally he was waiting for someone to stand up to him and sing against him so he could make a point. As a result of the absence, none of the group of ministers came forward. That saved him a lot of work. Chapter 008, My Will is Done. Zhou Chen's gaze swept over the group of ministers before stopping at Imperial Master Wenzhong. He believed that since the great Master Wenzhong had mentioned this matter first, he should already have a plan in mind. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Chen's words, the Imperial Master Wenzhong fixed his mind and immediately opened his mouth to say, Your Majesty, now that the 4 northwestern provinces have become a critical situation, the local armed forces are estimated to be very difficult to quell the chaos in a short period of time, in order to prevent the civil unrest from further expanding. So the old minister thought that first of all, we should immediately transfer a guard of divine martial guards forward to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the civil unrest. Then the state treasury will be opened wide, and the court will appoint important ministers to personally go to the 4 northern continents to fully supervise the matter of disaster relief. In this way, not only can we prevent a repeat of the previous mistakes, but also let the people see the court's attention to them, so as to pacify the people's hearts. Imperial Master Wenzhong said quickly. This was a belated plan that he had prepared long ago, and as long as it passed Zhou Chen's permission as the emperor, he could immediately order it to be implemented. After Zhou Chen heard this, he didn't take a stance right away, but instead looked at the 2 of them, Great General Wu Jin and Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Prime Minister, Great General, what do you 2 think? Your Majesty, the old minister agrees with the Taishi's opinion. The first thing to do now is to pacify the civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces and prevent the situation from expanding. The Prime Minister nodded approvingly. The last general also has no opinion. The Great General also followed suit with no objection. After hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded his head. Since neither of the 2 auxiliary ministers have any objections, then I will allow it. Regarding this abdominal plan of the Imperial Master Wenzhong, Zhou Chen also felt that it was the best at the moment. A 2-pronged approach will further prevent the civil unrest from expanding. But that's not enough. Zhou Chen's words changed. If it was before the civil unrest, this would have been enough. But now that civil unrest has risen in all directions and the 2 provinces have fallen, it is evident to what extent the people's grievances have already accumulated. And a single courtier can no longer soothe the people's grievances, nor can he represent my great Zhou. Zhou Chen's voice echoed in the great hall. There has been a major drought for over a month. Civil disobedience is on the rise. The court was ineffective in providing relief, causing the people to starve and suffer miserably. This situation can no longer be resolved by mere relief and forced suppression. The court needs to give an account to the people of the 4 northwestern provinces. This was clear to Zhou Chen. The emperor, and the following group of ministers understood it as well. Since the ministers didn't dare to say anything, then only he, the emperor, could say it himself. I remember that I have 2 brothers who have not been inaugurated as vassals. Send them to the 4 northwestern provinces. They have the bloodline of my great Zhou royal family flowing through them and enjoy the sustenance of my great Zhou people. At this time, it's time to contribute to my great Zhou. Zhou Chen said indifferently. The words came out. The faces of the ministers were all shocked. You have to know that the 4 provinces of the northwest are now the worst hit areas, with civil unrest and the fall of 2 provinces, and the danger factor has risen sharply. One bad one, go and you may never come back. Not to mention the honorable princes, even these ministers in the court, all of them avoided it, and none of them were willing to go. not to mention the honorable prince. How can they go to such a dangerous place? Your Majesty. Never. The land of the 4 northwestern provinces is too dangerous, and the 2 princes are of 10,000 gold. A few of the group's ministers couldn't help but stand up. My will has been decided. Zhou Chen waved his hand in an undeniable manner. The matter is in the full hands of the Taisho. The imperial master Wen Zhong heard the words and immediately kowtowed. I accept the order. Continue to play if there is something wrong, and leave the court if there is nothing wrong. Zhou Chen raised his eyes and swept a glance at the group of ministers. The courtiers were silent. After retiring from the court, the civil and military officials had different faces. The shock of what happened in the courtroom today was too great for them. Who is Tai Fu Yanhua? That was one of the 4 auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor. One of the 4 powerful ministers under one person in Great Zhou. It was when the late emperor was on the throne that he relied on it a lot, but it is such a character. Today in the courtroom. But the emperor was sent to the heavenly prison on a charge of poor disaster relief. There are also the 2 saints in the reign of the empress, who was in power for a while, was also directly abolished all the rights by a word from the present emperor. Such an impact made it a little difficult for the civil and military officials to calm down for a while. Since the current emperor ascended the throne, they had never seen the current emperor as domineering and overbearing as he was today. They feel that the present emperor has changed. It became no longer the indecisive, mediocre emperor it was before. This is not a good thing for most of the group of ministers in the courtroom. In particular, the party of foreign relatives led by Tai Fu Yanhua and Great General Wu Jin had a shadow cast over their hearts. The emperor's move in the court today was clearly targeting their party of foreign relatives. The empress's rights were abolished and the imperial master was sent to the heavenly prison. The power of their foreign relatives' party can be greatly weakened. That's not a good sign. Yangshin Temple. After Zhou Chen retired from the court, he did not return to the emperor's chambers, but came directly to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. This was the place where the emperors of the Great Zhou traditionally took their daily rest to deal with political affairs. Previously, he had been living in his bedchamber for a long time because of his serious illness, and rarely came to the Palace of Nourishing Heart. But from now on, he's going to reside here at the Foster's Palace. As for Empress Wu Ying, the harem is where she should be. The old slave has met his majesty. By the time Zhou Chen returned to the Hall of Nurturing Heart, Zhao Gao was already waiting. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, he immediately went forward and saluted. Well, did you find out? Zhou Chen asked directly after sitting down. Back to the emperor. The old slave is incompetent. Nothing has been found out. I hope the emperor will atone for his sins. Zhao Gao immediately kneeled down and said, he had arrested all the people he should have arrested, and he had investigated all the people he should have investigated, but he just couldn't find a single clue. As if there was no one behind Zhang De at all. Yes, it was only purely his personal desire to poison the emperor. Rubbish. You are in charge of the inner guards. Even this acreage in the palace that belongs to you can't be found out. What use do I want you for? Zhou Chen looked down at Zhao Gao with an ugly face. You know, Zhao Gao is in charge of the inner guards of Great Zhou. What does the inner guard of the Great Zhou do? It's the special department that specializes in this, but it's such a special department that can't find out a single thing on their acreage. This is no longer simply a dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, redeem yourself. The inner guards have long existed in name only. For that matter, the old slaves can use only half of them. The other half of the old slaves are commanded not to move. Zhao Gao immediately explained with a white face. He was really afraid that the emperor would get angry and directly let the forbidden army drag him out and click him. Zhou Chen's face was even more gloomy and scary after hearing Zhao Gao's words. The inner guards are the eyes and ears of the emperor. Without his inner guards, the emperor was a blind and caged man without eyes and ears. Someone else had the audacity to put their hands on the inside guard. It's so uninformed. 009 I'll only give you 3 days. Take my token and keep checking for me. No matter who it is. Those who dare to have disrespect for the order will be executed. Zhou Chen casually threw a token to Zhao Gao. This is an imperial gold medal representing imperial power. Seeing the order is like seeing the emperor. As long as one holds this token, it is equivalent to representing the imperial power, with the right of preemption. This right, no less. Even the most dim-witted and incompetent emperor would not give it easily. But Zhou Chen now easily bestowed it on Zhao Gao. And, give me a thorough investigation of the disaster relief in the 4 northwestern provinces. I want to know the specific details, especially where the relief silver has gone. I will only give you 3 days, and after 3 days, I want to see the results. Zhou Chen said in a cold voice. Rights he gave, but he wants results. Before the courtroom, he only did not say this matter, because the most important thing is to relieve the disaster and calm the chaos, to prevent the expansion of civil unrest. But that didn't mean that he, the emperor, wouldn't pursue the matter. How dare you touch the relief money? Dare to abandon the city and run away? He would never let such an officer go. The old slave takes orders. Zhao Gao received the imperial gold medal with a cold sweat on his face. It's power no less, but it's also a catalyst. He didn't think the emperor had trusted him to that extent. That's a lot of heads to lose if you're not careful. Go about your business. I will wait for your results. With that, Zhou Chen waved his hand. Old slave excuses himself. Zhao Gao immediately got up and exited the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Looking at Zhao Gao's back as he left, Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. Zhao Gao. Ah, Zhao Gao. Whether you are black or white, I believe to see soon to see the difference. With Zhang Da's previous betrayal, Zhou Chen was also wary of Zhao Gao, the personal eunuch who had followed him for more than a decade. He knew that often the ones who can kill you silently are the ones you trust the most around your defenselessness. Just like the Ming dynasty in the previous generation. Those emperors who died inexplicably. What the red pill case? The case of falling into the water. It is obvious that the people around them have problems. Zhou Chen's fingers regularly tapped the handle on the dragon chair. His brows furrowed. Just now, Zhao Gao said that the Great Zhou internal guards had existed in name only, which was not good news. You should know that the inner guards are the eyes and ears of the emperors of Great Zhou to know what is going on in the world, and they have the responsibility of supervising and checking all the officials and inspecting the world. Once there were no more inner guards, then the emperor was a blind and deaf man who could be at the mercy of his ministers. If that were true, then the emperor would not be far from extinction. This is a conclusion that has been reached throughout the ages. Zhou Chen didn't want to become such a deaf and dumb emperor, at the mercy of his ministers. It looks like the inside guards won't be available, Zhou Chen muttered. Not to mention the fact that the inner guards are now in name only. There are people who have their hands in them. Who would dare to use such eyes and ears again? Clean up and reorganization? Might as well start a new one. Green Phoenix Palace. The Empress's Palace, the first of the 3 palaces and 6 houses. It signifies that the harem is honored by the phoenix. Empress Wu Ying sat on the phoenix chair and looked at Wei Zhong, who had returned from prying. Are you saying that the emperor has openly decreed in the courtroom to abolish this palace's right to have the second sage in the court? Wu Ying asked with a hard look on his face. Back to your highness. Not only did his majesty decree in the courtroom to blatantly abolish your highness's right to listen to politics in the court, he also sent Lord Tai Fu to the heavenly prison. Wei Zhong told the truth about what happened in the courtroom today. When Wu Ying heard this, his face clouded over. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as the emperor did not formally decree to abolish her right of the second sage's presence in the court, she still had a chance. But now, the last glimmer of hope was dashed. Once the holy orders are in place, there is no way back. She, the empress of the second sage progenitor, was explicitly considered to have been completely abolished from the right to listen to politics. There is no more room for maneuver. Damn! Wu Ying angrily slammed the teacup next to him on the floor. Even if she was a deep-minded person, at this time, it was hard to hide the anger in her heart. Wei Zhong and the palace maid next to him were so scared that they immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe a single breath. They had never seen their own master lose his manners like this before. In their impression, their own master, no matter how big the matter was, but he never changed his face. But today, she was angry. What other news? Wu Ying suppressed the anger in his heart and looked towards Wei Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground. Back to your highness. There are still a lot of people that Zhao Gao has captured, and some of them are our people. And, the emperor also gave Zhao Gao a gold medal, giving him 3 days to thoroughly investigate the previous disaster relief in the 4 northwestern provinces. Also, Jin he was ordered to take over the Forbidden Army and remove most of the guards in the palace, and those who dissented were executed. Wei Zhong told all these news that he had inquired about without any details. After Wu Ying sniffed his face, and it's ugly. None of these news no longer proved that the emperor was indeed different from before. It seems that this emperor of ours has really changed. Wu Ying's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked at Wanner next to him. Have there been any results from what I asked you to look into? Back to your highness. Those guards seemed to come out of nowhere in general. Couldn't find out a single clue. Only knew that the general was called Lu Bu. As for the emperor's physical condition, there is nothing to be gained, Wan Er said immediately. Earlier, when Wu Ying left the emperor's chambers, she had instructed her to find out the details of the parallel state wolf riders and Lu Bu. By the way, he probed what was going on with Zhou Chen, the emperor's physical condition. Why does it suddenly look like recovery? However, after checking and checking, they could not find out a single bit of information, and only found out Lu Bu's name. Nothing else. When Wu Ying heard Wan Er's words, his brows couldn't help but furrow. You know, she is all over the palace with her ears and eyes, and basically can't hide any wind and grass movement from her. How could it be impossible to find out the origins and details of those guards in the emperor's chambers? There was also no news at all about the physical condition of Zhou Chen, the emperor. This made the doubts in Wu Ying's heart win out even more. What exactly happened in the imperial chambers at that time in the course of one night? Wu Ying guessed. For the first time, it felt like something was out of her control. Wei Zhong, find time to have a good chat with Zhao Gao. Understand what this palace means? Wu Ying looked at Wei Zhong in a signaling manner. The old slave understands. Wei Zhong's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, immediately understanding his master's meaning. It's trying to open up a gaping hole in Zhao Gao's body. Just understand. In these few days you all pay attention to this palace, especially on the emperor's side. There must not be a hint of relaxation, Wu Ying said with a cautious face. And, Wanner, keep investigating for this palace. Make sure to find out the origins of those guards and the specifics of the emperor. Wu Ying just couldn't believe that with her setup over the years, she still couldn't find out this information. Yes, ma'am. Wan Er and Wei Zhong said in response at the same time. Chapter 010 Master Wen Zhong. Day 2. Zhou Chen was looking over the Sangha concerning the great drought in the land of the 4 northern continents when a small eunuch bowed and walked in. Your Majesty, Lord Imperial Master seeks an audience. The little eunuch reported. Ask the eunuch to come in. The little eunuch retreated and went away. And within a few minutes the Imperial Master Wen Zhong walked in. The old minister has met Your Majesty. Imperial Master Wen Zhong said respectfully. There is no need to be polite. Taisher, give me a seat. Zhou Chen closed the zhanjiang and looked up at the eunuch Wen Zhong. Did the eunuch come to see me for something? I don't know how well the disaster relief and counterinsurgency has been prepared. Back to Your Majesty. The old minister came here today precisely for this matter. The Imperial Master Wen Zhong took out a zhang. This is the specific amount of silver needed by the old minister to provide disaster relief. The Ministry of Revenue told the old minister that there was no money, so the old minister had to come to the emperor. There's no money in the Ministry of Revenue? Zhou Chen frowned and took this zhangji handed over by the nearby chamberlain and scanned it. 5 million taels? The first installment of relief silver needed. That's not much. Zhou Chen looked toward the Imperial Master Wen Zhong with raised eyebrows. There's no way that the Ministry of Revenue can't even come up with this measly 5 million taels. You know, the Great Zhou's tax revenue alone is tens of millions of taels every year. 5 million taels is quite a lot, but it shouldn't be a problem for the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue told the old minister that before Tai Fu's disaster relief had taken away 3 million taels, and the Ministry of Revenue is currently left with less than 3 million taels of silver, which is still reserved for emergency use. Imperial Master Wen Zhong said. What? Less than 3 million taels of silver? Zhou Chen was shocked in his heart. For ordinary people, less than 3 million taels of silver might be an astronomical amount of wealth that could never be imagined in a lifetime. But this is the Great Zhou household treasury. What is the difference between a district of less than 3 million taels of silver and an ordinary person having a few hundred coins in his house? Even if you add in the 3 million taels that Tai Fu took away earlier, it is still pitifully small. After all, the treasury of the Ministry of the Household was a collection of all the wealth of the Great Zhou. Zhou Chen's face was ugly. He didn't realize that the Great Zhou's household treasury had actually been empty to such an extent. It seems to have fattened up a bunch of rats. Your Majesty, the most important thing right now is to provide disaster relief and calm the chaos. Other things can be done slowly later. Eunuch Wen Zhong could see Zhou Chen's ugly face and reminded him in a low voice. He was afraid that this emperor was hot-headed, and he didn't care about anything and directly cleared the Ministry of Households. It's a matter of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Not a good time in this time of drought and four ravages, when civil unrest has already taken place. One slip-up can cause internal and external turmoil. I understand. Zhou Chen nodded and suppressed the anger in his heart. I'm afraid that only a 3-dynasty veteran like the Imperial Master would dare to remind him of the Emperor in such a blunt manner. Taisher, the release silver of the prior from my internal treasury to take 3 million taels. The other 2 million taels from the Ministry of Households. I now immediately give you approval. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and said, disaster relief is like putting out a fire. There's no time to lose on this. A second late could have incalculable consequences. Zhou Chen immediately approved the Imperial Master that the relief of silver, but also stamped the Great Seal on it. With this Great Seal, the Imperial Master Wen Zhong could go directly to the Inner Treasury and the Ministry of Revenue to get money. Any other questions? Zhou Chen returned this approved disaster relief zhang to Imperial Master Wen Zhong and asked again. The eunuch Wen Zhong hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, the old minister will immediately leave for the 4 northwestern provinces as soon as the relief silver arrives. But the 2 princes seem to be unwilling to go. Not willing to go? Zhou Chen smiled coldly. Don't worry, Taisher, leave this matter to me. They will go to Taisher later. These 2 princes are just relying on the fact that he, the emperor, doesn't dare to do anything to them, and that's why they are so unscrupulous. But when they realized that he, the emperor, no longer had the same attitude as before, they knew what to do. The Imperial Master is going to the 4 northwestern provinces himself? Then, Zhou Chen frowned. Originally, he thought that the great master Wenzhong was sending other ministers, but he did not realize that it was he himself who was going in person. This was somewhat surprising to Zhou Chen. The old minister is not comfortable with others going. It is better for the old minister to go himself. Taisher Wenzhong said with a straight face. The poor relief efforts before were due to the ineffectiveness of the people sent by the center. He wouldn't make the same mistake this time. Zhou Chen nodded his head after hearing this. That's good. I can rest assured with the Imperial Master personally going there. You should know that the Imperial Master Wenzhong is a veteran of 3 dynasties, one of the 4 auxiliary ministers with the highest prestige and seniority, in charge of the northern battalion of 6 of the 12 guards of the Great Zhou Shenwu, the only 2 pillars of respect for the sky in the Great Zhou. It could be said that half of the reason why Great Zhou was still able to stay afloat even though it was now sunsetting was because of this 3 dynasty old Imperial Master. With this Imperial Master personally traveling to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, Zhou Chen was incredibly relieved. Afterward, Zhou Chen made a point of giving a secret decree to Imperial Master Wenzhong to act cheaply. After all, although the Imperial Master Wenzhong was a veteran of 3 dynasties and had a great deal of power, he still had to have the court's decree if he wanted to have full authority to regulate the localities. After eunuch Wenzhong left, Zhou Chen pondered. The treasury of the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Zhou actually had less than 6 million taels of silver. Where did all the money go? I'm afraid that's not even close to the family fortune of a courtier. How ridiculous it is that a country's treasury is not as large as the family fortune of a courtier. Zhou Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. First, the inner guards are in name only, and they're still getting their hands in. Now again, the treasury is so empty that it doesn't even compare to the family fortune of a courtier. It looks like he's going to be facing a worse situation than he thought. Bong soon, Zhou Chen shouted. The end of the line. Lu Bu walked in silently. You take the men to deliver the decree to the 2 princes and tell them to prepare to assist the Imperial Master in the disaster relief. If they dare to disobey the decree, there's no need for me to teach you what to do. Zhou Chen looked at Lu Bu with a cold light in his eyes. Perhaps others would be scrupulous about scrupling the status of the 2 princes, but Lu Bu definitely won't. As a half-step celestial powerhouse, Lu Bu only had Zhou Chen's orders in his eyes, and he did whatever Zhou Chen said. This was why Zhou Chen had sent Lu Bu to deliver the decree. The Endbringer understands. Lu Bu nodded with an expressionless face. Go on. Zhou Chen waved his hand. The end of the line will retire. It was only after Lu Bu left that Zhou Chen remembered that he hadn't signed up for today's signing opportunity yet. I wonder what I can sign out today. System. Start signing in. Zhou Chen immediately murmured in his heart. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of 20 parallel wolf riders. 20 parallel wolf riders? Zhou Chen shook his head in disappointment. Although the parallel state wolf riders are not bad, this number is too small. While the first time before they were able to sign out 100 people, this time they were only able to sign out 20. It seems like this usual daily check-in is going to be hard to sign up for the characters you want. Chapter 011, The Imperial Decree. The Easy King's Royal Residence. This is the residence of Easy King Zhou Chen. Easy King Zhou Chen was the 4th son of the late emperor and the 4th brother of the current emperor Zhou Chen. Because of his preference for freedom and freedom from constraints, he was thus named King of Freedom by the late emperor. Inside the royal residence, the council chamber, Easy King Zhou Chen sat on the main seat with a big horse. Below him on the right sat King Kong Zhou Qi. Like Easy King Zhou Chen, King Kong Zhou Qi was the son of the late emperor, ranking 7th in line. However, King Kong Zhou Qi's status was a world of difference compared to Easy King Zhou Chen because of his mother's outspoken courtesan. At this moment, King Kong Zhou Qi was in a state of consternation. Easy King Zhou Chen looked at King Kong Zhou Qi's uneasy expression and spoke. What? Are you scared? King Kong Zhou Qi said with a hesitant look on his face. 4th Imperial brother. It's not good for us to do this. After all, the 5th Imperial brother is now the emperor, and to openly defy his words would be disrespectful. In case we piss him off, won't we be asking for trouble? King Kong Zhou Qi said with some concern. Easy King Zhou Chen smiled coldly as he heard this. What can we do if we piss him off? Can he still kill us? Again. What the hell is resisting the decree? How can this throne not be his turn even if it's according to seniority? I really don't know what father was thinking at the time. Actually passing the throne to him. Which of our brothers is not better than the sickly him? And letting a woman rule in front of the court. Thanks to him. Easy King Zhou Chen said with a disinterested face, not having the slightest bit of reverence for Zhou Chen as the emperor. When he talked about it, he was all over the place. He is the first emperor's 4th prince. To say inherit the throne, the wheel, also should be the first turn to him. The 4th prince is right. But the late emperor bypassed him and passed the throne to the most mediocre of the several princes, the 5th prince Zhou Chen. It had left him with a bad taste in his mouth to this day. 4th elder brother, keep your voice down. If this gets out, there will be big trouble. King Kongzhouqi was scared to death. It's no joke that it's the most unforgiving of emperors. If this rumor of easy King Zhou Chen spreads out, not to mention that they and the emperor are only half-brothers, it is the same father and mother's own brother will probably be taken down and questioned. Afraid of what? This is the prosperous king's mansion. It's not an inn and restaurant outside. Who can spread the word? The easy King Zhou Chen bristled in disbelief and glanced deeply at the Kong King Zhou Qi. I know what you're worried about. You are simply thinking that we will anger the emperor if we resist the decree like this. But the land of the 4 northwestern provinces is now 2 of the provinces have fallen. Civil unrest has risen in all directions. And the plague is rampant. And he sent our brothers to the 4 northwestern provinces, obviously wanting to sacrifice our brothers for the people to vent their anger, so as to quell the people's grievances. If our 2 brothers don't disobey the decree, then we'll have to go to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces to die. Besides, the emperor only spoke in the courtroom and did not formally issue a decree. Our brothers are not considered to be disrespecting the decree. There is absolutely no need for you to worry. Easy King Zhou Chen said with an air of wisdom. Analyze the situation at hand to the letter. These words from the easy king were like a tranquilizer pill, causing King Kongzhouqi's anxious and uneasy expression to temporarily settle down. It's still 4th imperial brother who has thought this through. But what if the emperor gives our brothers a formal decree next? King Kongzhouqi looked worriedly at easy King Zhou Chen. As soon as his words fell, a clamor came from outside the royal residence. Immediately after that, they heard the gate of the royal residence being blasted open. What's going on? Easy King Zhou Chen was furious and got up to walk outside. King Kongzhouqi followed suit. Lu Bu has come to proclaim the decree, and the easy king will listen to the decree. Lu Bu led the forbidden army in a rampage straight into the courtyard of the king's residence. Lu Bu? The sudden and inexplicable appearance of the commander of the close guards by the emperor's side? The 2 of them, easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, were slightly startled in their hearts. This is a true believer beside the emperor. However, seeing Lu Bu rampaging into the royal residence with the forbidden army, easy King Zhou Qian's face was a bit ugly. Can the emperor's beloved be so reckless in his royal residence? This was clearly a downward spiral from the emperor. Easy King Zhou Qian forced down the anger in his heart and bowed. I accept the decree. The emperor has decreed that the 2 princes, easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, be ordered to assist the imperial master in traveling to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief and quell the civil unrest. Prepare at once and make no mistakes. Lu Bu read the imperial decree aloud, his face expressionless. It's really decreed. Easy King Zhou Qian sneered in his heart. Just now, King Kongzhouqi was worriedly asking him about this, but he didn't expect that this turn of events to speak of the devil. But that was something he had expected. As the saying goes, what goes up, comes down. He had long ago had a way of dealing with holy orders, wanting to rely on a mere imperial decree to make them obedient and travel to the 4 northwestern provinces to help the emperor quell the people's grievances. That's a fool's errand. However, next moment, a hint of coldness passed over Lu Bu's face as he continued, those who dare to disobey the order will be killed without pardon. What? Kill without mercy? Could it be that His Majesty really dared to kill 2 honored princes of Great Zhou on the basis of a single person who dared to disobey the order? The subordinates within the royal residence looked horrified, their hearts shocked to the core. Even the 2 of them, easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, had their eye holes tighten a bit when they heard those words. They didn't expect that the emperor of the day to become so murderous and decisive all of a sudden. Not even a little bit of reputation is left to chance. Lu Bu looked at both Easy King and Kong King and said expressionlessly, both princes, you've heard this decree. Prepare to get ready. The last general will personally escort you to the imperial master. Easy King Zhou Qian's face was ugly when he heard this. What a nice thing to say about escorting them to the imperial master. He looks like it's only right to escort their 2 princes. This king has been occasionally feeling unwell recently, and is often fatigued. This king would like to contribute to the country, but this body is as sick as a mountain. I'm afraid I can't assist the imperial master to go to the disaster relief. I also hope that General Lu will return to the palace to talk to the emperor. Easy King Zhou Chen put on a weak look of being sick and coughed a few times and said, that's what he came up with to deal with the holy writ. He didn't believe that the holy decree, no matter how big it was, could still be bigger than the sickness that came like a mountain of sickness. He's too sick to walk far. The emperor cannot let people carry him to the 4 northwestern provinces to assist the imperial master in disaster relief. Oh, your highness, the emperor has spoken. Not to mention that the king is as sick as a mountain, or the king is seriously ill on his deathbed. But as long as there is a breath in his body, even if it is lifted, he must carry the 2 princes to the 4 northwestern provinces to assist the imperial master in the disaster relief. So the 2 princes might as well get ready and let the last general escort you to the meeting with the imperial master. Don't make it difficult for the last general. Lu Bu sneered. If you want to play this kind of tactic with the emperor, you're not even close. Zhou Chen had previously instructed Lu Bu that the two princes, regardless of their excuses, must comply with the decree and assist the imperial master in going to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief and quell the people's grievances. Chapter 012, Kill Without Pardon. The Easy King's face was ugly when he heard Lu Bu's words. He had anticipated that the emperor would give them a decree, but he hadn't anticipated that the emperor had even counted on this. Commander Lu, the emperor is a brother to us. This king doesn't believe that the emperor would treat us like this, not caring about brotherly love at all. Easy King Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. Lu Bu shook his head. Your Highness, why are you deceiving yourself and others? Without the emperor's decree, do you think that the last general would dare to say such a thing? The words came out. Easy King Zhou Chen was silent for a moment. Yeah, without the nod from the one in the palace, a small commander of the close guards, even if he was the emperor's beloved, wouldn't dare to say such words as kill without pardon to their prince. I want to see the emperor. Easy King Zhou Chen said suddenly. See the emperor? Lu Bu frowned. The emperor has a lot of work to do day in and day out and is recovering from a serious illness. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time to see you. Your Majesty, don't delay. Hurry up and get ready. The last general is still waiting to go back, to resume his orders to the emperor. Lu Bu urged. Easy King Zhou Chen was silent for a moment and coughed. The king said, the king has been unwell recently and can't walk long distances. The king wants to see the emperor and petition him face to face. So, your Highness is going to disobey the decree? Lu Bu said as his face stared straight at the Easy King. Easy King Zhou Chen shook his head. This king is not resisting the decree. He is asking for the decree. A coldness flashed across Lu Bu's face. It seems that your Highness is going to drink a toast and eat a forfeit. Then don't blame the last general for being impolite. Lu Bu gave a big wave of his hand. Come on man, please ask the two princes to leave the house. Unbridled. When Easy King Zhou Chen took a look at Lu Bu really dared to make a move. His face was immediately filled with iron. Lu Bu, you have to be clear about what your status is. This is the Easy King's mansion. It is not a place where you can spread your wildness. This king warns you, no matter what, this king is still the honorable prince of Great Zhou, the fourth son of the late emperor, and the fourth brother of the current emperor. It's not something that anyone can move just because they want to. Easy King Zhou Chen stared angrily at Lu Bu. There was a big sense of a direct confrontation at the drop of a hat. Protect the king. Don't worry, your Highness. With us here, no one will be able to touch a hair on your Highness' head. That's right. We just don't believe that someone would really dare to be bold enough to lay hands on the two princes. Damn Lu Bu. Don't think that you are lawless just because you are the commander of the close guards of the Son of Heaven and the Emperor's beloved. You are nothing but a watchdog by the side of the Emperor, while the two princes are the Emperor's brothers. Whose side do you think the Emperor will be on? The royal guards immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of Easy King Zhou Chen, clamoring for Lu Bu. As royal guards, they were usually arrogant and used to being arrogant. How had they ever been hit on the door like this? Lu Bu is it? Immediately take your people and get out of the royal residence. This is not a place where you can be wild. Or else, if something goes wrong in a while, don't blame us for being unforgiving. The royal guards spoke threateningly and stared wistfully at Lu Bu. They could become the guards of the king's residence. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. None of them were worse than the Forbidden Army in the palace. And even, a few of the chiefs were among the Forbidden Army commanders that were also rare experts. Just now, because Lu Bu brought the decree, they didn't forcefully block the way, allowing Lu Bu to rampage into the royal residence with a mere few dozen forbidden soldiers. But now, Lu Bu dared to take liberties with the two princes in the royal residence. Then they, the royal guards, have nothing to worry about. Looks like you guys really want to find death. Lu Bu coldly swept a glance at these clamoring royal guards, and then glanced at the Easy King and the Kong King, and a hint of murderous intent surfaced on his face. What Zhou Chen commanded, he would meticulously carry out. Zhou Chen said that those who disobeyed orders would be killed without pardon. So anyone who dared to disobey Zhou Chen's orders, Lu Bu would kill without mercy. Even the great Zhou's prince, Zhou Chen, the emperor's brother, was no exception. Commander, what should we do? Do we really have to make a move in the king's mansion? One of the Forbidden Army lieutenants who followed Lu Bu asked in a somewhat worried and tentative manner. You should know that this is the royal residence, the residence of the fourth son of the late emperor, the fourth brother of the current emperor. Once you make a move and go on a killing spree, there's no turning back. What? Could it be that you guys think the emperor's holy decree is a joke? Lu Bu coldly glanced at this Forbidden Army lieutenant. If it was a parallel wolf rider, he would never ask him such a stupid question. Unfortunately, the number of parallel state wolf riders was now too small, and they all stayed in the palace to escort Zhou Chen. And Lu Bu went out of the palace without bringing a single person with him. Kill for me. All of the royal family, Not a single one of them will be left behind, Lu Bu said with a cold face. Since he dared to disobey the decree, he should be prepared to bear such consequences. Kill. Those who disobey the decree shall be killed without pardon. That forbidden army lieutenant gritted his teeth and drew his sword, leading dozens of forbidden troops to rush towards the royal guards. Making a killing spree in the royal residence was something that made them a little scrupulous, but they were even more afraid to disobey the holy decree. When the guards of the king's residence saw this scene, their faces turned a little ugly. They would never have imagined that Lu Bu would actually dare to make a move in the king's residence. How is that possible? Wasn't he worried about being liquidated by the emperor afterward? However, before they had time to think much, the forbidden army had already swung their swords and killed. They also had to meet it head-on. Boo! 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 The sound of bingo rang out suddenly. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 royal guards fell to the ground. These royal guards, although their strength was no worse than the forbidden army, their discipline and cooperation was far worse than the forbidden army. And how could it be a match for a well-trained forbidden army? The battle was almost one-sided. As for the several guarding experts who were guarding around Easy King Zhou Chen, once they saw that the battle situation was not optimistic, they got up and rushed towards the forbidden army, looking for death. Lu Bu swung the square sky painting halberd in his hand. Put! Those few guarding experts were directly killed on the ground by Lu Bu with a single move. One of them was also a half-step Grand Master Guard commander of the royal family. This scene stunned everyone present, knowing that Lu Bu, the commander of the emperor's close guards, was certainly not weak, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. One move kills a half-step grandmaster in a second. Such strengths were all at least strong at the middle stage of a first-grade grandmaster or above. Even the faces of both Easy King Zhou Chen and King Kong Zhou Qi changed. One must know that within the entire Great Zhou, there weren't many powerhouses above the level of grandmaster. Not to mention the mid-Grand Master stage and above. Which of such strong people was a giant of a party standing at the top of the pyramid? And the sudden and inexplicable appearance of Lu Bu, the emperor's side of the commander of the close guards, was actually a giant of such great strength, which really scared the two princes. We surrender. We surrender. We are willing to go to the 4 northwestern provinces to assist the imperial master in providing disaster relief and calming the people's grievances. King Kong Zhou Qi immediately stood out and shouted, and whispered in the Easy King's ear. Fourth imperial brother, when one is under the roof, one has to bow one's head. The situation at hand, if our brothers hold out any longer, they will be truly given to death. Easy King Zhou Chen sniffed. His face shifted a bit. Without his previous bottom, he could see that if he persisted any longer, Lu Bu would really have no qualms about killing both of their princes. Lu Bu looked at the two princes' somewhat white faces and let out a cold laugh. Do the two princes know that they are afraid now? If I had known, I would not have resisted the order just now. Lu Bu waved his hand. Okay, all stop. In a flash, the forbidden army retreated behind Lu Bu. Those guards of the royal residence also retreated to the side of the two princes and sighed in relief. I'm sure the two princes have nothing to prepare for. My lord will now escort you to the imperial master. Lu Bu glanced at the two princes and said faintly. Chapter 013, The Two Princes. Outside the city of Luoyang, the imperial master Wen Zhong stood on horseback, his dark gray armor shining golden under the hot sun. Not far behind him, 30,000 troops stood in a line, ready with their armor. This 30,000 strong army was one of the most elite Shenwu 12 guards of the Great Zhou. The 12 guards of Shenwu were the capital of the archguard of the divine capital, Luoyang, where the Great Zhou suppressed the world. Each guard had 30,000 men, divided into 2 battalions, north and south, with the 6 guards of the North Battalion in the hands of the imperial master Wen Zhong, while the 6 guards of the South Battalion were in the hands of the great general Wu Jin. Yesterday, at the court, Zhou Chen had already granted permission for the imperial master Wen Zhong to send one of the 12 guards of the Shenwu to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the request of the rebellion. Therefore, today, after the imperial master Wen Zhong got the approval of the relief silver from Zhou Chen, he immediately took the relief silver and went out of the city to organize his army to prepare for the move. Taisher, we've been waiting for more than an hour. The situation in the 4 northwestern provinces is critical, and it's a long way to travel, so a late step may result in unforeseen changes. An official who had followed the imperial master to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief looked at the sky and went up to the imperial master, Wen Zhong, and said. Eunuch Wen Zhong looked away from the magnificent Luoyang city and couldn't take his eyes off. Wait a little longer. The emperor has already sent someone to invite the two princes. The words of the imperial master Wen Zhong had just fallen. 2 of the king's cars were seen traveling from afar, escorted by dozens of forbidden soldiers. The imperial master Wen Zhong immediately withdrew his gaze and said to this official beside him, the 2 princes have arrived. Inform the army to move immediately without delay. Then, Taisher Wenzhong dismounted his horse and greeted him. Old minister has met the two princes. Imperial Master Wenzhong walked up to the two princes' seats and bowed to greet them. Upon hearing this, the two of them, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, hurriedly lifted the cloth curtain and walked out, and said with a courteous face to Elder Master Wenzhong, "Old Elder Master needn't be courteous. Next, the two of us will accompany the Elder Master to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief and quell the civil unrest. If the Elder Master has any commands, just say so. The two of us will surely assist with all our might in following the old Elder Master's commands." Easy King Zhou Chen said with great respect. This old master is 3 dynasties, the mainstay of the great Zhou, holding a golden whip to beat the king, that is, the first emperor to see also have to honor the old master, let alone their 2 sons of the first emperor's princes. Then the old minister will thank the 2 princes first. The imperial master Wenzhong also didn't bully his way out of the situation and said, although he was a veteran of 3 dynasties and had a golden whip to beat the king, he could beat the fainting ruler at the top and the treacherous ministers at the bottom, and his status was honored. But he knew that a king was a king after all, and a minister was a minister after all. There are some bottom lines that can't be touched. Otherwise, holding on to merit and arrogance, even the greatest meritocracy is not far from death. Easy King Zhou Chen laughed. Both are contributing to my great Zhou. Why talk about the word thank you? To say thank you, it's only right for this king to have thanked old imperial master on behalf of great Zhou. Indeed, without the existence of this old Taisher who has been through 3 dynasties, I'm afraid that the sky of the great Zhou would really have collapsed in half. It can be said that the Grand Master, Wenzhong, is the pillar that currently holds up half of the sky of the great Zhou. After Easy King Zhou Chen finished speaking, he looked sideways at Lu Bu. Commander Lu, please escort us out of the city. Your mission is complete. You can go back. Commander Lu wouldn't still want to keep escorting us to the 4 northwestern provinces, right? Easy King Zhou Chen looked at Lu Bu with a sneer. After what just happened in the royal mansion, Easy King Zhou Chen kind of held a grudge against Lu Bu to the extreme. A small commander of the close guards actually really dared to give the order to slaughter the royal residence. It's really good, but whenever there was a chance, this scene he would definitely get back. Lu Bu lightly glanced at the Easy King, and without saying a word, he turned around and returned to Luoyang City with the Forbidden Army. It didn't even care about the Easy King's little grudge. Who is he? Lu Bu? The first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, the god of war who treats the heroes of the world as if they were grass. Other than Zhou Chen, his lord, may I ask who else in the world he could put in his eyes? After Lu Bu left, Taisher Wenzhong and the others also immediately moved towards the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. In the carriage, Easy King Zhou Chen also lost the look of indignation and resignation that he had just had. Instead, he had a profound look on his face. Lu Bu? Lu Fengxian? It's kind of fun. Looks like old 5 still has some cards. The corner of Easy King Zhou Qian's mouth curved up as his eyes twinkled, and I don't know what's going on in my mind. Meanwhile, in the other carriage, King Kong Zhou Qi was also calm, without the slightest hint of the nervousness and fear he had felt before. Ugh. I also don't know whether this trip to the 4 northwestern provinces is a blessing or a curse. I hope I'm overthinking this. King Kong Zhou Qi sighed with a worried expression. Compared to the emperor in the palace who couldn't stay out of his house, these princes of theirs had a clearer view of the current state of affairs in Great Zhou today. The more they saw clearly, the more powerless they felt. It was a deep sense of hopelessness. Yangshin Temple. A crackling sound came from Zhou Chen's body. Then, Zhou Chen's eyes exploded with a brilliant light, and his entire person looked even more solemn and majestic. 9 pints. The cultivation of this heavenly sun sealing technique is really related to the heavenly sun's qi. Zhou Chen felt the feared power coming from his body, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. He didn't expect that just by abolishing Empress Wu Ying's right of the 2 saints' presence in the court and taking down Taifu Yanhua, his heavenly prince's qi let the heavenly prince's sealing art cultivate how fast. It seems that next is find a way to accelerate the collection of imperial power to improve the heavenly prince's qi. At that moment, an inner eunuch bowed and walked in. Your Majesty, Commander Jean he seeks an audience. The inner eunuch reported. Aha! Let him in, Zhou Chen said with a flash of vision. By the decree. The inner eunuch bowed and retreated. A few moments later, an armored golden crane walked in. Last general, see your majesty. When Jin He saw Zhou Chen, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Zhou Chen calmly glanced at Jin He. Get up. How is the Forbidden Army doing? Back to the emperor. Anyone who dares to have objections will be dealt with at the end. A total of 28 people. And the guards in the palace will also all be removed at the end. Jin He stood up and said respectfully. Zhou Chen nodded at his words. Not bad. Look after the Forbidden Army for me in these few days. Strengthen the defenses within the palace, and deal with any dissenters directly, Zhou Chen said in a cold voice. The Forbidden Army is a matter of the entire safety and security within the palace. Zhou Chen did not allow any dissenting voices to appear. The last general obeys the order. Jean he nodded in understanding. Zhou Chen waved his hand, stand down. Golden Crane bowed and retreated. After the Golden Crane left, Zhou Chen's eyes drifted a bit. 28? Of the 30,000 forbidden soldiers, are only 28 of them double-minded? Zhou Chen didn't believe it. Even the inner guards had people reaching halfway in, not to mention the Forbidden Army in the palace. It seems that the rats have smelled danger and are all hiding for the time being. Zhou Chen smiled coldly. Chapter 014, Wei Zhong. Are you looking for death? Zhou Chen knows. Don't look at him now. Abolish the Empress's right of the two saints in the court, and put Tai Fu into the heavenly prison, and also let Jean Crane take charge of the Forbidden Army, and remove the guards in the palace. Everything went so smoothly without the slightest obstacle. A drunken stance, but it's really all a superficial illusion. None of the real root causes of the crisis have been addressed. The ones that are jumping out now are the pawns that are playing front runner. The real big fish are still all lurking. Under the illusion of smoothness, there is an undercurrent of murder. After Jean he left. Not a moment later, Lu Bu returned to the palace to resume his duties. Your Majesty, the two princes have already received the decree and left the city to follow the Imperial Master to the 4 northwestern provinces to assist the Imperial Master in disaster relief. Lu Bu respectfully said, Oh, those two brothers of mine will be so obedient? Not resisting the decree? Zhou Chen asked one more question in surprise. When Lu Bu heard this, he immediately said, at the beginning, the two princes held their illnesses and shirked their duties, and wanted to see the emperor, and indeed wanted to resist the decree. But after Mordecai killed a few people, the two princes realized that it was hard to disobey the holy orders and obediently followed them. Lu Bu said it lightly, but Zhou Chen could hear the bloody flavor in Lu Bu's words. How many people did you kill? I'm afraid it wasn't just a few people I killed. Otherwise, according to the temperament of the two princes, how could they be so easily obedient? However, Zhou Chen had no intention of blaming Lu Bu. These brothers of his, none of them are oil lamps. If they are not allowed to see blood, I'm afraid that they will not really take his words as the emperor in their eyes. Did you personally escort them out of the city? Zhou Chen asked again. Lu Bu immediately said, I personally delivered them to the Taishi's army outside the city before returning. And it was the Imperial Master himself who picked up the two princes when the last general sent them over. By this time, it is estimated that the two princes have already followed the Imperial Master and left outside of Luoyang City. Lupo said in estimation. That's good. Zhou Chen nodded. He was really afraid that these two brothers rely on the identity of the prince and what muffs. As long as it is the great master Wen Zhong personally received, that there is no problem. Perhaps others couldn't suppress the two princes, but the Imperial Master Wen Zhong could. I hope it's not too late. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart. The situation in the 4 northwestern provinces was always the most worrying in Zhou Chen's heart. A week ago 2 of the 4 northwestern provinces fell, so this week has passed, and I still don't know what kind of situation will develop in the 4 northwestern provinces. Now he could only hope that the Imperial Master would be able to rush to the 4 northwestern provinces as soon as possible and take control of the situation. Late night, in a remote cold palace in the Imperial Palace, the two figures sat opposite each other. Wei Zhong, in the middle of the night, you've asked the miscellaneous family to this place. What's the matter? Sharp voices rang out in the quiet cold palace, and one of the figures was the first to speak. Zhao Gao, with your mind you wouldn't be unable to guess the purpose of the miscellaneous family's appointment. Another figure opened his mouth just as pointedly. That's right. These two figures sitting opposite each other were no one else. It was Zhao Gao, the personal eunuch next to the emperor, and Wei Zhong, the chief eunuch next to the empress. Zhao Gao impatiently waved his hand. Humph. The miscellaneous family doesn't have the time to guess your purpose. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. The miscellaneous family doesn't have the time to spend with you here. Although both were eunuchs in the palace, their respective masters were different. This creates a different camp for the two. Looking at Zhao Gao's impatient expression, Wei Zhong said with a look of disbelief, Zhao Gao, since this is the case, then the miscellaneous family can speak straight. This cold palace, you Zhao Gao won't forget it. 12 years ago, a great thing happened in this cold palace, Wei Zhong said with a glance at Zhao Gao if he had any deep meaning. When Zhao Gao heard Wei Zhong's words, his pupils tightened and he stood up all of a sudden. The aura of a half-step grandmaster erupted, directly locking onto Wei Zhong on the opposite side. And he said sternly, Wei Zhong, how did you know about this? Who told you that? How much do you know? Zhao Gao stared deathly at Wei Zhong, the killing intent on his face unconcealed. There is a great readiness for Wei Zhong to directly strike out and destroy his mouth as soon as he says something wrong. When Wei Zhong saw how Zhao Gao reacted greatly, the smile on his face instead grew even thicker. Zhao Gao, There's no need for you to know how the miscellaneous family knows. However, if this matter is exposed, what kind of fate you, Zhao Gao, will have, you should know in your own heart. You don't need to be reminded of that by the miscellaneous family. Wei Zhong smiled sinisterly, not caring about Zhao Gao's murderous eyes. Wei Zhong, you're looking for death, aren't you? Do you believe that no one will know if the miscellaneous family kills you here? Zhao Gao's eyes were filled with killing intent. This matter is the biggest secret in his heart, and it is also a secret that cannot be seen. Once exposed, then he, Zhao Gao, would definitely die without a burial place. Wei Zhong sniffed and shook his head with a disbelieving face. The miscellaneous family doesn't believe it. Let's not talk about the fact that you're on par with the miscellaneous family and can't kill the miscellaneous family at all. Let's say this matter. The miscellaneous family is not the only one who knows about it. The miscellaneous family has asked you to come here. You should be clear that even if the miscellaneous family is dead, there are still people who will know about it. The mongrel will show you something else. Wei Zhong took out a small book and handed it to Zhao Gao. He, Wei Zhong, came to Zhao Gao today, but he was fully prepared. He didn't believe that with these things, he still couldn't take Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao took the small book, opened it and scanned it. The content on it once again made Zhao Gao's heart sink to the bottom. Zhao Gao's face changed for a while before he finally sat down powerlessly. Speak, what do you want with the miscellaneous family? What is within the ability of the miscellaneous family? The miscellaneous family can help, but if it's beyond the ability of the miscellaneous family can't do anything about it, Zhao Gao said in a low voice. He compromised. Under the threat of such a handle, Zhao Gao had no choice. Wei Zhong saw that Zhao Gao had loosened up. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Zhao Gao, don't put on a dead face. Who you are. The miscellaneous family isn't interested, and the miscellaneous family is looking for you today to help you again. As far as the miscellaneous family knows, the emperor gave you a 3-day deadline to look into the previous disaster relief in the 4 northwestern provinces and the matter concerning Zhang Di's poisoning of the emperor. If you can't find out a result, you should know that the emperor won't spare you, Wei Zhong said grimly. Zhao Gao sniffed and laughed coldly. What? You mean you're going to help the miscellaneous family to check it out? Or is it that you already had the answer and knew who was behind both of these things? Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Wei Zhong and said. Wei Zhong shook his head and laughed. This is exactly why the miscellaneous family came to you this time. Chapter 015, All Deserve to Die. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen put down the zhang in his hand and rubbed his brow. Since the abolition of the Empress Wu Ying's right of 2 saints in the court, the right to approve the report has all returned to the hands of Zhou Chen, the emperor. Looking at the pile of zhangji in front of him that was higher than the top of his head, Zhou Chen was a little tired. They say it's good to be an emperor, but when you really sit in this position, you realize how difficult it is. Take these zhangji in front of you. All have to be Zhou Chen, the emperor alone in a very short period of time to approve the finish. It's not an easy thing to do, and it can't come up short. Otherwise, one slip by the emperor could result in the heads of millions of people falling to the ground. Except, of course, for dim-witted kings. And that's just a small portion of the play-by-play. It seems that in the future, we'll have to think of a way to set up an institution that specializes in handling government affairs. Zhou Chen thought in his heart. He didn't want to be pressed by how many zhangs every day and not be able to do anything. It's just a matter of who the candidates are. They have to be signed out of the system. Those people in the courtroom. Except for the imperial master Wen Zhong, Zhou Chen couldn't trust anyone. Your Majesty, Eunuch Zhao wants to see your Majesty. Just then, the inner eunuch walked in and bowed. Zhao Gao. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered. Let him in. 3 days had passed, and he wanted to see if Zhao Gao had found out anything yet. Old slave has met your Majesty. Zhao Gao walked in and immediately knelt down and saluted. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Get up, Zhao Gao. I gave you 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed, where is the result I want? Zhou Chen asked directly. Back to the emperor. This is the result of the old slave's 3 days of checking out. Please have a look at it. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao took out a small folded document and handed it over. Zhou Chen took the small folded document that Zhao Gao handed over, only to see dozens of messages written on it. Zhou Chen swept away with a glance. $3 million of relief silver, out of the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue, with a balance of $2,800,000. After the approval of the government offices, the remaining 2.5 million taels out of Luoyang, Northwest 4 provinces relief silver surface 1 million taels, to the local actual silver 500,000 taels. Zhou Chen looked at this one message on the small fold, and his face was ugly. Yeah, $3 million of relief silver. Just out of the house is missing 200,000 taels. Just out of the hospital entrance is directly missing 500,000 taels. Where did the money go? Couldn't it all have been lost in the process of transportation on the road? Zhou Chen's anger filled his head. especially in the northwestern 4 provinces of the land. The court originally allocated down 1 million of relief silver, but to the local but only left 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels seems to be a lot, but how much can each of the 4 prefectures get if it is to be distributed to the 4 prefectures for disaster relief? Zhou Chen now knew why the situation in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces was so rotten. However, when Zhou Chen saw the remaining few messages, he was even more furious and directly slapped the small folders hard on the imperial table. Northwest 4 provinces court allocated silver relief 1 million taels, to the local actual silver taels 500,000, used to really relief disaster relief less than 100,000 taels. The government office opens a porridge hut in front of the gate for only 2 hours each day, and those who arrive first receive half a bowl of fresh water porridge, those who arrive later do not. The victims gathered at the entrance of the government office and prayed for their lives, and the government office forcibly drove them away and suppressed them, provoking civil unrest. Less than 100,000 taels? In the land of 4 provinces, the real silver used for disaster relief is actually less than 100,000 taels? That is to say, each government does not even have $30,000 of relief silver. What a horrible thing to do. Zhou Chen was furious. You know, the 4 northwestern provinces are the hardest hit areas, and there are still quite a few counties under each province. A mere 100,000 taels of relief silver is probably not enough for even one prefecture. How can it provide relief for the entire 4 northwestern provinces? And the government office only opens 2 hours a day. Kanji pang. First to this to receive half a bowl of water kanji, later are not. What kind of relief is this? If he were Zhou Chen, he would have to kill these dog officials to rebel. Damn. All deserve to die. Zhou Chen clapped his hands and angrily slammed the small folded document onto the dragon case. $1 million of disaster relief silver. In the end, actually only less than 100,000 used for disaster relief. Where's the rest of the relief money? Zhou Chen didn't need to think about it. Thousands of miles to be an official only for money. Dynasties never lack this kind of corrupt officials. Naturally, there was no shortage of great weak, although Zhou Chen had expected it. What he hadn't expected in any way was how big these people's appetites actually were, and how they weren't afraid of bracing themselves to death. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Your Majesty, rest your anger. The palace maids and chamberlains in the Great Hall all knelt down in fear. Even Zhao Gao is no exception. When handing over this little fold, Zhao Gao had already anticipated that the emperor would surely be furious. But I just don't know if the emperor will be furious and raise the butcher's knife at this point in time and make a big effort to thoroughly clear up this matter. Zhao Gao, I ask you, is all this true? Did you find out exactly who has coveted this batch of relief silver? Zhou Chen looked straight at Zhao Gao, anger bubbling up in his eyes. Zhao Gao sniffed and immediately said, back to the emperor. All true. Who exactly are there? The old slave has not yet found out. You didn't find out? Zhou Chen's gaze became sharp, staring at Zhao Gao's heart. It wasn't until Zhao Gao was about to become somewhat unable to bear it that Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze and sat back down on the throne of the dragon chair. It doesn't matter if Zhao Gao really didn't find out, or if he faked not finding out. Zhou Chen knew that none of that mattered. The important thing is that now is not the time to deal with this. Corruption has been a major issue in all dynasties since ancient times, and once it is cleared, it is definitely pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud, which will involve a large number of people. Not a good time at this critical juncture of disaster relief and civil unrest. If you don't get it right, you'll cause internal and external turmoil. Therefore, can only wait for the disaster relief finished, quell the civil unrest of the 4 provinces in the northwest, and then settling scores is not too late. After figuring this out, Zhou Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Zhao Gao and asked again, how is the investigation of Jiangdong's matter going? Any results yet? In Zhao Gao's little fold, Zhou Chen didn't see a single bit of news about Jiangdong's matter. One can't help but wonder in his heart if Zhao Gao really doesn't understand his mind, or if Zhao Gao has something else in mind. Back to your Majesty. Jiangdong's matter has been investigated to a doctor at the Imperial Hospital, but the eunuch killed himself, and the clues are all broken. Zhao Gao said stiffly. Killed yourself? Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed a bit when he heard Zhao Gao's words. Zhao Gao has never been able to find out a single clue behind Jiangde, and now he's found out about one of the Imperial doctors, and the man is missing dead. Is this accidental or man-made? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and looked at Zhao Gao and said, the token I gave you, take it with you. Zhao Gao sniffed and visibly froze for a moment, nodding his head, back to your Majesty. The old slave has always carried it with him. Zhao Gao had some doubts in his heart. Wasn't he asking about Jiangde? Why did he ask about the token all of a sudden? Now, you take that token and go to the Qingfeng Palace to deliver the decree that the Empress has a suspicion about Jiangde, and is grounded to the Qingfeng Palace, and shall not step out of the Qingfeng Palace without a decree. Zhou Chen did not give Zhao Gao time to think and said directly. Chapter 016, Grounding the Green Phoenix Palace. What? Go to Qingfeng Palace to deliver the decree to ground Empress Wu Ying? Zhao Gao's face changed for a moment, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Gao immediately understood Zhou Chen's mind. That is, whether or not the Empress Wu Ying and Zhang De's affair is related or not, that doesn't matter. The important thing was that Zhou Chen wanted Empress Wu Ying to have something to do with Zhang De's matter, then it had to have something to do with it. And mobilize the Forbidden Army to blockade Qingfeng Palace. And no one is allowed to enter or exit Qingfeng Palace at will, except for normal living needs. Zhou Chen glanced at Zhao Gao again and said. Zhao Gao heard this and immediately ambled over and said, Old slave obeys the decree. Zhao Gao's heart fluctuated. He didn't expect that after the matter of Zhang De, how much Zhou Chen, the emperor, would actually change. If it were before, Zhou Chen would never have done this. But now, Zhou Chen was plainly trying to use the issue to target Empress Martial Infant. It seemed that Zhou Chen, the emperor, had truly realized something. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Go pass the decree. Old slave will leave. Zhao Gao got up and withdrew from the Hall of Nurturing Heart, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. If it were someone else who received this decree, I'm afraid they would be terrified and at a loss for words. After all, Empress Wu Ying is not an ordinary person. That is the second saint of the dynasty, ruling half of the Great Zhou, half of the Prince of Heaven. Although this right is now ostensibly abolished, its power still exists, but Zhao Gao won't. As a personal eunuch beside the emperor, Zhao Gao's heart and mind were not comparable to those of ordinary people. It wasn't because Zhao Gao was so loyal to Zhou Chen, but because Zhao Gao knew what he should and shouldn't do. Zhou Chen watched Zhao Gao leave the Hall of Nurturing Heart, his eyes pondering. Zhao Gao as his personal eunuch, followed him for more than 10 years. Is even worse, people are expected to exercise the ability to guess his mind. What's more, Zhao Gao was able to become an existence second only to Zhang De in the inner court, so how could he be a poor character? Zhou Chen didn't believe that Zhao Gao couldn't figure out his mind. However, Zhao Gao was not on board, playing dumb, and going about his business in a moderate manner. And in the end, Zhou Chen had to speak directly and explicitly. Is this fear of being implicated? Or does he have something else in mind? Zhou Chen's fingers tapped on the wooden case, his eyes flickering. Forget it, let's go to the heavenly prison first. Zhou Chen collected his thoughts, took the small folded document that Zhao Gao handed up, and left the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Zhou Chen hadn't dealt with it since Tai Fu Yanhua was sent to the heavenly prison a few days ago. It's time to visit. After all, it's an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor. Green Phoenix Palace. Empress Wu Ying was sitting on the phoenix chair, holding a note in her hand. The contents of the note were all about some daily information about Zhou Chen, the emperor, within the past few days. It could be said that Zhou Chen's every move over the past few days had not escaped Empress Wu Ying's eyes. Empress Wu Ying scanned the contents of the note, and after not finding anything special, she casually put the note aside. Raising her eyes, she looked at the palace maid Wanner who was waiting beside her and said, How is it? Did you find out anything? Back to your highness. His Majesty's body seems to have really healed. Not like a return. Wanner said softly. Empress Wu Ying's brows furrowed together as she sniffed. Just now, from the content of the note, Empress Wu Ying had also seen this. If it was a flashback, Zhou Chen's life couldn't have been how usual these past few days. Besides, it's been a few days, so if it's coming back, it should be showing symptoms. However, Zhou Chen had no symptoms at all. Obviously, it was possible that Zhou Chen's body was truly healed, but Zhou Chen had been weak and sickly since he was a child, and coupled with her dark hands over the past few years, how could Zhou Chen be cured all of a sudden? Empress Wu Ying was puzzled. If Zhou Chen's body really recovered completely, it would not be good news for her, the Empress. In the past, it was because Zhou Chen's health was not good that she was able to take the reins of power in the second sacred progenitor. Now, once Zhou Chen's body really recovered completely, there was no longer a single possibility for her to rejoin the dynasty again, unless something else is thought of. Did you find out anything about Lu Bu and those pawns that suddenly appeared? Empress Wu Ying suppressed her thoughts and asked again. The palace maid Wanner shook her head. No, those people seemed to appear as if out of thin air, unable to find out a single trace. Wainer was also strange. It was reasonable to say that there was basically nothing in the entire palace that could escape their eyes. However, those who guarded Zhou Chen's side were an exception, without a trace of where they came from. This really makes you wonder. Empress Wu Ying's frown tightened when she heard Waner's words. In the past few days, she was aware that there were dozens more of those people around Zhou Chen, but she still couldn't find out a single detail. Did those people really come out of nowhere? Just then, Wei Zhong walked in with a hurried face. Your Highness, it's bad. The Forbidden Army has surrounded our entire Green Phoenix Palace, Wei Zhong said eagerly as he walked in. What? The Forbidden Army has surrounded our entire palace? Empress Wu Ying's face changed and she directly stood up. Before he had time to ask in detail, he saw Zhao Gao walk into Qingfeng Palace with the Forbidden Army, passing on the Emperor's decree that the Empress has a suspicion of the Jiangdong matter. She is grounded in Qingfeng Palace and may not step out of Qingfeng Palace without a decree. Zhao Gao's shrill voice spread throughout the Green Phoenix Palace. When those palace maids and eunuchs in Qingfeng Palace heard Zhao Gao's words, none of them changed their faces drastically. You should know that Jiangdong's poisoning of the Emperor has long been rumored in the palace, and as a result, many people have been arrested. Now, the Empress Dowager was actually involved in this matter. If this is realized, all of them will have to suffer with it. Even the courtesan Wanner and Wei Zhong too were no exception. Their faces had so much more than a big change in fear. They were all close confidants of Empress Wu Ying and naturally knew a lot more than the others. As for Empress Wu Ying, after hearing Zhao Gao's words, she was directly furious. How dare you, Zhao Gao? You dare to falsely pass on an imperial decree and slander this palace. Empress Wu Ying coldly looked straight at Zhao Gao, the Empress's majestic aura on full display. The aura of a second-grade minor grandmaster erupted, directly forcing it towards Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao sniffed. A cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and immediately took out the imperial gold medal and said, Your Highness, this is the Emperor's decree, and the miscellaneous family is only conveying the Emperor's oracles, so please don't be angry with Your Highness. Zhao Gao was really afraid that Empress Wu Ying would strike out at him in a fit of rage, regardless of anything. Although his strength was not inferior to Empress Wu Ying, Empress Wu Ying's identity was there. He couldn't fight Empress Wu Ying. If that's the case, then he, Zhao Gao, is probably not far from death. Seeing the imperial gold medal on Zhao Master, Empress Wu Ying's eyes flickered for a moment. The anger on his face didn't diminish at all. Though, 017 chapter it seems that I have come this trip for nothing. The Emperor's will? This palace doesn't believe the Emperor would give such an order. This palace wants to see the Emperor. This palace would like to see who is behind framing this palace. If you can't come up with ironclad solid evidence, don't blame this palace for being impolite. Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhao Gao with a fierce look on her face. Empress Wu Ying of course knew that this was the Emperor's intention. Otherwise, with Zhao Gao as a small eunuch, even if he were given the greatest guts, he would not dare to falsely transmit such an imperial decree. But, even if it's the Emperor's intention, he has to come up with full proof. You should know that her Empress Wu Ying is not an ordinary person. She is a motherly empress. If she, the motherly empress, could be imprisoned so easily with a simple oracle, that's too much child's play. Your Highness, don't make things difficult for the miscellaneous family. Right now the entire Qingfeng Palace is blocked off by Commander Jin He with the Forbidden Army. You won't be able to get out. Zhao Gao bitterly hinted at Empress Wu Ying if he had a point. He didn't want to offend this powerful empress, but he also didn't dare to disobey Zhou Chen, the emperor. Since Zhou Chen had said that he would ground Empress Wu Ying and blockade Qingfeng Palace, if he were to go and send a message to Empress Wu Ying, wouldn't he be looking for pain himself? Empress Wu Ying also heard Zhao Gao's meaning. Who's Kim Crane? That's a hardliner who only recognizes the royal order and nothing else. With such a person blockading Qingfeng Palace, without an imperial order, not to mention him as the empress, it was probably useless even for the Empress Dowager. Wei Zhong, who was next to him, reacted and stepped forward and immediately pulled Zhao Gao to the side, whispering, Zhao Gao, what the hell is going on? Haven't we all discussed this? How did such a change of heart suddenly occur all of a sudden? Wei Zhong looked at Zhao Gao with a mischievous face. They had met in secret earlier, something that had clearly been discussed, and now there's this big change of heart all of a sudden. Wei Zhong had to wonder if this was Zhao Gao's secret trick. Zhao Gao shook his head. The miscellaneous family doesn't know what's going on. This is a sudden order from the Emperor. It has nothing to do with the miscellaneous family. The Emperor's decree has been transmitted to the miscellaneous family, so the miscellaneous family will leave first. After Zhao Gao said this, he left the Qingfeng Palace in a hurry. His task of delivering the decree had been accomplished, so the rest was the Forbidden Army's business, and it had nothing to do with him in the least. If the Empress wants to see the Emperor, go to that Golden Crane commander. He, Zhao Gao, is not involved in these troubles. After Zhao Gao left, Empress Wu Ying looked directly at Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong, what happened? What did Zhao Gao say? As Empress, Wu Ying was not in a good position to carefully interrogate Zhao Gao about anything, but Wei Zhong and Zhao Gao had secretly met, and it was just the right time to ask for something in private. Your Highness, Zhao Gao, he doesn't know anything either. He only said that this was a sudden order from the Emperor. Wei Zhong bowed and said, is that right? Empress Wu Ying's eyes narrowed as she resumed her seat on the phoenix chair. The anger on his face had long since disappeared, and all that was there was calm contemplation. When she just heard such a decree, she was indeed furious, but there was more calmness in her heart. For people in high positions like them, anger is only on the surface. composure is on the inside. She didn't believe all of Zhao Gao's words, but she didn't completely disbelieve them either. Obviously, Zhou Chen, the emperor, was using her, the empress, as the first suspect for the person behind Jiangdong. Most importantly, Zhou Chen wanted to use this incident to weaken or remove her power as the empress. It's just that there's no full proof right now. I'm afraid that if there was full proof, it wouldn't be as simple as imprisonment and blockade. Thinking of this, Empress Wu Ying looked at the palace maid Wanner next to her. Wanner, find a chance to take a trip out of the palace and let the great general and the others deal with it. Since Zhou Chen had made a move, there was no reason for her martial infant not to receive it. Wanting to remove her Wu Ying's power, she, Wu Ying, would not sit still. Yes, Your Highness. Wan Er bowed. Empress Wu Ying looked at Wei Zhong again. Wei Zhong, I'll leave the matters within the palace to you. It's better for the emperor to lie down on his couch. Although Empress Wu Ying did not say it explicitly, Wei Zhong already understood Empress Wu Ying's meaning. Your Highness, don't worry. Slave saved. A brilliant light flashed in Wei Zhong's eyes. Don't look at the fact that this palace was ostensibly controlled by Zhou Chen, the emperor, but in reality, Empress Wu Ying's power was very large within the palace. Take the Forbidden Army as an example. Even if the Golden Crane is switched again, it is still a change of soup, and the influence of Empress Wu Ying in the Forbidden Army is still great. It was simply impossible to completely blockade the Green Phoenix Palace. Empress Wu Ying nodded. Go tell the forbidden soldiers outside that this palace wants to see the emperor. An oracle is about to enter to imprison her as the empress. If she, the empress, doesn't have a little reaction, that's not saying much. Empress Wu Ying knew that Zhou Chen would not see her at this time, but she still had to let Zhou Chen know through the Forbidden Army that she, the empress, wanted to see him. Heavenly Jail, the place where felons are held in the Great Zhou. None of the characters that can be held here are simple. In a cell, Zhou Chen looked at Tai Fu Yanhua, who was kneeling in front of him, and said in a cold voice, "This is what I let the inner guards check, so take a look for yourself." Zhou Chen flung the small folded document that Zhao Gao had found out about the records in his hand at Tai Fu Yanhua. Tai Fu Yanhua picked up the small folded document and opened it to scan it. The content on it didn't make much of a difference to Tai Fu Yanhua's face. Obviously, Tai Fu Yanhua had been clear about all this in his heart for a long time. The old minister is guilty. After reading the contents of the small folded document, Tai Fu Yanhua crouched down and said. Zhou Chen looked in his eyes, and his face was instantly furious. I came to the heavenly prison not to hear you guilty of this sentence. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Zhou Chen was burning with rage in his heart. He believed that Tai Fu Yanhua should understand what he, the emperor, wanted to hear. But Tai Fu Yanhua still used the words guilty to put him off, taking him for what he was as an emperor. Tai Fu Yanhua was silent. Of course he understood what Zhou Chen wanted to hear, but he couldn't say it, nor did he dare to say it. It's a one-shot deal. As an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, he wasn't exactly a loyal minister, but he didn't want to see the court in turmoil either. Maybe that's what they call the big picture. It seems that I have come on this trip for nothing. Seeing that Tai Fu Yanhua was just silent, still not intending to open his mouth, a hint of coldness flashed across Zhou Chen's eyes. Without saying anything more, he directly turned around and walked out of the heavenly prison. Like Tai Fu Yanhua, an important minister of the auxiliary state who didn't know how many storms he had gone through, if he ironically didn't intend to open his mouth, there was no way out in any case. This kind of old fox has seen through the world and human nature. They know the pros and cons, are aware of the situation, and want to open up gaps from such people, unless they want to. Otherwise, no solution. Chapter 018, I'm sorry I didn't disturb the emperor. Yangxin Temple. After Zhou Chen left the heavenly prison, he went back to the palace of Nurturing Heart with a gloomy face. Auxiliary minister? Bull asterisk auxiliary minister. With only self-interest in his eyes, and no jiangshan or grain. What kind of auxiliary minister does such a person count as? Zhou Chen sat down on the dragon chair with a grunt of anger and kept cursing Tai Fu Yanhua in his heart. Originally, he thought that an auxiliary minister like Tai Fu Yanhua, even if he was keen on the struggle for power, but in the face of major events and rights and wrongs, he was still able to distinguish between the important and the important. But now it seemed that it was Zhou Chen who had thought wrong. From the moment Tai Fu Yanhua saw that Zhao Gao's face did not change in the slightest on that small fold, Zhou Chen knew that Tai Fu Yanhua was not blinded by the people below. Rather, Tai Fu Yanhua's heart was like a mirror, knowing this better than anyone else. Perhaps Tai Fu Yanhua was one of those people. This shows how black the hearts of these people are. Depending on the people's life and death is nothing. Even the disaster relief silver dare to eat everything. How ridiculous it is for people like this to sit high above the temple and still become important ministers of the imperial court. Just wait. When I'm ready, I'll clean up all of you assholes. A cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes as he picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip of the clear tea. Just as he was about to put down his teacup, he saw a chamberlain eunuch rushing in. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is here." The inner eunuch bowed as he walked in. "Mother?" Zhou Chen was slightly stunned, and for a moment, he was a bit lost in thought. Since Zhou Chen woke up, but has been hiding not to go to Xiang Palace to see this mother. It wasn't that Zhou Chen didn't want to, but there was such a twinge in Zhou Chen's heart that he didn't know how to face this Empress Dowager. After all, Zhou Chen's soul had changed and was no longer the same Zhou Chen from before. "I thought I could hide for a while, but now it seems I can't. It's time to face it." However, in Zhou Chen's memories, Zhou Chen clearly remembered that this mother and his mother didn't seem to have a very close relationship. Who called Zhou Chen, who had been weak and sickly since childhood, the most mediocre of the several imperial sons. Zhou Chen being able to sit in the position of emperor was honestly something that many people had not expected. On the contrary, this mother's mother was very doting on Zhou Chen's ninth brother Zhou Ji, who was born from the same mother. Because Zhou Ji's all aspects are stronger than his royal brother of the same mother, especially the talent in martial arts, can be ranked in the top 3 among several royal sons. As a result, it was Zhou Chen, the most mediocre 5th prince, who finally ascended this dragon chair. Zhou Chen came back to his senses, put down his teacup, and directly got up to welcome him out. No matter what, this Empress Dowager was Zhou Chen's mother. Since he had taken over his predecessor's empire, he had to take over everything about him. When Zhou Chen was about to walk out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart, the Empress Dowager had already walked in face to face. "Mother." Zhou Chen saw the Empress Dowager walk in and immediately greeted her. "I'm sorry I didn't disturb the Emperor." The Empress Dowager looked at the welcoming Zhou Chen and said with an apologetic face. Zhou Chen shook his head. "What did the Queen Mother say?" "If the Queen Mother wants to see me, pass the word at Xiang Palace, and I will immediately rush there once I know about it." Zhou Chen welcomed the Empress Dowager into the Hall of Nourishing Heart. "Morning family knows that His Majesty is busy these days. I heard that His Majesty's dragon body is much better, so I came over to take a look." The Empress Dowager's tone revealed a hint of complaint. Zhou Chen's body recovered, but he didn't go to Xiang Palace for a few days to see her. The Empress Dowager. It's a wonder that the Empress Dowager doesn't have some complaints in her heart. "It's because I've been so busy these past few days that I've let the Empress Mother remember." Zhou Chen smiled, and how could he not hear the Empress Dowager's complaints in her tone? The inner eunuchs next to them moved 2 pair chairs, and Zhou Chen and the Empress Dowager duo sat down one after the other. Only then did Zhou Chen take a closer look at the graceful woman in front of him. The Empress Dowager was Zhou Chen's birth mother. It's just that the Empress Dowager's origins are, well, a little bad. The Empress Dowager was not like other concubines, who came from powerful families or were chosen by the people. The Empress Dowager's true origins were as a courtesan, from a small, downtrodden family. Back then, the late emperor was so flirtatious that he didn't know how many courtesans he had favored in the palace, and the Empress Dowager was one of them. Later, the Empress Dowager, with her superior means, stood out among the many courtesans, and step by step, she killed her way to the throne. This matter, at the time, caused quite a storm in the harem. Even the ministers of the court were out to dissuade the late emperor at that time. But in the end, it didn't stop the Empress Dowager, a courtesan, from rising to the top. From then on, there was one more consort among the harem with extraordinary means. After the Empress Dowager sat down and saw Zhou Chen say this, the bit of grudge in her heart dissipated immediately. Looking at Zhou Chen's complexion, which was indeed much better than before, his mouth nagged, "Your Majesty has been busy these past few days. I am aware of that. But if you are busy again, you must also pay attention to the dragon body. Your Majesty's dragon body has just recovered. You still need to take more rests and breaks appropriately. I have prepared dragon and phoenix soup for the Emperor. This is made by my own hands. It is most nourishing. Later on the Emperor should remember to finish it." Zhou Chen listened silently without the slightest bit of impatience. In the whole world, I'm afraid that only the Empress Dowager is genuinely concerned about him. Even if the Empress Dowager had not been that close to Zhou Chen before, mother and son, after all, were mother and son, something that nothing could ever sever or replace. Your Majesty should be careful to watch out for those ministers when dealing with court matters. They are, at times, not as loyal as they appear. And the people around you, you should also pay more attention. In this deep palace, there is no what if, only the result. The Empress Dowager said here, seemed to remember something. A trace of nostalgia spread on her face. Back then, if she hadn't been lucky enough to find out that something was wrong with the people around her, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have her position of honor as Empress Dowager today. Even if the late emperor favored her again, the complexity of the harem was no worse than the swords and shadows on the battlefield. Failure, that would also mean falling out of favor. As a result, no one needs to be told. Everyone understands. What's more, the late emperor was a flirt, and there were so many women around him that favors were never set in stone. No one is irreplaceable in the late emperor's heart. What mother said, I have remembered. A trace of inexplicable color flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes as he nodded. The Empress Dowager smiled. Your Majesty, just don't blame me for nagging you. Zhou Chen shook his head and said, how could it be? Since I ascended to the throne, my body has not been well, and I have experienced less things in the dynasty, so with Mother's Queen's mentioning it, I will be able to take less detours. After the Empress Dowager chatted with Zhou Chen for a few more moments, she called for the dragon and phoenix soup she had brought to be handed over to the chamberlain beside Zhou Chen before getting up and exiting the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Zhou Chen also got up and personally sent the Empress Dowager to the entrance of the Hall of Nourishing Hearts, and watched the Empress Dowager leave. The Empress Dowager came suddenly. The departure was also sudden. Zhou Chen looked at the Empress Dowager's back as she left and returned to the Hall of Nurturing Heart with a frown. Chapter 019, Establishment of the East Chamber. After Zhou Chen returned to the Palace of Nurturing Heart, he sat on the dragon chair and closed his eyes in deep thought. In his mind, he kept recalling the words that the Empress Dowager had just said, and every single word Zhou Chen didn't spare, pondering over them in detail. It wasn't that Zhou Chen was overly concerned, but Zhou Chen didn't believe that the Empress Dowager had come to the Hall of Nourishing Hearts to simply take a look at him and give him a bowl of dragon and phoenix soup as simple as that. Those words of the Empress Dowager just now, revealing the meaning, were obviously more in the purpose of reminding, which had to make Zhou Chen cautious. Now, Zhou Chen had abolished the Empress's right of the two saints' presence in the court, and had grounded Empress Wu Ying in the Qingfeng Palace, as well as sent Imperial Master Yan Hua to the heavenly prison. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what the purpose of Zhou Chen's series of moves was. The Empress Dowager has lived in a deep palace for a long time, but that doesn't mean she is deaf and blind. Counting, the Empress Dowager also belongs to the party of foreign relatives. Zhou Chen's fingers regularly tapped on the wooden case, his eyes slightly closed, his brows slightly furrowed at times and slackened at others. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen's fingers tapping on the wooden case came to an abrupt end, and Zhou Chen opened his eyes, flashing a brilliant light. The sidekick? Zhou Chen grasped the point. When the Empress Dowager said this just now, her tone was obviously much heavier than the others. Could this be the Empress Dowager's way of reminding him that something is wrong with the people around him? However, the people around Zhou Chen right now, aside from a few inner eunuchs and palace maids, were the parallel wolf riders and Lu Bu, and, of course, a somewhat skeptical Zhao Gao. Could the Empress Dowager be referring to Zhao Gao? Zhou Chen's eyebrows raised and his eyes narrowed. If Zhao Gao has problems, then Zhao Gao's harm can be no worse than Jiangda's. It is important to realize that in addition to being the number 2 man in the inner court, Zhao Gao is also in charge of the inner guards of the Great Zhou. Even if the Great Zhou inner guards existed in name only anymore, they still had no small amount of killing power. Alas, there is still a shortage. Zhou Chen sighed. No matter who the Empress Dowager reminded him that there was a problem around him, Zhou Chen was not surprised. The only thing that made Zhou Chen helpless was the lack of people around him, the lack of people who were loyal to do the job. Zhou Chen had no one available beside him that he dared to be assured of, except for one Lu Bu. But Lu Bu was a military general. He was good at commanding troops and charging into battle. Wouldn't it be hard on him if you asked him to do these shady or calculating things? In theory, Zhou Chen, as the emperor, only needed a decree, and that manpower was as much as he wanted. But Zhou Chen didn't dare to use it. Even the personal eunuch who had followed him for more than a decade could betray him, let alone enable a newcomer. If there were people who were loyal to the job, Zhou Chen would have already replaced Zhao Gao, cleaned out the inner guards, and re-established his eyes and ears. Hopefully the system will sign up one of these characters soon so he won't have to tie his hands. Zhou Chen thought darkly in his heart. He was now a skillful woman. With only one Lu Bu at his side, he could only fixate on himself and could do nothing. But, speaking of which, Zhou Chen did remember that he hadn't signed in yet today. A few days before that, the daily check-in came out with the parallel wolf riders. Guess, today is no exception. Sign in. Zhou Chen mumbled in his heart. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Chao Xingchuan's allegiance. Chou Yangchun? Zhou Chen froze, thinking he had heard wrong. You know, the previous days could have been signing out just 1 or 2 dozen parallel wolf riders. Zhou Chen thought that today would remain the same, but he didn't expect that he would sign a man of honor. It was really a surprise that came too suddenly, causing Zhou Chen to be a bit stunned for a while. Who is Chao Zhangchun? That was the East Chamber governor in the world's first world. Although Chao Zhangchun is a eunuch, but a Big Dipper child kung fu no one can block. Even in the world's first world, it is enough to rank into the top 3, second only to the Iron Guts Divine Marquis and under the ancient Santong. The strength of the extremely powerful, Unfortunately, Cao Zhengchun was unable to resist the Iron Bold Divine Constabulary's star-absorbing technique in the end, and was defeated by the Iron Bold Divine Constabulary's hands. Of course, that didn't mean that Cao Zhengchun was inferior to the Divine Constabulary of Iron Guts. To be honest, in Zhou Chen's opinion, other than force, Cao Zhengchun was stronger than the Divine Constabulary of Iron Guts in every other aspect. In particular, Cao Zhengchun supervised the East Chamber's art of power and strategy, and the ability to lead the East Chamber can be said to be unrivaled. This was exactly what Zhou Chen needed most right now. Old slave, Cao Zhengchun, meet your majesty. A figure appeared and knelt in front of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen sized up Cao Zhengchun, who looked the same as he did in the world's first world, making people think that he was a villain at first glance. It had to be said that Cao Zhengchun and Lu Bu gave Zhou Chen a completely different feeling. If Lu Bu gave Zhou Chen the feeling of being wild, domineering, and untamed, then Cao Zhengchun gave Zhou Chen the feeling of a smiling tiger, a viper, vicious, and venomous. These dark words, one is upright and untutored, the other is dark and venomous. It can be said that they complement each other. At the same time, Cao Zhengchun's basic information also appeared in Zhou Chen's visual eye. Characters, Cao Zhengchun. Cultivation, half-step celestial. Kung Fu, Big Dipper's child's Kung Fu. Weapon, Big Dipper whisk. Talent, Shadow Spy. Evaluation, East Factory Governor. A person vicious and venomous. In order to achieve the goal by all means, pandering to the top and bullying the bottom. Looking at Cao Zhengchun's comment, Zhou Chen was not much surprised. No matter if Cao Zhengchun was vicious or not, or if he would not stop at anything to achieve his goal, as long as he was completely loyal to him. Get up! Zhou Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. After 1,000 expectations, he finally expected another master of the people, and it was what Zhou Chen needed most at the moment. It was really a timely reign. With the presence of Cao Zhengchun, the governor of the East Chamber, then Zhao Gao and the already rotten to the core inner guards could disappear. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun's voice was extremely feminine as he stood up and stood respectfully to the side. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun and said, Cao Zhengchun, I am going to set up the East Factory, and you will supervise the East Factory and serve as the first East Factory governor. And the duty of the East Chamber is to spy on the ministers and patrol the world. What the ministers do and what they plot in their hearts, I shall know. And what the various officials of the world do, and what the border generals do, I shall also know. Even the local magnates, the gatekeepers, everything that blows in the wind, I want to know. I don't want to see again. There is something I don't know. I give you the right. I don't look at the process. I only look at the result. This is your old job. These requirements, can you do it? Zhou Chen looked straight at Cao Zhengchun and said, the old slave will not let your majesty down. Cao Zhengchun's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he said in a feminine manner, this was his old job, and nothing could be more skillful than this. Then I will see what happens. Zhou Chen was also eager to see what kind of light it would be when the East Chamber appeared in this part of the Great Zhou. Whether or not they can still run the world and be feared as they did in their previous life. Chapter 020 Tai Fu Yanhua is dead? Cao Zhengchun received the decree, then left the Yangxin Hall, went to prepare for the East Factory to seize the matter of smuggling to go. Before leaving, Zhou Chen bestowed an imperial gold medal and a blank imperial decree. Anyone who dares to block the preparations of the East Chamber, Cao Zhengchun can take people directly with the imperial gold medal or a blank imperial decree. This also included Great General Wu Jin, Prime Minister Yuan Bo, and other such important court auxiliaries. It could be said that if Cao Zhengchun was willing, it was now permissible to just take down Prime Minister Yuan Bo or Great General Wu Jin, the auxiliary ministers. Of course, Cao Zhengchun would never do that. This power, already comparable to imperial power, is not insignificant. Emperors of all dynasties, even if they trusted a person again, would not easily bestow such heavy power. Even the heavenly family's father and son. If it wasn't for the fact that Cao Zhengchun was signed out of the system and was absolutely loyal to Zhou Chen wouldn't have bestowed Cao Zhengchun with such heavy power. Zhou Chen is not afraid of Cao Zhengchun's use of power for personal gain. He is afraid of Cao Zhengchun's inability to let go of his hands and feet. And his hands are tied. Now that he's given the rights and he's given the stage, it's up to Cao Zhengchun to see how far he can go. With the turn of events of the Northwest Four Prefectures rebellion, Zhou Chen already knew that he, the emperor of the Great Zhou, had gradually lost control of the Great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Therefore, Zhou Chen had to understand the situation of all parties in the shortest possible time again and take control of the dynasty so that he could prepare for his next plan. And none of this is possible without the violent institution of the East Chamber. Day 2. Zhou Chen was in the middle of reviewing the Jiangji, when he saw Lu Bu walk in with a grave face. Your Majesty, the people from the heavenly prison have just sent word that Imperial Master Yanhua is dead, Lu Bu said with a report. What? Zhou Chen lifted his head for a second. Say that again? What happened to Tai Fu Yanhua? Zhou Chen somewhat couldn't believe his ears, thinking that he had heard wrong. Your Majesty, the people from the heavenly prison have just sent word that Tai Fu Yanhua is dead. He was poisoned to death last night. Lu Bu said it again. This time, Zhou Chen heard clearly and was certain that he hadn't heard wrong. Tai Fu Yanhua is dead. Died in the heavenly prison. Still poisoned. How is that possible? Zhou Chen had a look of disbelief on his face. It was only yesterday that Zhou Chen had just gone to the heavenly prison to meet Tai Fu Yanhua, and this died after one night. How could this not shock Zhou Chen? What shocked Zhou Chen even more was that someone actually dared to poison Tai Fu Yanhua in the heavenly prison. Who did this? Who had the audacity to poison Tai Fu Yanhua, an auxiliary minister, in the heavenly prison? Zhou Chen's face was ugly. Although Zhou Chen very much wished for the death of a powerful official like Tai Fu Yanhua, he only thought about it and didn't dare to really kill him easily. After all, Tai Fu Yanhua was not an ordinary person. He was an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, the pillar of the court's important ministers. If Zhou Chen really laid his hands on Tai Fu Yanhua, he would carry a reputation of executing old ministers and disallowing them. By that time, all the important ministers of the court will be in danger, and the impact will never be as simple as reputation, but will also include other political implications. But now, Tai Fu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. Zhou Chen was able to imagine that once this matter was spread out, it would definitely cause a not-so-small storm. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's face changed as he thought of something. Damn it, being counted. Zhou Chen slammed his palm fiercely on the wooden case, his face grim. Yesterday, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had just gone to the heavenly prison to meet Tai Fu Yanhua, and at night, Tai Fu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. What does this say to an outsider? It shows that Tai Fu Yanhua was given to death by Zhou Chen, the emperor, with a cup of poisoned wine. Tai Fu Yanhua belonged to the empress's party, and Zhou Chen in the past few days had first abolished Empress Wu Ying's right of the second sage's presence in the court, and then grounded Empress Wu Ying, and also took the opportunity to put Tai Fu Yanhua in the heavenly prison. This was clearly Zhou Chen dealing with the empress party. Now, after Tai Fu Yanhua met with Zhou Chen, the emperor, he was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison, which, in everyone's opinion, was not done by Zhou Chen, the emperor. Who else could have done it? A cup of poisoned wine was given to the auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor. The reason, ostensibly, was simply for a minor offense of poor disaster relief. How would this make those civil and military officials in the courtroom view Zhou Chen as an emperor? How should those loyal veterans who had always been loyal to Great Zhou view Zhou Chen as an emperor? Zhou Chen didn't dare to think any further. This plan had pushed Zhou Chen, the emperor, to the opposite side of all the civil and military officials, or a plan to kill many birds with one stone. What a ruthless calculation. Zhou Chen shuddered a little just thinking about it, and immediately rushed at Lu Bu, immediately blocked the news. Never let the news of Tai Fu Yanhua being poisoned to death in the heavenly prison get out. Right now, the only thing Zhou Chen could do was to block the news as much as possible, not letting the news of Tai Fu Yanhua's death in the heavenly prison get out. Then, figure out how to deal with it. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the news has already spread and it can't be blocked, Lu Bu said with a frown. Last night, Tai Fu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. How long? The news is expected to have long spread. The blockade is just a useless exercise. When Zhou Chen heard this, his face was even more gloomy and scary. He stood up, took a few steps back and forth, looked up at Lu Bu and said, "Go and call Zhao Gao and Jin He to me." Since the news could no longer be blocked, the only way to find out was to first find out exactly how Tai Fu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison is a very important place. Not only were there forbidden guards, but there were also masters of the inner guards sitting around. Zhou Chen would like to know who was able to poison Tai Fu Yanhua silently under such heavy guard. The great general's residence. Great General Wu Jin sat on the main seat with an ugly face, and below him on the left and right side sat a dozen court officials in turn. Each one of them has a significant position in the court, and their power is not small. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was gloomy, and everyone's face looked bad. Great General Wu Jin swept a glance at the crowd and said with a deep color, "I don't think I need to say more. All of you already know about what happened in the palace. The Empress has been imprisoned in the Qingfeng Palace on a trumped-up charge for no reason, and is not allowed to step out of the palace without a decree. Last night, Tai Fu died again in the heavenly prison, and was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. And before that, the Emperor personally went to the heavenly prison to see Tai Fu. As soon as the Emperor left in the front foot, the Tai Fu was poisoned to death in the evening. As a subject, I shouldn't have suspected anything more, but Tai Fu is an auxiliary minister left behind by the late Emperor, a pillar of the court, and has served Great Zhou diligently all his life. Even if there is no merit, There is still hard work, but in the end, Taifu was sent to the heavenly prison for a poor relief effort, not to mention, now Taifu was even inexplicably poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. My great Zhou's auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor was actually poisoned to death in the heavenly prison? How absurd is this? Great General Wu Jin growled with an angry face. Chapter 021 What do I need you for? Great General Wu Jin was only so angry. And not just because Taifu Yanhua was one of those belonging to their cohort. Even more so because Taifu Yanhua was considered half of Great General Wu Jin's guide. It can be said, Tu Fu Yanhua for the Great General. Not only is the crony so simple, or also a teacher and friend of half of the benefactor seniors. With such a relationship, how could Great General Wu Jin not be angry when Taifu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison? The dozen or so officials sitting on the left and right below also had a hard look on their faces after hearing the words of Great General Wu Jin. Among them, some of them were the real disciples of Taifu Yanhua. Indeed ridiculous, Taifu adults, but the late emperor left the auxiliary minister, have merit in the country. Even if this time the northwest four provinces of the matter of disaster relief is not effective, but also the crime is not to this right. This matter can't be just let go. One of the officials who served in the Ministry of Mandarins said with a furious face. This official was a disciple of Taifu Yanhua, who was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. As a disciple of Taifu Yanhua, he had to be the first to come forward and make a statement. That's right, this matter can't just be left alone. Lord Taifu's life has been meritorious to the countryside. He can't just die in the heavenly prison in an unexplained manner. There has to be an explanation. Yes, there must be an explanation. Otherwise, how are we court officials going to live with ourselves in the future? Immediately following, one by one, the officials stood out in agitation. They all see it very clearly. First the queen was abolished the right to be grounded, and then the Taifu was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. This is the one in the palace to deal with them as an interest group body. If they, the people, don't react a little, then the results that await them can be imagined. Everyone's gazes went to the great General Wu Jin, who was on the main seat. Now that Lord Taifu had been poisoned to death in the heavenly prison, then the only leader left for them all was this great general. It is still up to this great general to decide how to respond. Great General Wu Jin listened to the agitated words of these officials and said with a deep voice, since all of you are of this mind, then go down and get ready. Later on, we will go into the palace together to face the saint. Some things don't need to be said too bluntly, but these officials present were all veterans in the official world, and they all understood what Great General Wu Jin meant. Patriarchate. The Yamen of Great Zhou in charge of the royal relatives. Any royal relatives who committed a crime or did something out of the ordinary would be handed over to the sovereign's office. At this moment, the sovereign of the Patriarchate, the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, was walking back and forth with an anxious face, his brows compacted and his face indescribably heavy. The emperor, what the hell was he thinking? Taifu is an important court official, an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, with deep roots in the court. Doesn't your majesty know what the consequences will be if you do this in such a hurry? Still too tender. How is this going to end? 8th sage King Zhou Xian had a worried look on his face. Originally, before Zhou Chen abolished the empress's right to the two saints in the dynasty, and took the opportunity to put the imperial master Yanhua into the heavenly prison, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian thought that the great Zhou was saved. Zhou Chen, the emperor, finally came to his senses and began to understand how to be an emperor. But now it seemed that Zhou Chen, the emperor, was still too eager and too young. Once Taifu dies, the court will be in turmoil. At this critical juncture, when the imperial master went out to provide disaster relief and quell the rebellion, once something changed in the courtroom, who could suppress it? Unless the Taisher can come back immediately. But is it possible? No. This king has to make a trip to the palace. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian muttered, immediately packed up and ran to the palace. Green Phoenix Palace. Empress Wuing also received the news that Taifu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. How dare he? The Taifu was an important minister of the auxiliary state left behind by the late emperor, a pillar of the court, and his prestige in the court is victorious. How could he dare to let the Taifu be poisoned to death in the heavenly prison? Does he really want to remove the forces of this palace without any regard for anything? Empress Wu Ying remained in anger, while the outside was in turmoil because of the news that Taifu Yanhua had been poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. In the palace of Nourishing Heart, it was equally unsettled. Zhou Chen looked at the kneeling duo of Zhao Gao and Jin He with a gloomy face and said angrily, is this how you do your work for me and guard the palace? One of you is in charge of the Forbidden Army. One of you is in charge of the inner guards. I gave you great power to guard the palace and defend against the curfew, but as a result, Taifu was inexplicably poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. What are you doing for food? By now, you all can't find out a single useful clue. What use do I have for you? Is it true that someday, I will also be poisoned to death here in the Hall of Nurturing Heart? In the Hall of Nurturing Heart, the sound of Zhou Chen's angry roar kept coming. Zhou Chen was only so angry, not just because Taifu Yanhua had been poisoned to death in the heavenly jail, but also because there were actually people who could treat the heavenly jail as if it was nothing, and easily poisoned an important court official under the many tightly guarded defenses. Is this bullying Zhou Chen, the emperor? Or are you provoking the royal authority? How could such a guard put Zhou Chen at ease? Zhao Gao and Jin He both crouched their heads on the ground, not daring to breathe a single breath. Cold sweat broke out on their heads as they could feel the piercingly cold gaze and anger from Zhou Chen, the emperor. The fact that Taifu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison was indeed not a small matter. One could even say that it's basically stabbed the sky. Zhao Gao and Jin He both knew the prestige of Taifu Yanhua in the court. That was not just as simple as the auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor. Now that Taifu Yanhua was dead, they were able to imagine what kind of situation would follow. Check. Give me a good check. I would like to see what kind of person dares to have the audacity to treat the heavenly prison as if it were nothing, and poison Taifu to death in the heavenly prison. Zhou Chen said in a cold voice, the killing intent in his tone unconcealed. This time, I will let others to investigate. You two will assist with all your might, and those who dare to be shady will die. Old slave. The last general understands. Zhao Gao and Jin He both winced at the words and immediately crouched down. At this time, Zhao Gao and Jin He understood more than anyone else in their hearts that if they dared to go against the grain, it was absolutely no different from seeking death. What's more, this hot potato couldn't be better left to someone else to look into. The two of them, Zhao Gao and Jin He, were begging for it. Who is not clear in his heart? The person who dares to poison Taifu in the heavenly prison. That is certainly not an ordinary person. Find out. That's trouble too. If you can't find out, you are even more incompetent and have to be questioned. The two of them couldn't wait to get away from this kind of trouble. Chao Zhangchun. Zhou Chen's words fell. The old slave is in. Chao Zhangchun's figure then silently appeared in the grand hall and knelt in front of Zhou Chen. The two of them, Zhao Gao and Jin He, who were next to him, saw Chao Zhangchun, who had silently appeared in the great hall, and their faces were frozen. Stealing a glance at Chao Zhangchun, if they hadn't guessed wrongly, this Chao Zhangchun should be the other person the emperor had just spoken of who was responsible for investigating the matter of Taifu Yanhua being poisoned and killed in the heavenly prison. 022 Chapter 100 Officials breaking into the palace. After Zhao Gao and Jin He sneaked a glance at Chao Zhangchun, there was some indescribable shock in their hearts. Both of them were not ordinary people, and their own strength was not low. Especially Jin He, but he was a late first-grade grandmaster, which was considered to be one of the top batch in the entire Great Zhou. However, when Chao Zhangchun appeared just now, they didn't feel a single breath. This shows that the strength of this Chao Zhangchun is unfathomable. By the emperor's side, when did another strange eunuch of such uncommon strength appear? Zhao Gao and Jin He were secretly alarmed in their hearts. You heard what I said just now. This matter will be left to you to investigate. With the two of them assisting, Zhou Chen said as he glanced at Chao Zhangchun who was kneeling on the ground. Originally, Zhou Chen did not intend to expose Chao Zhangchun as a sharp knife. How quickly? He was prepared to let Chao Zhangchun prepare the east chamber in the dark first. But this death of Taifu Yanhua has disrupted Zhou Chen's plans. Zhou Chen needed an absolutely trustworthy person to look into this matter. Jean Crane would be the first to go. Loyalty was enough, but unfortunately not good at the dark ways. As for Zhao Gao, Zhou Chen had never absolutely trusted him. Zhou Chen was not stupid. To be able to somehow poison Taifu to death in the heavily guarded heavenly prison, this was clearly an internal problem. Then, Zhou Chen could only leave this matter to Chao Zhangchun, a person he trusted completely, to investigate. Old slave, obey the decree, Chao Zhangchun answered. Zhou Chen's gaze went back to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, you didn't find out Zhang De's matter for me, and now the matter of Taifu being poisoned to death. You've disappointed me. It seems that the inner guards no longer have a need to exist. From now on, the inner guards are abolished, and all the personnel of the inner guards are given to Chao Zhangchun to handle. As for you, Zhao Gao, assist Chao Zhangchun to give me a clear investigation of the matter of Taifu. If you can't make up for your sins, then you don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings, Zhou Chen said coldly. Since his plan to have Chao Zhangchun act in secret had been disrupted, Chao Zhangchun had to be exposed in the open ahead of time. Then Zhou Chen wouldn't need to hide anything anymore, and would just take this opportunity to take care of the internal guards. With Chao Zhangchun's tactics, Zhou Chen believed that Chao Zhangchun was definitely handy when dealing with the internal guards. Zhao Gao's face changed slightly when he heard Zhou Chen's words. However, immediately, he returned to normal. Yes, Your Majesty, the old slave will definitely do his best to assist eunuch Chao, and make a virtue out of his crime, even if Zhao Gao's heart was no longer willing. At this time, it didn't dare to have a half-assed flow. Zhao Gao knew that if he dared to hesitate even a little bit, then the result that awaited him would probably be to go to be companions with Zhang De. Next to him, Jin he was in doubt in his heart. Although the surface was calm, he sighed in his heart. Zhao Gao is finished. Even if he did find out about Tai Fu being poisoned in the heavenly prison, Zhao Gao would at most be able to save a small life. As for Zhao Gao's future in power, it can be said to be bleak. Thinking of this, Jin he could not help but worry about it. The emperor will not also take him the position of the commander of the Forbidden Army to take it down as well. Suddenly, just then, an inner eunuch trotted in with a panicked face. Your Majesty, it's bad. News has come from the palace gates that 100 officials have broken into the palace. The inner eunuch trotted in and said in an urgent voice. What? 100 officials breaking into the palace? The words of the inner eunuch caused the faces of several people in the Yangxin Hall to change. Since ancient times, the palace is a symbol of imperial power. The most holy god cannot be offended. If you dare to storm the palace gates, you will be regarded as a rebel and your 9 clans will be executed. What exactly is going on? You give me a clearer picture. Zhou Chen looked at this inner eunuch and said in a deep voice. This inner eunuch sniffed, did not dare to be slow, and immediately said, Your Majesty, just now news came from the palace gates. The Prime Minister and the great general duo with the civil and military officials angrily broke into the palace gates, and are now heading in the direction of the palace of Yangxin. Assholes, where are the forbidden soldiers at the palace gates? What do they do? Didn't stop them? Zhou Chen asked with a hard look on his face. Your Majesty, according to the person who passed the message from the palace gate Forbidden Army, they could not stop the 100 officials, and at that time, Commander Wu happened to be there as well, and did not dare to forcefully stop them, so they let the 100 officials enter the palace. The inner eunuch said with his head lowered, not daring to eyeball Zhou Chen. Waste. As a forbidden army of the palace gates, they actually can't even look at a door well. What is the use of me wanting them? Zhou Chen said angrily. The palace forbidden army was in existence responsible for the security of the entire palace, and now it was actually easily broken into by the 100 officials. If all the officials rebel, will he still be safe as emperor? Zhou Chen coldly swept a glance at Jin He who was kneeling below. He had let Jin He take charge of the forbidden army. The purpose was to be able to let the forbidden army become a loyal supporter to protect him as the emperor's safety and security. But now it seemed that Golden Crane had somewhat disappointed him. The forbidden army is still not good enough. The kneeling Jin He also sensed Zhou Chen's icy disgruntled gaze, and his face looked a little ugly as well. And he said stiffly, Your Majesty, the last general will go and call the forbidden army to block the 100 officials. Late. Zhou Chen shook his head. It is too late to mend. If the 100 officials hadn't already broken into the palace, but were being held back outside the palace gates, there was still room for maneuver. But now, 100 officials have broken into the palace. It would be a bit of a stretch to ask the forbidden army to stop the 100 officials again. Jin He, if you can't take charge of the forbidden army, you can tell me directly and I will have Lu Bu replace you. Zhou Chen looked at Jin He and said coldly. Cold sweat immediately seeped out of Jin He's head as he sniffed. Although Zhou Chen didn't go overboard and get angry at him, this icy tone still caused some chills in his heart that he couldn't help but feel. Alright, all 3 of you go and look into the matter of Tai Fu. Be sure to find out for me. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Chao Zhangchun, Zhao Gao, and Jin He left the palace of Nurturing Heart side by side. On the walls of the palace gate, a middle-aged general in full armor stood on the city wall, eyeing the direction within the palace with a bit of a twinkle in his eyes. This middle-aged general was called Wu Qing, one of the 3 commanders of the Forbidden Army. Wu Qing was a member of the Wu family, belonging to the same clan as General Wu Jin and Empress Wu Ying. Empress Wu Ying didn't spare any effort in placing people in various places during the Second Saint's reign, and this Wu Qing was one of them. Commander Wu, if we just let the 100 officials into the palace like this, will it be alright? A small commander looked at Wu Qing with an uneasy face and asked. When Wu Qing heard this, he withdrew his gaze and said with a calm face, what can there be? Can this 100 officials still revolt? Besides, we can't stop this kind of thing. We can't really draw swords against the Prime Minister and the Great General and all their 100 officials. When the young commander heard it, it felt right. In the face of the Great General and the Prime Minister and the other 100 officials with some aggressive looks, they really didn't have the courage to draw their swords. But the young commander still had a feeling of apprehension in his heart. 023 Chapter The Emperor's Wrath. Inside the palace. On the palace road leading to the Palace of Nourishing Heart, hundreds of officials wearing court uniforms marched aggressively in the direction of the Palace of Nourishing Heart. Each of their faces was heavy with emotion, and some of them had a sad and irritated look on their faces. These officials are the civil and military officials of the court and the ministers of the state. Every one of them put on the place. That is the existence of being surrounded by people to have an audience. At the head of the group were the great General Wu Jin and the Prime Minister duo. It could be said that a large portion of Great Zhou's power was centered on this chatting 100. The patrolling forbidden troops inside the palace basically hid far away when they saw this aggressive civil and military officials, and no one dared to go forward to stop them. Occasionally, a few teams of scrupulously loyal forbidden soldiers went up to stop them, only to be rewarded with big mouths from Great General Wu Jin and other civil and military officials. In this way, along the way, the civil and military officials came to the outside of the Yangxin Hall without any obstruction. Stop! The palace grounds. Is it not for you to trespass at will? The 100 officials had just arrived outside the Yangxin Hall when they were stopped by the guards outside the hall. Get lost, we want to see the emperor, Great General Wu Jin said savagely, wanting to lead the 100 officials to force their way in. Unfortunately, the guards guarding the Yangxin Palace were not the palace's forbidden army, but the parallel state wolf riders. There was no fear of the status of the 100 officials. Bold. This is the Palace of Nourishing Heart. Are you trying to rebel by forcing your way into the Palace of Nourishing Heart? A squad leader of the parallel state wolf riders drank in a cold voice, drew the long sword in his waist, and pointed it at the Great General Wu Jin and the 100 officials. Surround them, and kill anyone who dares to move. Hundreds of the parallel state wolf riders had drawn their swords and surrounded the civil and military officials with a murderous look on their faces. Each of them had a fierce aura on their bodies. Their faces were cold and grim, and at a glance, they were all iron-blooded elites who had run out from the dead. Great General Wu Jin did not expect that these guards of the Palace of Nurturing Heart actually dared to draw their swords against them. At once, his face reddened with anger. Who is he? Great General Wu Jin? It's an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor. He is the Great General of the Southern Battalion of the 12 Guards of the Divine War of the Great Zhou, who is in charge of the 6 Guards of the Southern Battalion. It's today's abbot, a royal relative. Even that emperor in the Palace of Nourishing Heart would not dare to easily trespass on him. The Great General. But right now, a small Yangxin Hall Guard commander actually dared to show his weapon to him. A great general. It's really unbearable. Unbridled. You actually dare to draw your swords on this general and the entire court. It's really against you. All of you retreat to this general. Great General Wu Jin chastised the parallel state wolf riders with an iron face. The Prime Minister, next to him, was also filled with anger. Assholes, all give this Prime Minister a retreat. Do you still want to all kill this Prime Minister and the entire court? Prime Minister Yuan Bo said as he angrily swept his eyes at the parallel state wolf riders. The other civil and military officials also spoke out in anger. However, the hundreds of parallel state wolf riders were unmoved and didn't even change their faces. The golden sword was pointed straight at the 100 officials, and the chilling sword she scattered in all directions. The atmosphere, for a while, was a bit gloomy. There is a big chance that if you don't say something, there will be a direct action. Just then, a figure walked out from the 100 officials. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the sovereign of the patriarchate, the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen. Gentlemen, please listen to the king. All of you, don't get excited. We are here to meet the emperor. Just let someone report to the emperor. There is no need to clash with the palace guards. You must know that the palace guards and forbidden troops are all guarding the palace. Once there is a conflict with the palace guards, the consequences of that, I'm sure all of you should be clear in your hearts. The 8th Sage King Zhou Xian stepped forward and stated the stakes. Zhou Xian, the 8th Sage King, knows that each of these civil and military officials is a human savant, and these stakes are clearer than anyone else in his heart. But now it is frozen here. The 8 wise King Zhou Xian had to come forward to give the civil and military officials a détente under the step. The 8th Sage King Zhou Xian is not afraid that the 100 officials will be impulsive and storm the Yangxin Palace. He is afraid that these parallel state wolf riders guarding the outside of the Yangxin Palace will not know the importance of the matter and really take action against the 100 officials. If that's the case, things could really get out of hand. Upon hearing the words of the 8th Sage King Zhou Xian, the emotions of all the 100 officials really eased up a lot, and they no longer angrily rebuked the parallel state wolf riders. Zhou Xian, the 8th Sage King, was relieved to see that all the civil and military officials had gotten off this pedestal. 8th Xian Wang Zhou Xian is really afraid of these officials have so many donkey temper up. Do not go down this step. Angered these parallel state wolf riding. When that happens, it's going to be a real mess. The 8th Sage King Zhou Xian turned to glance at the small commander of the parallel state wolf rider and said, "Go and report to the emperor. Just say that we and the 100 officials are seeking an audience with the emperor." That small commander of the parallel state wolf riders nodded and immediately sent someone into the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Soon, an inner eunuch came out from the Hall of Nourishing Heart and led the 100 officials through the guards and into the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair. His head bowed as he reviewed the Jiangji. After Great General Wu Jin and Prime Minister Yuan Bo walked in with the 100 officials, they directly kneeled down to greet them. "I bow to your majesty." The 100 officials knelt down and said in unison. Zhou Chen did not raise his head, nor did he make a sound as he continued to look down and review the Zhang. The 100 officials were kneeling on the ground, and none of them dared to get up without the permission of Zhou Chen. The emperor. Time passed by second by second. The atmosphere in the Yushan hall was heavy and eerie. None of the 100 officials kneeling on the ground dared to move or make a sound. In their hearts, they all knew that this was the emperor giving them another blow. 100 officials breaking into the palace is no small matter. Whatever the reason, this is something no emperor can tolerate. Although the law is not responsible for the public, but really pursued. They kneeling people but one cannot run. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Zhou Chen raised his head and calmly looked at the 100 officials kneeling below and said, "You guys still know that I am the emperor? I thought that you were raging to break into the palace to abolish me as emperor." Zhou Chen's voice was calm, but in the ears of the 100 officials kneeling below is the heart like thunder. A few of the less courageous ones were even starting to ooze cold sweat from their foreheads. "I am guilty." The 100 officials bent their heads and spoke in unison. "Guilty?" Zhou Chen sneered. "I don't see a hint of guilt in any of you. I can see that you are all so powerful and imposing that you even come and go as you please in this palace of mine." 100 officials breaking into the palace? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zhou Chen's face. What a name this is. It could go down in history. You are truly the pillars of my great Zhou's court. Do you still have me, the emperor, in your eyes? What do you want to do when you gather all the officials and come straight into the palace with an aggressive look? Want to rebel? Zhou Chen's face turned blue as he loudly questioned the civil and military officials. 024 Chapter 1 Don't need to explain to anyone. Above the great hall, the civil and military officials knelt on the ground, with some chills in their hearts. Zhou Chen's sentence, "Do you want to rebel?" struck right into the hearts of the 100 officials, causing their faces to change. Even the duo of Great General Wu Jin and Prime Minister Yuan Bo, who were kneeling at the front, were no exception. Rebellion? This is no ordinary offense. Once you are held up, it's a plague on your family. Even in the midst of great power, no one could easily afford such a charge. However, the good thing was that all the 100 officials knew in their hearts that Zhou Chen was giving them a hard time. Hundreds of officials broke into the palace. Even if they want to rebel, it is impossible not to bring a soldier. Only these 110 people to rebel. This is clear to the 100 officials, and it is also clear to the one in the dragon chair. If this is pursued, the only bottom line in the minds of the 100 officials is that the law is not to be blamed. The emperor can't just take down all of them, the group ministers, in one fell swoop because of this. If that was the case, then the center of this great Zhou's court would be paralyzed. Your Majesty, I know that I am guilty of breaking into the palace, but after learning that Tai Fu was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison, the ministers and others were overwhelmed with grief and indignation, so all they could think of was to go to the palace to face the saint. Tai Fu has labored and worked hard all his life for great Zhou. He was even the auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, a pillar of the court, but now he was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. I am grieved from the heart, even if Tai Fu's disaster relief is not effective. But the crime is not to death. Please be clear, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Yuan Bo said with a sad face, kowtowing heavily. The clear ringing sound resounded in the Yangxin Hall, but it struck in the hearts of the 100 officials. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is right. Lord Tai Fu has devoted his life to my great Zhou, but in the end he died in the heavenly prison like this. My heart is cold. If Your Majesty sees these auxiliary ministers such as the ministers as an eyesore, grant a cup of imperial wine along with it, and let the ministers go and keep Tai Fu company. Great General Wu Jin also spoke out. However, compared to Prime Minister Yuan Bo, Great General Wu Jin's words were more direct. It could be said that Great General Wu Jin's words were words of death for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked straight at this Great General Wu Jin with a cold light in his eyes. What do you mean? You think the auxiliary minister is in the way? And what does it mean to give a cup of imperial wine together, and keep Tai Fu company? Great General Wu Jin was implying to the 100 officials that it was he, Zhou Chen, the emperor, who looked down on the old ministers and wanted to go after them. This is pulling hate on him as the emperor. What a great General Wu Jin. Good for you. There's no blood in any of the killings. Zhou Chen could imagine what kind of waves would be created in the hearts of the 100 officials, in the hearts of those old ministers, once these words of Great General Wu Jin came out. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and the Great General are right. Tai Fu has worked hard all his life. Even if he doesn't get credit, he still gets hard work. The fact that Tai Fu died in the heavenly prison like this is really chilling to me. Please give me an explanation. Your Majesty, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice also stood out a face of indignation. Yes, Your Majesty, Tai Fu has hard work even if he has no merit. Please give an explanation to me. Your Majesty. That's right, Your Majesty. The reason why we broke into the palace to meet with Your Majesty is that we hope that Your Majesty will give us an explanation. and we are afraid that we will live and die in the heavenly prison just like Tai Fu. The 6 ministers, the important ministers of the court, each one of them said with a face of indignation, followed by the civil and military officials have also opened their mouths, and none of them are not saying that the death of Tai Fu Yan was cold heart. Zhou Chen's face became increasingly ugly as he listened to these agitated words from the 100 officials, which is talking about the chilling death of Tai Fu Yanhua to account for. This is clearly pushing the envelope. Not to mention that Tai Fu Yanhua being poisoned to death in the heavenly prison had nothing to do with Zhou Chen as the emperor. Even if it was really Zhou Chen, the emperor, who had given him a cup of poisoned wine, it was still the case that if the king wanted the subject to die, the subject had to die. Does he, the emperor, need to give an account? Who can afford to give an account to him as emperor? Enough! Zhou Chen roared loudly, coldly scanning the 100 officials kneeling below. As the emperor of Great Zhou, the lord of the world, do I need to give you an explanation? And are you worthy of the account I have given you? Zhou Chen's eagle-like, icy gaze swept across the faces of each of the 100 officials. All the 100 officials who came into contact with Zhou Chen's gaze unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. I tell you that I don't need to give an account to anyone, because I am the emperor of Great Zhou, the lord of the world. There is no one in this world who is qualified to be able to make me give him an account. Zhou Chen's gaze stopped on Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Just now it was this old fox that spoiled his calculations. Originally Zhou Chen's dismount has suppressed the 100 officials. However, he did not expect that in the end, it was reversed by Prime Minister Yuan Bo, an old fox, forcing him to now have to harden the 100 officials. This revenge, Zhou Chen took note of it. When there was an opportunity, Zhou Chen would definitely have to settle things with this old fox. Now I announce a thing. Tu Fu and the queen have suspicion of Zhang to poison me. Tu Fu afraid of the crime of self-immolation. The queen grounded Qingfeng Palace, waiting for disposal. Zhou Chen retracted his gaze and said, although Zhou Chen could harden the 100 officials and didn't need to give an account to anyone, but the reason yet need one. Zhou Chen happened to take the matter of Zhang de poisoning him just right. After all, in the case of Zhang de poisoning Zhou Chen, Empress Wu Ying was the most suspicious and had the most motive. It so happened that Tai Fu Yanhua was also a member of Empress Wu Ying's party and was a representative of it. That way, it all makes sense. Maybe with this reasoning, the Empress Wu Ying's forces could be removed in one fell swoop next. What? Did Tai Fu and the Empress suspect Zhang De of poisoning the emperor? The 100 officials' faces changed when they heard this. If this is true, it's a real stab in the dark. Poisoning the emperor. This crime is a big crime to exterminate 9 clans. Once it is confirmed, it will implicate Shang Guang when the time comes. Especially the officials of the Empress's party. All of them were trembling in their hearts. They were a bit scared. If this matter was true, then they people would definitely be implicated. Great General Wu Jin's face sank as he directly asked, does your majesty have any evidence? If there is no evidence, this is no joke. Tai Fu's life of labor and hard work, but also the auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor. To be held on a charge of regicide will ruin his reputation. There is also the empress, but the mother of the world's harem. Before for my great Zhou is also dedicated, but also the minister's daughter. If the emperor puts a charge of regicide on the empress without solid evidence, does the emperor know what kind of consequences there will be? Is your majesty also going to charge me with regicide? Great General Wu Jin said with an ugly face. This kind of thing isn't something you can just snap for people. This is going to kill people. Great General Wu Jin is going to say something no matter what. He knew that once word of this spread, it would have unimaginable consequences for the empress, and for him as the great general. Chapter 025, Throw them all out. Your Majesty, the great general is right. The Tai Fu and the empress are not of ordinary status. How can this kind of thing convince the 100 officials if there is no ironclad evidence? I also ask your majesty to produce hard evidence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo also said with a gloomy face. This poisoning of the emperor is no small matter. Add to that the fact that the empress and the Tai Fu duo's identities were there. And it wasn't just a word or a suspicion that would do the trick. It's something that requires ironclad evidence. After all, once this matter is determined, it will implicate Katsuhiro widely. Immediately afterward, the 100 officials spoke out, all of them meaning that they needed Zhou Chen to come up with ironclad evidence. In particular, the officials from the Empress Party were quite aggressive in their tone. They all understood in their hearts that if they were truly recognized by Zhou Chen for this matter, then they would all be implicated. That's why they have the strongest reaction. Zhou Chen watched the following 100 officials come forward one by one to ask for evidence without much change in his face. This scene was something that Zhou Chen had anticipated long before. The Empress and Tai Fu's identities were, after all, not ordinary, and it involved something like poisoning the emperor. Indeed, it's not so easy to jump to conclusions. However, this was not a big problem for Zhou Chen. Irony? Zhou Chen swept a glance at the group of ministers. If there's hard evidence, do you guys think it's still as simple as banning the queen? Indeed, if there was ironclad evidence, Empress Wu Ying was afraid that she would be more than just grounded in Qingfeng Palace. Instead, they were abrogated and given death, and the rest of the people involved had their families copied and exterminated. This is clear in the minds of all the 100 officials. Poisoning the emperor. What kind of crime is this? I think you all know in your hearts. Suspicion is enough for such a great crime. Zhou Chen's meaning was obvious. That is, as long as there was a suspicion of rebellion in poisoning the emperor for such a great crime, then there was no need for ironclad evidence. As long as there was a suspicion, there was a reason for the empress to be grounded in Qingfeng Palace. As for Tai Fu Yanhua, he killed himself in fear of a crime and had nothing to do with him as the emperor. This was also considered Zhou Chen's indirect explanation to the 100 officials. However, the 100 officials were shocked to hear that Zhou Chen had actually grounded the empress in the Qingfeng Palace without any ironclad evidence, and had also caused Tai Fu to die in the heavenly prison. The group was in a frenzy. Your Majesty, the empress is a motherly figure, and Tai Fu was an important minister of the auxiliary state left behind by the late emperor. Since your Majesty does not have any ironclad evidence, I ask your Majesty to return the empress and Tai Fu both to a clean slate. Your Majesty, the identity of the empress and Tai Fu two people is extraordinary. Light suspicion. No ironclad evidence. How can it be easily disposed of? Please your Majesty clear understanding. Your Majesty, Tu Fu life hard work, even if there is no merit also have hard work it. Now because of a suspicion of life and death in the heavenly prison. I and other cold-hearted General Wu Jin, Prime Minister Yuan Bo, and the 6 ministers have spoken out, demanding that Zhou Chen must lift Empress Wu Ying's confinement to the Qingfeng Palace, and also return Tai Fu Yanhua's innocence. There were even some old ministers who directly cried out that if Zhou Chen didn't agree, they would just crash and die here in the Palace of Nurturing Heart. For a time, in the originally not very large Yangxin Hall, the ministers had 100 different attitudes, but none of the faces did not show agitation. Zhou Chen's face was grim as he watched. What for? What do you want? Want to force the palace to revolt? Zhou Chen coldly scanned the 100 officials below. Come on man, get them all out of here, Zhou Chen said in an angry voice. It wasn't that Zhou Chen wanted to harden the 100 officials, it was that Zhou Chen had no choice. Zhou Chen couldn't bow down to the 100 officials, nor could he explain himself to them, because Zhou Chen was the emperor of the great Zhou, the master of the world. There is no one who can make an emperor bow down or who is qualified to have an explanation given to him by a master of the world. Imperial power needs no explanation, just compliance. When Lu Bu heard Zhou Chen's order, he entered the Hall of Nurturing Heart with the Peugeot Wolf Riders, and without saying a word, like a wolf or a tiger, he forcibly drove the 100 officials out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart. They are not the Forbidden Army, and they are not at all polite to the 100 officials. Some of the officials who were agitated and unwilling to leave, Lu Bu even had the parallel state Wolf Riders directly drag them out. Your Majesty, you will chill the hearts of the world by treating your subjects in such a dictatorial manner. The 100 officials were driven out of the Yangxin Hall, and Zhou Chen could still hear the agitated voices of the 100 officials from afar. With a gloomy face, Zhou Chen slapped his palm on the jade case and gritted his teeth. Damn it, don't let me find out who is counting on me. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family perish. Zhou Chen had moved for real this time. Damn it for taking the fall for someone, not to mention being counted out like this. Zhou Chen was able to imagine what kind of results he would trigger if he forcefully drove the 100 officials out of the Hall of Nurturing Hearts like this today. Since ancient times, when the ministers are opposed to each other, the court is bound to be in chaos. Once the court is in chaos, then can it be good under this great Zhou heaven? What worried Zhou Chen even more was that after such a mess today, the Empress's foreign relatives party was afraid that they would be alerted to their own danger. If someone gets anything else in mind, it might make a mess. Looks like we have to prepare early. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered gloomily. Previously, Zhou Chen had wanted to boil the frog in warm water and take it one step at a time. But now, it seemed that someone was not giving Zhou Chen the time to warm up and boil a frog. Lu Bu. Zhou Chen's words just fell. The end of the line. Lu Bu then walked in, arching his hand. You take my token and go to Jinhe later. This time you will personally give me assistance to Jinhe in reorganizing the Forbidden Army. Zhou Chen was dissatisfied with the performance of the Forbidden Army today. If the Forbidden Army hadn't stopped the 100 officials from breaking into the palace today, Zhou Chen, the emperor, wouldn't have been so passive. Even finally forced the 100 officials to force their way out of the Yangxin temple. This spreads out, but it can definitely be the manifestation of a great dimwit. As you wish. Lu Bu received the piece of gold medal bestowed by Zhou Chen. This gold medal was the same one that Zhou Chen had given to Zhao Gao earlier. Just now, Zhou Chen abolished the inner guards, and the gold medal that was on Zhao Master's hand, Zhou Chen also naturally took it back. Xianing Palace. The Empress Dowager listened to the news from her personal eunuch. Her face sank slightly as she said, confused. How could the emperor be so unwise as to force the 100 officials out of the Yangxin Hall? Doesn't he know what the consequences of this will be? And Taifu, but the late emperor left behind the auxiliary ministers, the pillars of the court. The roots in the dynasty is very deep. The emperor, why he is so eager. Now that the imperial master is gone, who can suppress the 100 officials? The Empress Dowager said with a worried look on her face. The imperial master Wen Zhong was a veteran of 3 dynasties and a true pillar of the Great Zhou. If the Taisher was there, even if something happened, the 100 officials could be suppressed with the Taisher present. But now, the imperial master has gone to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief. And if something really happens, no one will be able to suppress the court again. Empress Dowager. As far as the old slave knows, the emperor has people investigating the killing of the imperial master. And I'm afraid there's something else going on in this matter. Oh, the Empress Dowager's face was shocked at her words, and she frowned in contemplation. Chapter 026, Commander Wu. Do you know your sin? West Park Prohibition Army. He sat on the main seat with a gloomy face, and to his left and right were the other 2 commanders of the Forbidden Army. Below them sat the various generals of the Forbidden Army in order. It could be said that the power of the 30,000 strong Forbidden Army was centered on these dozen or so people here. He scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, I think all of you here already know about the matter of the 100 officials breaking into the palace today. I, Golden Crane, have regard for the love of my fellow robes, and I have always turned a blind eye to some of the things that happened to you before. So I hope that you can figure it out and know what you should do. And you all end up disappointing me. Golden Crane's somber gaze swept over each face. You have also failed the emperor. As the palace Forbidden Army, yet you failed to guard the palace, allowing the 100 officials to easily break into the palace, and all the way unimpeded to the palace of Yangxin. What do you all do for a living? Are you all dead? If there is a rebellion by an official, do you just let him or her enter the palace all the way through unhindered? He angrily rebuked these Forbidden Army generals, and his icy gaze stopped on Wu Qing, one of the 2 major commanders on his right. Commander Wu, do you know the crime? He said as he coldly looked at Wu Qing. When Wu Qing heard this, he said with a calm face, Commander Jin, I wonder what crime I, Wu Qing, have committed? What offense? Golden Crane sneered. It was you, Commander Wu, who ordered the release of the 100 officials into the palace, wasn't it? That's right, it's me. Wu Qing nodded non-committally. If Commander Jin is referring to this matter of the 100 officials entering the palace, then I don't think I, Wu Qing, have committed any crime at all. The 100 officials are raging to enter the palace to face the saint. The brethren can't stop them at all. And I'm doing it for the sake of the brethren, so I can't really draw my sword against the 100 officials. If that happens, who's going to be responsible for what happens? The brethren are all dragging their families along, and who can afford to be held accountable by the 100 officials afterward? Commander Jin wouldn't be trying to push out the brothers below to take the fall afterward. Wu Qing looked at Jin with a sneer on his face. The moment he ordered the release of the 100 officials into the palace, Wu Qing had already thought that Jin would be held accountable afterward. So the words of response have long been thought of. It had to be said that Wu Qing's words of response were indeed sharp. The dozen or so Forbidden Army generals present also felt in their hearts that Wu Qing was right. Although they are the Forbidden Army and have the responsibility of escorting the palace, but the 100 officials want to enter the palace to face the saint. These small people of theirs cannot stop them at all. If they are forcibly blocked, there will inevitably be clashes and even bloodshed. When something goes wrong, it's not the little people like them who end up in bad luck. Commander Wu has gained an eloquent mouth. But, this kind of explanation, Commander Wu should save it for his explanation with the emperor. He let out a cold smile and directly ordered, come on man, take Wu Qing down for this commander. 2 forbidden soldiers walked in and stepped forward to take down Wu Qing. Who dares? Wu Qing bellowed and stood up directly. The powerful aura shocked the 2 forbidden soldiers. Wu Qing looked at Jin with an ugly face and said, Jin, you and I are both Forbidden Army commanders. What qualifications do you have to take me? Even if the emperor ordered you to control the Forbidden Army, you don't yet have the right to take down a commander without authorization. Wu Qing is not scared of Jinhe at all. As the same 3 commanders of the Forbidden Army, perhaps Jinhe's strength was the strongest, but their status they were equal. It wasn't so simple for Jinhe to take down his equal. Next to him, the last commander of the Forbidden Army, Wang Tong, also stood up with a grave expression on his face. Wang Tong did not expect that Jinhe would suddenly want to take down Wu Qing, which really startled him. You have to know that Wu Qing is not just a member of the Wu family, behind the Empress and the Great General, and is also considered a close friend of Emperor Zhou Chen, so it can be said that he has a deep background. before Zhou Chen ascended the throne. The duo of Wang Tong and Wu Qing were the close guards in Zhou Chen's royal residence. After Zhou Chen ascended the throne, the duo of Wang Tong and Wu Qing were transferred into the Forbidden Army, and because of Empress Wu Ying's relationship, Wu Qing was promoted to one of the 3 commanders of the Forbidden Army in a very short period of time. Of course, so was Wang Tong. It could be said that Jin He was the outsider who wasn't a close friend of the emperor. But now, the picture is reversed. Not only Wang Tong, but all the Forbidden Army generals here did not anticipate that Jin He would suddenly want to make a move against Wu Qing. All of them stood up with stony faces, on guard. Just as the atmosphere of the crowd was gloomy, an icy voice came in. If Jin He is not qualified, am I? Lu Bu walked in with a cold face, and without saying a word, his square heavenly painted halberd came out. Put! Before Wu Qing had time to react, his head flew out and rolled to the ground in a bloody mess. The occurrence of this scene caused the faces of all the Forbidden Army generals present to change. Before the crowd could react, Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd swept once again, and another bloody head rolled to the ground. This time, even Golden Crane's face changed and he stood up on guard. The other Forbidden Army generals even backed up and gathered together, staring at Lu Bu in death, because what was happening in front of them was just too shocking for them to accept. The 3 major commanders of the Forbidden Army were thus instantly killed too by Lu Bu, leaving only one commander like Jin He. What does this Lu Bu want? Could it be that this Lu Bu is going to kill all these Forbidden Army generals they are present with? Everyone stared at Lu Bu with guarded vigilance in their hearts. Luckily, Lu Bu put away his square heavenly painted halberd after killing Wang Tong, the commander of the Forbidden Army, and the crowd was relieved. Lu Bu coldly swept a glance at the crowd, and finally his gaze stopped on Jin He, who was still wary of him. Commander Jin, the Emperor has asked me to assist you in completely reorganizing the Forbidden Army. Now that I've cleaned up these 2 men for you, the rest is up to you. I will sit here for half a day temporarily, Lu Bu said, and then he sat directly on the seat where Jin He had just sat. Jin He sniffed, his eyes flickered for a moment, and before the other dozen or so forbidden generals could react, he directly struck out. In an instant, 6 or 7 Forbidden Army generals died at the hands of Golden Crane. The remaining people, everyone changed color, fearing that Golden Crane would strike at them. And after killing these 6 or 7 Forbidden Army generals, Jin He did not strike again, but swept a glance at the rest of these people with a cold face and said, I won't say any more superfluous words. What to do next? I think you all know clearly in your own hearts. This commander has only one request, and that is that the Forbidden Army only honors the Imperial Order and has only one voice. Wherever the Royal Order comes, those who do not follow it are put to death, those who do not honor it are put to death, and those who disagree with it are put to death, Golden Crane said coldly. After scanning the men, he waved his hand. All go down and start. Drag all these bodies down by the way. Chapter 027. Who just brought this tea? Jin He knew that the Forbidden Army was afraid that a bloody storm would come next. As an old man in the Forbidden Army, Jin He had feelings for the Forbidden Army. This was also the reason why he hadn't gone on a massive purge and killing spree after taking charge of the sectional Prohibition Army before. Instead, they just killed so many of the 24 or so people who jumped out first. Unfortunately, today's 100 Palace break-in disappointed Jin He. It also angered the Emperor. Some people insisted on seeking death and did not appreciate this favor of his. Then don't blame him, Jin He, for not showing any mercy. After those Forbidden Army generals left, Jin He glanced at Lu Bu before leaving as well. Jin He knew that the Emperor's intention of sending Lu Bu over was nothing more than surveillance coupled with dissatisfaction with him. So, Jin He is going all out to clean up the Forbidden Army in a big way this time. It's time to try to clean up the Forbidden Army. Late night, in the darkness of that cold palace, Zhao Gao and Wei Zhong sat opposite each other. Zhao Gao, why are you in a hurry to ask for a meeting with the miscellaneous family? Is there something important? Wei Zhong looked at Zhao Gao and asked. Wei Zhong, the Emperor ordered the revocation of the inner guards. The miscellaneous family doesn't believe that you don't know about it. Zhao Gao sneered and glanced at Wei Zhong. Trying to play dumb with him was really hypocritical. I'm afraid that even if he, Zhao Gao, doesn't make an appointment to meet Wei Zhong today, Wei Zhong will still make an appointment to meet him. Zhao Gao, after all, a portion of the inner guard's power was in Wei Zhong's hands. Now that the Emperor wanted to revoke the inner guards and also give the manpower of the inner guards to that Chao Zhengchun, Zhao Gao couldn't believe that Wei Zhong wasn't in a hurry. This miscellaneous family does know, also is planning to find you to discuss. What are your plans? Wei Zhong also no longer pretend to be confused, bluntly asked. The miscellaneous family has no way out right now, which is why I asked you out to see what you can do. After all, you have the Empress behind you, much better than the lone man of the miscellaneous family. Zhao Gao shook his head and said. Wei Zhong sniffed. Zhao Gao, in front of the miscellaneous family, You don't need to pretend. What kind of person you are? The miscellaneous family knows clearly in his heart. Let's just get straight to the point. Are you clear on the details of that Cao Zhangchun? Wei Zhong looked at Zhao Gao with a serious face and asked. I'm not sure. The miscellaneous family has never seen this person before, and I don't know where the emperor found him. Zhao Gao also put away the temptation and shook his head seriously and said, another person who was not sure of the bottom line? Wei Zhong's brow furrowed. First it was Lu Bu and those soldiers guarding the Hall of Nurturing Heart, and now it was a eunuch of Cao Zhangchun. Who the hell are these people? Wei Zhong mulled it over in his mind. Wei Zhong, if we let Cao Zhangchun get hold of those people in the inner guards, what consequences will there be for the empress and you? You should know better than the miscellaneous family in your heart. Humph, there is no need for you Zhao Gao to remind me. The miscellaneous family understands. Don't you Zhao Gao also know your own consequences in your own heart? Wei Zhong grunted coldly. Although the Great Zhou inner guard existed in name only, there were still some hidden secrets involved. If Cao Zhangchun was allowed to take over those internal guards, it would have no small effect on either Zhao Gao or Wei Zhong and Empress Wuing. It seems like the best thing to do at the moment is to just take the plunge. Zhao Gao and Wei Zhong looked at each other. The two laughed at the same time. Without further ado, they got up and left individually. People like them sometimes don't need to say too much to understand each other. They just need an intentional look to understand each other. But Zhao Gao and Wei Zhong didn't know that after the two of them left, a blurry figure walked out from the shadows. Looking at the back of the two of them leaving, he laughed coldly. Hee, two little mice. Still want to deal with the miscellaneous family. When the miscellaneous family smooths it out, then clean you up. First let you bounce around for 2 days again. Yangxin Temple. The lights are on. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking over the results of the cleanup that Lu Bu brought back in his hands. It didn't matter if he didn't look. Even Zhou Chen was a bit shocked at first glance. The palace's forbidden army actually had so many people with problems in it. If something really changes, this palace guards are probably useless. This is still the Imperial Palace Forbidden Army. It's all rotten to such an extent. Then what about the Shenwu 12 guards outside the city guarding the divine capital of Luoyang? And how many people in there should have problems? Zhou Chen frowned and thought. Putting down the results of the cleanup in his hands, he picked up the hot tea next to him and was about to drink it. Suddenly, a cold light exploded from Zhou Chen's eyes, and the cup of tea that had been sent to his mouth stopped. Zhou Chen raised his head and looked down at Lu Bu with an ugly face. Who sent this tea just now? Lu Bu froze, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Not a minute later, Lu Bu returned, carrying an inner eunuch in his hand. However, the corners of this inner eunuch's mouth had gradually oozed out a trace of black blood, and his eyes began to be lax, so it was obviously hopeless. Your Majesty, he had poison in his mouth beforehand. The last eunuch was unable to stop it. Please atone for your sins, Lu Bu said with an ugly face after carrying this inner eunuch whose eyes had become lax as he walked in. As Zhou Chen's close escort commander, such a thing had actually happened. It was his responsibility as the commander of the close guards. Zhou Chen put down the teacup in his hand and swept a glance at the inner eunuch in Lu Bu's hand. His face grim. This inner eunuch is the very same person he has in the Hall of Nourishment. It's really an inside job. Just now, if it wasn't for his heaven-sun sealing technique appearing out of place, Zhou Chen might have actually gotten hit again. The bowl of medicine that Zhang De had sent him earlier. Zhou Chen had tested Zhang De because of the strange movement of the heavenly sun sealing technique in his body. It was only then that Zhou Chen realized that the celestial sun sealing technique was not just as simple as a technique, but also had this certain warding effect on poison. Lu Bu, go and deliver this cup of tea to Cao Zhangchun along with the man in your hand. He knows what to do. For something as shady as this, Zhou Chen knew that only Cao Zhangchun would be best suited to do it, and Lu Bu was not good at it. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhou Chen eyed Lu Bu's departure, his face grim. Zhou Chen didn't know if this incident was the same mastermind as Zhang De's poisoning of him, or if it was a counterattack by the Empress's party against him, or a retaliation for designing the death of Tai Fu. Whoever it was, though, it didn't matter. The important thing is that there is a second time, not a third time. Do you really think that he, the Emperor, has scruples and does not dare to make a move? The Forbidden Army has finished cleaning up. It seems that this palace's inner sanctum must also shed blood, or else any rat would dare to jump out. The killing chance in Zhou Chen's eyes flourished. Yesterday it was Tai Fu who was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison. Today again, he, the Emperor, almost got hit. Do you really think that this palace is a place where some people can act as they please? Chapter 028 Eagle Suit, Crescent Sword, Jade Belt. The news that Zhou Chen, the Emperor, had a mole beside him and had almost been poisoned had spread once again, causing everyone to be shocked. No one expected that. Immediately after Tai Fu Yanhua was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison, the Emperor almost followed him again, counting. This is the second time the Emperor has been poisoned. Everyone speculated in their hearts as to who was so bold as to dare to commit such treasonous acts over and over again. There is simply no care in the world. Even the 100 officials were stony-faced when they heard the news. Now that the form is dark, the waters are being muddied more and more. First, Tai Fu was poisoned to death in the heavenly prison, and now someone is trying to poison the emperor. Is this the work of the same person, or is it a cross-pollination of several parties? Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen was in an extremely bad mood. Also, being poisoned one after another. This kind of thing in anyone's body who can be in a good mood is strange. Zhou Chen looked at Chao Zhangchun and said in a deep voice, "Well, any clues?" Back to the emperor. The poison in that cup of tea won't be fatal. It will just make one's body weak and possibly make one demented. Chao Zhangchun bowed and said. The moment Zhou Chen had asked Lu Bu to say that he was giving him that cup of tea, Chao Zhangchun had immediately had someone identify the poison in the tea. Just to Chao Zhangchun's surprise, the medicine in the tea wasn't fatal. It would just weaken a person's body and possibly turn them into a demented person. Chao Zhangchun then added, and the old slave specially organized the clues of the 2 times the emperor was poisoned and found that there was another mystery. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhou Chen's face. He had thought that the cup of tea was going to kill him, but he didn't expect it to just make his body weak or demented. That's interesting. It seemed that the person behind it didn't want his life, but wanted him to remain bedridden or simply become a demented person. What mysteries have been discovered? Zhou Chen asked as his gaze flickered for a moment. Your Majesty. The old slave discovered that every time Zhang De gave the emperor medicine to drink before, it was similarly non-lethal and would only make the emperor weaker and mentally deranged. But, the last few times Zhang De gave the emperor medicine to drink, there was an extra medicine in it. Although this flavor of medicine is not poison, it is a tonic, but it is very potent, and people with weak bodies can't withstand such a potent medicine. Chao Zhangchun quietly glanced at Zhou Chen and said cautiously, although Chao Zhangchun's words were a bit subtle. Zhou Chen heard it, and that was that Zhang De's last few doses were poison. What tonic that can't withstand the fierce potency? To put it bluntly, that was Zhang De's last few medicines were to kill Zhou Chen. The purpose is clear. This was somewhat out of Zhou Chen's expectations. Zhou Chen had always thought that the medicine that Zhang De had given him to drink was a chronic poison, but he didn't realize that it was only the last few times that the medicine was fatal. So what's this all about? The medicine that Zhang De had given Zhou Chen earlier was intended to make him bedridden or just turn into a little cutie. Later on, these few times, the medicine was however directly trying to kill Zhou Chen. What on earth could have driven Zhang De to change his purpose so drastically? Zhou Chen's fingers tapped on the dragon chair, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Chao Zhangchun below nuzzled his mouth to say something, but in the end, he held his tongue. Don't look at Zhou Chen as a person of 2 lifetimes, but when it comes to this kind of plotting and calculating, Zhou Chen and Chao Zhangchun are still a long way behind compared to each other. Chao Zhangchun had already seen the problem, but Zhou Chen was still a bit cloudy. What else did you find out? Zhou Chen collected his thoughts and once again, he looked at Chao Zhangchun. Your Majesty. The old slave also discovered that Zhao Gao and Wei Zhong have met secretly. It shouldn't be the first time. Last night, the figure that walked out from the shadows of the cold palace was none other than Chao Zhangchun. Chao Zhangchun recounted what Zhao Gao and Wei Zhong had said when they met. Zhou Chen's face didn't change much when he heard this. With regards to Zhao Gao, Zhou Chen had always been skeptical. Now that he heard such a news from Chao Zhangchun, Zhou Chen didn't feel much surprise. Seeing Zhou Chen's calm face, Chao Zhangchun couldn't help but be secretly alarmed in his heart. It seemed that the emperor had known about this matter. Thanks to him, he thought the emperor didn't know. The mind of an emperor is so hard to gauge, Chao Zhangchun thought in his heart. Chao Zhangchun, now that you've discovered it, let it go. First, clean up all the rats in the palace for me, Zhou Chen said with an expressionless look at Chao Zhangchun. After the forbidden army is cleaned up, then it's time to clean up these rats in the palace. Zhou Chen originally wanted to focus on stability, waiting for the imperial master to finish the relief of the 4 northwestern provinces before making a move. But some people just want to get killed in a hurry, thinking that he has something to fear, so they don't dare to raise their swords. Then he would let everyone see this time, whether he, Zhou Chen, the emperor's sword was sharp or not. The old slave obeys the order. Chao Zhangchun bowed. Zhou Chen watched Chao Zhangchun leave, his eyes slightly mesmerized. All the bulls and snakes have jumped out, thinking that I'm easy to bully. Is that it? Dare to count on me? Really looking for death. This time, even if the court is in turmoil and there are internal and external difficulties, I will dig you all out. A cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Zhou Chen wasn't stupid, and from this series of changes, Zhou Chen could see that it wasn't just one side of the force plotting against him as the emperor. There are others who want to sit on the sidelines and stir up strife. For example, the death of Tai Fu Yanhua. This was a fire added by someone who wanted to stir up a fight between Zhou Chen and the Empress party. Originally, Zhou Chen had guessed in his heart before that the death of Tai Fu Yanhua should be a self-directed play by Empress Wu Ying. The purpose was to push Zhou Chen, the emperor, to the opposite side of the group of ministers, to intensify the conflict, so that Zhou Chen, the emperor, could not order the court. But now it seems that things are far from simple. This was someone who had counted both Zhou Chen and Empress Wu Ying's party, trying to sit back and reap the benefits. What a good tactic and a good calculation. Zhou Chen laughed coldly, and he had only seen this from amongst the arcana that Cao Zhengchun had just discovered. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Chen would like to see if these people's schemes and calculations could defeat his blade. In the face of absolute strength, what did any machinations count for? Cao Zhengchun left the Hall of Nurturing Heart, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After receiving Zhou Chen's permission, Cao Zhengchun knew that he could let go and do it. Previously, although there was a token and an imperial decree given to him by Zhou Chen, it was only for the establishment of the East Chamber. And in this palace, Cao Zhengchun still didn't dare to mess around. But now it was different. Zhou Chen, the emperor, had opened his mouth, then Cao Zhengchun had nothing to worry about. Dude! A figure appeared beside Cao Zhengchun. Flying eagle suit, crescent sword, jade belt, standard factory guard attire. This is the harvest that Zhou Chen signed out today. 100 factory guards, all of which were given to Cao Zhengchun. Pass on the words of the mongrels and start moving. Anyone who has a problem will not be spared. Cao Zhengchun glanced at this factory guard and said, "Yes, Governor." Chapter 029 The situation in the 4 Northwest Prefectures, the land of the 4 Northwestern Provinces. After 7 days of traveling day and night, Taisher Wenzhong and the others finally entered Xi'an Province. Along the way, Master Wenzhong saw with his own eyes that under the influence of the drought, the people in most of the 4 northern states had 9 out of 10 empty rooms, and the people did not have enough to live on. Dozens of people were greatly fighting over a single nest egg. How many people are floating in the wilderness and starving? The weeds, the bark were all snapped up, especially once they entered the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. That tragic scene was even more miserable. Man eats man, father eats son, the wailing is everywhere. It's like hell on earth. As for the sale of children, it can be found everywhere. Even the imperial master Wenzhong, who was accustomed to seeing life and death, could not help but shed tears for him. These are the people of Great Zhou. What is wrong with the people that they should suffer such a fate? At the thought of this, the great master Wenzhong could not stifle the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the poor relief efforts of the court, how could there be such a human tragedy here? Next to them, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi also could not bear to look at them directly. Such a tragic scene caused their hearts to be shocked like never before. All along, the two of them, Zhou Qian and Zhou Qi, had been living in the divine capital of Luoyang. When had they ever seen such a human tragedy? Even if one knows from books or from the mouths of those ministers in the courtroom that the people in the disaster area are miserable, it only remains in one's ears. But now when the duo experienced all this personally, they realized that hearing more was far less impactful than experiencing it once for themselves. Is this the current state of the people of my Great Zhou? What is this? What is this? King Kong Zhou Qi's eyes were a little red. Tai Fu should be killed. All those officials who did not provide adequate disaster relief deserve to die. King Kong Zhou Qi couldn't help but say fiercely. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, King Kong Zhou Qi came to his senses and realized what was going on, and busily closed his mouth, just with an ugly look on his face. Easy King Zhou Qian glanced deeply at Kong King Zhou Qi without much indication, just stifling his voice, his face equally unpleasant. A bony woman stopped the army and knelt down in front of the imperial master Wenzhong, praying that he would take her child, who was only a few years old, away from her. For the woman knew that by the time she died of starvation, the child would surely be divided among the starving and frantic crowd. The imperial master Wenzhong could not bear to refuse, and left a group of soldiers and all the dry food they had brought with them to distribute to the people around. Then, Taisher Wenzhong raised the whip in his hand, gave the warhorse at his crotch a hard whip, and bellowed, "Speed up!" In order to arrive at the land of the 4 northwestern provinces as early as possible, the great master Wenzhong prevented the situation in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces from deteriorating. Therefore, as soon as he left Luoyang, he took 5,000 cavalrymen and went ahead. The two of them, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, also followed along on horseback. Half a day later, Xi'an Prefecture, the lord of Xi'an Prefecture, as well as many officials, gathered outside of the prefecture, together to greet the great master Wenzhong and the 2 great princes of Zhou. Greetings to the great master, greetings to the 2 princes. The Xi'an Prefecture lord respectfully said, "The imperial master and the 2 princes have worked hard all the way. I have already prepared a reception banquet for the imperial master and the 2 princes, so please ask the imperial master and the 2 princes to move." The Xi'an prefecture master said with a look of apprehension. I heard that the same emperor in the palace of Luoyang, the god's capital, has already sent Tai Fu to the heavenly prison because of his ineffective relief efforts. Who is Tai Fu? That's an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, one of the 4 most powerful ministers in the court. Such important ministers have been taken down because of this poor disaster relief. Then these local officials below them who have failed to provide disaster relief, resulting in such a rotten situation, do not know how they will be dealt with. The Xian prefecture lord thought in his heart. At this moment, the Xian prefecture lord only hoped that the imperial master and the 2 princes were really here to provide disaster relief and calm the chaos, not to deal with them, the local officials. A reception banquet? Imperial master Wenzhong's face directly grimaced. The people out there have already eaten easily, and these people are still in the mood to put on some kind of reception banquet? Humph. The people are floating dead for thousands of miles, starving corpses all over the place, and there's still no reception banquet. The reception banquet is cancelled. All follow this imperial master into the city, and immediately discuss the policy of disaster relief. Taisher Wenzhong snorted coldly, suppressed the anger in his heart, and directly wrestled 5,000 cavalry into the city. If it were not for the fact that he was still relying on these local people to provide disaster relief, he would have just taken all these people down and beheaded them. Inadequate disaster relief and the corruption of disaster relief silver have led to civil unrest, and his death is not to be regretted. The 2 of them, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, also gave these officials a cold look and followed Imperial Master Wenzhong into the city. The Xian Prefecture Master and the group of officials glanced at each other, their faces all looking bad as they silently followed along into the city. The government office. The great Master Wenzhong sat on the main seat and looked at the Xian Prefecture Master with a serious face and said, "How is the situation of the 4 northwestern prefectures nowadays? How far has the civil unrest developed? Can your Xian Prefecture open a storehouse to provide full relief?" The specifics. All of them. Give this Taisho the details. The Lord of Xian Prefecture froze and hesitated for a moment, saying, reporting to the Imperial Master, "The lands of the other 3 prefectures have all fallen, and even my Xian Prefecture has 3 counties that have been overrun by the rebels. The chaotic people are now pouring into my Xian Prefecture. And as for disaster relief, the silver allocated by the Imperial Court for disaster relief has long since been used up," the Xian Prefecture Lord said in an evasive manner. Master Wenzhong heard, face directly gloomy to the extreme. "You mean you Xian province on the court's disaster relief silver relief? Your Xian Prefecture's treasury. Do you let the rats eat it all up? The rebels poured into Xian Prefecture and broke 3 counties. As the head of Xian Prefecture, don't you know to send soldiers to block the rebels in advance? What do you do as a house master?" Imperial Master Wenzhong couldn't hold his fire any longer and angrily looked at the Xian Prefecture Lord and roared, "I don't care what you use. I only give you 1 day to go and raise money and food for me to relieve Xian province first. At the same time, give orders to all counties and cities to make all-out military preparations to prevent the rebellious people from attacking the city. If anyone dares to abandon the city or lose it again, this Imperial Master will cut him down." The Imperial Master Wenzhong said with a fierce look on his face. The world is in turmoil. Taisher Wenzhong did not expect that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces had spread even after he had rushed to catch up. Previously, only 2 prefectures had fallen, but now in less than 10 days, another prefecture had fallen plus 3 counties in Xian Prefecture. Luckily, he went ahead first with 5,000 cavalry. If he had followed the large force behind him and came a few days later, it is estimated that this Xian province would have fallen as well. When the Xian Prefecture Master heard the words of Imperial Master Wenzhong, his face turned white, and cold sweat was already seeping out of his head. He had the heart to say a few words, but when he saw the fierce look in the eyes of the Imperial Master Wenzhong, the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. At this time, he knew that if he dared to say anything more, Taisher Wenzhong might really pull him out and chop him up in a fit of rage. Pass on this Imperial Master's order to send out scouts to detect the situation of the rebellious people in the other 3 provinces. Notify all the rich households and families in the city. Let them contribute money if they have money, and food if they have food, and take it out first to provide relief. The Imperial Master Wenzhong gave dozens of orders in a row. One by one, all the officials present led the way. Chapter 030, tightening up inside, relaxing outside, being ready to go. A half-month passed. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen looked at the zheng in his hand and slapped it hard on the jade case. Damn! What the hell do they want? Zhou Chen had a hard look on his face. Ever since that day when he drove the 100 officials out of the Yangxin Hall, the 100 officials have been working on their medals one after another without a single day's interruption. The contents of the Sangha were all the same as what the 100 officials had said that day in the Yangxin Hall, with much the same purpose. The 100 officials seemed to have seized on this matter, with an air of vowing not to stop, and, because of this incident, the 100 officials even set aside their political affairs. These days, Zhou Chen would see very few Zhangji about political matters. Basically all of them were about Empress Wu being grounded and the death of Taifu Yanhua. Obviously, this was the 100 officials' counterattack on Zhou Chen as the emperor. Abolition of official government due to power struggle. Is this the important ministers and officials of his great Zhou court? Zhou Chen grimaced, his eyes flickering. Zhou Chen knew that the empress's party of foreign relatives was definitely involved behind this matter. Of course, we can't rule out the pushback from those who are hiding in the shadows and want to reap the benefits. However, no matter if it's not connected to the empress's party of foreign relatives, or if it's fueled by those who want to reap the benefits, this matter can't go on like this. It has to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the 100 officials continue like this, the court will really have big problems. At that moment, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in. Your Majesty, Governor Cao seeks an audience. Shen. Zhou Chen's spirit shook as he collected his thoughts and regained his composure. Ever since that day when he discovered the problem with that cup of tea, Zhou Chen had Cao Zhengchun clean up the rats in the palace. The palace had been cleared of many people over the past few days, with people dying and being arrested almost every day. So far, although Zhou Chen didn't dare to say that the palace had all been completely cleaned up, but at least it had been cleaned up by 80 to 90%. And Zhou Chen also because of that Yangxin Hall inner eunuchs of the inner thief, no longer trust those eunuchs in the palace. The inner servants serving around them are replaced with the system signed out of the inner servants of the factory guards. This way, Zhou Chen's side would be absolutely safe. Anyone else who wanted to start with the people around Zhou Chen again would not have that possibility. Yes, the Chamberlain factory guards immediately retreated. A few moments later, Cao Zhengchun walked into the palace of nurturing the heart, exuding a faint aura of blood that even Zhou Chen in the dragon chair could smell. Apparently, Cao Zhengchun hadn't killed many people these days. The old slave has met his majesty. When Cao Zhengchun walked in, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Get up! The corner of Zhou Chen's mouth curved up as he looked at the Yanwang governor in front of him, who had been widely rumored in the palace these days. Cao Zhengchun was still the same ruthless Cao Zhengchun from amongst the world's first, and he hadn't let him down. After this cleanup by Cao Zhengchun, these days, the palace was really much more peaceful. You came to see me today. Is there something you want? Zhou Chen asked directly. Your Majesty, what you asked the old slave to look into. The old slave has already looked into all of it. Please take a look at it. Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun took out a small folded document and handed it to Zhou Chen. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhou Chen's face as he heard this. He asked Cao Zhengchun to look into nothing more than who poisoned Taifu Yanhua in the heavenly prison, and who tried to poison him as the emperor. Zhou Chen had thought that the depth of the other party's concealment, and Cao Zhengchuan's east factory is newly built. It is impossible to find out so quickly. But he didn't expect that Cao Zhengchun gave him a surprise and checked out the results so quickly. Zhou Chen couldn't wait to pick up the small fold in front of him, open it, and read it. Zhou Chen wanted to see who had poisoned Taifu Yanhua to death in the heavenly prison and had counted on him as the emperor, and who had tried to make him, the emperor, lie on the couch, and had also tried to poison him, the emperor. Looking at the contents inside the small fold, Zhou Chen's face constantly changed. To be honest, the results inside the small folds made Zhou Chen both expect it and not expect it at the same time. There was nothing wrong with a skeptic, but the person who wanted him, the emperor, dead was not the skeptic. After reading the results on the small fold, Zhou Chen closed the small fold with an expressionless face, tapping his fingers in silence. These days, in addition to that cup of tea on that day, Zhou Chen had been subjected to 4 or 5 other incidents of being similarly poisoned, only that in the end, none of them had allowed the other party to succeed. To be honest, Zhou Chen's heart had already raised the butcher's knife a long time ago. Even if that didn't turn out to be the case, he was ready to do it. Now that Cao Zhengchun had found it all out, there was nothing more for him to hesitate about. Cao Zhengchun, you've resolved all the matters of the inner guards. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun sniffed and immediately said, back to the emperor. The inner guards are taken care of by the old slaves. The old slaves are only able to find out these how fast, but also thanks to the inner guards. Indeed, Cao Zhengchun was only able to find out these things how quickly, with no small amount of help from the inner guards. Don't look at the inner guard has existed in name only, but the inner guard is after all the inner guard. In this palace still has a lot of news. In that case, then notify. From now on, you East Factory get ready, tight inside and loose outside, ready to go. Send someone to call the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the Weiwu waiter, and tell them to secretly enter the palace immediately to see me. Zhou Chen said with a serious face. This matter cannot have the slightest error. Once started, that is a slight change. Must do a good job of all plans. Now that the imperial master was out of town, the only 3 people Zhou Chen could use outside of the palace were the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the mighty warlord. The 8th sage King Zhou Chen was Zhou Chen's 8th imperial uncle, a famous sage king of the imperial family, who was naturally loyal to Great Zhou. The two of them, the Minister of War and the Marquis of Weiwu, were also loyal and veteran generals of the Great Zhou, both following in the footsteps of the Great Master Wenzhong, especially Weiwu candidate. The Taisha is not in. Shenwu 12 Guards North Battalion of 6 Guards of the Army have Weiwu candidate temporarily in charge. It was evident that the Great Master Wenzhong had trust in the mighty warrior candidate. After Cao Zhangchun heard Zhou Chen's words, a brilliant light exploded in his eyes and he immediately bowed and said, "Old slave obeys the decree. Cao Zhangchun knows that I'm afraid it's them. The East Chamber. Who'll be the master knives in this one?" This is undoubtedly with a good opportunity for them to make a name for themselves in the East Chamber. These days, the East Chamber in the palace, although some prestige, but not enough to be heard of, will be scared. If this time the East Chamber can do a good job, then from now on, the East Chamber in this big week is also considered a foothold. Go on. Go and make arrangements immediately. And by the way, call Jin He to me. Zhou Chen waved his hand and said, "The old slave retires." After Cao Zhangchun left, Zhou Chen turned over the small folded document again. He really didn't expect that the person who was able to count him, the Emperor and Empress Wu Ying, would actually be a eunuch. It's really true that you can't judge a person by their appearance, and you can't measure the sea. If that Empress of the Green Phoenix Palace knew about this, I don't know how she would feel. 031 Chapter Secret Arrangement. After reading over the contents of the small fold once more, Zhou Chen smiled. "Wu Ying, ah Wu Ying, since I ascended the throne, what I can give you I have given you. This kind of power even the Empress Dowager did not have all. But you don't know enough. You're so bent on being queen. You're really a snake with a heart of gold. It's just a pity that, no matter how high your power and strategy are, you still almost became a knife in someone else's hand." Zhou Chen muttered, his eyes deep. If it wasn't for Zhou Chen crossing over, Empress Wu Ying would really be a sword in someone else's hands. At that time, I wonder what kind of light it will be. But thinking about it, Zhou Chen knew that there were not so many ifs in this world, only results. The result now was that Zhou Chen, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, was still alive. So Empress Wu Ying and those hiding in the shadows and calculating would have to pay the price. "Your Majesty, Commander Jin He is here," the Chamberlain factory guard reported. "Let him in. Last General Jin He, meet your Majesty." Jin He said respectfully as he walked in. Zhou Chen closed the small folded document in his hand and placed it on the jade case. Looking up at Jin He, "Have the missing generals of the Forbidden Army been filled? Is the Forbidden Army serviceable?" After that all-out consolidation and cleanup half a month ago, not only the two commanders Wu Qing and Wang Tong and those 7 or 8 senior generals died in the Forbidden Army, but also the middle-level generals below were cleaned up quite a bit. The positions of these generals, if they were not filled, the 30,000 forbidden troops would be a bunch of headless flies that Zhou Chen would not dare to use lightly. Back to the Emperor. The missing general positions have been filled. They are all loyal and good generals. As long as the Emperor gives the order, no one will dare to disobey the 30,000 forbidden troops, Jinha said forcefully. With that lesson from the previous 100 officials breaking into the palace, Jin He has thoroughly cleaned out the middle and lower generals in the Forbidden Army this time. Anyone who is questionable is executed. Those who waver are taken down, and those who are not strong-willed are demoted to the rank of soldiers. The vacated positions were replaced with chilly generals of clean birth and loyalty. Jin He dares to say that these generals who have been replaced are only subordinate to the Emperor's orders. Good. From now on, pass on my decree that the palace is only to be entered and not to be exited. The Forbidden Army will not leave their armor. Their swords will not leave their hands. And the whole army will be on standby. Zhou Chen looked at Jin He and directly ordered. When Jin He heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and he immediately bowed and said, "The last general will obey the decree." "Go on. Remember to be secretive first." Zhou Chen waved his hand. Right now, the only ones Zhou Chen dared to use were the Forbidden Army. After all, the Forbidden Army had been fully reorganized and cleaned up. Even if there are still leaks, they won't be able to make any big waves. However, if other armies were used, such as the 12 Shinwu guards guarding Luoyang outside the city, or even the 6 guards of the northern camp under the Taisha's command, Zhou Chen did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to command them as if they were his arms. Not many of them must have had their hands in it. Not a moment after Jin He left, Cao Jingchun secretly entered the palace with King Zhou Xian of the 8 Wise Kings, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, and the mighty warrior candidate. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Walking into the Palace of Nurturing Heart, the 8 virtuous King Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate saluted Zhou Chen in unison. Zhou Chen took a glance at these 3 people and said in a flat voice, "Be free of etiquette." It had to be said that all 3 of them gave Zhou Chen a different feeling. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian was as gentle as jade. as if he were a fluttering gentleman. The Minister of War has a little more worldly mellowness. As for the mighty candidate, he stood as if he were a 100-year-old tree. Previously, in the courtroom, because of the presence of the 100 officials, Zhou Chen hadn't felt much for these three people. It was only now that they met in private that Zhou Chen felt the most profound. I'm afraid the three of you are still wondering why I'm in such a hurry to secretly invite the three of you to the palace, Zhou Chen said as he looked at the three people. The 8 wise kings Zhou Xian, the Minister of War and the mighty warlord. The three of them, the 8 sage king Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate, glanced at each other. They were indeed puzzled as to what Zhou Chen had invited the three of them to the palace in such a hurry because of, or the three of them were secretly invited into the palace. Is it because of what the 100 officials have reported? Or is there some kind of change there in the 4 northwestern provinces? The 8 sage king Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate speculated in their hearts. The three of you might as well read this first. Zhou Chen didn't play dumb with the trio either, and directly signaled Cao Jingchen to hand that small folded document to the 8 wise kings. With doubts, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian, the Secretary of the Ministry of War as well as the Weimu candidate passed through the contents of the small folded paper. None of the three people's faces were gloomy. Long gone was their previous puzzled and relaxed demeanor. All three of you have finished reading, haven't you? Is there anything you wish to say? Zhou Chen swept a glance at the three. The three of them, the 8 sage king Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate, were all silent. How could the three of them dare to open their mouths so easily about such matters? This is a matter of one hair affecting the whole body, and if one is not careful, it will cause a big mess. Since the three loving ministers are unwilling to speak, let's hear the decree. Zhou Chen also did not hesitate, and directly gave dozens of decrees in a row to the 8 virtuous king Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate. Then, the 8 sage king Zhou Xian, the Minister of War, and the mighty warlord secretly left the palace again with a grave expression on their faces. It came with a puzzled haste. The departure was staid and heavy. After Zhou Chen watched the three leave, he said to Cao Zhengchun beside him, "Send someone from the East Chamber to keep an eye on them, lest there be any mistakes." Except for the people who signed out of the system, Zhou Chen didn't fully trust anyone, especially something like this that pulls at the heartstrings. Even if the 8 sage king Zhou Xian, the Minister of Military Affairs and the Weiwu candidate were all loyal and good generals, Zhou Chen also wants to be on the safe side. Green Phoenix Palace. Empress Wu Ying sat on the phoenix chair with an ugly face, and the teacups around her had already been broken by wooing 4 or 5 in a row. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground, all with trembling faces. Although they didn't know why this empress was throwing such a big tantrum, they thought that it should be related to the one in the Yangxin Hall. And indeed, it does. Over the past half a month, Empress Wu Ying had used her hidden sons to lay a hand on Zhou Chen 4 or 5 times, but they had all failed. Failure not to mention the fact that these few darkies were exposed. And naturally, they all ended up dead. You should know that these few darkies were carefully developed and arranged by Empress Wu Ying. I didn't expect it to fold so easily. How could the Empress Wu Ying not be outraged by this? That's not all. For half a month, that Cao Jingchen took the people from the East Chamber and cleaned the whole palace. Empress Wu Ying's eyes and ears were cleaned out 9 times out of 10. Empress Wu Ying's 3 years of painstaking work has returned to liberation. It's not as simple as breaking bones anymore. And Empress Wu Ying's men in the Forbidden Army have been purged. It can be said that now the Empress Wu Ying's power in the palace is 89, no longer before the momentum. Chapter 032, Ordering the Phoenix Guard to stand by. Damn Cao Zhengchun. This palace must kill him. Empress Wu Ying was secretly fuming in her heart. If it weren't for Cao Zhengchun, she wouldn't have lost so much of her power within the palace. Weiner. Empress Wu Ying looked sideways at the kneeling one heir. Pass on this palace's order that the Phoenix Guards are on standby. And notify all the experts in our palace to get ready. We can't continue to be passive like this. Empress Wu Ying's eyes flashed with a cold light. She had endured to the limit. Originally, with her prestige in the dynasty, if she had made a decisive move before, Zhou Chen would not necessarily be able to help her even if she possessed great righteousness. Unfortunately, one wrong step leads to another. Now that Zhou Chen had forced her, the Empress, into this downward spiral, if she, the Empress, did not make a decision, when Zhou Chen had clipped all of her wings as the Empress, then the only result that awaited her as the Empress would be to drink herself to death. Yes, Your Highness. One heir's gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Phoenix Guard is the Queen Wu baby, secretly the sharpest claws and teeth, is to prevent the great Zhou internal guards built. Its members are the Queen Wu baby and the 2 saints in the dynasty. Around the network of experts, its energy is comparable to the great Zhou internal guards. It can be said that the Phoenix Guard is only the Empress Wu Ying secretly the biggest reliance. hidden inside the palace, outside the cloth Luoyang. Any breeze, whether inside or outside the palace, was generally difficult to conceal from the Phoenix Guard's detection. Now that Empress Wu Ying had ordered the Phoenix Guards to stand by, although she did not explicitly say so, Wan Er had already comprehended the deeper meaning. To be honest, Wan Er was a little scared in her heart. It's the kind of thing that, once you step out, there's no turning back. If you succeed, you will live. If you fail, your 9 clans will be destroyed. There will be no second results. Of course, there was actually no turning back for Wan Er, just that she didn't know it in her heart. At that moment, Wei Zhong hurriedly walked in. Your Highness, something has happened. Wei Zhong walked in and said with a grave expression. Although Qingfeng Palace was still blocked by the Forbidden Army, but regarding the normal living needs of Qingfeng Palace, Wei Zhong, the chief administrator of Qingfeng Palace, could still freely enter and exit. Therefore, the connection between the Green Phoenix Palace and the outside world was not broken. Of course, even if Qingfeng Palace was completely blocked by the Forbidden Army, with Empress Wu Ying's several years of operation, it was impossible to interrupt the contact between Qingfeng Palace and the outside. What happened? Seeing Wei Zhong's grave face as soon as he returned, Empress Wu Ying couldn't help but frown and ask. Wei Zhong immediately said, Your Highness, all those hidden undercover agents of our previous inner guards were also dug out and cleaned up by Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun should have found out something. And, the atmosphere inside the palace seems to be off today. The West Garden has strengthened its guards, and no one knows what's going on with the Forbidden Army inside. And, just now, news has come from the palace gates that Cao Zhengchun has secretly entered the palace with the 8 virtuous kings, the secretary of the Ministry of War, and the Wei Wu waiter. Wei Zhong told the news he had received and the changes in the palace one by one. Empress Wu Ying's face gathered a change when she heard this, especially when Empress Wu Ying heard that Cao Zhengchun had secretly entered the palace with the 3 people, the 8 virtuous kings, the secretary of the Ministry of War, and the mighty warrior candidate. Her eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Are you sure that Cao Zhengchun has brought the 3 of you, the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the Wei Wu candidate, into the palace? Empress Wu Ying asked, looking straight at Wei Zhong. Your Highness, although the Forbidden Army has been cleaned up in a big way, there are still some of our secret agents inside. This is the news from the secret agents guarding the palace gates. It shouldn't be wrong, Wei Zhong affirmed. Wei Zhong and Wan Er were Empress Wu Ying's 2 right-hand men in the palace. Wan Er is in charge of the Phoenix Guards for Empress Wu Ying as well as a number of masters in important positions. Wei Zhong, on the other hand, was in charge of most of the palace's eyes and ears for Empress Wu Ying, as well as some of the inner guards. Now although the inner guards were withdrawn by the emperor, the manpower are returned to Cao Zhengchun. The empress's eyes are also by Cao Zhengchun are cleaned up 9 out of 10. But there are still some things that can't be hidden from Wei Zhong. Hearing Wei Zhong's words, Wu Ying's face shifted from one to the other. Martial Infant is not stupid. On the contrary, Wu Ying has an exceptional talent for power and foresight. Otherwise, Wu Ying would not have been able to hold the second sage's reign for 3 or 4 years with a woman's body. Obviously, Cao Zhengchun had some ulterior motive in bringing the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the mighty warlord to the palace secretly. Combined with that, Wei Zhong's words about the changes in the West Garden's Forbidden Army and this series of circumstances where Cao Zhengchun had dug out the secret sons of the inner guards and seemed to have found out something. The purpose, I am afraid, is self-evident. Thinking of this, Empress Wu Ying looked at Wan Er with a grave face and said, Wan Er, you immediately notify the Phoenix Guards to investigate this matter first. There must be a result before nightfall. And, you personally go out of the palace and make a trip to the Great General's residence, and tell the Great General about this palace's meaning in this matter, and don't let anyone find out about it. Empress Wu Ying said with a reminder. She had already made a guess, but that still had to be investigated by the Phoenix Guard. Of course, while investigating, it didn't hurt her next plan. Yes, ma'am. After Wan Er left, Empress Wu Ying looked at Wei Zhong again. Wei Zhong, notify our people to stand by at all times, especially those amongst the Forbidden Army. We must find a way to notify them. Although Empress Wu Ying's people among the Forbidden Army had been cleaned up quite a bit, there were still manpower present. After all, Empress Wu Ying has been operating in this palace for 3 or 4 years. Trying to clean out all of his and her forces in one fell swoop would be impossible. Yes, ma'am. A trace of surprise flashed across Wei Zhong's face, but he immediately regained his composure and led the order to leave the Green Phoenix Palace. It's time to prepare. The next step is to see if it's a deer in the headlights. After Wei Zhong left, Empress Wu Ying mumbled with a face. To be honest, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. If you become a success, you will be honored with the 9 positions and command the world. Losers. Empress Wu Ying laughed. She never expected to fail, and she, Wu Ying, would never fail. the great general's residence. Great General Wu Jin sat on the main seat, and below him sat more than 20 civil and military officials. These people are the backbone members of the party of foreign relatives, and each of them is a great power and has considerable influence in the dynasty. Gentlemen, the one in the palace has ignored the 100 officials' petitions, and you've all seen the actions in the past half a month. So tell us what to do. Great General Wu Jin swept a glance at the crowd and said, the 24 or so civil and military officials looked at me and I looked at you, and all of them didn't open their mouths for a while. What? None of them want to talk about it, do they? Or wait until the one in the palace has put a knife on all of your necks before you are ready to speak? Great General Wu Jin scanned the crowd back and forth, his gaze sinking slightly. Great General, we are all clear about the Emperor's purpose, but none of us have a good solution in mind right now. The only thing I can think of is for the 100 officials to make a joint petition so that the Emperor can compromise. But the Emperor has ignored the 100 officials' memorials for half a month, and we've been vegetating. The Minister of Right said with a difficult face. Hundreds of officials are jointly Xiang Yu for half a month. The Emperor is not moved. What else can they do? You can't carry a knife into the palace and really rebel. 033 Chapter The Great General's Plot. Yes, Great General, those usual means can't be used, and the 100 officials' appeals are useless, so we can't think of any good countermeasures for a while. For the words of the Minister of Rights, a large portion of the civil and military officials in the chamber had the same feeling in their hearts. If it were the usual political party rivalry, they'd have plenty of ways to deal with it. Framing, assassination, underhanded ways abound. But they are facing the Emperor, the current Emperor of the Great Zhou. These tactics can be useless. If they really dared to use such means as assassination to deal with the one in the palace, it would undoubtedly be no different from a rebellion. We are all dragging our families along, and who would go to such extreme lengths as a last resort? Then all that's left is the civil official set. What with the hundreds of officials presenting their petitions, striking the court, and dying to admonish them. But in the past half month, all these means have been used. The one in the palace seems to not eat this set. What else can they do? The Minister of Ministries pondered for a moment and spoke out. Since the 100 officials' appeals don't work, we must think of another method as soon as possible. His Majesty's actions over the past half month have shown that he's not far from making a move on us. Right now, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. If we continue to delay like this, I don't need to tell you. You all know what will be the end. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice said with a grave face as he scanned the crowd. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice did not speak alarmistically, and the civil and military officials present knew it in their hearts. As an important member of the Empress's relative party, once the Empress Wu Ying's signboard fell, none of these people of theirs ran away. In the lesser case, they will be dismissed and exiled, and in the greater case, they will have their families copied and exterminated. There is no second result. They didn't care about the life and death of Empress Wu Ying and Taifu Yanhua. They cared about the gain or loss of their own interests. Everyone's faces were heavy when they heard the Minister of the Ministry of Justice's words. Half a month was enough time for them to see the critical nature of the situation at hand. Previously, some people, but also Fluke thought, the palace that the body is a return to the light, or a momentary improvement. Probably, within a few days, he would fall back on his couch and not be able to get up. By then, the Empress will be back in power, and they'll be able to rest on their laurels. As it turned out, it was a big disappointment to them. In half a month's time, the one in the palace had no health problems at all, though they didn't know exactly how the one in the palace had fully recovered physically. But right now, none of them had the luxury of thinking about it. Damn, the big deal is to rebel, directly lead the army into the palace. I don't believe that the Emperor will not compromise in the face of a large army. If the Emperor doesn't compromise, we'll let him lie on the dragon couch all the time and not be able to get up. A military general just couldn't stand such a heavy atmosphere and directly clapped his hands and cursed. The moment this military general's words came out, the atmosphere in the council chamber instantly became eerie. Everyone's gazes went straight to this military general. There was amazement, and laughter, and deep meaning, just no amazement. Obviously, no one here is a savior and has thought of this, but no one dared to say it with a straight face. After all, bringing troops into the palace and intimidating the Emperor was a treasonous thing to do. It's no longer much different from rebellion and insurgency. The only difference is that there is an extra piece of cloth to hide behind, to hold the Emperor hostage. Facing the different gazes from the crowd, this military general seemed to have realized something and smiled brightly. Gentlemen, did I say something wrong? I'm just saying, so don't pay attention to it, all of you. This martial general smiled brightly and sat down again. I don't know if this military general really made a thoughtless remark or if he intended to do so. After this military general sat down, everyone withdrew their gaze after taking a deep look at this military general. Only compared to before, there was a slight change in everyone's complexion, and their eyes flashed endlessly. Great General Wu Jin also looked deeply at this military general before sweeping to the crowd. Who else has any solutions? Tell us all. We must come up with a response today. Otherwise, let's all just wait to die together. Great General Wu Jin's meaning is very clear. That is, the civil and military officials here today, no matter what, must be discussed a strategy. If we can't discuss it, then no one here will be able to leave this great general's mansion easily. The 24 or so civil and military officials looked at each other and all understood what Great General Wu Jin had in mind. This is Great General Wu Jin pushing them. If they didn't make a choice, then without waiting for the one in the palace to make a move, Great General Wu Jin would clean them up first. Also, the Empress's forces in the palace were all cleansed by the one who raised her heart, and the Empress is now in a bad situation. If anything happens to the Empress, then the first one to be implicated in bad luck will be this great general. After all, the two are father and daughter. It's no wonder the great general was in a hurry. Great General, we civil officials have no choice. We all listen to the great general. The Minister of Rights said very slyly. Yes, everything we can think of won't work. Let's see what the great general has to do in response. We are only following orders. The Minister of Ministries also nodded and said, with these two ministers of the 6 ministries taking the lead, the other civil and military officials also spoke up, all looking to the great general as their leader. None of these people present were cuties. All saw that the words of that military general just now. I'm afraid that's what the great general meant. It was too risky, but none of them had a choice now. As the saying goes, one glory for all, one loss for all. It's all on the same rope. Since I don't want to sit back and wait for the end, I'll have to rise to the occasion. When Great General Wu Jin heard the words of these civil and military officials, he couldn't help but curse an old fox in his heart, especially the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights and the Secretary of the Ministry of the Two. Obviously agreed to the law of the line of military generals, but also said what civil officials have no way. Really too hypocritical old fox. This is pushing him, the great general, out to take the thunder. Once things fail, I'm afraid that he, the great general, will be the biggest scapegoat. If it succeeds, it will have to stare down pressure from all sides. However, for these, Great General Wu Jin did not care. As long as these people were tied to him, Great General Wu Jin's face didn't change much. And once again, he swept a glance at the crowd and said, since all of you have said what you want, then this general won't put it off. The suggestion of the military general just now is very good, and since the 100 officials petition won't work, let's come up with a more direct approach. Next, all of you will deliberate the details together, and no mistakes can be made. Great General Wu Jin had a cautious face. There's no room for sloppiness in this kind of thing. Once the slightest mistake is made, then all is lost. Chapter 034. Damn it. Let her escape. Outside the palace, a petite figure raced away, with 4 figures in hot pursuit behind it. If the people in the palace were to see those 4 figures in the back, they would immediately recognize the identities of those 4 figures. Flying eagle suit, crescent blade, jade belt, half a month, so that the entire palace are talking about the East Factory guards. The petite figure that was being closely pursued by the 4 factory guards was no one else but Empress Wu Ying's personal palace maid Wan Er. Wan Er didn't realize how carefully she secretly left the palace on the orders of Empress Wu Ying, but she was still targeted by the factory guards of the East Chamber. Just out of the palace did not go far, was pursued by the East Chamber factory guards. If it wasn't for Wan Er's strength being quite okay and her body skills being fast enough, I'm afraid that she would have just been taken down by the East Chamber's factory guards. Looking at the 4 factory guards in hot pursuit behind her, Wan Er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a white face and ran towards the street not far away. Wan Er knew that if she fled like this, it wouldn't take long for her to be caught up by the factory guards. Just now, although she had escaped from the hands of the 4 factory guards, she had still suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Therefore, she had to find a way to get rid of the 4 factory guards who were in hot pursuit behind her as soon as possible. It just so happened that the street in front of him was one of the busiest and most crowded streets in Luoyang City. As long as they escaped into that street, with that much foot traffic, it wouldn't be hard to get rid of the 4 behind them. The 4 factory guards who were chasing after Wan Er saw Wan Er running towards that street not far away and guessed Wan Er's intention. The 4 of them then sped up and chased with all their might, but they were still a step too slow, allowing Wan Er to escape into that street. Under the crowd of many people, Wan Er's figure instantly disappeared from the sight of the 4 factory guards. Damn it, let her escape. After the 4 factory guards chased into the streets, they did not find Wan Er's figure, and their faces were all in a state of dismay. Chao Zhengchun before but gave them factory guards gave the death order. The palace is only allowed to enter, not allowed to go out. A fly cannot fly out, but now that a big living person had flown out of the palace, it made them wonder how to explain to Chao Zhengchun. When they thought of Cao Jingquan's shuddering methods, the hearts of the four of them were overwhelmed with fear. You guys keep looking. Make sure you find her. I'll go back and report to the governor. One of the leading factory guards dropped a sentence and directly returned. East Factory Residence. Cao Jingquan sat on his governor's chair, looking with an ugly face at the factory guards who knelt in front of him and came back to report. Wastes. Can't even catch a woman. What are you guys doing for food? Cao Jingquan casually struck. That factory guard was directly knocked out and fell to the ground. Factory Lord, spare your life. Factory Lord, spare your life. The factory guard climbed up and immediately begged for mercy. Cao Jingquan had an iron face and said in a chilling voice, do you know that letting that woman escape from the palace will ruin the emperor's great event? If it weren't for the fact that the East Chamber is short of people, the miscellaneous family would have killed you with a slap today. Cao Jingquan really hated to slap this useless thing in front of him, for elite factory guards actually failed to stop a single palace maid. What a disgrace to the factory guards. Cao Jingquan was able to think that Wan Er's escape from the palace at this time must have been on the orders of the one from the Green Phoenix Palace. Could it be that the one from the Green Phoenix Palace has discovered something? Cao Jingquan's face became grave as he glanced at the kneeling factory guards and said, immediately go and stand guard outside of the great general's residence. If she is found, she must not be allowed to enter the great general's residence. Cao Jingquan knew that when Wan Er left the palace, the most likely place she would go to was the great general's residence. Now, the East Chamber is short of men. With only 200 factory guards, Cao Jingquan simply didn't have the extra manpower to search for Wan Er. Besides, it wasn't allowed for him to do much in this crunch. Then we can only send people to squat outside the great general's residence. I hope it's not too late. Yes, factory master. Even if I die, I will never let her enter the great general's residence. That factory guard position said with a voice, and in his heart, he was glad that he had finally escaped. Poof. If you mess up for the miscellaneous family this time, the miscellaneous family will skin you. Cao Jingquan warned the factory guard. Go on. There are quite a few experts in the great general's residence, so be careful not to be discovered. Cao Jingquan waved his hand. Finally, there was a reminder of the factory guard. After that factory guard left, Cao Jingquan also immediately left the East Factory premises and entered the palace. Empress Wu Ying's side of the palace maid, in this critical and sensitive time, escaped from the palace. Cao Jingquan's quickly into the palace to report to Zhou Chen a report, to see if that affects what happens next, lest anything go wrong. Xiang Palace. The Empress Dowager was sitting on a chair, with an old eunuch with somewhat gray hair waiting beside her. Empress Dowager. The forbidden troops in the West Garden have stepped up their guard today, all with armor and swords. The 4 gates of the palace are also closed, only in, not out, and double the forbidden guards. Just now, the 8 virtuous kings, the secretary of the Ministry of War, and the 3 men of the Weiwu candidate also entered the palace, and only left the palace half a child later, the old eunuch said while serving the Empress Dowager, as if he was talking about some strange and interesting stories, specializing in relieving the Empress Dowager's boredom in general seems to be. The Empress Dowager listened to these words of the old eunuch and muttered somewhat, this imperial son of the palace. It seems that he can't help himself. The palace's strange atmosphere today could not even be hidden from that Empress of the Green Phoenix Palace. And how could it be hidden from the Xiaoning Palace? The Empress Dowager who has been floating in the palace for decades. I don't know how much certainty he has, and it's not a good time for him to dare to make a move without waiting for the imperial master to return to the court. You have to know, that great general is not a good match. In his hands are the 6 guards of the Southern Battalion of Divine Warriors. Even if the great master is there, he doesn't dare to say that he's sure of it. The Empress Dowager said quietly. The tone seemed worried in something else. Very complicated. Empress Dowager. That Lu Bu and that Cao Jingquan by the emperor's side are not simple people. Not worse than the old slave at all. With these 2 around, the emperor should have a great grasp. Again, isn't there still the one in the clan house? The 8 wise kings have also been invited into the palace. So if there really is any accident, that one shouldn't just ignore it. The old eunuch relieved the Empress Dowager. Don't look at this old eunuch who was on the verge of dying. But I dare say that Cao Jingquan and Lu Bu are not inferior to him at all. Obviously, was confident in his own strength. It was just that he didn't know if the old eunuch would still have such confidence when he learned that both Cao Jingquan and Lu Bu were half-step celestials. Also, I also don't know where this emperor's son of the morning family found such an expert. It is indeed rare. Since experiencing the incident with Zhang De, he has also changed a bit, becoming something that even Mourner doesn't dare to recognize. The Empress Dowager nodded. Tom less. Xiaoning Palace will be closed for a few days in these 2 days. Keep an eye on things out there. The old eunuch sniffed and immediately bowed. Yes, Empress Dowager. The old slave saves. Chapter 035. Notify them to take action immediately. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen's brows furrowed when he heard Cao Jingquan's report. that courtesan of Empress Wu Ying, Wan heir, has escaped from the palace at this critical juncture, which is not a good thing. This caused Zhou Chen to wonder if Empress Wu Ying's side already knew something. If the queen's side is really aware of something, then Zhou Chen would have to move ahead. Cao Zhangchun, how are the arrangements outside the palace? Are the 8 sage kings and the 3 of them all ready? Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhangchun and asked. Back to the emperor. The outside of the palace has been properly set up. The 8 virtuous kings, the minister of war and the mighty warrior candidate are all still preparing according to the emperor's wishes. Cao Zhangchun immediately bowed and said. Zhou Chen sniffed and was silent for a moment. We can't wait any longer. Notify down immediately and do it right away. Cao Zhangchun, pass my decree. Let Jin Yi take the forbidden army out of the palace to assist the minister of war. Blockade the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. Without my warrant, no one is allowed to enter or leave Luoyang. Violators, to conspire against the punishment. Send an order to the mighty warrior candidate, the southern battalion of the 6 guards of the divine warrior outside the city. I will leave it to him, and give him the imperial sword, permitting him to make the first cut before the last. Close the 4 gates of the palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave except you. Cao Zhangchun. Zhou Chen gave the order with a cautious face. Success or failure is at stake, regardless of whether the 8 sage kings, the minister of war, and the 3 of them were ready or not. Zhou Chen could not wait any longer, because that one heir by Empress Wu Ying's side had escaped the palace. Whether Empress Wu Ying's side really knew something or not, Zhou Chen had to plan for the worst. Doing it early might be a bit risky, but it was a much smaller risk than going to gamble on Wan heir's purpose of leaving the palace. If Wan heir had really gone to the great general's residence to report the news as Zhou Chen had guessed, then Great General Wu Jin would definitely head to the southern camp outside the city immediately after learning of the news. When the time came, the southern battalion Divine Marshal 6 guards would be in turmoil, and it wouldn't be so easy for Zhou Chen to easily take down this great general again, unless it was to suppress all of the Shenwu 6 guards in the southern camp, in which case, there was no telling how many people would have to die. Therefore, compared to a situation like that, Zhou Chen taking a little risk now was nothing at all. The old slave receives the decree. Cao Zhangchun's eyes flickered. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Go on, I will wait for your good news. Originally, Zhou Chen had planned to do it at night. It was convenient to act at night and not easy to wipe out. But I did not expect. The plan often cannot catch up with the changes, so that the Empress Wu Ying side of the Wan heir escaped from the palace. Then Zhou Chen would have no choice but to move ahead. The old slave retired. Zhou Chen watched Cao Zhangchun leave, his expression flickering. He, the emperor of the Great Zhou, would finally take his first step. As long as the general and the queen's party of foreign relatives were removed, half of the power in the courtroom would revert to the imperial power. By then, Zhou Chen, the emperor of the Great Zhou, would be somewhat worthy of his name. West Park. 30,000 forbidden troops are ready to armor. Their swords do not leave their hands, and their armor does not come off their bodies. A factory guard, holding a gold medal, ran into the West Garden out of breath. The emperor has a decree. Gold Crane Commander quickly take 20,000 forbidden troops out of the palace, to assist the secretary of the Ministry of War to blockade the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. Special gift Gold Crane Commander gold medal aside, allowed to act cheaply. This gold medal was the one that Zhou Chen had previously given to Zhao Gao and later to Lu Bu to clean up the forbidden army. Now, Zhou Chen had bestowed it to the Golden Crane again, so that it would have the right to make decisions on the spot when it encountered something special. The Golden Crane receives the decree. Jin He received this gold medal from the hands of the factory guards. His face was solemn, and he directly ordered 20,000 forbidden troops to move. There was finally movement in the closed West Garden for half a day. The 20,000 forbidden troops came out in order with their armor in order, startling everyone in the palace. How big the commotion was! As long as they weren't deaf or blind, they could see the movements of the West Garden's forbidden troops. The faces of everyone in the palace changed drastically, with a look of fear. In the past half a month, the East Factory Guards had already set off a not-so-small storm of blood in the palace, leaving them with a not-so-small psychological shadow. Now, the Forbidden Army had sent out so many more people. Many people are worried that Emperor of the Yangxin Palace will not let the Forbidden Army go on a killing spree. However, after the Forbidden Army left the West Garden, they went straight out of the palace, which made those who were worried and scared in their hearts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a killing spree in the palace. As for the Forbidden Army going there to go on a killing spree, that has nothing to do with them. The little people. Jin He put the gold medal into his arms and said to a young general next to him, Vice Commander Zhou, I'll leave the matters within the palace to you. Jin He is going to leave the palace with 20,000 forbidden troops, so naturally someone has to be responsible for the safety of the palace. so Jin He chose to put this Vice Commander Zhou in charge. Other people Jin He is not assured, but this Zhou Vice Commander, Jin He is assured. Because this Vice Commander Zhou was a member of the royal family. Don't look young, but his strength and talent were very good. That Vice Commander Zhou nodded and didn't say anything more. Only a hint of inexplicable color flashed in his eyes. However, Jin He didn't notice. After patting that Zhou Vice Commander's shoulder, Jin He directly left the palace. The emperor has decreed, close and shut the doors. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace without a bull. Just after Jin He left the palace with 20,000 forbidden troops, 4 decrees came down to each of the 4 gates of the palace. Click. The 4 palace gates were closed. At the same time, a factory guard, holding a sword above him, rushed out of Luoyang city on a fast horse. The emperor has decreed that the mighty martial candidate be given the imperial sword, with full authority to deal with the southern battalion's Shenwu 6 guards. Inside the main tent of the northern camp's Shenwu 6 guards, the mighty warrior waiter received the sword above him, his face grave. Sword of the Xiang dynasty. First things first, it was power no less. But what the mighty candidate saw was heavy pressure. South Camp Shenwu 6 guards is not a small matter. Once not handled well, there is a difference. Then it can cause military turmoil. The mighty candidate immediately felt that this imperial sword was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Men, kill all those who were captured earlier. Leave no one behind. Gather all the troops and horses and fortify the area around the southern camp in case something happens. The mighty candidate had previously been ordered to clean up all the relevant generals in the northern camp concerning the foreign relatives party, and had taken down a dozen of them in one breath. At this point in time, there's no point in keeping these people around. The mighty warrior candidate had to plan for the worst, and once the matter of the southern camp went beyond the plan and could not be settled peacefully, it could only be suppressed by force first. The emperor has decreed that there is this commander to take over the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang, and those who disobey will be punished for disobeying orders. With the cooperation of the Minister of War, Jin He, holding a gold medal, took over the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang with 10,000 forbidden troops. Then the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang were closed, and the forbidden army stood by, and the streets of Luoyang city were filled with squads of forbidden soldiers. For a while, the entire Luoyang city was raging and flowing. 036 Chapter Great General, why don't you come out and receive the decree? The Great General's residence. In the council chamber, Great General Wu Jin had just sent off those civil and military officials and returned to the main seat, and before he had time to take a sip of tea, he heard a considerable clamor coming from outside the mansion. Raffles, what's going on? What's going on out there? Why is it so noisy? Great General Wu Jin rushed outside and asked, and the housekeeper of the residence immediately walked in. Master, it's rumored outside that the city is under martial law. The streets are filled with forbidden soldiers, and the city gates are all closed. The housekeeper said, What? Is the city under martial law? The gates are closed too? When Great General Wu Jin heard this, he couldn't help but frown. As a general, the court auxiliary minister, Luoyang city martial law, the city gate closed. How big things. This auxiliary minister did not receive a little news. The streets are still full of forbidden soldiers. Is it the one from the palace? As soon as he thought of this, Great General Wu Jin immediately looked at the butler and said, immediately send someone to poke around and find out what's going on. Why is the city under martial law? And for what reason are the gates closed? It all has to be poked and prodded. And fast. Great General Wu Jin said with a grave expression. He always felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, it was an impossible thing to happen in this broad daylight, with martial law and the city gates closed in Luoyang, unless something big has gone wrong to do so. However, Wu Jin was a great general and an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor, so if something really big had happened, there was no way he wouldn't have known about it. Yes, master. The butler nodded, also realizing what was going on, and immediately sent someone to go and find out the news. After the butler left, Great General Wu Jin's frown tightened. He had just finished discussing the big event with more than 20 civil and military officials, and now the city of Luoyang was under martial law, and the city gates were closed. This had to make Great General Wu Jin wonder if the one in the palace was playing the same game as him. But is the one in the palace really so bold as to dare to do so? Great General Wu Jin greatly put a question mark in his heart. Although now Taifu Yanhua is dead and Empress Wu Ying is temporarily grounded in Qingfeng Palace, the power of the foreign relatives is still not to be underestimated, occupying almost half of the discourse power in the courtroom. Plus, Wu Jin, the great general, was still in charge of half of the great Zhou Shenwu elites outside the city. The imperial master Wen Zhong is away again. Great General Wu Jin didn't believe that the one in the palace couldn't see what kind of consequences would arise from such a situation once it was done. Just as the great general was frowning and thinking about this, The butler went and returned, followed by an unexpected person. "Master, the queen has sent Wan'er out of the palace," the butler said hurriedly as soon as he walked in. "That's right." Following behind the butler was Wan'er, who had escaped the palace and thrown off the pursuit of the 4 factory guards. "Oh!" Great General Wu Jin's face was shocked as he looked at Wan'er. "The Empress sent Wan'er out at this time. Could it be something important?" "Wan'er has met your lordship." Wan'er also stepped forward and greeted Great General Wu Jin. Wan'er grew up with Empress Wu Ying and came from the Great General's house, so she followed the housekeeper and called the Great General Wu Jin Sr., not the Great General. Seeing Wan'er's pale face, Great General Wu Jin could tell at a glance that Wan'er was injured and couldn't help but frown. "You're injured? What's going on? Who hurt you?" Great General Wu Jin's face was a bit ugly. You have to know that Wan'er is a person from his Great General's residence, or a personal palace made beside Empress Wu Ying. Her status is not unusual. Who has the audacity to hurt Wan'er? Isn't this a slap in the face of his Great General's house and the Empress? Wan'er heard this and did not dare to slack off, immediately saying, "Master, it was me who was injured by the people from the East Chamber when I secretly left the palace. The Empress Mother sent me out of the palace to tell your lordship that the Emperor has secretly received the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the Weiwu candidate. It also closed the 4 gates of the palace and sent Jin He with 20,000 forbidden troops out of the palace to assist the Minister of War in blockading the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. The Empress has already ordered the gathering of manpower in the palace, and asked Wan'er to let his lordship know." Wan'er said all the news in one breath, even the news that Jin He brought 20,000 forbidden troops out of the palace to assist the Minister of War in blocking the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. Wan'er also knew about it on her way to the Great General's residence, and said it all together. When Great General Wu Jin heard these news from Wan'er, his face was a gathering change. The Emperor actually secretly met with the 3 of the 8 virtuous kings, the Minister of War, and the mighty warrior candidate. What is the situation of these 3 people? Great General Wu Jin's heart couldn't be clearer. Loyal and good generals, proper faction of the imperial party. His Majesty met these 3 people in secret, so it is clear that what he wants is not less. And the Emperor also closed the palace gates and had Jin He with 20,000 forbidden troops assist the Minister of War to blockade the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. If this is not a targeted plot by the Emperor, killing the Great General Wu Jin, do not believe. "Come on, man!" Great General Wu Jin immediately shouted at the outside. "Great General!" A personal general walked in, arching his hand and standing by. "Immediately gather all the troops and horses in the residence and guard the Great General's residence. Inform the personal guards to follow this general to the barracks later." Great General Wu Jin knew that no matter what kind of schemes the one in the palace had, as long as he went out of the city to the barracks, then nothing would be a problem. After giving his orders to the personal guard generals, Great General Wu Jin looked at the housekeeper next to him again. "Laifu, send an immediate notification to those officials that the plan has been advanced. Mobilize all the forces the Great General's house can muster and act according to the plan. Everything in the house. After this general leaves, activate the reserve program." Great General Wu Jin said with a grave expression. In order to prevent this day, Great General Wu Jin had long planned for it. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit has 3 burrows, and before you can count on victory, you must first consider defeat. Otherwise, how can we solve our worries? Only after Great General Wu Jin had finished arranging all of this did he look at Wan'er. "You immediately go back to the palace and tell the Empress that this general is aware of this, and tell her to make sure she acts carefully. Move all the experts that can be mobilized within the city of Luoyang into the palace, and make sure to ensure the safety of the Empress." Great General Wu Jin knew the tactics of this daughter of his. "The 4 gates of the palace are closed, but it's hard to get that daughter of yours. It's not a problem to transfer an expert in." "Yes, Master." As soon as Wan'er's words fell, the sound of a soldier's armor came from outside. "General, it's bad. The Forbidden Army has surrounded the Great General's residence and blocked the gate." A general ran in with a panicked face and reported. "What? The Forbidden Army has surrounded the Great General's residence?" Great General Wu Jin's face changed, and he said to Wan'er, "Find a way to go through the back door first, and tell the Empress to get out of the way first if things get out of hand. The holy decree has arrived." "Great General, why don't you come out and receive the decree quickly?" The shrill voice resounded throughout the Great General's residence and into the council chamber as well. Great General Wu Jin's face sank as he directly walked out of the council hall. Wan'er took a look and didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately and quietly left from one side. Chapter 037, Give this governor to kill and plunge the Great General's residence. The Great General's mansion. The main entrance. Chao Jingchun held the imperial decree and looked calmly at the plaque in front of the gate of the Great General's residence that had the words Great General's residence written on it. The heart laughed coldly. The Great General's residence? After today. In the future, This great general's mansion should cease to exist, Chao Zhengchun thought in his heart. And standing behind Chao Zhengchun were 100 factory guards wearing flying eagle suits, waist-qua crescent swords, and jade belts. They all had eyes like eagles, and they were as powerful as rainbows. At first glance, they're all ruthless killers. In addition to these 100 factory guards, the surrounding area was also filled with densely packed palace forbidden troops, numbering as many as 3,000, which surrounded the entire great general's residence. Factory master. Just now the Forbidden Army came to report that one person escaped from the back door, and the Forbidden Army failed to stop him. A factory guard came forward and attached himself to Chao Zhengchun's ear, whispering, "Oh, the monk can't run away from the temple. Let's settle the great general first." If the miscellaneous family is correct, the one who escaped should be that one heir beside the empress in the palace. It seems the mongrels have arrived just in time. Chao Zhengchun smiled grimly. In order to hurry before one heir reported to the great general Wu Jin, so that the great general Wu Jin could get the news in advance of any changes. Chao Zhengchun, however, after leaving the palace and conveying the decree of all parties, he took his men and horses without stopping, assembled the Forbidden Army, and killed towards the great general's mansion. Not a moment's delay. Luckily, it came in time, or else, one step later, when great general Wu Jin gets the news about one heir, he will leave the city to go to the military camp. Although the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang were blocked by the Golden Crane, with the strength of the Golden Crane, it was estimated that it could not stop the great general Wu Jin. At that time, once we let great general Wu enter the city and go to the southern camp, then things would be out of hand. Of course, this also had the credit of that factory guard who was sent by Chao Zhengchun to squat outside the great general's residence. If it wasn't for the factory guards blocking one heir for a few moments of time, one heir wouldn't have been able to just enter the great general's residence. It was a pity that that factory guard died at the hands of one heir in the Phoenix Guard. Chou Yangchun? After great general Wu Jin walked out, his eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment after seeing the eunuch at the forefront outside the gate. The tactics of this East Factory governor. He hadn't heard much about them in the past half a month. It can be hard-hearted. It's the most trusted eunuch of the emperor's inner circle. Chao Zhengchun, you led the Forbidden Army to surround my great general's residence and blocked the entrance of my great general's residence. What do you want? Great General Wu Jin swept a glance at the forbidden troops surrounding him, and with an ugly face, he looked straight at Chao Zhengchun and asked, "Ha, Great General, accept the decree." Chao Zhengchun laughed coldly, not even bothering to say anything more, directly opened the imperial decree in his hand and read it out. The emperor has a decree. The great general Wu Jin, embracing the army, party camping, conspired to make the 100 officials to break into the palace, plotting to rebel, colluding with the harem to poison the emperor. The crime is punishable by death. Remove the great general's post, and beaten into the heavenly prison. Chao Zhengchun read out the holy with an expressionless face, his voice without any rise or fall. What? The great general conspired to rebel and poison the emperor, and the emperor wants to remove the great general from his post, and he wants to put the great general in the heavenly prison? When everyone in the great general's residence heard this, their faces changed. You should know that such things as revolting and poisoning the emperor is not a joke. It is a great crime to execute 9 clans. They are all the people of the great general's residence. This crime, they cannot run. All have to follow the implicated. Especially those subordinates in the great general's residence. Their faces were pale with fear. Great General Wu Jin's face did not change much. After just hearing those news from one heir, Great General Wu Jin had this preparation in his heart. Now seeing that the Forbidden Army had surrounded the entire great general's residence, Great General Wu Jin knew that he was afraid that today's matter could not be settled. It's either you or me situation. After reading out the imperial decree, Chao Zhengchun looked towards Great General Wu Jin in a feminine manner. Great General, you've heard the imperial decree. Accept it. Taking orders? Great General Wu Jin straightened up and laughed disdainfully. This general is an auxiliary minister left behind by the late emperor. It's ridiculous that a mere decree wants to take down this general. The emperor was instigated by you villains to issue such a ridiculous imperial decree. This kind of imperial decree, this general will not accept it. Great General Wu Jin reached out and sucked in his hand, and the imperial decree in Chao Zhengchun's hand immediately flew into Great General Wu Jin's hand. Bang! Great General Wu Jin flipped his hand, and the golden-colored imperial decree immediately flew in pieces and scattered in the air. Since they had already torn their faces and the one in the palace had decided to make a move on them, there was nothing left for Great General Wu Jin to worry about. A mere decree wants him to bend his head and wait to be captured. Is that possible? Bold. Wu Jin, how dare you tear up the holy decree? It's simply a crime punishable by death. When Chao Zhengchun saw that Wu Jin had torn up the imperial decree, his face directly grimaced. Come on man, Wu Jin tore up the imperial decree and plotted to rebel. Give this governor the lord to kill and copy the great general's residence. No one will be left behind. Cao Zhangchun coldly and directly ordered. Yes. 100 East Chamber factory guards charged up without hesitation. These 100 factory guards were the elite factory guards that Zhou Chen's system had signed out and were loyal, not to mention raiding the great general's residence. Even if they raided the royal residence, they wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Kill. Those who disobey the decree and conspire to rebel will be killed without pardon. 100 factory guards entered the great general's residence with monstrous killing intent. As soon as the surrounding forbidden troops saw the factory guards move in, they didn't have any hesitation to follow closely and kill in. There had been some hesitation in the minds of some people. After all, the great general's ever-present prowess had been ingrained in some people's hearts. Make a move against the great general and raid the great general's house. It would be a lie to say that I'm not scared. But right now they had no room to retreat. They could only go on with their heads. Boo! 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 The sound of bingo rang out suddenly. The generals of the great general's residence were no slouches, and the two sides immediately fought together. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell. There were the great general's house and the forbidden army, just not the factory guards. Compared to the strength of these people from the great general's office and the forbidden army, the strength of the factory guards was undoubtedly with a large cut above them. 100 factory guards topped the strength of thousands of forbidden soldiers. The battle gradually took on a lopsided form. The great general Wu Jin looked on with an ugly expression on his face for a while. One must know that the generals of his great general's residence were all elites that he had selected from the southern battalion Shenwu 6 guards, and they were not inferior to the forbidden army at all. If he were to face the forbidden army alone, great general Wu Jin dared to say that the forbidden army did not seem to be a match for his great general's generals. But now, because of those 100 factory guards, hundreds of his great generals had been killed or injured. These are his most elite soldiers. Chapter 038, Cao Zhangchun. Give me death. In front of the gate of the great general's residence, the killing shook the sky. Hundreds of factory guards with forbidden troops tried to kill their way into the great general's residence, but they were blocked to death by the generals of the great general's residence outside the gate of the great general's residence. Even though the factory guards and forbidden army gradually gained the upper hand, they were never able to break through the defense line of the generals of the great general's palace. Great General Wu Jin looked at the killing scene in front of him without changing his face. As a great general, what kind of scene he has not seen, like this killing scene, has long been accustomed to. 2 factory guards leaped out of the crowd and killed in front of Great General Wu Jin, wanting to take down Great General Wu Jin and establish the first merit. Unfortunately, the Great General Wu Jin can be ranked as a great general, but also can be in charge of the southern camp 6 guards of the most elite Shenwu 12 guards of the Great Zhou. And how can it be that the District 2 factory guards can be easily taken down? Seek death. A cold light flashed in Great General Wu Jin's eyes as he casually struck. The 2 factory guards were directly killed and fell to the ground. There's no point in fighting back. Perhaps the factory guards are strong for the average person, but to Great General Wu Jin, that's just dirt. Master, we can't go on like this. You should quickly leave the city and go to the military camp. The butler did not know when he came to Great General Wu Jin's side and warned out loud. When Great General Wu Jin heard this, a light immediately flashed in his eyes. The housekeeper was right. Indeed, we can't spend any more time here. The longer it took, the more unfavorable the situation would be for him as a great general. It wasn't that he was afraid that these 3,000 or so forbidden soldiers could plunge the great general's residence and leave him, the great general, behind. Rather, he was worried that since the one in the palace had decided to make a move against the great general's residence, how could he possibly ignore the soldiers and horses of the 6 guards of the Shenwu that were in the southern camp outside the city? If something goes wrong with that Shenwu 6 guard soldiers and horses in the southern camp outside the city, then Great General Wu Jin will lose his greatest dependence. Without soldiers and horses, it's hard to do anything anymore. Do it! Kill out! The butler heard it and waved his hand. Kill! As soon as the steward's words fell, hundreds of figures ran out from the great general's residence. Each of these people was so powerful that they were simply not something that the forbidden army could resist, and even the factory guards had a hard time resisting them. The butler himself also leaped and casually struck. Dozens of forbidden soldiers were massacred and fell to the ground, and the aura of the Grand Master caused the forbidden soldiers and factory guards to change color. It was hard to imagine that a housekeeper of the great general's residence was actually a first-grade Grand Master realm expert. With the addition of the butler and these hundreds of experts, the situation where the generals of the great general's residence were originally overwhelmed by the factory guards and the forbidden army was instantly turned around, and the forbidden army and factory guards were killed or wounded. It was at this moment that the depths of the great general's house were revealed. Not far away, Cao Zhangchuan's eyes narrowed when he saw these hundreds of people rushing out from the great general's residence. an early first-grade Grand Master, 7 second-grade Minor Patriarchs, 15 third-grade Patriarchs, the others, clear of the 4th-grade Martial Artists, plus that mid-Grand Master's butler. That's what it looks like a great general's house should have. Not bad, not bad. Cao Zhangchun nodded. The only reason he hadn't made a move was that he was waiting for these people. Cao Zhangchun knows that the great general's house can rise how many years without falling. It is impossible to just have a great general to support, without a little bit of heritage. If he struck out and scared these people into scattering and running away, it would be a pain in the ass to chase them down again. Now that these people have jumped the gun, it's just the right time to do it all in one fell swoop. As for the several Forbidden Army generals who had been following Cao Zhangchun's side and had not made a move, their faces changed when they saw these hundreds of experts rushing out from the great general's mansion. They were not as big-hearted as Cao Zhangchun, and were still in the mood to gawk at the hundreds of people. 2 Grand Masters, 7 Minor Masters, and 15 Masters. How many are Masters? It is estimated that the palace is a big one. Do not see to be able to take it out. They didn't know how Great General Wu Jin had recruited so many experts. But right now, they were in no mood to think about that. Seeing that the factory guards and the Forbidden Army had many deaths and injuries due to the addition of these hundreds of experts, especially the Forbidden Army, which had a large number of deaths. The faces of several Forbidden Army generals were all in a state of ugliness as they directly ordered the Forbidden Army guarding the outermost perimeter, mount the strong crossbow. Shoot hard. Don't spare a single one. In a fight by force, ordinary soldiers of the Forbidden Army could not kill these sect masters. However, they had sharp weapons like strong crossbows, which were specifically designed to deal with experts like the sovereign. Having received the order, the forbidden troops guarding the outermost perimeter took out their strong crossbows and shot at the hundreds of experts. Under the intense rain of crossbow arrows, the 15 third-grade patriarchs, 7 died at once, and 2 of the lesser patriarchs died. As for the 4th-grade martial artists, a large portion of them were even shot down. As for the 2 Grand Masters, they were not injured, but only suffered some effects. From this, it could be seen that a patriarchal master was strong, but even stronger, he was still a fleshly mortal. Under a dense rain of arrows, it would still drink its fill, unable to hold back the army's attack. Damn it, actually brought a strong crossbow. Seeing that the Forbidden Army side had moved their strong crossbows and shot down a small half of the experts on their side in one go, the butler and the other Grand Masters' faces changed. Without saying a word, the 2 of them leapt to avoid the dense rain of angry arrows and killed the peripheral forbidden troops. Strong crossbows didn't have much of an effect on their 1st-grade Grandmasters, but they were lethal to the 2nd-grade Minor Masters and 3rd-grade Masters below them. If they didn't take care of the strong crossbows on the periphery, other than their 2 Grand Masters, everyone else would have to be slowed down by the rain of angry arrows. Not only did the 2 great masters of the butler kill the outer Forbidden Army, even the remaining 5 lesser masters, braving the rain of furious arrows, also rushed towards the outer Forbidden Army. Cao Zhangchun, give this general death. And at the same time, Great General Wu Jin directly flew over to kill him. Great General Wu Jin knew that he didn't have time to spend here. If you want to resolve the battle here as soon as possible, you can only first resolve Cao Zhangchun, the East Factory Governor. First, as long as they took down Cao Zhangchun, the others would be nothing to fear. In Great General Wu Jin's opinion, Cao Zhangchun could get the regard of the one in the palace, so he thought that his strength should be very strong. But even if it was stronger, it was at best the strength of a Grand Master. It's nothing to Great General Wu Jin. There's no big problem to take down Cao Zhangchun. However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is always cruel. If Great General Wu Jin knew that Cao Zhangchun was a half-step celestial strength, I don't know if he would still dare to say so arrogantly that he would let Cao Zhangchun die and come. The generation of mole crickets dares to clamor in front of the miscellaneous family. What a death wish. It's time for the farce to end. Cao Zhangchun let out a sinister sneer and slapped out his palm. Great General Wu Jin's heart snapped as a danger arose, causing the hairs on his body to stand up. 039 Chapter The Might of a Half-Step Celestial. Dangerous. A warning sign was born in the heart of Great General Wu Jin, and his face couldn't help but change. Facing Cao Zhangchun's mediocre palm, Great General Wu Jin felt a crisis he had never felt before. It was an overwhelming aura. It was also the first time that Great General Wu Jin truly and practically smelled death. Great General Wu Jin did not understand how Cao Zhangchun, a eunuch with little reputation and a mediocre slap, could give him such a dangerous feeling. One must know that Great General Wu Jin was able to be ranked as a great general, but he had the strength of a peak great grandmaster. In this situation where half-step celestials were few and far between, Great General Wu Jin was the top group of experts. But right now, Cao Zhangchun's mediocre palm gave Great General Wu Jin a crisis he had never experienced before. This made Great General Wu Jin have to wonder a little if he was feeling wrong. Could it be that Cao Zhangchun really had the strength to threaten him as a peak grandmaster? However, Great General Wu Jin no longer had time to think about this. It was because Cao Zhangchun's palm, which was already close at hand, was slapping towards him. In a flash of lightning, all of Great General Wu Jin's peak Great Master strength erupted. Boom! Gathering all his strength with one battle, he met Cao Zhangchun. Since he felt in danger and still couldn't avoid the palm, he could only go all out. Great General Wu Jin wanted to see how many kilograms Cao Zhangchun, who was able to give him a warning sign in his heart and make him a peak Grand Master, feel an unprecedented crisis, actually had. However, it was only when Great General Wu Jin actually touched Cao Zhangchun's palm that he realized just how unfathomable Cao Zhangchun's palm really was. Touch! The power of a peak Grandmaster who had gathered his full strength with a single battle immediately fell apart the moment it touched Cao Zhangchun's palm. Great General Wu Jin's figure, which was originally rushing over, was slapped out of the way, crossing a distance of tens of meters and smashing hard on the ground. The inner armor on his body was also in tatters because of this palm. Great General Wu Jin opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his gaze toward Cao Zhangchun was filled with horror. You're a half-step celestial? Great General Wu Jin never expected that Cao Zhangchun, a eunuch of unknown origin, was actually a half-step celestial. How is that possible? Half-step celestial. This was already a strong person standing at the very top of Great Zhou. Generally seldom walk around on Earth. In the whole of the Great Zhou are a handful of counting. Every one of them is famous. Never heard of such a character as Cao Zhangchun. Great General Wu Jin's heart was horrified and somewhat incredulous at the same time. No wonder the one in the palace dared to strike so recklessly in the absence of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong. So he had such a card. Half-step celestial. This was an existence that suppressed everything under normal circumstances. Of course, if there were enough large army elites and experts, even half-step celestials would have to drink the sands. Unfortunately, Great General Wu Jin didn't have a large army of elites with him right now, nor did he have enough experts to resist a powerhouse like a half-step celestial. Only now did the Great General Wu Jin realize what was going on with the warning signs in his heart and the crisis that he had never seen before. Cao Zhangchun, the governor of the East Chamber, turned out to be a half-step celestial, hidden deep enough. Luckily, he had just loudly clamored for the other party to die and come, which was a bit of a big statement. As for Cao Zhangchun, after slapping the Great General Wu Jin with his palm, he didn't stop and took a step out and came back to the side of the butler and that other Great Master duo who had already killed amongst the peripheral Forbidden Army. Thumbs up. Cao Zhangchun stretched out his right hand and nonchalantly slapped it down towards the butler and that Grand Master duo. Put. Before the butler and that Grand Master duo could react, they were directly slapped and dropped to the ground by Cao Zhangchun, spewing blood from their mouths. This butler and that Grandmaster, one early Grandmaster and one mid-Grandmaster, could not compare to Grand General Wu Jin, a peak Grandmaster, who was able to withstand Cao Zhangchun's half-step celestial slap. Under Cao Zhangchun's slap, the butler and that Grandmaster duo fell to the ground and convulsed for a few moments before they directly snapped. Two great masters of the Grandmasters had died in Cao Zhangchun's hands like this. In fact, without the set of quartered inner armor on Great General Wu Jin, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a slap from Cao Zhangchun, a half-step celestial. After resolving the butler's two Grand Masters experts, Cao Zhangchun didn't stop, and casually struck at those 5 second-grade minor masters, and those experts of the third-grade masters. All of a sudden, blood rained down all over the sky. The hundreds of experts who had just claimed the throne all instantly fell to the ground without breath. This scene took place and sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Is this the might of a half-step celestial? Killing a patriarch was like slaughtering a dog. How overbearing and shocking. Raffles. Great General Wu Jin's face was hideous when he saw his butler die at the hands of Cao Zhangchun. Although Lai Fu was a butler in the Great General's residence, he had already served 2 generations of masters in the Great General's residence. And in Great General Wu Jin's heart, he had long since treated Lai Fu, the butler, as a member of the Wu family. Now that Lai Fu had been killed by Cao Zhangchun, how could Great General Wu Jin not be angry in his heart? Ha! Great General, isn't it good to receive the decree honestly? It had to be the miscellaneous family. Look how many people are dead now, and it's all because of your Great General. Cao Zhangchun smiled grimly as he swept a glance at everyone who was subdued, and his gaze stopped on Great General Wu Jin. Great General Wu Jin staggered up and looked at Cao Zhangchun. Everyone in the world thinks that the royal family is at its end, only waiting for the death of the one in the patriarch's residence. There is no more figure in the royal family that can hold down the scene. But I didn't expect that the royal family still hides a half-step heavenly man eunuch like you. It's really unexpected. As long as you, Cao Zhangchun, a half-step celestial, are around, the imperial family will still be able to survive for a few more decades. Great General Wu Jin thought that Cao Zhangchun was an underbelly expert secretly cultivated by the imperial family. After all, A powerhouse like a half-step celestial really wasn't much in terms of Great Zhou. Each one of those was an existence that was used as a suppression of the bottom. With that emperor in the palace, it was simply impossible to just have such a strong person's allegiance, and it was still a eunuch. Obviously, this was a half-step celestial that the royal family had cultivated after unknown generations and spending many resources. When he said this, Great General Wu Jin's words changed. But, Cao Zhangchun, do you think you can destroy my great general's residence with your half-step celestial strength? Great General Wu Jin coldly looked at Cao Zhangchun. The general's house can stand up this god Luoyan how many years do not fall, but also can become the largest party in the dynasty forces of foreign relatives of the party leader. Not only so, a little simple heritage. If there were no top-notch figures to press the stage, how could the great general's mansion come out on top amongst these many disjointed forces? Ha! Cao Zhangchun once again gave a grim smile. Your Excellency may come out. If Your Excellency doesn't come out, the people of this great general's residence will die out. Who is Cao Zhangchun? That was a half-step celestial powerhouse. It could be said that amongst half-step celestials, that was also an existence that pushed across the same rank. It wasn't that easy to hide under his nose. 040 Chapter The East Chamber needs talents like you. The Great General's Mansion. The main entrance. Bodies all over the place. 2 first-grade Grand Masters, 7 second-grade Minor Masters, and 15 third-grade Masters all died here. Honestly, it was no small matter for so many experts to live and die together. It had been a long time since it had happened how many experts had been killed or injured at once, especially the 2 Grand Masters, which were considered big names in the entire Great Zhou. 2 dead in one go. This would definitely cause a considerable ripple if word got out. Cao Zhangchun looked up into the depths of the great general's interior, his gaze deep and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. How much longer will Your Excellency see? If we continue to watch, all the people of the great general's residence will die at the hands of the miscellaneous family. Cao Zhangchun said in a feminine voice. This great general's residence had more than just these experts. It also hid a figure. As expected, after hearing Cao Zhangchun's words, a figure walked out from the depths of the great general's mansion, and with a single rise and fall, he had already arrived outside the gate. Just see this figure, a rough linen clothes, body shape is thin, just like a wind candle. To be at any time into the coffin will be the general of the dead. If it wasn't for the radiant gaze in his eyes, it would be hard to imagine that such an old man would be a hidden powerhouse in the great general's residence. Great General Wu Jin was relieved when he saw this old man. Apparently, this was the biggest undercurrent in his great general's house. As long as this old man was around, even if the other experts in the great general's residence died out, his great general's residence would still be the great general's residence and would not fall. After the old man faintly swept a glance at Great General Wu Jin and those corpses on the ground, he looked towards Cao Zhangchun. I never thought that a character like you had appeared amongst the eunuchs. It seems that there is going to be one more addition among the top powerhouses in the world, the old man said quietly, his voice calm, without any hint of emotional color. How about this ends here? The old man looked over at Cao Zhangchun. At the point of strength they were at today, force was both capital and bondage. Unless there was some great life and death feud that had to be fought tooth and nail. Otherwise, if they can keep their hands off, they won't. After all, at their level of power, once they made a move, even if they won in the end, they would still suffer from minor injuries. It will be a pain in the ass to recover when the time comes. What's more, with their lives and time, they all wanted to break the barrier of celestial beings and become that transcendent celestial being, free in heaven and earth. That's the big thing at all. Which is going to go out and get hurt and lose that hope just for the sake of a general thing. When Cao Zhangchun heard the old man's words, he didn't open his mouth immediately. Instead, he smiled and sized up the old man. The strength of a half-step celestial. Although it's been more than 10 years since the breakthrough, the breath is refuted, the potential is exhausted, and the qualifications are insufficient. Above all, one is also old, with 1 foot in the coffin board, and not much time left to live. But well, after all, it's a half-step celestial strength. It's not too bad. It's barely useful. Cao Zhangchun sized up the old man and said to himself. Cao Zhangchun's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. Everyone was shocked, not realizing that this ordinary old man who looked like he was about to go into the ground was actually a half-step heavenly man powerhouse. This is a real eye-opener. A half-step celestial's powerhouse was actually dressed in rough linen, looking plain as an ordinary old man. If Cao Zhangchun hadn't spoken of this old man's strength, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have believed to death that this ordinary old man in front of them would be a half-step celestial top powerhouse. However, what made everyone puzzled was that Cao Zhangchun was sizing up the old man so much, and even commenting on the old man from time to time. What was Cao Zhangchun trying to do? The old man, in particular, had a twitching face in the face of Cao Zhangchun's measuring eyes and occasional critical tone. the same half-step celestial. Cao Zhengchun actually dared to judge him, a half-step celestial, as underqualified and depleted of potential. If he was truly underqualified and his potential was exhausted, how could he break through to the realm of half-step celestials that only so few people in this great Zhou could break through to? The most infuriating thing was that Cao Zhengchun dared to say boldly that he, a half-step celestial, was quite strong and could barely make do. This is simply bullying. Didn't even put him, a half-step celestial, in his eyes. The old man was about to have a fit when Cao Zhengchun spoke again. The miscellaneous family sees you as a half-step celestial with a decent amount of strength. And even though you're a bit older, you can still be of use. Miscellaneous East Factory is short of people right now, and it needs people like you. Would you be interested in coming to serve in the miscellaneous family's East Factory? Cao Zhengchun looked over at the old man and said with a feminine face. The old man sniffed and gasped. What do you mean? The East Chamber is short of people right now, and it needs people like him. He was a powerful half-step celestial. Could he only get into the eyes of the East Chamber when it was short of people? The old man looked at Cao Zhengchun with a gloomy face. What do you mean? There's no way to talk about this matter? In that case, let's see what happens underhand. The old man had never been angrier. As a half-step celestial powerhouse, he felt that this was Cao Zhengchun humiliating him. To serve in the East Chamber, is that for him to become a eunuch? With the anger of being humiliated, the old man took a step out and arrived in front of Cao Zhengchun, slashing his palm in the air. Cao Zhengchun did not dodge. His right hand formed a palm and quickly probed out to meet the old man's palm. Touch. Two palms touch. A hot aura penetrated from the old man's palm into the old man's body, and the old man's body was shaken, and he was directly sent flying out. Put. When the old man landed on the ground, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The old man did not expect that Cao Zhengchun would actually be so strong. The same half-step celestial. Under one palm, he was actually seriously injured, especially the scorching hot aura inside his body that was burning his 5 organs and 6 bits. Before the old man could react, a shadow of life and death loomed over the old man's heart, causing the sweaty hairs on his entire body to shiver. Try taking another slap from the miscellaneous family. Cao Zhengchun's grim voice rang out, and the scorching palm wind struck again. 7 Injury Xuanfa, a time of life and death. The old man's face showed a look of absolute determination. The old man knew that Cao Zhengchun's strength was beyond his imagination, and that he was no match for Cao Zhengchun. If you want to live, you'll have to fight for your life against all odds. This 7 Injury arcane technique is a self-inflicted secret technique. Hurt yourself first, then hurt someone else. The old man's breath climbed in knots, almost in the blink of an eye. The old man's strength exceeded his previous strength by several times. Strike! The old man's right hand flipped out and directly met Cao Zhengchun. Touch! Touch! Under a series of 2 palms, the old man still failed to block Cao Zhengchun. At the 3rd palm, the old man was directly slapped out tens of meters away by Cao Zhengchun, and ruthlessly fell onto the doorbar of the great general's residence, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession, and collapsing helplessly on the ground. Chapter 041, It's just a death struggle. How could the old man not expect that Cao Zhengchun would be so strong? Despite the fact that he had utilized a self-inflicted secret technique like the 7 Injury Xian technique, he was still unable to receive Cao Zhengchun's 3 moves. Being the same half-step celestial, the old man couldn't figure out why the gap between him and Cao Zhengchun was so wide. The people of the great general's mansion next to him had thought that with the presence of the old man, a half-step celestial being, they would be able to save the great general's mansion from the fire. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Seeing the old man seriously injured on the ground by Cao Zhengchun's 3 strokes, the hearts of all the people in the great general's mansion sunk to the bottom. Even this half-step celestial old man from the great general's residence could not block Cao Zhengchun's 3 moves, so there was even less to say about the rest of the great general's residence. Without this half-step celestial powerhouse, the next end of the great general's mansion could be imagined. Great General Wu Jin's face was gloomy to the extreme. To be honest, even he didn't expect Cao Zhengchun, the eunuch with no balls, to be so terrifying as he was. 3 moves had heavily injured the same half-step celestial powerhouse of his great general's house. This strength, I'm afraid that if we look at the world, there are not many people who can do it. One must know that this was a half-step celestial being, not some small shrimp like a cat or a dog. Even if one looked at the world, such strong people were few and far between. It had yet to be heard of anyone who was able to re-injure such a top powerhouse within a few moves. But right now, Cao Zhengchun did it. Looking at that greatest undercurrent of the great general's house, who had collapsed helplessly on the doorbar, a strong sense of powerlessness flooded the heart of the great general Wu Jin. Is he really going to destroy the great general's residence today? Humph. Something that doesn't know any better. Cao Zhengchun snorted coldly. He was the head of the East Chamber, and he saw the strength of the old man, and wanted to recruit him into the East Chamber. The other side is still ungrateful. What a toast. If you don't choose the way of life, you choose the way of death. Chao Jingchun swept a glance at that old man who had collapsed helplessly on the doorbar, felt a sweetness in his throat, and forced it down. But there was still a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of Chao Jingchun's mouth. Just now, although the old man lost to Qiusou Zhengchun in 3 moves, the old man's instantly increased strength still caught Chao Zhengchun off guard. If it wasn't for Chao Jingchun's timely reaction and that last palm strike with full force, I'm afraid that the one who is now seriously injured and on the ground is Chao Zhengchun. Even so, Chao Jingchun was still injured by the old man's instantly increased strength. Only minor injuries. Just when everyone thought that the old man had been seriously injured and would never be able to get up again, the one who had collapsed on the doorbar suddenly stood up. The demeanor of what had been a serious injury disappeared. The face is flushed and the breath is long. It didn't even look like an injury at all. It was even more like a half-step celestial powerhouse than the feeling it gave the crowd before. Chao Zhengchun, destroying my cultivation and cutting off my front path. Even if I die today, old man, I'll pull you on my back. Come to war. The old man looked straight at Chao Zhengchun, the death wish on his face unconcealed. This step, once taken, there is no turning back for the old man. 7 Injury Xuanfa. Hurt yourself first, then hurt someone else. Consumption of vitality and rebirth against the odds. Win or lose, it's certain death. The old man's sudden rise sent a shock through everyone present. No one expected that the old man who had been so severely injured would be able to get up again. And it didn't look, at all, like an injury. The fruit was worthy of being a half-step celestial powerhouse. It's not that easy to kill. Even Chao Zhengchun didn't expect that the old man would still be able to get up. Looking at the old man with a grim smile on his face, he think that just because you've used the self-inflicted secret method, you'll be able to compete with the miscellaneous family? It's just dying. If the miscellaneous family is not wrong, even if we don't need the miscellaneous family to do anything, you won't live for more than an hour. But the mongrel still wants to send you to hell himself. The grimness in Chao Jingchun's eyes flickered. An old undead from the district made him, the governor of the East Chamber, suffer injuries, as a return gift. Of course Chao Jingchun had to send his opponent to his death with his own hands. One step out, Chao Jingchun's figure arrived at the old man's side, and his sizzling palm slapped out. The old man did not react slowly this time either. And after the enhancement of the self-inflicted secret method, the old man's strength was no longer much weaker than Chao Jingchun's. The two figures instantly intertwined. You fought back and forth in the air. As a half-step celestial powerhouse, it was possible to briefly stand in the air. Of course, if one was able to break the celestial barrier, one would be able to do so by truly standing in the air. Chao Jingchun's 2 palms came out and his chi gathered. The Big Dipper's child's kung fu. The sin of the 7 wounds. This was the last secret layer of the 7 injury arcane technique. It is also the most self-injurious and hurtful secret method. The moment this method came out, it also proved that the old man had already held the intention of certain death. Boom! After a collision, the old man's figure flew backwards and fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and after struggling for a few moments, he was completely motionless. As for Chao Zhengchun, he was also shaken back 3 steps before he stood firmly, calming the strength in his body that had been shaken by the old man's final blow. Dead. A half-step celestial powerhouse died. At this moment when everyone saw the scene, they were all a little stunned. Half-step celestial. That's an existence that is unattainable to look up to in everyone's eyes. The topmost powerhouse of the great Zhou. Just like this, he died alive in front of them, which made everyone react a little bit for a moment. Great General Wu Jin looked at the old man who died of bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his heart, which was holding a glimmer of hope, instantly fell to the bottom. The greatest underpinnings are gone. Then the next end of the great general's house is doomed. For a time, Great General Wu Jin was overcome with grief. It would be right for you to die at the hands of a mongrel. Chao Zhengchun swept a glance at that old man who was no longer moving, and turned his head to look at Great General Wu Jin. Great General, do you have anything else you want to say now? Chao Zhengchun narrowed his eyes at Great General Wu Jin, and in his heart, he had already treated Great General Wu Jin as a dead man. Oh, what else does this general have to say? Isn't that what has happened since the beginning of time? Great General Wu Jin glanced around at the dead experts and smiled miserably. It was a bit ironic that the large general's residence, with so many experts, was actually killed by an eunuch with no spawn. No, this general can't just admit defeat like this. There's still an army from the southern battalion outside the city. As long as we can escape from the city, this general still has a chance to turn the tide. A hint of inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of Great General Wu Jin, and he ordered to all the remaining generals of the Great General's residence, give this general a kill. Kill 1 is enough. Kill 2 to earn 1. Otherwise, Everyone will be executed. Mourners will win. Great General Wu Jin knew this. In the situation at hand today, anyone could see that if these people from the Great General's residence did not resist, they would only be slaughtered. In that case, it's better to fight to the death. 042 Chapter The Death of the Great General. No one can be honest about death. Great General Wu Jin was no exception. He had a position of power and authority, and could be said to be in a position of power and authority in this great Zhou. He wasn't willing to just tie his hands and die and let it all go up in smoke. Therefore, Great General Wu Jin ordered the tight remaining generals to fight to the death, so as to create a slight chance for him to possibly escape, because Great General Wu Jin knew that the only way to fight to the death was to fight to the death, and perhaps there would be a chance for him to escape. It's all over if you sit around and wait for it to happen. Sure enough, hearing the words of Great General Wu Jin, those generals in the tight remainder of the Great General's residence were all shaken in their complexion. Yeah, the situation at hand was clear to them all. It's hard for them people to escape death, since it's a death either way. What's there to be afraid of? So what if I'm a half-step celestial? The big deal is death. After figuring this out, those generals in the tight remainder of the Great General's mansion all slowed down from the shock of Cao Zhangchun killing that half-step celestial powerhouse, and looked at Cao Zhangchun, the god of murder, and were no longer so afraid. Kill one to get enough. Kill two to earn one. Those generals in the tight remainder of the Great General's residence, led by the two generals, once again wielded their weapons and fought with the Forbidden Army and the factory guards. One of them, that Great General Wu Jin's personal general, led his personal guards to kill Cao Zhangchun. He had gotten a hint from Great General Wu Jin that he did not want to be able to block Cao Zhangchun, but only needed to delay pestering Cao Zhangchun for a few moments. As for the Great General Wu Jin, the moment those generals in the tight remainder of the Great General's residence rushed to kill, they flew straight back. The front has been sealed by the Forbidden Army, and there is also a Forbidden Army strong crossbow handle on the periphery. There is no chance to escape out. Then there's only one way out of the mansion, the dark tunnel. It was good that the residences of powerful people like the Great General's residence would have an emergency escape route built into the residence, just in case. Now, just in time to use it. As long as we enter the dark tunnel, that Great General Wu Jin will be able to escape out. However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is often cruel. Cao Zhangchun looked at these generals who were charging towards him, and swept a glance at the Great General Wu Jin who had retreated back into the mansion, and immediately guessed what was in the mind of the Great General Wu Jin. He, still wanting to escape from the miscellaneous family's hands. How naive. It's time to settle whoever needs to be settled. And it's time to end it. Cao Zhangchun smiled coldly and casually struck. Those generals who rushed over were instantly swept away. At the same time, Cao Zhangchun took one step and instantly disappeared in place. Great General Wu Jin had just retreated into the mansion, and before he could run more than 10 meters away, he felt an aura of death descend. Great General Wu Jin looked up, only to see a large palm covering the sky slapping down from above. Great General Wu Jin's pupils tightened, and before he had time to react, he was plunged into darkness, and his thinking stopped completely at this moment. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Great General Wu Jin slowly collapsed to the ground, his bright eyes gradually dimming and losing their vitality. A generation of auxiliary ministers and a great general with a heavy army died at the hands of Cao Zhangchun. At this time, both the factory guards and the Forbidden Army also killed their way into the Great General's residence. Those remaining generals of the Great General's house were still resisting tenaciously, but when they saw that the Great General Wu Jin was dead, their minds were suddenly in turmoil. It didn't take long for there to be not a single sound of resistance in the entire Great General's mansion anymore. Bingo stops. The tussle dissipated. Dismembered limbs are everywhere. The pungent odor of blood made one frown a little. A factory guard covered in blood walked over to Cao Zhangchun's side. Factory lord, all the resistors have been killed. What should be done with the rest? Kill. Not a single one. Cao Zhangchun said coldly. Yes. The factory guards were ordered to go. Soon, the Great General's residence became a deadland, in which there was not a single living thing. Cao Zhangchun glanced at the dead Great General Wu Jin and walked directly towards the outside. Go. Next house. Cao Zhangchun left some people behind to wrap up the copying of the family, and then left the Great General's residence with his men and horses, and proceeded to copy the next family, the house of the Minister of Justice. As the residence of the head of the 6 ministers, it was not at all inferior to the Great General's residence. The study. The Minister of Ministries sat at his desk, his face heavy. The news out there. The Mandarins know all about it. The 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang were blocked by the Forbidden Army, and the streets were also cordoned off by the Forbidden Army. This series of changes all made the Minister of Mandarin smell something different. It was only just now that their 24 civil and military officials had discussed the big event in the Great General's residence. Then the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang were blockaded by the Forbidden Army. Could it be that the matter they discussed at the great general's residence has leaked? Or is the one in the palace also playing the same scheme as them, and is going to make a move against their foreign relative party? The Minister of Labor thought darkly in his heart, and his frown grew tighter and tighter. Just then, an underling ran in with a panicked face. "Master, it's bad. The Forbidden Army has surrounded the mansion." The subordinate ran in and said in an urgent voice. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice sniffed, and before he had time to say anything, he heard a burst of sounds of armor coming from outside. Immediately after that, the doors to the mansion were blasted open. The Minister of Ministries hurriedly stepped out of his study to take a look, only to see that a eunuch had already barged into his Xiang Yu mansion with a fishbowl of men. "Cho Yangchun?" After seeing the eunuch at the head of the group, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue's face couldn't help but change. The heart felt bad at once. "Who is Chao Zhangchun?" "That's the eunuch of the palace guy's heart, and he's got some kind of east chamber." It's been half a month of killing in the palace, especially when the Minister of Officials saw those men and horses behind Chao Zhangchun, more or less with fresh blood on them. His heart couldn't help but sink straight down. It's obviously just after a kill. Chao Zhangchun walked over with an imperial decree in his hand. A sharp voice rang out from his mouth. "The holy decree has arrived. The Minister of Mandarins receives the decree." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Ministries immediately bowed to receive the decree and said, "The old minister receives the decree. The Emperor has a decree. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice is in a high position. Do not think of loyalty and goodness to the country. The party camping for personal gain, together with the great General Wu Jin conspiracy to rebel. The crime cannot be put to death. The East Chamber is ordered to raid the minister's house." Chao Zhangchun read the imperial decree, his face expressionless. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue's face changed drastically when he heard the imperial decree read out by Chao Zhangchun. The old minister was wrongly accused. The old minister did not associate with any party for personal gain. The old minister moreover did not conspire with the great general to rebel. The Minister of Ministries desperately defended. Chao Zhangchun closed the holy decree and sneered. "Come on, man, do it and copy the house. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without pardon." Chao Zhangchun didn't even want to listen to this kind of defense, nor did he want to say anything more. His purpose was simple. That's a citation. After receiving the order, the factory guards and the Forbidden Army didn't hesitate to do it directly. Soon, the minister's residence also turned into hell on earth. Ministry of Rights House. Chao Zhangchun likewise came with the decree. The Emperor has a decree. The Minister of Rights. The party camping, together with the great General Wu Jin, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and other people conspire to rebel, so that the East Chamber of the plagiarized family to destroy the family. Kill. Chapter 043, No More Zhou Junxian. Inside the city of Luoyang, the storm continues. First, the great general's residence was destroyed, followed by a series of civil and military officials, such as the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Minister of Rights, who were raided and their families exterminated. When the news spread, the 100 officials were shocked. The people in the city of Luoyang were shocked. The world's most powerful families and the royal relatives were shocked. No one expected that the one in the palace would be so ruthless and thunderous. It's amazing that they didn't get a whisper beforehand. Caught everyone off guard. Many people began to prepare secretly, fearing that the next holy decree of plagiarizing and exterminating their families would come to their heads, especially those who were involved with the Empress Foreign Relatives Party. None of them were scared. After all, so far, all those who have been copied and exterminated are civil and military officials of the Empress's Foreign Relatives Party. Many of them, still trying to get out of the city secretly with their previous connections. But the result was that, without exception, they were all taken down or stopped by the Forbidden Army. With Jin He, the Forbidden Army commander who only recognizes the imperial order but not the person, sitting in the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. In the absence of an imperial order, no one can think of going out of the city. This was presumably the reason why Zhou Chen had sent Jin He, the commander of the Forbidden Army, to blockade the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang. Only the emperor's orders. No personal feelings. While the storms were raging in the city of Luoyang, there was no peace within the palace. Green Phoenix Palace. The Forbidden Army that had previously been ordered by Zhou Chen to blockade Qingfeng Palace had been transferred back to the Western Garden and replaced with another group of Forbidden Army not long after Jin He had left the palace. At this time, inside the Green Phoenix Palace, Empress Wu Ying sat on the Phoenix chair, looking at one air in front of her with a grave expression. "What you just said is true. Chao Zhangchun really took the Forbidden Army to the Great General's mansion to deliver the decree, and even had the Forbidden Army surround the entire Great General's mansion?" Empress Wu Ying asked in a grave manner. One air nodded. "Yes, mother. The slave girl only managed to escape through the back door as well. the great general told the slave girl to tell the empress that if things don't work out, it's better to get out first. Wan Er said with a pale face. Empress Wu Ying's face sank directly at her words. Previously, Empress Martial Infant was all speculation, guessing that Zhou Chen might be somewhat scheming. However, he did not expect that Zhou Chen's plot was actually to destroy the great general's mansion. How dare he? How dare you? Doesn't he know that the great general holds the Southern Battalion's 6 guards of the 12 most elite Shenwu guards in Great Zhou? Wasn't he afraid that the Southern Battalion Shenwu's 6 guards would be in direct turmoil and cause a mutiny at that time? Empress Wu Ying's heart hit rock bottom. She wouldn't be naive enough to think that Chao Zhengchun had really gone to the great general's residence to deliver the decree by leading the forbidden troops to surround the residence. Do you need to bring thousands of forbidden soldiers to deliver a decree and surround the great general's residence? Obviously, this decree went with the purpose of plagiarizing the family. Presumably, it's not just the great general's house. I'm afraid that the ministers of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Rights, the civil and military officials in their power, will not be spared. Now, the 4 gates in 9 cities of Luoyang were blocked by Jin He with his forbidden army. Those inside the city can't get out, and those outside can't get in. It could be said that all news from inside and outside the city had been cut off for the time being. The Southern Battalion Divine Marshal 6 guards that the great general's office relies on the most can't be counted on. Without the Southern Battalion Divine Marshal 6 guards, the great general's palace was equivalent to having a broken arm. Even though Empress Wu Ying knew the underpinnings of the great general's house very well and felt that Chao Zhengchun with his forbidden army would not necessarily be able to destroy the great general's house. But fear not, fear not. Since the one who raised the heart of the palace dares to plot like this, it must have an unknown bottom. As soon as she thought of this, Empress Wu Ying knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Taking advantage of the fact that Jin He is now blockading the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang with the forbidden army, and Chao Zhengchun is outside the palace with the forbidden army. He is not in the palace. The palace is empty. Just the perfect time for her to do it. No matter what kind of backbone Chao Zhengchun had to bring the forbidden army to destroy the great general's residence. As soon as she makes a move here and takes down the one in the nurture hall, then the dust will settle. It's the palace that's the main venue for deciding the final outcome. Outside the palace that can only be regarded as the icing on the side field. Empress Wu Ying's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as she looked at Wan Er and said, "Has the manpower that I asked you to notify before been notified yet? Are the Phoenix Guards ready?" Wan Er immediately said, "Back to your highness. The slave girl has already notified all of them, and the Phoenix Guards are on standby at all times, just waiting for your highness's orders." And, when the slave girl returned to the palace, she also brought in all the experts from outside the palace. When Empress Wu Ying heard this, the sparkle in her eyes intensified. With experts from outside the palace, it would make up for the shortage of manpower she had within the palace. This makes the next move much more certain. Empress Wu Ying looked at Wei Zhong again. "Wei Zhong, how are the manpower preparations on your side?" "Back to your highness. They are all ready. As long as your highness gives the order, they can strike at any time," Wei Zhong also said immediately. Empress Wu Ying sniffed and said nothing more, but instead looked at the last person within the Green Phoenix Palace. "What about you? How's the consideration going? Is it to watch me die? Or do you want to watch me live? If you want to watch me die, just do it and kill me with one stroke. To be able to die at your hands, I, Wu Ying, have gotten what I wanted." Empress Wu Ying looked at the man and said quietly, her tone complex and slightly tender. The man sniffed and sighed. "Wu Ying, why are you forcing me? You know, I'm a member of the royal family. I can't betray the royal family in Great Zhou. Did you have to go this far? Is it worth it to do this for the sake of that dragon chair? For the sake of that illusory power?" The man said with an agitated look on his face. On one side was his favorite woman, and on the other side was his family's royal family. He couldn't kill the woman he loved the most. He couldn't do it even if he was asked to betray the royal family and kill that man from the palace of nurturing heart. What should he choose? What choice could he make? Empress Wu Ying looked at the man's agitated expression and shook her head. "It's not that I have to go this far. It's that I have no choice now. As you can see, the one from the palace of nurturing heart wants to kill me and destroy the great general's house. What do you want me to do? I'm not in it for the position or the power. I just want to live. Do you understand?" When the man heard this, he immediately said, "I can take you away. Let's go far away. No longer pay attention to these mundane things. From now on, free on earth, find a place where no one is, and live in peace. In this way, even if that one in the Hall of Nurturing Heart wanted to kill you, he wouldn't be able to find you people." Empress Wu Ying laughed at this. "Zhou Junxian, don't be silly. Under all the heavens, there is no king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. If the emperor wants to kill me, how can there be a place for me in the world? I, Wu Ying, will only ask you one thing. Do you want me to live, or do you want me to die?" Wu Ying looked straight at the man without flinching. The man was silent for a moment before sighing. That's just it. There will be no more Zhou Junxian. In the end, he made his choice. 044 Chapter Zhou Junxian, Green Phoenix Palace. After Empress Wu Ying got the answer she wanted, she blossomed a smile at Zhou Junxian. I knew that you wouldn't watch me die. Don't worry. I won't make it hard for you. We're not revolting, nor are we trying to kill the one who raised the heart. We're just clearing the king's side. The emperor of Great Zhou is still him, and the world of Great Zhou is still named Zhou, and there will be no change from before. It is only to return the one who raised the heart to the kind of couch life that was in the emperor's bedchamber before. That way, he's good. I'm good. Everyone's good. Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhou Junxian and said in relief. Empress Wu Ying knew that although Zhou Junxian had given her an answer, her heart was not very painful. It was only that Zhou Junxian's feelings for her were so deep that he was forced to reluctantly make this choice. Therefore, Empress Wu Ying wanted to give Zhou Junxian a heart pill so as to soothe this reluctance in his heart. And these words of Empress Wu Ying are the attitude she wants to surface. Empress Wu Ying wants to tell Zhou Junxian that she does not rebel, nor does she commit regicide and seize the throne. The world of the Great Zhou is still surnamed Zhou, and you, Zhou Junxian, do not need to have too many burdens in your heart. It must be said that Empress Wu Ying has a good grasp of the human heart. She's also very compelling in this statement. But any more compelling? Don't treat people like cuties. What with the emperor of the Great Zhou still being him? It's just a matter of clearing the ruler's side. All said and done. Isn't it still in the name of cleaning up Zhou Chen's direct lineage around him, so that Zhou Chen will have no one to use, and thus the imperial power will fall by the wayside once again? The claim that it is not a rebellion is nothing more than a cover-up. Regicide and seizing the throne is something only a political hack would do. Holding the emperor hostage is the mature tactic of a conspirator. Undoubtedly, Empress Wu Ying has done a perfect job in this regard. After hearing these words from Empress Wu Ying, Zhou Junxian no longer said anything. Only a trace of bitterness flooded his heart. As the proud son of the royal family and the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, how could Zhou Junxian not see that Empress Wu Ying was using him? These words of relief from Empress Wu Ying seemed superfluous to Zhou Junxian. Instead of all this crowning relief, it would be better to just lift that veil. At the very least, that would be less self-defeating. He Zhou Junxian only so willingly being used by Empress Wu Ying, not because he Zhou Junxian stupid, nor was it because he, Zhou Junxian, needed Empress Wu Ying for these grand reasons as an excuse. Rather, it was because Zhou Jun envied and loved Empress Wu Ying, the lovemaking that loves her to the bone and is willing to drop everything for her. It was a pity that Empress Wu Ying used this deep love that Zhou Junxian had for her as a bargaining chip to take advantage of Zhou Junxian. This had to be a sadness for Zhou Junxian. Martial infant. Ah, martial infant. It seems that in your heart, desire is still greater than everything else. I, Zhou Junxian, am nothing more than someone who still has some use in your heart. Zhou Junxian thought with a gloomy face. Seeing Zhou Junxian's silence, Empress Wu Ying also stopped talking more nonsense and asked straight to the point. Now that Jin He is not here, how much of the Forbidden Army can you control? If you want to do it in the palace, then you can't get around the Forbidden Army. Although Jin He took away 20,000 forbidden troops, there were still 10,000 forbidden troops left in the palace. If some of those forbidden soldiers could be taken care of, then things would be much easier and less stressful. 3,000. Zhou Junxian spat out 2 words. That was as far as he could go. Although when Jin He left, he made Zhou Junxian responsible for the safety and security of the palace. But the control of the Forbidden Army is in the hands of the middle-level generals below. Zhou Junxian only has the right to mobilize, but not the right to control and command. Especially with this kind of thing at the moment. It was these 3,000 people that Zhou Junxian could control, and when it really came time to make a move, it was estimated that half of them would be good enough. After all, this is a great crime equivalent to rebellion. The Forbidden Army had just gone through a bloodbath after a major purge, so who would dare to do such a thing except for some of the real heartthrobs? That's right, Zhou Junxian was the same Zhou vice-commander that Jin He had put in charge of the safety and security within the palace when he left the palace. If Jin He had known, this vice-commander Zhou, whom he had been lazily trusting, was also the person of that Empress Wu Ying in the Green Phoenix Palace. Also after his golden crane left, he cooperated with the Empress Wu Ying to act. I do not know how he will feel. Hearing this number of people from Zhou Junxian, Empress Wu Ying's brows could not help but frown. 3,000? The number seemed to be quite large, occupying a third of the 10,000 forbidden troops now immediately remaining in the palace. But it would be nice to see half of those who dare to actually follow their actions when the time came, I guess, plus some of the other people she hadn't gotten cleaned out of the Forbidden Army. It should be able to be as many as 2,000. 2,000 forbidden soldiers? Enough, Empress Wu Ying thought to herself. Although there are still 10,000 000 forbidden troops in the palace. But in addition to guarding the 4 gates of the palace as well as the number of people on duty elsewhere, there aren't many people who can really be called upon again. Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhou Junxian, the following is up to you. Transfer all the forbidden soldiers patrolling around the Yangxing Palace that you can, and replace them with those you can control but don't dare to do anything about. And then, you just watch from the side again. Empress Wu Ying knew that Zhou Junxian had given him results though, but if Zhou Junxian were to go and lead the men to storm the Palace of Nurturing Heart, that would simply be impossible. Zhou Junxian had already done her a great favor by being able to do what she said. As for what happened next in the Foster's palace, it was enough to have her mobilized. Zhou Junxian nodded silently and said no more. Wu Ying, this is kind of the last thing I can do for you. With that, Zhou Junxian left the Qingfeng Palace in a gloomy manner. With that gloom in his heart that no one could understand, he was giving the Empress Wu Ying the answer. But how could he not be giving himself an end? Regardless of the success or failure of this matter, his Zhou Junxian's end was already doomed. Even if he is the son of the 8 wise kings, he still has to come up with an explanation. After Zhou Junxian left, Empress Wu Ying immediately ordered to Wanner and Wei Zhong again, inform our people to take action immediately, and at all costs, take down the Yangxing Palace for this palace. If anything goes wrong, the one who feeds the heart is dead or alive. Empress Wu Ying said coldly. Just now she did say to Zhou Junxian that she would not commit regicide, but that's only under normal circumstances. If anything changed or unexpected happened, then don't blame her for not compromising. Anything is secondary to the big picture. The process doesn't matter. What matters is the result. Successful king loses the enemy. This reasoning everyone understands. If the one who raised the heart of the temple is not controllable, then it can only let him sleep forever. Yes, ma'am. Wei Zhong and Wan Er immediately led the way. Empress Wu Ying eyed the backs of the two as they left, her gaze sizzling. Success or failure is in the eye of the beholder. Is it to regain control of the dynasty? Or does everything come to nothing? It depends on the next move. Chapter 045, Master Guardian's Order. Act now. By order of the Lord of the Guard. Start moving, and if there is any obstruction, kill without amnesty. Hundreds of silhouettes gathered in the separate courtyard within the Green Phoenix Palace. These people, men and women, tall and short, they were all Phoenix Guard experts that Wan Er had brought in from outside the palace. Everyone's body exuded a notable martial aura, with those at the front being experts of the Zhongshe realm. Wan Er stood in front, scanned the crowd, and said in a direct order. After these hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts heard Wan Er's order, without saying a word, they moved and quickly rushed out of the Green Phoenix Palace. The direction they ran in was the Foster's Palace. Their respective weapons were also clutched in their hands at some point in time, looking a bit harsh under the sunlight. The Forbidden Army that blocked the Qingfeng Palace, after seeing these hundreds of weapon-wielding silhouettes rushing out of the Qingfeng Palace, not only did they not stop them, but instead, they followed closely behind these hundreds of silhouettes as they ran towards the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. Ah, who are you people? These hundreds of silhouettes ran out for some distance before bumping into a few eunuchs. Palace maids. Put. The blade flashed. Several eunuchs, palace maids' heads fell to the ground, and without a single stop, these hundreds of figures continued to smother their heads as they rushed in the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Lord Wei has ordered that we act immediately and kill the Palace of Nurturing Heart at all costs. Dozens of figures converged in an inconspicuous courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Their identities varied, but they were all members of the Phoenix Guard hidden within the palace, led by a leader. They all took out their long-prepared weapons and rushed out of the other courtyard, killing the Palace of Nurturing Heart. What man? There are assassins. These dozens of silhouettes had just rushed out of the special courtyard not too far before they ran into a 5-man squad of patrolling forbidden soldiers. Kill. These dozens of Phoenix Guard experts directly killed the 5-man squad of patrolling prohibitionists. Bang, bang, bang. After a few sounds of weapons, dozens of figures of Phoenix Guard experts continued to kill in the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Instead, they left behind them 5 corpses and a pungent odor of blood. Order from the Lord of the Guard. Move immediately, target the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Another dozens of silhouettes rushed out of one of the courtyards to kill the Palace of Nurturing Heart. The mother has decreed that an army is to be raised for 1,000 days, and from the time you committed yourselves to the mother's command, you had the mother's label nailed to your bodies. I'm sure you've all personally experienced what's happened in the palace over the past half-month, so if you don't want to die, today is your chance to break free from your fate. Take the Foster's Palace at all costs. It's a done deal. Everyone gets to live. Defeat and everyone dies. Action. A figure rushed out from all around the palace, a dozen in a row. They all aim in the same direction. That's the Foster's Palace. Wherever they passed, they left behind blood all over the ground, and corpses of varying degrees of severity. For a time, the entire palace was shrouded in a layer of shadow. Despite the fact that these men moved carefully and swiftly enough and decisively enough, anyone who ran into someone who found them was turned into a corpse. Not a single survivor. But the movement of their hands and the cries of shock from the slain man before he died still startled the people around each of them. The word is gradually getting out that it spread throughout the palace. Yangshin Temple. A squad of forbidden soldiers patrolled the outermost perimeter. Guarding the perimeter of the Palace of Nurturing Heart was the 500 merging state wolf riders, which was the result of Zhou Chen signing out over the past half a month or so. Zhou Chen had not only signed out more than 300 parallel wolf riders in the past half month, but also more than 100 factory guards. It brought the number of parallel wolf riders to 500, and the number of factory guards to 200. And guarding the temple were dozens of inner guards and factory guards. It can be said that the guards of the Palace of Nurturing Heart is now more than double than before. The Dragon Chair. Zhou Chen looked at a list of names in his hands and was deep in thought. This list is about the Empress wooing foreign relatives, a party of civil and military officials, which records the names of many civil and military officials in the dynasty. They all belong to the party of Empress Wu Ying's foreign relatives. A few of the names were even deliberately outlined. The names of people like the Minister of Appointments and the Minister of Rights were sketched out. Obviously, the names that could be deliberately outlined belonged to the important core figures of the foreign relatives party. I also wonder how the situation outside is going. Is it going well? Zhou Chen was a little lost in thought. Although Zhou Chen was looking at this list in his hands, his thoughts had long since gone beyond this list and flew outside the palace. Don't look at him like he's wise and steady as a rock. Actually, that's just the surface. Zhou Chen's heart was also apprehensive at this time. He was a little worried about whether the operation outside Chao Jinchuan's palace had gone well, and whether there would be any changes. After all, it was about what happened to him next. If all goes well, that's fine, but if there is any unexpected turn of events, it will be a bit of a problem. Right now, the only two experts that Zhou Chen could take out were Chao Zhengchun and Lu Bu. Lu Bu was going to guard Zhou Chen's safety. If anything happened to Chao Jinchuan's place, Zhou Chen would have no manpower to send even if he wanted to send experts to support him. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart. Despite Zhou Chen's confidence in Chao Zhengchun, he knew that the strength of a half-step celestial was not invincible. There were enough experts in conjunction with an elite army still able to trap a half-step celestial. This was also the reason why Zhou Chen did not dare to make a move easily even when he had Lu Bu, a half-step celestial. Just then, Lu Bu strides in. Your Majesty, there seems to be something wrong with the situation outside, Lu Bu said with a cautious face as he walked in. Not right? Zhou Chen froze and looked at Lu Bu. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Bu immediately said. Your Majesty, the forbidden troops patrolling the surrounding area have just been basically switched out, leaving only the two teams of forbidden troops on the outskirts of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. And there are quite a few auras coming from all directions in the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, and it looks as if they are coming from a bad place. As a half-step celestial powerhouse, Lu Bu's perception was so sharp. As long as they were close after a certain distance, they could not escape Lu Bu's perception range. Oh, yes? A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. It seems that it's the one from the Green Phoenix Palace who doesn't want to sit around and wait for death and wants to strike first. It's just a shame that her math is wrong. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint her. Zhou Chen wasn't surprised at all. How could he not guess that bit of Empress Wu Ying's mind? Wanting to take advantage of the emptiness in the palace to make a move on him is really a good plan. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen had long since guarded against this. With Lu Bu and the 500 parallel state wolf riders guarding the Palace of Nurturing Heart, Zhou Chen was not worried about his safety at all. Chapter 046, Passing on my decree. We can close the net now. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen was not too surprised by Lu Bu's report. Zhou Chen just didn't need to think and guessed that at this critical time, the one who could rush towards his Nurturing Heart Palace was not a good person. Who else could it be except for the one from the Green Phoenix Palace? Don't look at these days. Chao Jingchun cleaned the whole palace inside and outside of the rats. But as thorough as the cleanup is, it's inevitable that there won't be any leaks. What's more, in the few years that second saint of the Green Phoenix Palace has been in power during his reign, he doesn't know exactly how deep he has operated within this palace. Chao Zhengchun, with one cleanup, simply could not have cleaned up all the forces of the one from Qingfeng Palace in the palace. Zhou Chen knew this better than anyone else. With all the previous arrangements and movements, Zhou Chen had never thought that he would be able to hide it from the one in the Green Phoenix Palace. And with the intelligence of the one in the Green Phoenix Palace, she would definitely be able to guess something. As a figure of the second saint progenitor, Zhou Chen wasn't surprised that he could make this kind of preemptive move. If it was him, Zhou Chen, he wouldn't be a sitting duck when he smelled danger. It's bound to rise up and make the first move. It was just that what Zhou Chen hadn't thought of was that after the Forbidden Army had gone through a complete cleanup, The one from the Green Phoenix Palace was actually able to reach out to the Forbidden Army. That's a bit of a surprise. Who could it be? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment, guessing at the rebel among the forbidden generals. Zhou Chen would not simply think that at this point in time, the forbidden troops patrolling around the Yangxin Hall being switched out was part of a normal changing of the guard and transfer. And those who could have this right to transfer the Forbidden Army must be Forbidden Army generals in high positions. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and raised his eyes to Lu Bu. Fengxian, pass down the order that anyone who dares to approach the Palace of Nurturing Heart, no matter who it is, will be killed without pardon. Immediately send someone to find out who ordered the transfer of the patrolling forbidden troops around the Yangxin Hall. At the same time, notify those forbidden soldiers who have been transferred away to return to their original positions quickly, and take all those forbidden soldiers who have replaced them on their rounds to me. Zhou Chen gave his orders in an organized manner. At this sensitive time, Zhou Chen didn't care what the intentions of those transferred forbidden soldiers were. Let's take them all first. Lu Bu immediately nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Eyeing Lu Bu's departure, Zhou Chen looked sideways and back at a Chamberlain factory guard waiting on the side. Pass on my decree that the net can be closed. Those rats that jumped out at me are in your hands at the East Chamber. Clean them all up for me. Not a single one, Zhou Chen said in a cold voice. Originally, Zhou Chen had planned to, first, have Cao Zhengchun lead his men to take care of all the important officials of the great general's house and the foreign relatives party outside the palace. When Cao Zhengchun returned to the palace, he would then have Cao Zhengchun go to Qingfeng Palace. After all, in Zhou Chen's opinion, Empress Wu Ying was trapped in the palace, and Empress Wu Ying's forces in the palace had been cleared out by Cao Zhengchun, so she no longer posed much of a threat. Instead, it was the civil and military officials of the great general's house and the foreign relatives party outside the palace who were in the greatest danger. In particular, Great General Wu Jin was in charge of the 6 southern battalions of the 12 guards of the Shenwu, the most elite of the Great Zhou. If you're not careful, that can lead to military disaster. But I didn't expect that Empress Wu Ying wanted to strike first, so Zhou Chen wouldn't have to wait for Cao Zhengchun to return. It's directly up to him to close the net. Anyway, the palace had already been set up, and it made no difference who came to collect this net. Obey the decree. The Chamberlain factory guards immediately bowed. Then, silently, he left the nurturing hall. After the Chamberlain factory guards left, a hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth. Martial infant. Ah, martial infant. Since you are so impatient to seek death, then I will fulfill you. I'd like to see what waves you can make, Zhou Chen muttered. With Zhou Chen's command, dozens of figures flew out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart and ran in all directions. Each of them wore a flying eagle costume, carried a crescent sword, and wore a jade belt around their waists. They are the East Chamber factory guards who made the palace fishy and smelled in this half-month. The East Factory now had only 200 elite factory guards, not counting the previous Great Zhou inner guards. These 200 elite factory guards were all signed out by Zhou Chen. Cao Zhengchun took away 100 men, and the remaining 100 were set up in the palace. After these factory guards ran out not much farther, another figure ran out from different places around and converged behind these factory guards. Carrying long swords of the uniform style, they followed the pace of the factory guards and rushed in 4 directions: southeast, west, north and south. These figures carrying long swords were all Great Zhou's inner guards. After the Great Zhou internal guards were withdrawn by Zhou Chen, the manpower was given to Cao Zhengchun to dispose of. Although they were all merged into the East Chamber, they could only be considered as peripheral personnel of the East Chamber, and were not yet qualified to wear the Flying Eagle uniform, use the crescent blade, and wear the jade belt. What man? The hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts who ran out from the Green Phoenix Palace were about to approach the range of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, but they ran face to face with the same group of experts holding weapons. Eastern Factory Guards? Upon seeing the dozen or so factory uniforms wearing Flying Eagle suits at the forefront of the group across the street, the Phoenix Guard's expert's face couldn't help but be shocked. Humph! You rats! You actually dare to act recklessly in the palace. You're really looking for death. Kill! Not a single one. Without saying a word, the East Factory Guards carried their crescent swords and killed the Phoenix Guard. Kill! The hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts were not ambiguous and directly met the factory guards. In an instant, the two parties fought together. This way is not possible. You rats! None of you will escape today. In the other direction, the dozens of Phoenix Guard experts who were running in the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart were similarly blocked halfway by the East Factory Guards. Eastern Factory Guards? Kill! Dozens of Phoenix Guard experts did not hesitate to kill the East Factory Guards. At the same time, a dozen or so Phoenix Guard experts who had been killing from all directions in the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart were all blocked halfway by the East Factory Guards and killed each other. For a while, the clashing sounds of weapons and the sounds of fighting and killing kept coming from all sides of the entire palace. Such a big commotion had startled the entire palace. The guards and forbidden troops inside the palace immediately flocked towards the direction of the fight. West Park. A forbidden army lieutenant was about to take off his armor and rest when he suddenly heard the sound of a fight and immediately picked up his weapon and rushed out of the tent. Gather. Everyone assemble at once. The lieutenant exclaimed. Captain Zhang, what are you gathering your men for? Vice Commander Zhou has ordered that the forbidden soldiers on rotation shall not trespass. Another lieutenant saw this Lieutenant Zhang gathering his men and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the fighting? Before Commander Jean left, he said that once there is any movement in the palace, the forbidden army will directly suppress it without fail. This Captain Zhang said loudly. Chapter 047, The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. The periphery of the Palace of Nourishment. Two teams of forbidden soldiers guarded the Hall of Nurturing Heart with alertness, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. On the four sides of the sound of killing, the two teams of forbidden soldiers did not leave the original place half a step, just dutifully guarded in place. And on a pavilion not far from the two teams of forbidden troops, several figures were standing, looking down at the direction of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. These figures were no one else but Empress Wu Ying, Wan Er, Wei Zhong and the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Zhou Junxian. Behind them, there were hundreds of uniformly dressed Phoenix Guard experts standing. These hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts were the Phoenix Guard's most elite manpower. The lowest strength among them had reached the 5th grade of martial artist, and the highest were 2 Grand Masters. One was at the middle stage of the Great Master's strength and was the commander of the Phoenix Guard. One was at the early stage of the Great Master's strength and was the vice commander of the Phoenix Guard. It could be said that these experts under Empress Wu Ying's hand were almost on the verge of comparing to the great general's residence's underpinnings. It's just a lack of top-notch powerhouses. Empress Wu Ying looked at the nurturing heart hall where there was no movement at all, and couldn't help but frown. It seems that this emperor of ours has also prepared for this, and all the manpower from all directions have been stopped. I was going to use them as the first wave of attacking men to test the guards of the Palace of Nurturing Heart first. Now it seems that we can only do it directly. Empress Wu Ying withdrew her gaze. Then, looking towards Zhou Junxian. Junxian, have you arranged everything on your side? Zhou Junxian nodded. It's all been arranged. The people inside the Yangxin Hall who were sent out to pass on the orders were stopped, and the other forbidden troops on duty inside the palace won't be able to get through for a while. Then do it immediately. Empress Wu Ying sniffed, and without saying anything more, she directly began to give the order. The order was given. Under this pavilion of Empress Wu Ying and theirs, 2,000 forbidden troops with whole arms stepped out and walked directly towards the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. Stop. Which of the lieutenant's men are you? No one is allowed to approach the perimeter of the Nurturing Center. The two teams of forbidden soldiers guarding the periphery of the Palace of Nurturing Heart took one look at the 2,000 forbidden soldiers walking over and immediately went on guard. Vice Commander Zhou has orders that assassins have appeared in the palace, ordering one of us to come and guard the Palace of Nurturing Heart, the 2,000 forbidden soldiers said, and did not stop, continuing to walk towards the two teams of forbidden soldiers, and the two teams of forbidden soldiers guarding the periphery of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, instead of slackening off, drew their weapons one after another. The Emperor has ordered that anyone who comes near will be killed without pardon. They had long since received the order that came out from within the Nurturing Heart Palace, regardless of anyone who dared to approach the Nurturing Heart Palace. Kill. No good. It's been discovered. Kill it. As soon as those 2,000 forbidden soldiers saw that these two teams of forbidden soldiers had drawn their weapons, they no longer hesitated and directly charged over. Kill. Enemy attack. There's a rebel from the Forbidden Army. Go report to Commander Liu. Before the words fell, 2,000 rebels of the Forbidden Army rushed to the front. Boo, 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 soldiering in all directions. The two teams of forbidden soldiers desperately resisted the forbidden rebels, but the number of people is too small, only a mere 100 people, and how can they resist the impact of the same 2,000 elite forbidden soldiers? In less than a minute, two teams of forbidden soldiers guarding the perimeter of the Palace of Nurturing Heart were overwhelmed, hundreds of them dead or wounded. Even the forbidden soldier who was going to run to report to Lu Bu was shot tens of meters away. After resolving these two groups of forbidden soldiers, those 2,000 forbidden rebels did not stay for a moment and quickly rushed in the direction of the inner perimeter of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, not far away from the pavilion on the Empress Wu Ying, also with Wan Er and Wei Zhong and hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts. Vertical leap, jumped down from the attic, followed by 2,000 forbidden army rebels, rushed into the inner perimeter of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. As for Zhou Junxian, he was still standing on that pavilion, looking down on it all. What Empress Wu Ying and the others didn't think about was that they actually didn't encounter any obstruction along the way, nor did they see any more guards, and easily rushed into the inner perimeter of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. This caused Empress Wu Ying to have a lot of doubts in her heart, wondering what Zhou Chen, the emperor, was up to. She wouldn't be naive enough to think that Zhou Chen would be unaware of how big the commotion was outside. This Zhou Chen must be plotting something again, or else there couldn't have been not a single guard along the way. However, Empress Wu Ying no longer had the heart to think that much. Regardless of what other schemes Zhou Chen had, Empress Wu Ying had already ridden the tiger, and there was only one way to go, and that was to take the Palace of Nurturing Heart at all costs. When Empress Wu Ying rushed to the square outside the Yangxin Hall with her men and horses, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, because Empress Wu Ying saw that a dragon chair was being placed there at the entrance of the Yangxin Hall. Zhou Chen sat calmly on the dragon chair with Lu Bu and Zhao Gao standing on his left and right sides, surrounded by dozens of factory guards escorting him. It seemed to be specifically and deliberately waiting for Empress Wu Ying and these people. There you are, my queen. I have been waiting for you for 2 columns of incense. Zhou Chen swept a glance at the 2,000 rebels of the Forbidden Army and the experts of the Phoenix Guard, and finally his gaze stopped on Empress Wu Ying, who stood at the front. Yes? That's a long time to keep you, the emperor, waiting. You should know what I'm doing this for. As long as you promise me a few things, I won't do anything to you, and Great Zhou will still have the name of Zhou, and you will still be the emperor of Great Zhou. Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhou Chen on the dragon chair in a similarly calm manner. The two men's eyes met for a moment. As Zhou Chen listened to Empress Wu Ying's unabashed words, the corner of his mouth curved up. If I don't agree with you, are you going to abolish me? Or are you going to kill me? Let the Great Zhou change its name. Zhou Chen looked at Empress Wu Ying. Empress Wu Ying shook her head. That's not so bad. This kind of thing, regicide and seizing the throne, this palace wouldn't dare to do. At most, this palace is just letting the emperor return to his previous life of lying on the couch. But, whether the emperor agrees or not today, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the palace will make the emperor agree. This palace will also allow the emperor to return to his previous carefree couch life. This is considered the last thing this palace can do for the emperor. Empress Wu Ying spoke slowly and methodically. The word that was I has also become my palace. From this, Empress Wu Ying's inner changes could be seen, and she no longer had much reverence for Zhou Chen as an emperor. Ha ha ha, what an empress martial infant. Worthy of being my good queen, ruthless and poisonous enough. Zhou Chen laughed out loud. Green bamboo snake's mouth, wasp's tail on the needle. Both are poisonous, the most poisonous of all. Zhou Chen was considered to have realized for the first time what it meant for the most poisonous woman to have a heart. This is a match with even Pan Jinlian, and even more than that. At the very least, Pan Jinlian poisoned Big Wave or covered it up. But this Empress Wu Ying has directly uncovered this piece of cloth of shame. Not at all hidden. Chapter 048, 500 Strong Crossbows. Outside the Palace of Nourishment. Zhou Chen smiled broadly. Honestly speaking, Zhou Chen did not expect that underneath this Empress Wu Ying's city-deep face, she was actually hiding the heart of such a poisonous woman. It's such a shame that God gave her a good skin. No matter what, Zhou Chen and her were considered to be a married couple who had worshipped, entered a room, and tied the knot happily. Not to say that husband and wife are one night as husband and wife. Let's just say that Zhou Chen had never taken a concubine before for Empress Wu Ying, whose harem had been vacant. Moreover, he allowed his second saint to be present at the court and gave the Empress Wu Ying supreme power. It could be said that Zhou Chen was responsive to Empress Wu Ying. How incredible is this favor? But the Empress, Wu Ying, never read it. For the sake of that power, he didn't hesitate to go all the way against Zhou Chen. So it was evident that he was thin-skinned and unsympathetic. This also shows that the most ruthless emperors are the most ruthless emperors. After Zhou Chen laughed, he disdainfully swept a glance at the 2,000 Forbidden Army rebels and hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts, and looked at Wu Ying and said, Wu Ying, you don't think that with these people behind you, you'll be able to do anything to me? If that's the case, then you're underestimating me. I have never thought that you would be so tactless for the sake of power. Even Zhang De, who has followed me around for more than 10 years, has been bought by you. You had Zhang De drug me for a few years, which was not fatal, but kept me on the couch and unable to get up. You don't want me to die. You just want me to live half-dead like this so that you can take the reins of power in the second sacred progeny, because you know that if once I die, then the ones most likely to inherit the throne are my brothers. If they inherit the throne, then there is no reason for you, the Empress of the second sage progenitor, to be in power anymore. So you've been counting on me all along, neither letting me die nor letting me get better. You are truly a good queen for me. It's just that, with all your calculations, you didn't realize that the last few medicines that Zhang De gave me were all poisons that would kill me. Someone has used you, Wu Ying, to kill me by the hand of Zhang De. You didn't expect that. Zhou Chen looked at Empress Wu Ying with a sneer on his face. Zhou Chen was trying to plainly tell Empress Wu Ying that Wu Ying thought that everything was under your control. But in the end, there were still some things that were beyond your Wu Ying's control. And even you, Wu Ying, yourself had been counted in. Empress Wu Ying's face changed 3 times in a row when she heard these words from Zhou Chen, but she instantly regained her composure. Your Majesty, it seems that you know everything and have rejected the kindness that this palace has just shown you. This palace knows that you have a few hundred elites here in the nurturing center, but a mere few hundred people can't stop the 2,000 forbidden soldiers behind this palace. Empress Wu Ying's eyes grew cold as she said. After being exposed to these plotting tactics by Zhou Chen, Empress Wu Ying's face did not change much. These things, if it were before, Empress Wu Ying indeed still have some regard, afraid of others no. But now, Empress Wu Ying has led an attack on the Palace of Nourishment. What else is there to see? These things, even if Zhou Chen knew about them, what could they do? As for Zhou Chen's words about being used in lending Zhang Di's hand to regicide, Empress Wu Ying was not in the mood to think about whether these were true or false right now. Empress Wu Ying's most important thing right now was to take down the Palace of Nurturing Heart and take control of Zhou Chen as the emperor. As for the rest, it wouldn't be too late to deal with it after taking down the Palace of Nurturing Heart and taking control of Zhou Chen. The emperor. Yes? A cold smile leaked from the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth. That I'll let you see how these few hundred men of mine can hold back your 2,000 forbidden rebels and wipe you out. After saying that, Zhou Chen signaled Lu Bu. Lu Bu directly stepped forward and looked at Empress Wu Ying and the others and said, "You rebels. How dare you have the audacity to attack the Palace of Nurturing the Heart and assassinate the emperor? You are truly guilty of a crime that cannot be punished. Peaceful wolf riders at your service. Give this general the opportunity to exterminate these rebels, leaving no one behind." Wow! A sound of an armored stomach rang out, only to see 500 parallel state wolf riders running out from the left, right, and rear 3 directions, surrounding Empress Wu Ying, them, and 2,000 forbidden troops in the square of the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. They all held strong crossbows with their crossbows on their strings, and they were all aimed at Empress Wu Ying and the others. At the drop of a hat, 500 strong crossbows will be fired simultaneously. At that time, the dense rain of crossbow arrows would envelop Empress Wu Ying and all of them, shooting them mercilessly into hedgehogs. Seeing the 500 parallel state wolf riders appearing to surround them, and all of them holding strong crossbows, the faces of Wanner, Wei Zhong, and the 2,000 forbidden troops and phoenix guards were all changed drastically. What's a strong crossbow? This is a sharp weapon that can even shoot a zhongsher. There were also a full 500 strong crossbows, not to mention their mere 2,000 or so people. Even if there were another 2,000 or so people, apart from individual experts, they could all be annihilated cleanly in a flash. Even Empress Wu Ying's pupils shrank deeply when she saw 500 strong crossbows pointed at them. She did not expect that Zhou Chen had actually prepared 500 strong crossbows to ambush them. If 500 strong crossbows were to fire in unison, the 2,000 or so of them, with the exception of the 2 great masters and very few lesser masters, would all have to instantly drink their hearts out on the spot. Shoot! Before Empress Wu Ying and the others could recover from their shock, an order then rang out in the square outside the Hall of Nurturing Heart. The 500 parallel state wolf riders snapped the switch of their strong crossbows in unison, and the powerful rain of Moricold Fury arrows immediately shot towards Empress Wu Ying and the others from the left, right, and back 3 directions. Pust, pust, pust. A figure was shot through the body by the strong crossbow and fell to the ground. 2,000 forbidden rebels instantly killed and wounded a large area. Even the hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts were also shot to death. Empress Wu Ying swung her sword to swat away the 2 crossbow arrows that were shot over, and seeing that the men behind her were killed by the crossbow arrows, she directly leapt forward, sword in hand, and killed Zhou Chen, who was on the dragon chair at the entrance of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. The Phoenix Guard kills with this palace capture the emperor in the dragon chair. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. Now that the left, right, and back 3 sides were filled with strong crossbows, even if a Grand Master's expert was sent to solve these strong crossbows, it wouldn't be able to be solved in a moment's time. Then they could only take Zhou Chen in the dragon chair in front of them first. As long as Zhou Chen on the dragon chair in front of him was taken down, then these strong crossbows would not break. Otherwise, those of them would really be strangled to death by the 500 strong crossbows in less than a few minutes. With Empress Wu Ying's order, Wan Er, Wei Zhong, the 2 Grand Masters of the Phoenix Guards, as well as the Phoenix Guards who had not yet died under the crossbows and arrows, all leapt forward and killed Zhou Chen, who was on the dragon chair at the entrance of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. None of them are cuties, and they all understood what Empress Wu Ying meant. As long as they captured Zhou Chen, the emperor, then their trip would be considered a success. And Zhou Chen happened to not have many guards around him right now, only the duo of Zhao Gao and Lu Bu, as well as dozens of factory guards. With this amount of guards, they wouldn't be able to stop these experts of theirs. Chapter 049, Eat My Lu Bu's Square Heavenly Painted Halberd. However, imagination is beautiful. but reality is cruel. With regards to the Empress Wu Ying, Wei Zhong, Wan Er, and the Phoenix Guards and a host of other experts who were charging towards him, Zhou Chen was not worried at all. If it was these people who went to charge the three directions of the right, left, and rear of the parallel states Wolf Riders, there might still be a sliver of a possibility. However, if they were to attack in the direction of Zhou Chen in front of them, wanting to capture a thief, it was undoubtedly no different from looking for death. Don't look at Zhou Chen's side, only Lu Bu and Zhao Gao and dozens of factory guards, but Lu Bu alone is enough to guard Zhou Chen's safety and security, suppressing everything. Not to mention that there were only 2 Grand Masters and several minor masters among Empress Wu Ying and the others. Even if there were several times more Grand Masters and minor masters, they would still be nothing in front of Lu Bu, not worth mentioning. And with Zhou Chen's arrangement of surrounding the three in such a way, he did not rule out the possibility of using his body as bait. Watching Empress Wu Ying and the others charge up, Zhao Gao's eyes flickered for a moment, and without saying a word, he flew to meet them. Bold rebel, how dare you attack and kill the emperor? Give the miscellaneous family death. Zhao Gao skipped over the nearest few, instead stopping Wei Zhong, who was some distance away. I also don't know what Zhao Gao had in mind. Zhao Gao, you dare to stop the miscellaneous family? Do you realize what you're doing to yourself? But you still have a handle on the mongrels. And, you're also on our boat. So if it sinks, you won't be able to run away. Why don't you quickly get out of the way and capture Zhou Chen, the emperor, along with the miscellaneous family? Seeing Zhao Gao stopping him, Wei Zhong threatened Zhao Gao with an unkind face. You should know that Zhao Gao had secretly communicated with Wei Zhong several times before because of the handle. Counting on it, they're already sort of on the same rope. Wei Zhong didn't understand why Zhao Gao was blocking him at this time. Does Zhao Gao still want to show loyalty to Zhou Chen as the emperor even now? Humph. Wei Zhong, you're dying and still want to threaten the miscellaneous family. The miscellaneous family is loyal to the emperor and has nothing to do with you rebels, trying to get the mongrels out of the way. You're a fool's errand, Zhao Gao said with a sneer as he attacked Wei Zhong. Zhao Gao wasn't stupid. The situation at hand was already obvious. Empress Wu Ying and these people wanted to take down Zhou Chen, the emperor, and that was simply impossible. That Commander Lu beside the emperor is not an ordinary person. And although Zhao Gao has not personally seen Lu Bu strike, he is sure that Lu Bu is definitely an expert. Empress Wu Ying and the rest of them rushing up were probably no match for Lu Bu. In that case, knowing that Empress Wu Ying and the others would fail, he, Zhao Gao, was still threatened by Wei Zhong and went to help him. Wei Zhong's face sank when he heard Zhao Gao's words. Good, you Zhao Gao, actually want to turn the other cheek. Then don't blame the miscellaneous family for being impolite to you. Wei Zhong no longer held back. His half-step Grandmaster's strength all but exploded. Similarly, Zhao Gao's half-step Grandmaster strength was on display. The two of them fought a great battle on equal footing. After Zhao Gao made his move, the dozens of factory guards all simultaneously drew their crescent swords and protected Zhou Chen. As for Lu Bu, he also walked straight forward and protected Zhou Chen's front. Lu Bu indifferently looked at the Empress Wu Ying and the others who rushed over. You griffins, how dare you try to capture the emperor? You are really looking for death. Eat my Lu Bu's square sky painting halberd. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Bu. A dazzlingly chillingly sharp halberd appeared in Lu Bu's hand. Without saying a word, Lu Bu swung for the fences. The square heavenly painted halberd carried an unrivaled might that tore through the air, sweeping towards the Empress Wu Ying and a host of other experts who were charging over. Empress Wu Ying and a host of other experts were about to kill Zhou Chen, but suddenly, when they saw Lu Bu blocking in front of them, and also erupting with a powerful aura, swinging such an unrivaled halberd head-on, their faces changed. No good. Danger. Empress Wu Ying and the others' pupils shrunk, and their entire bodies exploded in sweat. Empress Wu Ying and the others did not expect that this Lu Bu by Zhou Chen's side was actually strong to such an extent. The aura that erupted from his body gave all of them a feeling of suffocation. In particular, this square sky painting halberd wielded by Lu Bu caused Empress Wu Ying and the others to tremble from the depths of their souls. What a mighty halberd this was! Under this strong and unrivaled halberd, Empress Wu Ying and the others felt the aura of death. They felt that under this halberd, they were like a lone boat, ready to perish in the waves of this huge wave. It was torn to shreds by this square halberd. Your Majesty, be careful. Seeing that this halberd of death was about to descend, those two Phoenix Guards Grand Master experts rushed to the front, protecting Empress Wu Ying behind them. Put, under one halberd, corpses filled the sky. The two Phoenix Guards Grand Master experts were directly cut off at the waist. The light of the golden cross-chop also came out with the Feng Tianhua halberd and chopped at the crowd. All the experts who were radiated by the golden cross-chopping light were obliterated under the square sky painting halberd of Lu Bu. Among them were Wan Er, the courtesan beside that Empress Wu Ying, and Wei Zhong, who was fighting with Zhao Gao. The two rushed the furthest forward because they were right behind Empress Wu Ying. Therefore, The duo, like those two great masters, also died the fastest. In an instant, the group of experts who had followed Empress Wu Ying in charging over all died under the square heavenly painted halberd of Lu Bu. Only Empress Wu Ying was lucky enough to be knocked out after being protected by the two Grand Masters and then blocked in front of her in time with the sword in her hand. Needless to say, the scene was a bit of a shocker. Who would have thought that Lu Bu would have such power under one halberd? Even Zhou Chen on the dragon chair couldn't help but be secretly staggered after seeing this scene. With a single square sky painting halberd, he annihilated the dozens of experts who had rushed up, worthy of being the Lu Bu of men. And next to him, Zhao Gao, who had escaped, was a little white in the face. If he had been one step slower just now, I am afraid that he would have been obliterated under Lu Bu's halberd just like that Wei Zhong. Looking at the power of Lu Bu's halberd, Zhao Gao was a little frightened. How strong is this Lu Bu? It's simply horrible. So, Empress Wu Ying, who had been knocked out by Lu Bu, landed back in the middle of the rain of angry arrows in the square, puffing, 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 under a dense rain of furious arrows. Empress Wu Ying's backwards flying body was directly hit by 5 arrows. Right at this moment, a figure rushed in sharply from the periphery. Stop! With a casual strike, this figure swept away dozens of the parallel state wolf riders who were snapping their crossbows and arrows. In an instant, he came to Empress Wu Ying's side, waving his palm to split the rain of angry arrows around him, and hugged Empress Wu Ying who was about to fall down. Chapter 050, 2 lines of tears for men. One for the crowd, one for beauty. The square outside the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Blood was all over the ground, and bodies were strewn about. The rain of crossbows and arrows, which had been intense, stopped at some point. 2,000 Forbidden Army rebels and hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts were all executed in this huge square. Aside from the dozens of experts who rushed to the front that were exterminated by Lu Bu with a square sky painting halberd, the rest of them all died under the crossbow arrows of the 500 parallel state wolf riders. Every one of them had at least 3 crossbow arrows stuck in their bodies. No matter if they were Forbidden Army generals or the Phoenix Guard's Zhongshe masters, there was no exception. And in the very center of the square, a figure wearing an armored stomach was holding Empress Wu Ying. Wu Ying, are you alright? You wake up. Zhou Junxian hugged Empress Wu Ying and shouted with an anxious face. That's right. The figure that rushed in from the periphery wearing an armor stomach was no one else but Zhou Junxian, who had been watching this side of the building not far from the Yangshin Hall. Originally, the moment Zhou Junxian saw the 500 parallel state wolf riders appear holding strong crossbows, Zhou Junxian knew that Empress Wu Ying and the others were afraid to be in danger. What's a strong crossbow? This was a weapon that specialized in dealing with experts of the sovereign realm. There were also a full 500 strong crossbows. Empress Wu Ying, their 2,000 forbidden troops and hundreds of Phoenix Guard experts, except for a very few, could not stop these 500 strong crossbows. However, when Zhou Junxian saw Empress Wu Ying and the 2 Grand Masters as well as dozens of experts taking the opportunity to charge towards Zhou Chen, who had not set up a strong crossbow in front of him, he still had a hint of luck. Zhou Junxian was lucky that Empress Wu Ying and the others were able to kill Zhou Chen, the Emperor, and take control of Zhou Chen, the Emperor. As long as Zhou Chen, the Emperor, was under control, then those 500 strong crossbows would not be a problem at all. But this fluke of Zhou Junxian was finally broken by Lu Bu. When Lu Bu extinguished all the Phoenix Guard experts who rushed up with a square sky-painted halberd and also sent Empress Wu Ying flying, Zhou Junxian's heart hit rock bottom. He defiantly jumped down from the pavilion and rushed over, trying to save Empress Wu Ying. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Looking at the Empress Wu Ying in her arms, her eyes were slightly closed. Her face was as pale as paper. The corners of her mouth were constantly flowing out blood, and the crossbow arrows that had been shot into her body were also bubbling out blood. Zhou Junxian's heart was like a knife cut. Zhou Junxian immediately panicked and delivered the Grandmaster's power to Empress Wu Ying, covering her wounds, trying to control Empress Wu Ying's injuries and vitality. However, no matter how much he muffled it or how much he ferried the power of the Grandmaster, it seemed that it did not work in the slightest. Blood still kept bubbling out along the wound, taking away a little bit of the Empress Martial Infant's vitality. Wu Ying, wake up, don't die. Zhou Junxian hoarsely called out to Empress Wu Ying, regardless of the fact that he was transmitting the power of a Grandmaster to Empress Wu Ying. This is the woman Zhou Junxian loves the most. He would not allow Empress Wu Ying to die. It must not be allowed. Perhaps sensing Zhou Junxian's call, or perhaps the Grandmaster's power Zhou Junxian had sent over really did the trick. Empress Wu Ying slowly opened her slightly closed eyes. Junxian, I lost. Wu Ying, actually lost. Empress Wu Ying opened her eyes and saw Zhou Junxian before saying with a resigned expression, to be honest, Empress Wu Ying never thought she would lose or fail, and how it was lost, defeated so completely. 2,000 forbidden troops, hundreds of Phoenix Guards masters. By now, only her Empress Wu Ying was left lingering, still hanging on to her breath. Everyone else is dead. What an irony blow. Thinking about her, Empress Wu Ying had thought that she had planned everything and had everything under control. But I didn't expect that. In the end, what I got in return was a blank. Years of hard work have come to nothing. What power and position, the honor of the 9 to 5, have all become bubbles, become empty dreams. In the end, even her own little life was on the line. It's a little ridiculous to even imagine. Empress Wu Ying was a bit emotional. A mouthful of blood running from the corner of his mouth also spurted out from the excitement. Zhou Junxian looked in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. Wu Ying, don't get excited. Losing is losing, as long as your person is alive. For Zhou Junxian, nothing else mattered. As long as Wu Ying could live was the most important thing. Alive? A small smile appeared on Empress Wu Ying's pale face, tugging at the corners of her mouth and staining her entire jaw with blood. Junxian, don't lie to me. I know my own situation well. I'm only hanging on by half a breath. This half breath is still from you. Besides, even if I could survive, do you think I would? Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhou Junxian with a bitter smile. Today, her Empress Wu Ying attacked the Palace of Nurturing Heart with her men, which is already equivalent to a rebellion. Not to mention that her Empress Wu Ying was now seriously injured and not saved. Even if she was saved, she would not be able to survive. The one in the dragon chair will not let her go. This was clear in Empress Wu Ying's heart, and equally clear in Zhou Junxian's heart. Zhou Junxian shook his head. No, you won't die. I won't let you die either. Wu Ying, hold on. I'll definitely save you, and then we'll return to the mountains and forests from now on, never asking about the world again. It's better to be a godly couple who can't live together than to forget each other. Is it better to be together than to forget about each other? Upon hearing Zhou Junxian's words, Empress Wu Ying's originally gray gaze immediately blossomed into a bright color, but it dimmed again in an instant. Empress Wu Ying looked at Zhou Junxian and said urgently, Junxian, right, no, up. When these words came out, Zhou Junxian's tears welled up in his eyes. Perhaps others didn't know what Empress Wu Ying's true intention of this sorry was, but Zhou Junxian understood. It's okay, Wu Ying, I don't blame you. I've never blamed you. Zhou Junxian forced back the tears that were fighting their way through his eyes and shook his head with a hard swallow. Zhou Junxian indeed did not really blame Wu Ying. He knew that Wu Ying did not like him at all in his heart. In Wu Ying's heart, power and status is greater than everything. But Zhou Junxian didn't regret it and didn't blame anyone. It didn't matter that Empress Wu Ying didn't like him. It was enough that he loved Empress Wu Ying. Hearing Zhou Junxian's words and looking at Zhou Junxian's hard swallowed look as his tears spun around and forced him to hold back to keep you from flowing down, Empress Wu Ying released a smile. The smile was genuine. Smiling innocently too. That's how a woman is supposed to smile. If there is an afterlife, I would like to accompany you in the world dance. Junxian. Thank. As the last word fell, Empress Wu Ying with apologetic eyes, her head tilted and she completely collapsed into Zhou Junxian's arms. Martial infant. A hiss of exhaustion rang out. At this moment, Zhou Junxian could no longer hold back the tears rolling down from his eyes. It is said that men have two lines of tears, one for the living and one for the beautiful. Zhou Junxian's two lines of tears, however, were both for the beauty. Chapter 051, Him. I'll protect. The plaza. Zhou Junxian tried his best to call out to Empress Wu Ying, and his right hand frantically delivered the power of a grandmaster to Empress Wu Ying. Zhou Junxian wanted to save Empress Wu Ying. Zhou Junxian couldn't stand by and watch the woman he loved so much die in front of him just like that. Unfortunately, no matter how much Zhou Junxian called out and how desperately he tried to ferry the Empress Wu Ying's grandmaster's power, it was no longer helpful. Empress Wu Ying was never able to give Zhou Junxian the slightest response again. The proud daughter of a generation died like this in the square outside the Palace of Nurturing Heart. I have to say, it's somewhat of a sobering sentiment. Who is Empress Wu Ying? That was the supreme figure of the two saints' progenitor, who had controlled the dynastic power of the Great Zhou for several years with just a woman's body. It could be said that a single order from Empress Wu Ying before trumped the orders of Zhou Chen, the emperor. The power controlled by Empress Wu Ying had basically replaced Zhou Chen as the emperor, but it was such a character that turned out not to be able to escape the destiny of power. Finally, as a martyr to power. As for Zhou Chen, who was on the dragon chair outside the Palace of Nurturing Heart, his eyes grew cold when he saw Zhou Junxian, who had rushed in from the periphery. Foreign enemies are not to be feared. What is to be feared are domestic thieves and internal thieves. As Zhou Junxian was the son of the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, and the only proud son of heaven in the royal family, how could Zhou Chen not recognize him? Counting, Zhou Chen privately had to call Zhou Junxian brother Wang. How could Zhou Chen not expect that the inner thief among the forbidden army was actually Zhou Junxian, the pride of heaven in his royal family? The son of the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, had actually joined forces with outsiders to deal with this cousin emperor of his. This is just plain funny and ridiculous. especially the moment Zhou Chen saw Zhou Junxian holding Empress Wu Ying. The cold light in his eyes was unconcealed. No matter what, Empress Wu Ying is the Empress of the Great Zhou, his Zhou Chen's rightful consort. What does it mean for Zhou Junxian to hug the Empress of the Great Zhou in public? Zhou Chen stood up and took a few steps forward, looking down at Zhou Junxian, who was holding Empress Wu Ying in the center of the square below, and said in a deep voice, Zhou Junxian, do you know what you are doing? As the proud son of my great Zhou royal family, the son of the 8 virtuous kings, you have actually joined with outsiders to conspire to rebel against your own family. You are truly a good son and son of my great Zhou royal family. The imperial family has spent a lot of resources to cultivate you, and even the one in the sovereign's house values you as the next guardian of the imperial family. But you even did such a treacherous and stupid thing. Can you stand up to the royal family's cultivation of you? Can you stand up to the one from the sovereign's office and the 8th imperial uncle's regard for you? The one you are holding in your arms is Empress Wu Ying, who is plotting to rebel. She is the Empress of the Great Zhou. The Empress of the Great Zhou. Do you understand? Zhou Chen said Empress of the Great Zhou twice in a row to emphasize this point, and looked at Zhou Junxian angrily. Zhou Chen truly did not expect that Zhou Junxian would actually do something so stupid for the sake of a woman. It was simply a waste of the royal family's hard work in cultivating him. Originally, Zhou Junxian was the most gifted of the younger generation amongst the royal family, and one of the most gifted in the last 100 years. At such a young age, he had broken through to the realm of a great master and was expected to take a half step towards celestial. All the people of the royal family regarded him as the next guardian, and as long as Zhou Junxian broke through to a half step celestial, then the great Zhou royal family would be able to continue for another 100 years. It could be said that Zhou Junxian's future was bright. But now, Zhou Junxian had done such a stupid thing for a woman, sort of destroying his own future with his own hands. After Zhou Junxian heard these words from Zhou Chen, his empty eyes looked up at Zhou Chen, then swept the surrounding area that was full of corpses and the 500 merging state wolf riders that were holding anger towards him, and lowered his head again. It was as if at this moment, in Zhou Junxian's eyes, nothing else mattered. All that mattered was the Empress Wu Ying in his arms. Zhou Junxian tightly hugged Empress Wu Ying and looked at Empress Wu Ying. His eyes were empty and his face was ashen. It was as if the entire spiritual world had collapsed and was lifeless. Looking at Zhou Junxian in such an unpleasant manner, Zhou Chen did not want to say anything more and directly snorted coldly, the face of the great Zhou imperial family has been disgraced by you. For the sake of the 8th imperial uncle, I will give you the honor of killing yourself. Zhou Chen looked at Zhou Junxian and said in a cold voice. Zhou Junxian sniffed and nodded woodenly, yes, this matter is mine alone, and I wish you not to implicate the innocent. I, Zhou Junxian, would like to thank the world with my death to give the royal family, to give you an explanation. Zhou Junxian did not raise his head, but only looked softly at Empress Wu Ying in his arms. This result, Zhou Junxian had long been prepared for. From the moment Zhou Junxian gave Empress Wu Ying the answer, Zhou Junxian had already made this preparation. Whether Empress Wu Ying wins or loses, he, Zhou Junxian, will thank the world with his death. Since loyalty and love cannot be reconciled, he can only fulfill his love first, and then go to his duty of loyalty. This was his Zhou Junxian's choice, and it was also the end that he, Zhou Junxian, would ultimately have. Wait, him, I bailed. Right at this moment, a withered old man came running from a distance and swept a glance at Zhou Junxian before looking at Zhou Chen on the steps. Zhou Chen didn't expect to be killed halfway, and also picked his eyes to meet the gaze of the visitor. Bail? What kind of insurance do you take? A prince committing a crime is the same as a commoner, especially when it's the great crime of plotting treason and collaborating with outsiders to rebel. Not to mention that he's not a prince. Even if he is a real prince, I will definitely kill him. Zhou Chen's gaze was slightly cold as he looked straight at the withered old man and said, Zhou Chen brat, do you know that Zhou Junxian is now in the middle stage of Grandmaster? And with his talent, he'll be able to break through to a half-step celestial in less than a decade. At that time, with Zhou Junxian, a half-step celestial, guarding it, Great Zhou will be able to continue for another 100 years. If you kill him now, do you know what a great loss it would be for the Great Zhou imperial family? The withered old man unceremoniously called Zhou Chen by his first name, and was also called Kid. From this, it could be seen that the withered old man was also a member of the royal family, and his seniority in the royal family was still very high. Humph. For something like this who eats and eats, even if we let him break through to the celestials, what can we do? It's still not eating out of the palm of your hand? What's the use of keeping it? Zhou Chen snorted coldly. When the withered old man saw Zhou Chen's lack of oil and salt, his face also became directly gloomy. Zhou Chen boy, it seems like you have to kill Junxian. What if I have to bail him out? The withered old man stared straight at Zhou Chen. A cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Zhou Shanshan, I respect you for sitting in the Zhangrenfu for so many years, It is because of your existence that Great Zhou has survived for so many years. Read that you do not have the credit but also the hard work. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhou Chen stared coldly at Zhou Shan. There is no place in the world that is not a king's land. There is no one who leads the land who is not a king. There is no one who can be qualified to provoke him, the emperor, to bail people from him, the emperor. Not even Zhou Shan. Chapter 052, Can't be lovebirds in life, willing to become birds of prey after death. Outside the palace of nourishment, Zhou Chen coldly looked at Zhou Shan, the halfway killed Cheng Bite Jin, with a slightly cold gaze. That's right. Zhou Shan was the one in the patriarchate who valued Zhou Junxian, as Zhou Chen had just said from his mouth. Zhou Shan is the highest-ranking old man in the royal family, and is also the biggest dependence of the royal family to deter other forces. It was not too much to say that Zhou Shan was the linchpin of the royal family. However, Zhou Shan seemed to have a considerable grudge against Zhou Chen and his lineage, and had a lot of opinions about Zhou Chen and his lineage. Therefore, Zhou Shan was very unfavorable to Zhou Chen and their lineage. This was the real reason why Zhou Shan had always sat in the patriarch's mansion and not in the imperial palace. Otherwise, by virtue of Zhou Shan the sea god pin, this palace cannot take the turn of some clowns wantonly. As such, Zhou Chen didn't have much respect for Zhou Shan either. Whether Zhou Shan is the oldest senior in the royal family or not, or whether Zhou Shan is the royal family's C-pin or not, none of it had ever been of any substantial help to Zhou Chen. Since this was the case, what qualifications did Zhou Shan have to jump out and dictate in front of him? The emperor? Right now. Hearing such unceremonious words from Zhou Chen, Zhou Shan's face sank. Asshole. Zhou Chen brat. Even your father when he was alive again wouldn't dare to talk to old me like this. Old me tells you. Jun Xian. Old me is guaranteed today. Zhou Shan said with a domineering face. Indeed. As the oldest ancestor in the royal family in terms of seniority and the strength of a half-step celestial, no one had ever dared to be like this to Zhou Shan unceremoniously. Whoever saw Zhou Shan must not respectfully call out to old ancestor Zhou. Even when the late emperor was alive again, he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Zhou Shan. But now Zhou Chen, a member of the royal family who had never been very outstanding, had dared to be so unbridled towards Zhou Shan. How could this not make Zhou Shan angry? Bonded? Zhou Chen sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. If it was someone else, Zhou Shan did have the capital to be so overbearing, but he, Zhou Chen, was not someone else. It wasn't that easy to bail under his Zhou Chen's hand. Zhou Shan is not qualified enough. Zhou Chen didn't want to say any more nonsense and directly signaled Lu Bu. Lu Bu immediately stepped forward with understanding and looked indifferently at Zhou Shan. Old man, if you want to bail people out, it depends on whether or not you have that qualification. First, take a square sky painting halberd from me. Zhou Chen's bit of meaning couldn't be more obvious. Lu Bu understood. Therefore, without saying a word, Lu Bu directly swung a blow. The square heavenly painted halberd directly swept towards Zhou Shan once again with unrivaled might. Zhou Shan had thought that with his status and half-step celestial strength, Zhou Chen would compromise. However, he did not expect that this Zhou Chen would actually say that he would make a move and directly let Lu Bu make a move. Looking at the oncoming sweep of a square heavenly halberd, Zhou Shan's face changed. As a half-step celestial powerhouse, his foreknowledge of danger was so keen. Zhou Shan immediately sensed that this halberd was a considerable danger to him. But this halberd came too fast. Zhou Shan was already too late to dodge, and could only put out his full strength to resist. Put one halberd down. Zhou Shan was sent flying tens of meters away before he was able to stand firmly on his feet, opening his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Bu with a shocked expression. Zhou Shan did not expect that this Lu Bu was actually a half-step celestial as well, and his strength was still so strong. One must know that Zhou Shan was able to become the royal family's dependence on deterring other forces, and was himself among the strength of half-step celestials. That was the top of the line. But Lu Bu injured him with a square sky painting halberd, so it was obvious to what extent Lu Bu's strength was strong. And Zhou Shan also felt that this Lu Bu was staying his hand. If Lu Bu didn't hold back, this halberd could directly take half of his Zhou Shan's life. This caused Zhou Shan's heart to be unable to be described as shocked anymore. He couldn't help but guess. Where on earth did this Lu Bu come from? Such a freak. So young yet so strong? And Lu Bu did just stay his hand when he struck, which was what Zhou Chen meant. After all, Zhou Shan was the pinnacle of the imperial family, and although he had offended, his crime was not yet to death. Otherwise, according to Lu Bu's strength, a single square sky painting halberd could destroy Zhou Shan. After seeing Zhou Shan being sent flying by Lu Bu with a square heavenly paint halberd, Zhou Chen paid no more attention to Zhou Shan, but instead looked towards Zhou Junxian, who was holding Empress Wu Yin in the center of the square. Zhou Chen believed that Zhou Junxian was a smart person. The form in front of him, Zhou Junxian, could see clearly. It's time to understand how he chooses on his own. And it's only good if he doesn't force Zhou Chen to do it himself. As expected, after Zhou Junxian saw that Zhou Shanshan had been sent flying by Lu Bu with a square sky painting halberd and was still injured, his empty eyes had a hint of fluctuation. Old ancestor, don't do this for Junxian anymore. It is Junxian who has apologized to the royal family. To old ancestor and father's cultivation. Tell father that it is Junxian who has failed his cultivation and everyone else. If there is an afterlife, Junxian will atone for the royal family again. There will be no more Zhou Junxian in Great Zhou. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhou Junxian severed his own heart chakra. A smile of relief appeared on his face. His empty eyes looked at Empress Wu Ying in his arms and muttered, Wu Ying, I'm coming down to accompany you. Can't be lovebirds in life, but would like to be birds with wings after death. Zhou Junxian had long since developed a death wish, because Zhou Junxian's heart is dead. Therefore, whether Zhou Shanshan appeared or not, he could not save a person whose heart was already dead. Junxian, don't. Just then, a figure rushed over from a distance in a hurry, trying to stop Zhou Junxian from killing himself, but it was still a step too late. When this figure ran to Zhou Junxian's body, Zhou Junxian's gaze had already begun to be lax and gradually lost its vitality. Father, right, no, up. Seeing this figure running over, Zhou Junxian's lax gaze brightened for a moment, but it instantly dimmed again. That's right, the person who came was none other than the 8 wise kings, Zhou Sten. The 8 sage king Zhou Xian crouched down and immediately called out to Zhou Junxian, Junxian, how are you? Jun envy. Unfortunately, no matter how much the 8 sage king Zhou Xian called out, Zhou Junxian did not have the slightest reaction anymore. Watching his own son die like this, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian had a complex expression on his face. That was both deplorable and disappointing. It was deplorable that Zhou Junxian was the genius son that he had always been proud of, but now he had died just like this. And the disappointment was that Zhou Junxian, being the proud son of the royal family, ended up giving away everything he had, including his life as well, for the sake of a woman, which was how unbearable it was. Junxian, what are you doing? The 8 sage king Zhou Xian knelt on the ground with a disheveled look on his face. Originally, the 8 sage king had planned to save his son Zhou Junxian's life even if he had to pay for everything. Unfortunately, Zhou Junxian chose to die. Since ancient times, white hair is the greatest sorrow in the world, not to mention a son like Zhou Junxian, who had poured his heart and soul into the 8 virtuous kings and had always been proud of him. Chapter 053, Zhao Gao. Are you satisfied with this result? Zhou Junxian is dead. A generation of heaven's pride in the royal family. A genius that is rare in 100 years. Just like this, he died for a woman in a vain manner. I have to say, it's kind of sad. It's more of a lament. With Zhou Junxian's talent, if Zhou Junxian doesn't die, in less than 10 years he will be famous and become the dazzling existence that people look up to. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world, only results. Ask what love is in the world, and you'll be told to live and die together. Zhou Junxian wouldn't be the first infatuation to die for love, but it would never be the last. The 8 sage king Zhou Xian knelt on the ground, looking at the dead Zhou Junxian in silence. No one could appreciate the pain of grief that Zhou Xian, the 8 sage king, felt within his heart at this time. The son he had poured his heart and soul into, who had always been instilled with loyalty and pride, had died, and, still, died for a woman plotting a rebellion. How ironic it was for the 8 wise kings, Zhou Sten, thinking that he, the 8 sage king Zhou Xian, had been loyal to his king and loved his country all his life, bowing and scraping for the great Zhou, and was known by all as the sage king. But I didn't realize that in the end, his son died because of a conspiracy to rebel. You say it's ridiculous. The heart of the 8 sages king Zhou Xian at this time was suffering from both the pain of losing his son and the pain of his son's regicide and rebellion. Son Zhou Junxian is dead. 1 death and 100 deaths. But what was left to the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, was a double torture and blow. Next, the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, didn't even know how to face Zhou Chen, the emperor, and next to Zhou Shanshan, who had been injured by Lu Bu's strike. After seeing Zhou Junxian kill himself, his face changed for a moment, and in the end, it could only turn into a long sigh. Originally, Zhou Shanshan had cultivated Zhou Junxian as the next guardian of the royal family, and Zhou Junxian's talent was worthy of such regard and cultivation. But unfortunately, Zhou Junxian was not able to pass the love barrier in the end. A generation of the pride of heaven was thus folded in the hands of a woman. Perhaps, this is the destiny of Zhou Junxian. Outside the Yushan Hall, on the steps, Zhou Chen watched as Zhou Junxian severed his own heart vein without much fluctuation on his face. For things like this kind of eating out, Zhou Chen had absolutely zero tolerance and would not be soft. Luckily, Zhou Junxian still had some temperament and killed himself, not allowing Zhou Chen to send someone to do it. It's kind of a perfect ending. It's just that the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, have suffered. Zhou Chen swept a glance at the kneeling 8 magi king Zhou Xian and sighed quietly in his heart. The 8 virtuous king Zhou Xian had spent his entire life being loyal to his country, and was able to be named virtuous king, claiming the word virtuous and being recognized by all. Not an easy task in itself. From this, it can be seen that this person, the 8 wise kings, has a very good reputation, whether in the folklore, in the dynasty, or in the royal family. Originally, according to such a reputation, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian can be famous in history. But now, it was because of the son of Zhou Junxian that a stain was left on the experience of such a famous name as 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. Zhou Chen scanned the 8 magi kings' gaze flickered for a moment, and directly ordered, pass on my decree that Zhou Junxian, the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, who uncovered Empress Wu Ying's conspiracy to rebel, and was meritorious in escorting the emperor, shall be buried in the rights of a marquis, regardless of what happens to Zhou Junxian. A man's death is like a lamp going out. Even greater sins? With the death of Zhou Junxian, everything should have dissipated. To keep this scandal from spreading in the royal family, and also for the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen could only place such a decree with his eyes open. That was all he could do for the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. I hope that the 8 sages, Zhou Xian, will understand that he has some good intentions. Upon hearing this decree from Zhou Chen, 8 sage king Zhou Xian immediately kowtowed and thanked him for his grace, saying, I thanked your majesty's great grace on behalf of my dog's son. The 8 sage king Zhou Xian is not stupid. He could understand what Zhou Chen's intentions were in placing this decree. This just saved him from having to worry about it as well. After Zhou Chen had finished giving this decree, he swept another glance at Zhou Shan on the side, and, from now on, without my decree, anyone who dares to trespass into the palace again will be killed, no matter who it is. The palace grounds are not a place where anyone can come and go as they please, Zhou Chen said with a cold face. Obviously, this order from Zhou Chen was aimed at Zhou Shan. Zhou Chen was dissatisfied with Zhou Shan's unauthorized intrusion into the palace to protect Zhou Junxian. The palace, this is where it's at. This was the most honorable place in Great Zhou, symbolizing supreme power. A place like this, without a nod from him, the emperor, not just anyone can come and go as they please, not even a half-step celestial powerhouse. Perhaps, the forbidden army within the palace could not stop a half-step celestial, but Zhou Chen had plenty of people under his hand who could stop a half-step celestial. This was Zhou Chen's warning and reminder to Zhou Shan. After saying these words, Zhou Chen did not say much more and directly turned around to return to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Both Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun looked deeply at Zhou Shan. How could they not see the reference in Zhou Chen's words? Chao Zhangchun had just followed the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian into the palace. Otherwise, with Zhou Chen's previous order to blockade the palace, without Chao Zhangchun, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian would not have been able to enter the palace at all. After glancing at Zhou Russian, Lu Bu turned to Chao Zhangchun and said, there are still some leaks around the palace. I'm going to go clean them up. I'll leave you here for now. Before, Lu Bu didn't dare to leave because he wanted to protect Zhou Chen's safety. Now that Chao Zhangchun had returned to the palace, then with Chao Zhangchun around, Zhou Chen's safety was worry-free. Lu Bu could then leave to clean up the remnants of the Empress party that had been stopped by the factory guards earlier. Don't worry, with the miscellaneous family around, nothing can go wrong. Chao Zhangchun nodded. Originally, Chao Zhangchun wanted to go personally, but when he thought about it, he had already made a lot of credit for what happened outside the palace. Then let Lu Bu take the credit for this palace. It's not a good habit to eat alone. After Lu Bu left, Chao Zhangchun had the parallel state wolf riders start cleaning up the corpses in the square, then glanced at Zhao Gao next to him and said, let's go. Go in with the miscellaneous family. Zhao Gao froze for a moment, not daring to be slow, and immediately followed Chao Zhangchun into the Hall of Nurturing Heart. And the 8 sage king Zhou Xian also hugged Zhou Junxian and left. Only Zhou Shan, who had a cloudy face, was left behind in the square. How could Zhou Shan not hear what Zhou Chen was referring to in his words? In the Hall of Feeding the Heart, Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair and didn't rush to question Chao Zhangchun. Instead, he looked at Zhao Gao, who was the last one to enter. Zhao Gao, are you satisfied with this result? Is there nothing you wish to say to me? Zhao Gao sniffed and winced. Your Majesty, the old slave doesn't understand what your Majesty means. Please speak clearly. Explicitly? Zhou Chen sneered. You, Zhao Gao, have calculated everything? Do you still need me to make it clear? Maybe some people don't know. These 2 days my mom was hospitalized for surgery. I also took the time to try my best to update a little less. I hope readers can understand. Chapter 054, Zhao Gao's Death. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen looked at Zhao Gao with a calm face. If Chao Zhangchun hadn't found out, Who would have thought that the one who tried to reap the benefits of the fisherman, and behind the scenes, counted both Empress Wu Ying and Zhou Chen in would be this little man in front of him, Xiao Gao. It's really true that you can't measure a man by his looks, and you can't measure a sea by its waters, Xiao Gao. I really didn't expect that Zhang De betrayed me, not to mention that even you are someone else. The two personal eunuchs by my side, who have followed me for more than 10 years and have always been regarded as my beloved ones, did not expect that they would end up being the ones harboring second thoughts. I'm really a bit of a failure as an emperor. Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Gao with a cold smile. That's right. The person who had counted on Zhou Chen behind his back was none other than the personal eunuch who had followed Zhou Chen for more than a decade. Xiao Gao. To be honest, if it wasn't for Cao Zhangchun checking everything out, Zhou Chen really couldn't believe that the person who could count Empress Wu Ying in him, Zhou Chen, the emperor, as well as the entire dynasty, would be a eunuch with no eggs. This Xiao Gao is kind of a character. It's not because Xiao Gao is so smart or so skillful, but Xiao Gao pinched this point well. Let all of them have to get into the game. Zhou Chen just couldn't believe that there wasn't a single person in the entire court who couldn't see the strangeness of Tai Fu Yanhua's death. But all these people played dumb and got into the game, crediting Zhou Chen, the emperor, for all of this. Zhou Chen looked at Xiao Gao with a sneer. Tai Fu Yanhua, it was you who poisoned him to death in the heavenly prison, wasn't it? Xiao Gao's face changed when he heard this. Your Majesty, the old slave is innocent. The old slave and Tai Fu Yanhua have no grievances in the distant past and no enmity in the recent past. How could the old slave poison Tai Fu Yanhua? The old slave has always been loyal to the emperor. Please be clear. Your Majesty, Xiao Gao said with a plop as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Gao now understands why just outside the Palace of Nourishing Heart, when he was fighting Wei Zhong, Lu Bu would directly wield the one square heavenly painted halberd that destroys everything without regard to his safety. It turned out that the emperor suspected him, wanted to take care of him along with Xiao Gao. Fortunately, Xiao Gao, reacted quickly enough at that time. Otherwise, he would have really died under Lu Bu's halberd. Loyalty? Zhou Chen sneered with a cold smile on his face. Your loyalty should be to someone else. Xiao Gao, it's come to this. You don't need to act in front of me anymore. Cao Zhangchun has found out everything you've done. I was not expecting how bold you actually are, daring to poison Tai Fu to death in the heavenly prison and letting me take the blame for you. That's really good. Speak. Who's behind you? Zhou Chen stared at Xiao Gao dead in the face. A royal family slave, betraying his master, not to mention wanting him to take the blame for him. What a dog's guts. Zhou Chen wanted to see who was hiding behind this and calculating all of this. After Xiao Gao heard these words from Zhou Chen, his face changed drastically, and cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. Done. His Majesty actually did know all about it. It's all over now. Xiao Gao's heart sank to the bottom. Xiao Gao had thought that he was so well hidden that no one would be able to easily discover him as a calculator. But I didn't expect it to be exposed in the end. With all that he did, Xiao Gao knew that just the poisoning of Tai Fu Yanhua would be enough for him to die 10 times. No, it is necessary to escape quickly. The only way to escape is to run away. And maybe there's still a chance of survival. Otherwise, Xiao Gao, will surely die. Xiao Gao's eyes flickered for a moment, and he immediately made a decision. Without saying a word, Xiao Gao casually threw out dozens of concealed weapons and shot them at Zhou Chen. At the same time, Xiao Gao exerted force with his front foot, and his entire body retreated sharply toward the entrance of the Hall of Nurturing Heart behind him. Xiao Gao knew in his heart that whether he said or not to reveal the person behind him, he could hardly escape death. Then he has only one way to escape. Shooting at Zhou Chen with dozens of concealed weapons could create by him sometime an opportunity to escape and stall Cao Zhangchun for a moment. I have to say, Xiao Gao's math is good. However, no amount of calculations were more important than strength. Bold. Seeing Xiao Gao shoot at Zhou Chen with a concealed weapon, Cao Zhangchun beside him had a cold expression on his face. A casual wave of the hand. The concealed weapon that Xiao Gao had shot at Zhou Chen immediately returned and shot at Xiao Gao. Put. Xiao Gao, who was about to escape to the entrance of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, was directly hit by dozens of hidden weapons, and fell head first at the entrance of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, killing him directly. Zhou Chen's face was a bit ugly when he saw that Zhao Zhong was instantly killed after he struck the concealed weapon, and the blood that spewed out was also dark black. I didn't realize that the hidden weapons were all coated with poison. This if he had just been hit by this concealed weapon, he would probably be dead in an instant. The Emperor redeems himself. Old slave didn't expect that this Xiao Gao would actually use a concealed weapon, and the concealed weapon was even coated with poison. It is the old slave's fault for putting his majesty in danger. Cao Zhangchun was also startled when he saw the poison on the concealed weapon. Immediately, he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. If there had been even a hint of a mistake just now, it would have been a real catastrophe. Get up! You're not to blame for this. Zhou Chen waved his hand and glanced at Xiao Gao, who had collapsed at the entrance of the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Drag them out and feed them to the dogs. Zhou Chen would never be merciful to such a rebellious internal thief. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhangchun immediately had the factory guards drag Zhao Gao out. Cao Zhangchun, how's it going? Have you taken care of everything outside the palace? Only after dealing with Zhao Gao did Zhou Chen ask about what happened outside of Cao Zhangchun's palace. In fact, there was no need to ask. Looking at Cao Zhangchun's reaction back at the palace, Zhou Chen already had a number in his heart. Still, it's good to confirm. Back to the emperor, the great general's residence, the minister of revenue, the minister of rights, and more than 20 other rebels have all been taken down by the old slave. The old slave was worried about the palace, so he came back first, and the matter of copying the family was handed over to the factory guards and the Forbidden Army. Cao Zhangchun immediately reported what happened outside the palace. After Zhou Chen heard Cao Zhangchun's report, a hint of relief finally appeared on his face. Good, Cao Zhangchun, you've done a good job on this matter. Those who are not dead will be handed over to your east chamber to dispose of? How to do it? No need for me to teach you. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhangchun. What had been a lifted heart was relieved. As long as the great general's office, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Rights, and these important figures of the Foreign Relatives Party are taken down, then the Empress's party of foreign relatives will not be able to make any big waves. The dust has kind of settled on this one. Cao Zhangchun sniffed and nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The old slave will definitely treat them well. Dig out whatever you can from them. How could Cao Zhangchun not understand what Zhou Chen meant? These people who were taken down were big shots with a lot of stuff on them. It's easy to kill, but not so easy to dig up. How about the barracks outside the city? Any news? Zhou Chen asked again. What Zhou Chen was most worried about was still the soldiers and horses of the Southern Battalion of the 6th Divine Martial Guards outside the city. Chapter 055, Who has any opinions? With regards to the Southern Battalion Divine Martial 6 Guards outside the city, Zhou Chen was deeply worried. The Southern Battalion Shenwu 6 Guards had always been under the control of Great General Wu Jin, and Zhou Chen wondered if the mighty Wushu candidate could suppress them. If the mighty warrior candidate could not successfully resolve the Southern Battalion Divine Martial 6 Guards, then even if Zhou Chen resolved Great General Wu Jin and the others now, there would still be a military disaster. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhangchun. Has there been no news coming from the mighty warrior candidate? Cao Zhangchun shook his head, back to the emperor. No. Although the 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang were blocked by Jin He, if any news came from the mighty candidate, Jin He would have immediately sent someone to report it. But up to now Jin He has not sent anyone to report. That meant that no news had yet come from the mighty warrior candidate outside the city. No? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment, and he frowned a little. Now that the Empress Wu Ying inside the palace and the great General Wu Jin and others outside the palace have been settled, only the southern camp outside the city is left without news. This had to make Zhou Chen a little worried. You have to know that the 12 guards of the divine military are the most elite soldiers of the great Zhou, suppressing and deterring the existence of the world, and the 6 guards of the southern battalion accounted for half of them, with nearly 200,000 soldiers. If there was a single mistake made by Wei Wu candidate, the nearly 200,000 troops would be like a torrent that had dug up a dike, and would be out of control. By then, when the military disaster comes together, it won't be so easy to quell it easily. I am afraid that if someone stirs up the fire again, it will lead to a big mess. Cao Zhangchun saw the worry in Zhou Chen's heart and softly asked for instructions. Your Majesty, do you want the old slave to make a trip out of the city? No news has come from mighty candidate until now. Don't be something wrong. Just as Cao Zhangchun's words fell, he saw Lu Bu walk into the Hall of Nurturing Heart. After Lu Bu walked into the Palace of Nurturing Heart, he directly arched his hand at Zhou Chen and said, Your Majesty, all the remaining rebels in the palace have all been eliminated by the last general. Zhou Chen sniffed and nodded. As soon as Empress Wu Ying and these people died, the rats that jumped out of the palace could no longer make any big waves. How are the casualties? Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Bu and asked. The casualties of the parallel state wolf riders were known to Zhou Chen, and basically there were no deaths. But the factory guards sent out to clean up those rats, not so much. Based on Zhou Chen's estimation, the factory guards were afraid that they would lose a lot. Back to Your Majesty, there are a lot of casualties, basically a large portion of the dead and wounded. Lu Bu said truthfully. If Lu Bu hadn't rushed over in time, he really wouldn't have been able to clean up those rats with the factory guards. There are a lot of experts among those rats. As soon as Zhou Chen heard that a large portion of the factory guards had suffered casualties, his eyebrows also raised. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen said with a serious face, anyone who dies in battle, give me a generous burial. Whether they are forbidden army generals or factory guards, those who have families, double their pensions. All of these men died doing their duty for their country. For such a martyr, Zhou Chen naturally couldn't afford to lose out. In addition to the system signed out of the factory guards do not have a homeroom. Those forbidden army and merged into the east factory of the inner guards can be a person with a home. They died fighting for Zhou Chen. It was impossible for Zhou Chen not to sympathize with these people who had done their best for the country. And anyone who participates in the rebellion, ordinary soldiers will be copied and exterminated. Generals will be exterminated in 3 clans, and chiefs will be exterminated in 9 clans. There is compassion. And naturally, there is killing. Dare to rebel and attack the palace of nourishment. Such a person, Zhou Chen, would never be soft. Zhou Chen wouldn't think there were any innocent people either. Since he dared to do so, he should be prepared to have his entire clan exterminated. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, the 2 of them, Lu Bu and Cao Zhangchun, bowed in unison. Then, Zhou Chen looked at Lu Bu again. Feng Xian, there hasn't been a single bit of news coming from the military camp outside the city until now. I'm afraid that there will be some change at Weiwu candidate's place, so you take my imperial decree and go to the southern camp outside the city immediately. From now on, the Southern Battalion Divine Marshal 6 guards are under your full control. Zhou Chen looked at Lu Bu and said, military power was something that Zhou Chen knew how important it was. As the saying goes, power comes out of the barrel of a gun, and only by mastering military power can one master everything. Other people Zhou Chen was not at ease, but Lu Bu, Zhou Chen was at ease. What's more, Lu Bu's destiny was meant to be on the sands, not nestled in this palace as a guard. Previously, it was because Zhou Chen didn't have any strong protectors by his side, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any spare military power, that Zhou Chen had temporarily left Lu Bu by his side. But now, Zhou Chen had Cao Zhangchun, the East Factory Governor, by his side, and no longer needed Lu Bu's protection. It's the right time to take the opportunity of destroying the great general to put Lu Bu in charge of the 6 guards of the southern camp. In this way, Lu Bu had the opportunity to command his troops, and Zhou Chen was relieved. It can be a double whammy. Last general obeys the decree. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Bu's eyes. As a military general, who doesn't like to be in command of the army and in power? Especially a roaring tiger like Lu Bu aspires to ride the battlefield and kill the enemy, rather than quietly guarding the palace as a palace commander. After Zhou Chen wrote an imperial decree and handed it to Lu Bu immediately left. After Lu Bu left, Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhangchun again. Cao Zhangchun, continue to investigate Zhao Gao's matter for me, and make sure to dig out the person behind him for me. And the plagiarism, keep an eye on me as well. Leave the matter of compassion to the Minister of War. You East Chamber secretly supervise it. Don't let those loyalists shed blood but also tears, Zhou Chen said to Cao Zhangchun. Zhou Chen, however, knew that there were no longer a few people who had corrupted pensions since ancient times. Let the martyrs be the ones who shed both blood and tears for their families. Zhou Chen didn't want this to happen under his rule as well. When Cao Zhangchun heard this, he immediately nodded in understanding. Old slave obeys the decree. Outside the city of Luoyang, the south camp of the military barracks, Lu Bu, carrying the imperial decree in his hand, had just arrived a short distance outside the southern camp with his 500 parallel state wolf riders when he saw that the entire southern camp was surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. And inside the southern camp there were also tens of thousands of soldiers confronting the soldiers outside who surrounded the southern camp. Mile by mile, both sides are at war. I guess a little spark could start a fire and set both sides on fire. Come on man, stop. By order of the mighty warlord, access to the southern camp is now forbidden. Seeing Lu Bu approaching with his 500 peaceful state wolf riders, the soldiers surrounding the outside of the southern camp immediately separated a portion of them and turned around to defend themselves against Lu Bu and the others. This general, Lu Bu, comes with an imperial decree. Where is the mighty warrior? Lu Bu leapt forward, directly crossing over the peripheral soldiers, and stood in the air above the gate of the southern camp. The ear-shattering sound spread throughout the camp and beyond. The faces of the soldiers looking down were in shock. Stepping into the air was not something that an ordinary person could do. Not long after Lu Bu's voice had just traveled out, a dozen figures walked out from within the southern camp. At the head of them was none other than the mighty warrior candidate, General Lu. Seeing Lu Bu, the mighty warrior waiter froze and immediately walked over. General Lu, what brings you to the southern camp? Is it some decree from the emperor? Mighty waiter looked at Lu Bu and asked. Lu Bu nodded with an expressionless face and swept a glance at the crowd and said, the emperor has decreed that from now on, there will be this general taking over the southern camp. What? With you taking over the south camp? Of the dozen or so figures that followed the mighty warrior candidate out, a few of them had their faces change as they looked directly at Lu Bu and said, this General Lu, on what basis do you take over the southern camp? The southern camp can always be in the hands of the great general. As soon as these people's words fell, they only saw a cold light flash, and their heads all rolled down to the ground. The scene subdued everyone. No one expected that Lu Bu would suddenly rise up and kill someone. This general has said that the emperor has decreed that from now on, there is this general to take over the southern camp. Anyone else have an opinion? Lu Bu coldly scanned everyone. The square sky painting halberd in his hand dripping drop by drop with the blood of several people. Facing Lu Bu's icy gaze, this time, no one dared to open their mouths anymore. Into the camp. Lu Bu returned back to his horse and entered the southern camp with 500 Peugeot wolf riders. No one dared to stand in the way. Chapter 056, All is Well. Outside the city of Luoyang, Shenwai South Camp. After Lu Bu extinguished a few generals who were the first to jump out with a square sky painting halberd, he instantly shocked everyone. No one dared to stand up and disagree anymore. And no one dared to stop Lu Bu and the others from entering the camp. The two parties facing each other inside and outside consciously made way for Lu Bu. Lu Bu entered the southern camp with the holy decree in his hand, holding his square sky painting halberd, and leading 500 parallel state wolf riders. This was all planned in advance by Lu Bu. Lu Bu knew that how the mighty warrior candidate did not have any news reaching the palace for a long time. It must be that things were not going well on the southern campside. He was ordered to come and take over the southern battalion, and if he didn't show a bit of thunderbolt at the beginning, I'm afraid it would be hard to move an inch later. Therefore, just as soon as those few generals ventured out, Lu Bu directly killed them with a halberd without saying a word. As it turned out, it seemed to have some effect, sort of a temporary deterrent to these people. Only, what makes Lu Bu a bit strange is how the great General Wu Jin has been in charge of the southern camp for many years. Even if he wanted to deter these people, it is not possible to kill a few generals so easily and no one would dare to move. If the southern battalion could be taken care of so easily, then I'm afraid it's unlikely that the mighty candidate won't progress well. With the slightest bit of doubt, Lu Bu led the 500 Peugeot wolf riders to follow the mighty candidate to the outside of the main tent. From afar, Lu Bu could smell a pungent odor of blood. Then, the eyes were filled with corpses, both of generals and of soldiers. Lu Bu glanced at Wei Wu candidate and immediately understood in his heart that it looked like Wei Wu candidate had killed a lot of people before. No wonder he had just killed only a few of the ones who had ventured out and no one dared to jump out again. It turns out that the mighty warrior has already cleaned up, letting the parallel state wolf riders guard the outside. Lu Bu followed the mighty waiter inside the main tent, only to see that there were more than a dozen corpses on the ground inside the main tent, and looking at them, they all seemed to be the high-ranking generals of the 6 guards of the southern battalion. General Lu, how is the situation inside the city? As soon as he walked into the tent, the mighty warrior candidate couldn't help but look at Lu Bu and ask hurriedly. Lu Bu knew what Wei Wu Ho wanted to ask and didn't hesitate. He directly said, Wei Wu Ho, don't worry. Everything went well. Great General Wu Jin and Empress Wu Ying are dead, and all the others have been taken down. The Marquis of Might smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, and I've been worried that something might go wrong and jeopardize the emperor. It's good that everything is going well now. To be honest, the mighty warrior candidate's heart was hanging in the air all the time. He was afraid that Zhou Chen, the emperor, would not be able to deal with great General Wu Jin and that something would happen. We'll be in big trouble then. But luckily everything went well. General Wu Jin and Empress Wu Ying are both dead, so everything is kind of settled. Mighty Warden, what's going on here? The emperor hasn't been able to wait for news of you, and thought there was some kind of change in the southern camp. Lu Bu looked at the mighty warrior candidate with a puzzled expression. Judging from what had just happened, the mighty warrior candidate had basically taken control of the southern camp. But why has another standoff formed inside and outside the south camp? This made Lu Bu wonder. Alas, it was I who underestimated the great general's control over the 6 guards of the southern battalion. I didn't realize that the great general's control over the 6 guards of the southern battalion was very thorough. Not only the high-ranking generals, but the middle-ranking generals, even the bottom-ranking generals, most of them only follow the great general's orders. The mighty waiter sighed. Originally, the mighty warrior candidate thought that he would be able to control the southern camp after clearing out great General Wu Jin's inner circle in the southern camp. But I didn't realize that great General Wu Jin's influence on the southern camp was too deep. Mighty candidate to the south camp senior generals. Middle-level generals have been thoroughly cleaned up once. The bottom generals also cleaned up a lot, but still did not control the south camp. Some of the bottom generals still did not listen to the orders of the mighty warlord, and they also led troops to trap the mighty warlord in the southern camp. In order to avoid turmoil and not cause a large-scale military disaster, the mighty candidate could only temporarily hold back and did not dare to easily take action against these bottom generals anymore. This also creates an internal and external confrontation. If it wasn't for Lu Bu's arrival, I'm afraid this standoff would have gone on forever. A cold light flashed in Lu Bu's eyes when he heard the words of the mighty warrior candidate. In that case, clean it all up. Mighty candidate, I'm still not too familiar with the southern camp, so you'll be the one to provide the information, and Ben will make the move. Anyone who is dissolute, no matter whose people they are, don't leave out a single one, then is going to clean out the south camp completely, Lu Bu said with a murderous look on his face. Lu Bu knew that to take over the southern camp completely, it was less than a big kill. And the emperor's decision to let him take over the southern camp was not as simple as just cleaning out Great General Wu Jin's men. Rather, he should be allowed to take complete control of the south camp, and clean up the whole thing properly, and not let anyone else get their hands on it. Lu Bu's words caused Wei Wuho's face to change. It seems that the emperor is going to fully cleanse the southern camp of the 6 guards. The mighty candidate thought in his heart and nodded without a question. How the 6 guards of the southern battalion have been controlled by Great General Wu Jin for many years. There are indeed many problems. It's not always manageable without a full cleaning. Afterward, the mighty warrior candidate led Lu Bu out of the main tent and began a full-scale cleanup of the 6 guards in the southern camp. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen had been waiting for news from the 6 guards of the southern battalion outside the city. In Zhou Chen's opinion, if the matter of the 6 guards of the southern battalion outside the city had not been resolved, then despite the deaths of Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin, there would still be changes. Your Majesty, there's news from the southern camp outside the city. At that moment, Chao Zhengchun walked in and handed a note to Zhou Chen. Oh, Zhou Chen took the note from Chao Zhengchun's hand, opened it and scanned it. There were only 4 words on the note. All the best. It was these 4 simple words that were like a gospel, giving Zhou Chen a peace of mind. All the dust has settled. Zhou Chen closed the note and the corner of his mouth curved up. It was only now that Zhou Chen was able to completely put his heart down. Only when the matter of the 6 guards of the southern battalion is resolved, then this matter will be considered to be truly settled. Chao Zhengchun, go prepare for tomorrow's morning court. Prepare all those things that should be prepared and show them to the 100 officials tomorrow. What a big commotion. Those 100 officials were probably shocked. I really don't know if those 100 officials will still have the same kind of pushy stance they had before in tomorrow's morning court. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth. Ding! Today's check-in time. Only 10 minutes left. Whether to start today's check-in. After Chao Zhengchun left, a system beep sounded in Zhou Chen's head. Zhou Chen then remembered that because he had devoted his full attention to clearing out the foreign relatives party today, he had forgotten about today's sign-in. Checking in, Zhou Chen mumbled in his heart. Having cleared out the forces of Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin's party today, Zhou Chen thought that his luck today shouldn't be too bad. Ding! Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 057, Morning Dawn. Day 2. Early in the morning, the 100 officials all waited outside the palace gate, waiting for the court. If according to the past, when the palace door is not open, the 100 officials will be 3 or 2 gathered together to whisper. But today, none of the officials were in the mood to gather and climb together. They all stood there quietly, waiting for the palace gates to open. And every official's face was uncharacteristically preoccupied. It's really because what happened yesterday was too much of a shock to the 100 officials, and it still gives them some heart palpitations. Great General Wu Jin, one of the 4 important ministers of the auxiliary state who was powerful in the imperial court, was actually copied and exterminated. How shocking this is. Who is Great General Wu Jin? That was the abbot of the country. One of the 4 great auxiliary ministers left behind by the late emperor, and the actual minister in charge of the 12 guards of Shenwu, the 6 guards of the southern battalion, coupled with his own strength at the peak of the Grand Master. In the imperial court, it could be said that it was not too much to say that he was a one-caller. Even a 3-dynasty veteran like the imperial master Wen Zhong was also scornful of the great General Wu Jin. But this is the same character who died yesterday, copped out of his family. At the same time, those who were copied and exterminated also included more than 20 court officials such as the Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins and the Minister of Rights. Which of these officials, when taken out, is not a figure with real power in his hands? But yesterday, it was all taken down in one fell swoop. Even Empress Wu Ying, once the Empress of the Two Saints progeny, died yesterday in the square outside the palace of Yangxin. Such a sudden turn of events caused the 100 officials to be frightened for a while. I'm afraid that I'll be implicated or affected. Especially up to now. The city of Luoyang is still under martial law. The 4 gates and 9 cities of Luoyang are still blocked. And the forbidden army and factory guards in the city are still going around arresting people and copying their families. It's a wonder that this doesn't make the hearts of the 100 officials tremble in fear. Click. The palace gates are wide open. The 100 officials entered the palace together and came outside the Golden Palace, in accordance with the high and low official positions, in order to follow the sides of the royal road, in order to enter the Golden Palace. After all the civil and military officials have entered the court, only then did Zhou Chen, wearing a dragon robe, walk out from the special royal road aside the Golden Palace, step onto the dragon platform, sit on the dragon chair, and look down on the ministers. Long live the emperor. The 100 officials kneeled down and bowed and saluted. Zhou Chen leaned slightly on top of the dragon chair and looked at the 100 officials kneeling below. There were more than 20 less. Especially at the head of the kneeling in front of the should be 4 people, right? But now only a lone kneeling Prime Minister Yuan Bo a person. Needless to say, those officials who were missing were the ones who had been copied and exterminated by Zhou Chen yesterday. This is still Zhou Chen did not engage in a big implicate. Just ordered to take down the important officials of the Empress's foreign relatives party. As for those unimportant officials, Zhou Chen did not move. It's not that Zhou Chen is merciful, but Zhou Chen knows that if he engages in a big implicate and orders to take down all the officials related to the foreign relatives party, I'm afraid that at least half of the civil and military officials in this court must be missing. At that point, who will handle the dynasty? The center becomes paralyzed. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Might as well keep these people for now and slowly soak them up later. Zhou Chen looked at the group of ministers kneeling below and calmly said, all the ministers leveled off. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 100 officials then dared to stand up. This has been the rule for all the morning court. If the emperor did not order to rise, then the 100 officials would have to remain kneeling for the morning court, rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Chao Xinchuan's sharp voice rang out. The 100 officials bent their heads in silence. Not one person stood up and played right. As a matter of fact, the 100 officials did not know how to play right in today's morning court. Looking at the Golden Palace, which should have been full of officials, is now much emptier, with more than 20 of his colleagues missing, and all the 100 officials are forced to pretend to be deaf and dumb. At this time, only silence is the best option. What? Are all the miles and miles of Great Zhou's rivers and mountains nationally secure? Neither of you have anything important to say, do you? Zhou Chen scanned the group of ministers with an expressionless face and said slowly, I remember that you all petitioned in unison for the Empress and Taifu before, for half a month in a row. What? Are you all dumb now that you see so many of your colleagues missing from your side? Zhou Chen's gaze stopped on Prime Minister Yuan Bo at the very front. Prime Minister. Yesterday the great general's residence, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister of Rights, and more than 20 other officials were copied and exterminated. You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Don't you have anything to play? When the 100 officials had broken into the palace before, this old fox had not spared Zhou Chen any trouble. Now that Zhou Chen had a chance, he naturally could not let this old fox go. Your Majesty, the old minister is also wondering about this. More than 20 ministers of the court, including the great general, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Rights, and others, have been convicted of something, and the emperor wants to plunge their families into oblivion. It has led to turmoil in the court, and the 100 officials are in a frenzy. So I ask your Majesty to give the old minister and the 100 officials a solution to their problems. Prime Minister Yuan Bo heard this and stood out expressionlessly and said, since the emperor had named him, then Prime Minister Yuan Bo could not continue to play deaf and dumb. However, Prime Minister Yuan Bo was also an old fox, and what he said was very level-headed, not giving Zhou Chen the slightest chance to cut through. Solve the puzzle? Zhou Chen sneered in his heart. What an old fox. Looking at the great General Wu Jin, they were all copied and destroyed. Just say word stripping. One can't catch a break. Zhou Chen's gaze moved away from Prime Minister Yuan Bo and swept a glance at the 100 officials and said, you should all want to know, just like the Prime Minister, what the great general, the Minister of Appointments, and the rest of them were convicted for. Then I will tell you, Great General Wu Jin conspired with more than 20 officials, including the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Minister of Rights, to plot a mutiny, and was thus convicted. And I have also found out about the Queen's party plotting against me. Didn't you all clamor for proof before? I will give you proof now. Saying this, Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhengchun next to him. Chao Zhengchun, show all the evidence to the 100 officials. Let the 100 officials also see how loyal and patriotic I, a good subject of the great Zhou, am. Zhou Chen had a sneer on his face. Chao Zhengchun sniffed and immediately walked down with a petal of small folders and handed them to the 100 officials. To be honest, the 100 officials were somewhat shocked in their hearts when they heard Zhou Chen say that Great General Wu Jin and the Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins were plotting a mutiny. They didn't believe that these people, the Great General Wu Jin and the Minister of Ministries, would conspire to rebel and plot a mutiny. But Zhou Chen took out the evidence, and the 100 officials had to see what kind of evidence it was first. The 100 officials took the small folders from Chao Zhengchuan's hands with confusion. The 100 officials opened the little folders and took a look. None of them blanched. Even Prime Minister Yuan Bo's hand couldn't help but shake a little after seeing the contents of the small folded document. Although there are only a few incriminating items on the record, they are heart-stopping, and it's all incriminating. Each piece of evidence of guilt is enough to plunge the family into oblivion. After reading the incriminating evidence, all the 100 officials were silent. Chapter 058, Feng Xinling. The Golden Palace. The 100 officials were somewhat alarmed after taking turns reading the incriminating evidence on these small folders. It's really these incriminating statements on the little folders that are so shocking. No one expected that General Wu Jin actually really teamed up with more than 20 court officials, including the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Minister of Rights, to conspire in the general's residence to admonish the soldiers. This was something that caused a lot of waves in the hearts of the 100 officials. To put it nicely, it's a military advice. But to put it badly, isn't that a mutiny? Trying to hold the emperor hostage. What's the difference between that and a rebellion? Originally, the 100 officials thought that this was an excuse for Zhou Chen, the emperor, to deal with the great general's party. As a result, it was not expected that the great general really wanted to launch a military admonition. What made the hearts of the 100 officials even more alarmed was that Empress Wu Ying had actually also really secretly drugged Zhou Chen the emperor and was plotting to kill Zhou Chen the emperor. Moreover, Empress Wu Ying had been drugging Zhou Chen for several years. During that time, it has also remained undetected. How alarming this is. Although the medicine given by Empress Wu Ying would not be fatal, but to drug the emperor to murder him, this itself already belonged to treason. If Empress Wu Ying were to commit regicide, wouldn't Zhou Chen's little life as an emperor be a dead one at any time? All of this had to be alarming to the 100 officials. Such evidence of guilt, not to mention the plagiarism and extermination of the family, or even a great deal of punishment is not too much. And those officials who are related to Empress Wu Ying's foreign relatives party. At this moment, looking at these incriminating evidence in his hands, he could no longer be described as heart-stopping. Instead, the face is bloodless. They have been on tenterhooks since yesterday, fearing that the factory guards will come to the door to copy the family and destroy the family. Now looking at something in his hands that was nakedly trying to kill him, his heart was in his throat even more. Since ancient times, treason, that's a big crime. Involvement wins wide. In the normal course of events, anyone who was related to the Empress's foreign relatives party would be put to death. Seeing that the 100 officials had finished looking at the incriminating evidence, Zhou Chen raised his eyes and calmly looked down at them. Ministers, have you all finished? Anything you want to say? Zhou Chen scanned the 100 officials with an expressionless face, unable to see any anger or irritation. Prime Minister Yuan Bo put down these incriminating evidence in his hands and stood out with a pained look on his face. Your Majesty, the old minister is guilty. The old minister didn't expect the Empress and the great general that they would do something so treasonous. It's simply a betrayal of the Holy Grace. Especially the great general. He is the important minister left behind by the late emperor to support the country. Yet he has done such treasonous things. It is truly a shame to the late emperor's trust and heavy responsibility. Previously, the old ministers and the 100 officials were compelled and hoodwinked by the great general to plead for a rebel like the Empress. I also asked the emperor to redeem himself. After Prime Minister Yuan Bo finished speaking, he kneeled down with a plop and bent his head to the ground. I am guilty. Immediately after the other 4 ministers of the 6 ministries, as well as the 100 officials all kneeled on the ground to apologize. At this point in time, even the dumbest person would know to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. After all, they had previously broken into the palace for the sake of Empress Wu Ying and Taifu Yanhua, and they had even gone to the court in unison for half a month in a row. Now that the evidence is overwhelming that Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin and the others are rebels with bad intentions, if they don't quickly clear the air and kneel down to ask for forgiveness, that would really be an official white boy. Guilty? Zhou Chen heartily laughed. If he hadn't swept away the great general's residence with a thunderbolt and taken down more than 20 important officials from the party of the great general's relatives, will these 100 officials say they are guilty? The answer is no. Since the beginning of time, the king has become a king. It doesn't even matter if it's rebellious or not. What matters is the winner at the end. Zhou Chen dares to say, if today's morning court standing on the dragon chair is the great general Wu Jin, then most of these 100 officials among the face will definitely be shouting great general wise and mighty and other such nonsense. That's human nature. Zhou Chen was very clear in his heart about this point. Now that the 100 officials saw that the power of the Empress and the great general's party had fallen, they all rushed to clear the air and kneel down to apologize. I have to say, these 100 officials did not show anything else. This Ming Jiwei Dao is very deep. Not bad for an old fox who can stand up in officialdom. Retreat for advancement. The math is good. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of expanding his involvement for the time being. Zhou Chen knew that one bite wouldn't make a fat one. Yesterday, we already took down more than 20 people in one breath. If we expand the involvement, then the center of this court will really be paralyzed. And if these officials cannot be replenished in time, it will cause turmoil. This was not what Zhou Chen wanted to see. Therefore, Zhou Chen could only let it go for a while, and it would not be too late to move when the positions of the 20 or so officials who had been taken down had been filled. Zhou Chen looked at the 100 officials kneeling down to ask for forgiveness and said without fluctuation, if you are guilty, You will remember it first. I don't want to hear you guys plead guilty now, but I want you guys to stabilize the court and the situation for me. Because of the matter of Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin and others plotting against me, there is now some turmoil both inside and outside the court, so you all need to stabilize it for me. There can't be the slightest turbulence in the court. Zhou Chen scammed the 100 officials without question. Even though Zhou Chen had tried his best to control the matter of Great General Wu Jin without implicating many people, there were still many people to deal with. This includes which among the Forbidden Army followed Empress Wu Ying to attack the Palace of Nurturing the Heart, as well as the people of the Great General among the 12 guards of the Divine Military. These people will be treated as treasonous. This is bound to involve many more people. Therefore, these matters cannot be dealt with in a day or two. I'm afraid that the next few days will be the time for the real plagiarism and murder. Therefore, Zhou Chen wanted the 100 officials to stabilize the inside and outside of the court. Otherwise, the courtroom cannot stabilize the situation with just the Minister of War and the 8 virtuous kings. Don't worry, Your Majesty, it's my duty to remove the rebels. I will assist the Forbidden Army to clear the rebellion and stabilize the court. Led by Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the 100 officials spoke in unison. Those officials who are related to the Empress Wu Ying's foreign relatives party all secretly sighed with relief at this time. It seemed that the emperor had no intention of moving them, so they could rest easy for the time being. Your Majesty, now that more than 20 officials such as the Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins, the Minister of Rights and other rebels have been copied and exterminated, their official vacancies should be filled in a timely manner. In particular, the important positions of Minister of Appointments and Minister of Rights should be appointed immediately in order to secure the court. At that moment, the Minister of War stepped forward and said, there are now more than 20 officials missing from the court, most of whom are in important positions. If it is not filled in time, many important events in the dynasty will be delayed. As a loyal minister of the royal family, the Minister of War naturally had to come forward in time to check and remind Zhou Chen of this matter. Hearing the words of the Minister of War, Zhou Chen nodded. For the position of Minister of Revenue, I already have a candidate. Cao Zhangchun. Summon Fang Xianling to the court. Fang Xianling? The 100 officials all frowned when they heard this unfamiliar name. Who is Fang Xianling? They've never heard of it. Look at this meaning of the emperor. Is it to let Fang Xianling take up the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue? When Cao Zhangchun heard this, he immediately shouted in a shrill voice, summon Fang Xianling for an audience. The voice came out. Soon, a young scribe, with his head held high, walked into the Golden Palace. Yes, the visitor was none other than Fang Xianling. This is the manga that Zhou Chen signed out yesterday. I don't know if Zhou Chen was really lucky, but yesterday he signed out Fang Xianling. A great talent. Fang Xianling kowtows to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. When Fang Xianling walked in, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Zhou Chen looked at Fang Xianling, level off. Chapter 059, Fang Xianling, Minister of Civil Service. Zhou Chen was pleasantly surprised in his heart for being able to sign out such a great talent as Fang Xianling. Even though there were many loyal officials in the court, Zhou Chen was still more willing to trust the characters that came out of the signing compared to the people who came out of the signing. Let's not talk about whether or not the ability of these loyal ministers in the courtroom can match that of the characters who signed up to come out, but let's just say that their loyalty is not necessarily that loyal. Zhou Chen had never believed that characters who were able to mingle in the imperial court would have absolute loyalty to speak of. Instead of being a loyalist, the betrayal was not enough of a bargaining chip. It's all just a matter of looking out for their respective interest groups. This was not the case with the characters who signed out, all of whom were absolutely loyal to Zhou Chen. Now, Zhou Chen had the god of war Lu Bu at his side to ride the sands in the martial arts, and Cao Zhangchun of the East Chamber to monitor the world in the dark. The only thing missing is a civilian minister who can advise and sway the court. The appearance of Fang Xianling can just make up for this. Since then, he has been surrounded by a well-equipped civil and military force. Although there were only a handful of 2 or 3 people, these 2 or 3 people could be people who could remain famous for a long time. It is not a matter of one man's genius against 100 mediocre talents. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Xianling stood up. The civil and military officials on both sides all couldn't help but measure Fang Xianling. They all wanted to see what kind of person this Fang Xianling was, and what skills he had to be able to get into the eyes of the emperor. Even Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the Minister of Military Affairs, and several other Xiangshu lords were sizing up Fang Xianling. From the words of Zhou Chen, the emperor, just now, they knew that if there was no accident, this Fang Xianling was afraid that he would be their colleague after the scripture, the Minister of Appointments, who rises and sits with them. It can be a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, looking around, none of the 100 officials could see anything special from Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling was dressed in an ordinary tunic, and other than that look of candor, he really was no different from an ordinary scholar. However, even with this, the 100 officials did not have the slightest intention of belittling Fang Xianling. Can squeeze into this golden palace of the imperial court. Which one of the 100 officials can be a simple generation? In their opinion, don't look at Fang Xianling, who appeared ordinary on the surface, but to be valued by the one on the dragon chair, he must not be an ordinary person either. Seeing that all the 100 officials were sizing up Fang Xianling, Zhou Chen didn't care and looked directly at Fang Xianling and said, "Fang Xianling, from now on, you are the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of my great Zhou, and I'll leave the lack of officials in the imperial court entirely in your hands. You must fill in the missing officials in this courtroom for me in the shortest possible time. The Minister of War will also assist you in replacing these officers," Zhou Chen said, glancing at the Minister of War. Zhou Chen knew that when Fang Xianling first arrived, if he did not have an acquaintance within the imperial court to help him out, he would encounter great resistance. Therefore, Zhou Chen asked the Minister of War to assist Fang Xianling. With Fang Xianling's ability and the assistance of the Minister of War, Zhou Chen believed that these resistances should not be a big problem for Fang Xianling. After all, a houseplan is not a mouthful. Leaving this matter in Fang Xianling's hands, Zhou Chen was also relieved. What's more, the duties of the Ministry of Appointments were originally to promote and assess officials. Even if someone in the court really wanted to work in secret, it would not stop the original duties of the Ministry of Appointments. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Fang Xianling immediately bowed and said, "Subject Fang Xianling, obey the decree." All of this, Zhou Chen had already talked to Fang Xianling when he signed out last night. Let Fang Xianling be the minister of the Ministry of Appointments. In this way, the transfer of officials in the court and the assessment of officials were in the hands of Fang Xianling. It was also equivalent to being in the hands of Zhou Chen, the emperor. So Fang Xianling frankly accepted the decree under the scrutinizing eyes of the 100 officials. And although the 100 officials had just predicted that the emperor would appoint Fang Xianling as the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, however, now that he actually heard Zhou Chen give this decree, his face still changed a bit. Think they 100 officials? Which one has not experienced decades of official fighting before squeezing into this golden palace? But Fang Xianling, a white body, a step to heaven on the 6 departments of the head of the Ministry of Official Position. How can this balance the heart? Especially since Zhou Chen had also given Fang Xianling full responsibility for replenishing the 20-odd officials missing from the court. Wasn't this cultivating a party for Fang Xianling? None of the 100 officials present were not human. It is reasonable to say that Prime Minister Yuan Bo is in charge of all the officials, and Prime Minister Yuan Bo has the right to intervene in such matters. However, the emperor bypassed the Prime Minister and directly delegated authority to this Fang Xianling. This begs for more thoughts. It seems that the emperor is taking the opportunity of the downfall of the great general's foreign relative party to start gathering power in the court. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's eyes also flickered with a glint, but he quickly regained his composure. Woodenly, he stood at the front of the room, with little extra expression, something that even 100 officials could see, let alone him, the prime minister who had been through 2 dynasties and was in charge of 100 officials. It's natural to look at it as well, even more so, than the 100 officials who see more thoroughly. It's just that the one in the dragon chair is riding on this momentum of destroying the great general's foreign relatives party, and it's burning hot right now. He, the prime minister, also had to retreat for a while, lest you draw fire. After Zhou Chen had finished appointing Fang Xianling, he raised his eyes and swept towards the 100 officials, all the secretaries. Besides what the Secretary of the Ministry of War has reported, which other secretaries have something to report? Your Majesty, the old minister has something to report. Prime Minister Yuan Bo stepped forward. Zhou Chen glanced at Prime Minister Yuan Bo in surprise. Prime Minister, what is the matter of enlightenment? Your Majesty, the party of the great general and the empress is so powerful in the dynasty and has so many henchmen that it can be said that they are all over the court and beyond. Now that the great general and the empress and more than 20 officials have been taken down, but there are still many parties that have not been removed. In order to prevent these people from stirring up trouble, I would also like to ask your Majesty to decree that the court offices of the 6 ministries of the imperial court make every effort to clear out the rebellious clique of the Wu clan. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said with a serious face. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words caused the faces of the 100 officials to gather to change, and even Zhou Chen's gaze on the dragon chair flickered for a moment. The Prime Minister is right. There are many Wu's party members, so it's time to make an all-out effort to clear them out. However, it is enough to hand this matter over to the East Chamber, and there is no need to decree the 6 ministries in Yamen, lest it cause turmoil in the court. Zhou Chen didn't believe that Prime Minister Yuan Bo couldn't see that he didn't want to expand his involvement. However, Prime Minister Yuan Bo has come forward to submit a report on a comprehensive investigation of Wu's clique. What does the Prime Minister want? Zhou Chen took a deep look at Prime Minister Yuan Bo, and then continued his look at the 100 officials. Are there any other beloved ministers who would like to enlighten us? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Another minister stepped forward. In this way, for 10 minutes in a row, after seeing that no one was petitioning, Zhou Chen retired from the court and ended today's morning court. 060 Chapter 060, Empress Dowager. You have to make a decision for us. Zhou Chen retired from the court and then returned directly to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. The palace is now on edge, and yesterday's rebellion by Empress Wu Ying has once again cast a shadow over this most powerful place in the Great Zhou. Factory guards also once again in this palace set off a storm of blood. Began a large cleaning leakage of fish. After this cleansing, it is believed that Empress Wu Ying's influence in this palace will completely disappear. Zhou Chen was in a good mood as he sat on the dragon chair. The Empress Wu Ying and the great general were both dead, and all 20 or so of the principal officials of their powerful clique had been taken down. The most important thing is that the military power of the 6 guards of the Southern Battalion of Shenwu has been recovered. At this point, the army of the 12 guards of Shenwu was in their hands. After the scripture, no one dared to easily ignore the existence of imperial power anymore. The first step is always taken. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered. Zhou Chen knew that the sunset trend of the Great Zhou could not be undone by him killing an empress or a great general. The Great Weak is far more vile and corrupt than can be imagined. But now he has taken the first step, and given time, he can regroup the old mountains. At this time, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in and quietly whispered a few words in Chao Zhengchuan's ear. Seeing this, Zhou Chen raised his eyes and glanced at Chao Zhengchun. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Zhou Chen asked. Chao Zhengchun immediately bowed and said, back to the emperor. It was Zhang Guoyu who brought some of the royal relatives into the palace. They went to Ci Ning Palace. Ah, Uncle Zhang took some royal relatives to Ci Ning Palace? Zhou Chen froze. Zhang Guoyu was the Empress Dowager's own brother and had a special status. At this point in time, what was Zhang Guoyu doing taking some royal relatives to Ci Ning Palace? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered and he smiled. It seems that someone has hit on mother's body. Chao Zhengchun. Swing by Ci Ning Palace. Without saying a word, Zhou Chen stood up and walked towards the outside of the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Ci Ning Palace. The Empress Dowager sat on the main seat and looked at the dozen or so figures kneeling in front of her. All royal relatives. Get up first. What's the matter? Get up first. If I can help, the mourning family will definitely help. The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly. I would have thought that by closing the palace I would have escaped some trouble. As it turns out, the more you fear something, the more you get it. The Empress and the great general and their clique were taken down yesterday. But the Empress Dowager knew all about it. Now these royal relatives to Ci Ning Palace. The Empress Dowager just do not have to think. Also can guess their intention of a few points. Empress Dowager, you must do this for us. Those factory guard hawks and dogs from the East Chamber are going around arresting people indiscriminately with the Forbidden Army, and our families have already been arrested quite a few times. At this rate, none of us royal relatives are expected to survive. A dozen or so royal relatives kneeling on the ground mournfully wailed. That expression seemed as if there was really no way to live, so that people could not bear to reject it when they saw it. The Empress Dowager's face was expected after hearing these words from a dozen or so royal relatives. Sure enough, she had guessed a few times that it was for this. The Empress Dowager swept an expressionless glance at the dozen or so royal relatives. Yesterday, the Empress and the great general rebelled. I'm sure you all already know about it. The East Chamber factory guards with the Forbidden Army arresting people. Those are all rebellious and chaotic thieves arrested by imperial order. You're not going to tell the mourner that none of your families were involved, and that the East Chamber factory guards took the Forbidden Army and arrested people from your families for no reason. The Empress Dowager looked at the dozen or so royal relatives and said slowly, who is the Empress Dowager? That's a character who's been floating around the harem for decades. It wasn't that easy for these dozen or so royal relatives to fool her. Empress Dowager. The Empress and Great General's rebellion really has nothing to do with us at all. As royal relatives, how could we dare to do something so treasonous? We just usually have some dealings with the Great General and the others, but we are definitely not involved in the rebellion. Please be clear, Empress Dowager. A dozen or so royal relatives hurriedly said in a hurried voice. At this time, they didn't dare to hide a single thing. This is no joke. If you're not careful, you'll be copied and destroyed. This time, the Empress Dowager sniffed and did not speak again, but frowned slightly. The Empress Dowager didn't care if what the dozen or so royal relatives said was true or false. It didn't matter. The important thing is that once something like this is involved, it's impossible to get out of it. This was clear to the Queen Mother. Even if the Empress Dowager wanted to help, she was somewhat powerless. Looking at the dozen or so royal relatives kneeling, the Empress Dowager was also in a dilemma for a while. This kneeling dozen of royal relatives have the royal family, but also the Empress Dowager's own family Zhang's, in general, are all related. If the Empress Dowager refused, it would be more or less insensitive. But if the Empress Dowager wanted to help, she couldn't do it from her heart. If it had been a different Zhou Chen before the change, perhaps, what the Empress Dowager had said would have been of some use. But ever since the last time she had seen Zhou Chen, the Empress Dowager had felt that Zhou Chen had become somewhat different from before. Even if it was her, the Mother Empress, Zhou Chen didn't see that he would really sell a few points of face, especially when it's the kind of thing that involves the Empress and the Great General's rebellion. The Empress Dowager glared fiercely at a somewhat slightly chubby man standing next to her, secretly blaming the slightly chubby man. Wasn't this giving her, the Queen Mother, a hard time? And this man is the Empress Dowager's own brother, Zhang Yu. Seeing his Empress Dowager sister glaring at herself and understanding the Empress Dowager's reproach, Zhang Yu stepped forward and quietly whispered something in the Empress Dowager's ear. Only then did the Empress Dowager look at the dozen or so royal relatives kneeling in front of her and said, in this matter, seeing as everyone is a royal relative, I can only say that I will help you and the Emperor to mention a word. Everything is subject to the will of the Emperor. If your families are truly implicated in the Great General's rebellion, then even the mourning family cannot save you. The Empress Dowager made it very clear. That is, this is something she will mention to the Emperor. But the final result, everything still depends on the Emperor. When the dozen or so royal relatives heard this, they all kowtowed gratefully. Thank you, Empress Dowager. The dozen or so royal relatives knew that the Empress Dowager was the mother of the Emperor, and as long as the Empress Dowager mentioned a word, it would be much stronger than the likes of them looking for anyone. The Empress Dowager didn't say anything more and waved her hand. There's nothing to do, so you guys should retire first. You went into the palace to see the mourning family, so I guess the Emperor already knows. It is not easy for you to stay here in the mourning house much longer, lest you make the Emperor more concerned. The Empress Dowager said slowly. Now the palace is in fear. The factory guards are everywhere in the investigation of the Queen's remnants. At this time, the timing chosen by these people to come into the palace to see her as the Empress Dowager was not good. It's better to let them go as soon as possible. More than a dozen royal relatives also understand the meaning of the Empress Dowager. All rose to retire, left Xianing Palace. Not long after the dozen or so royal relatives left, a eunuch ran into Xianing Palace in a panic, reporting to the Empress Dowager. His Majesty has come to Xianing Palace. When the Empress Dowager heard this, her face shook slightly, and a trace of inexplicable color flashed in her eyes. 061 Chapter Driving to Xianing Palace. His Majesty has come to Xianing Palace. The sudden news made the Empress Dowager's expression freeze. Since the Emperor's physical recovery, he had not once taken the initiative to come to Xianing Palace to give her, his mother, an invitation. And, General, the Emperor comes to Xianing Palace will send someone to say a word in advance. It would never be like today. Suddenly driving to Xianing Palace, the Empress Dowager's eyes twinkled. It seems that the Emperor suddenly came to Xianing Palace because of the dozen or so royal relatives that had just left. The Empress Dowager between thoughts. Soon, under the protection of the Chamberlain factory guards and the Forbidden Army, Zhou Chen walked into Xianing Palace. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing Zhou Chen, the Emperor, driving to Xianing Palace, the palace maids and eunuchs in Xianing Palace kneeled down and saluted. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager also got up and greeted her with a face full of joy. How did His Majesty have time to come to Xianing Palace today? Quickly let the mourning family take a look. The Empress rebelled yesterday, but the mourning family has heard about it. The Emperor is all right. The Empress Dowager carefully looked at Zhou Chen, her face overflowing with concern. Zhou Chen's heart warmed as he shook his head and laughed. Mother, don't worry. Some petty people, what can they do to me? These recent days I have been busy with this matter. I haven't been able to greet Mother. Today I am free. I purposely came to Mother to take a look, Zhou Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was relieved to withdraw her gaze from sizing up Zhou Chen and nodded. It's good that it's fine. This Empress wooing actually dares to conspire and rebel. It is really a waste of time to be an imperial empress. Hasn't our royal family favored his Wu lineage enough? The Great General is ranked as an important minister of the auxiliary state, and can be said to be a man under 10,000 people. And the Empress is also the sole favorite of the harem, but also a woman's identity of the two saints in the court. Such a favor, they are not even satisfied, but also want to plot rebellion. Really not enough to die. Your Majesty should pay more attention in the future, and not be gullible enough to trust these ill-intentioned ministers. The Empress Dowager spoke in an atmospheric manner while pulling Zhou Chen to sit down. Zhou Chen quietly listened to the Empress Dowager's words and nodded his head with a smile on his face. What Mother said is true. I will pay more attention in the future. Zhou Chen, however, knew that this mother in front of him was not an ordinary person, able to climb up from the status of a courtesan and still remain standing in this harem of swords and daggers all around. It was enough to show that this mother of his had been through a lot more big storms than he had. Listening to this Empress Dowager's words more often would do Zhou Chen no harm. In fact, in Zhou Chen's opinion, if it wasn't for this mother's poor political skills, how could the previous two saints' progenitor not have taken Empress Wu Ying's turn to monopolize the power? After Zhou Chen and the Empress Dowager sat down opposite each other, Zhou Chen swept a glance around. Empress Mother, didn't I hear that the state uncle has come into the palace to Xiang Palace? I have also not seen Uncle Guo for a long time. Where is he? How come I haven't seen him? Zhou Chen asked. The Empress Dowager's gaze flickered for a moment and she laughed. They just left Xiang Palace. This time he came with a dozen or so royal relatives to beg for mercy. It says that the factory guards with the Forbidden Army arrested a lot of people from each of their families, and also says that they and the great general just have some dealings and don't know anything else. The mourners reprimanded them and let them go. The Empress Dowager spoke with a gentle face. Between smart people, sometimes you don't need to say too much, just point it out. The Empress Dowager, this seems to be pulling a family nagging, but in fact the meaning that should be expressed has been expressed. Yes? For this kind of thing, why should Uncle Guo bother Mother? Just go directly to me, won't you? If they are indeed not implicated in the great general's rebellion, I will not wrongly accuse them. Zhou Chen frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhang Guoyu coming to trouble the Empress Dowager because of this trivial matter. Zhou Chen wasn't a little cutie either, naturally able to hear the meaning in the Empress Dowager's words, but it's time to be superficial. No matter what, the Empress Dowager was his mother. This face still had to be given. As for those royal relatives, as long as they were involved with the great general, even if it was just to come and go, Zhou Chen did not intend to let them go at all. As a royal relative, instead of being loyal to the king and serving the country, he has formed a party with other people. What is the use of keeping such a royal relative? Besides, Zhou Chen didn't believe that those royal relatives just had some simple dealings with the great general, and the factory guards would arrest them. It's clear that there is a deeper involvement. Perhaps, it is the party of the great general's line. After the Empress Dowager heard Zhou Chen's words, she smiled. The emperor has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so how could they dare to disturb the emperor so easily? So they could only come here to Morning House. These royal relatives are also not to be trifled with. I heard that the child Jun Xian also died? The Empress Dowager sighed. Alas! Speaking of which, that child Jun Xian is still the one that mourner watched grow up. It's a pity. The 8 virtuous kings have lived a life of cleanliness and sagacity far and wide, but I didn't expect to educate a son who was so rebellious. It wasn't raised on one tit, and sure enough, neither can be trusted. When I speak of this, I think of Zhir. I have not seen Zhir for over a year. I wonder how the cure is doing in the fiefdom. The Empress Dowager said quietly. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered for a moment as he heard this. If mother misses ninth brother, then let ninth brother return to Luoyang to see mother sometime. However, now that the dynastic situation is unstable and there is some strife in Luoyang, it's better to wait until everything is settled before letting ninth brother return. When the time comes, I will personally give an order to ninth brother to come back. Zhou Chen said softly. A vassal king is not allowed to leave his fiefdom and return to the capital without a decree. It's been the rule for generations. The Empress Dowager nodded. Your Majesty is right. The situation is a bit chaotic right now. If Zhir comes back at this time, it's inevitable that it won't cause any trouble. The Empress Dowager talked to Zhou Chen for another 10 minutes or so. Zhou Chen then got up and left Xianing Palace. Originally, Zhou Chen had come to Xianing Palace for the sake of Zhang Guiyi and the dozen or so royal relatives. I didn't expect to come a step too late, but I still let them talk to the Empress Dowager. Walking out of Xianing Palace, Zhou Chen's eyes all of a sudden became a little deeper, and he said to Cao Zhengchun next to him, Cao Zhengchun, immediately send someone to check if there is anyone behind this matter of Zhang Guoyu bringing those 10 royal relatives to Xianing Palace to instruct him. Zhou Chen had never been one to hold a skeptical attitude towards these sensitive matters. It's fine if there's no one behind this, but if there really is someone, it's going to be really interesting. Yes, Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun answered and immediately ordered a few words towards one of the factory guards beside him, and that factory guard left directly. Zhou Chen glanced back at Xianing Palace and sighed in his heart, Mother, ah mother. In your heart, it seems that it is still ninth brother who carries the most weight. How could Zhou Chen not understand what the Empress Dowager meant just now? The Empress Dowager said that she wanted to Zhouji. In fact, the meaning of the words is that outsiders cannot be trusted. Only pro-brothers can be trusted. This was an attempt to call Zhouji back and stay in the divine capital. Zhou Chen frowned, his eyes flickering. Cao Zhengchun, how many years do you think mother sank into the harem? And does she really know nothing about all these things happening within the palace? When Cao Zhengchun heard this, his entire body couldn't help but shiver and buried his head even lower. Old slave doesn't know. Cao Zhengchun wouldn't dare to say much about such things. Anymore, people are mothers and sons. And this is a family matter for the emperor. How could he, a lackey, dare to say more? Oh, I don't know any better. Zhou Chen smiled, turned around and directly left Xining Palace. That back was a little different from the past, with a hint of despondency and coldness, as if everything was in the air. Cao Zhengchun wiped the cold sweat from his head and silently followed closely. Chapter 062, Can't you see the current situation? Did you guys know? Great General Wu Jin tried to send a rebellion, but he ended up having his family copied and exterminated by the emperor. Yes, those who were copied and exterminated also include the Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins, the Minister of Rights, and more than 20 other officials, which are all major court officials, and all of them were copied. It's not right. How come I heard that the Great General didn't rebel at all, and that it was the emperor who wanted to kill the Great General and that's why he labeled the Great General as a rebel? Where did you hear the news? But I have relatives in the Prime Minister's residence. This news is coming from the Prime Minister's residence. It's absolutely true. Indeed, I have a distant relative who works at the household ministry, and he said the same thing. He also said that the empress in the palace with her forbidden army almost killed the emperor. Shu, keep your voice down. How dare you say that? With the end of the court meeting, the news that Great General Wu Jin and a bunch of others were copied and exterminated only because of the rebellion then spread. Originally yesterday, many people were ambiguous about the fact that the Great General's house and more than 20 court officials were copied and exterminated. I don't know exactly what's going on. Why did the emperor suddenly plagiarize and exterminate the house of the Great General and more than 20 court ministers? You have to know that even the emperor, without a proper reason, could not say that he wanted to copy anyone's family and exterminate anyone's clan. Otherwise, how can we win the trust of the world? However, now that the news of the rebellion of Great General Wu Jin and his gang being copied, everyone also understood. It turned out that the Great General Wu Jin and those 20 or so officials were copied and exterminated because of the rebellion. The people took such news only as an after-dinner talking point. No matter which official in the courtroom was copied and destroyed, it had little to do with them. They just need to be fed. However, this was nothing less than a considerable shock to all the forces. Not that it matters whether the news is true or not. The important thing was that they had seen for the first time the means of the one in the dragon chair. It made them revisit which one was in the dragon chair in the palace. Sigh. Can sit on the dragon chair emperor really is not an easy generation. The Prime Minister's residence. The parlor. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat, and below him sat 3 officials respectively. These 3 officials are not other people. It is the court and the 6 ministers in 3 of them. The Minister of the Household, the Minister of Criminal Justice, the Minister of the Ministry of Industry. To say that the power of this dynastic hall, on the surface looks like the biggest is the empress and the generals and relatives of the party of power, but the real deep-rooted or the interests of the world's rich and powerful families represented by the group. The power of the empress's party of relatives is like a floating rootlessness in the courtroom, with shallow roots that can fall with a gentle push. But the power of the powerful families of the world is deeply rooted in the imperial court that can truly subvert the existence of the Great Zhou. The Prime Minister Yuan Bo and these 3 ministers are the representatives of the huge interest groups of the powerful families in the court. Prime Minister, who is this Fang Xianling? Does the Prime Minister know his origin? The Minister of Justice looked at Prime Minister Yuan Bo and asked. For Fang Xianling, who had been suddenly promoted by Zhou Chen to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The officials in the courtroom were envious and jealous. They all wanted to probe to find out the bottom of this Fang Xianling. As the saying goes, is it better to know your enemy than to know yourself? Even the Minister of Justice and the other 2 ministers were no exception. Also want to explore the bottom of this Fang Xianling. Prime Minister Yuan Bo shook his head. I know nothing. If this Prime Minister is correct, this Fang Xianling is estimated to be the same as that Cao Zhengchun and the Lubu duo, all of whom can't be found out at all. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words caused the brows of the 3 ministers to furrow. Before the appearance of Cao Zhengchun and Lubu duo, they had sent their people to check carefully, but none of them had found out any details or news. If this Fang Xianling is really the same as Cao Zhengchun and Lubu, then it is estimated that the result will still be the same and nothing can be found out. Prime Minister, this emperor directly appointed a white body as the Minister of the Ministry of Appointments. This is simply not in line with the rules of the court. Now that the Great General's foreign relatives party has fallen, there are quite a few positions left vacant, especially some very important ones. If we just let Fang Xianling take control, then our voice in the courtroom after the warping will be much more limited. The Minister of the Household spoke out with a cautious face. Before the Great Generals and foreign relatives party did not fall, what is there? They can still trade privately, but if they were replaced by Fang Xianling, would they still be able to trade privately? Yes, Prime Minister. If those positions were to be controlled by Fang Xianling, it would be equivalent to the palace being that in control, and it wouldn't do us a bit of good. The Minister of Public Works also nodded in agreement. Since ancient times, when the power of the emperor was increased, then the power of the ministers naturally had to be reduced. This is something that the huge interests of the world's families do not want to see. Prime Minister Yuan Bo lightly swept a glance at the three ministers. It's come to this point, and you're still fixated on this bit of interest. Can you not see the form at hand? The Empress and the Grand General represent a party of foreign relatives, and we are all complementary to each other. Although there are party disputes, but private cooperation is mostly. It's just an exchange of their respective interests. But now that the party of foreign relatives represented by the Empress and the Great General has fallen, do you think we can still be spared? Hiss. Hearing Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words, the faces of the three ministers changed and they sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. The three of them could become the second only to the four auxiliary ministers of the 6 ministries. Naturally, all of them were not ordinary characters, and instantly understood the meaning of Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words. The Prime Minister means that the one in the palace will make a move against us? No way. 9 out of 10 of the officials in the courtroom come from families, and it's impossible that the one in the palace doesn't know what kind of consequences he's going to get for doing this, unless he intends to make an enemy of the world's lineages. If that's really the case, then this great Zhou is by no means as simple as turmoil, and that person in the palace should know that in his heart. The brows of the 3 ministers were all compacted together. They really couldn't believe that the one in the palace dared to touch the interest groups of their lineage. You know, the world's families are one family. It was still the powerful families that truly dominated the left and right Great Zhou. It can be said that among the officials of the Great Zhou, at least 8 out of 10 are from the family. It could be seen how deeply rooted the influence of the lineage was in the Great Zhou. If that person in the palace really dares to take a shot at the lineage, that undoubtedly would be at the peak of the entire Great Zhou. Does the one in the palace want to tear Great Zhou apart? The Prime Minister calmly said, as if facepalmed. Nothing is impossible. The one in the palace is temporarily unable to free his hands, and if he does, all of us are expected to follow in the footsteps of the Great General. No emperor can tolerate any other power that can threaten or sway imperial power. We have all underestimated the one in the palace. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sighed. As a veteran minister of the auxiliary state, he was the one who saw it more thoroughly and clearly than everyone else. The heart cannot help but sigh. Underestimated the one on the dragon chair. Originally thought it was just a mediocre lord. I didn't realize it was a potential dragon. From yesterday's actions against the Empress and the Grand General's foreign relatives party, Prime Minister Yuan Bo knew that everyone had underestimated Zhou Chen. In that case, the one in the palace is now trying to stabilize us in the dark. Then after dealing with the matter of the General's foreign relatives party, he will free up his hands to suppress us? Chapter 063, It's good that you know. The faces of the 3 ministers were all a bit ugly. If it was according to the Prime Minister, then they had really underestimated the one in the palace. You know, except for the more than 20 officials who were copied and exterminated yesterday, the one in the palace didn't move anyone else in today's morning court. Even some of the officials who were originally from the party of the Great General's foreign relatives did not move. It can be seen how deep the one in the palace's stoicism and sedentariness is, so that all of them, who have been in the official world for most of their lives, have to admire the old man. Now you know why this Prime Minister, in the morning court, petitioned the Emperor to order the 6 ministries and various yamen to fully investigate the Great General's foreign relatives' clique's intention. Prime Minister Yuan Bo swept a glance at the 3. The 3 ministers all nodded. Originally, they also wondered in the morning court why the Prime Minister would suddenly come forward to petition the Emperor to order the 6 ministries and various government offices to make every effort to clear the party of the Great General's foreign relatives. It doesn't seem to do their worldly interest groups much good. But now, they realized that the Prime Minister was trying to test the one in the dragon chair. If the one in the dragon chair really authorized what the Prime Minister had proposed, that would be fine. If not, then I am afraid that the one in the dragon chair is trying to stabilize the situation first and has other plans. After all, the fact that even a rebel like the Great General, a party of foreign relatives who wanted to start a military admonition, could be implicated without expanding his involvement was not a sign of an emperor's soft-heartedness. There must be something else going on. Prime Minister, in that case, it's all the more important that Fang Xianling not be allowed to gain a foothold in the dynasty and take control of those positions. If once Fang Xianling is allowed to gain a firm foothold and take control of those positions, then that one in the palace will immediately have no worries about being able to continue to strike. The brains of the 3 ministers also turned very quickly, and they instantly figured out the key to these things. Behind the fact that Fang Xianling entered the court and was raised to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, it turns out that there is such a deep meaning. Then the scheming of the one in the palace must not be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble next. Prime Minister Yuan Bo shook his head. Now that the power of the one in the palace is strong, It's not desirable to try to deal with Fang Xianling, but you can use some means to try the depths of Fang Xianling. However, this time, Fang Xuanling's and the great general's affair is a wake-up call for us. The one in the palace is not the lord of mediocrity. From now on, those that can be seized in the past are immediately dealt with cleanly, and must not let anyone catch a hint of a handle. Especially this time. The 4 northern states are involved in the great drought in the 4 northwestern provinces, so be sure to be prepared to respond. If this minister's estimation is correct, it is highly likely that the one in the palace will start with this matter. After all, the one in the palace sent someone to investigate the matter before, and the one in the palace who took down Taifu before and didn't deal with it is waiting for Taisher when Zhou to calm down the 4 northwestern provinces and wants to use Taifu as a breakthrough. It's just that then Taifu was poisoned, disrupting the intentions of the one in the palace. So, put it all on notice and get their attention. Don't, when the time comes, follow in the footsteps of those of the great general. Prime Minister Yuan Bo looked at the 3 ministers and said cautiously, as long as these are cleaned up, without leaving any incriminating handles, even if the one in the palace wants to move them, he won't be able to find a breakthrough for a while. After saying this, Prime Minister Yuan Bo even took a special look at the Minister of the Household. Because the Minister of the Household is in charge of the Treasury, it is the most likely to be used as a breakthrough and the most likely to go wrong. And, when things go wrong, there's the potential for big problems. It's going to involve a lot. Seeing the Prime Minister's special glance, the Minister of Households also understood what Prime Minister Yuan Bo meant, and immediately spoke out, "Don't worry, Prime Minister. I will take care of the Ministry of Households, and will never leave a single trace." The Minister of the Household also knows the importance of the Ministry of the Household. Once the household department is found out, it is never as simple as implicating a few people or a dozen people. Rather, it would have involved a large portion of the court officials. However, the household secretary is handy for dealing with this kind of thing. How many years of being the Minister of the Household? He can be said to be comfortable in this area, and guaranteed to be able to deal with it without leaving a trace. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sniffed and swept an expressionless glance at the Minister of Households. It's good that you know, when the time comes, if it's really you that's out of the household, then this minister hopes that what began and ended because of you will not expand. The Minister of the Household nodded, I understand. This kind of thing, once it happens, then they will also be the object of abandonment. This is the rules of the game, and the rules of the lineage. No one can disobey the rules of such a game. Prime Minister, is there no other way? That would be too passive. It can't always be like this. The Minister of Justice next to him looked at Prime Minister Yuan Bo and couldn't help but say, this response can only be used temporarily, but is not a long-term solution. Prime Minister Yuan Bo was silent for a moment and said, the solution is only to wait for now. Who would have thought that the one in the palace was hiding so deeply? That East Chamber's Governor Cao Zhengchun and Lubu are both half-step celestial powerhouses. It's not unfair for the Great General and the others to lose. Originally, I wanted to utilize the Great General and their foreign relative party to fight with the royal family, but as a result, this is over before it even started. It's true that people underestimate the one in the palace, Prime Minister Yuan Bo said quietly. All 3 ministers understood what the Prime Minister's mouth was saying to wait for. The Minister of Public Works hesitated for a moment and said, the one in this palace now has 2 half-step celestials in Cao Zhengchun and Lubu, and with the addition of the one in the Patriarch's office, the royal family has 3 half-step celestials. Do you want to disclose what's going on in the Northwest? If you still follow the original conception, I'm afraid it will anger the one in the palace. At that time, once a half-step celestial is attracted to make a move, it will be troublesome. The Minister of Works had a cautious look on his face. Everyone already knew the strength of that East Factory Governor Cao Zhengchun yesterday. That was an existence that could kill the same half-step celestial within a few moves. Adding to that, the one from the Patriarch's mansion was originally an existence that also reigned supreme at the same level of half-step celestials. And that's not even counting the last lupus who didn't know what was going on. The existence of these 3 people had to make people wary. And if they really wanted to strike, ordinary people could easily not be able to block it. When Prime Minister Yuan Bo heard the words of the Minister of Public Works, he said non-committally, this has nothing directly to do with us. When the time comes, we won't be able to settle the score. As soon as word of what happened in the Northwest gets back to the capital, the one in the palace won't have the heart to care about anything else. The matter of the Northwest and the North will trap the one in the palace like a quagmire, and it won't be so easy to pull out and solve it in a short period of time. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said with a deep face. That's what he just said. The way to do it is to wait for now. As long as we wait until the news from the Northwest comes back, then the one in the palace may not have the heart to focus on the court again for the time being. Chapter 064, 50 Million Tales. The Prime Minister's Residence. A Prime Minister, 3 ministers, and half a day of secret talks. Only then did the three ministers leave the prime minister's residence. As the leading figures of the huge interest groups of the world's families in the imperial court, these four people's secret talks were also equivalent to a secret talk of the huge interest groups of the world's families in the imperial court. No one knew exactly what the outcome of their talk was, but the next dynasty was expected to be even more choppy and bizarre. After the three ministers left, Prime Minister Yuan Bo was silent for a moment, and called out to his housekeeper to command, "Let the young masters and young ladies at home pack up, and when the city gates open, send them out of Luoyang first. Prevention is better than cure, which is necessary for the survival of the family. Be prepared for the worst, no matter how the situation changes next. That way, when something does happen, the whole family won't be wiped out." Prime Minister Yuan Bo is clear in his heart. There has never been anyone in this dynastic hall who can stand all the time. No matter how many dynasties, there are not many people who can really do not fall down. Now that the dynasty is in a weird situation, the four auxiliary ministers have already fallen by two. Therefore, Prime Minister Yuan Bo had to make preparations in advance in case of any mishaps. Prime Minister Yuan Bo believed that the three of them, the Minister of the Household, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Industry, would probably make such a precautionary arrangement after leaving his Prime Minister's residence, the divine capital of Luoyang, for 3 days in a row. It was all wind. Inside the city, the factory guards walked around with the forbidden army to arrest people, and in just 3 days, I don't know how many people were arrested. Even though Zhou Chen did not expand his involvement, there were still many people who were arrested because of the matter of Great General Wu Jin. In 3 days' time, the heavenly prison was already overcrowded. It wasn't until 3 days later that calm was restored to the city of Luoyang. Martial law disappeared, and the gates of the city were opened wide. Still, more than in the past, entering and exiting the gates of the city was heavily scrutinized. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. A bone-crunching sound came from within his body. It's 7th grade. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curved up. In these 3 days, apart from dealing with some important matters, Zhou Chen had spent most of his time in cultivation. Although there were forbidden troops, factory guards, and Chao Zhangchun and these people to protect him, in Zhou Chen's opinion, even the best protection could not be safer than his own strength. 3 days had allowed Zhou Chen to break through directly from a 9th grade martial artist to a 7th grade, just one step away from entering the middle 3rd grade Qi practitioner. This kind of cultivation speed could not be described as fast. This was all thanks to Zhou Chen taking down Empress Wu Ying and the party of the great general foreign relatives. After taking down these people, removing the power of the foreign relatives party in the dynasty, and gathering power, Zhou Chen's heavenly son's Qi rose quite a bit. Cultivating, naturally, was much faster with half the effort. To be honest, even Zhou Chen himself did not expect that resolving the Empress and the great general's foreign relative party's power in the dynasty would allow him to cultivate so quickly. If I gathered all the rights and brought this great Zhou River and mountain back to its peak heyday, I wonder how fast my own cultivation would be. Can you take one step to heaven and break through that celestial realm that is at large between heaven and earth? Zhou Chen thought darkly in his heart. Just then, suddenly, Chao Zhangchun walked in silently. Your Majesty, this is the record of the plagiarism of the family properties of the great general and the imperial master and more than 20 other officials. I also ask your Majesty to look at it. Chao Zhangchun handed a folded document to Zhou Chen. Oh, are you done checking? Zhou Chen, however, knew that like this kind of courtier, and how many officials, that family property would probably be quite a lot. If you want to make a thorough check, it is probably difficult to do so in a short period of time, but now in just 3 days, Chao Zhangchun had already finished his seizure. It seems that this East Chamber is really worthy of being a master of copying and exterminating families. The efficiency is quite fast. Zhou Chen took the fold from Chao Zhangchun's hand. Open up. Only to see the folders densely written on the family property of the various officials who were copied and destroyed. First among them was the great General Wu Jin. 50 million taels? After seeing that number behind great General Wu Jin, Zhou Chen couldn't help but secretly suck in a mouthful of cold air. How much money can be taxed in a whole big week and year? Isn't it only 20 to 30 million taels of silver? But the great general's house, an auxiliary minister's house, actually copied out 50 million taels of silver. Enough to match 2 years of tax revenue of the great Zhou. And that's not even counting the real estate like the deeds to the stores. Just pure money. If you count those real estate properties, the family fortune in the great general's residence is estimated to reach more than $70 million. It can be seen that this great general Wu Jin usually explicitly and secretly is greedy how much ill-gotten gains. Zhou Chen calmed his mind and continued to look down. The second was Tai Fu Yanhua. Before Tu Fu Yanhua was sent to the heavenly prison, Zhou Chen did not rush to copy the family. This time it is just given to Chao Zhangchun and copied the family to destroy the family. Tai Fu Yanhua's house was also seized with 40 million taels of silver. It's not as much as the great general's, but it's quite a lot, and it's also a huge corruption. Then came the family estates of such officials as the Secretary of the Ministry of Appointments, the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights, and so on. When Zhou Chen finished reading these records of the seizure of various officials' family properties, he let out a long breath. No wonder everyone wants to be an official, all squeezing their heads to get to the top. The family assets of these seized officials amounted to at least 2 to 3 million silver taels. Sure enough, 3 years of clearing the governor and 100,000 snowflakes. Looking at Zhou Chen, he was a bit red-eyed. He was the emperor of the great Zhou, the master of the world, but he actually didn't have as much money as one of the officials of his own subjects. That has to be the irony. Zhou Chen closed the folded document and glanced at Xiao Zhengchun. Half of this seized money will go into my inner treasury, and half will go into the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. Have the factory guards keep an eye on the Ministry of the Household. I'd like to see how many rats can be caught out of such a big fat piece of meat going in, Zhou Chen said with a cold smile. Now that the treasury was empty, Zhou Chen's inner coffers were stretched to the limit. Previously it was because the imperial court did not have enough money and food that the great drought in the 4 northern continents did not lead to a full-scale disaster relief for the people. So much so that it caused civil unrest in places like the 4 northwestern provinces where the drought was most severe, resulting in the present rotten situation. Now that so many officials had been raided and seized so much money, it was just the right time to use it to fill up the national treasury and Zhou Chen's inner coffers. At the same time, it would allow Zhou Chen to act as a fish to catch the rats in the Ministry of Household. Let's see how many rats are hiding in this household. When Xiao Zhengchun heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Now the East Chamber has come to the forefront and made a name for itself. Although the number was small, and he had lost quite a few before, Zhou Chen had signed out another 500 factory guards in the past 3 days. Not only did it replenish those losses of the East Factory's previous factory guards, but it also more than doubled the East Factory's manpower. It's not a problem to spare some manpower to keep an eye on the Ministry of Accounts. Chapter 065. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen put down the folders in his hands detailing the seizure of his family's assets. The final total on the folders made even Zhou Chen's heart skip a beat. Zhou Chen didn't expect that this time, when he copied the family and destroyed the clan, he actually copied out a full 150 million taels of silver. With so many silver taels, it was enough for Zhou Chen to spend it boldly for a while next. With this money, the problem of the great drought in the 4 northern states can be solved. For these ministers who had coveted so much money from the imperial court, Zhou Chen did not have much anger left in his heart. No matter how capable of corruption these officials were, they were now taken down by him, and all these ill-gotten gains from embezzlement did not end up back in his hands. This kind of corrupt officials Zhou Chen is not afraid. He is afraid of the kind of water to the clear is not fish small corruption. The family is not qualified to be copied and exterminated, but if it is not copied and exterminated, it is like a fish in the throat. It's not up or down, and it makes it hard for you. A giant corruption like this one was right up Zhou Chen's alley. As soon as the family was copied, the treasury was filled, faster than even taxes. After Zhou Chen put down the folds that were closed in his hands, he looked at Xiao Zhengchun, those other people who were arrested by the plagiarized family. Have the money they seized been counted? Zhou Chen, however, knew that in addition to these 20 or so officials such as the great General Wu Jin and the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, they had been copied and exterminated. Over the past 3 days, many other people were implicated and copied into the heavenly prison. Although these people don't have as much family money as these officials such as great General Wu Jin, they can't help but have more people. It adds up to a lot of money. Back to Your Majesty. Not yet. Due to the number of people who have been copied out of their homes and the factory guards being somewhat understaffed, it is estimated that it will take a few more days before the detailed numbers can be fully tallied. Xiao Zhengchun immediately returned. When Zhou Chen heard this, his eyes flickered for a moment, and he said to Xiao Zhengchun, when the statistics are out, just send them directly to the treasury of the Ministry of the Household. Fish are released in abundance. It's what puts the rats at ease. Zhou Chen didn't believe that with so many fish put in, those rats would be able to hold back. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Zhengchun nodded. At that moment, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in. Your Majesty, Minister Feng seeks an audience. The Chamberlain factory guards walked in and reported. Feng Xianling? Zhou Chen froze for a moment. Ever since Zhou Chen appointed Feng Xianling as the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue at the Morning Court 3 days ago, Feng Xianling had not come to the Yangxin Palace to have an audience with him. The Emperor. Let him in. The Chamberlain factory guard sniffed and immediately bowed and retreated. A moment. Feng Xianling then walked into the Hall of Nourishing Heart. I, Feng Xianling, kowtow to Your Majesty. Walking in, Feng Xianling knelt down and performed a big salute. Get up. Zhou Chen looked up at Fang Xianling. Has the lack of those officials in the imperial court been filled? Back to your majesty. I have come precisely for this matter. This is a list of names selected by the ministerial race, and in addition to being able to fill those positions that are missing in the courtroom, I have prepared some additional lists. Please, your majesty. Fang Xianling said and took out a list booklet. Seeing this, Cao Zhengchun walked over and took the list booklet from Fang Xuanling's hand, returning to place it in front of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen also stopped talking and casually opened the list booklet to read it. It must be said that Fang Xianling was still very careful in his work. This list booklet does not only record a name, but also the origin of these people and some of their usual deeds. It was only to Zhou Chen's surprise that in this list, there were actually people from the lineage. This caused Zhou Chen to frown. Doesn't Fang Xianling know what's on his mind? The following Fang Xianling seemed to see what Zhou Chen's heart was thinking, and immediately spoke out, Your Majesty, although the family is a tumor, but the people of the family are not all like this. There are also clean and honest pillars of talent. There's nothing wrong with the emperor wanting to remove the tumor that is the lineage, but it's not to exterminate everyone in the lineage. Even if His Majesty destroys the world's lineages now, within a few years, new ones will appear. The lineage cannot be exterminated. As long as power exists, there will be lineages. This is my advice. Please think deeply about it. Your Majesty. Fang Xianling bowed and said. After hearing Fang Xuanling's words, Zhou Chen contemplated for a moment, closed the list booklet, and looked at Fang Xianling, saying, You're right. As long as there is power that exists, there will be a lineage of powerful families. The worldly gentry cannot be exterminated. This list of yours, which I have read, is very good. Just do what you want. Zhou Chen returned the list booklet to Fang Xianling. Zhou Chen knew that what Fang Xianling said was not wrong. He was going to deal with the world family, but not everyone in the world family. There are loyal and good people in the lineage, just as there are treacherous and evil people in the royal family. You can't kill a bunch of people with one stick. As an emperor, Zhou Chen felt, for the first time, that there was still a lot he needed to learn. In the meantime, the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces has changed drastically. Taisher Wenzhong took the most elite Xinwu 12 guards of the Great Zhou, 30,000 troops in one guard, which should have been able to hastily quell the civil unrest, eliminate the rebels, and recover the entire territory of the 4 northwestern provinces. But it turned out to be a great defeat at the hands of the rebels, with heavy losses. Xi'an Prefecture Prefectural City. On the top of the city, the Imperial Master Wenzhong looked at the densely packed rebels outside the city with a pale face and a heavy countenance. Master Wenzhong so also did not expect. He brought 30,000 soldiers and horses to the northwest 4 provinces to calm the chaos and disaster relief. And finally it is the chaos did not calm, but also defeated with the hands of the rebels. 30,000 elite soldiers and horses were now left with less than 10,000 men, and even he, the Imperial Master, was severely injured. Lost city defeated army not to mention, is now trapped with this Xi'an Prefecture this lonely city. The other 4 provinces in the northwest of the land were all captured by the rebels. The great Master Wenzhong has never been so greatly defeated. What's worse, 2 princes, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, also fell into the hands of the rebels outside the city. The eunuch Wenzhong didn't even know how to explain to the royal family and to the emperor. Taisher, this is a conspiracy. A naked conspiracy. The 30,000 strong army has only returned to the city with less than 10,000 men, and 7 of the 10 patriarchal captains have been lost. They didn't die on the real battlefield, but in the midst of conspiracy and calculation. The end of the line is not willing. Look at the rebels outside of this city. This is no messy people. This is clearly a disciplined army. A middle-aged general beside Taisher Wenzhong wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with an angry face, pointing at the dense and chaotic army outside the city. This middle-aged general was the guard master of this guard, the Divine Martial 12 guards. The 12 Divine Martial guards had a total of 12 guard masters, each of which commanded 30,000 Divine Martial guards. Now the 30,000 Divine Martial guards under this middle-aged general's command had suffered such heavy losses, with more than 20,000 dead or wounded. This was unacceptable to the middle-aged general in any way. If you die squarely on the battlefield, he won't say anything. But looking at the situation at hand, this is clearly a targeted conspiracy. 066 Chapter changes in the northwest. At the top of the city, the middle-aged general had an indignant look on his face. Originally, 30,000 Divine Martial Guards led by Imperial Master Wenzhong entered the other 3 provinces to quell the chaos, wanting to recover the land of the other 3 provinces. But no one thought that those so-called civil unrest in the other 3 provinces of the land were not any ordinary disorderly people at all, but rather an organized rebellion. They hid their strength, set up ambushes, and opened their nets to wait for the divine martial guards. As soon as the divine martial guards entered the land of the three mansions, it was as if they had entered a cage, and they were frantically attacked by rebels from all directions. These rebels had gone through some basic training, were well organized, and were all tough. It's not even fair to be called a rebel. There were also quite a few hidden experts among them. Even the Grand Masters had several of them. All at once, the divine martial arts guards were caught off guard. Moreover, these rebels had also ambushed hundreds of thousands of men and horses on the periphery, cutting off all the retreating paths of the divine martial guards, wanting to completely annihilate the divine martial guards. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine martial guards were elite enough to kill their way out of the situation with Imperial Master Wen Zhong fighting to the death, I'm afraid that the 30,000 divine martial guards would have really been wiped out. For that matter, the divine martial guards also suffered heavy losses, with 30,000 men and women. Less than 10,000 were left, most of which were still injured. If this wasn't a long-planned conspiracy, beating the middle-aged general to death wouldn't be believable. Taisher Wen Zhong's face did not change in the slightest when he heard the middle-aged general's words, a problem that even a middle-aged general could see. Not to mention him, a Taisher who had been immersed for 3 dynasties. After glancing at the densely packed rebels outside of the city, Taisher Wen Zhong looked at the middle-aged general with a cautious expression. Chen Shang, you were promoted by me. Now I'm asking you for one thing. When the rebels attack the city in a while, I'll do my best to stall them, and you pick some men to break out and return to the divine capital. Report what has happened here to the emperor, and tell the emperor that I, Wenzong, have failed to honor the Holy Spirit. Chen Shang's middle-aged general immediately shook his head once he heard the words of Taisher Wen Zhong. Taisher, if you want to break out of the siege, it should be the Taisher who breaks out of the siege. The Great Master is the pillar of respect for heaven in Great Zhou. If the Great Master has any slip-ups, then half the sky of Great Zhou has fallen. I also ask the Imperial Master to prepare for a breakout with the greater good in mind. Chen Shang's middle-aged general said sincerely. Some of the other generals and soldiers who were close to Chen Shang also spoke up, saying in unison, please also ask the Imperial Master to focus on the overall situation and prepare to break out. Seeing that the generals and soldiers had let him break out, the heart of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong was both touched and forlorn. As a commander-in-chief, it was the fortune of Taisher Wen Zhong to be so loved by his men. But on the other hand, as a commander-in-chief, he, Wenzong, actually had to let his men plead for a breakout one day, which is not a kind of sadness. He had brought these 30,000 divine martial guards out of Luoyang, but was incapable of bringing them back. This is the sadness of being a commander-in-chief. Elder Master Wen Zhong looked at the crowd and shook his head. Any of you can break out, but I'm the only one who can't. As the Imperial Master of 3 dynasties and an important minister of the auxiliary state, if I let some rebels just beat me up and run around, how does this make the world look at my Great Zhou court? And what do you think of me, Wendell? Taisher Wen Zhong said as he scanned the crowd. Taisher Wen Zhong knew that everyone else could break out, but not him, because he was the Imperial Master of the current dynasty, an important minister of the auxiliary state, and a member of the 3 dynasties who held the golden whip of the beating king. He represented the face of the Great Zhou. If even he, the Imperial Master, was beaten and fled by the rebels, what was lost was not only his personal honor and disgrace, but also the face of the Great Zhou. In that case, the whole world would say that the Great Zhou's Imperial Master actually couldn't even deal with a group of rebels and was beaten and fled in all directions. All would have thought that the Great Week was really at the point of sunset and in tatters. By then, the majesty of the court in the hearts of the world will be gone. Such a consequence is something that Master Wen Zhong can't afford to carry. Therefore, even if he were to die in battle, Imperial Master Wen Zhong could not take a step back. But Chen Shang's middle-aged general wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Taisher Wen Zhong. There's no buts. This is this Imperial Master's order. Even if you break out and return to the divine capital, no one will say anything. I know what you all want, but you should understand what I mean as well. Besides, do you think that the rebels outside the city will let me, the Imperial Master, break out and return to the divine capital? Imperial Master Wen Zhong's deep gaze skimmed the rebel camp outside the city. Master Wen Zhong was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and his city and mind were no worse than any other minister in the dynasty. Judging from the changes in the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces, Master Wen Zhong knew that someone did not want him to return to the court as a master. Taisher, since this is the case, then we will also accompany Taisher to fight with his back. 30,000 Xinwu sons and daughters have all folded up in these 4 northwestern provinces, and if I, as their main general, return to the divine capital like this, how can I face their eagerly expecting families? And how can I face the other colleagues of the 12 guards of the divine warriors? I'm afraid that by then everyone will think that I, Chen Shang, am a man who is greedy for life and fear of death, leaving behind 30,000 sons and daughters under my command and fleeing back to the god's capital on my own. This is not what the Endbringer wants to face. If the Imperial Master insists on ordering the last general to break out and return to Chengdu, then Chen Shang asks the Imperial Master to grant the last general a golden whip. Chen Shang's middle-aged general knelt down. Sometimes living is more painful than dying. Chen Shang was not willing to face such pain. He was a military general, and a master general of 30,000 troops. He couldn't leave the 30,000 sons and daughters under his command to go back to God's capital alone. His destiny was the same as the destiny of the 30,000 sons and daughters under his command, and that was to die on the battlefield. I have no regrets though I die. Eunuch Wenzhong looked at Chen Shang, who had knelt down with a determined face, shook his head and sighed. That's just it. Then go and pick a few resourceful generals, so that they can take the opportunity to break out back to God's capital in a while. As for you, stay with this Imperial Master and offer the last bit of blood for this great Zhou. Taisher Wenzhong also stopped forcing himself. Now the Xi'an prefecture capital has become an isolated city, deep in the siege. Stay the result, anyone knows. That's definitely dead or alive. Since Chen Shang had made his choice, there was no reason for him to block it anymore. Yes, Taisher, my lord will go and select the candidates and get them ready to break out. Seeing that Taisher Wenzhong had changed his mind, Chen Shang's middle-aged generals immediately got up and went to select candidates for the breakout. On the other hand, Eunuch Wenzhong looked in the direction of Luoyang, the divine capital, and revealed a hint of a bitter smile. After 3 dynasties, I do not know how many great winds and waves, I did not expect. The final destiny is actually in this northwest 4 houses. It's really a success or a failure. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to go back to Luoyang this time. Hoo. At that moment, a horn sounded, only to see the rebels outside the city densely approaching the city gates. The pale sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the ether, and the world is blessed. Crazy hot shouts spread all over the 4 fields outside the city. Chapter 067, Battle Against the Backwaters. Warrior is the hero. The Imperial Master Wenzhong stood on the city's head, watching the rebels outside the city pouring toward the city gates, listening to the rebels' chanted slogans, his face incomparably gloomy. The pale sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the ether, and the world is blessed. These 16 short words reveal at once that these rebels are truly premeditated and organized. It turned out to be the Yellow Sky sect demons behind the scenes. No wonder the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces had evolved into what it was today. What the Yellow Sky cult is best at is compelling people. The Imperial Master Wenzhong understood at once that this civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces was a long-planned rebellion from beginning to end. What just puzzled the great Master Wenzhong was that such a long-planned rebellion of the Yellow Sky sect was certainly not something that could be prepared in a short period of time. Didn't the local authorities or anyone else notice anything? Obviously, the answer is no. It seemed that this was someone who wanted to see the Great Zhou War in full swing and intentionally hid it from the Emperor and him, the Imperial Master. In the blink of an eye, the rebels outside the city came within sight, stopping their feet a short distance from the gates. The commander of the rebel army strangled his horse and took a few steps forward, tilting his head to look at the Imperial Master Wenzhong on the city's top. Master Wen, I've admired Master Wen's reputation for a long time. Now that the sun is setting on Great Zhou, the court is corrupt, treacherous ministers are in charge, and the dim king is incompetent and doesn't care about the people at all. The great master has treated the people well all his life and is admired by all the people in the world. Can the great master bear to abandon the people's lives and deaths and be buried with the corrupt Great Zhou? The Taisher's retreat has been broken, and the 2 princes have fallen into our hands. The Taisher should know in his heart that the Taisher can no longer return to Luoyang. I, the Yellow Sky sect, upholding the will of heaven, will save the world and help the people, and will establish a peaceful world that has never been seen before, so that the people of the world, all of them, will have food to eat, and all of them will have clothes to wear. The great master might as well join us. I'm willing to treat him as the Grand Marshal of the Yellow Heavenly Army. How about we join hands to overthrow the corrupt Great Zhou and build a peaceful world together? The rebel commander-in-chief looked at Taisher Wenzhong on the city's head and said loudly. When the Imperial Master Wenzhong heard these words from the rebel commander, his face suddenly became furious. Shut up, you rebels. You also have the face to say this kind of nonsense for the people of the world. If you really cared for the people of the world, you would not have started the war lightly and plotted rebellion. Look at the way the 4 northwestern provinces are now. This is what you call looking out for the people. To put it bluntly, it's just a way of fooling the people under a grand excuse to satisfy your personal selfishness. If you want to fool me, Wenzhong, you're not even close. I, Wenzhong, have won and lost in my life, but just not from a thief. To think that I, Wen Zhong, would stoop to serving a thief? You are delusional. The imperial master Wen Zhong sternly rebuked the rebel commander, and in the end was full of disdain. It was ridiculous for a mere rebel to try to persuade him, a three-dynasty eunuch, to surrender. He, Wen Zhong, had been loyal and subject to Great Zhou all his life and would die in Great Zhou. The people of the world could say that he, Wen Zhong, was foolish and loyal, but they could not say that he, Wen Zhong, was disloyal. This is the result that Wen Zhong wanted. The rebel commander-in-chief's face was a bit ugly all of a sudden when he was publicly uncovered that piece of cloth of shame by the great master Wen Zhong. Mrs. What? I'm afraid you're forgetting that the two princes are still in our hands. Could it be that Mrs. One doesn't even care about the deaths of the two princes? The rebel commander said in a deep voice. Looking at the city's head of the imperial master Wen Zhong also no longer have the previous politeness. Also, anyone who has had their selfishness underneath that ugliness exposed in public, neither can keep their faces intact. He, wanting to threaten me, Wen Zhong, I'm afraid you Yellow Sky sect demons are playing the wrong game. The two princes are members of the Great Zhou royal family, so if they can do their duty for Great Zhou, it would be a worthy death. Taisher Wen Zhong smiled disdainfully, wanting to use the two princes to threaten him. Wen Zhong was simply impossible, because in his life, he, Wen Zhong, never accepted any threats. Master Wen, it seems we have nothing to talk about. A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the rebel commander, and he sighed inwardly. The rebel commander knew that if he could persuade this Taisher Wen Zhong to surrender, then it would be twice as effective for the great cause of the Yellow Sky sect. This would not only demoralize and discredit Great Zhou's, it would even out the prestige of the Yellow Sky sect. It can be a great deal. Unfortunately, this Taisher Wen Zhong is not a sultan oilman. Talk? What can I, Wen Zhong, have to talk about with you rebels? If we want to talk, we'll talk on this battlefield. The imperial master Wen Zhong raised the golden whip of the beating king in his hand and shouted, Divine martial guards, fight with your backs to the water, and the one who fights will be the hero. You are all my Great Zhou's most elite divine martial guards, so follow this imperial master to the death today. When Shenwu is there, the city is there. When Shenwu dies, the city dies. The one who fights with his back to the water is the one who fights. When Shenwu is there, the city is there. When Shenwu dies, the city dies. As imperial master Wen Zhong shouted, the divine martial guards cried out with great vigor. In the eyes of these divine martial guards, imperial master Wen Zhong was the sky in their eyes. As long as where the golden whip of the great master Wen Zhong points to, that is the place where their divine martial guards are felling. Watching the aura of the divine martial guards on the city wall being mobilized by Taisher Wen Zhong, the rebel commander's face was gloomy. Since you want to fight, then fight. The pale sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the ether, and the world is blessed. Offense. The pale sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the year A, and the world is in good luck. Kill. The great war broke out. The rebels were like locusts swarming, densely rushing towards the city walls. For a while, up and down the city walls, it was like an inferno, constantly burying the dead souls of both sides. And the rebel commander didn't hesitate. He directly leaped and flew to kill the imperial master Wen Zhong on the city's head. As the rebel commander struck out, 8 other figures followed close behind. Each of these people was as powerful as a rainbow. Every one of them is a Grand Master's expert. Counting the rebel commander, it was a full 9 Grand Masters. It was definitely more than enough to deal with Taisher Wen Zhong, a peak Grand Master. 9 Grand Masters? Ha ha ha, I really look up to me, Wen Zhong. Don't think that just because some of you are masked, this imperial master doesn't know who you are. Let this imperial master use the king beating golden whip to destroy you rebels today. Seeing the 9 great masters killing toward him, instead of having a trace of timidity, the great master Wen Zhong laughed loudly and met them with the golden whip of the beating king. After Chen Shang, that middle-aged general, had arranged for a breakout candidate, as soon as he saw that the 9 great masters were besieging the imperial master Wen Zhong, he also joined the fray directly without saying a word. For a while, the 11 great masters fought. Meanwhile, at the western city gate, a dozen figures on fast horses rushed out of the gate, breaking through the layers of rebel defense and fleeing in all directions. Taisho. From afar, the divine martial guards who had rushed out of the defense line heard the exhaustive hissing of their own master general, and without turning back, they desperately disappeared into the distance. 068 Chapter The Man Behind Zhaogao? Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen always had a feeling of restlessness these days. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Could it be that he looked at the 4 northern states of the great drought of the Sangha? Looking at the illusion does not? Zhou Chen put down the zhang in his hand and rubbed his brow. In the past 2 days, the matter of Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin and the others had come to an end, and everything was back to normal. I do not know, because before the Ministry of Households have no money or what. The 4 northern states of the drought of the Jiangji before have been backlogged. But now, see, the Ministry of Finance has the money. These northern drought of all the dynastic drought of a force to send to the palace of Yangxin. Waiting for Zhou Chen to read. Zhou Chen hadn't done much in the past 2 days to deal with the urgent memorials that had been sent to him by the 4 northern state governments earlier. None of them is the local inability to provide disaster relief, the need for the Ministry of Revenue to allocate money, disaster relief to save the people. These courtiers, it seems, can't see that the household treasury has money. This has just plagiarized the household ministry to fill it up, and it's all eyes on the household treasury. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart. Zhou Chen would not be naive enough to think that the group of ministers sending him these previously backlogged sangs for help from the great drought in the north was really for the purpose of providing disaster relief and relief to the people. If it is really for the purpose of disaster relief people, such as Zhang, before it will not be backlogged for so long. Obviously, these courtiers are drunkenness is not wine. All eyes on this copy of the family sent into the ministry of those considerable amounts of silver. Also, thousands of miles as an official only for money. Wasn't this exactly what Zhou Chen wanted to achieve? At this time, Cao Zhengchun walked into the Yangxin Hall. Your Majesty, the person behind Zhao Gao, the old slave, has already found out. Cao Zhengchun came to Zhou Chen's side and said softly. Oh, Zhou Chen froze, and a brilliant light exploded in his eyes. Who is it? Zhou Chen was curious about this person behind the scenes who wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman, and even dared to count on Empress Wu Ying and him as the emperor. Zhou Chen was eager to see who was so bold as to dare to let Zhao Gao poison Tai Fu to death in the heavenly prison and let him, the emperor, take the blame. Your Majesty, please look. Cao Zhengchun sent 2 notes to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took the note. There were few words on the 2 notes, only a few sentences of chatting. Zhou Chen swept a glance and a glint flashed in his eyes. So it's him. Zhou Chen's face didn't change much, and he didn't seem much surprised by the answer on the note. Indeed, Zhou Chen was not surprised by this answer on the note. To be more precise, Zhou Chen had long made a list of suspicions about the people behind Zhao Gao. As it happens, the answer on the slip of paper is one of those on the list. Therefore, Zhou Chen did not have many surprises to say about this result that Cao Zhengchun had found out. Zhou Chen put down the 2 slips of paper in his hands and smiled. None of these brothers of mine are really oil-saving. All of them are eyeing this chair under my butt. Especially this 4th imperial brother of mine. The late emperor appointed him king of ease, but he is not at all at ease, and still has thoughts about these things. But it is a shame to the late emperor's this intention. Zhou Chen said with some sneer. It was said that Easy King Zhou Chen was named Easy King because he liked to get away with things. That's right. The answer on the note was none other than the Easy King Zhou Chen. Easy King Zhou Chen is also the man behind Zhao Gao. Next to him, Cao Zhengchun listened to Zhou Chen's words and silently lowered his head. This kind of royal matter was not something that he, a eunuch, could interject. All he had to do was play deaf and dumb and wait for Zhou Chen's order. Zhou Chen told him to arrest people. So he did. Zhou Chen told him to kill. So he did. This is the true meaning of his existence as the East Chamber governor. As for the rest, that was not something that he, the East Chamber governor, should worry about. After Zhou Chen put down the 2 notes, his fingers regularly tapped on the dragon case and fell into silence. No one knew what was going on in Zhou Chen's mind. The atmosphere in the Yangxin Hall was a bit dull all of a sudden. After a few minutes, Zhou Chen's fingers tapping on the dragon case stopped and spoke out. Immediately summon the 8 virtuous kings to the palace and have them come to the palace of Nurturing Heart to see me. Cao Zhengchun, who was next to him, immediately bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Then, Cao Zhengchun waved his hand and signaled one of the Chamberlain factory guards in the palace to immediately leave the palace to pass the decree. My lord, meet Your Majesty. Half an hour later, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian entered the palace and came to the palace of Nurturing the Heart, and directly performed a gentleman's salute to Zhou Chen. Regardless of the status of the 8th sage king Zhou Xian in the royal family, this right of kings and ministers must not be abolished. Even if the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian was Zhou Chen, the emperor's royal uncle. This point was clearly divided in the heart of the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. Zhou Chen looked at the 8th sage king Zhou Xian. The 8th sage king Zhou Xian was much older than before, and the whole person did not have the same kind of lean attitude as before. It seemed that Zhou Juanxian's death had still dealt a great blow to this 8 wise kings. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart and waved his hand at the 8th virtuous king. There is no need to be polite. 8th imperial uncle. I called the 8th imperial uncle here today because I have something to ask the 8th imperial uncle. Zhou Chen said and gestured at Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun immediately understood and sent those 2 notes to the 8th sage king Zhou Xian. 8th imperial uncle. Take a look at this first. The 8th sage king Zhou Xian sniffed and took the note from Cao Zhengchun's hand. To be honest, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian was a little curious as to what was so important about Zhou Chen recruiting him into the palace in such a hurry. With doubt and curiosity, The 8 magi scanned the contents of the 2 slips of paper. The few words made the hand of the 8th sage King Zhou Chen couldn't help but shiver a little, and the note almost fell to the ground. Your Majesty, is this true? This kind of matter is no small matter, especially when it also involves the royal prince of my great Zhou. The 8th sage King Zhou Chen looked up at Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. There was one thing that the 8 virtuous kings did not dare to say, and that was that this did not only involve the usual royal princes, but direct bloodline princes that were the same as Zhou Chen's royal brother and royal brother. This could go horribly wrong without full proof. Zhou Chen met the gaze of the 8th wise King Zhou Xian and said noncommittally, 8th imperial uncle, do you think that I would joke about such a thing? I also wonder, has the royal family of Great Zhou rotted to such an extent? The appearance of such rebels one after another. Is it that I have lost my virtue? Or is it that the royal family is dissatisfied with me as emperor and wants to overthrow me as emperor? 8th imperial uncle, you are in charge of the patriarchate. Tell me if the royal family has drifted, or if you think I can't lift my sword. Zhou Chen coldly looked at the 8th sage King Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Chen's tone was calm, it was like thunder in the ears of the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. 8th sage King Zhou Xian knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, I am guilty. It is I who did not take charge of the sovereign's office. The 8 virtuous King Zhou Xian knew that this was not a request for advice, but a rebuke of how he, the 8 virtuous King Zhou Xian, was in charge of the sovereign's office. The royal family had appeared again and again with this kind of ill-intentioned generation. Was he, the head of the government who was in charge of the sovereign's house, just eating his own food? 8th imperial uncle, what I want to hear is not guilt. If the 8th imperial uncle can't handle the affairs of the royal family, then I don't suggest leaving it to the East Chamber to handle. The East Chamber can take care of the Empress and the party of foreign relatives, and I believe that it will not be difficult for the East Chamber to take care of the royal family. Zhou Chen looked at the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and said slowly, 069 chapter rating the Easy King's Mansion. Zhou Chen's words caused the 8 magi King Zhou Xian to tremble, and his face couldn't help but change. What's the East Chamber? That's a bunch of hawks and dogs that plagiarize and kill. After these days of fermentation, the East Chamber's fierce reputation had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wherever the East Chamber goes, that represents either a copy or a death. If the people from the East Chamber were allowed to deal with the people in the royal family, then the people in the royal family would definitely be subjected to a massive bloodbath. The East Chamber, as a knife in the hands of the emperor, will not take into account the identity of the royal family. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian immediately said, Your Majesty rest assured, as the head of the sovereign house, I will definitely take care of my part. 8th sage King Zhou Xian knew that this was Zhou Chen warning him. If he, the Zhongrenfu, couldn't handle the internal affairs of the royal family, then Zhou Chen would hand it over to an outsider and let the East Chamber handle it. This was not something that 8th sage King Zhou Xian would like to see. Therefore, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian had to quickly show his attitude that he, the patriarchate, had the ability to deal with internal matters on his own. Zhou Chen sniffed and nodded, that's good. Then this matter of the Easy King, I will leave it to the patriarchal office of the 8th imperial uncle to deal with. The 8th imperial uncle, as the sovereign of the sovereign house, is wise outside and lenient to others, which is not wrong. But sometimes, irony is needed. Those in the royal family who should be cleaned up should be cleaned up. Don't end up spoiling a good pot of soup because of a few rat turds. Zhou Chen looked at the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and said indifferently, if it wasn't a last resort, Zhou Chen didn't want to break the rules and allow the East Chamber to clean up the people within the royal family. After all, royalty is always royalty. Even if they no longer dealt with each other, the same bloodline flowed in their bodies. If the rules were broken rashly and outsiders were allowed to step in to clean it up, it would be a disgrace to the royal family or to Zhou Chen, the emperor. But if the 8th sage King Zhou Xian's Zhongrenfu can't satisfy Zhou Chen next, then Zhou Chen will have no choice but to break the rules and let the East Chamber go for it. When 8th sage King Zhou Xian heard these words from Zhou Chen, a trace of bitterness flooded his heart. This was Zhou Chen's way of making him, the 8 wise kings, step up to be the villain. However, as a courtier, it is not wrong to share the king's worries. 8th sage King Zhou Xian nodded, yes, your majesty. The meaning in Zhou Chen's words was so obvious. How could the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian not hear it? Be evil and be evil. It's better than being dead. Your majesty, the Easy King is now sent by the emperor to the northwest 4 provinces of the land with the imperial master disaster relief. This matter, 8 Xian Wang Zhou Xian inquired as if he looked at the dragon chair Zhou Chen again. Previously, both Easy King Zhou Qian and Kong King Zhou Qi were sent by Zhou Chen to assist Imperial Master Wen Zhong to go to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief and quell civil unrest. The Easy King didn't come back. Then the Easy King's matter. The 8 wise kings Zhou Xian had to listen to Zhou Chen, the emperor. If Zhou Chen, the emperor, wanted to arrest the Easy King immediately, then the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, Would have to send someone to the 4 northwestern provinces to make a trip. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and said, first, take down anyone related to the Easy King. As for Easy King Zhou Chen, wait for him to return from the 4 northwestern provinces before making your move. For the sake of an Easy King Zhou Chen, it wasn't worth it to have the Zhongrenfu send someone to make another trip to the 4 northwestern provinces. Besides, Easy King Zhou Chen was assisting the Imperial Master Wen Zhong in providing disaster relief and quelling civil unrest at this time. At this juncture, sending someone to the 4 northwestern provinces to capture the Easy King is not a good time. It's better to wait for the Easy King to come back from the land of the 4 northwestern provinces before making a move to take it down. Yes, Your Majesty. Then the minister will take his leave. With Zhou Chen's meaning, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian knew what to do. With a farewell, he left the Hall of Nourishment. After the 8 sage king Zhou Xian left, Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhengchen next to him. Send the factory guards to keep a close eye on things in secret. Don't make any mistakes. And have the factory guards thoroughly investigate all of Easy King Zhou's routes in Luoyang. In particular, see which ministers in the court are close to Easy King Zhou Qian, and which generals in the army have secret dealings with Easy King Zhou Qian. Anyone who has a relationship with Easy King Zhou Qian, find out for me. Zhou Chen said in a flat voice with a single word. Zhou Chen knew that since Easy King Zhou Qian was the person behind Zhao Gao, he wanted to sit back and calculate everything again. Then Easy King Zhou Qian must have forces belonging to him as well. Whether in the court or in the military, there must be someone who secretly communicates with Easy King Zhou Qian, and it's not a small force. The patriarchal office of the 8 sage king Zhou Xian only cared about arresting the Easy King and the royal family members related to the Easy King. As for Easy King Zhou Qian's other people of power, it would have to be left to the East Chamber to investigate. Old slave obeys the decree. Chao Jingchuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Originally, Chao Zhengchun thought it had nothing to do with him. After all, it is the dragon's son and grandsons. According to the rules of all dynasties, it is only the Zhongrenfu that has the right to dispose of the royal family. I didn't realize that it would require him to come out of the East Chamber. As it happens, his East Chamber on the General Wu Jin Foreign Relatives Party has been dealt with to the end of the matter, which then have a job to do. Within the city of Luoyang, it had just not calmed down for a few days because of the rebellion of the great General Wu Jin. There's another furor over this. One can only see a team of Zhongrenfu government guards hurrying through the streets of Luoyang city. The people on the street saw, have a change of face, quickly make way for it. The heart guessed and what happened. Actually out of the Zhongrenfu's government guards, it was important to know that the sovereign's household guards, in general, would not go out easily. Only if someone from the royal family committed some heinous crime would the sovereign household guards be deployed to apprehend them. Under the curious gazes of many people, these Zhongrenfu's government guards crossed the street and surrounded the entire Easy King's royal residence. What do you want? This is the Easy King's royal residence, not a place for you to be wild. Seeing the Zhongrenfu Fu guards directly rushing into the Easy King's royal mansion, the steward of the Easy King's royal mansion immediately rebuked angrily. Although the position of the sovereign's house was special, it was not something that could just be rushed into the king's mansion where it could spread its wildness, especially if it's the residence of the Easy King, much less a place where anyone can get away with anything. Humph. By the order of the master of the house, the Easy King's house is to be raided, and everyone in the Easy King's house is to be sent to the sovereign's palace prison. The head of the sovereign house's government guard snorted coldly and gave a direct order to start arresting and raiding the Easy King's mansion. What? Raiding the Easy King's house? They're all going to jail? When the people of the Easy King's mansion heard this news, they were all shocked. Some can't believe it's true. The Easy King consort was even more fierce, angrily rebuking the Zhongrenfu government guards who were going to come forward to make a move on her, unbridled. This palace is the Easy King consort. You guys dare to move this king consort to make a move? Easy King is the son of the late emperor, the fourth brother of the current emperor. Without an imperial decree, even the 8th imperial uncle doesn't have the right to raid my Easy King's residence. Indeed, although the clan office is in charge of the criminal law of the royal family, but also have to have the emperor's will to do. Otherwise, the patriarchate does not have the right to casually make arrests. Everything is based on royal supremacy. This is the decree of the emperor himself. The sovereign's prefectural guard sneered and waved his hand. Men, arrest them all. The prosperous king's princess face changed, directly shaking her head in disbelief. No, this princess doesn't believe it. This princess wants to see the emperor. How could the emperor order a raid on the Easy King's royal residence? Chapter 070. Notify His Majesty immediately. No matter how much the Easy King's princess struggled, it didn't help. The Easy King's royal residence was still raided by the Zhongrenfu's government guards, and all of the people in the Easy King's residence were also arrested by the Zhongrenfu's government guards. The status of these royal family members is honored, and for ordinary people they really don't necessarily dare to make a move. But for the sovereign's government guards, that was taken for granted. Patriarchate government guards do is to check and arrest the royal prince's such things, not to mention the royal family. Is the royal prince they will be merciless? Still, there was an accident when the royal residence was being raided. The Easy King's royal mansion was, after all, the residence of the most honored prince in Great Zhou, and there were quite a few expert and powerful guards in it. After seeing that these government guards of the sovereign house were really going to raid the royal residence, the guards and expert powerhouses of the royal residence, led by the butler, resisted. If it wasn't for the fact that the 8th sage King Zhou Xian had been on guard and sent a late Grand Master expert to assist the Zhongrenfu government guards in raiding the Easy King's house, I'm afraid that these government guards from the Zhongrenfu alone really wouldn't have been able to raid the Easy King's house. For that matter, in the hands of a late Grand Master, the steward of the royal residence with dozens of experts still escaped, and the Zhongren residence guards were also killed or injured. After escaping from the royal palace with dozens of people, the royal housekeeper fled to an inconspicuous small courtyard. This small courtyard was a small stronghold of the Easy King's secret forces, and apart from the royal housekeeper, not many people knew about it anymore. After entering the small courtyard, the royal housekeeper immediately said to the dozens of people who had escaped, "You guys immediately split up to inform our people. Just say that the royal house has been raided by the Zhongrenfu, and tell them all to be careful. Anyone who is exposed, have them all evacuate the city without fail, especially Easy House." If I'm not mistaken, the sovereign's office must have sent people to raid Easy House as well. You guys immediately take a shortcut to get to the Easy House and notify the people in the Easy House so that they can evacuate urgently, the royal housekeeper said with a grave expression. Easy House was one of Easy King Zhou Qian's most important strongholds. Easy House is not only the biggest treasure pot for Easy King Zhou Qian to collect wealth, but also one of the channels for Easy King to collect intelligence from all over the world. If the Zhongrenfu's government guards were allowed to seize the building, and some of the things in the Easy House fell into the hands of the Zhongrenfu, then everything that Easy King Zhou Chen had taken the trouble to run all these years would be ruined. Yes, steward. The dozens of people who escaped also knew the seriousness of the matter and didn't dare to be slow, immediately turning around and going out of the small courtyard again, disappearing in separate directions around the small courtyard. After these dozens of people left, the face of the steward of the royal palace was a shade ugly. To be honest, up to now, the royal housekeeper was in a state of uncertainty. I don't know why the sovereign's office would suddenly want to raid the Easy King's royal residence. Could it be that what the king is plotting has been exposed? The king's housekeeper's eyes flickered for a moment, and he directly spoke to the surroundings of the small courtyard. Immediately notify the king in an expedited manner, and say that the king's house has been suddenly raided by the sovereign's office for an unknown reason. No matter what the reason was for the king's residence to be suddenly raided by the Zhongrenfu, he had to immediately notify the Easy King Zhou Chen before he could do so. And this small courtyard is the channel that can urgently notify the Easy King Zhou Qian. Even if Easy King Zhou Qian was far away in the 4 northwestern provinces, he could still be notified urgently. And the time will be no slower than 800 miles. Yes, a hoarse voice resounded in the small courtyard, but no one was visible. The royal housekeeper thought he was safe after escaping to this small courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, on the far side of this small courtyard, there were 2 pairs of eyes really staring at the small courtyard dead on. Now I know why the factory master asked us to keep a close eye on things secretly. So it's because he wants the yellow bird in the back. This should be an important dark spot in the Easy King's residence. And the dozens of people who just left should have gone to report to the others. This time the forces of the Easy King's mansion are probably all sort of exposed. The owner of one of the eyes said excitedly. Keep your voice down. Be careful of being discovered. That royal housekeeper is an expert. And there are other experts in the courtyard. If we are discovered, both of us will have to be accounted for here today. The owner of the other pair of eyes cautiously reminded the other. Both of them are East Factory guards, who were ordered by Cao Jingchun to secretly keep an eye on the actions of the sovereign's government guards. Originally, he thought that the Zhongrenfu government guards would be able to easily raid the Easy King's royal residence, but he didn't expect to let the royal residence's butler escape with dozens of people. The 2 of them had been trailing carefully, and their tails brought them outside this small courtyard. Got it. Keep an eye on it. I'll go report to the factory official. The factory guard from earlier said something and carefully left. Easy House. This is one of the most luxurious and prestigious venues in the city of Luoyang. Anyone who could enter the Easy House was definitely either rich or noble. At the same time that the Easy King's mansion was being raided by the sovereign house, the Easy mansion was also surrounded by another team of sovereign house guards. My lords, what are you trying to do? My loose house is the property of the loose king. If you guys rush in like this, do you still allow people to do business? Seeing that the Zhongrenfu's government guards had not only surrounded the promenade building, they had also rushed into the promenade building in a rampage. the steward of the Easy House said with a disgruntled face. With this big backer of the Easy King as his backing, the steward of the Easy House was not afraid of these Zhangrenfu's government guards at all. Easy King Zhou Chen has violated the royal ban, stored up dead soldiers, and plotted against the emperor. The lord of the house has ordered that all the properties of the Easy King's royal residence be seized. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without pardon. The head of the Zhangrenfu government guards coldly glanced at the Prosperity House steward and said loudly, "For the raids on the Easy King's royal residence, the Zhangrenfu's government guards might have been a bit more polite. However, for a property like Easy House, which was the property of the Easy King's royal family, the government guards of the Zhangrenfu were not so polite. Come on man, do it!" With a command, the Zhangrenfu government guards rushed into the promenade building unceremoniously. The steward of the Easy House, on the other hand, was a bit frozen for a moment. What? Seize all the properties of the Easy King's house? The steward of the Prosperity Building's face changed, realizing something at once, waving his palm and sending two Zhangrenfu guards who were pouncing over to capture him flying, while at the same time leaping up to the third floor with a long leap. Everyone listened to the order to block these government guards of the Sovereign House. After leaping up to the third floor, the steward of the Prosperity House directly yelled at the order of the guards of the Prosperity House. At this time, the steward of the Easy House could no longer care less why the Sovereign's houseguard suddenly raided the Easy House. For him to be valued by Easy King Zhou Chen and be in charge of this Easy building, he was naturally a close friend of Easy King Zhou Chen. He knew a lot of the unseen things of Easy King Zhou Chen. He knows everything about this Easy House, too. So, he had to get the guards to buy him some time to deal with some of the secrets in the promenade. Chapter 071, Is it possible to escape in front of the miscellaneous family? The sudden seizure of the Easy King's royal residence set off quite a storm among the royal relatives. Although the action is the clan government, but everyone knows, if there is no palace that nodded words, the clan government does not have the right to directly seize a prince's residence. Everyone was speculating why the one in the palace suddenly wanted to raid the Easy King's royal residence. To know, the free King Zhou Chen at this time can be in the northwestern 4 provinces of the land to assist the Great Master disaster relief, quell civil unrest. The one in this palace just copied someone else's lair, which is too much to say, especially in the royal family. It caused a furor. Who is Easy King Zhou Chen? That's the son of the late emperor, the 4th brother of the one in the palace today. Among the many royal relatives, it is considered the most honorable category of princes. The palace one just suddenly seized the Easy King's royal residence, which made the royal family have to wonder if the palace one was going to start clearing up those things before he ascended to the throne, and was going to lay his hands on these brothers? With these questions in mind, many members of the royal family went to the sovereign's residence to visit the 8 virtuous kings. The 8 wise kings Zhou Xian in the royal family, that is a flag. Not only are the virtuous people on the outside, but also on the inside. They are upright and unassuming. As long as there is a problem in the royal family, they all look for the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. And the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian has never disappointed. However, this time, all the royal family members who visited the 8 sage king Zhou Xian left the patriarchal palace with a grave expression on their faces. For what the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian said in the patriarchal palace, they all kept their mouths shut. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhangchun, who was waiting on the sidelines. Well, how are things? The sovereign house side should have already made their move. Zhou Chen asked out loud. When Chao Zhangchun heard Zhou Chen's question, he immediately bowed and said, "Yes, your majesty. The sovereign's office has already seized the Easy King's royal house and all of the Easy King's royal house's properties. It's just some people who got away. However, the old slave has always had the factory guards keep a secret eye on them, and those people won't be able to escape." Don't look at Chao Zhangchun has been in this Yangxin hall serving Zhou Chen, but the matter outside the palace can't be hidden from him, the East Factory governor. Especially this kind of thing that he personally explained down. From time to time there were factory guards to keep him informed. Zhou Chen nodded after hearing this. Zhou Chen was not surprised that someone from the Easy King's royal residence was able to escape. Anyhow, the Easy King's royal residence that was also the most honorable royal residence in Great Zhou. It was impossible for there to be no decent experts inside, especially for a king like Easy King Zhou Chen, who had a heart of gold. He didn't know how many martial arts experts he had secretly collected under his command. The sovereign's office raided the Easy King's royal residence wanting to keep one person from escaping. That was impossible. This was one of the reasons why Zhou Chen had asked Chao Jingquan's East Chamber to keep a secret eye on it. Those in the royal family now? What are they moving? Zhou Chen asked again. Compared to those who escaped from the Easy King's royal residence, what Zhou Chen was more interested in knowing was the reaction of those in the royal family. Back to the emperor. A dozen people from the royal family went to the sovereign's palace to see the 8 virtuous kings. What exactly they said is unknown. Chao Zhangchun returned. The East Chamber has just started. Although there is the previous Great Zhou internal guards merged into, but some news still cannot be heard. Besides, what kind of hell is the clan house? Without Zhou Chen's nod, Cao Zhengchun wouldn't have dared to privately lay a dark secret into the patriarchate. These royal family members are really not afraid of death. Knowing that the Easy King's royal residence has been raided, he still dares to go to the sovereign's palace to pry for information. Zhou Chen sneered. Without thinking about it, Zhou Chen knew that those members of the royal family who went to the sovereign's palace to meet the 8 virtuous kings were there to spy on the news. At this time, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in and quietly handed Cao Zhengchun a small note. Cao Zhengchun opened it and scanned it. Cao Zhengchun's eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant light. Then, Cao Zhengchun bent over and placed the small note in front of Zhou Chen. Your Majesty, please look. This was just passed in by the factory guards outside the palace. Oh, Zhou Chen took the small note from Cao Zhengchun. The little note was simple. Just a few brief words. After Zhou Chen swept a glance, the corner of his mouth curved up. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it without making any effort. Originally, I thought that I would have to go through the trouble of checking to find out the power that the Easy King has been secretly operating over the years. And yet I didn't expect to be tracked down so easily by the factory guards. That's right. The content on the small note was that the factory guards outside the palace had reported to Cao Zhengchun that they had discovered some of the shadowy forces of the Easy King's royal residence and asked Cao Zhengchun what to do about it. Zhou Chen put down the small note and glanced at Cao Zhengchun, saying, Cao Zhengchun, you can handle it yourself. Clean up all these shadowy forces of the Easy King for me. Don't let some more escape like the sovereign's house. Since the factory guards had already discovered the Easy King's secret power, Zhou Chen would not be polite. However, these shadowy forces of the Easy King must have quite a few experts, and the factory guards alone are not expected to be able to do it. Therefore, Zhou Chen could only let Cao Zhengchun, the East Chamber governor, personally come out. With Cao Zhengchun, a half-step celestial being, then those experts wouldn't be able to make any big waves. The old slave obeys the order. Cao Zhengchun led the order and left the Yangshin Hall. In that little courtyard, the butler of the Easy King's royal residence was waiting for news. The dozens of people he had sent out had already left for some time, but no news had been sent back yet. This made the steward of the royal residence a little agitated. There won't be any accidents. Or was it discovered by the sovereign's government guards? The butler of the royal family's gaze flickered for a moment. Suddenly, the royal family's housekeeper's face changed as he looked out the small courtyard door. What kind of person? Click. As the royal housekeeper's words fell, the door to the small courtyard was kicked open. Flying eagle suit, crescent blade, jade belt, the East Chamber's hawk and dog? When the steward of the royal residence saw the costume of the visitor, his face changed once again and his pupils tightened. He couldn't figure out how the hawks and dogs of the East Chamber could find their way here. However, right now was not the time for him to think about that, but rather what he should do next. Although the one who raided the Easy King's royal residence was the sovereign's office, this must have been ordered by that emperor in the palace. Then this East Chamber eagle dogs found this place and must be after them. Those who have escaped. Escape. Without saying a word, the steward of the royal residence immediately leaped forward and fled. He knew that he couldn't tangle with these East Chamber hawks and dogs, and he didn't know how many East Chamber hawks and dogs there were around here. Once he was entangled by the East Chamber's hawks and dogs, then it wouldn't be so easy for him to get out again. Trying to escape in front of the miscellaneous family. Is it possible? A feminine voice rang in the ears of the royal housekeeper. The steward of the royal residence looked up, only to see that a figure had already blocked in front of him. Before the steward of the royal family could react in any way, he was directly pinched in the other party's hands and then lost consciousness. Cao Zhengchun casually threw the steward of the royal family onto the ground while swinging a palm in one direction of the small courtyard. Blood spurted out. Another figure fell to the ground. Cao Zhengchun didn't even look at it and turned around to walk out of the small courtyard. Go to the next place. The 4 factory guards glanced at each other, only feeling a chill down their backs, and hurriedly followed Cao Zhengchun closely. As for this small yard, someone will take care of it later. While Cao Zhengchun was leading the factory guards to clean up Easy King Zhou Qian's secret forces, on a road leading to the divine capital of Luoyang, a bloodied and wretched divine martial guard riding a fast horse was frantically running in the direction of Luoyang. Chapter 072, 800 Miles of Urgency, 800 Miles Expedited. Early in the morning, outside the gates of Luoyang, a divine martial guard rode a fast horse sharply from the distant official road. This divine martial guard was covered in blood. His dirty face and hair were tousled, and the armor and stomach on his body were tattered and torn, so it looked like he had experienced a bloody battle before. The divine martial guards were waving their horsewhips as they raced towards Luoyang, while constantly shouting 800 miles of urgency. When the guards on the city's head heard the 5 words 800 miles of urgency and saw the appearance of the divine martial guards running from afar, their faces all changed. Xinwo Guard? No good. Something's wrong. Quickly, open the side gates and let the brothers of the Divine Martial Guards go straight into the 4 gates and 9 cities. Immediately send a team of men to lead the way for the brothers of the Divine Martial Guards at the front. The guards at the city's head recognized the identity of the Divine Martial Guards on horseback at a glance. And seeing the way the Divine Martial Guards looked, they knew that something big had happened. Can enable 800-mile expediting? Obviously things are not normal. One of the lieutenants among the guards at the city's head did not dare to be slow, and immediately ordered the side gate to be opened. The side door is an emergency application channel, which is usually not opened easily, and only in emergencies such as this 800-mile emergency will the side door be opened. In this way, situations in which the people blocked emergency messengers could be avoided. Moreover, this city gate captain had also sent a team of men to clear the way for this Divine Martial Guard in front of him. Drive. The side door was wide open. The Divine Martial Guards galloped in without a hint of slowing down. Straight through the 4 gates and 9 cities. 800 miles expedited. Everyone get out of the way quickly. On the road leading to the palace, a group of soldiers on horseback shouted. When the people on the road heard this, they all quickly got out of the way and stood to one side. It didn't take a minute for the people to see a bloodied soldier riding quickly past them, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. 800 miles of urgency. What's the big deal here? Seeing as how that messenger is covered in blood, it's certainly not the usual thing. Yes, can it be an ordinary thing that can be expedited by 800 miles? Alas, this recent court first happened with the rebellion of the great general. Just now the Easy King's royal residence was raided again, and this is another 800 miles. It's really an eventful fall. The people all whispered as they looked at the bloodied Divine Martial Guard in the distance. The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo had just gotten off the morning court and returned to his mansion, and before he had a chance to take a sip of tea, he saw the housekeeper walk in with a grave face. Master, just now on the street, the city gate guards opened the way, and an 800-mile expedited messenger entered the city, heading towards the palace. The housekeeper reported. 800-mile rush? Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Yuan Bo's hand, which had just picked up the teacup, could not help but tremble, and his entire body froze somewhat in place. Only after a few dozen seconds did Prime Minister Yuan Bo put down the teacup in his hand, his eyes flickering as he said, "It seems to be news from the 4 northwestern provinces that have entered the capital. Immediately give strict orders to all the people in the house to be honest and not cause any trouble lately. Immediately send someone to go to the residence of the Minister of the Household, the Minister of Labor, and the Minister of Justice and the 3 of them, and say that this Prime Minister has something to look for them." Prime Minister Yuan Bo looked at the housekeeper and said cautiously, if Prime Minister Yuan Bo hadn't guessed correctly, that 800 li expedited should be the news from the 4 northwestern provinces. There must be a result over in the 4 northwest provinces, regardless of whether this result is good or bad. Prime Minister Yuan Bo knows that the court is afraid that there will be another upheaval in the courtroom. With a team of city gate guards clearing the way, this Divine Martial Guard made his way to the outside of the palace unhindered. 800 miles expedited. With the shouts of the Divine Martial Guards, the forbidden soldiers guarding the palace gates also changed their faces and directly let this Divine Martial Guard gallop into the palace. Moreover, there were several forbidden soldiers who accompanied this Divine Martial Guard straight to the Palace of Nourishing Heart together. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen was in a good mood as he sat on the dragon chair. All of Easy King Zhou's shadowy forces in Luoyang were swept away by Cao Zhengchun. There were a few leaks, but they couldn't make much of a dent anymore. Without these secret forces, the free King Zhou Qian also became a tiger without claws and teeth, and then want to wait for the opportunity to eat people and make waves, but not that good teeth. Just then, there was a clamor from outside. Zhou Chen raised his eyebrows and lifted his head with a disgruntled expression. What's going on? Cao Zhengchun, who was waiting by the side, also had a slightly sunken face, thinking, don't you know that this is the Palace of Nurturing the Heart? Who has eaten the courage of a leopard and dares to clamor outside the Palace of Nurturing the Heart? Cao Zhengchun was about to go out and take a look. However, before Cao Zhengchun could take a step, a voice of 800 miles of urgency had already entered the Yangshin Hall. Then, a Divine Martial Guard covered in blood ran unhindered into the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Your Majesty, 800 miles expedited. All of the 4 northwestern provinces have been captured by the rebels. The 30,000 Divine Martial Guards led by the Imperial Master were all wiped out. The Imperial Master was killed in battle in Xi'an province. Here's the letter. The Divine Warrior Guard knelt on the ground and took a letter out of his arms and held it above his head. What? The fall of the 4 northwestern capitals? 30,000 Divine Warrior Guards wiped out? The Imperial Master was killed in battle? This one piece of news shook Zhou Chen a little, causing the entire Nurturing Heart Hall to drop dead. Say that again? Zhou Chen froze for a few seconds and stood up all of a sudden, staring dead at the kneeling Divine Martial Guards. All of this news was too shocking. So shocking that every single piece of it left Zhou Chen in a bit of disbelief. The 30,000 Divine Martial Guards are the most elite soldiers of the Great Zhou. To quell the civil unrest, and to deal with a group of people who have just put down their farming tools and picked up weapons can still be wiped out? This is a international joke. There's also the Imperial Master Wen Zhong. That's a peak Grand Master. In the entire Great Zhou, where half-step celestials were not present, it was already among the topmost experts. Moreover, as a veteran of 3 dynasties and a pillar of respect for heaven in the Great Zhou, the Great Master has led countless battles in his life, with few defeats. How could a group of mobs that pacified the 4 northwestern provinces die in battle? Zhou Chen stared dead on at the kneeling Divine Martial Guard below, wanting this Divine Martial Guard to say it again. Unfortunately, the Divine Martial Guards didn't make a sound again, and just held up the letter that way, kneeling quietly. As Chao Zhengchen next to him took a look, his eyes flickered for a moment and his figure instantly disappeared in place, appearing beside this Divine Martial Guards who was kneeling on the ground. Chao Zhengchen reached out and probed. Sighing inwardly, Chao Zhengchen shook his head at Zhou Chen, who stood up. Your Majesty, the person is dead. He has long been seriously injured and has run out of gas, and to be able to go back to Luoyang to report into the palace has always been a force of will that has sustained him. Chao Zhengchen said with some regret. Such a Xinhua guard is worthy of admiration. Dead? Zhou Chen looked at the Divine Martial Guards kneeling below covered in blood, still holding their letters aloft, and all of a sudden had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Bring the letters. Let's have him buried first and thick, Zhou Chen said with a somewhat shifting face. 073 Chapter Chao Zhengchen. Send the East Chamber's elite to the 4 northwest prefectures immediately. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen looked at this Divine Martial Guard who had held up the 800-mile expedited letter until his death, and couldn't say how much he admired him in his heart. Such a loyalist must be given a generous burial. The pension for his afterlife must also be doubled. But right now, these weren't things that Zhou Chen should consider. What Zhou Chen wanted to know most right now was what changes had happened everywhere in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Why was the Imperial Master Wen Zhong's army wiped out when he took 30,000 Xinwu guards to quell the civil unrest? How could the Great Master Wen Zhong die in battle in Xian province? After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Chao Zhengchen immediately took the letter, which was already red with blood, from the hands of this Divine Martial Guard and hurriedly sent it to Zhou Chen. Then, Chao Zhengchen had the 2 Chamberlain factory guards carry out this factory guard who had died below. After Zhou Chen received the blood-stained letter from Chao Zhengchuan's hand, he hurriedly tore it open and read it. Unfortunately, the letter was stained with an unknown amount of blood, and the writing on it had all been obscured by the dried blood and could not be read clearly. In the whole letter, there are only so few words to read. However, this was of no use to Zhou Chen at all. Damn! What exactly has changed in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces? Why were all 30,000 Divine Martial Guards wiped out? And for what reason did the Imperial Master die in battle in Xian province? Zhou Chen ruthlessly slapped the unreadable this letter on the dragon case, his face grim. Originally, Zhou Chen was still thinking of learning from this 800-mile expedited letter to find out exactly what changes had occurred in the 4 northwestern provinces. But who would have thought that this 800-mile expedited letter had long been stained with blood and could no longer be read clearly? Zhou Chen had a gloomy face as he walked back and forth in front of the dragon case. Next to him, Chao Zhengchen lowered his head, not daring to make the slightest movement. Anyone could see at this time that Zhou Chen was on the verge of gloom. If you dare to make a move, aren't you just running into a gun? After Zhou Chen took a few steps back and forth, he raised his head and looked at Chao Zhengchen. Chao Zhengchen, immediately send the East Chamber's elite to the 4 northwestern provinces. I want to know what has changed in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Why were all 30,000 Divine Martial Guards wiped out? And how did the Imperial Master die in battle in Xian province? I'll have to know all of this. Zhou Chen looked at Chao Zhengchen with a serious face and said, even though Zhou Chen was very reluctant to believe that this was all true in his heart, but the 800 miles of urgency already explains it all. 30,000 Xinwu guards were really wiped out, and the Imperial Master was really killed in battle in Xian province. It was no wonder Zhou Chen didn't believe it. Chao Zhengchuan's face was also solemn when he heard Zhou Chen's words, and he immediately bowed and said, old slave obeys the decree. And immediately notify Feng Xianling, Lu Bu, Wei Wu Ho, the 8 wise kings, and the Minister of War that the 5 of them will come to the palace to see me. Zhou Chen added to Chao Zhengchen, as the saying goes, 1 man counts for a short time, but 2 men count for a long time. The only ones Zhou Chen could use and dared to use right now were these 5 people. All 30,000 Xinwu guards were wiped out, and the Imperial Master, a veteran of 3 dynasties, died in battle. For something this big, Zhou Chen had to ask these ministers to confer. Yes, Your Majesty, Cao Zhangchun nodded and immediately left the Hall of Nurturing Heart. After Cao Zhangchun left, Zhou Chen continued to walk back and forth again, annoyed in his heart. The little bit of pleasant mood that had just cleared the easy King Zhou Qian's secret power before had long disappeared, replaced by a heart full of gloom. No wonder I've always felt unsettled these past few days. So something really bad has happened. Or this topsy-turvy big deal. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he walked back and forth a few times before resuming his seat on the dragon chair. Before Zhou Chen has been feeling a little restless lately. Thought it was looking through the backlog of Zhangzheng. Now it seems that I'm afraid it's because of the total annihilation of these 30,000 divine martial guards and the death of the Imperial Master in battle. Half an hour later, the 5 of them, Fang Xianling, Lu Bu, Wei Wu Ho, the 8 Magi, and the Minister of War, came together. Each of their faces was puzzled with a look of gravity. They had all known about the 800-mile emergency message into the palace before. This 800-mile expedited message had just entered the palace, and Zhou Chen immediately summoned them into the palace. Obviously something terribly wrong has happened. After the 5 Fang Xianling walked into the Yang Xin hall, they sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Their hearts thumped even more when they saw the dragon chair with a gloomy face last week. Looks like it's not the usual thing. Otherwise this one in the dragon chair wouldn't have a gloomy face. The 5 Fang Xianling were secretly thinking in their hearts. But etiquette was not forgotten. My subjects have met your majesty. The 5 of them, Fang Xianling, bowed respectfully to Zhou Chen. They speculated in their hearts as to what great event had happened that could actually make this one in the dragon chair have a gloomy face. None need be polite. I'm sure you all already know about the 800-mile rush just now. It's coming from the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Zhou Chen swept a glance at Fang Xianling, the Minister of War and the other 5 people and said, when Fang Xianling and the 5 of them heard this, there wasn't much surprise on their faces. The drought in the 4 northern states and the civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces, these things were known to all 5 of them. In the opinion of the 5 of them, using the 800-mile expedited at this time of the year would definitely only have something to do with what was going on in the 4 northern continents and the 4 northwestern provinces of the land. Sure enough, it was not what they expected. The Minister of War frowned and stood out, saying, Your Majesty, is it that the Taishar's side is not doing well in quelling the rebellion? Or was the first batch of relief silver brought by the Imperial Master insufficient? If the relief silver is insufficient, now that the Ministry of Revenue is full, it can immediately allocate another 5 million taels to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide relief for the people. In the view of the Secretary of the Ministry of War, the 4 northwestern provinces of the land of the Great Master when Zhong personally went to quell the civil unrest, there will not be any major problems. The biggest problem, too, is the lack of relief silver brought in. Now that the household treasury is full, this is not a big deal at all. Zhou Chen glanced at the Minister of War and took a deep breath and said, the Imperial Master is taking 30,000 divine martial guards to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the civil unrest and provide disaster relief to save lives. As a result, all 30,000 divine martial guards were wiped out. The Imperial Master also died in battle in Xi'an province. Zhou Chen tried his best to calm his tone and said slowly. However, the low tone in his voice still revealed the uneasiness within Zhou Chen's heart. What? The Imperial Master died in battle at Xi'an Palace? 30,000 divine warrior guards were wiped out? Zhou Chen's words were like a thunderbolt, causing the faces of the 5 Fang Xianling to change. They had thought that something that could be expedited by 800 miles was a big deal, but they didn't expect it to be such a bolt from the blue. The 30,000 Shinwu guards sent to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the civil unrest were all wiped out. And even the 3 dynasty oldest Taisher was killed in battle. How is that possible? Especially the 3 of them. The Minister of War, the 8 virtuous kings and the mighty warlord. All of whom were ministers in the same court as the Imperial Master Wenzhong. They were aware of the ability of the Imperial Master Wenzhong, let alone taking 30,000 divine martial guards to go to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces to pacify the group of mobs that had just put down their farming tools. Or taking 30,000 divine martial guards to go to Guanwei to fight with the foreigners. It is impossible for all of them to be wiped out. Not to mention the fact that the Taisher himself was killed in battle. It's simply not possible. The Minister of War, the 8 virtuous kings and the mighty warrior candidate were all in disbelief. Unfortunately, whether they believe it or not, it never changes the final outcome. The 800-mile emergency is no joke, and no one dares to joke about such things. Chapter 074, The Last General Requests War. The atmosphere in the Yushin Hall was grave. It was really because the news Zhou Chen had uttered was too shocking. Amazing too. Even the Secretary of the Ministry of War, the mighty warlord and the rest of them, the pillars of the court who usually don't change color when a mountain is pressed against them, were all slowed down for a while. Your Majesty, where is the messenger? The matter is too sudden and too great to ransom the ministers and others to some disbelief. The mighty candidate took a deep breath and stood out and said, indeed, all 30,000 Shinwu guards were wiped out, and the imperial master, a veteran of 3 dynasties, died in battle. For something so significant, no one would be able to believe it a little without personally questioning some of the 800-mile expedited messengers. Zhou Chen also understood what they meant when he heard the mighty warrior candidate's words. Anyone on this would have to meet the messenger first. But alas, that messenger could never open his mouth again. Zhou Chen glanced at the mighty martial candidate, then swept a glance at the Minister of War and the 4 of them, and said in a deep voice, "This is the news that the divine martial guards who were sent to the 4 northwestern prefectures have personally brought back." There was also a letter, all red with blood. The writing on it was no longer legible. As soon as that Xinwu guard soldier entered the Hall of Nourishment, he said 2 words and died. Zhou Chen's face was as gloomy as water. That loyal Shenwei with Sumwell insisted on going back to Luoyang to report the letter. The letter is delivered, but unfortunately the person is dead. And, before he died, he only said that the 30,000 divine martial guards were all wiped out, and that the imperial master had died in battle. These 2 pieces of news. Nothing else came up. This made Zhou Chen feel both heartbroken and unfortunate. Heartbroken that such a loyal man died like that. Unfortunately, this divine martial guard desperately came back to deliver the letter. But in the end, he still didn't have time to tell the situation of the 4 northwestern provinces. Next to Chao Zhengchun was very eye-catching and immediately sent the bloodstained letter to the Wei Wu waiter. The 5 ministers of war. After seeing the bloodstained letter, the mighty candidate, and the 5 ministers of war all had heavy faces. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that there could be no mistake in such an 800-mile emergency, but there was just that hint of disbelief within them, and they wanted to meet the messenger and ask for clarification in person. But now the messenger is dead. The messenger and is the divine martial guards that followed the imperial master to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the chaos. Then even if the Weiwu candidate and the others are no longer willing to believe it, they have to accept this indisputable fact. The 3 of them, the mighty candidate, the minister of war, and the 8 virtuous kings, had a sullen expression for a while. They didn't just sulk for the 30,000 divine martial guards, they also sulked for Imperial Master Wenzhong. The Imperial Master Wenzhong was a minister in the same hall as them, and a representative of their faction of loyal and veteran generals, as well as a veteran of 3 dynasties, the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou. Privately, they were all still on good terms. Now, the Imperial Master Wenzhong is dead, having died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces. Such bad news. Whether it was from personal feelings, or from the Great Zhou Jiangshan Society, all 3 people, the mighty candidate, the secretary of the Ministry of War, and the 8 virtuous kings, were indescribably saddened in their hearts. They can imagine it. What kind of serious consequences would the death of Imperial Master Wenzhong bring to Great Zhou? To the Imperial Court. Your Majesty, the last general invites you to fight. I would like to take the remaining Xinwu guards of the Northern Battalion and head to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces to complete the unfinished business of the old Imperial Master and welcome him back. And I ask for the Emperor's permission. With a plop, mighty candidate kneeled on the ground and kowtowed heavily. The Imperial Master Wenzhong was the spiritual symbol of their Northern Battalion Xinwu 6 guards, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of their Northern Battalion Xinwu 6 guards. Now that the Commander-in-Chief of their Northern Battalion 6 guards had died in battle in the land of the 4 northwest prefectures, how could they, the Northern Battalion Divine Warrior 6 guards, be indifferent? So, the mighty warrior is going to ask for a fight. Invite war for the hundreds of thousands of sons and daughters of the 6 guards of the Northern Battalion of Xinwu, and also for the sake of his mighty candidate himself, he asked for battle. Taisher Wenzhong, the Commander-in-Chief of their Northern Battalion 6 guards is dead, but their Northern Battalion 6 guards of Xinwu are still around. Looking at the mighty waiter, who was kneeling on the ground and whose hair was already almost a large portion gray, Zhou Chen had a lot of feelings in his heart. Who says that Great Zhou doesn't have a family full of loyalists? Isn't that what this mighty warrior candidate is? Weiwu candidate life following the master of numerous battles, the family of 5 sons, all died in battle for the Great Zhou. It is evident that his, full of loyalty. Your Majesty, no one knows exactly what has changed in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces right now. With all 30,000 divine martial guards wiped out and the Imperial Master killed in battle. I understand the feelings of the mighty warlord, but, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles, and it is unwise to raise an army out of anger. Therefore, I believe that the most important thing to do now is to find out exactly what has changed in the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures, why the 30,000 divine martial guards were completely wiped out, and for what reason did the Imperial Master die in battle? As for sending troops, It's not too late to send them when all this is cleared up. Compared to the three of them, namely Wei Wuho, the 8 virtuous kings, and the Minister of War, Fang Xianling was a lot more calm. Fang Xianling knew that the 4 northwestern prefectures could make 30,000 Shinwu guards all but wiped out, and the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong in battle. So something must have gone terribly wrong. If we don't figure all this out and directly let Wei Wu candidate lead the troops there, I'm afraid we'll follow in the footsteps of Taisher Wen Zhong. Therefore, Fang Xianling immediately stood out and said advisedly. Hearing Fang Xuanling's words, the kneeling mighty warrior waiter glared at Fang Xianling in dissatisfaction. Although Wei Wu waiter knew that what Fang Xianling said was reasonable, the one who died now was the Imperial Master Wen Zhong, the commander-in-chief of his northern battalion Shinwu 6 guards, the 3 dynasties of the Great Zhou, as well as the 30,000 Shinwu guards. He, mighty candidate, simply couldn't wait to find out before sending out his troops. The Shinwu 6 guards of the northern battalion couldn't wait either. The mighty warrior candidate wanted to ask for war again, but when he saw that Zhou Chen on the dragon chair had opened his mouth, he swallowed back the request for war that had reached his mouth. Zhou Chen nodded after hearing Fang Xianling's words. In this matter, I have already had the factory guards go to the 4 northwestern provinces to investigate. I believe that news will be returned in a few days. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, he swept a glance at Wei Wu candidate. Wei Wu candidate, you get up first. I have summoned you here to discuss the matters of the 4 northwestern provinces. The mighty martial candidate had wanted to kneel and ask for battle, but after hearing Zhou Chen's words, he had no choice but to stand up first. Zhou Chen scanned Fang Xianling, the 5 men of the mighty warrior waiter. I don't care what changes have occurred in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. All I know is that 30,000 of my Shinwu sons and daughters died in the 4 northwestern provinces. My imperial master, a veteran of 3 dynasties, and the prime minister of the Great Zhou also died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces. There is no longer any doubt about sending troops. I have summoned you here to discuss the matter of sending troops to the 4 northwestern provinces, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. Zhou Chen wasn't the type of person to take a beating and not fight back, regardless of what kind of change had occurred in the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures, but he dared to let his 30,000 divine martial guards be completely wiped out, and the imperial master died in battle. Then Zhou Chen would not be soft. Be sure to send a large army to sweep away the 4 northwestern provinces. Chapter 075, who could that be? As soon as he heard Zhou Chen say that there was no doubt about sending troops, he also had to discuss the matter of sending troops to the 4 northwestern provinces. Mighty martial candidate's complexion was just a shock, and immediately said, Your Majesty, to send out troops to the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, my northern battalion Shinwu 6 guards are duty-bound to do so. Whether it is from a personal or business point of view, the last general should lead the northern battalion Shinwu 6 guards to go to the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures to welcome back the old imperial master, and I ask for the emperor's permission. The mighty warrior candidate once again asked for orders. Shinwu 12 guards, divided into north and south 2 battalions. If the army of the northwestern 4 provinces of the land, the 12 guards of the Shinwu certainly cannot be all out. Definitely leave half of your troops to guard the divine capital. The mighty warrior candidate was worried that Zhou Chen would have Lu Bu's southern battalion go out and leave their northern battalion behind to defend the divine capital. So once again, he asked for orders from Zhou Chen. After all, out of the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, the northern battalion Shinwu 6 guards is the most legitimate, because their commander-in-chief, Taisher Wen Zhong, died in battle in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, and their 30,000 Shinwu guards from the same northern battalion were also completely wiped out in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Sending them North Battalion Shinwu 6 guards to the 4 northwestern provinces will allow them to avenge the 30,000 Shinwu guards and the imperial master, as well as welcome back the corpse of their lord commander. This is all par for the course. However, Zhou Chen, for Wei Wu candidate's request for orders, was shaking his head and said, Wei Wu candidate, the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces of the land is unknown nowadays. And even the imperial master died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, so it can be seen that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces of the land is not a trivial matter. Therefore, whether it's the North Battalion Divine Martial Guards or the South Battalion Divine Martial Guards, give me a whole army to prepare for battle and wait for orders, Zhou Chen said majestically, sweeping a glance at Lu Bu. Upon hearing this, both Lu Bu and mighty warrior candidate bowed and said, I will obey the decree. Zhou Chen looked at the 3 of them again. Fang Xianling, the Minister of War, and the 8 virtuous kings. Now, let's discuss these matters concerning the 4 northwestern provinces together, especially the matter of the imperial master's death in battle. We must come up with a proper way to minimize the impact. The court and the Great Week must not be allowed to falter. Zhou Chen looked at the trio of Fang Xianling and said with a grave expression on his face. Zhou Chen knew that Imperial Master Wen Zhong, as a veteran of 3 dynasties and the Prime Minister of Great Zhou, had unrivaled prestige and influence in Great Zhou. Once the news of eunuch Wen Zhong's death in battle spread, it would definitely cause a considerable storm for Great Zhou, and for the entire imperial court. Therefore, Zhou Chen wanted Fang Xianling and the others to think of countermeasures to minimize this impact, lest we cause any turmoil to come. Fang Xianling, the 8 wise kings, and the Minister of War all understood the meaning of Zhou Chen's words, and their faces were grave, especially the duo of the 8 virtuous kings and the Minister of War. They knew better than anyone else what the significance of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong was to the Great Zhou. If Zhou Shan and the Zhangrenfu was the seed-pin of the royal family, then the Imperial Master Wen Zhong was one of the 2 pillars that held up half of the sky of the Great Zhou. If Imperial Master Wen Zhong died, the sky of Great Zhou would be equivalent to half of it collapsing. Undoubtedly, in the view of the 2 of them, King Baxian and the Minister of War, the sky of the Great Zhou would now be half collapsed. On the contrary, Fang Xianling was not as pessimistic as the 8 virtuous kings and the Minister of War. In Fang Xianling's opinion, as long as Zhou Chen on the dragon chair was fine, then the sky of this Great Zhou could not collapse. Then, Zhou Chen and Fang Xianling, the Minister of War and the 5 of them discussed the matter together. After discussing these matters in the 4 northwestern provinces, the Minister of War and all of them immediately left the Palace of Nourishing the Heart and went to get ready. However, Fang Xianling was left alone by Zhou Chen. Fang Xianling, what do you think about the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces? Just now I have seen you look like you want to say something. Do you have something you want to say to me? After the Minister of War and the others left, Zhou Chen asked Fang Xianling. Just now, while discussing things, Zhou Chen had seen Fang Xianling several times looking like he was about to say something. Therefore, Zhou Chen purposely left Fang Xianling behind, wanting to see what Fang Xianling had to say to him. Most importantly, Zhou Chen also wanted to hear Fang Xuanling's views on the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces. You know, the house plan is not as simple as talking about it. Fang Xianling helped the Tang Emperor to plan the Xuanwu change, hard to help that ascended to the throne, creating a generation of prosperity. It is evident that Fang Xianling's strategy and tactics, Your Majesty, from beginning to end, the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces, Your Majesty didn't feel that there was anything wrong? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment, and he frowned. Something wrong? What else is wrong? The Imperial Master was killed in battle and all 30,000 divine martial guards were wiped out. Isn't that what's wrong? However, Zhou Chen knew that since Fang Xianling had asked this, he was definitely not referring to these wrongdoings. Your Majesty, if I have not guessed wrongly, the land of the 4 northwestern provinces is a bureau from start to finish, a bureau to deal with the Imperial Master. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's face changed and he looked straight at Fang Xianling and said, Do you mean that the so-called civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces is a fake, and that someone is setting up a trap to deal with the Imperial Master? If that's the case, then how can there be any guarantee that Taisher will definitely go to the northwest? Before he could finish the last 2 words, Zhou Chen stuck the master and could no longer speak. Zhou Chen's face shifted for a moment. He was so capable of asking such a stupid question. Since someone had set up a scheme to deal with Taisher Wenzhong, how could they not understand Taisher Wenzhong? When such a big thing happened in the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures, the person who set up the scheme must have estimated that the great master Wenzhong would personally go to the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures. Even if Taisher Wenzhong didn't go by then, the other side would find a way to make Taisher Wenzhong go. Fang Xianling shook his head. Your Majesty, the civil unrest in the 4 northwestern provinces is true, but that doesn't affect the fact that someone is setting up a trap. The person who set this up is estimated to have quite a lot of energy. To have 30,000 divine martial guards wiped out, and even the Imperial Master died in battle, is definitely not an ordinary person. Didn't the Emperor just find out about the Easy King's royal residence? The Easy King is also assisting the Imperial Master in providing disaster relief in the 4 northwestern provinces. Fang Xianling said if he had a point. Zhou Chen naturally understood what Fang Xianling meant. However, Zhou Chen shook his head and said, You don't understand the significance of the Imperial Master to Great Zhou. No matter if it's the Loose King or those other brothers of mine, they can plot against anyone for the sake of power and profit, and that includes plotting against me, but the Imperial Master is the only one that they won't move. Because the Imperial Master is one of the 2 pillars that hold up half of Great Zhou, moving the Imperial Master is the same as moving the foundation of Great Zhou. They're not that stupid to do something self-destructive. Besides, Taisher is not loyal to just one person, but to Great Zhou. If it was any one of them sitting on the dragon chair, the Imperial Master would still be defending him as well. Zhou Chen dismissed Fang Xuanling's suspicions, his gaze flickering one way or another. It wasn't the Easy King. It wasn't a member of the royal family. and it was unlikely to be Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin, because they're all dead now. Who could that be? Chapter 076, tell me, what do you want? In the Hall of Feeding the Heart, Zhou Chen's brows furrowed as his gaze flickered. Zhou Chen had never doubted Feng Xuanling's ability. Since Feng Xuanling said that the matter of the 4 northwestern prefectures was someone setting up a scheme to deal with the Imperial Master, then this matter should be 8 or 9 times more likely. And now the results had indirectly confirmed Feng Xuanling's suspicions. Otherwise, how could the Imperial Master have gone to the 4 northwestern provinces with 30,000 divine martial guards to quell a group of disruptive people, and how could all of his troops have been destroyed? Zhou Chen's strategy might not be as good as Feng Xuanling's, but Zhou Chen was not without strategy. After Feng Xuanling said this, Zhou Chen pondered over all matters concerning the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. The matter of the 4 northwestern provinces occurred 2 months ago. At that time, Empress Wu Ying was still in power and in power. Zhou Chen, the emperor, is still on his deathbed. No one could yet predict that Zhou Chen would make a full recovery and return to the court. At that point in time, there were people who used the land of the 4 northwestern provinces to plot against the Imperial Master Wenzhong. So who could it be? Who wanted the great Master Wenzhong dead at that time? And what was their purpose in plotting against Master Wenzhong? Messing up the kingdom of Great Zhou? A series of questions surfaced in Zhou Chen's mind. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's mind flashed, and the twinkle in his eyes brightened suddenly. Obviously, Zhou Chen was thinking of something. Zhou Chen glanced at Feng Xuanling and said expressionlessly, Feng Xuanling, this is a good guess on your part, but the direction of suspicion is wrong. This isn't simply just dealing with the Imperial Master. This is someone trying to pick 3 soldiers in one game, just out of my accident, although some deviation, but the final result is unchanged. Zhou Chen smiled coldly. Indeed, Zhou Chen had figured out the gist of it, only that he was still clueless as to who was behind it. However, when the factory guards have investigated the changes in the 4 northwestern provinces, they should have a clue. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Feng Xuanling's face did not change much. He just arched his hand and said to Zhou Chen, Your Majesty is wise. It was I who was reckless. Zhou Chen instantly seemed to understand something when he saw Feng Xuanling's attitude. I'm afraid that Feng Xuanling has long since figured out the trick to these things. Just borrowing this free King Zhou Chen to remind and test him whether this emperor wants to be able to these. Zhou Chen looked deeply at Feng Xuanling. While Zhou Chen and Feng Xuanling were talking about these matters in the 4 northwestern provinces, Xi'an Prefecture, the capital city, in the living room of a mansion, there were also 2 people who were arguing about these things. Cui Songshan, what the hell is going on here? Are you guys involved in what's going on here in the 4 northwestern provinces? Easy King Zhou Chen looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat and questioned with a furious face. The middle-aged man on the main seat, on the other hand, lightly glanced at Easy King Zhou Chen. Your Highness, although you are honorable, I am your own uncle. Have you ever called your own uncle by his name and spoken to him like that? Don't forget, this uncle of mine just rescued you guys from the gates of hell. The middle-aged man on the main seat looked at Easy King Zhou Chen and said with dissatisfaction, That's right, this middle-aged man was none other than Easy King Zhou Chen's own uncle, Cui Songshan, who was also one of the direct leaders of the Cui family of the 7 great families. There were many great Zhou families and mansions, but the only ones that were truly deep-rooted and capable of intimidating one side and swaying the current situation were the 4 great gate valves and the 7 great families. It could be said that the 4 great gate valves and the 7 great families were the leaders of all the great families and mansions under the Great Zhou heaven. As long as any one of them stomped their feet, then the entire world of Great Zhou would have to shake 3 times. A real uncle? Just got us out of hell? If the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces really has something to do with you, then I would rather die at the hands of the rebels than let you, my own uncle, save me. Easy King Zhou Chen said loudly to the middle-aged man in the main seat. 30,000 divine martial guards died in battle. Even the old Imperial Master is dead. What do you want? Do you want to ruin my Zhou's kingdom? Do you have any idea what kind of impact the death of the old Imperial Master will have on the Imperial family? On the entire Great Zhou? Even if this king finally ascends to that position, without the old eunuch's help, what will this king take to subdue the court? And what will he take to deter the 3 great marquis who have been ambitious enough to hold down the borders? You say, are you my own uncle when you and they cut off my big Monday pillar like this? Easy King Zhou Chen angrily stared at this dear uncle, Cui Songshan, who was sitting on the main seat. His eyes were a little red and his face was blue. Obviously, the Easy King Zhou Chen was also grief-stricken over the death of the great master Wenzhong. Looking at Easy King Zhou Qian's angry appearance, Cui Songshan frowned and eventually sighed. Uncle knows that you are saddened by the death of Master Wen, but Master Wen's prestige is simply too high, so high that no one in the entire Great Zhou dares to move him easily. He is a veteran of 3 dynasties, and holds a golden whip to beat the king, which can beat a dim king at the top and a rebellious minister at the bottom. It can be said that even the imperial power on the dragon chair in the palace can't move him easily. It's frightening. If he doesn't die, you don't stand a chance. However, Uncle can assure you that Master Wen's death had nothing to do with us at all. It was the Yellow Sky Sex people who killed Master Wen. Chui Songshan looked at Easy King Zhou Chen and said. Easy King Zhou Chen sneered when he heard Chui Songshan's words. Nothing at all? Chui Songshan, do you believe this yourself? You borrowed the Yellow Sky Sex hand to kill the old Imperial Master, and in the end you yourselves pushed it away. You guys are pretty slick with this borrowed knife trick. It's even a cutie. It's all visible. Can't I see it? Easy King Zhou Chen said with a sneer on his face as he looked at Chui Songshan. This king now knows why father would rather pass the throne to that sickly and worthless fifth brother than to our other brothers. Because that sickly and useless fifth brother he has a simple background, whereas several of our brothers have lineage behind them, and the worldly family cannot be trusted. Easy King Zhou Chen looked straight at Chui Songshan and said word for word. Easy King Zhou Chen is not stupid. On the contrary, he's smart. Before it was because of something that blinded him, but he saw it clearly now. No matter how much this dear uncle expressed his concern for him. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was all for the benefit of the family. Just like the death of Taisher Wenzhong, the family felt that he was in the way, so they took the opportunity to use the knife to settle Taisher Wenzhong. As for what kind of impact it would have on the Great Zhou, and whether or not the Great Zhou's sky would collapse, that was no longer the scope of the world family's consideration. This also includes Choi Song-san. After hearing Easy King Zhou Qian's words, a trace of coldness flashed through Choi Songshan's eyes that was not easily erased, but it was quickly concealed. Uncle knows that you're angry right now, and whatever Uncle says, you think Uncle is lying to you again. But what Uncle wants to tell you is that Uncle is also thinking of you and is afraid that it will be difficult for you. As for the matter of Master Wen, Uncle has nothing to hide from you. We do have dealings with the Yellow Sky sect. To be more precise, it's a deal. This Wen's is one of the deals. That's what all the lineages mean. Chui Songshan said to Easy King Zhou Qian. Chui Songshan knew that he couldn't hide these things from the Easy King anymore, so he directly and painfully said it. It is also good to temporarily pacify the Easy King Zhou Qian. Chapter 077, You Can't Go Back to Luoyang. Why? Why are you doing this? Is it possible that you are going to use the knife to kill the old Imperial Master just because you are afraid of him? After hearing Chui Songshan's candor, Easy King Zhou Qian questioned Chui Songshan with an agitated face. In the view of Easy King Zhou Qian, there was simply a well of water between the Imperial Master Wenzhong and the world family, and there was no direct conflict of too great an interest. The Imperial Master Wenzhong didn't stand in the way of the world's families either. Why did the world family have to take the life of the great Master Wenzhong? Chui Songshan shook his head. There's no such thing as a why. And there aren't that many whys in this world. The lineage doesn't need a reason to do things. This is the hegemony of the worldly family. Ha! No reason. Easy King Zhou Qian laughed coldly. Your lineage is trying to control the court. The old eunuch's prestige is excessive, and sitting in the courtroom will not only deter the world, but also subdue the court. Even the prime minister and them, who are also the 4 auxiliary ministers, don't have much backbone in front of the old imperial master. As long as the old imperial master is around, your lineage won't have much say in the courtroom. So, you want to move away from the pressure that is the old imperial master and want to monopolize the power of the court. Easy King Zhou Qian looked straight at Chui Songshan and said. When Easy King Zhou Qian thought about it, there was only this one possible explanation. Because when a family does something, the first thing it looks at is the benefits, and it will not do anything without benefits. Since the lineage wanted the Taisher dead, it must have been because they wanted greater benefits as well. Otherwise, they couldn't have gone through all the trouble of trying to kill Imperial Master Wenzhong with a borrowed knife. Regarding Easy King Zhou Qian's words, Chui Songshan didn't refute them, nor did he agree with them. He just didn't open his mouth again for the time being. However, this attitude of his, on the contrary, precisely confirmed the words of Easy King Zhou Qian. The world family borrowed the knife to solve the problem of the Imperial Master Wenzhong. That is, they want to control the court and monopolize the power. Seeing Chui Songshan's silence, Easy King Zhou Chen added, it seems I was right. Once the old Imperial Master died, no one can completely suppress the court again, and the court is left with the power of the great general's foreign relatives party alone. You should also have some plans. Right. Easy King Zhou Qian can guess these calculations of the world's family against the great master Wenzhong, but cannot guess how the world's family can solve the great general's foreign relatives party. Hearing this, Chui Songshan looked up at Easy King Zhou Qian. You don't know yet, do you? Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin's party of foreign relatives have all been taken down by the one in the palace. Empress Wu Ying died outside the palace of Nurturing the Heart. Great General Wu Jin was killed by the governor of the East Chamber in the Great General's mansion, and all the others were copied and exterminated. Chui Songshan said, his eyes twinkling a bit inexplicably. A great power that had been in power for a long time just went up in smoke in an instant. This is something that one has to feel alarmed about. What? Empress Wu Ying and General Wu Jin's party of foreign relatives have been taken down? Empress Wu Ying and General Wu Jin are both dead too? Easy King Zhou Chen froze in disbelief. To be honest, this news made Easy King Zhou Chen really surprised. Unexpected to the point of being somewhat shocked. Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin the power of a party of foreign relatives. Easy King Zhou Chen is aware of. That is definitely not just huge so simple. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's all over the court. Otherwise, the Easy King wouldn't have thought of sitting back and trying to provoke a fight between Zhou Chen and Empress Wu Ying's party. But it's such a huge power of a party of foreign relatives that was actually taken down just like that? Easy King Zhou Chen froze for a while before returning to his senses. Ha ha ha. Why? Some things are beyond your control. Easy King Zhou Chen laughed out loud. From Cui Songshan's words, Easy King Zhou Chen was able to hear that this was something beyond the expectations of the lineage. If Easy King Zhou Chen hadn't guessed correctly, the one who was beyond the expectations of the family should be the one in the palace. To be able to take down Empress Wu Ying and the great general's party of foreign relatives so easily was, to be honest, also beyond Easy King Zhou Qian's expectations. After laughing, Easy King Zhou Qian looked at Cui Songshan and said, "Aren't you afraid that when I return to Luoyang, I'll tell that person in the palace about all of you? At that time, even if your lineage is deeply rooted, I'm afraid you'll have to shed a layer of skin, plotting against the imperial master of 3 dynasties. If this gets out, even a deep-rooted family would have to take a beating for once." Back to Luoyang? Cui Songshan inexplicably glanced at Easy King Zhou Qian and shook his head. "I'm afraid you won't be able to return to Luoyang. There's something Uncle hasn't had a chance to tell you yet. That is, your relationship with Zhao Gao was found out by the East Chamber, and your Easy King's royal residence was raided by the Zhongrenfu, and everyone within the royal residence was imprisoned in the Zhongrenfu's dungeon. By the way, there are also the forces that you have secretly operated in Luoyang for many years, all of which have also been cleaned up by the people of the East Chamber. Only a handful escaped." Cui Songshan told Easy King Zhou Qian about the raid on his royal residence. When Easy King Zhou Qian heard this, his entire body froze in place. What? The Easy King's royal residence was raided by the sovereign's office? And Zhao Gao's relationship with me was exposed? How is that possible? This news from Cui Songshan shocked Easy King Zhou Qian even more than the fact that Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin's foreign relatives party had just been taken down. Easy King Zhou Qian never thought that his relationship with Zhao Gao would be exposed one day, because there aren't many people who know about Zhao Gao's relationship with him. To be more precise, there is no third person. Even the housekeeper of the Easy King's closest royal residence didn't know that Zhao Gao was Easy King Zhou Qian's man. How could their relationship be exposed? Cui Songshan glanced at the shocked Easy King Zhou Qian and said, "So, Uncle said that you won't be able to return to Luoyang. As soon as you return to Luoyang, there will definitely be death. Perhaps, by now Luoyang has sent people on their way to the 4 northwestern provinces." Upon hearing Cui Songshan's words, Easy King Zhou Qian returned to his senses. His face shifted and lost its expression. Where could he go if he didn't return to Luoyang? Where in the world can he escape to? Besides, his royal family is in Luoyang. He couldn't just leave those family members behind and live on by himself. It's really a one-step mistake. Easy King Zhou Qian didn't know how his relationship with Zhao Gao was exposed, yet he knew that once this relationship was exposed, there was something about him that he couldn't hide. He also made it to the end of this free King Zhou Qian. Cui Songshan glanced at Easy King Zhou Qian again and said, "Now that you can't return to Luoyang, what are your plans? Please speak frankly if Uncle has anything to say." This king is listening. Easy King Zhou Qian wasn't stupid. Cui Songshan told him this news and kept emphasizing that he wouldn't be able to return to Luoyang. It was obvious that there was something in his words. Chapter 078, Do you want me to rebel? Easy King Zhou Qian looked at Cui Songshan and waited for his next words. From the meaning of Cui Songshan's words, Easy King Zhou potential could sense that Cui Songshan seemed to have some kind of suggestion on where he should go next. "Your Highness, you should have operated a lot of family money over the years, especially the Easy House. It's estimated that it has amassed a lot of wealth for you. Pulling up an army of hundreds of thousands shouldn't be much of a problem." Cui Songshan glanced at Easy King Zhou Qian and said in a flat voice. Cui Songshan's words caused Easy King Zhou Qian's face to change. Easy King Zhou Qian looked at Cui Songshan with a horrified face. "You want this king to rebel?" Cui Songshan's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Obviously to the point where, as soon as Cui Songshan's words left his mouth, Easy King Zhou Qian could tell what Cui Songshan wanted him to do. No problem pulling together an army of hundreds of thousands. This is almost like directly saying, pulling the army to kill into Luoyang, and directly cut off the head of that emperor's little son. Easy King Zhou Qian was never expecting that the advice given to him by Cui Songshan actually wanted him to raise the flag and rebel. This made Easy King Zhou Qian's heart indescribably shocked. Seeing Easy King Zhou Qian's horrified face, Chui Songsan lightly skimmed him. Your Easy King's royal residence has been raided. Do you have any other path to take? Or do you want to sit back and wait for heads to roll? If that's the case, then you can pretend that uncle didn't say anything. Besides, isn't it just a rebellion? What's all the fuss about? And haven't you always done it before? It's just the difference between one in the dark and one in the light. After Chui Songsan finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Easy King Zhou Chen. Some things are said 7 times and that's enough. The remaining 3 don't need to be said at all. Otherwise, talking too much and too fast will only backfire. Based on Easy King Zhou Chen's current situation, Chui Songsan knew that he had no choice at all. If you don't rebel, you die. The rebellion might even be successful, and the foundation of the king's empire could be honored in one fell swoop. Such 2 paths, as long as it is not a person who wants to die. For anyone knows what to choose. In Chui Songshan's opinion, Easy King Zhou Chen didn't look like the kind of person who wanted to die. Easy King Zhou Chen stared at Chui Songsan dead on, his face changing from one to the other. He wanted to see from Chui Songshan's face a hint of Chui Songshan's true intentions within saying these words, but Chui Songshan's face was always calm, and Easy King Zhou Chen couldn't see anything at all. In the end, Easy King Zhou Chen could only withdraw his gaze and frown in silence. For a moment, Easy King Zhou Chen did not know how to take these words from Chui Songsan. Rebellion. That's no small thing to joke about. Once you step out, it's a road of no return that you can't go back to. Previously, although the Easy King Zhou Chen wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman and calculated a lot of things, but that is only in the dark, and the nature of openly raising the flag to rebel is completely different. Don't look at Chui Songsan said that the difference between the two is not big, but in fact, the difference between the two is very big, and the impact brought about by it is not comparable. The former is at most an internal sibling rivalry, but the latter raised the flag to rebel that is to overthrow the great Zhou orthodoxy. Can the two be the same? However, one had to not admit that Chui Songshan's words had spoken to the Easy King's soft underbelly, and still made the Easy King Zhou Chen move. After a few moments of silence, Easy King Zhou Chen glanced at Chui Songsan and said, "It seems that uncle has long ago planned it all out for this king. However, with the seizure of this Easy King's royal residence and the destruction of his years of accumulation, I'm afraid that even if he has that heart, he doesn't have the strength. Besides, all of my king's family members are still in the sovereign's prison, and my king is the son of the late emperor. Uncle, will the king raise the flag to rebel?" Easy King Zhou Chen looked at Chui Songsan. Easy King Zhou Chen was moved. But this did not mean that Easy King Zhou Chen did not have a city. Easy King Zhou Chen again kicked this ball back to Chui Songsan. Easy King Zhou Chen would like to see Chui Songsan this gourd in the end want to sell what kind of medicine. Seeing that Easy King Zhou Chen opened his mouth, Chui Songsan knew that Easy King Zhou Chen had already moved. To be more precise, it's 9 times out of 10. Just ask, then the next step is much better. The fear is not to speak up. Chui Songsan looked at Easy King Zhou Chen and sighed, "Your Highness, uncle knows what's in your heart. You don't need to suspect anything. You are my own sister's son, and half of your body is flowing with my Chui family's blood. As a real uncle, I don't want to see you die. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to great expense to get you from the rebels." Now, the Yellow Sky sect has gathered hundreds of thousands of people to raise the flag in rebellion, and has begun to sweep across the 4 northern states, and the northern 4 states of the land because of the great drought. The imperial court relief is not effective. All over the rebel people as if a starfire can start a prairie fire. There have been more than a dozen large rebel army has become the climate. Uncle, to put it mildly, I'm afraid the next great Zhou will be plunged into chaos. As the saying goes, heroes come out of chaos. So what you will choose next? Uncle will not interfere. Uncle just doesn't want to see you die. If you want to fight your way out of this, Uncle will be behind you. Chui Songsan looked at Easy King Zhou Chen with a sincere face and said. Just as Chui Songshan's words fell, a silhouette rushed into the hall. "Fourth brother, don't let him compel you." 30,000 divine martial guards were all wiped out and the imperial master died in battle. This is a bloody lesson. Do you want to plunge Great Zhou into a place of no return? Do you want to plunge the Great Zhou imperial family into a place of no return? The people of the world can't be trusted. King Kong Zhouqi rushed into the hall and said in an urgent voice. King Kong Zhouqi was the same as Easy King Zhou Chen, who was saved from the rebels by Chui Songsan. Although Chui Songsan saved King Kong Zhouqi, King Kong Zhouqi would not watch Chui Songsan compel Easy King Zhou Chen to rebel just because of this saving grace. You have to know how big the impact can be when the royal prince raises his flag to rebel. King Kong Zhouqi doesn't believe that Chui Songsan doesn't know, but he still compelled the Easy King Zhou Chen to raise the flag to rebel. It is simply his heart can be put to death. Both Chui Songsan and Easy King Zhou Chen didn't expect that at this time. Someone would suddenly come storming into the hall. looking at King Kong Zhou Qi, who rushed into the hall and listening to his words. A trace of gloom flashed across Chui Songshan's face. Asshole, who let King Kong in? Men, invite King Kong out and send him back to his room, Chui Songshan shouted out into the hall. Immediately, 2 escort experts walked in and directly invited King Kong Zhou Qi out by force. If he was in Luoyang, with King Kong Zhou Qi's status there, perhaps no one would have dared to treat him like this. But this was the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures, the Xi'an prefecture that the rebels had already captured. And no one had much qualms about King Kong Zhou Qi's identity anymore. To put it mildly, even the great master Wen Zhong died in the hands of the rebels. It's nothing to die in 1 or 2 princes. Easy King Zhou Qian's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his normal self and said to Chui Songshan, Uncle, please don't pay any attention to King Kang's words. Now, let's discuss the topic at hand. Easy King Zhou Qian had already seen the situation at hand. Now, he was out of options. Chui Songshan's attitude towards King Kong did not rule out the possibility of knocking on the door. Chapter 079, Live and Die Without Rebellion Against the Great Zhou and the Imperial Family. Xi'an Prefecture, the capital city. The Chui family was in a room in one of the mansions here. Easy King Zhou Chen looked at King Kong Zhou Qi, who was glaring angrily at him, and sighed helplessly. Old 7. Don't look at me with such angry eyes. You know what? Tai Fu Yanhua is dead. I had Zhao Gao poison him to death in the heavenly prison. I know. You've been hiding. None of US brothers are mediocre. It was just a bad time to be born. According to your talent, you should be able to figure out a lot after knowing that Zhao Gao is my man. Yes, it's what you think. I'm not convinced by old 5. Several of our brothers. Which one is not better than old 5? That consumptive. Why did father choose him in the end? I'm not willing. I count everything. But I didn't expect that all of these calculations of mine would be found out by old 5. And my Easy King's royal residence has been raided by the sovereign's office. So I no longer have a way back. If I don't put together a way to live, I'm going to die. 7. Do you understand? Easy King Zhou Chen looked at King Kong Zhou Qi and said all the words he had been holding in his heart. At this point, Easy King Zhou Qian also had nothing to hide anymore. Anyway, all these calculations of his had already been found out by the one in the palace, and there was no point in covering it up any longer. When King Kong Zhou Qi heard these words from the Easy King, he let out a cold laugh. So, you're going to raise your flag to rebel under the compulsion of Chui Songshan? Do you know what kind of consequences you will bring to Great Zhou if you do this? Are you trying to bring Great Zhou to ruin? Are you still a member of my Imperial Zhou family? Taisher, he just died in battle. 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters spilled their blood on this northwestern land. And you, a royal prince, actually want to raise the flag to rebel. Do you stand up to the spirits of 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters? Are you worthy of the great master's spirit in heaven? King Kong Zhou Qi angrily rebuked Easy King Zhou Qian in a series of words. For that position, King Kong Zhou Qi never minded the internal competition. For that is the supreme right. And no one can resist the temptation to reign in the power of the world. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. This is the law of the ages. However, King Kong Zhou Qi hoped that such a fight would be limited to a certain range, rather than raising the flag to revolt in such a situation where the Taisher had just been killed in battle. The 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters had all been wiped out, and the Great Zhou was in a stormy state. It's not a contested position. This is subverting the entire Great Week. Facing King Kong Zhou Qi's furious rebuke, Easy King's face was also an ugly one. Then what do you want from me? Sitting around waiting to die? Bound for death? Or drink your neck and cut your throat? It's not your King Kang's mansion that's being raided. It's my Easy King's mansion, and I no longer have a way to live. I know. You're trying to say that the Seiya can't be trusted. And why wouldn't I know that? I've never believed in the Seiya either. The world family and I are merely utilizing each other. And when I am in charge, I will have plenty of ways to clean them up. Easy King Zhou Qian said as a cold light flashed in his eyes. To be honest, in the past, Easy King Zhou Qian trusted Chui Songshan and the Chui family, treating the Chui family as his strongest backing supporter. After all, Chui Songshan was his own uncle, and the Chui family was also his matriarch's maiden family. This kind of relationship, since ancient times, is the most solid relationship among the royal princes. The Easy King Zhou Qian had also been able to achieve what he did today because he had the Chui family, one of the 7 great families, behind him. But this time, the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces made Easy King Zhou Qian completely awake. It turns out that his own uncle, the Chui family of his mother's line, is also untrustworthy. Such a big event as the 4 northwestern provinces, even this Easy King who supported him was hiding it. What trust was there to speak of? Looks like you're hopeless. Then we have nothing more to say, and you don't have to open your mouth. I know what you want to say, but I can clearly tell you that although I, Zhou Qi, am the most unpopular prince in my father's eyes, I am also the prince with the most humble status in the current royal family. but the blood of the royal Zhou family flowing in my body is still hot. Live and die without rebelling against Great Zhou, and die without rebelling against the royal family. After King Kong Zhou Qi finished speaking, he closed his eyes. As easy King Zhou Chen said, none of their brothers were mediocre. So did he? King Kong Zhou Qi. Therefore, as soon as easy King Zhou Chen came in, King Kong Zhou Qi had already guessed easy King Zhou Chen's intentions, and King Kong Zhou Qi's last sentence, I will not rebel against Great Zhou in life, and I will not rebel against the royal family in death, was the answer given to easy King Zhou Chen. When easy King Zhou Chen heard these words from King Kong Zhou Qi, his face shifted for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say anything and turned around to leave the room. In the hall, Cui Songsan sat on the main seat, gently sipping a mouthful of tea and looking at one of his men standing in front of him. He said, how do you mean? King Kong is refusing? Yes, third master. The henchman nodded. Cui Songsan smiled, it was expected. These sons of the late emperor were not mediocre lords. This King Kong has a good bloodline. The easy king is also seeing things clearly, and has just actually guessed the previous world family's plan by 5 or 6 points in one go. However, the most surprising one is the one in the palace. Who hides the deepest? Cui Songsan put down his teacup, his eyes flickering one after another. If not for the one in the palace who had taken them by surprise, their plot would have been perfect. But now, with the change of heart of the one in the palace, although the purpose was half achieved, it might get into trouble. Especially, what kind of situation would follow was something that even their lineage was not good at grasping. This could really be a big problem if you don't get it right. All they could do now was to sweep up as much tail as they could without leaving a single trace. After pondering for a moment, Cui Songsan said to his men standing in front of him, go and act according to the plan. Be sure to be careful. Afterward, leave no trace. In particular, the deaths of the 30,000 divine martial guards and the imperial master Wenzhong cannot be related to the lineage in the slightest. Not even a catch-22. Cui Songsan said with a serious face. The death of 30,000 divine martial guards and imperial master Wenzhong was no small matter. Even their lineage had to deal with it carefully, especially the imperial master Wenzhong, which was the great Zhou's pillar of respect for heaven and the leader of the 3 dynasties. Not some pussycat little man. If the death of the imperial master Wenzhong involved their lineage, then even their lineage would not be able to fall in favor when the time came. Yes, the henchman answered and left. After this henchman left, Cui Songsan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, I hope nothing bad will happen. What 1,000 calculations. I just didn't count on this change of heart from the one in the palace. Chapter 080, Yanshou's 800-mile expedition. Day 2. Before the morning court, outside the Golden Palace, all the officials were waiting. Yesterday there was an 800-mile rush to the palace. Do you know what went wrong? I'm not sure, but it's certainly not a normal thing to enable 800 miles of expediting. Yes, 800 miles expedited as soon as it entered the palace yesterday. The emperor summoned Feng Shangshu, the 8 virtuous kings and Weiwu candidate and a few of them, so something big should have happened. I heard that yesterday's 800-mile expedited messenger was the divine martial guards. And it's been some days since the Imperial Master took the Divine Martial Guards to the 4 northwestern prefectures to provide disaster relief and quell the civil unrest, right? Could it be that something has happened in the 4 northwestern provinces? Outside the Golden Palace, the 100 officials gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering. Yesterday, 800 miles of expedited access to the palace. The 100 officials but all received the news. Originally, they thought that 800 miles of expedited access to the palace, Zhou Chen, the emperor, would urgently summon the civil and military officials to the court. After all, something that could enable the 800-mile expedited was certainly not a trivial matter. Throughout the dynasties, whenever there was such an 800-mile emergency, the emperor would summon the civil and military officials to discuss the matter. But what I didn't expect was that after 800 miles of expedited entry into the palace yesterday, Zhou Chen, the emperor, did not call the civil and military officials to court. Instead, only a few people were summoned to the palace, including Feng Xianling, King Baxian and Wei Wuhou. This makes the civil and military officials' heart cannot help but secretly speculate. This 800-li expedited in the end is out of what happened. Why did the emperor only summon Feng Xianling a few people, and not call the 100 officials to the court to discuss? At the very front outside the Golden Palace, Feng Xianling, the 8 wise kings, the Weimu candidate, Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the Minister of the Household, and a few others stood there mutely. Compared to the whispering of the other civil and military officials, those of them were much quieter. It wasn't because they weren't curious about what was going on with the 800-mile rush, but because they all already had it in their minds. Feng Xianling, the 8 virtuous kings and the mighty warrior candidate were not to be mentioned, as Zhou Chen had already summoned them yesterday. Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of the Household. A few people, their hearts are already guessed. Because they were all the leaders of the lineage in the imperial court, there was really nothing in general that they didn't know. Shangshu Feng, is something wrong with yesterday's 800-mile expedited entry to the palace? An official that Feng Xianling had promoted couldn't help himself and went forward to ask Feng Xianling in a low voice. Some of the officials close by also pricked up their ears and listened. Feng Xianling slightly skimmed the official, and said expressionlessly, later on, at the morning court, the emperor should say it, and you'll know by then. Just as Feng Xianling's words fell, the door to the Golden Palace was opened. The morning court begins. The civil and military officials immediately stopped talking, according to the size of the official position, in order to follow the two sides of the royal road, into the Golden Palace. After the 100 officials entered the court, only then did Zhou Chen walk up to the dragon platform in his 5-clawed dragon robe and sat on the dragon chair, looking down on the 100 officials below. Long live the emperor. The 100 officials knelt down to meet the salute. Zhou Chen rested one hand on the armrest of the dragon chair and faced the 100 officials and said, "All the ministers rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 100 officials stood up in turn. The positions of the 20 or so officials who had been captured earlier because of the treason of Great General Wu Jin were also basically filled with officials. Only the position of Minister of Rights among the 6 ministers is still vacant. The Minister of Rights is one of the 6 ministers, and has a high position of authority. Before getting a nod from Zhou Chen, the emperor, again, Feng Xianling did not dare to easily let someone take over. After the 100 officials stood up, a part of them secretly surveyed the face of the dragon chair last week. They wanted to judge from Zhou Chen, the emperor's face, whether yesterday's 800-mile emergency was big or small. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen on the dragon chair was expressionless, causing all these civil and military officials who were surreptitiously sizing him up to be a little disappointed. Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Chao Xingchuan's voice rang out like the usual morning court. Your Majesty, I have something to say. A minister stood up and shouted. Half an hour later, the morning court proceeded to its conclusion. Zhou Chen raised his eyes and swept a glance at the civil and military officials. Ministers, are there still things to be played? The civil and military officials looked at each other and bowed in unison, back to the emperor. I have no more. Since the secretaries have no more things to play for, then I will talk to the secretaries about yesterday's 800-mile expedited matter, Zhou Chen said in a somewhat low voice. When the 100 officials heard this, their faces all shook. To be honest, the 100 officials thought that Zhou Chen was not going to say anything about the 800 miles of urgency in today's morning court. I didn't realize that it was left at the end. I'm sure you all must have heard about yesterday's 800-mile rush to the palace. Zhou Chen's face was solemn as he scanned the 100 officials. This is the 800 miles of urgency from the 4 northwestern provinces. The imperial master took a guard of divine martial guards to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide disaster relief and quell civil unrest, only to die in defeat. All 30,000 divine martial guards have been wiped out. The imperial master also died in battle in Xi'an province, Zhou Chen said with a heavy face. When this news came out, the entire courtroom exploded. No one thought that yesterday's 800-mile emergency was actually such a bolt from the blue as the death of the imperial master Wenzhong in Xi'an province and the destruction of the entire army of 30,000 Shinwu guards. How is that possible? Who is Master Wenzhong? That is the pillar of respect for heaven of the great Zhou, who is the head of the 3 dynasties and holds the golden whip of the king beater. Who can beat the fainting ruler from above and the rebellious ministers from below? A life of war and intimidation. I don't know how many battles, big and small, I've been through. How could Imperial Master Wenzhong, who took 30,000 divine martial guards to quell a group of rebellious people in the 4 northwestern provinces, lose his army and die in battle in Xi'an province? What kind of international joke is this? And the 30,000 divine martial guards, that's the most elite soldiers of the great Zhou to suppress the world. Can't they even deal with a group of mobs that just put down their farming tools? How did the whole army get wiped out? Most of the civil and military officials were shocked, somewhat unable to believe that this was true. To be honest, they were all a bit shaken by this sudden news. They really couldn't figure out why the imperial master, a veteran of 3 dynasties and the prime minister of the great Zhou, who brought 30,000 elite divine martial guards to quell a group of mobs that had just put down their hose, would be completely wiped out. Standing at the front of the 100 officials, Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face also changed for a moment, but in an instant he regained his composure and did not come back to his senses as shocked as those other officials. Those who were as calm as Prime Minister Yuan Bo were a small number of officials, in addition to these important ministers such as the Minister of the Household and the Minister of Justice. They all guessed something in advance, and although they were a bit shocked to hear that the Imperial Master Wenzhong was killed in battle and the 30,000 divine martial guards were wiped out, it was only for a moment. and they quickly regained their composure. And the 8 virtuous kings, the mighty candidate. The military minister 3 despite yesterday in the Yangxin Hall has experienced some of such scenes, but at this time, the face still cannot help a burst of grief. Your Majesty, is this message confirmed? Taishar's military tactics and strategies are like arms. He has fought countless battles in his life and has rarely been defeated. And the soldiers he brought with him are also the most elite Xinwu guards of my great Zhou. So how is it possible for him to be defeated when he went to the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures to quell a group of disorganized people who had just discovered farming tools? And it's still a total loss. Even the imperial master was killed in battle. Ransom the old minister for his disbelief. Could it be that the rebellious people of the 4 northwestern provinces have become so powerful that they could defeat my great Zhou's most elite divine martial guards and kill the imperial master? An old minister stood out with a look of disbelief. Your Majesty, I don't dare to disbelieve it either. The imperial master led 30,000 Xinwu elites. It's impossible that he couldn't suppress a group of disorganized people who had just put down their farming implements. How could the whole army be wiped out? Even the imperial master died in battle? Another minister stepped forward with a skeptical look on his face. Indeed, such news is too hard to believe. A 3-dynasty veteran who had fought all his life, with 30,000 elites, went to quell a modest civil mutiny, and was actually wiped out. And in the end, even the commander-in-chief was killed in battle. If this wasn't for the fact that he had already figured out the key to it, I'm afraid that even Zhou Chen himself would be a bit unable to believe it. Hearing the words of these ministers, Zhou Chen looked at the varying demeanor of the 100 officials in the courtroom and said in a low voice, I can't believe this is true either. I would also like to know the reason for this. I, the Prime Minister of Great Zhou, the elder of the 3 dynasties, with 30,000 of Great Zhou's most elite divine martial guards, went to the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures to quell a modest civil uprising. How could I possibly lose my troops and live or die? All 30,000 divine martial guards have been wiped out. My imperial master was killed in battle in Xi'an province. Even the 800-mile expedited messenger, Shenwai, came back hanging on by a thread. All of you are the ministers of my great Zhou. You tell me, why is this? Zhou Chen scanned the court full of civil and military officials, his eyes as cold as a knife. All the civil servants in the temple were not little darlings. After hearing these words from Shang Chen on the dragon chair, their faces showed contemplation. Yeah, it was impossible for the great master Wen Zhong, who had taken 30,000 Xinwu elites to the 4 northwestern provinces to quell the civil unrest, to fail to pacify even a group of mobs that had just put down their farming implements. Otherwise, would that still be the mighty master Wen Zhong? But in the end, why were all 30,000 divine martial guards wiped out? And even the imperial master Wen Zhong died in battle at Xi'an Palace? What's this for? The 100 officials frowned in their minds. Suddenly, the faces of the 100 officials changed, as if they had thought of something horrible, and a hint of horror flashed in their eyes. I'm afraid there's a lot to be said for these 4 northwest provinces. The 100 officials didn't dare to think any deeper. They all stopped their thoughts in time and lowered their heads, because they knew that if this was really what they had in mind, then this matter was nothing less than the matter of the great General Wu Jin that they had just experienced. Seeing that none of the 100 officials spoke up, Zhou Chen's face turned a few degrees colder. As the courtiers of the great Zhou, you are high above the temple and in charge of the center of power. Do you not even know what changes have occurred at the local level? Close to the northwestern 4 provinces of the land of those provinces. Is it sent to the Zhangjiang only with me to ask for money to provide disaster relief? There is no other bit of news? Zhou Chen coldly looked at the civil and military officials. Zhou Chen knew that for the 4 northwestern prefectures to fully exterminate the 30,000 divine martial guards, it was simply not something that a group of mobs could do. There were definitely rebels that could rival the divine martial guards in the 4 northwestern provinces, and there were quite a few of them. With such a force, the movement should not be small, regardless of whether it was the land of the 4 northwestern capitals, or the several state capitals near the land of the 4 northwestern capitals. It was impossible that not a single trace could be found before. But before that, not a single bit of news came in. That would be fine. Now, the imperial master died in the 4 northwestern provinces, and the 30,000 divine martial guards were all wiped out. So are the several state capitals near the 4 northwestern provinces deaf and blind? Where's their emergency zoning? Even if they were a step behind the divine martial guard messenger, they should almost be there by now. Zhou Chen's gaze grew colder and colder. Right at this moment, a high call suddenly interrupted the oppressive atmosphere in the Golden Palace. 800 miles and more. What? 800-mile rush? The 100 officials in the Golden Palace were all stunned when they heard the shout clearly. Yesterday there was just an 800-mile emergency into Luoyang, and here comes another 800-mile emergency. What's the big deal here? As the shouts came, Not a minute later, a forbidden soldier held up a letter of 800 miles of urgency and rushed directly into the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, 800-mile expedited letter from Yenzhou in the north. After this forbidden army rushed into the Golden Palace, he immediately knelt down and held up the letter and said, Yenzhou 800-mile express? Zhou Chen froze. Yenzhou is one of the 4 northern states and one of the places hit by this great drought. Now Yenzhou is 800 miles away. Did something big happen in Yenzhou too? As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Chen looked at this forbidden soldier who was holding the letter aloft and asked in a deep voice, Where is the messenger? Back to the emperor. The messenger fainted when he reached the palace entrance. This forbidden soldier immediately returned. When Zhou Chen heard this, he didn't do much thinking and immediately said, Present it. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhangchun, who was standing by the side, hurriedly took the expedited letter from the hands of this forbidden soldier and delivered it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took the expedited letter, opened it up, and scanned it with a glance. In an instant, Zhou Chen's face clouded over. When the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty saw this scene, they immediately knew that something big had probably happened in this Yenzhou as well. Otherwise, it was unlikely that the one on the dragon chair would look so gloomy all of a sudden after reading the letter. After reading the expedited letter, Zhou Chen slammed down hard on the dragon case. Damn it! Zhou Chen's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Chen looked at the civil and military officials. Do you want to know what is written in this 800 miles express? Cao Zhangchun, read it to the 100 officials. Zhou Chen said grimly. The old slave obeys the order. When Cao Zhangchun heard this, he picked up the 800-mile expedited letter and read, Yenzhou urgent report. There is a mob rebellion, raising a flag to rebel, has gathered hundreds of thousands of people, and has overrun the 3 prefectures of Yenzhou. Please quickly ask the court for reinforcements. What? There's a riot going on? Hundreds of thousands of people have already been gathered, and they've attacked the 3 prefectures of Yenzhou? As soon as the content of this expedited letter was read by Cao Zhangchun, the faces of all the 100 officials changed slightly. The matter of the 4 northwestern provinces has not yet been resolved, and there is another rebel in this Yenzhou. You've all heard it. Before this matter of the 4 northwestern provinces is clarified, this Yenzhou has gathered hundreds of thousands of rebels again, and has overrun the 3 provinces of Yenzhou. Do you all have suggestions as to how this should be resolved? Zhou Chen looked at the 100 officials and ministers and asked. After the civil and military officials looked at each other, they all lowered their heads. None of them dared to open their mouths so easily. Even the imperial master Wen Zhong went to the 4 northwestern provinces with 30,000 Shinwu guards to quell the civil unrest, and they were all wiped out. This Yenzhou mob has risen again, and a bad advice would be a disaster. What? Doesn't one of you have a good suggestion? Zhou Chen's voice had gone a few degrees colder. Your Majesty, the situation in Yenzhou is unknown. We should explore the situation in Yenzhou before making plans. Furthermore, now that the 30,000 divine martial guards have been completely wiped out in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, and the imperial master died in battle in Xi'an province, the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces has yet to be resolved, and the matter of Yenzhou should be prevented first. Prime Minister Yuan Bo stepped forward and said, Chapter 081, I agree with the words of the 8 wise kings. Yuan Bo, as the Prime Minister and in charge of a dynasty full of civil and military officials, had to come forward to speak at this time. He knew that if he, the auxiliary Prime Minister, didn't stand up for something as big as this, it would be a bit too much to say. In addition to Prime Minister Yuan Bo, King Zhou Xian of the 8 wise kings also followed suit and said, Your Majesty, the mob in Yenzhou has gathered hundreds of thousands of people to revolt and take over the land of the 3 prefectures, so I'm afraid that it will lead to a great disaster if it can't be quelled in time. And the local government sent an 800-mile expedited letter asking for help, so obviously the local government's armed forces are no longer sufficient to suppress the mobs, or they wouldn't have asked for help from the imperial court. Therefore, the court should immediately mobilize a large army to Yenzhou to quell the rebellion, in order to prevent the rebels from getting bigger. The 8th-sage King Zhou Sten said with a grave expression, although the imperial master had just died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces, and the divine martial guards had lost 30,000 soldiers, there were still generals and soldiers in Great Zhou who could fight. If these hundreds of thousands of rebels in Yenzhou can't be suppressed immediately, they will grow like a snowball, and then it won't be so easy to suppress them again. Therefore, the opinion of the 8 wise kings was to immediately send troops to Yenzhou, and even if they could not immediately exterminate these hundreds of thousands of rebels, they had to control the situation and not let the rebels sit on the ground. Your Majesty, I agree with the words of the 8 virtuous kings. Now that Yenzhou is in a severe drought, if we allow the rebels to continue their rampage, I'm afraid the entire Yenzhou is in danger. The court must immediately mobilize a large army to suppress it. And, At the same time, fully open warehouses for disaster relief in the 4 northern states of the land, respectively, and send the ministers of the court to supervise in person. Fang Xianling also stood out and admonished. In Fang Xianling's opinion, the mob in Yenzhou had gathered hundreds of thousands of people to revolt, which was nothing more than not being able to survive. For continents in the north of the drought, before the Ministry of Households is empty, the court relief is not effective. The people under the desperate can only rise up. Who would do this kind of murderous business if they could survive? Therefore, suppression by the army alone will not be possible, unless the people of the 4 northern states are slaughtered. Otherwise, after suppressing one group of people, another group of people will raise their flags to revolt. Like that spark, it can't be extinguished without addressing the root of the problem. Also the full force of the disaster relief people. Two-pronged approach to work. At Fang Xianling's admonition, the gazes of the 100 officials flickered for a while. If they remembered correctly, before the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, the imperial master was so playing right in the courtroom. The result was that the imperial master Wen Zhong took 30,000 Shinwu guards to the 4 northwestern provinces to provide relief and pacify the chaos, and never returned. As Fang Xianling opened his mouth, officials who were considered to be part of the imperial party such as the Minister of Wei Wu and the Minister of the Ministry of War spoke out one after another. Zhou Chen on the dragon chair didn't change much on his face as he listened to the admonitions of these officials. Only after these officials had finished speaking did Zhou Chen scan the 100 officials and said, "The matter of Yenzhou, wait for the messenger to wake up, ask for the specifics, and then discuss." However, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Appointments, all 3 of your ministries must be prepared to send troops for disaster relief. The Ministry of Revenue should come up with a detailed plan for specific disaster relief. How much silver is needed, and how much relief silver is needed for each of the different state capitals affected by the disaster, all of which should be detailed and specific. And the Ministry of War is the most important. Since ancient times to start the war is the country's important thing. I do not want to see the tragedy of the northwest 4 provinces of the land repeat. To make a detailed plan for the expedition. As for the Ministry of Revenue, it should select competent and clean officials to discuss the disaster relief program with the Ministry of Households. The other 3 ministries are fully cooperating to assist without fail. Zhou Chen looked at the minister of the 6 ministries and said sternly, "Whatever happened to the change in the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces? Now that there was a mob rebellion in the land of Yenzhou, it was impossible for Zhou Chen to be indifferent and wait for the results of the 4 northwestern provinces first, putting the matter of Yenzhou on hold. That would only make Yenzhou the next of the 4 northwestern capitals." As the 8th sage King Zhou Xian said, if these mob rebellions were not quelled in time, the entire Yenzhou would be in jeopardy. This was not what Zhou Chen wanted to see. Therefore, Zhou Chen was going to have the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Mandarins make preparations in advance, and then decide on what to do next after learning about the specifics from the messenger. After Fang Xianling, the Minister of War, and the other 5 ministers heard these words from Zhou Chen, they bowed in unison and said, "I will obey the decree." Obviously, they had understood Zhou Chen's meaning. Although Zhou Chen said on his lips that he would wait for the messenger to wake up and ask about the specifics before discussing, but this immediate series of arrangements had revealed the decision in Zhou Chen's heart. After Zhou Chen finished speaking to the 6 ministers, he then looked at Prime Minister Yuan Bo, Prime Minister. Later on, you and Xiao Jingchun will go to the Imperial Master's palace on behalf of me and the court. Let's say that the Imperial Master died in battle for the country in Xi'an province, and that all 30,000 divine martial guards were wiped out. I will send someone to welcome back the remains of the Imperial Master. Zhou Chen said in a low tone. The death of Imperial Master Wen Zhong in battle and the annihilation of all 30,000 divine martial guards was by no means a simple loss of a courtier and 30,000 soldiers for Great Zhou. The significance and political implications are incalculable. If Zhou Chen did not harbor a golden finger that allowed him to sign out famous ministers and military generals, then the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong had really made the sky of the Great Zhou collapse in half. The old minister obeys the decree. Prime Minister Yuan Bo bowed with an expressionless face. That's all for now then. Retire from the court. With Yenzhou's 800 miles of urgency, Zhou Chen was in no mood to ask to rebuke the 100 officials about the news of the 4 northwestern provinces in this courtroom again. All will be known naturally when the news from the factory guards arrives. With the end of the morning court, the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong completely set off an uproar among the civil and military officials. Because in the courtroom, the 100 officials' heart even if again shocked, but also do not dare to show too much. But now, retired from the court, out of the Yangxin Hall, hundreds of officials are a few of the gathering together to talk about this matter. It is really the news that the great master Wen Zhong died in battle in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces is too powerful. so powerful that it is hard for the 100 officials to believe until now. The great master Wenzhong, the patriarch of the three dynasties, was the pillar that held up half of the sky of the great Zhou. Such a meritorious patriarch was killed in battle. Would you say the news is shocking? After walking out of the palace, the 100 officials all left in a hurry, each with a grave face, because they all knew what the great master Wenzhong meant to great Zhou. Now that the imperial master Wenzhong had died in battle, once the news spread, it would definitely be less turbulent. They all wanted to rush back immediately, have a good quiet time, and think about what kind of dynastic situation they would face next. There were also some officials who did not go home, but traveled in the direction of the Taishar's residence. Master Wenzhong, as a veteran of 3 dynasties, has been in the court for many years, and now that he has died in battle, some of the officials who usually come and go have to go to the master's residence to offer their condolences at this time. This included the mighty warlord, the minister of war, and other such people. Outside the palace gates, Prime Minister Yuan Bo and Chao Zhangchun were also traveling together in the direction of the imperial master's mansion. Chao Zhangchun, as the governor of the East Chamber and the most trusted eunuch by Zhou Chen's side, had no problem representing Zhou Chen, the emperor, to go to the imperial master's mansion. And Prime Minister Yuan Bo is also a veteran of 2 dynasties, now the only remaining auxiliary minister in the court, and is the head of the 100 officials of the prime minister. Instead of the court to the imperial household is also not much of a problem. This was what Zhou Chen was considering. Having these 2 people walk in his place in the court to deliver a message to the Taisha house is also considered to be a sign of importance to the Taisha house. An East Factory governor, the emperor's close confidant, and an auxiliary prime minister at the head of the 100 officials, both of them at the same time at the door. This is not a privileged treatment that anyone can receive. 082 Chapter Your Majesty's heart is already clear. And why ask the minister again? Inside the city of Luoyang, a strange scene appeared. Only the courtiers, who were usually seldom seen, were all traveling in one direction. This caused the people on the streets of the city to be puzzled beyond belief, not understanding what was going on today. Why were all these ministers, who were usually rarely seen, going in one direction? That direction seems to be the direction of the Master Tai's residence, right? Some of the people couldn't help but wonder even more after recognizing that direction as the location of the Imperial Master's mansion. Hasn't Master Wenzhong gone to the north with his army to relieve the disaster and quell the chaos? What are these officials doing in the Imperial household? The people whispered. I don't know when. A news that the Imperial Master Wenzhong died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces spread out. This was quickly spread among the people, and the rumor was spreading. It also created quite a storm among the people. Many of the people were saddened to learn that the great master Wenzhong died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces. Now they knew why so many officials were heading in the direction of the Imperial Master's residence today. Turns out it's their sky that's halfway down. That's right. In the people's mind, the Imperial Master Wenzhong is half of their heaven. Master Wenzhong was not only highly respected in the imperial court, but also in the civil society. Soon, the news that the Imperial Master Wenzhong had died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces spread throughout the city of Luoyang. Just as the news of the death of the Imperial Master Wenzhong in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces was spreading in Luoyang. Inside the palace, Yangxin Temple. After Zhou Chen got off the court, he returned to the Palace of Nurturing Heart with a gloomy face. Following behind Zhou Chen was Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling did not leave after the next dynasty, but was deliberately left behind by Zhou Chen. Fang Xianling, the 4 northern states are in a severe drought. First civil unrest broke out in the land of the 4 northwestern prefectures, and now there are mobs in the land of Yenzhou raising their flags to rebel. What do you say about the other 3 states? Zhou Chen asked as he sat down and glanced at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty's heart is already clear, so why ask the minister again? In Fang Xuanling's opinion, the 800-mile rush in Yenzhou just now had shown Zhou Chen the problems in the 4 northern states. Zhou Chen was only asking him now because he wanted to make sure. It didn't matter if he answered or not. The important thing was that Zhou Chen knew it all in his heart. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered for a moment after hearing Fang Xuanling's words. Yeah, he already knew it all in his mind. So why ask again? They say that a single spark can start a huge fire, and now he had seen it. This spark in the 4 northwestern provinces has really started a prairie fire, setting the 4 northern states ablaze. Zhou Chen's face was clouded for a moment. Judging from this message from Yenzhou's 800-mile emergency in the courtroom just now, Zhou Chen knew that the other 3 states in the north would not be peaceful. I'm afraid. The 4 northern states are in a severe drought. First, the 4 northwestern provinces have erupted in civil unrest, and now there is a mob in Yenzhou that has raised the flag to rebel. So it would be strange for the other 3 states to be peaceful next. Zhou Chen just didn't need to think about it and knew the theory of the butterfly effect. This is kind of a mess in the 4 northern states. At the thought of this, Zhou Chen's face became extremely gloomy. He had just settled the matter of Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin's foreign relatives, and had expected to be able to calm down for a few days and then continue with the next sweep of the court. However, he did not expect that this matter of the 4 northwestern provinces had suddenly disrupted his next plans, and now there was news like this from Yanzhou. Then I'm afraid he won't be able to follow his original plan, and he'll have to free up his hands to clean up this mess in the 4 northern states first. Zhou Chen raised his eyes to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling, I intend to allow you to take the officials to personally go to the land of the 4 northern states and take full responsibility for disaster relief, saving the people, and overseeing the officials of the various governments. What do you think? Zhou Chen knew that the mess that was the 4 northern states had to have a highly capable person to take charge of the whole situation and be responsible for the relief and rescue of the people. The others were either incapable or Zhou Chen couldn't be trusted, such as the 8th sage King Zhou Xian. The ability may be enough. The trust is also enough. But a Xian word, Zhou Chen did not dare to let him go to the land of the 4 northern states, because the situation in the land of the 4 northern states nowadays requires not a virtuous but a capable enough iron hand. Otherwise, it can't quell the situation in the 4 northern states. There was also the secretary of the Ministry of War, the Weiwu candidate. A few people, their abilities were good, and Zhou Chen also trusted them, but none of them were the most suitable candidates to do this, not to mention the others. The most suitable one at the moment is also Fang Xianling. Therefore, Zhou Chen decided to allow Fang Xianling to go to the 4 northern states to take full control of the disaster relief and rescue of the people. As for those mob rebels, Zhou Chen planned to send Lu Bu, a war god-level general, to sweep away all the rebels in the 4 northern states in one fell swoop. I obey the decree. Fang Xianling did not say anything more and directly bowed to receive the decree. For characters like Fang Xianling and the others who were signed out of the system, Zhou Chen's words were orders, and they would do whatever Zhou Chen told them to do. There will be no hesitation. Then you should make good preparations, especially those court officials sent down to supervise the disaster relief. Make sure to pick people who are competent and clean. Zhou Chen earnestly instructed Fang Xianling. Now the situation in the 4 northern states is very bad. If the officials sent down is not effective, then the supervision of the disaster relief things, not only can not play a good effect, will also play a counterproductive. At this point in time, this could go horribly wrong. Yes, Your Majesty. Fang Xianling understood Zhou Chen's meaning and nodded. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Go! Get ready first! After Fang Xianling left, Zhou Chen rubbed his brow with a somewhat large head. With Fang Xianling coordinating the matter of disaster relief and rescue for the 4 northern states, Zhou Chen was very relieved. With Fang Xianling's ability, it wasn't a big deal. By then, with Lu Bu suppressing and sweeping away those rebellious rebels, and with Fang Xianling behind the scenes providing relief and saving the people, we should be able to clean up the rotten situation in the 4 northern states. 800 miles of urgency. Get out of the way. Not long after the morning court, a messenger on a horse rushed into the city of Luoyang, crossed the street, and ran directly in the direction of the imperial palace. Another 800-mile rush? Yesterday there was an 800-mile emergency. Today there was an 800-mile emergency early in the morning. And here comes another 800-mile emergency. What the hell is going on here? When the people on the street heard the voice of 800 miles of urgency, they hurriedly made way for it. Looking at the faraway back, they all whispered about it. 800 miles of urgency. The Easy King has raised his flag in Daiju to rebel. After most of the day had passed, another 800-mile rush rushed into the city of Luoyang. Mercedes-Benz on the street, speeding rapidly in the direction of the imperial palace. However, this time, the shouts of the 800-mile expedited messenger were a shock to the people in Luoyang city. What? Easy King Chocho has raised his flag and rebelled in Daiju? Not only the people, but the people from all the powers were shocked when they heard the news. Chapter 083, Your Majesty, there is news from the 4 northwestern provinces. Within a short period of one day, several 800-mile expedited flights entered Luoyang city. This caused the atmosphere in Luoyang city to become tense and gloomy all of a sudden. Originally, the death of the imperial master Wenzhong had already cast a shadow over this divine capital, but next, a series of several 800-mile expedited entries into the city had aggravated this layer of shadow on the divine capital even more. Everyone realized that I'm afraid something terribly important has happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for several 800-mile expedites to enter the palace one after another within a day's time. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen looked at the 800 miles expedited letters placed in front of him, and his face was extremely gloomy. As expected, in the 4 northern states, in addition to Yanzhou, where hundreds of thousands of mobs had already gathered to raise their flags in revolt, the other 3 states had their own civil revolts and attacks on cities and towns. These 800-mile expedited letters were the urgent pleas for help that came from the 4 northern state capitals. counting the one in Yenzhou in addition to the 800-mile expedited. This was a full 9 800-mile expedited. 9 800-mile expeditions in just one day. What kind of a concept is that? Since the founding of the Great Zhou, such a 800 miles expedited event of 9 courses in a row within a day's time had never happened before. The 4 northern states are in complete disarray. Zhou Chen had a gloomy face, although he had anticipated it earlier. When Zhou Chen actually received these 800-mile expedited letters from the land of the 4 northern states, it was still hard to hide the gloom in his heart, especially the one that came from Dai Zhou. The 800 miles of urgency. The easy King Zhou potential Dai Zhou has raised his flag in rebellion with the faint ruler's impoliteness, and has gathered more than 100,000 soldiers and horses, occupying half of Dai Zhou's land. This 800 miles expedited directly caused Zhou Chen's face to be gloomy to the extreme. Didn't easy King Zhou Chen accompany Imperial Master Wen Zhong to provide disaster relief in the 4 northwestern provinces to quell civil unrest? The Imperial Master Wen Zhong died in battle. 30,000 divine martial guards were wiped out. How did easy King Zhou Chen escape? He even fled to Daejeon to raise the flag and rebel? And how did easy King Zhou Chen gather over 100,000 troops in a short period of time? Who was it that leaked the news of Luoyang to easy King Zhou Chen, telling easy King Zhou Chen about the raid on his royal residence? A series of questions surfaced in Zhou Chen's mind. Zhou Chen wouldn't simply think that easy King Zhou Chen hadn't gotten the news that the easy King's royal residence had been raided, and had run off to Daizhou to raise the flag and rebel. It simply doesn't make sense. Apparently, it was the easy king who knew that the easy king's royal residence had been raided before he fled to Daiju to raise his flag in rebellion. Just as Zhou Chen was frowning and thinking deeply about these questions, Cao Zhengchun walked in with a grave expression on his face. Anyone knows that in just one day's time, several 800-mile expedites were sent to the Palace of Nourishment. The atmosphere in the Yushin Hall was heavy. No one dares to be careless. Cao Zhengchun is no exception. Your Majesty, the factory guards sent to the 4 northwestern provinces have returned with news. Please, Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun took out a letter with the unique seal of the East Chamber from his sleeve and sent it to Zhou Chen. Oh! A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Zhou Chen had been waiting for news to come back from the 4 northwestern provinces. He wanted to see what kind of change had happened in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces that had caused his Great Zhou's prime pillar to die in battle, and had caused the entirety of his Great Zhou's most elite 30,000 divine martial guards to be wiped out. Now, finally, it's time. Zhou Chen immediately took the letter from Cao Zhengchun's hand and tore it open directly. There are not many words on the letter, but there are quite a few. Zhou Chen swept away with a glance. The first thing I read was the Great Master Wen Zhong was surrounded by 9 great masters of the Yellow Sky sect and died of exhaustion. Seeing this content, Zhou Chen's pupils shrunk a little. 9 Grand Masters? What kind of power can take out 9 experts like Grand Masters at a time? Do you really think that Grand Masters are worthless and walk all over the place? Zhou Chen continued to look down, and the more he looked, the more his face sank. When Zhou Chen finished reading the contents of the letter, he ruthlessly slapped the letter on the dragon case. Yellow Sky Cult. What a death wish. Zhou Chen's face was as gloomy as water, and he showed a murderous intent. Zhou Chen did not expect that the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces of the land turned out to be the Yellow Sky sect at work. It was the Yellow Heavenly Army of the Yellow Heavenly sect that ambushed the 30,000 divine martial guards, leaving the 30,000 divine martial guards all but wiped out. The Yellow Heavenly sect also sent out 9 great masters to besiege the Great Master Wen Zhong to death. Everything that has changed is on the Yellow Sky Cult, a semi-river and lake sect, actually trying to overthrow my Great Zhou, and killing my Great Zhou's prime minister, and having 30,000 divine martial guards wiped out. How very nice. A cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Judging from this information that the factory guards had sent back, Zhou Chen knew that this Yellow Sky sect's plot was not formed in a short period of time at all. Instead, it's a long time to prepare. The fact that the Yellow Heavenly Army was able to cause the entirety of the 30,000 divine martial guards to be wiped out was the best explanation. Among those 800 miles of urgent letters before, half of them were also about the Yellow Sky Army rebels. Zhou Chen had thought that this Yellow Heavenly Army was no different from those mob rebellions, and that it was just an ordinary chaotic rebellion. Now, it seems that he was the one who thought wrongly, and I'm afraid that this Yellow Heavenly Army of the Yellow Heavenly sect's rebellion was premeditated. Zhou Chen raised his eyes and looked at Cao Zhengchun and said, Cao Zhengchun, immediately summon the 100 officials to the court. No matter whether this Yellow Sky sect was premeditated or whether it was an ordinary rebellion of the disorganized people, he dared to kill Wen Zhong, the prime minister of his Great Zhou, and let 30,000 divine martial guards spill their blood in the 4 northwestern provinces. Then Zhou Chen was going to make them pay for their blood debts and completely eliminate them all. Yes, Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun answered and left the Hall of Nurturing Heart. After Cao Zhengchun left, Zhou Chen looked at this letter in his hand again with a gloomy gaze. In this letter, the factory guards did not only describe the changes before and after the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong and the annihilation of the 30,000 Divine Martial Guards, and some news about the Yellow Sky Cult rebels. After the Yellow Sky sect rebels occupied the 4 northwestern provinces, they began to sweep across the entire land of Yong and Yu states. A large portion of Yangzhou had been captured. Half of Yuzhou had also been captured. And even the 2 states of Yenzhou and Daizhou were infested with the Yellow Sky sect's Yellow Sky army. It could be said that nowadays, in the land of the 4 northern continents, the biggest rebel force was the Yellow Sky army of the Yellow Sky sect. In addition to the information about the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, what made Zhou Chen care the most was that there was also the news about the duo of Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi on it. The Imperial Master Wen Zhong died in Xi'an province. 30,000 Divine Martial Guards were wiped out, and the Easy King Zhou Chen and the Kong King Zhou Qi were captured by the Yellow Heavenly Cult rebels, and finally surrendered to the Yellow Heavenly Cult rebels and entered into an alliance with them to raise their flag and rebel against the government. Zhou Chen's eyes had been glued to this message. Just now he had been pondering how Easy King Zhou Chen had escaped to Daizhou to raise his flag in rebellion. It turns out that he was captured by the Yellow Sky Cult rebels and eventually surrendered, and also entered into a rebel alliance with the Yellow Sky Cult rebels. What a great example of royalty. 084 Chapter Chao Zhangchun. Let the East Chamber investigate for me. The Golden Palace. The civil and military officials all had tight faces. To be honest, they still hadn't gotten over the thunderbolt of news that all 30,000 Divine Martial Guards had been wiped out and that Imperial Master Wen Zhong had died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces. It was then heard again. Several 800-mile expeditions being sent to the palace in the course of a day. Obviously, it's something else out of the ordinary. Zhou Chen, the emperor, suddenly summoned their civil and military officials, which had to make the civil and military officials look tense. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair and looked down at the 100 officials. I'm sure you all already know that within the span of this day, 800-mile expedites were sent into the palace. Dear ministers, you should all be wondering what's wrong with these 800-mile expeditions, right? I tell you that these 800-mile expedites are all letters of request for help from the 4 northern continents. See for yourselves what exactly is going on, all of you. Zhou Chen said and swept a glance at Chao Zhangchun. Chao Zhangchun, show all 8 of those 800-mile expedited letters to the 100 officials. When Chao Zhangchun heard this, he immediately sent those 800 miles expedited to the civil and military officials. A plea for help from the 4 northern states? After the civil and military officials heard Zhou Chen's words, many of them were speculating in their hearts that something big had happened in the 4 northern states, and they had actually sent 800-mile expedited letters of request for assistance to the imperial court in a row. With doubts, the civil and military officials received the 800 miles of expedited from Chao Zhangchun's hand and took turns to look at them. When the 100 officials finished reading these 800 miles of urgency, everyone's face was quite grave. None of them had expected that the land of the 4 northern continents would be in such a state of chaos all of a sudden, with mobs revolting and overrunning multiple prefectural lands. That's true for all 4 states, which is just unthinkable. Especially the Easy King Zhou Qian actually did not have an accident in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, but fled to Daizhou to openly raise the flag to rebel, which made the 100 officials' faces even more grave. Who is Easy King Zhou Chen? That's the son of the late emperor, the 4th brother of this one in the dragon chair today. The status is nothing to sneeze at. When such a figure openly raises the flag in rebellion, the impact and consequences of that are incalculable. Seeing that the 100 officials had finished reading the 800 miles expedited letters, Zhou Chen raised his eyes and swept a glance at the civil and military officials. The 800 miles expedited of the 4 northern states have all been read by all of you. This northern 4 states of the 800 li expedited thing, I first do not say. I also have a letter from the 4 northwestern provinces to the ministers of love to see. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, he signaled Chao Zhangchun again. Chao Zhangchun immediately sent the letter that the factory guards had sent back to the 100 officials. Letters from the 4 northwestern provinces? The pupils of the civil and military officials all flickered slightly this time. It was really that the 4 words Northwest 4 prefectures were too sensitive. After all, the Imperial Master Wen Zhong was the one who had just died in battle in the Xi'an province of the 4 northwestern provinces, and the 30,000 Divine Martial Guards had been completely wiped out in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Zhou Chen, the emperor, now said that he had letters from the 4 northwestern provinces to show to their 100 officials, which had to make the 100 officials think more. It seemed that this letter from the 4 northwestern provinces was the main focus of Zhou Chen, the emperor, who had summoned their 100 officials this time. The 100 officials once again took the letter from Chao Zhangchun's hands and took turns reading it. When the 100 officials finished reading this letter from the 4 northwestern provinces, their faces were many times more grave than before. All of you have finished reading, haven't you? Is there anything you want to say? Zhou Chen asked as he scanned the 100 officials. The 100 officials looked at each other and were all silent with grave expressions. It is really the content of the letter on the impact of the 100 officials is too big. Who did not expect? The change of the 4 provinces in the northwest is actually Huang Tianjiao Ghost. But which one can stand in this golden palace? And which one is a little cute? If the Yellow Sky sect was really so capable of being watertight and airtight, then I'm afraid it would have been a success a long time ago. Then there's no need to wait until it's still a small fight. Clearly, something is very wrong here. Therefore, none of the 100 officials present dared to open their mouths easily. Since the secretaries are unwilling to speak, then I will speak. I really didn't expect that the prime of my great Zhou was actually defeated in the hands of the Yellow Sky sect's demons, and my great Zhou's most elite divine martial guards were also destroyed by the Yellow Sky sect's Yellow Sky army. Who can tell me when the hundreds of thousands of well-trained Yellow Sky army were trained? And where did the 9 Grand Masters of the Yellow Sky sect come from? How the Yellow Sky sect has been plotting for a long time, training armored soldiers and concealing weapons, and hasn't a bit of news leaked out? Who covered the tracks for them? Zhou Chen coldly scanned the civil and military officials. Zhou Chen's every line of questioning caused the faces of the civil and military officials in the hall to cluster. Yeah, from these things of the Yellow Sky sect, the Yellow Sky sect is obviously early plans. Training soldiers, private weapons and soldiers. Such a big movement to not be rubbed in. It is very difficult to do. But that was the case. Not a bit of this information from the Yellow Sky sect had come out before. It would be a dead giveaway to say that no one covered for it. And wanting to do a complete job of covering up these traces for the Yellow Sky sect and not being discovered was not something an ordinary person could do. Definitely someone with status and position. Maybe in the midst of a full courtroom. Zhou Chen swept back and forth across the entire court. His eyes cold and his face somber. The matter of the Yellow Sky sect was something that an average person would be able to find problems with, let alone Zhou Chen, the emperor. In particular, the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces appeared to be the Yellow Sky sect at work, but there was definitely a push behind it. Zhou Chen did not believe that a Yellow Sky sect, which was only a semi-river and lake power, could take out 9 Grand Master experts at once. Do you really think a Grand Master's expert is worthless? Even if the great general's house was powerful for a while, how many Grandmaster experts were in it? Zhou Chen coldly scanned the civil and military officials and said, regardless of who covered up these traces for the Yellow Sky sect, I will not lightly forgive him. My Taisher can't die in vain. My 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters can't die in vain. Huang Tian cult I will eliminate, but the people involved with it, I won't let go of one of them either. Speaking of this, Zhou Chen glanced at Cao Zhangchun. Cao Zhangchun, have the East Chamber investigate for me? Look into it well and carefully. Anyone who is involved with the Yellow Sky sect, no matter who it is, without having to ask for instructions, will directly exterminate the 9 clans. The 100 officials couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they heard this. They clearly felt Zhou Chen's intense killing intent. Even Prime Minister Yuan Bo, who was standing at the front, had his face slightly changed. However, calm was soon restored. Old slave obeys the order. Cao Zhangchun bowed to receive the order. He can't do anything else in the East Chamber, but checking people out, arresting people, killing people, that's definitely the way to go. Chapter 085, What should be done about the 4 northern continents? The Golden Palace. The thick killing intent that erupted from Zhou Chen, the emperor, made the civil and military officials shudder. In the cognizance of the 100 officials, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had never revealed such a strong killing intent in this courtroom since his ascension to the throne. Obviously, the total annihilation of the 30,000 divine martial guards and the death of the imperial master when Zhong in battle this time had angered the most sensitive nerves of this emperor. It moved this emperor to true anger. Many officials were drumming in their hearts. Since Zhou Chen, the emperor, had fully recovered physically, and had purged the party of foreign relatives represented by Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin, this emperor's majesty was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, they hadn't felt much pressure on Zhou Chen's body. However, right now, they felt more than just pressure on Zhou Chen's body. There was also so much heartfelt fear. Next to him, Cao Zhangchun led the order and then swept a sinister glance at the civil and military officials below. Cao Zhangchun knows that since the East Chamber has successively gone on a cleaning spree in the imperial palace, and has been responsible for plagiarizing and exterminating the mansions of more than 20 officials, including the great general's house, these civil and military officials have had a lot of opinions about the East Chamber. But so what? As long as this one on the dragon chair has no problem with their East Chamber. As for the others, Cao Zhangchun didn't care at all. After Zhou Chen gave such an order to Cao Zhangchun, he then looked at the civil and military officials again with a cold face. These 800 miles of expedited letters from the 4 northern continents, All of you have read them. Now, what do you all say about how the matter of the 4 northern continents should be resolved? And the matter of the Yellow Sky Cult rebels, what should be done about it? Zhou Chen looked at the civil and military officials and asked. Zhou Chen knew that he had not summoned the 100 officials to the court to question them about the Yellow Sky sect. Rather, we need to discuss a solution to these matters in the 4 northern states. As soon as Zhou Chen's words had fallen, the mighty warrior candidate on the side of the military generals immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, the last general requests to fight. Now that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces has been clarified, the great master died at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect demons, and my 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters of the northern battalion were all wiped out at the hands of the Yellow Sky army. Then I will ask for battle. I would like to lead a large army to the 4 northern continents to exterminate the Yellow Sky sect rebels for the court in one fell swoop, and to recover this blood debt for the imperial master and my 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters of the northern battalion. The mighty warrior candidate arched his hand and asked for battle. Previously, because the situation of the 4 northwestern provinces was unknown, Wei Wuhou also temporarily did not say anything. However, now that the situation in the 4 northwestern provinces had been clarified, the imperial master Wen Zhong and the 30,000 divine martial guards had all died in the hands of the Yellow Sky sect demons. Then as the Wei Wu waiter who was now in charge of the North Camp divine martial guards, he must come forward and ask for war to avenge the 30,000 divine martial guards and the eunuch Wenzhong. Your Majesty, the last general requests to fight. A mere Yellow Sky sect demon actually dared to raise the flag in rebellion, killing my great Zhou's prime minister, old imperial master, and overthrowing 30,000 of my Shenwu elites. It's simply a crime. If my great Zhou doesn't immediately send troops to exterminate these rebels, what will happen to the majesty of my great Zhou? With mighty warlord's invitation to fight, the other generals on the military side followed suit and stepped forward to ask for battle one after another. Being a veteran of 3 dynasties, the imperial master Wenzhong was quite influential among the military generals. Now that Master Wenzhong died in the hands of the Yellow Sky sect demons, and 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters were also annihilated in the hands of the Yellow Sky army, these generals naturally had to come forward to avenge Master Wenzhong and 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters. Besides, for a military general, the ability to fight in the battlefield would be more than he could ask for. Looking at the military generals who had come forward to ask for war, Zhou Chen did not show any indication, but instead looked again at the civil officials led by Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Soldiers are tricky. It is no small matter to raise an army since ancient times. As the saying goes, use the martial arts as a plant, and the literary arts as a seed. The meaning of the military generals Zhou Chen knew. Then Zhou Chen wanted to see what the civilian side had to offer. Your Majesty, the old minister has always felt that trespassing is a matter of national importance, but nowadays, rebels are rising up in the 4 northern prefectures, and they are entrapping the people and attacking the cities, and there are already several prefectures that they have captured. If these rebels cannot be exterminated in time, I am afraid that it will cause great trouble, especially the Yellow Sky sect demon, the most adept at demagoguery, has already captured half of the land of the 2 states of Yong and Yu, becoming the number 1 rebel in the 4 northern states, and also killed the imperial master Wenzhong and overthrew 30,000 divine martial guards of my imperial court. If my great Zhou court doesn't immediately send a large army to eliminate it, then the majesty of my great Zhou court will be gone. Therefore, the old minister thought that a large army should be immediately mobilized to the land of the 4 northern states to exterminate the rebels. Prime Minister Yuan Bo stood out and said forcefully, Your Majesty, I agree with the Prime Minister. The court should immediately mobilize a large army to eliminate these rebels. Otherwise, the land around the north is in danger, and Great Zhou is in danger. The Minister of the Household stood out to agree with Prime Minister Yuan Bo's opinion and said, immediately after that, the Minister of War, the King of the 8 Wise Men, the Minister of Justice, and these civil ministers also came forward to advise. Their meaning was the same as that of the military generals on the one hand, and that was to immediately send troops to the lands surrounding the north to exterminate the rebels. This is the trend of the big picture. Zhou Chen looked at the meaning of the civil ministers as the same as the military generals, so he nodded his head and said, since the meaning of all the secretaries is to immediately mobilize a large army to pacify the rebels, then who do you think would be appropriate to lead an expedition to the 4 northern states? And how many troops should the 12 divine martial guards mobilize for the expedition? Zhou Chen asked the 100 officials. That's the point of the deliberation. The 100 officials all frowned when they heard Zhou Chen's words. Nowadays, there are many rebels in the 4 northern states. Especially the Yellow Heavenly Army of the Yellow Heavenly Sect is the most powerful, and the next one is the Easy King Zhou Qian, who also rebelled with more than 100,000 mercenaries in Daizhou. In addition to these two largest rebels, there were a dozen other rebels, large and small. If fewer armies were mobilized, it would simply not be enough to exterminate these rebel insurgents. But if more armies are mobilized, then the defense of this Luoyang will be empty. After all, the 12 divine martial guards had now died in battle with 30,000 divine martial guards, leaving only the 11 guards with over 300,000 troops. There is also the choice of generals that is particularly important. As the saying goes, when a general is incompetent, 3 armies are exhausted. If the generals who go out to quell the rebellion are not well chosen, then not to mention quelling the rebellion, they will tire out the 3 armies. If General Wu Jin and Master Wen Zhong were present, then the generals who would lead the troops to go out to quell the rebellion would undoubtedly be the best choice for these two. But now, both of them, General Wu Jin and Master Wen Zhong, are dead. Then the only one left would be the mighty candidate who would be suitable. After all, Wei Wu Waiter is also a famous veteran general, following the side of the great Master Wen Zhong, and has fought countless battles in his life, and has a high prestige in the army, second only to the great Master Wen Zhong. Otherwise, when the great Master Wen Zhong went to the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, he would not have let the Wei Wu candidate take charge of the northern battalion Shenwu 6 guards. 086 Chapter Chao Zhangchun. Read my decree, Your Majesty. The old minister thought that the mighty warrior candidate was suitable. The mighty martial candidate has fought countless battles in his life, and is also an established veteran general, second only to the imperial master in prestige in the army. It would be most appropriate and proper for the mighty warrior candidate to lead the troops to the 4 northern states to quell the rebellion. Prime Minister Yuan Bo recommended Wei Wu candidate as the general for this expedition to quell the rebellion in the 4 northern states. After the death of the great General Wu Jin and the eunuch Wen Zhong, nowadays in the dynasty, whirling up the prestige and the ability to command troops in the army, also belongs to the strongest of the Wei Wu Waiter. The other generals are a little worse. Therefore, whether it was the 100 officials or Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the first general who came to mind to go out to quell the rebellion was the Wei Wu candidate. Zhou Chen nodded his head after hearing this, not favoring or opposing it, and looked towards the other officials. Your Majesty, I am also in favor of the mighty warrior candidate leading the army. However, there are many rebels in the lands surrounding the north nowadays, and I feel that I'm afraid that I can't rely on mighty warrior candidate alone. Therefore, I thought that General Lu Bu should lead the army together with candidate Wei Wu, and the two of them should each command an army and split into 2 to quell the rebellion. This way, if something goes wrong on one side, the other side can back up. It's more stable. The Minister of War stepped forward and said, in fact, if you want to whip up a unified army to fight, the Secretary of the Ministry of War is not inferior to the mighty warlord at all. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for the Minister of War to sit in the position of Minister of War, overseeing the entire Ministry of War. This is not a seat for the faint of heart. If you don't know about military affairs, you don't know how to command troops, and you can't sit in this position without a certain accumulation of military achievements. It was just that the prestige of the mighty candidate was a bit greater than that of the Minister of War. Along with the admonition of the Minister of War, the 8 wise kings also came forward. Your Majesty, I agree with the Minister of War. Nowadays, the situation in the 4 northern states is indeed not optimistic, and I'm afraid it's difficult for mighty candidate alone to eliminate all the rebels. If General Lu Bu can lead an expedition together, he can more quickly eliminate the rebels and pacify the rebellion in the 4 northern states. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian was aware of Lu Bu's battle power, which was the existence of a halberd that could send Zhou Russian, a half-step celestial, flying, plus Lu Bu is a military general. If Lu Bu could lead the army, then the chaos in the 4 northern states could be settled. As for the Wei Wu candidate, his prestige and ability to lead troops into battle is indeed the strongest in the current dynasty. But can he be stronger than the Imperial Master Wen Zhong? Even the great Master Wen Zhong died in battle in the hands of the Yellow Sky Sect demons. So if the mighty candidate alone led the army to quell the rebellion, wouldn't that be giving them food? Therefore, this was the reason why the two of them, the Minister of War and the 8 wise kings, had admonished Lu Bu to go on the expedition together. What about the soldiers and horses? How much mobilization is appropriate? Zhou Chen asked again. Your Majesty, of the 12 guards of Shenwu, now that 30,000 men from one guard have died in battle following the Imperial Master in the 4 northwestern provinces, only the 11 guards with more than 300,000 soldiers and horses remain. And as the divine martial guards are fundamental to guarding the divine capital of Luoyang and deterring the world, Luoyang's safety and security is also a top priority. Therefore, I thought that the Shenwai should leave at least 100,000 troops to guard Luoyang. The Secretary of the Ministry of War was in charge of military affairs, so he had the most say in the matter. The Minister of War immediately stood up again and said, "The other ministers, such as the 8th Sage King and the mighty warlord, were also in agreement. As the divine capital of the Great Zhou, the importance of Luoyang naturally needed no further explanation. If there weren't enough troops to hold the fort, if something unexpected happened, it would be a big problem. Therefore, the opinions of all the 100 officials were that the least number of divine martial guards should leave behind 100,000 troops to guard divine Emperor Luoyang." Seeing that Feng Xianling had not spoken, Zhou Chen looked at him. "Feng Xianling, what do you suggest?" The 100 officials all looked at Feng Xianling as well. 100 officials' heart is clear. This Feng Xianling is the dragon chair on the one's close friends. They all wanted to see what good advice Feng Xianling had to offer. "Your Majesty, all the ministers have spoken comprehensively, so I won't say any more. However, what I want to say is that there are many rebels in the 4 northern states, and they have gradually become a climate, so the imperial army must, with the momentum of thunder sweeping the whirlpool, sweep away the rebels in the 4 states in one fell swoop. They must not be given the slightest chance, or the court will be dragged into a quagmire by the situation around the north. And the divine martial guards are still slightly short of the large army that can be mobilized, in addition to the soldiers that have to be left behind to guard Luoyang. Therefore, I suggest that your Majesty can give a decree to the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Shilong, allowing each of them to transfer their monarchs southward to quell the rebellion." Feng Xianling said slowly. Feng Xianling's words caused the faces of the 100 officials to change slightly. Prime Minister Yuan Bo immediately stood out and objected, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible. The two of you, Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Shilong, guarded the borders and defended against the northern Di and Shirong foreigners. If the decree is given that the two Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Shilong will move their troops south to quell the rebellion, then the border defenses will be empty. At that time, once the northern Di and Shirong foreign tribes make a move, then the border defense will be in danger. At that time, what Great Zhou will have to face can no longer be mobs that have just put down their farming tools, but ferocious iron horsemen foreigners. So, please think twice, Your Majesty," Prime Minister Yuan Bo said, stating the powerful relationship. "Your Majesty, Lord Prime Minister is right. The Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Shilong are both heavily responsible for the Great Zhou border. The border troops under their command cannot be easily mobilized to go south to quell the rebellion. If there is a loss on the border, then how the border defense that Great Zhou has been navigating for many years will be ruined. This consequence cannot be borne by Great Zhou." The Minister of the Household also stood up against Feng Xianling's proposal. Immediately following, 7 or 8 ministers in a row stood out against mobilizing the border troops to the south. After all, in the view of these ministers in the court, the rebels in the 4 northern states were just some mobs, and could not be compared to the foreigners outside the Guanwei. If the mobilization of border troops to the south, once the border has any failure, then the Great Zhou face is not only some mobs so simple. Instead, they are ferocious and tough foreigners. It's really going to be a pain in the ass when it comes down to it. After Zhou Chen heard Feng Xianling's words and the objections of these ministers, his face didn't have much of a change of expression, but instead he directly glanced at Cao Zhangchun next to him and said, "Cao Zhangchun, read out my decree." When Cao Zhangchun heard this, he directly took out the imperial decree that had been prepared long ago. The emperor has decreed to appoint Wei Wu Waiter as the Zhou Lang general, and to lead 100,000 Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards to go forward to the 4 northern states to exterminate the Yellow Heavenly Sex rebels. The emperor has decreed that Lu Bu be appointed as the Zhou Lang general to lead 100,000 Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guards to the 4 northern states to exterminate Easy King Zhou Qian's rebel army. The emperor has a decree. Sealed Feng Xianling, 8 virtuous King Zhou Xian 2 people as ministers, to the north of the 4 states of the land fully responsible for disaster relief. The matter of saving the people. The emperor has decreed that the Ministry of War be ordered to immediately summon Marquis Jinbei, Marquis Shilong and the 2 of them to mobilize some of the border troops to go south to quell the rebellion. After Cao Zhangchun finished reading the imperial decree, he retreated to the side, and when the 100 officials heard these decrees read out by Cao Zhangchun, they all looked puzzled. It turns out that Zhou Chen, the emperor, has long had a decision in his heart, and it is not too far from those admonitions they just made. Chapter 087, I have decided on this matter. It's true that the mind of an emperor is the most difficult to gauge. The civil and military officials had a deeper understanding of Zhou Chen, the emperor's city. None of them had expected that Zhou Chen, the emperor, had turned out to have already prepared an imperial decree regarding these matters in the 4 northern states. Only so also called them 100 officials to the court. To put it nicely is the deliberation. To put it badly, is nothing more than to go through the motions. By the way, I'm looking at the attitudes of all their officials. After listening to Cao Zhangchuan's reading of these imperial decrees, the 5 people, Wei Wu Ho, Lu Bu, the 8 sage King Zhou Xian, Fang Xianling, and the Minister of War all bowed and said, "Obey the decree." While Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of the Household and a few others were quick to stop it again, "Your Majesty, you can't transfer the border army south. The weight of the border gate. Well, I have already decided on this matter, so you don't need to say any more." Before Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue had finished speaking, Zhou Chen waved his hand in an indisputable manner, interrupting their next words. Prime Minister Yuan Bo and several people from the Ministry of Revenue took one look at Zhou Chen's unquestionable attitude, so they had no choice but to give up. However, their eyes flickered slightly. It seems that this one on the dragon chair has an idea about the two marquises on the border, and wants to take advantage of this chaos in the 4 northern states to test the two marquises. In this golden palace cannot be a simple character. Are sinking the officials see most of the life of the old foxes, who is not aware that the form of the Great Zhou nowadays already belongs to the state of Sunset. Although the one in the dragon chair had recently resolved the party of foreign relatives represented by Empress Wu Ying and Great General Wu Jin, and had recovered quite a lot of power in the court. Still, it didn't have much of an impact on the whole sunsetting situation of the Great Zhou. The center's hold on the local level has long been weak and unlike the old days. In particular, the control of the border can be said to be weak to the extreme. The 3 marquises guarding the border, with large armies in hand, have been sitting on the border for many years, and their prestige and power have long been entrenched in the borderlands, and their power is unrivaled. The central court has also long since lost much of its power over them. The one on the dragon chair, knowing all this, but also clear mobilization of border troops south will make the border defense instability, will give the foreigners outside the pass can take advantage of the opportunity, but still unquestionably under the mobilization of the border troops to the south to quell the rebellion such a decree. Clearly, this is drunkenness. After Zhou Chen interrupted Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the others, he looked at the 8th Magisterial King Zhou Xian, 8th Magisterial King. As a veteran of 3 dynasties and a pillar of the Great Zhou, the Great Master has spent his life bowing and scraping for my Great Zhou. Now that the Great Master has died at the hands of the Yellow Sky Sect demons, my Great Zhou Imperial family cannot go without a sign. Immediately mobilize 2 Grand Masters from the Imperial family, as well as Zhou Shan, and have them follow the mighty candidate to the 4 northern states to quell the rebellion. I will make the Yellow Sky Sect demons completely disappear into the river of history, Zhou Chen said with a cold aura flashing in his eyes. With the previous experience of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong, Zhou Chen would not make such a mistake again. Although Wei Wu Waiter was also a Grand Master's expert, he was only in the late Grand Master's stage, and his strength was still inferior to that of the Great Master Wen Zhong. Even the Grand Master, a peak Grand Master and an unrivaled expert of the same rank, had died under the siege of the 9 Grand Masters of the Yellow Sky Sect, so Zhou Chen had to consider for the safety of the mighty warrior candidate. Therefore, Zhou Chen had to mobilize 2 Grand Masters from the Imperial family, plus Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, to follow the mighty candidate to the 4 northern states to exterminate the Yellow Sky Sect. With Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, in place, that Yellow Sky Sect's Grand Master expert couldn't make any waves. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the 8th Sage King Zhou Xian immediately bowed and said, "Minister, obey the decree." How the Great Zhou Imperial family has been passed down for many years, there is naturally some depth to it. In addition to Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial whose lifespan no longer had much time left, there were several other great masters, all of whom were members of the Imperial Zhou family name. Previously, Zhou Chen did not have enough control over the interior of the royal family, and he was somewhat unable to control these experts within the royal family. But now, if these people dare to do anything else, then Zhou Chen didn't suggest letting them all go to the Western Paradise to meet Buddha Rulai. The civil and military officials beside him all changed their faces slightly when they heard that Zhou Chen was actually going to let the one who had been sitting in the Patriarch's mansion accompany the mighty warrior candidate on the expedition. Zhou Shan was probably nothing to Zhou Chen, but, for the 100 officials, it was an existence that supported the Great Zhou royal family from falling. Now, Zhou Chen actually wanted such a character to accompany the mighty warrior candidate on his expedition to the 4 northern states, which caused the hearts of the 100 officials to be shocked. It seemed that this one on the dragon chair wanted to completely suppress the Yellow Sky Sect. 2 half-step celestials? I'm afraid there's not much suspense in the situation in these 4 northern states. The 100 officials thought darkly in their hearts. None of the 100 officials had expected that Zhou Chen would actually send out 2 half-step celestial powerhouses, Lu Bu and Zhou Shan, in order to exterminate the rebels in the 4 northern states. That's a lot to ask of those rebels in the 4 northern states. After retiring from the court, the Minister of the Household, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Public Works were gathered at the Prime Minister's residence. In the hall, Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat and discreetly glanced at the Minister of Households and several people. At the court meeting, You all heard the Emperor's decree to the East Factory. The hawks and dogs of the East Chamber are pervasive, so all be cautious and careful not to make any mistakes. Now that the Emperor's gaze and energy has been pulled over by the affairs of the 4 northern states, there won't be any major changes in the court for the time being. However, once the matter of the 4 northern states is settled, that one will still return to move the court. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said with a worried frown. Yes, 1,000 calculations were made, but I just didn't count on the fact that the one in the palace had not only fully recovered physically, but also purged the party of foreign relatives represented by the Empress and the Great General. Now all our scheming has come to naught, and we may even get into trouble. The Minister of the Household sighed with a grave expression. Their previous schemes had all unfolded with Zhou Chen lying on his deathbed, unable to control the dynasty. But now, Zhou Chen, the Emperor, had not only fully recovered physically, but even the party of foreign relatives represented by the Empress and the Great General had been purged by him. He also collected the military power of the 12 guards of Shenwu in Luoyang and controlled part of the dynasty. The most important thing was the appearance of the 2 half-step celestials, Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun, which made their hearts even heavier. This is if the slightest trace is found out, not to mention that their plans have come to naught, even they have to suffer along with them. The good thing, though, is that they've handled the heads and tails so cleanly that they shouldn't be able to find out anything easily. What's the use of talking about this now? It's better to quickly have someone quietly send a message to the north. Let them make more preparations. As long as the situation in the 4 northern states can be dragged out for a day, that will be favorable to us. However, we don't need to worry too much. The matter of the 4 northwestern provinces, we just did a push, and nothing directly related to us. It's all the Yellow Sky sect's doing. Is it possible that the one in the palace still wants to count on all of our families? The Minister of Justice also said with a frown on his face. However, in the view of the Minister of Justice, the matter of the Northwest 4 prefectures of the land of the people of them is just a pushover. But the real hands of the Yellow Sky sect, they are not directly involved. Besides, since ancient times, is there not a lot of things like this kind of calculations in the officialdom? To do the push to get rid of political opponents? It's no big deal. 088 Chapter 088, will your majesty please speak clearly? After the Minister of Public Works heard these words from the Minister of Criminal Affairs, he glanced at the Minister of Criminal Affairs without any good humor. It's easy for you to say that. It's not like you didn't see the attitude of the one on the dragon chair at the court meeting just now. Anyone involved with the Yellow Sky sect will be directly executed to the 9 clans without having to ask for instructions. Do you think that, with such an attitude of the one in the dragon chair, he would care if you are directly or not directly related? The Minister of Industry looked at the Minister of Justice and said. The Minister of Criminal Affairs sniffed, and returned the Minister of Labor's sentence with the same lack of humor. Then is it useful for you to worry about it? Instead of worrying about this and that, we should quickly think about how we can get something all settled once and for all. If that doesn't work, big deal. Roll out a couple of scapegoats. The Minister of Justice said with a twinkle in his eye. As the Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, in charge of criminal law cases and prisons, for this kind of underhanded operation, to take off the crime to replace the thing, that is more than a handful. If the one in the palace bites the dust, then we'll have to roll out some people as scapegoats. The Prime Minister Yuan Bo, who was sitting on the main seat, pondered for a moment before looking at the Minister of Public Works. The 2 of them, the Easy King and the Kong King, were rescued by your family, the Chui family, from the hands of the Yellow Sky sect. According to the intelligence of the 2 princes, they should have guessed something already. Originally, according to the previous scheme, these 2 princes could have been used as colts. But now, it's the biggest slip-up of all. If these 2 princes say anything they shouldn't, or leave any tricks up their sleeves, then there will be big trouble. Prime Minister Yuan Bo looked at the Minister of Public Works and said. The Minister of Public Works nodded. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Easy King Zhou Chen is fine. There shouldn't be any problems. But King Kong Zhou Qi, this is definitely a hidden danger. The Minister of Public Works said with a grave expression. The Minister of the Household flashed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes after hearing this. Since it's a hidden danger, there's no need to keep it. And Easy King, let him utilize his last bit of residual heat. Originally, the 2 of them were sent to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces was not in our planning, and the use of the 2 of them was also improvised later, trying to use them to pry the bureau of the one in the palace and the party of the Great General's foreign relatives. But whoever thought how the Great General was useless and was uprooted in less than a day, with such a big change of heart, then there's no need to use it on the 2 of them as so improvised before. The Minister of Justice nodded approvingly after hearing this. It's this reasoning. Plans can't catch up with changes. What should be checked and filled in should be checked and filled in quickly. Don't make any mistakes. After hearing the words of the Minister of Household and the Minister of Criminal Affairs duo, Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of Labor duo didn't say anything. Apparently, the four were meant to be in agreement. Yangxin Temple. After Zhou Chen retired from the court, he returned to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Following Zhou Chen back to the Palace of Nourishing Hearts were Fang Xianling and the duo of the 8 wise kings, Zhou Sten. After retiring from the court, Zhou Chen did not let the two of them, Fang Xianling and the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian, leave, but called to the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. Do you know the true intention of me sending you as ministers of Qin? Zhou Chen asked directly after sitting down. Looking at the duo of Fang Xianling and 8 Magi King Zhou Xian, please also speak clearly. Your Majesty? Both Fang Xianling and 8 Magi King Zhou Xian shook their heads. To be honest, the two of them were a little confused as to what Zhou Chen meant. Didn't Zhou Chen send the two of them to the 4 northern states to be ministers of Qin, just to provide disaster relief and relief for the people? Did Zhou Chen have other intentions? Even Fang Xianling was a bit puzzled for a moment, somewhat unable to guess Zhou Chen's intentions. Do you think that I used 200,000 of Great Zhou's most elite divine martial guards and sent 2 half-step celestials, Lu Bu and Zhou Shan, to the land of the 4 northern continents just to exterminate some rebels? If that's the case, I only need to have Lu Bu with the Peugeot Wolf Riders and 100,000 divine martial guards to be enough to sweep away these rebels in the 4 northern continents, and there's no need to use an army of 200,000 at all, Zhou Chen said as he looked at the duo of Fang Xianling and the 8 Magi King Zhou Xian. When Fang Xianling and the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian and the two of them heard it, their gazes flickered, and they seemed to have guessed something, but they were somewhat unsure. I want you to be responsible for the matter of disaster relief and saving the people in addition to purging the officials of the 4 northern states for me after you arrive in the land of the 4 northern states, regardless of whether it is an official or a local powerful family, as long as they are brutalizing the people, guilty of malfeasance, and have problems, give me all of them, especially those officials who caused civil unrest, abandoned the city and fled, and were corrupt. Not one of them should be spared. Can it be done? Zhou Chen looked at the duo of Fang Xianling and the 8 Magi King Zhou Xian. Zhou Chen also did not play dumb riddles with the duo of Fang Xianling and the 8 virtuous kings anymore, and directly stated his intentions. This was the real purpose of Zhou Chen's dispatching the duo of Fang Xianling and the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian, to the 4 northern states as ministers of Qin. He's going to snare the rabbit. He wanted to take this opportunity to fix the mandarins in the 4 northern states. He wanted to take this opportunity to move this piece of interest cake in the 4 northern states and purge the control of the world's powerful families over the 4 northern states. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the faces of both Fang Xianling and 8 Magi King Zhou Xian changed. None of them had expected that Zhou Chen would actually want to use this opportunity to gather all the power in the 4 northern states and remove the influence and control of the worldly gentry. That's a great move and a risky one. Fang Xianling is okay. After all, it was a character that was signed out of the system and had a high tolerance for acceptance. However, the 8 sage King Zhou Xian was different, and after hearing Zhou Chen's words, his face was changing from one face to the next. Your Majesty, this is not a small matter. Isn't it better to wait until the rebels in the 4 northern states have been eliminated first? Then we can think long and hard about it. The 8 sage King Zhou Xian said with a grave expression. The 8 sage King Zhou Xian, as the head of the Zhangrenfu and the sage king of the Great Zhou, but he knew how deep the control and influence of the world's powerful families was on the Great Zhou. Don't look at the land of the 4 northern continents now where rebels are rising and attacking, but the 4 northern states are really the masters and the ones who say what to do are still the powerful families. Zhou Chen wanted to use this time to gather power in the 4 northern states, but he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If you don't get it right, you'll make the world's great families all unite in rebellion. By then, the 4 northern states would never be as simple as just a mob rebellion and a yellow sky sect rebellion. Think long and hard about it? Zhou Chen shook his head. What do you think I'm doing transferring 200,000 divine martial guards and 2 half-step celestial powerhouses to the 4 northern states? That's what it's all about. Except for exterminating those rebels. You guys let go of your hands and go for it. I only have one request for you, and that is that the land of the 4 northern states is the 4 northern continents of the Great Zhou, not the 4 northern states of the worldly gentry. Anyone who dares to move, kill. What you can't handle, leave to the army. A cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes as he said in a cold voice. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to take advantage of the opportunity to collect the power of the 4 northern states. It doesn't matter if it's dancing on the tip of a knife or not. High risk leads to high reward. Besides, in Zhou Chen's opinion, it wasn't exactly a high risk. He was only trying to gather power. It wasn't like he was slaughtering all the powerful families in the 4 northern states. The 8 sage King Zhou Xian still wanted to open his mouth to persuade Zhou Chen, but after seeing Zhou Chen's unquestionable expression, he swallowed back the words that were about to reach his mouth. Obviously, he could already tell that Zhou Chen had made up his mind and would not change it. No amount of persuasion on his part would help. All he could do was his best. 089 Chapter Monthly Signing Gift Pack. Cao Shaoqin. The two of them, Fang Xianling and the 8 wise kings Zhou Chen, left the Yangxin Hall. When they left, both of them were in a state of concentration. Even Fang Xianling felt a heavy weight in his heart. Since ancient times, there has never been a time when the struggle between the imperial power and the power of the powerful families of the world was not a major upheaval. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old family is a running dynasty. The power of the world's most powerful families is not so easy to move. The two of them, Fang Xianling and the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen, knew that the next situation in the 4 northern states would be more than just a mob revolt. I'm afraid, there's also the power play of the world's most powerful families to be mixed in, and their trip north was definitely treacherous. However, as subjects, they had no choice. The emperor has an order, and the minister follows it. This is the duty of a minister. Yangxin Temple. After Fang Xianling and 8 wise kings Zhou Chen and the two left, Zhou Chen held a pen and wrote 4 words on a piece of paper on the dragon case in a big way. The Prime Minister. The World Family. After writing these 4 words, Zhou Chen hesitated and wrote a few more words in a row. Then, Zhou Chen put down his pen and stared unblinkingly at these words on the paper, his eyes flickering. Previously, after Fang Xuanling's reminder, Zhou Chen had already figured out some of the gist in the matter of the great master Wen Zhong's death in battle in the northwestern 4 prefectures. Just waiting for the factory guards to get word back so I can have a clue. Now that the factory guards had sent back the news, Zhou Chen had also sorted out a clue. Zhou Chen stared at these words on the paper with a slight frown. These words on the note were what Zhou Chen had sorted out. Zhou Chen knew that under the heavens, those who could plot against the imperial master were definitely not ordinary people, and even fewer had the ability to do so. Undoubtedly, the ones written on the paper have that ability. Alas, still not strong enough. If I was strong enough I would have just pushed across. Where would I have to think about that? A moment later, Zhou Chen sighed in his heart, suppressed those thoughts in his head. Don't look at the fact that Zhou Chen now had 2 half-step celestials, Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun, at his disposal, but if he wanted to do a horizontal push, it was still far from enough. Otherwise, Zhou Chen, who was the emperor of Great Zhou, would have ordered a direct horizontal push, regardless of whether it is the important ministers in the court, or the powerful families, or the border town generals. As long as they dare to threaten the imperial power, they are all cut down, just like that beggar emperor. Kill thoroughly. Unfortunately, this hegemony, Zhou Chen could only think about it in his heart right now, and did not yet have the strength to suppress the 4 directions. Better sign in first. Let's see what we can sign up for today. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered for a moment as his mind sank into the system in his sea of consciousness. I just saw that the number of days signed in on the system had signed in on the number 29, and today's sign-in was 30. Has it been a month? Should be able to sign up for a surprise. Ever since signing out Fang Xianling, Zhou Chen hadn't signed out a single human master. According to Zhou Chen's knowledge of the signing Goldfinger's urination, this monthly signing should be a surprise. Sign in. Zhou Chen started the day's check-in. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing up for a full month, and obtaining a monthly signing gift pack. Ding. Do you open the monthly signing package? Monthly sign-up packages? Zhou Chen froze and was overjoyed. Sure enough, he had guessed that there was a surprise in this month's sign. I just don't know what will be in this monthly sign-up packet when I open it. Open. With a look of anticipation, Zhou Chen couldn't wait to open the monthly signature gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of 2,000 parallel state wolf riders. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of 1,000 factory guards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the character Cao Shaoqin. The parallel state wolf riders? Factory guard? Cao Shaoqin? Zhou Chen froze. Zhou Chen did not expect that this monthly signing gift pack actually really gave him a surprise. Not only signing out of 2,000 merging wolf riding legions, but also signing out of 1,000 factory guards. These are the things he needs most right now. The most important thing is still Cao Shaoqin, the man of the hour. That East Chamber governor from the New Dragon Inn. Zhou Chen, however, knew that in the New Dragon Inn, Cao Shaoqin was at the helm of the East Chamber and was powerful for a while, and was also a ruthless character, not inferior to Cao Zhangchun at all. A figure appeared in front of Zhou Chen. Chamberlain Cao Shaoqin kowtows to your majesty. As soon as Cao Shaoqin appeared, he directly knelt on the ground and saluted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked down at Cao Shaoqin. Get up. Compared to Cao Zhangchun, Cao Shaoqin was much sharper and not as feminine and fine-tuned as Cao Zhangchun. However, Cao Shaoqin's strength was something that caused Zhou Chen to feel a bit puzzled. Only having the strength of a mere peak grandmaster, not a half-step celestial. Why is Cao Shaoqin's strength not as high as Cao Jingquan's when they are both East Chamber inspectors? Thank you, Your Majesty. Cao Shaoqin stood up. Zhou Chen didn't dwell on this issue any longer, and directly said to Cao Shaoqin, I am now ordering you to supervise the second governor of the East Factory. So you should first take 1,000 factory guards to the East Factory to meet your Grand Governor. Then, you take 1,000 factory guards and go directly to the 4 northern states. Your Grand Viceroy will tell you the details. Zhou Chen is for the East Factory lack of people headache, especially the lack of can stand alone, leading the whole situation headache. In today's East Chamber, there is only Cao Zhengchun who holds up the facade, and Cao Zhengchun was also responsible for the safety and security of him, the emperor, so there were some things that simply distracted him, just like what is happening in Surabaya in the north now. Zhou Chen has been thinking about whether there is anyone in the East Factory who can hold down the fort. Now well, with the appearance of Cao Shaoqin, it is just right to let him take people to the northern land of Surabaya. On the one hand, can assist Fang Xianling in their rectification of officials, on the one hand, but also can be thoroughly investigated and the Yellow Sky sect is implicated in the people. Yes, Your Majesty. Cao Shaoqin led the order and directly left the Yangxin Hall. And Cao Zhengchun retired from the court did not return to the Palace of Nurturing Heart with Zhou Chen, but went to the East Factory to arrange the things Zhou Chen commanded to go. I wonder what kind of light it will be when the 2 East Chamber governors meet. After Cao Shaoqin left, such a thought suddenly popped up in Zhou Chen's heart, and a hint of interest could not help but flash through his gaze. Should be fun, Zhou Chen thought darkly in his heart. After arranging for Cao Shaoqin and the 1,000 factory guards, Zhou Chen had the 2,000 parallel state wolf riders go to the southern camp outside the city to report to Lubu. Previously, Zhou Chen had signed out all of the parallel state wolf riders these days, allowing the number of parallel state wolf riders to go from 500 to 1,000 already. Together with these 2,000 parallel wolf riders, that's 3,000 men. Now, Lubu had a full complement of 3,000 parallel state wolf riders by his side. 3,000 iron armor can swallow Wu. With Lubu at the helm, the 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders will have no problem breaking the 100,000 strong army. One must know that the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders could all be martial artists, and the lowest of their strengths was a 7th grade martial artist. Moreover, the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders were the military formation of one side, and riding battles were their specialty. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered, the 3,000 wolf riders are complete. And next, it's time for the roaring tiger to come out of its cage. Chapter 090, don't forget how Master Wenzhong died. Outside the city of Luoyang, North and South battalions, 200,000 divine warrior guards are ready to fight. Under a military order, the 200,000 divine martial guards went out of the North and South camps respectively, traveling in the direction around the North. Fang Xianling and the 8 virtuous King Zhou stand 2 people, also respectively with already selected disaster relief officials to accompany the army. Fang Xianling followed the southern battalion, the 100,000 strong army led by Lu Bu to eliminate easy King Zhou Qian, and the 8 sage King Zhou Xian was followed by the army led by the mighty warrior candidate to exterminate the Yellow Sky sect. They are clearly divided up and are in charge of one side. This makes it a little more efficient. Xi'an Prefecture, the capital city. Since the death of the imperial master Wenzhong in battle, the total annihilation of the 30,000 divine martial guards, and the destruction of the Xi'an Prefecture capital, this became the home base of the Yellow Sky cult, the government office, the Yellow Heaven sect master. The Yellow Heaven Army's heavenly king Li Qingjia sat on the main seat with a gloomy face. Below him sat 5 people on each side, each of them emanating the aura of a first-grade grandmaster. Li Qingjia swept a glance at the 5, and said with a grave expression, Gentlemen, I have summoned you here today because I have some bad news to tell you. The court has sent troops. The imperial court has mobilized 200,000 divine martial guards to come to the 4 northern prefectures of the land, and there are Weiwu candidate and a general named Lu Bu leading 100,000 troops each. Lu Bu is leading 100,000 troops in the direction of Yan and Dai prefecture, while Wei Wu Ho is leading 100,000 troops in our direction. Li Sungkak said. The great patriarch sitting in the head position on the right side glanced faintly at Li Qingjiu in the main seat after hearing this. Sect masterly, isn't it in our expectation that the imperial court will send out troops? What's the fuss about it? We all agreed before that we would only help you deal with the court's experts. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with us. You don't want us to go and help you against the imperial army, do you? This grand master said, and then glanced at Li Qingjiu on the main seat. Li Qingjiu shook his head. The imperial army has our Yellow Sky army to deal with. What I want to tell you all is, In order to completely eliminate my yellow sky sect, the imperial court has transferred 2 great masters from the royal family, as well as Zhou Shan, to assist the Weiwu candidate in quelling the rebellion. Li Qingjiao said in a deep voice. What? Cao Shan? That royal fixer-upper? As soon as Li Qingjiao's words fell, the faces of the 5 great masters sitting on the 2 sides below all changed. Who is Cao Shan? That's the pin that holds the royal family together. A half-step celestial powerhouse. Even in the entire Great Zhou, it was a renowned existence. Sect Masterly. Has this matter been confirmed? The 5 great patriarchs seated below all looked at Li Qingjiao on the main seat with grave expressions. Because this fact is so surprising. There were only 9 such powerhouses as half-step celestials in the entire Great Zhou. Normally, such a strong person would be harboring in their lair and would not move lightly. This one in the royal family in particular hadn't stepped out of the divine capital of Luoyang for an unknown number of years. I didn't expect that I would leave Luoyang, the divine capital, and come with the mighty warrior candidate to quell the rebellion this time, which was troublesome. Li Qingjiao nodded noncommittally. Do you guys think I would joke about something like this? They have already left Luoyang and will enter the boundaries of the 4 northern states in less than 2 days, Li Sungkak said with an estimate. Hearing Li Qingjiao's words, the faces of the 5 great masters sitting below were all grave. In that case, sect leader Li, then our cooperation ends here. I'll take my leave now. The great master sitting on the first right seat directly stood up and said to Li Qingjiao on the main seat. Sect Master Li, I will also take my leave. Sect leader Li, I'll see you again. With this grand master's farewell, the other 4 also stood up to bid farewell to Li Qingjiao on the main seat. Half-step celestials were not something they could deal with. This was especially true for an existence like Zhou Shan, who was also known amongst half-step celestials, not to mention a few of their grandmasters. Even if there were 2 or 3 times as many grandmasters, they wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with Zhou Shan. They had promised Li Qingjiao that they would help him deal with the experts of the court, but they hadn't said that they would deal with a powerhouse like a half-step celestial. In front of such a strong person, they could only retreat to the point of avoidance. Li Qingjiao looked at a few people standing up to leave, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Do you guys think that, if you leave, you'll be able to stay out of this? You must not forget how the great master Wenzhong died. From the moment you agreed to cooperate with me and strike out against Wenzhong together, you all had no way back. The court will not let go of those who surrounded and killed Imperial Master Wenzhong. You and my Yellow Sky sect have been tied together, becoming grasshoppers on a rope. To live we all live together, to die we all die together. Li Sungkak said slowly and methodically. That's right. These 5 people are exactly 5 of those 9 great masters who surrounded the Imperial Master Wenzhong before. Counting Li Qingjiao is 6 people. 2 others are not. The last remaining man died under the golden whip of the striking king of the eunuchs, Wenzhong. Although the great master Wenzhong was surrounded by 9 great masters and died of exhaustion, he also pulled a back. Upon hearing Li Qingjiao's words, the 5 great masters who had originally stood up to take their leave to say goodbye froze at once. The faces of the 5 men changed for a moment. They all know it in their hearts. Li Sungkak was right. When they joined forces together and rounded up the Imperial Master Wenzhong, they were already on the ship of thieves and couldn't get off. Based on the prestige and status of the Imperial Master Wenzhong, the court would not let go of the person who killed him. There is no doubt about that. In an instant, all 5 of them had some regret in their hearts, regretting that they had laid in this muddy water before. They had gotten into the ship of thieves and couldn't get down even if they wanted to. Instructor Li, we're clear. You're right about everything. But a half-step celestial powerhouse. Do you think we can deal with it with just a few of us? Instead of looking for death, it's better to run away first. At the very least, you can still save your little life for the time being. All 5 grandmasters looked at Li Qingjiao on the main seat and said, they all knew that they were looking for death when they took on a half-step celestial. Not running away when you know you're going to die. That's a cutie. That's what you do. Li Qingjiao sniffed and sneered. Where can you escape to? And how long can you escape? It's fine that half-step celestials are strong, but they're not so strong that they can't be killed. Caught in the middle of hundreds of thousands of well-trained armies, even a half-step celestial wouldn't still die with no dregs left. You guys have nothing to worry about. Besides, if this sect master didn't have some backbone, would he dare to do something like what he did today? Li Sungkak said as he looked at the 5. As soon as the 5 patriarchs heard Li Qingjiao's words, their eyes flashed with brilliance and they resumed their seats. Chapter 091. Do you still have any wishes for the sake of? Indeed. Li Qingjiao, as the head of the Yellow Sky sect, if he didn't have some backbone, would he dare to lead the Yellow Sky sect to plot against him? Ambush 30. 000 Shinwu guards, not to mention besieging and killing Wenzhong, the 3 dynasty master? Obviously, the answer is no. No one would joke about such a full house. Of course, it does not exclude that some people are blinded by desire and dare to take risks. However, Li Qingjiao, as the sect leader of the Yellow Sky sect, was able to run the Yellow Sky sect to its current size, and should not be this kind of short-sighted, reckless person. After the 5 Grand Masters sat down, the one in the right-hand head position once again looked at Li Qingjiao in the main seat. Sect Masterly, we don't need to beat around the bush. Just tell me, how sure are you that you can cope with Zhou Shan? The other 4 also all looked at Li Qingjiao on the main seat. That's still their main concern, because Zhou Shan was really giving them too much pressure, so big that they, on hearing its name, had an immediate urge to flee. This you will know when the time comes. All you have to do is cooperate with me and do as I say. Li Qingjiao didn't say it explicitly, but just lightly glanced at the 5 people. Meanwhile, Daytona, Shangyi. After Easy King Zhou Chen raised his flag in rebellion, he quickly captured the second largest government land in Daiju. Moreover, it also conquered the other 6 provinces of Daizhou in a row in just a few days' time. Let a large portion of the entire Daizhou fall into his hands, leaving only the land of the 4 provinces still struggling to hold on. At this time, Shangyang Prefecture's capital city, the government office. Easy King Zhou Chen looked at the letter in his hand with a grave expression, his face shifting. Lu Bu, a half-step celestial? Easy King Zhou Chen did not expect that the leading general sent by the court to deal with him was actually Lu Bu, the one who had dared to order a killing spree in his Easy King's royal residence before. It's still a bit of a misnomer. What? Scared? Cui Songzhan, who was sitting next to him, saw that Easy King Zhou Qian's face was changing uncertainly and faintly asked, "Scared?" Easy King Zhou Qian shook his head as he heard this and put down the letter in his hand. "That's not so bad. I just didn't expect that this Lu Bu was actually a half-step celestial powerhouse as well. This 5th brother of the king's is hiding really deep. There are only 9 half-step celestials in the entire Great Zhou, but he has 2 powerhouses of this level by his side. It's really a bit unbelievable. I just don't know where both this Lu Bu and that Chao Zhangchun came from." Easy King Zhou Chen could be sure that these 2 were not strong people cultivated or hidden in the royal family. If there was a strong person cultivated or hidden in the royal family, it was impossible for him, the late emperor's 4th prince, not to know about it. Not even a whisper. Is that possible? It's good not to be afraid. Cowardice before battle. That's a big no-no for soldiers. Half-step celestials are strong, but with more than 200,000 troops in your hands, plus the covert support we've given you, it's not like you don't have a chance of winning if it's properly set up. I've told you all I need to say, and I can't stay with you much longer, so I'll leave. As Cui Songzhan said that, he stood up, and after taking a deep look at Easy King Zhou Qian, he directly and quietly left. Easy King Zhou Qian's face was grave as he watched Cui Songzhan leave, and not as open and collected as when he had just faced Cui Songzhan. Half-step celestial. Such a strong person is not easy to deal with. It would be a lie to say that I'm not scared. If it was really as easy to deal with as Cui Songzhan said, then the half-step celestial wouldn't have caused so many people to hear about it. Your Majesty, this Uncle Cui is clearly unsettled. If it wasn't for Lu Bu leading the army, I'm afraid that Uncle Cui wouldn't have told His Majesty until now that this Lu Bu and that Chao Zhangchun from the East Chamber are both half-step celestials in power. A figure appeared behind Easy King Zhou Qian and said as he looked at the direction Cui Songzhan had left. Easy King Zhou Qian nodded. Yes, if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known that that 5th brother of the king was actually harboring these 2 powerhouses, so it's no wonder that he was able to clear out the Empress and Great General Wu Jin and the rest of them. The figure that appeared beside Easy King Zhou Qian was no one else but the same Easy House steward that had escaped from Luoyang City. Easy King Zhou Qian had also long since learned from this steward that both Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun were half-step heavenly man powerhouses. Just now, in front of Cui Songzhan, he had shown an expression that he had only just realized that he was just pretending. However, Easy King Zhou Qian also knew in his heart that Cui Songzhan had just acted on his pretense. The 2 were merely unspoken. Easy King Zhou Qian had never underestimated the energy of the lineage. According to the energy of the lineage, how could the steward who had escaped from Luoyang come to see and be hidden from them? Easy King Zhou Qian glanced at the steward behind him and commanded, "Immediately send someone to notify everyone of tomorrow's proceedings. This king is going to fight the imperial army in Daiju with all his might. The winner rides the wind. The loser is doomed." Easy King Zhou Qian said with a twinkling face. Easy King Zhou Qian knew that the next step was the biggest test for him. It was also a crucial battle for him to become a dragon. If you can't even get past this first hurdle, there won't be much later to speak of. Yes, Your Majesty. This steward's expression was also incomparably grave. This steward also knew the significance of this next great battle for Easy King Zhou Qian. This is the first battle of Chikyu. If you win, you'll be able to take off. If you lose, it will all be for naught, and you will fall into a place of no return. After the steward left, Easy King Zhou Qian was silent for a few moments before bringing a pot of wine to a room in the backyard of the government office. What? Is 4th brother here to give me one last ride? In the room, King Kong Zhou saw Easy King Zhou Chen pushing in with a pot of wine and said with an expressionless look at Easy King Zhou Chen, "You guessed?" Easy King Zhou Chen placed a pot of wine in front of King Kong Zhou and did not hide his purpose. Easy King Zhou Chen had indeed come to send King Kong Zhou on his final journey. This was the meaning that Chui Songsan had just revealed to Easy King Zhou. If Easy King Zhou does not agree, then the next face of the Imperial Army is only Easy King Zhou himself. He cannot get a little help from outside. Therefore, for the sake of his great cause, Easy King Zhou had no choice. It could only be done as Chui Songsan had revealed. What's not to guess? After you guys finished utilizing my remaining value, you're afraid that I'll leak those inside information about the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, so naturally you'll shut me up forever. However, if I'm not mistaken, the Imperial Court should have already sent troops, King Kong Zhou said, picking up the jug of wine and pouring a cup for himself as if nothing had happened, and drank it all in one go. Easy King Zhou was somewhat unable to bear to look at it, and turned his body sideways, nodding with his back to King Kong Zhou. That's right, the Imperial Court has sent out troops. You may not have guessed that the one leading the troops against this king is that Lu Bu. He's a half-step celestial powerhouse, and besides him, there's another half-step celestial powerhouse beside Old Five. Easy King Zhou said in a somewhat hushed voice. King Kong Zhou laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha, good, very good. 2 half-step celestials, plus 1 from my royal family, that's 3 half-step celestials. Even if someone wants to mess with my great Zhou's kingdom, it won't be that easy. It's worth celebrating. King Kong Zhou poured himself another glass of wine and drank it down. Regarding King Kang's slight sarcasm, Easy King Zhou didn't care much about it, but took a deep breath. Do you still have any unfinished wishes? Unfinished business? King Kong Zhou froze and drank 3 cups of wine in a row in silence. Then, slowly, he said, if possible, I wish to return to the divine capital, Luoyang. After Easy King Zhou sniffed, he didn't say anything and directly walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, Easy King Zhou paused for a moment. I forgot to tell you, you're not being used by anyone. No one in my royal family of Great Zhou is qualified to make an issue out of a member of my royal family as long as it's not voluntary. Dropping these words, Easy King Zhou directly walked out of the room. However, the moment Easy King Zhou stepped out of the door of his room, a gradually low whisper came from behind him. Thank you. After Easy King Zhou dived out of the room, he listened to the sound of the wine pots falling to the ground in the room, his face heavy. Since you want to leave your innocence on earth, as your 4th royal brother, what reason is there for people to make an issue out of you? That's all 4th elder brother can do for you. Easy King Zhou sighed and left without looking back. Northern border, Marquis Jinbei's residence. In the council chamber, an elegant middle-aged man sat on the main seat, looking at a letter in his hand with a frown. This elegant middle-aged man is not someone else. It is this Jinbei Marquis Shuishaoan who is in charge of the northern border. It can be said that in this northern borderland, Shuishaoan's sentence is more than a decree of the court. It can be seen how much authority Marquis Jinbei Shuishaoan has in this northern borderland. But it is such an overly authoritative Jinbei Marquis Shuishaoan. At this time, looking at the letter in his hand, his eyebrows are wrinkled into a Chuan character. Towards the end, Shuishaoan even made his face cautious. After reading everything on the letter, Marquis of Jinbei Shuishaoan was silent for a moment before he said to one of the generals standing below, immediately notify the entire army that the old master died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces of the country, and the entire army will be wearing mourning for the old master for 3 days, and will respectfully send the old master off. Yes, Marquis, the general answered and hesitated for a moment, saying, Marquis, what about the court's decree ordering the mobilization of the Jinbei army to go south to quell the rebellion? Marquis of Jinbei Shuishaoan glanced at this general and said in a nonchalant manner, the recent movements of Northern D are mediocre, and in order to prevent Northern D from knocking on the gate, the Jinbei army will not be able to spare any soldiers or horses to go south to quell the rebellion in a short period of time. You don't need this Marquis to teach you how to reply to the court. Upon hearing this, that general immediately understood Shuishaoan's meaning and busily nodded his head. I understand. I will go and notify the entire army to put on the mourning for the old eunuch. After this general left, Queen of Jinbei Shuishaoan read the contents of the letter again, his eyes flickering. I didn't realize that so many great things have happened in the court in the past month. That one in the palace actually had 2 half-step celestial powerhouses appear beside him, and also cleared out the empress and the great general's party of foreign relatives. It's a little unbelievable. However, the old imperial master died in battle in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. I'm afraid that the sky of this great Zhou will be in constant flux in the future. Marquis of Jinbei Shuishaoan muttered. At the same time, the same scene was happening at the Xiliang Marquis residence in Xiliang. In the council chamber, Marquis Shilong's face was grave after reading the letter in his hand. Compared with Jinbei Marquis Shui Shaowen, this person of Shilong Marquis is not so elegant, but seems to be a bit tough. Pass the order to the whole army. The old Taisher died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces. The whole army will wear mourning for him for 3 days, and send the old Taisher on his way. As for the court's decree to transfer troops to quell the rebellion, just say that the Shirong have been constantly harassing the border lately, and that in order to prevent the border from being lost, the Shirong army cannot move lightly. After pondering for a moment, Marquis Shiliang directly said to one of the generals beside him. After this general heard this, he hesitated a bit and said, Marquis, this is not a good idea. If the court blames it, then, afraid of nothing. Before the Taisher was dead, this Marquis was not afraid, let alone, now that the Taisher is dead, even if the court blames it, what can it do to this Marquis? Before this general could finish his sentence, Marquis Shilong directly interrupted the general and said with full concern, indeed, previously, when Taisher Wenzhong was around, it wasn't that easy for the court to easily mobilize their border troops. Not to mention that now, the imperial master Wenzhong is dead, who else's prestige could affect the generals of his border army? Marquis, don't forget that 2 half-step celestial powerhouses have appeared beside the one in the palace. The Empress and Great General Wu Jin died at the hands of that one. Even if the old imperial master is gone, the court now has 3 half-step celestials. This general reminded Marquis Shilong. The influence of the imperial master Wenzhong in the Great Zhou is very deep, but in the deep, only by virtue of the prestige and seniority of the 3 dynasties can be deterred by the generals of the army. If you really whip up the strength and lead the troops to fight, the 3 big marquis sitting on the border are not worse than the great master Wenzhong, but those 3 half-step celestials were different. They were existences that could kill a back and forth in the midst of 10,000 armies. It's a lot more dangerous than Taisher Wenzhong. Marquis Shiliang's brows were also furrowed when he heard the general's words. 3 half-step celestials. This is indeed a pain in the ass. Even if he had an army of 200,000 Western Liang troops, he had to be cautious. Let's put it this way. You yourself have thought of rebuffing the court, and the words should be euphemized. Don't let the court think that we're being deliberately disrespectful by not moving our troops south to quell the rebellion. Marquis Shilong thought for a moment and said to the general. This general nodded after hearing this. Yes, Marquis. Then, Marquis Shilong waved his hand. Go. First, summon the entire army to wear mourning for the imperial master. No matter what, the imperial master is a veteran of 3 dynasties, but there are still quite a few generals in the army who have followed the imperial master in the past. Let them all send off for the Taisher, and be at peace with themselves. Marquis Shiliang said to the general. Chapter 092, Does General have any proof? Yenzhou, an official road. 3,000 iron horsemen galloped and raised a cloud of dust. These 3,000 iron horsemen were all wearing black wolf armor and riding black wolf horses. Even if they were galloping their horses on the pipeline, they did not appear to be disorganized and remained in order. At first glance, it was one of the few elite iron horsemen in the army. And indeed, it does. These 3,000 iron horsemen were none other than the Peugeot wolf riders who had fought with Lu Bu in the world. Once Lu Bu left Luoyang at the head of an army of 100,000, he took 3,000 of his parallel state wolf riders one step ahead of him and personally opened the way for the army. Talking about opening up the road. In fact, in Lu Bu's opinion, eliminating a group of mobs that had just put down their farming tools did not require many troops at all. Only the 3,000 iron horsemen behind him were enough to crisscross Yenzhou. Therefore, as soon as he broke away from the army, Lu Bu spurred on his horse with 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. In less than a day's time, Lu Bu had entered the boundaries of Yenzhou with his 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders. As for the 100,000 strong army, they had long been left far behind. With Fang Xianling and a group of newly promoted generals in command of the army, Lu Bu was very relieved. Don't look at Fang Xianling as a civil official, but he was not a weak scholar with a handful of power. Fang Xuanling's own strength should not be underestimated. And Yenzhou was one of the 4 northern states, and it was also the closest of the 4 northern states to the divine capital, Luoyang. This was why Lu Bu was able to arrive in Yenzhou in less than a day with his 3,000 merging state wolf riders. Report, General. Thousands of rebels are attacking a county ahead. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders strangled their horses and paused, only to see a scout horse of the parallel state wolf riders running from a distance. Running to Lu Bu, turning over and kneeling on the ground to report. A rebel attacked the county? Lu Bu raised an eyebrow. If Lu Bu remembered correctly, this should be the boundary of Qinghe Prefecture. Qinghe Prefecture is the southernmost prefecture in Yenzhou, and the closest prefecture to the central 5 passes. Could it be that even the Qinghe Prefecture has seen civil unrest, with mobs raising their flags in rebellion? It didn't say that on the previous 800-mile home expedited. It seemed that the situation in this Yinzhou was much more serious than it had been during the previous 800-mile emergency. Lu Bu thought darkly in his mind and waved his big hand. Speed up the march. Destroy the thousands of rebels who attacked the county in front of us. Drive. The horsewhip was flung. The 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders followed Lu Bu as he once again spurred his horse and spurred his whip sharply toward the front. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu with 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders saw from afar that a county in front of them was being attacked by a group of rebels in turn. The number of people was around 5,000 or 6,000. However, the weapons of these rebels were varied, and their armor and stomachs were incomplete, with only a small portion of them wearing military armor on their bodies. As for discipline, let alone discipline, it was a scattered mess, and it was all a matter of bravery in attacking the county. One look at the group of rebels showed that most of them were disorganized people who had just put down their farming tools. Kill. Lu Bu held his square sky painting halberd and without saying anything, he directly killed the center army of this group of rebels. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders also followed suit and rushed towards the rebels as if they were a flooding beast. Moment. A light tremor ran through the earth. The rebels who were already frantically attacking the county felt the trembling of the earth and turned around. All of them changed color. Before these rebels could react, Lu Bu had already killed into the rebel army with his 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. After a few minutes passed, the sound of war and fighting came to an abrupt end. The ground was covered with the corpses of the rebels, and in addition to the broken limbs and blood all around, there were only 3,000 parallel state wolf riders standing on their horses. As for the 5,000 or 6,000 rebels, all of them were exterminated, became a ghost under the swords of 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. Lu Bu glanced at the corpses all over the ground, his face expressionless. For the slaughter of these rebels, Lu Bu did not have a single bit of pity in his heart. Perhaps the group of rebels had indeed been the people of the Great Zhou holding farming tools before, but when they put down their farming tools and took up arms to attack the county, they were no longer the people of the Great Zhou. Rather, they are the mobs of the Great Zhou, the rebels of the Great Zhou who have terrorized the world. Lu Bu has never been soft on rebels who raise a rebellion like this, nor should he be. People are good, but once the demons are unleashed in their hearts, then it can no longer be called good. And when the guarding soldiers and a few officials on the county wall saw the scene outside the city, their faces were all in shock. They had thought that they were afraid that they would not be able to defend this county today, and that this county would be overrun by these rebels. However, they did not expect that just when they were a bit desperate, a wave of such elite iron cavalry was killed halfway. Not only did they save their county, but in a short period of time, they also eliminated this group of rebels. It was both a blessing and a shock to the crowds on the county walls. Thankfully they finally held the county without being overrun by the rebels, and the shock was the amazing fighting strength of this halfway decent iron horseman, a crowd of 5,000 or 6,000 rebels. Surprisingly, in just a few minutes' time, they were all wiped out by a single charge from this group of iron horsemen. Such elite iron cavalry was not something they could have in Yinzhou. Who are these elite cavalrymen? Could it be that the reinforcements sent by the court have arrived? But any army of the Great Zhou has not yet heard of. There is an army that wears such black wolf armor. The people on the county wall all looked straight down at the elite 3,000 black-armored cavalry below the city, speculating in their hearts about the origin of the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. After sweeping the corpses that littered the ground around him, Lu Bu rode his horse to the bottom of the city. Lu Bu raised his head and shouted at the crowd on the city walls who were still in shock, "Who is in charge of the city?" "I am Lu Bu, the court-appointed Zhou Lang general for the pacification of the rebellion, and I have something to ask you. Hurry down and come out of the city to return the message. Don't delay this, general." Lu Bu did have some questions he wanted to ask the officials in this city, especially since the specific situation of this Yinzhou right now seemed to be a bit more serious than the 800 miles of urgency had said. Rebellion against Lieutenant General Lu Bu? Are they really reinforcements from the court? When the people on the city's top heard this, they all secretly sighed in relief. They were still a bit skeptical about the origin of this elite cavalry below the city. After all, it was now heard that the Easy King Zhou Jindai had also raised his flag in rebellion, and the Easy King had also gathered more than 200,000 troops under his command, and there was no lack of elite cavalry. If this elite cavalry underneath the city was the cavalry of the Easy King of Daiju, it would be troublesome. Good thing it's not. It's reinforcements from the court. However, even so, the crowd at the city's head didn't relax for a second, and they all looked at one of the officials. This official is the county commissioner of this county. When the rebels attacked the city, this county minister personally went up to the city to supervise the battle, and defended the city with all the soldiers. As for the county magistrate and the county lieutenant, back when the rebels had just attacked the city, the two of them had run away from the other city gate with their family's money. facing the gazes of the crowd looking over. This county minister poked his head out and looked at Lu Bu at the bottom of the city and said, "Does General have any proof?" For Lu Bu's words, this county minister did not take them lightly, but wanted to see Lu Bu's credentials. As the saying goes, you can't be too careful. In this time of mob rebellion, it's better to be careful. Lu Bu didn't hesitate. He directly pulled out a token and casually threw it at the top of the city. The token fell impartially right into the hands of this county minister. As soon as this county minister saw the token, he busily said to Lu Bu at the bottom of the city, "General Lu, wait a moment. My humble servant will go out of the city to pay his respects to General Lu." After saying that, this county minister led 3 or 4 officials down the city wall in a hurry. A few moments later, the gates of the city opened wide. This county minister with 3 or 4 officials walked quickly to Lu Bu, arched his hand and said, "My humble servant has met General Lu. I don't know what General Lu has to ask my humble servant." "You're the county commissioner? How come it's just you guys? Where are the magistrate and the lieutenant? Did they all die in battle?" Lu Bu took a look at the official uniforms of these people and instantly recognized the official positions these people were in. The other few people were all unqualified minor officials, and only this one standing at the front and speaking was the county minister. Lu Bu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked. This county minister sniffed and immediately replied, reporting back to General Lu. The county magistrate and the county lieutenant both fled with their families through the other city gate when the rebels attacked the city. What? Escaped? The first time he heard this, his face became a bit ugly. Being the magistrate and the lieutenant, they actually dared to abandon the city when the rebels attacked it. Bloody hell, Lu Bu said coldly. However, this matter doesn't need him to worry about it, and has its own Feng Xianling in the back to deal with it. Didn't the emperor send Feng Xianling as the minister of Qin to come to these 4 northern states to deal with these matters? He's only responsible for leading the troops into battle. After Lu Bu finished this sentence, he glanced at this county minister and said, "This general is asking you, how come there are mob rebels attacking the city even in this Qinghe prefecture? What are the specifics of Yanzhou today? I'll give this general a quick word," Lu Bu said as he looked at the county minister. After this county minister heard Lu Bu's words, he immediately said with a gloomy face, "General Lu, I'm not too sure what the specific situation in Yanzhou is like today. However, my humble servant has heard that in the last few days, all but a handful of prefectures in Yanzhou have had mob rebellions. The Qinghe prefecture is also like this. Besides this prefecture, several other counties have mobs gathering to revolt and attack the city, and even the prefecture has suffered a siege from the rebels." This county minister told Lu Bu some of what he knew. After listening to the words of this county minister, Lu Bu's face was slightly cautious. Sure enough, the situation in this Yanzhou was much more serious than what the previous 800 miles of urgency had said. However, this was nothing to Lu Bu, the roaring tiger. It was nothing more than a mob of people who had just put down their farm implements, and were no more than ants in numbers. There was no need for the 100,000 troops behind him to arrive. Just with the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders under his command, they could all be suppressed. After Lu Bu got some of the information he wanted to ask about, he looked at the county minister and said, "The 100,000 strong army led by this general is still behind and will be here in a few days, so get ready for a little bit of curtailing. As for what you said about the magistrate and the lieutenant escaping, when the time comes, you'll speak directly to the Chinaman. He'll take care of it." After saying this, Lu Bu directly strangled his horse and turned around. The horsewhip was flung. Once again the horse galloped off into the distance. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders followed close behind. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only dust raised from the sky. Truly the primus inter pares of the world. Such elite iron horsemen. Who can stand against an enemy of 100,000? Gazing at the parallel state wolf riders that disappeared in the distance, this county minister couldn't help but say with a face of marvel. To be honest, he had never seen such an elite iron cavalry before. Even the most elite divine martial guards of Great Zhou or the cavalry guarding the borders could not compare to this black-armored iron cavalry. It could be said that in today's Great Zhou, these 3,000 black-armored cavalrymen were without equal. Such cavalry is indeed elite. When did the court have such an elite iron cavalry? And who is this General Lu? Why have I never heard of him before? Does the prefectural lord know the details of this Lu Bu? The several unranked minor officials nodded approvingly, then looked at this county magistrate of theirs. For them, the officials, Lu Bu was much more interesting to them than the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. After all, a cavalryman is only a pawn no matter how strong that is. It's no big deal. But this Lu Bu is different. To be appointed by the court as a counterinsurgency lieutenant general, and also to lead an army of 100,000. This is not anyone who has this qualification. They, on the other hand, had never heard of the name Lu Bu before. It made them a little curious. General Lu? After hearing the words of a few unqualified petty officials, this county minister looked deep into the direction where Lu Bu disappeared and said, this official also doesn't know General Lu's details, and has never heard of General Lu's great name. However, this official feels that from now on, I'm afraid that General Lu's great name will be known by everyone. To be able to be appointed by the court as a counterinsurgency lieutenant general, leading 100,000 troops, and also commanding such 3,000 elite iron cavalry, how could it be an ordinary person? Even though this county minister had never heard of Lu Bu's great name, he had a feeling that the next battle to quell the rebellion would be the time when this Lu Bu would become famous. 10 years of silence unasked for. One day the world knows. These were the words of this county minister's anticipation of what Lu Bu would say next. As a matter of fact, the predicted words of this county commissioner did come true in the end. The ensuing battle to quell the rebellion did accomplish the beginning of Lu Bu's rise to fame. One person has suppressed the 4 states, and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders have intimidated the 8 directions, causing the world to look at them in disbelief. Kill. All annihilated. Not a single one. After Lu Bu left that county with 3,000 peaceful state wolf riders, he galloped to the next county when he saw the rebels attacking the county. Without saying a word, Lu Bu directly led 3,000 of the Peugeot wolf riders to kill the rebel army. Another few short minutes passed, and after a single charge, the rebels were destroyed. And Lu Bu didn't linger for a second this time, nor did he shout any more words to the guarding soldiers at the top of the city. After killing the people, he directly led the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders to gallop away. Really, it comes and goes. It left those guarding soldiers on the walls and the rest of the crowd reacting for a moment. Aren't the rebels attacking the city? So suddenly a cavalry appeared in a flash, annihilated the rebels in an instant, and left in the blink of an eye? By the time the crowd at the city's head reacted, all that could be seen was the puff of dust and smoke that had been raised. Chapter 093, 3,000 peaceful wolf riders settle Yanzhou. After Lu Bu learned the specifics of Qinghai Prefecture from that county minister's mouth, he took 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders to move between the counties and cities of Qinghai Prefecture. Whenever he encountered rebels attacking the city, Lu Bu, without saying a word, took 3,000 of his parallel state wolf riders and directly eliminated all of these rebels. Anyway, Lu Bu led his troops here to exterminate the rebels. Since there are already rebels in this Qinghai Prefecture, Lu Bu will start to fight the rebels from this Qinghai Prefecture. In less than half a day's time, the rebels in Qinghai Prefecture had been annihilated by Lu Bu with 3,000 of his Peugeot wolf riders, a large portion of which had been eliminated. The number of rebels who had died at the hands of Lu Bu and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders had been as many as 7 or 8 strands. The number of people per share varies, as many as 7 or 8,000, and as few as 1 or 2,000. Half a day later, Lu Bu arrived outside the Qinghai Prefecture's capital city with 3,000 of the Panzhou wolf riders. Seeing the guards on the city's head as well as the already transformed Great King's flag, Lu Bu's brows frowned a little. The capital city was overrun by rebels? Lu Bu did not expect that the capital city of Qingdafu was actually occupied by the rebels. Looking at the tightly closed city gates and the rebels on the top of the city, Lu Bu directly rode his horse forward a few steps. He raised his head and looked at the rebels on the city's head and said, "Listen up, rebels in the city. This is Zhou Lang General Lu Bu, who has pacified the rebellion. I will advise you to open the city gates and surrender within 3 breaths. Otherwise, this will leave you dead without a place to hide." Lu Bu nonchalantly said in a cold voice to the rebels at the top of the city. From the mouths of those rebels that he had previously eliminated, Lu Bu already knew that the group of rebels that surrounded the prefecture was the largest group of rebels in Qinghai Prefecture. It was also one of the largest few rebel forces among the rebels in the entire Yan state. The leader of the thieves was a man called the Black Tiger King, himself a mountain bandit with good strength in the tiger-roaring mountains. After seeing the chaos in the 4 northern states, this Black Tiger King took the opportunity to bring a group of mountain thieves down to the mountains for rebellion. In just a few days, tens of thousands of people were gathered and captured the capital of Yanzhou. Now, he has brought his men and horses to capture the land of Qinghai Prefecture. So it is evident that he has great ambitions. The Black Wolf Armor Cavalry is here. Go report to the Great King. Lu Bu's 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders. After the small half-day of fighting around the land of various counties and eliminating various groups of rebels, their reputation has gradually spread. Therefore, as soon as the rebels on the city's head appeared with Lu Bu's 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders, they hurriedly called for someone to go and report to the Black Tiger King to go. The Black Tiger King arrived at the city's top just in time to hear Lu Bu's rant. At that moment, the Black Tiger King looked at Lu Bu under the city with a disdainful face and sneered, "Die without a burial place? What a mouthful. I Black Tiger King Tiger how many years? What am I Black Tiger King? Death without burial is no longer a few people. but my Black Tiger King until now are still alive and well. Just because you're some broken lieutenant general with thousands of cavalry wanting me, the Black Tiger King, to open the city and surrender, and wanting me, the Black Tiger King, to die without a burial place, is simply ridiculous. If you can, you take the cavalry and attack the city. Let me, the Black Tiger King, see how you, some court-breaking counterinsurgency lieutenant general, can make the Black Tiger King die without a burial place. The Black Tiger King said mockingly to Lu Bu at the bottom of the city. How could the Black Tiger King be a tiger for so many years? And now that he had gathered tens of thousands of people under his command and occupied a prefecture, he was definitely not stupid. He could naturally see that the cavalry was elite. If they were to engage in a frontal battlefield, even if tens of thousands of all the men and horses under his command were gathered together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to stop this iron cavalry. But now, they are based on the city. This cavalry, even in the elite, want to attack the city with cavalry? That is undoubtedly no different from looking for death. The Black Tiger King was not at all afraid of the parallel state wolf riders under the city. He wished, instead, that Lu Bu would attack the city with this elite cavalry. That would give him just the opportunity to hit this cavalry hard. Then, extinguish it. Looking for death. District mountain bandits. And you dare to call yourself a king and be arrogant in front of me. Lu Bu, give me death. Lu Bu landed on his feet and leapt, his entire body leaping up and rushing towards the city. The Black Tiger King at the top of the city did not expect this Lu Bu to be an expert. Seeing that Lu Bu was about to charge the city, the Black Tiger King roared to his men on the city's top, "Archers, shoot for me. Shoot him to death." As soon as the rebels on the city wall heard this, those holding bows and arrows all bent their bows and shot at Lu Bu. Lu Bu swung the square sky painting halberd in his hand. Those bows and arrows shot at Lu Bu were all blocked, and one of them was even shot back by Lu Bu's square sky painting halberd. All of a sudden, a large portion of the rebels on the city walls fell down. Seeing this scene, the Black Tiger King's face changed drastically. Grand Master? No, not just any Archon. Before the Black Tiger King could recover from his shock, Lu Bu had already climbed up to the top of the city. The square heavenly painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand swung directly at the Black Tiger King. After the Black Tiger King reacted, he only saw a killing intent coming, and hastily raised the great sword in his flag to meet the attack. Pust! A stream of blood flew. The large sword in the Black Tiger King's hand broke into two sections, and the Black Tiger King itself was also cut off at the waist. This scene fell in the eyes of these rebels at the city's head and immediately caused a considerable commotion. The Black Tiger King is dead. The Black Tiger King has been killed. With the shouts of alarm, the rebels at the top of the city were immediately confused. As for Lu Bu, after killing the Black Tiger King with a square heavenly painted halberd, he didn't stop and continued to kill the other rebels on the city's top. Under Lu Bu's powerful strength, these rebels on the city head were like grass and straw, constantly being reached by the square sky painting halberd in Lu Bu's hand. At an unknown time, the gate of Qinghe Prefecture's capital city was opened. The 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders darted into the city like wolves and tigers. In a matter of moments, the sounds of killing were constantly coming from within the prefecture. It was only after half an hour of time that this sound of killing within the prefecture ceased. A rush of hoofbeats came out of the city. Then, Lu Bu ran out of the city gates with 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders, steered his horse toward the distant official road, and gradually disappeared into the distance. Instead, the Qinghe prefectural city was filled with corpses. Apparently, the rebels who had attacked within the Qinghe prefecture's capital city had all been eliminated by Lu Bu with the parallel states wolf riders. What a terrible cavalry. It's simply killing these rebels like dogs. Some of the officials and pawns that were captured when the prefecture was broken earlier were released by the parallel wolf riders. Watching the parallel state wolf riders disappearing at the city gates, these people all had a look of amazement on their faces. Originally, those of them thought that the capital city had been overrun by the rebels, and that they had fallen into the hands of the rebels, and that their little lives were in jeopardy. But I did not expect. This just captured the capital city. Not much time of the rebels. Have not had time to scourge the capital city. Was sent by the court of the center General Lu Bu with 3,000 iron horsemen to eliminate, and they were saved by Lu Bu, and their little lives were saved. It's a real life of ups and downs. Who would have thought that a situation of certain death would end in a lucky survival? I have to say, they are also blessed with a great life. Not good. The Black Wolf armored cavalry is coming. Run. A county is under a frantic attack by a group of rebels. Suddenly, the scout horses that the rebels had placed on the periphery came galloping from a distance in panic, and their mouths kept shouting. As for the rebels who were frantically attacking the county town, as soon as they heard the shouts of this scouting horse, they hastily stopped attacking the county town and turned around and retreated in unison in one direction, because the Black Wolf armored cavalry was too scary. In the past 2 days, 3,000 black wolf-armored cavalrymen had crisscrossed the entire Yanzhou land, moving between the various provinces. Wherever the black wolf armor cavalry passed, no matter how many rebels there were, they would be slaughtered. Within a short period of 2 days, there were countless rebels who died at the hands of 3,000 Highline armor cavalry. The reputation of the black wolf armored cavalry thus spread amongst the rebels, resounding throughout Yanzhou. Especially Lu Bu, who commanded 3,000 black wolf armor, was simply called the god of war, and with a hand of the square heavenly painted halberd, it was unbeatable. The leaders of several major rebel forces in Yanzhou died under Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd. Moreover, none of them were able to last past one of Lu Bu's square heavenly paint halberds. Among these major rebel leaders, they did not exclude the great masters of the Jianghu who were full of evil, but they still could not block Lu Bu's one square heavenly painted halberd. It is evident that Lu Bu is strong and shocking. Therefore, these rebels who were attacking the county town, once they heard that Lu Bu was coming with 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, how could they dare to continue attacking the county town? All of them hastily retreated to the side, fearing that if they were one step late, they would be caught up and become the ghosts under the swords of the parallel states wolf riders. Drive. From a distance, these rebels felt Marty's stamping on the ground. They looked up, only to see that a stream of black armored cavalrymen with horses and whips had appeared within their line of sight. Now, everyone ran even more desperately. At this time, they all wished they had an extra leg so they could run faster. However, imagination is no good, but reality is cruel. How could these rebels outrun the well-trained elite cavalry? Moment. These rebels were then caught up by the 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders led by Lu Bu. Without saying a word, Lu Bu raised the square sky painting halberd in his hand to the sky. Kill. Not a single one. With that said, Lu Bu had already taken away dozens of lives with a swing of the square sky painting halberd in his hand. The 3,000 Peace Prefecture wolf riders following Lu Bu also all raised their butcher knives and charged into the group of rebels' army. Wherever the horses' hooves passed, all that was left behind was a field of corpses and trails of blood. One charge down. None of these rebels who were supposed to be attacking the county town were left standing again. None of them could still breathe either. They all fell to the ground as corpses. And Lu Bu with his 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders didn't even turn his head back and continued to ride his horse and disappeared into the distance. The crowd on the county wall watched this scene, and none of them had a shocked look on their faces. Is this the parallel state wolf riders whose fame has recently spread throughout the land of Yanzhou? It is indeed the Iron Blood elite, truly the best of the cavalry, worthy of being the ride of the tigers and wolves. A magistrate on the city wall said with a sigh. In the past 2 days, the 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders led by Lu Bu had become famous. Although he did not dare to say that his name had spread throughout the world, he was already famous in this land of Yanzhou. These 3,000 cavalrymen are indeed prima donnas, and I don't know how it was trained. I've heard that this Lieutenant General Lu, sent by the imperial court, with these 3,000 cavalrymen, has been traveling between the various prefectures of Yanzhou for the past 2 days, and has already eliminated all the rebels, leaving only this last prefecture of ours. The magistrate nodded along with a look of awe. To be honest, none of them had expected that the rebels, which in itself had made the entire Yanzhou shaky, would actually be suppressed in just 2 days by Lu Bu, the Zhou Lang general, who had been sent down by the imperial court, with 3,000 cavalrymen. It had to be amazing. The county minister next to him also couldn't help but say, especially this Zhou Lang general Lu Bu sent by the imperial court, with a hand of the square sky painting halberd, is awe-inspiring. With such an elite iron cavalry with this figure, the situation in Yanzhou is no longer a worry. Those mob rebels can't turn over any more waves. Both the magistrate and the lieutenant nodded approvingly after hearing this. That's right. The chaos in Yanzhou is finally coming to an end. The three of them were all in a state of sighing. The entire land of Yanzhou after such a mess. Want to restore the past? I'm afraid it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. However, it was good that their county hadn't been overrun by the rebels, and it was much better than the rest of the country. Lu Bu galloped to some distance with his 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders before stopping to let the crowd rest. In the past 2 days, they have been fighting non-stop in all the provinces of Yanzhou to exterminate the rebels. Although each time it was in the form of one hand down, they themselves were exhausted. Even if they were all martial arts cultivators, they couldn't carry such a long-running battle. Lu Bu turned back to look at the haggard colors on the faces of each of the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders and did not say anything more. Now only the last of this house is left. As long as the rebels in this last province are eliminated, the rebels in Yanzhou will be pacified by Lu Bu. All aboard. After 10 minutes or so, Lu Bu bellowed. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders sniffed and turned on their horses in unison, preparing for the next and final battle of the gallop. Departure. Drive. The words fell. Lu Bu led the 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders to gallop toward the front once again, raising a cloud of dust and fog. Daiju, Shangyiangfu, the government office in the capital city. That easy house steward who had escaped from Luoyang said with a hurried face to Easy King Zhou Chen, who was sitting on the main seat, "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Yenzhou." After saying that, this steward handed a letter to Easy King Zhou Qian's hand. Yenzhou emergency? As soon as Easy King Zhou Qian heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Easy King Zhou Qian immediately took the letter from the steward's hand and opened it to read it. When Easy King Zhou Qian finished reading the contents of this urgent report, he couldn't help but say, "Good Lu Bu, what a good parallel wolf rider." It's still a bit of a surprise to the king. It's amazing that with just him alone with 3,000 of the Peugeot wolf riders, he was able to eliminate all of the rebels in Yenzhou and pacify the state in just 3 days. What a bit of a surprise. The fruit is worthy of being a half-step celestial general. Easy King Zhou Qian said, putting down this urgent report in his hand, his face a bit gloomy. That's right. This urgent report is about what happened when Lu Bu alone with 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders eliminated the rebels in Yenzhou. After Easy King Zhou Qian finished reading it, the pressure in his heart increased dramatically. He knew that after the chaos in Yenzhou had been pacified, his Daizhou would be next. Chapter 094, I don't want anyone to have unclean hands. Yenzhou City, the state capital city of Yenzhou, and the place where the center of power of the entire Yenzhou is located. These days, because the mobs in Yenzhou had raised their flags in revolt and also captured the 6 prefectures of Yenzhou one after another, it had cast a considerable shadow over Yenzhou City, the capital city of the state. The atmosphere of Yenzhou City, the capital city of the state, was once tense. Everyone is afraid that Yenzhou City will be overrun by the mob rebels as well. If that happens, when the time comes, what are they going to do? But today, that fearful concern is gone for all, because the entire mob of rebels within Yenzhou was pacified by Lu Bu, the rebel lieutenant general sent by the imperial court with 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders. From now on, there will be no more mob rebellion in Yenzhou. This makes the shadow of the state capital city of Yenzhou City, which is not small, instantly swept away. The once tense atmosphere dissipated. At this time, in Yenzhou City, the state government office, officials of the state government offices, both large and small, gathered together, and each official's face had a look of relief. There was no more of the sadness that had been there before. Everyone looked at the 2 figures sitting on the main seats within the lobby. To be more precise, it was everyone's eyes that were gathered on the figure on the right wearing an armored stomach. As for the figure on the left, all of these officials from the state government offices had already paid their respects in advance. Lieutenant General Lu is truly divine. He actually eliminated all the rebels in Yenzhou and pacified the Yenzhou mob rebellion in just 3 days with only 3,000 iron horsemen. What an eye-opener for this officer. On behalf of the entire people of Yenzhou, this official here thanks Lieutenant General Lu in advance. Had it not been for Lieutenant General Lu's elimination of these rebels in such a short period of time, the situation in my Yenzhou is something that I really dare not imagine would have developed to any evil extent. An official sitting in the right head position below stood up and bowed to Lu Bu. The official's name was Roy Chui and he was the governor of Yenzhou. The 13 prefectures and hundreds of counties of Yenzhou were all under the jurisdiction of Roy Chui, the governor. It can be said that Roy Chui is the first parental official of hundreds of counties in the 13 prefectures of Yenzhou. Lu Bu had eliminated all the rebels within Yenzhou for Yenzhou, and Roy Chui, as the governor of Yenzhou and the first parental official of the 13 prefectures and hundreds of counties, naturally had to stand up and give his thanks. And the figure sitting on the right side of the main seat in the lobby wearing an armor stomach was no other than Lu Bu. After exterminating the various mob rebels within Yenzhou, Lu Bu came to Yenzhou City with his 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders to meet up with the 100,000 strong army. After more than 2 days of hasty marching, the army of 100,000 divine martial guards also entered Yenzhou City, the state capital of Yenzhou, the day before, led by Fang Xianling and a group of divine martial guards generals. In that case, then, the identity of the 2 figures sitting on the main seat within the lobby, other than Lu Bu, the identity of the other person was called out. Who else could it be if not Fang Xianling, the imperial court's admired minister? Yeah, the governor is right. Lieutenant General Lu is truly courageous. So many rebels in Yenzhou were all destroyed in just 3 days by Lieutenant General Lu with 3,000 cavalry. It's the old Master Tai in his second life, and he may not be able to do it. Lieutenant General Lu, however, has done it. Truly a rare and famous general of my great Zhou. I believe that within a few days, Lieutenant General Lu's fame will spread throughout the 4 states, and even the entire world. The official immediately below Roy Chui also stood up and looked at Lu Bu, who was sitting on the right side of the main seat, with a face of praise. That's right, Lieutenant General Lu's divine bravery is truly admired by my humble servant. With Lieutenant General Lu leading the troops to quell the chaos, then these rebels in the 4 northern states won't be able to make any big waves. Immediately following, the officials seated on both sides below the lobby, one by one, stood up to Lu Bu, who was seated on the main seat on the right side. Was a burst of bragging. As a matter of fact, these Yanzhou state officials were indeed shocked by Lu Bu. No one expected that before the army sent by the court to quell the rebellion arrived, this court-appointed counterinsurgency lieutenant general first rushed to Yanzhou with 3,000 cavalry in less than a day. He also eliminated all the rebellious rebels in Yanzhou with 3,000 cavalry in just 3 days. There was no need to wait for the arrival of the 100,000 strong counterinsurgency army. With only 3,000 iron horsemen, he eliminated all the rebels within Yanzhou. How can one not be shocked by such a war record? Even if these rebels within Yanzhou were basically a bunch of rabble that had just put down their farming tools, the war effort is poor, the armor and stomach are incomplete, and the discipline is poor. But it can't be helped that these rebels are outnumbered. As the saying goes, a mole cricket can still bite an elephant. With so many rebels, I'm afraid 3 days won't be enough even if we rely on a large army to fight them. A hint of impatience flashed across Lu Bu's face as he listened to the officials boasting. To be honest, what Lu Bu disliked the most was this kind of mouthiness from the civil officials. What he said was all over the place, but in his heart he had a belly full of bad water. Take this Yanzhou rebels for example. Lu Bu simply does not believe that these just put down the agricultural tools of a group of rabble. If these officials of Yanzhou set full force to suppress, will not be able to. Even if we can't eliminate them all, we can at least contain the situation. How could it be possible that these rebels had conquered half of Yanzhou's prefectures in a row in a short period of time? Do you really think that these local authorities are all made of paper? Apparently not. The problem is all in the hands of these officials. Next to him, Fang Xianling could see the impatience on Lu Bu's face, so he directly interrupted these officials boasting about Lu Bu. Alright, all of you understand the admiration you have for General Lu, but this is not the time to talk about that. General Lu has already eliminated all the mob rebels within Yanzhou with his 3,000 iron horsemen and pacified the rebellion within Yanzhou. Then the next step is to quickly pacify the people of the entire Yanzhou. There must never be another riot like this, especially those places where the drought was severe before. Double the amount of relief for the people. This official has been entrusted by the emperor this time, and is fully responsible for overseeing the disaster relief. This official doesn't want to see another incident where any official puts the people at risk and ends up causing them to rise up. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame this official for being rude to him. Fang Xianling coldly scanned these Yanzhou officials below in the lobby and said, now that the chaos in Yanzhou has just been pacified, it is an opportunity for the court to find the hearts of the people and gather public opinion. If, at this time, there are officials who disregard the people's lives and deaths, provoking civil unrest, then it will be bad again. Therefore, Fang Xianling had to make his ugly words clear to these officials in Yanzhou first. After hearing Fang Xianling's words, these officials of Yanzhou's face were solemn and glanced at each other. Roy Chui, as the governor of Yanzhou, Yanzhou's biggest parental official, naturally took the lead and cooperated. Don't worry, Lord Fang. I will lead all the officials of Yanzhou to definitely follow Lord Fang's arrangement and fully assist Lord Fang in the disaster relief. However, there is a great drought in the 4 northern states, and the drought in Yanzhou is slightly less severe than in the other 3 states of the land. But there's still a lot of relief silver needed. And you've seen the situation in Yanzhou today, Lord Fang. The state government simply can't get much money or grain to provide disaster relief. I wonder how much relief silver the court has allocated to Yanzhou this time. Roy Chui looked at Fang Xianling. If you want to provide disaster relief and save the people, then you need money and food. It's not just lip service. Fang Xianling sniffed and glanced at Roy Chui. Don't worry, Lord Chui. The Ministry of Revenue has already made a plan for disaster relief regarding the 4 northern states. The Ministry of Revenue has also made an estimate of the extent of the drought affecting Yanzhou. The relief silver allocated by the court to Yanzhou is 8 million taels, which should be enough to provide relief to the people affected by the drought and war in Yanzhou. Fang Xianling said, Yanzhou is one of the 4 northern states with the lightest drought, and there are 8 million taels enough for the entire Yanzhou to provide relief for the people. Hearing Fang Xianling's words, the eyes of these officials in Yanzhou below all lit up, especially that figure of 8 million made the eyes of a large portion of those officials shine. However, the officials quickly covered it up. Despite this, it did not escape Fang Xianling's eyes. Fang Xianling looked at these Yanzhou officials below. These 8 million taels were allocated by the court to Yanzhou for disaster relief. This official does not want anyone to have unclean hands. Did you hear everything? Fang Xianling scanned these Yanzhou officials below and said in some warning rhyme. These Yanzhou officials heard this and returned in unison. Don't worry, Lord Fang. the subordinates understand. After how many years in the local officialdom, how could these Yenzhou officials not understand what Fang Xianling meant? However, understand it and say it, but to listen or not to listen, to have clean hands or not to have clean feet, that is unknown. That's good. Then all go down quickly to prepare for the disaster relief. Since all the rebels in Yenzhou have been eliminated, this disaster relief must be put on the agenda immediately. Fang Xianling didn't want any more chaos to occur because of the untimely relief. After these Yenzhou officials left, Fang Xianling looked at Lu Bu next to him. What? Just now I saw that you are not used to these people's boasting? Lu Bu directly snorted coldly. Humph. None of these officials are good. If they truly cared for the people's court, the situation in Yenzhou wouldn't be in such a mess as it is now. Do you really believe what they just said? But I just saw these people. When they heard about the 8 million taels of silver, their eyes were glowing. Lu Bu swept a glance at the backs of these Yenzhou officials as they left and looked toward Fang Xianling. Lu Bu didn't believe that even he could see the problem. This Fang Xianling, who had been appointed by the emperor as an imperial minister, would not be able to see it. After listening to Lu Bu's words, Fang Xianling smiled blandly. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What matters is that I've already made it very clear to them. If they want to find death, then no one can stop them. It's hard for Hades to persuade a damned ghost. Besides, I never trusted them. Who is Fang Xianling? This is a room plotting and judging. A character who will remain famous in history. One of the people who ascended to the Lingyi Pavilion. It's a wonder that such a character could trust anyone so easily. When Lu Bu heard this, his eyes lit up and he stood up directly. When will you do it? I, Lu Bu, have wanted to kill these officials for a long time. As court officials, they actually can't even govern their localities well. So what's the use of having them? Lu Bu looked searingly at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling liked a shake of his head. Now is not the time. Wait until you have destroyed Easy King Zhou Chen and pacified Daizhou. These officials are not simple, themselves coming from powerful families, not to mention their intricate relationships with the local community. Once you move them now, that will add a lot of difficulty to your annihilation of Easy King Zhou Chen and the pacification of Daizhou. Fang Xianling knew that now was not the time to fix the officials. It is necessary to wait for Lu Bu to eliminate the Easy King Zhou Chen and pacify the Daizhou before he can start to fix the officials and clean up the officialdom. Otherwise, fixing the mandarins now will stir up resistance from the powerful families of the world. At that time, when the powerful families on the Daizhou side saw the situation on the Yenzhou side, they would definitely take precautions, and might even give Lu Bu's best efforts to eliminate the Easy King and pacify Daizhou to make trips. This would add a lot of difficulty to Lu Bu's next attempt to quell the rebellion. Therefore, in Fang Xianling's opinion, it would be better to wait for Lu Bu to eliminate the Easy King first and pacify Daizhou before starting to fix the officials. At that time, Lu Bu and the 100,000 strong army had also freed up their hands. It's much more stable and secure. Fang Xianling glanced at Lu Bu again. Besides, when it really comes down to it, dealing with some officials doesn't need you. The Zhonglong general in charge of a 100,000 strong army. You're just a precautionary measure. It's enough to have the East Chamber. Just as Fang Xianling's words fell, a figure walked in silently. Lord Fang is right. To deal with these officials, it's enough to have us at the East Chamber. Cao Shaoqin walked into the lobby, glanced at both Lu Bu and Fang Xianling, and reached out to throw 2 copies of the letter to Fang Xianling and Lu Bu respectively. This is some of the news that our East Chamber has found out, which includes, in addition to that of the officials, some of the situation of the Free King of Daizhou, Zhou Chen, Lord Fang and General Lu. Take a look. Cao Shaoqin that day, after going to the East Factory to meet Cao Zhangchun, he directly brought 1,000 factory guards to the 4 northwestern provinces, a little earlier than Lu Bu. So, in the past few days, the factory guards moved around and found out a lot of useful things. After receiving the 2 letters thrown over by Cao Shaoqin, the 2 of them, Fang Xianling and Lu Bu, did not say anything although they frowned a little at Cao Shaoqin's attitude. The 2 opened the letter and read it. When the 2 read the letter, their expressions varied. Lu Bu is in different attitude. The letter though said some news about Zhou Chen, the Easy King of Daizhou, but to Lu Bu, there really wasn't much difference between having it and not having it. With his Lu Bu's strength, even if Easy King Zhou Chen were to set up anymore, how could he block his square heavenly painted halberd? Fang Xianling's face, on the other hand, was a bit cautious, because all these things that the factory guards had found out these days were very useful. If it were not for the fact that in order not to make it more difficult for Lu Bu to eliminate the Easy King Zhou Chen and pacify Daizhou, Fang Xianling could have started to work on fixing the officials in Yenzhou right now, because the factory guards found out these enough to take down a group of officials in Yenzhou, and then dig deeper. Absolutely can move out of the carrot to bring out the mud, to rectify the bureaucracy of Yenzhou. 095 Chapter 1st to decide. Imperial License. After Fang Xianling had finished reading the messages, Cao Shaoqin glanced at him. Lord Fang, this is all we at the East Chamber have found so far. What Lord Fang meant just now. The miscellaneous family has also heard it all. If Lord Fang doesn't intend to do something right away, then we at the East Chamber will not be polite. The Emperor has previously decreed that anyone involved in the Yellow Sky sect need not be reported and will be directly executed to the 9 clans. Cao Shaoqin said in a sharp voice. Cao Shaoqin had heard everything Fang Xianling had just said, and some of these things that the East Chamber has found out, but some of them involved the Yellow Sky sect. Since Fang Xianling wanted to wait until Lu Bu had eliminated the easy King Zhou Chen and pacified Daizhou, then he would fix the officials and clean up the officialdom. Then these involved the Yellow Sky cult, and they, the East Chamber, made the first move. After all, before in the courtroom, Zhou Chen had clearly given an order to the East Chamber that anyone involved with the Yellow Sky sect would be directly executed without the need to report. After hearing Cao Shaoqin's words, Fang Xianling put down the letter in his hand and nodded. I understand what eunuch Cao means. Those that involve the Yellow Sky cult, you East Chamber go ahead and dispose of them. And those officials who abandoned the city and fled in the face of the rebels, the palace has also handed over to you, the East Chamber, to apprehend. No matter where these officials have fled to, this official has only one demand, and that is to have them tried by the court. Fang Xianling looked at Cao Shaoqin and said word for word. In order not to add difficulties to Lu Bu's annihilation of easy King Zhou Qian's pacification of Daizhou, Fang Xianling did not want to immediately rectify the rule of the officials, provoking the resistance of the world's rich and powerful families. But that doesn't mean that Fang Xianling, the minister of Qin, can't establish his authority. Those officials who abandoned the city and fled and those involved in the Yellow Sky sect can just be used to establish authority and deter the winds of this Yinzhou. When Cao Shaoqin heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold arc. Don't worry, Lord Fang. Those officials who abandoned the city and fled will be handed over to our East Chamber. The miscellaneous family will let them know that facing the East Chamber is 10 times more frightening to them than facing the rebels. Is there anything else that Lord Fang needs our East Chamber's assistance with? Cao Shaoqin looked at Fang Xianling and asked. And Yenzhou next to provide full disaster relief and save the people. This official would like you, the East Chamber, to keep an eye on the prefectures and counties. Fang Xianling didn't go easy on Cao Shaoqin either. Wasn't half the reason Zhou Chen sent Cao Shaoqin to the 4 northern states to assist him in providing disaster relief to the people and clearing out the officials? Cao Shaoqin nodded undeniably. That's no problem. This is our East Chamber's share. Even if Lord Fang doesn't say anything, our East Chamber will keep an eye on it. If there is nothing else for Lord Fang to do, then the miscellaneous family will go on their errands first. Cao Shaoqin said in a feminine manner. Then he turned around and left the court hall. After Cao Shaoqin left, Lu Bu also directly said to Fang Xianling, I also have to go to the army camp outside the city, rest for the night, and then lead the army to Daizhou tomorrow. Although this Yenzhou rebel was eliminated by me with 3,000 wolf riders, the situation in Yenzhou is still chaotic. Do you need me to lead you 10,000 divine martial guards to call upon? Lu Bu looked at Fang Xianling and asked. Fang Xianling shook his head. No need. The rebels in Yenzhou have already been eliminated by you, and the chaotic situation can't affect anything. You might as well all lead the way to Daizhou to exterminate Easy King Zhou Chen. You know, Easy King Zhou Chen is not like these rabble-rousers in Yenzhou who just put down their farming tools. Fang Xianling understood what Lu Bu meant, but he refused Lu Bu's kind offer. Yenzhou's rebels have been annihilated by Lu Bu with 3,000 iron horsemen. Even if the situation is chaotic again, there is the East Chamber Inn and the team of that he has brought with him, so there can't be any big problems. But the Easy King of Daizhou is no better than these rebels in Yenzhou. Fang Xianling was afraid that if Lu Bu brought 10,000 fewer men, there would be one more accident. Therefore, Fang Xianling refused Lu Bu's kind offer to leave him 10,000 divine martial guards. Seeing that Fang Xianling had rejected his good intentions, Lu Bu did not say anything more and stood up to leave the state government office as well. Yenzhou City. After Cao Shaoqin left the state government office, he gathered hundreds of factory guards who were in Yenzhou City, and in the midst of many astonished gazes, he came directly in front of a mansion. Who are you people? This is Lord Gao's residence. What do you want? The guards of this Lord Gao's residence, upon seeing Cao Shaoqin with hundreds of factory guards aggressively walking towards the Gao residence, immediately went forward and questioned. Put. As soon as this guard's words fell, his head flew right off his body and rolled to the ground. Kill. Not a single one. With a wave of Cao Shaoqin's hand, hundreds of factory guards drew their swords like wolves and tigers and killed the guards guarding the periphery, directly rushing into the mansion of this Gao Daoran. Then, the sounds of killing and screaming kept coming from inside the mansion. Unbridled. What kind of person dares to come to my Gao mansion to spread their wildness? Right at this moment, a loud shout came from inside the backyard of the Gao mansion. Then, he only saw a slightly chubby man in an official uniform walk out from the backyard, accompanied by 3 or 4 guards of notable strength. "Who are you thieves? To actually dare to come to my Gao mansion to spread wildness? You've really eaten your heart out." After the slightly chubby man in an official uniform walked out and saw the corpses of his own guards all over the ground, he immediately looked at the factory guards with an ugly face. Finally his eyes stopped on Cao Xiaoqin. This was because the slightly chubby man in official uniform had already seen that Cao Xiaoqin was the very person leading the group. "A thief? Ha! We are not thieves in the East Chamber. We, the East Chamber, were established by the Emperor on an ad hoc basis, specializing in monitoring the 100 officials and inspecting the world. As an official of the Yenzhou State Government Office, it's unlikely that you, Mr. Gao, haven't heard of the name of our East Chamber," Cao Xiaoqin said with a sneer as he glanced at the man in official uniform. "The East Chamber?" This tall man in official clothes frowned a little as he sniffed. He had indeed heard of the name of the East Chamber, the General's residence and the Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Minister of the Ministry of Rights and other relatives of dozens of officials of the party's residence heard that it is the East Chamber of the seizure. Even if you are the East Chamber, you have no right to act recklessly in this official's residence. This official is an official of the Imperial Court. What do you want to do by going on a killing spree in this official's residence like this? This tall man looked at Cao Xiaoqin with a hard look on his face. What about the East Chamber? Can the East Chamber just break into an official's residence and kill him? What's more, this is Yenzhou, not the divine capital of Luoyang. It is not the turn of the East Chamber to be arrogant. Rights? First to die. By royal license. That's what we're entitled to in the East Chamber. As for what our East Chamber is doing here in your Gao mansion, you, Lord Gao, should know better than the miscellaneous family in your heart. The Emperor has decreed that anyone who has a relationship with the Yellow Sky cult, no matter who it is, without the need to report, will be directly executed to the 9 clans. Cao Xiaoqin looked grimly straight at the tall man in official clothes. When this tall man in official uniform heard Cao Xiaoqin's words, his face changed and his pupils tightened. Obviously, he had understood why the East Chamber had brought people to kill into his Gao mansion. Kill chickens and dogs. Cao Xiaoqin stopped talking nonsense and once again issued an extermination order to the factory guards. Hundreds of factory guards sniffed and waved their crescent blades without fear, mercilessly setting off a killing spree in the Gao residence. Block for this official and kill that dead eunuch. This tall man dressed in official clothes took a look at the current situation and couldn't let it go. It's either you or me. There's no second way. Then he was no longer afraid, but instead did his best to hiss for the guards in the residence to block the factory guards, and for the 2 experts who had been protecting him to kill Cao Xiaoqin. What about the East Chamber? This is Yenzhou. It is his high house. Even if the East Chamber is a royal license will not want to let him tie his hands to be captured. A dead eunuch? As soon as Cao Xiaoqin heard those 3 words, his face turned cold. The most taboo thing for people like them is to be exposed and called out these words. Upon hearing this senior lord's order, the 2 experts who had been guarding this senior lord's side immediately leapt up and killed Cao Xiaoqin. Poof! Half-step Grand Master? Griffins! Looking at the 2 people who were killing over, Cao Xiaoqin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the long sword in his hand was immediately sheathed. Put! Those 2 figures fell to the ground unopposed, and 2 bloody heads rolled down to the feet of that tall man. This scene was a shock in the eyes of that tall man in official clothes. These were 2 half-step grandmasters. All of them are considered to be masters of the party. He was actually killed by a sword without any resistance? How is that possible? How could that tall man dressed in official clothes not expect that the 2 half-step grandmasters he relied on the most were no match for Cao Xiaoqin? Killed by a single sword. His whole body felt a sudden coldness. This dead eunuch turned out to be a grandmaster's expert. Those who were able to kill 2 half-step grandmasters with a single sword were naturally grandmaster experts. This is clear to this high lord. Looking at the 2 heads at his feet that were still open-eyed, the tall man in official uniform felt a coldness at the nape of his neck before he could turn around. Then, this tall man's pupils shrunk as he looked at Cao Xiaoqin in front of him with a face of disbelief and slowly fell to the ground. Cao Xiaoqin put away his long sword and didn't even look at this tall man who still had a dead face, as if it was as common as killing a chicken. No fluctuations. Cao Xiaoqin also did not take out his sword again. These remaining people in this mansion had hundreds of factory guards out there and that was enough. It was not yet worthy of him, the second governor of the East Chamber, to personally take action. After more than 10 minutes, there was no longer a single living thing in this entire high mansion. Only corpses and blood all over the ground. Cao Xiaoqin left the Gao mansion with hundreds of factory guards whose bodies were filled with blood, and headed back towards his next target. What man? What do you want? Outside the gates of a mansion. The guard's voice ended abruptly before he could finish speaking, and he collapsed to the ground, covering the bloody slash at his neck. Cao Xiaoqin led the factory guards to kill directly into the mansion. The emperor has decreed that anyone involved with the Yellow Sky cult shall be executed to the 9 clans. As the shrill voice rang out, the entire mansion resounded with the sounds of killing. A few minutes later, Cao Shaoqin left again with the factory guards, leaving behind only the pungent smell of blood and the corpses all over the ground. The minister of Qin has ordered that you, as a court official, but when the rebels attacked the city, you abandoned the city and fled, disregarding the safety of the people of the whole city, which is nothing short of a heinous crime. Take that. Copy the house. To death row. In yet another mansion, Cao Shaoqin with his factory guards did not kill anyone this time, but copied the family and took them. The official of this mansion was a master of the mansion who had abandoned the city and fled, and when the rebels attacked the city, instead of holding on to the city, he abandoned it and fled to this Yenzhou city. Thought it would be safe and sound. Who had thought that now by the factory guards directly to the door to copy the family to take people? The East Chamber is on business. Idle people retreat. In the streets of Yenzhou City, Cao Shaoqin was running through the streets with hundreds of factory guards. Hundreds of factory guards in a flying eagle suit, crescent blade, jade belt. Looking at the people in Yenzhou City is a discussion. Especially the look on these factory guards that had just been through a fight. It made the people on the street talk. The people don't know what this East Chamber does? However, looking at these people who call themselves the East Chamber copying and taking people, the people are guessing that this should be people in the court offices. And Cao Shaoqin with hundreds of factory guards also executed and raided more than a dozen mansions. When the news spread, it immediately shook the entire Yenzhou city. This is the first time the East Factory has made a local appearance. Officials from all forces in Yenzhou city were shocked upon hearing this news. With the energy of these people, naturally, they have heard of the existence of the East Chamber, but they have never seen it. No one had expected that this East Chamber had suddenly appeared in Yenzhou city, and that they had been allowed to see its methods. In Roy Choi's mansion, Roy Chui sat in his study, his face silent after listening to an official's report. Lord Governor, this East Chamber is executing the 9 clans of officials in the city of Yenzhou, as well as plagiarizing families and taking people. Such recklessness is simply appalling. If we let the people of the East Chamber continue to be unchecked like this, there will be no peace in Yenzhou city. We should speak to the Minister of Qin at once to stop this unbridled atrocity of the East Chamber. The official looked at Roy Choi with a grave expression. Stop? When Roy Choi heard the official's words, he glanced at the official and said, how to stop it? Don't you know what that second governor of the East Chamber said at the High House? First to die. By royal license. Who has the right to stop it? And who can stop it? I'm afraid that even that Minister of Qin, Fang Xianling, doesn't have this right to stop the East Chamber. Besides, are you sure there's not that Chinaman behind this? You should know that the officials who abandoned the city and fled, whom the East Chamber copied and arrested, were said to be under the orders of that Chinaman. Roy Choi said, skimming the official again. The tone was rather inscrutable. Lord Governor, that doesn't allow the East Chamber to continue in Yenzhou city with impunity like this. The official said again, somewhat unable to understand the attitude of Roy Chui. The governor. It is reasonable to say that Roy Chui, as the governor of Yenzhou, the biggest controller of official power, how can tolerate the East Chamber? This in Yenzhou cannot know he this governor would dare to recklessly copy the existence of the family. Roy Chui's eyes flickered for a moment as he said to the official, don't worry. The East Chamber is not going to stay like this. Inform the people below that this disaster relief matter should be done with clean hands and feet. And don't be squinted at by money. It's no joke when this East Chamberman comes to Yenzhou. Roy Chui looked at the official and reminded him. The appearance of the East Chamber was a wake-up call for Roy Chui. The governor. 096 Chapter The Great Victory of Yenzhou. 800 miles expedited. Yenzhou is a great success. General Lu destroyed the rebels and settled Yenzhou in 3 days. A messenger on a fast horse rushed into the city of Luoyang and galloped through the streets in the direction of the palace. What? The great victory of Yenzhou? General Lu eliminated the rebels and settled Yenzhou in 3 days? The people in the city of Luoyang all whispered when they heard this messenger shouting all the way. A great victory in Yenzhou. Is this true? Isn't it true that the great Zhou's breath has run out? How can the imperial army still have a great victory and pacify Yenzhou in 3 days' time? Yes, I heard that the current emperor is the reincarnation of the demon star. And that the great drought in the 4 northern states is heaven's punishment for Great Zhou, and that heaven is signaling that Great Zhou's chi has run out, or else there wouldn't have been so many major events happening in the imperial court recently. Didn't you guys hear? The great success of the imperial army has only pacified Yenzhou, which is only a rebellion of some ordinary people, and there are still 3 other states, which the imperial army may not necessarily be able to pacify. All of you keep your voices down. Talking about the emperor, that's something you'll be questioned about. Be careful of being heard by the factory guards. What are you afraid of? Recently Luoyang City, but all these are rumored. The factory guards can arrest 1, 2, still cannot block everyone's mouth. With the great victory of Yinzhou into Luoyang, this kind of talk of the people in Luoyang city continued. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen had just finished practicing the Heavenly Sun sealing technique, and his entire aura of Heavenly Sun had become much thicker again, when he saw Cao Zhengchun walk in a hurry. Your Majesty, a great victory. Yinzhou is a great success. General Lu destroyed the Yinzhou rebels and pacified the Yinzhou rebellion in 3 days. Here's a letter of great success from Yinzhou on the 800 miles of urgency. Cao Zhengchun walked into the Yangshin Hall and said with a joyful expression on his face, hurriedly handing over the 800-mile expedited letter of great victory sent from Yinzhou to Zhou Chen. Oh, the great victory of Yinzhou? Zhou Chen froze and immediately took the letter from Cao Zhengchun's hand, opened it, and read it. In the past 2 days, Zhou Chen was thinking that Lu Bu and the others should have already arrived in the 4 northern states, and he wondered when news would come. But I didn't realize that it was just after 3 or 4 days that the news came. As Zhou Chen looked at the contents of the letter, the hint of an arc that curved up at the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider. When Zhou Chen finished reading everything on the letter, he couldn't help but praise, good Lu Fengxian, to actually take only 3,000 of the Pizhou wolf riders, and in just 3 days' time, he eliminated all of the rebels in Yinzhou and pacified the state. Not bad for a roaring tiger. I was not disappointed. A smile flashed across Zhou Chen's face. It is said that as an emperor, you should be happy and angry. However, in the face of this great victory in pacifying the chaos, Zhou Chen still couldn't help but exude a joyful look that belonged to a normal person. To be honest, Zhou Chen had never doubted that Lu Bu could eliminate the rebels and pacify the rebellion. Relying on Lu Bu's strength, together with the 3,000 peaceful state wolf riders and 100,000 divine martial guards, it would be a sure thing to eliminate the rebels and pacify the chaos in the 2 states of Daiyan. It's only a matter of how long. However, how quickly Lu Bu was able to deliver the news that he had pacified the Yinzhou rebellion, Zhou Chen really did not expect it. This was greatly out of Zhou Chen's expectations. In Zhou Chen's opinion, even if Lu Bu was powerful and had brought with him 3,000 peaceful state wolf riders and 100,000 divine martial guards, the earliest time he could take to exterminate the Yinzhou rebels and pacify the Yinzhou chaos would be 5 or 6 days. But I didn't realize that Lu Bu only used 3 days. It was exactly half the time faster than Zhou Chen had expected. This caused Zhou Chen to think in his heart that it seemed that Lu Bu was indeed better able to utilize his strengths on the battlefield. Zhou Chen put down the letter in his hand, put away the trace of a smile on his face, and glanced at Cao Zhengchun, saying, has any news come from the side of the mighty warrior candidate? Compared to Lu Bu's ability to eliminate the rebels and pacify the 2 states of Daiyan, Zhou Chen was most worried about whether or not the Weiwu candidate would be able to pacify the 2 states of Yong and Yu and eliminate the Yellow Sky sect. Even with Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, accompanying the army, Zhou Chen was still a bit unsettled in his heart. Back to your majesty. Not yet. Cao Zhengchun shook his head. No? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, looked at Cao Zhengchun and asked, how is the matter of letting your East Chamber investigate going? How many people have been found to be involved with the Yellow Sky sect? Zhou Chen hadn't forgotten about this matter. He, the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou, the old imperial master of the 3 dynasties, could not die in vain. His 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters of Great Zhou cannot die in vain. Someone has to pay for this. Cao Zhengchun immediately said, only a few merchants were found to be involved with the Yellow Sky sect. None of the officials were found out. The old slave has already executed the 9 clans of those merchants according to the decree. However, the old slave is still letting the factory guards continue to investigate. As long as there is a hint of a trace, it will not be spared. In the past few days, Cao Zhengchun has had the factory guards going around checking for people involved with the Yellow Sky sect. Unfortunately, after checking and checking, only some small shrimps that were not in the top tier were found out, and none of the big fishes were caught. Only a few merchants were identified? Not a single officer? Zhou Chen sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. To say that none of the officials were involved with the Yellow Sky sect, then Zhou Chen would not believe it. Who else covered up all the traces for the Yellow Sky cult? It looks like this is someone who smelled danger and all cleaned up the trail. Your Majesty, the old slave has something to report. Cao Zhengchun said after a moment of hesitation. Oh, just say what's up. Zhou Chen saw a hint of hesitation on Cao Zhengchun's face, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. What could make someone like Cao Zhengchun show hesitation? Your Majesty, recently there have been rumors circulating within the city of Luoyang that Your Majesty, stammered Cao Zhengchun, somewhat unsure of what to say. Zhou Chen took a look and raised an eyebrow, saying, what about me? As the governor of the East Factory, what is there to swallow? Speak boldly, and I will ransom you for your innocence. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun and said, judging from Cao Zhengchun's hesitant expression and gulping behavior, It was already clear in Zhou Chen's mind that this rumor was definitely not a good thing for him. The emperor. Otherwise, Cao Zhengchun couldn't have stammered and dared not say anything like that. Cao Zhengchun clenched his teeth. Your Majesty, it has recently been rumored within the city of Luoyang that Your Majesty is the reincarnation of a demonic star that has been messing with the earth, which has caused the heavens to be displeased and send down punishment. Let there be a great drought in the 4 northern states, 1,000 miles of floating corpses and white bones, and war. It says that the 4 auxiliary ministers were given death by the emperor one after another, and even the imperial master ended up dying in battle in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces, all because the emperor was a demon star scourge. And to say, Cao Zhengchun saw that Zhou Chen's face had clouded over, and when he said this, he somewhat dared not speak any further. What else? Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun with a gloomy face and asked. Cao Zhengchun clenched his teeth again. He also said that the great Zhou's qi has been exhausted, that the Song heaven has died, that the yellow heaven is in place, that Easy will be called the emperor, and that the Zhou clan will be reborn. Bang! As soon as Cao Zhengchun's words fell, Zhou Chen slapped his palm on the dragon case, frightening Cao Zhengchun and the chamberlains and factory guards serving in the hall to kneel on the ground. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Zhou Chen grimaced and looked at Cao Zhengchun, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, when did this news start to spread out? Who spread it out? And where did it come from? Have you all checked out the East Chamber yet? Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun grimly and asked. Zhou Chen could know that the power of this gossip was extraordinary, and it's murderous. Don't look at this little piece of gossip. Sometimes it has no less effect than a war would bring. When Cao Zhengchun heard Zhou Chen's question, he immediately said, Your Majesty, this news has been spreading within Luoyang City for 2 or 3 days, and when it first started, the old slave had the factory guards arrest anyone who spread these rumors. But then, more and more people spread the word, to the point where the entire population of Luoyang City is now talking about it. The old slave had to get the East Chamber to stop moving lightly and check out the originator of the rumors that were spreading these rumors. It was discovered that all this news came from the 4 northern states, and I'm afraid that it has now reached the other state capitals as well. The old slave has already sent orders to the factory guards in the 4 northern states to check it out. Cao Zhengchun said. The 4 northern states? Another 4 northern states? Asshole. This is someone trying to use the knife of rumors to kill me as emperor. What an insidious tactic. Zhou Chen said with a gloomy face. The reincarnation of a demon star? Heaven punished with a great drought around the north. As these gossips spread, Zhou Chen could imagine that his reputation as an emperor in the hearts of the people of the world might be in tatters, especially in the hearts of the people in the land of the 4 northern states. It might really imprint a demon star reincarnation. What a great way to kill someone. There is also that the great Zhou's qi has been exhausted, that Song Tian has died, the yellow sky is in place, the Easy is called the emperor, and the Zhou is reborn. This should mean that the heaven of him, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had died, the heaven of the yellow sky sect should be established, and the Easy king had ascended to the throne, so that the imperial Zhou clan could be reborn in nirvana. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he thought about the gossip. Obviously, the purpose of this gossip referred to wanting to create momentum for the yellow sky sect and the Easy king duo. This gossip couldn't have been spread by the yellow sky sect and the Easy king duo. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's heart was a cold smile. Whether or not the gossip was spread by the yellow sky sect and the Easy king duo, it didn't matter. The important thing was in that this gossip might be so useful to other emperors, but it was not useful at all to him, Zhou Chen, because he, Zhou Chen, was not afraid of such gossip at all. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming was a paper tiger, not to mention all the gossip. When Lu Bu and the mighty warrior candidate led their armies to completely eliminate the Easy king and the yellow sky sect, and pacify the chaos around them, these rumors and gossips would not be broken. However, Zhou Chen still wanted the East Chamber to find out if the gossip was spread by the yellow sky sect and the Easy king or not. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhengchun and said, Cao Shaoqin is in the land of the 4 northern states. Have him check who exactly is spreading these rumors, and see if it's the yellow sky sect and the Easy king who are spreading them. And inform Fang Xianling that although these gossips are harmless, they are still troublesome, so let Fang Xianling figure out how to deal with them. Zhou Chen believed that with Fang Xuanling's ability, there were ways to deal with these gossips. Yes, Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun immediately bowed. At the same time that Zhou Chen received a shortcut from Yanzhou, the Prime Minister's office was also the first to receive news from Yanzhou. It was not at all slower than the speed of using the 800-mile expedited to deliver news in the court. In the hall, Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat, looking at the letter in his hand with a serious face, and in the Prime Minister Yuan Bo below the two sides sitting on both sides of the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Public Works several people. After Prime Minister Yuan Bo finished reading the contents of the letter, he raised his head and swept a glance at a few people. you guys have just read the contents of this letter. What do you think about it? This was the third time Prime Minister Yuan Bo had read the contents of the letter, and each time he did, it gave Prime Minister Yuan Bo a feeling of heartbreak. Lu Bu actually eliminated all the rebels within Yenzhou and pacified it with only 3,000 Pizhou Wolf Riders, and that too within a short span of 3 days. This record is really a bit shocking. The Minister of the Household pondered for a moment and said, the situation in the 4 northern states. I'm afraid it's going to end sooner than we expected. Yenzhou was pacified in 3 days, and the easy kings in Daizhou that probably won't last more than a few days. In just 3 days from now, Lu Bu had eliminated all the rebels in Yenzhou with his 3,000 cavalry and pacified the Yenzhou rebellion. The Minister of the Household knew that the easy king of Daizhou could not hold back Lu Bu's army. Even if easy king Zhou Chen had the secret support of their lineage and 200,000 troops under his command, he could not stop Lu Bu, unless they, the worldly gentry, turned from dark to light, and tore their faces off with the one in the palace to fully support easy king Zhou Chen. But is it possible? The Minister of Justice also nodded, that's right. Once easy king Zhou Chen fell, only a yellow sky cult remains, and it's estimated that it won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Alas, really did not expect 1,000 ways to calculate, but in the end it was by the one in the palace just so easy to solve. Even a little big waves cannot turn up. It's a bit of a bummer, the Minister of Justice said with a sigh. The Minister of Public Works, however, did not open his mouth, only his face flickered a little, and he did not know what was in his mind. Prime Minister Yuan Bo glanced at the situation in the 4 northern states seems to be settled, and it certainly won't be too long before our hands and tails are all cleaned up. So, everyone should be fine for the rest of the day as long as they're at peace. Saying this, Prime Minister Yuan Bo looked at the Minister of Public Works, where the Easy King is concerned. Because of the relationship between the Easy King and your Chui family, there has always been an appearance by your Chui family. Looking at the situation now, the Easy King won't be able to hold out for a few days. Tell your Chui family to prepare for the aftermath in advance, so nothing goes wrong. When the time comes, it involves something that shouldn't be involved. The Minister of Public Works nodded when he heard Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words. Don't worry, he has already been informed a long time ago. There won't be any oversights. That's good. Prime Minister Yuan Bo looked at the Minister of the Household again. Your Ministry of the Household's Affairs. You know yourselves well. The one in the palace has recently entered the treasury of silver. It is best not to even think about it. Watch out for accidents. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said with a word of caution. When the Minister of the Household sniffed, his eyes immediately twinkled and he nodded in understanding. Chapter 097, Zhang Liao? The next day, the morning court is over. Not long after Zhou Chen returned to the Palace of Nurturing Heart, the Chamberlain factory guards came to report. Your Majesty, the Minister of War seeks an audience. The Minister of War is asking for an audience? Zhou Chen frowned. Let him in. This morning court has just retired. Zhou Chen is a little strange. The Secretary of the Ministry of War has what is important to come to the Palace of Yangxin again. The Chamberlain factory guards retreated in response. In a few moments, the Minister of War walked into the Hall of Nourishment. I have met your Majesty. After the Minister of Military Affairs walked into the Hall of Nourishing Heart, he bowed respectfully to Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. Zhou Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the Minister of War. Is there something that the Minister of Love has come to see me at the Palace of Nurturing the Heart? After the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong in battle, this Minister of War was considered to be one of the representatives of the faction of loyal veteran generals. Now Fang Xianling and the 8 virtuous King Zhou stand 2 people and have gone to the northern 4 states. Some things in the dynasty, only the Ministry of the Army can keep an eye on the point for Zhou Chen. The Secretary of the Ministry of War said with a cautious face, Your Majesty, the person sent by the Ministry of War to deliver the decree to the 2 marquises, Marquis Zhenbei and Marquis Shilong, has just returned. The 2 Marquis Zhenbei and Marquis Shilong, both said that the border foreigners have been moving frequently recently, and that the northern D and western Rome have been harassing the border from time to time in the past few days. The 2 marquises are afraid of losses at the border, so they can't transfer their troops south to quell the rebellion in a short time. The Minister of War said, lowering his head slightly. The foreigners are moving around a lot and harassing the borders? Can't deploy troops to the south to quell the rebellion? Zhou Chen sneered after hearing the words of the Minister of War. I don't think it's the fact that the foreign races are moving around so frequently and harassing the border that they can't transfer their troops south to quell the rebellion. It's they who want to embrace their own army and sit back and watch the beacons rise in this great Zhou Chen said with a cold smile. Zhou Chen's words caused the Minister of War's body to tremble and bury his head even lower. Such an obvious pretense. Even he, the Minister of War, could see it clearly, let alone this one in the dragon chair. The Minister of War was reticent. In matters like this, being transparent, with only ears and no mouth, and keeping quiet is the best option. What else? Zhou Chen looked at the Minister of War again and asked. The Minister of War immediately returned, and the two marquises, the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Xiang, ordered the entire army to wear mourning for the Imperial Master for 3 days. Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh once again after hearing this. Ha, quite good at buying people's hearts. Zhou Chen just didn't need to think and guess the intentions of the two marquises, Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Xiang. In doing so, being a veteran of 3 dynasties, Taisher Wenzhong had a profound influence on the border army. I don't know how many people in the border army had all followed the Imperial Master at one time or another. These two marquises are doing this only to settle those people's hearts. The Secretary of the Ministry of War hesitated for a moment and said to Zhou Chen on the dragon chair, Your Majesty, the two marquis cannot transfer troops to the south to quell the rebellion. Then the matter of these 4 northern states. The Minister of War didn't say any more, but the meaning was obvious, asking Zhou Chen, the Emperor, what to do next. The two marquises can't transfer their troops south to quell the rebellion. Should we continue to give the two marquises orders to move their troops, or should we just leave it at that? Of course Zhou Chen understood what the Minister of War meant, and expressionlessly glanced at the Minister of War. I know. I never expected them to move troops south to quell the rebellion. For the 4 northern states, it's enough to have the duo of Lu Bu and Mighty Warrior candidate with 200,000 divine martial guards. Zhou Chen said calmly. Indeed, Zhou Chen never intended to rely on the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Xiang to move their troops southward to pacify the chaos in the 4 northern states together with Lu Bu and the Weimu candidate. Having Lu Bu and the Mighty Warlord with 200,000 divine martial guards would be enough to sweep away the rebels in the 4 northern states, and he only sought a Jinbei Marquis and Xiang Marquis 2 Marquis decree to transfer troops, is only to want to test these have always been to guard the border several Marquis attitude. Let's see if there is any imperial court in the eyes of these marquises of theirs who have been away for a long time, holding heavy armies to guard the borders. Obviously, the results of this came out. After the Minister of War heard Zhou Chen's words, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Previously, when Zhou Chen had given this decree, the civil and military officials in the court had already guessed Zhou Chen's intentions. Now how Zhou Chen said it bluntly, the Minister of War was not much surprised, only sighed in his heart. It seems that the two marquis of the northern border and western Liang were blacklisted by this one on the dragon chair. I just don't know when and by what means this one in the dragon chair will deal with these two marquises. Hopefully it won't be a major military crackdown. Otherwise, when the arms come together, the borders will be in chaos. At that time, when the foreigners took the opportunity to knock on the gate, it would be a big trouble. Then the minister will take his leave first. The Minister of War had come to the Palace of Nourishing Heart, mainly to report on the matter of the two marquis not deploying troops south to quell the rebellion. Since the report was now finished, it was time for the Minister of War to retire. Standing in the Yangxin Hall, facing the dragon chair on this, the Secretary of the Ministry of War has a lot of pressure in his heart. Zhou Chen nodded and motioned for the Minister of War to step back. After the Minister of War left, Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he said, the attitudes of the two from the northern border and western Liang are clear. So all that's left is the one from the east. As for the southern border, Zhou Chen paused for a moment. It's been a long time since King Leaning Mountain returned to the court, hasn't it? I don't know if he can still sit still after hearing about the death of the Imperial Master in battle and the chaos around the north. Zhou Chen nagged himself. Forget it. Don't want to think about that. Better sign in first. Zhou Chen since the end of the monthly signing package. These days every day to sign out of the factory guard. I do not know if today is still the factory guard. Sign in. Zhou Chen directly clicked on today's check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the character Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao? Zhang Wan Yuan? Zhou Chen froze. I didn't expect today's signing to actually sign a character. Or Zhang Liao. This Liao's force is not too high in the Three Kingdoms, but it is still considered a man of honor, especially when it comes to leading troops into battle. He can be considered a rare general. A majestic figure appeared in front of Zhou Chen. Last General Zhang Liao kowtows to your majesty. As soon as Zhang Liao appeared, he knelt down and saluted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took a look at Zhang Liao's strength. Mid-first grade grandmaster. Not bad. Although it was not as good as Lu Bu's half-step celestial, it was also not as good as Cao Shaoqin's peak grandmaster. However, the middle stage of a grandmaster was considered a rare expert in this great Zhou. Zhou Chen looked at Zhang Liao and said, when Yuan doesn't need to be polite. Get up. Thank you, your majesty. Zhang Liao stood up. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and said to Zhang Liao, Wen Yuan, now that the four northern states are in chaos, it's the right time to need a general like you, so you immediately moved to take orders under Lu Bu's tent in Yanzhou. Zhou Chen, however, knew that although the southern battalion divine martial guards were under Lu Bu's control, there were quite a few generals who cleaned them out, and the loss of strength was not just 1.5 points. Now that Zhang Liao is signed out, it's just the right time to send him to Lu Bu's side to assist him in commanding the Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guards. Chapter 098, King of Reliance. South of the border. Leaning on the king's royal residence. In the hall, the king of Leaning Mountain sat on the main seat with a head of white hair, looking at the letter in his hand. His face was grave, and his entire body was slightly trembling. On the chairs to the left and right below sat more than 20 generals in armor and stomach, each with indescribable gravity on their faces. Seeing the trembling look on the Lord's throne, the hearts of these generals couldn't help but be worried. Snap! After reading the content on the letter, the king of Leaning Mountain slapped the letter fiercely on the armrest, stood up and shouted, "Fetch the king's golden stream. Prepare fast horses. The king wants to go back to Luoyang." This king would like to ask the young emperor in that dragon chair how that old bastard Wen Zhong died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces? And how could 30,000 Shenwu sons and daughters be completely wiped out at the hands of that ragtag group from the Yellow Sky sect? And why did those two fellows, Yan Hua and Wu Jin, have their families copied and exterminated, and took down more than 20 ministers in the court along with them? There is also a great drought in the 4 northern states, with thousands of starving corpses. Why has the court not provided comprehensive relief? This king will ask him how he became the emperor? In just a month's time, 4 auxiliary ministers, 3 died, 20 to 30 civil and military officials in the court were copied and exterminated, and even the divine martial guards that suppressed the world lost 30,000 men. Does he, the emperor, want to bury my great weeks hundreds of years of miles of rivers and mountains? The king of Dependent Mountain's voice was like a bell. His aura was monstrous, as if he was a lion about to explode, and he said grimly, the dependable king was really not expecting that in this short period of 1 month, the court had actually undergone such a drastic change. 2 auxiliary ministers and dozens of court ministers were copied and exterminated, and a major drought in 4 northern states triggered civil unrest when the court failed to provide relief. The Yellow Sky sect took the opportunity to raise the flag of rebellion, and even the easy king and the royal family all openly raised the flag of rebellion. The most unacceptable thing for the king was that Wen Zhong, the senior teacher of the 3 dynasties, the pillar of the heavens that supported half of the sky of the Great Zhou, was actually killed in battle. While the king of Leaning Mountain was angry in his heart, he couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. Mourning for the death of one such 3 dynasty leader in Great Zhou, Prime mourns. He also mourned the loss of a close friend of the king of the mountain. To say the whole big week, and the great master Wen Zhong relationship is the best, that undoubtedly with his is this mountain king Zhou war. Because they were from the same era and the only 2 prime ministers of the Great Zhou, it is the 2 of them support the days of the Great Zhou, one sitting in the center of the court, one guarding the borders, can be said to be in perfect harmony. But now, the only 2 prime pillars of Great Zhou had died, which was equivalent to half of Great Zhou's sky collapsing. How could this make Leaning King Zhou war not be as angry as a raging lion? When the generals on both sides below heard that the king of the dependents wanted to take the golden stream back to Luoyang, all of their faces changed at once. The general sitting at the head on the right immediately stood up and said, "Your Highness, you can't. With so many great events happening in the dynasty, the last general knows that Your Highness is anxious. But Your Highness is the backbone of the 300,000 strong Jinan army, and it's a great responsibility to guard the barbarians in the southern border. If His Majesty leaves, then the 300,000 Jinan army will have lost its backbone. Once the barbarians take the opportunity to knock on the gate, then the southern border will be in danger." Immediately followed by another general also stood up and said, "Yes, Your Highness, the barbarians are now displaying their troops outside the pass. If we let them once they know that Your Highness has returned to Luoyang, then they will definitely knock on the pass with all their might. At that time, without you, Your Highness, as the backbone, the 300,000 Jinan army will be like a body without a soul. How can we hold back the hundreds of thousands of barbarians outside the pass? Please think twice, Your Majesty." Next, the generals on the left and right on both sides of the hall all said in unison to the king of Leaning Mountain, "Please think twice, Your Majesty." These generals didn't want to let the king of Leaning Mountain return to Luoyang, not only because the danger of the barbarians at the border was always there, but also because of the king of Leaning Mountain's fiery temper, especially when the king of the Leaning Mountain said that he would take the golden stream and return to Luoyang. You should know that the golden stream of the king of the Leaning Mountain that is the same as the golden whip of the Taisher Wenzhong's king beating. Both of them have the right to beat the fainting king at the top and the rebellious ministers at the bottom. When the late emperor was on the throne, he deserted the imperial government because of his flirtatious behavior, but this king of the mountains had broken into the palace of Nourishing Heart with a golden stream. So these generals are afraid that the king of the mountain is afraid to take the golden stream. The temper comes up, and angers the one on the dragon chair in the palace. Then it will not end well. Think twice, my ass. Are all of you dry? Without this king you will not be able to lead the 300,000 Jinan army to defend the southern border? Now that there is a huge change in the court, that old man Wen Zhong has died in battle, and if my king does not return to the court will be in turmoil, especially since there's a big mess in the land of the 4 northern prefectures. Without this king returning to sit on the throne, who knows if the court will be able to calm down as quickly as possible. You are all generals who have been generals for many years. You should be well aware of the consequences of these upheavals, and if you can't quell them in a timely manner, they will spread and cause a great disaster. The leaning king said with a grave expression, being the only 2 prime ministers of Great Zhou. Now that the imperial master Wen Zhong is dead, then he is the only pillar left. Naturally, he had to hurry back to the court to sit on the bench in case of unrest. Your Highness, hasn't the emperor already sent the Weiwu candidate and a general named Lu Bu to send troops to the 4 northern states to quell the rebellion? That Lu Bu's general has been heard to be a half-step celestial powerhouse, and the emperor has also sent old ancestor Zhou to accompany the army's Weiwu candidate on the expedition as well. With 2 half-step celestial powerhouses accompanying the army to quell the chaos, it shouldn't be a problem to pacify those rebels in the 4 northern states. The general at the head of the left side spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty, the court should be able to pacify the chaos in the 4 northern states soon. As for the court, from the news that has come in, the emperor has executed the Taifu and the great general, as well as more than 20 court officials, clearly reigning in power. The emperor is no longer the same emperor as before, and with his power withdrawn, the emperor will definitely be able to stabilize the court. His Majesty doesn't need to return to Luoyang at all. At this time, Your Highness should help the court to hold down the border. Stabilizing the border is the most important thing. The general on his right also stepped forward and said, That's right, Your Highness, the 2 generals are right. At this time, Your Highness should stabilize the borders. Not letting the borders go wrong is the most important thing. The other generals all spoke up as well. Upon hearing the words of these generals, King Cushion frowned. Although these generals had some truth in what they said, but without personally returning to Luoyang to take a look, he, the dependable king, was still uneasy. Just then, a horn sounded. A soldier rushed into the hall of the king's mansion with a hasty look on his face. Report, Your Highness, the barbarians have made a move. They have sent out several squads and have started to invade the border. What? When the leaning mountain king heard this, his face directly grimaced. I was thinking of going back to Luoyang, but I didn't expect the barbarians to make a move at this time. That's add up. Chapter 099, it came pretty fast. Daiju, Shangyi Easy King Zhou Chen stood on the city wall, looking at the imperial army outside the city that was approaching from afar, his eyes flickering. It came pretty fast. Easy King Zhou Chen didn't expect Lu Bu to actually not rest for a moment after eliminating the Yinzhou rebels and pacifying Yinzhou, and directly bring 100,000 divine martial guards to Daizhou. It seems that this Lu Bu wants to make a big effort to even pacify Daizhou immediately and eliminate him as a free king. Easy King Zhou Chen thought, looking out at the imperial army outside the city that was gradually approaching Shangyang Prefecture's capital. His gaze stopped on the 3,000 black wolf-armored cavalrymen that were running immediately behind Lu Bu. These are the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders that Lu Bu led to exterminate the Yinzhou rebels and pacify Yinzhou, aren't they? Next to him, the Easy House steward who was following Easy King Zhou Chen nodded. That's right, Your Highness. That's the 3,000 Pizhou wolf riders under Lu Bu's command. The Easy House steward said with certainty. Now that these 3,000 Pizhou wolf riders under Lu Bu's command had spread their reputation because they had eliminated the Yinzhou rebels and pacified Yinzhou in just 3 days. Black wolf armor, black wolf horse. This was the most obvious characteristic of the parallel state wolf riders, so, it's very recognizable. Upon hearing this, Easy King Zhou Chen couldn't help but praise, it's really elite. Easy King Zhou Chen, as a prince of the royal family of Great Zhou, had seen many of Great Zhou's cavalry, regardless of whether it was the cavalry in the divine martial guards or the cavalry on the frontier, but it was rare to see one that could have the momentum of a parallel state wolf rider. I really don't know how many unknown cards this 5th imperial brother of this king is hiding. Easy King Zhou Chen unconsciously sighed. First, there was Lu Bu, a half-step celestial being, then Chao Zhangchun and the East Chamber, and now the parallel wolf riders. Time and time again, these powerhouses and elites suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making Easy King Zhou Chen's heart feel very bad. Easy King Zhou Chen had always asked himself to be much stronger than Zhou Chen, and felt that Zhou Chen simply did not deserve to sit on that dragon chair, but now it seems that he, Easy King Zhou Chen, seems to be a bit presumptuous. Easy King Zhou Chen watched Lu Bu's 100,000 divine martial guards led by Lu Bu stop neatly a short distance outside the city, his face grave. We've deployed all our troops, haven't we? Have the defenses been arranged yet? 100,000 divine martial guards. This is no ordinary army of counterinsurgents. As the Easy King Zhou Chen was the Easy King of the great Zhou imperial family, the fourth son of the late emperor, he naturally knew the elite of the 12 divine martial guards best. This is the great Zhou suppression of the world, deterring the four sides of the fundamentals. Even if it is guarding the four sides of the border army, then the 12 guards of the Shenwu is still a little worse. Facing such elite divine martial guards, even if Easy King Zhou Chen had 200,000 troops under his command now, he had to be cautious. After all, Easy King Zhou Chen knew that the 200,000 soldiers under his command were basically made up of people who had just put down their farming tools, as well as the local military reserves and the private soldiers of some families. Such a 200,000 soldiers and horses, not to mention comparing to the divine martial guards, even comparing to the real soldiers of the state capitals, is still quite a bit worse. Therefore, in order to prevent being annihilated one by Lu Bu with his 100,000 divine martial guards, weakening the troops and horses under his command, Easy King Zhou Chen had long ago ordered that those prefectures he had previously captured be abandoned, and that all 200,000 troops and horses under his command be gathered within this Xiangyang prefecture. Easy King Zhou Chen is going to fight against Lu Bu's rebel army here in Xiangyangfu, winning swept Dai Zhou, annexed Yanzhou, and looked down on the world with a tiger's eye. Defeated. Naturally, everything comes to naught. The general beside Easy King Zhou Chen immediately said after hearing Easy King Zhou Chen's words, "Please don't worry, Your Majesty. The defense has already been arranged, and the soldiers and horses have all been mobilized. This city is an iron bucket. Even if the 100,000 divine martial guards are more elite, they will never be able to break the city." The general had a confident look on his face. Easy King Zhou Chen nodded after hearing this. Easy King Zhou Chen knew the elite of the divine martial guards. If he fought the divine martial guards outside of the city, then he would definitely lose. Therefore, Easy King Zhou Chen is going to defend the city, with the 200,000 soldiers under his command. Even if the divine martial guards were more elite, it wouldn't be that easy to break the city. Perhaps, it was even possible to use this to exhaust these 100,000 divine martial guards. This was the calculation in the heart of Easy King Zhou Chen. After Easy King Zhou Chen finished questioning the general, he looked at the Easy House steward next to him. "In a moment, you will make a trip out of the city to deliver King Kang's remains to the court's counterinsurgency army." King Kong, his only wish before he died was to be able to return to Luoyang. When he was alive, he couldn't go back, but now that he's dead, this king will send him back to Luoyang, as his fourth royal brother. This is the last thing this king can do for him. Easy King Zhou Chen said quietly, "Being in the royal family, sometimes it's just how ruthless and inexorable it can be. There may be something to be said for not being able to help yourself, but more than that, how could it not be the deepest ambition of the heart?" "Yes, Your Majesty." That steward of the Easy House nodded. Outside the city, Lu Bu brought 3,000 peaceful state wolf riders and 100,000 divine martial guards army to the outside of the Xiangyang prefecture's capital city after 3 or 4 days of hasty marching, all the way unimpeded. Originally, Lu Bu thought that Easy King Zhou Chen would set up a defense line between the various prefectures of Daizhou to block the march of his counterinsurgency army. As a result, he didn't expect the Easy King Zhou Chen not only didn't set up a defense line along the road for his counterinsurgency army, but also directly withdrew the army that had captured all the mansions to this Xiangyang mansion. Let Lu Bu directly bring the counterinsurgency army all the way to the outside of the Xiangyangfu prefecture city without any obstacles. The purpose of Easy King Zhou Chen doing this was understood by Lu Bu. This should be that the Easy King was afraid that his large army scattered among the various provinces would be annihilated by him. Lu Bu, one by one. So they all withdrew to Xiangyang province, wanting to gather all their strength to fight the rebel-quelling army that he had brought with him. That's exactly what Lu Bu wanted, saving him the time and effort of leading troops around to exterminate these rebels. It's best to settle things in one battle. In front of the army, Lu Bu glanced at the densely packed heads on the city wall and directly ordered with an expressionless face, "The left army will go to the south gate. The right army will go to the north gate, and the rear army will prepare for the siege machinery. Stone throwers forward, strong crossbows and archers ready. Attack the city in half an hour." Lu Bu is going to break this Xiangyangfu prefecture and destroy Easy King Zhou Chen in one go, again and again and again. This is something Lu Bu understands. Don't look at the 100,000 divine martial guards hurriedly marching for 3 or 4 days, but after entering the boundaries of Xiangyang prefecture before, Lu Bu had dropped his speed and let the generals rest and recuperate once already. As a leading general who was always on horseback, Lu Bu naturally knew how to maintain the momentum and battle power of his army. Also understand the elements of a siege. Surrounded by 3 of the 4 gates of Xiangyangfu prefecture's capital city, Lu Bu left the gap at the west gate for the rebels inside the city to use as an escape route. Otherwise, besieging all 4 gates would put the rebels inside the city at risk. In that case, even if the divine martial guards were elite, it would be a struggle to break the city. Not conducive to breaking the city. Chapter 100, Preparing to attack the city. Not long after Lu Bu's order was given, he saw one of the generals from the left army that had just gone to the south gate riding over. Reporting to General, some people in the city pulled a wooden coffin out of the south gate, saying that it is the remains of King Kong, and the one they are leading wants to see General. This general ran over and immediately reported to Lu Bu. King Kang's remains? Lu Bu frowned. Bring him here. This general immediately rode back to the south gate. Soon, the general brought that steward of the Prosperity House to Lu Bu's presence, and behind that steward of the Easy House there were 2 more people driving a car, which was pulling exactly a wooden coffin. I have met General Lu. The steward of the Easy building walked up to Lu Bu's face and bowed his hand in salute. Lu Bu looked up at this Prosperity House steward. You recognize this general? General Lu took 3,000 iron cavalry and eliminated all the rebels in Yanzhou in just 3 days, quelling the Yanzhou rebellion. Now who in the land of the 4 northern states doesn't recognize General Lu? Besides, when I was in Luoyang, then I saw the general once, this steward of the Easy House said. After Lu Bu heard the words of this steward of Easy House, he let out a cold laugh. He. So it's the remnants that escaped from Luoyang. Are you not afraid that I will kill you if you come to see this general? Lu Bu said as he glanced at this steward of the Easy House. This steward of the Easy House smiled faintly and shook his head. When 2 armies are at war, they don't cut down incoming ambassadors. I believe that the general who can take only 3,000 cavalry and eliminate all of Yanzhou's rebels and pacify it in just 3 days won't be the one who cuts down incoming ambassadors. Besides, I am here to send King Kang's remains back to the court. King Kang's greatest wish before his death was to return to Luoyang. I sent King Kang's remains to the court's army. Even if I don't get credit, I won't be beheaded. This steward of the Easy House looked at Lu Bu and said word for word. His every word was so sharp and to the point. If it were an ordinary person, it would have really been right by this steward of the Prosperity House. But unfortunately, Lu Bu is not an ordinary person. Lu Bu didn't say much more to the steward of Easy House and directly asked, how did King Kong die? Didn't King Kong surrender to the Yellow Sky sect along with the Easy King and join forces with the Yellow Sky sect to raise the flag in rebellion? Who killed King Kong? Lu Bu looked at this steward of the Easy House. For this, Lu Bu was surprised. The news received at the court was that both King Kong and King Easy had been captured by the Yellow Sky sect, and had then entered into a partnership with the Yellow Sky sect, joining forces with them to raise a flag in rebellion. If that's the case, then how come King Kong is dead now? Who killed King Kong? The steward of the Easy House shook his head. This I don't know. However, my king has previously instructed me that if General Lu were to ask about King Kang's death, my king asked me to tell General Lu that King Kong wants to keep his innocence on Earth. So, King Kong is dead. This steward of the Easy House said. To leave a clean slate on Earth? He raised an eyebrow when he heard it. Eyes flickered. General Lu, King Kang's remains have been delivered by me, and my king's words have also been brought by me. Then I will take my leave. This steward of the Easy House said archly. His mission out of the city was to deliver King Kang's body to the imperial army to quell the rebellion. Since it was now delivered, his mission was accomplished. It was time to say goodbye and head back to the city. After all, one more second here was a second of danger for him. Although he was very confident that Lu Bu would not kill him, but this thing that was so 100% absolute, it's safest to return to the city early. Saying goodbye? Farewell. Want to go where? Lu Bu looked at this steward of the Easy House with a cold smile. Facing the expression of a cold smile on Lu Bu's face, this Prosperity House steward's face changed, and a bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. General Lu, you, this Prosperity House's steward hadn't finished his words. Only a cold light flashed. This Prosperity House steward's head had then flown out. Lu Bu withdrew his square sky painting halberd, glanced at the unbelieving face of this Prosperity House steward as he rolled to the ground until his death, and muttered to himself, when 2 armies are at war, it's a case of not chopping off the envoys, but that's only for gentlemen. This general is not a gentleman. Besides, do we need to talk about these rules when dealing with you rebels? Lu Bu sneered with a disdainful look on his face. Perhaps, this steward of the Easy House would never have imagined until his death that Lu Bu, a half-step celestial powerhouse, or a counterinsurgency lieutenant general leading 100,000 troops, would not talk about these rules and directly kill him, an envoy before the 2 armies went to war. Seeing that Lu Bu killed this steward of Easy House, that general who brought this steward of Easy House over also directly killed those 2 people who were following this steward of Easy House to drive the car as well. Since their generals don't even talk about these rules, what rules will they people have? Lu Bu rode his horse to the carriage pulling the wooden coffin and surveyed it before waving his hand and saying, open it and see if it's the remains of King Kong? Although doing so was somewhat disrespectful to King Kong Zhou Qi, but Lu Bu didn't care about that. He wanted to confirm whether or not the remains of King Kong were inside this wooden coffin. He couldn't just send this King Kang's remains back to Luoyang without even looking at it when others said that it was King Kang's remains. As Lu Bu's words fell, 4 divine martial guards immediately stepped out and stepped forward, then gently pushed open the wooden coffin on the carriage. Puff! The moment the wooden coffin was pushed open, a faint green smoke emerged from it. Before those 4 divine martial guards understood what was going on, they directly collapsed on the ground, twitching a few times before they lost their breath. The divine martial guards that were close to the carriage all fell one after another as well. Lu Bu and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders reacted faster and immediately pulled their horses back to avoid the spread of the green smoke. When the green smoke from the wooden coffin finished, Lu Bu glanced around the carriage, only to see hundreds of corpses of divine martial guards fallen on the ground. Lu Bu's face was instantly hard to see. This hadn't even begun the siege yet, and they had lost hundreds of divine martial guards elites. This easy King Zhou Chen really deserves to die. Actually counting on him, Lu Bu, so much. If it wasn't for Lu Bu's quick enough reaction, I'm afraid that this green smoke would make Lu Bu have to feel some trouble as well. After watching the green smoke rising from the wooden coffin, Lu Bu lets his horse forward and sweeps the wooden coffin without finding any more danger. And inside the wooden coffin were indeed the remains of King Kong Zhou Qi. King Kong Zhou Qi's remains were also not damaged in any way, nor were they affected by the green smoke. After confirming this, Lu Bu then directly withdrew his gaze and said, "Cover the wooden coffin. Gather these dead generals. Prepare to attack the city. I'm going to let him, these rebels, know what will happen to him if he dares to scheme against me." Lu Bu? Lu Bu glanced at the city walls with a somber face. Lu Bu is not stupid. This free King Zhou Chen estimated that Lu Bu will open the wooden coffin to check the confirmed wooden coffin inside is not the remains of Kong Wang. Therefore, this green smoke and poisonous mist was placed in the wooden coffin of King Kang's remains. It was obvious that this was trying to deal with him, Lu Bu. However, it was fortunate that he, Lu Bu, reacted quickly enough, or else he would have really been hit. With the toxicity of this green smoke poisonous mist, even if Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, was hit, he would still be in trouble. Chapter 101 Death of Easy King Zhou Chen. Xiangyang Prefecture. Outside the prefecture, after Lu Bu had the hundreds of divine martial guards' corpses collected, he had the wooden coffin of King Kong temporarily pulled to the rear of the army as well. He didn't have time to send King Kang's remains back to Luoyang now. His main thing now is to break the city and eliminate this anti-King Zhou Chen who dared to openly raise the flag to rebel and tried to scheme against him. Lu Fengxian. Lu Bu looked at the Xiangyang Prefecture's prefecture city with a cold face, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly ordered, "Attack the city." There are no impassioned and passionate words or long and redundant speeches. Only 2 simple words, "attack the city," made tens of thousands of divine martial guards as angry as rainbows. Obviously, after the battle to quell the chaos in Yenzhou, Lu Bu had already established his own prestige and honored the foundation in the Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guards. With Lu Bu's command, the horn of offense sounded. Tens of thousands of divine martial guards began to attack this capital city of Xiangyang province. The stone throwers placed in front threw out huge boulders that smashed into the city walls, and the strong crossbows and archers all hurriedly approached the walls and began to use the sharp weapons in their hands to cover the divine martial guards as they ascended the city. At the same time, both the left and right armies, the divine martial guards, began attacking the south and north gates. The left and right armies, the divine martial guards, had 20,000 men each. Lu Bu didn't expect them to break through the south or north gates. Lu Bu only hoped that they would be able to hold some of the rebels inside the city. The main attack was still on his side of the east city gate. As soon as Easy King Zhou Chen on the city wall heard the horn of Lu Bu's army attacking outside the city, his face was frozen. Looks like the plan failed. Easy King Zhou Chen said to himself. If the plan worked, Lu Bu's rebel-quelling army outside the city would not attack the city, but would be thrown into chaos. Now, Lu Bu's counterinsurgency army blew the horn of attack. Obviously his plan had failed. Lu Bu was not hit. Easy King Zhou Chen had a disappointed look on his face. Originally, Easy King Zhou Chen wanted to use this tactic to count a handful of Lu Bu. After all, the intimidating power of Lu Bu, who was a half-step celestial, was just too great. It wasn't easy at all to deal with a powerhouse of this level. Therefore, Easy King Zhou Chen wanted to count on Lu Bu through this means. Even if it couldn't take Lu Bu's life, it would be good to cause some impact on Lu Bu and make his strength drop. When the time comes, it will be easier to deal with. Unfortunately, it now seems that Easy King Zhou Chen's calculations are a basket case. Not only did he fail to count Lu Bu, but the cronies he sent to deliver the wooden coffins were probably also in a bad way. Looking at the divine martial guards outside the city who had already killed the city walls, Easy King Zhou Chen did not hesitate and immediately looked at the defenders on the city walls and said, "Generals, the current emperor is dim-witted and uncaring, disregarding the deaths and lives of the people in the 4 northern states, and is the reincarnation of the demon star. This king raises the flag of righteousness and vows to seek justice for the people of the 4 northern states and return a peaceful and prosperous world to the people of the 4 northern states. Now that the imperial army is coming to attack, anyone who kills a member of the imperial army will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Those who kill 3 will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Anyone who kills 5 people will be promoted to the next rank." Easy King Zhou Chen said loudly to these soldiers and horses on the city wall. Compared to Lu Bu's simple order to attack, Easy King Zhou Chen had vigorously encouraged the army under his command, because Easy King Zhou Chen knew that the army under his command was no match for the Divine Martial Guard's elite. It could be said that compared to the Divine Martial Guards, the large army under his command was a piece of loose sand. Therefore, if he wanted to boost the morale and combat power of the army under his command, he could only offer heavy rewards. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. As expected, after hearing this heavy reward from Easy King Zhou Chen, these generals on the city walls were all glowing with both eyes, and their morale was much higher. These ordinary soldiers who followed Easy King Zhou Chen to raise the flag to rebel were people who had gone off the deep end and could not survive. If you kill one person, you'll get 10 taels of bounty. For these people who have no way out, this is a significant amount of income, enough for a family to be able to sustain itself for a long time. Kill these generals on the city walls who followed Easy King Zhou Qian's rebellion. Without saying a word, directly fought with the attacking Divine Martial Guards. The battle of the siege is officially on. In the face of the Divine Martial Guards' refined siege weapons, the defending weapons on the city walls were no less impressive. There were archers, guarding fury, and even sharp weapons like strong crossbows that could shoot a normal zoner. Both sides immediately fought fiercely, regardless of whether it was the Easy King's rebel defenders on the city walls, or the Divine Martial Guards of the Army of Pacification below the city walls. People were constantly falling. In an instant, this city wall became a battlefield of meat grinders. The Divine Martial Guards had attacked the city walls many times, but they were met with the frantic resistance of these rebel defenders on the walls, and in the end, they were unable to completely gain a foothold. Outside the city, not far away, Lu Buima's face was a bit ugly as he watched the Divine Martial Guards' attack being thwarted. Lu Bu did not expect that the rebels in this city would have such a sharp weapon as a strong crossbow in addition to bows and arrows and defending crossbows. It looks like there are quite a few of them. You should know that the strong crossbow is a sharp weapon that can even kill a patriarch. The imperial court is very strict in guarding. That is, the local martial arts basically also rarely have this kind of thing. Where did this Easy King Zhou Chen get so many crossbows? Lu Bu's eyes flickered for a moment, and the square sky painting halberd in his hand was extended. Parallel state wolf riders. Follow this general as he breaks into the city and fights the thieves. Lu Bu knew that the Shenhuai's attack on the city had been thwarted, and the rebels on the city walls had these sharp weapons, so it wasn't that easy for the Shenhuai to capture the city walls in a short period of time. Then it's up to him, the court's counterinsurgency lieutenant general, to step in. He, Lu Bu, didn't have the time to spend time with these rebels in the city and start a tug-of-war. Therefore, Lu Bu bellowed and rode towards the city gates. Roar! With a roar of anger, the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders followed behind Lu Bu and rolled up a gust of black wind, charging in unison in the direction of the city gates. Zhou Chen, the Easy King on the city wall, saw Lu Bu leading 3,000 of the Peugeot wolf riders towards the city gates to kill, and was first stunned. Then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. This Lu Bu can't be a reckless man who can't lead an army into battle. Even a common junior general knows that cavalry is not good at attacking cities. This Lu Bu actually wants to attack the city with his 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders? Does he really think that he is omnipotent after he took these 3,000 parallel state wolf riders to eliminate the rebels in Yanzhou and pacify it? However, the next scene caused Easy King Zhou Chen to be stunned, broken. When he was 100 meters away from the city gates, Lu Bu swung the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand and a cold light flashed by. Bang! A loud bang passed. The closed gates were in tatters, while Lu Bu leaped directly onto the city wall by stepping into the air. The 3,000 Peugeot wolf riders following behind Lu Bu did not slow down a bit and directly rushed into the city gates. When the Easy King Zhou Chen on the city wall saw this scene, his expression changed drastically after being stunned for a moment. The gates are broken? Easy King Zhou Chen also did not expect. He has always thought that solid as a golden soup, as if the iron bucket of the Shenyang prefectural palace. Actually just like this, was Lu Bu a square sky painting halberd to break. Looking at the parallel state wolf riders that had already fishtailed into the city as well as Lu Bu who happened to have leaped onto the city wall. Zhou Chen, the prowler king who reacted. immediately yelled out, "Strong crossbows! Archers, Shouqing crossbows, shoot for this king!" In fact, there is no need for easy King Zhou Chen to give the order. As soon as these guarding soldiers and horses on the city wall saw Lu Bu jumping onto the city wall, those guarding sharp weapons have already greeted towards Lu Bu. In the face of crossbows, arrows and crossbows, Lu Bu leaped onto the city wall without fear. These sharp weapons might be useful for ordinary people, but for a half-step celestial level powerhouse like him, Lu Bu, they were hardly much of a threat. The square sky painting halberd in Lu Bu's hand was flung, and a path of golden light cut through. Bang! 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 The incoming arrows were all reflected back by the golden light that Lu Bu's square sky painted halberd flung across. At once, a large portion of those strong crossbowmen, archers and defending crossbowmen were dead or wounded. When easy King Zhou Chen saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Half-step celestial, could it really be how strong? It was the first time that easy King Zhou Chen had seen such a strong person as a half-step celestial make a move. Before, he had only heard about the power of a half-step celestial, and had never really seen it. Today was kind of a real treat to see. Lu Bu stood proudly on the city's top with his halberd and glanced indifferently at easy King Zhou Chen. "Seeing as you are the king of Great Zhou, tell me who was secretly supporting you, so that you gathered more than 200,000 troops in a short period of time and overran several provinces in Daizhou? Say it and I'll give you the decency." Lu Bu looked at easy King Zhou Chen and said. When easy King Zhou Chen heard Lu Bu's words, he said with a cold smile on his face, "Hee, giving this king decency? You're a bit early to say that. This king didn't expect that you, Lu Bu, were actually a half-step celestial powerhouse. I really underestimated you. However, do you think you can eat my king just because you broke the city?" Easy King Zhou Qian's words had just fallen. 7 figures then appeared beside easy King Zhou Qian. Each of these 7 figures had a powerful aura, and at a glance, they were not ordinary experts. Indeed it was true. These 7 people were all first-grade Grand Masters in strength. 2 of them had even reached the peak of Grand Master. And with the appearance of these 7 Grand Masters, 18 second-grade Minor Masters, 36 third-grade Masters and an army of 3,000 6th-grade or higher martial artists appeared beside easy King Zhou Qian. These are the bottom cards of easy King Zhou Qian. It was also the base card to deal with Lu Bu, a half-step celestial. Seeing that so many experts had appeared around easy King Zhou Qian, the expression on Lu Bu's face did not change much. Lu Bu lightly swept a glance at these 7 Grand Masters and those experts and said, "You don't think you can deal with me, Lu Bu? With these people, it seems that you, the easy king, don't know enough about me, Lu Bu. With just these few griffins of the district, even against a normal half-step celestial would not be enough, let alone me, Lu Bu." Lu Bu looked at easy King Zhou Qian with a disdainful face and said, "Indeed, even if it was an ordinary half-step celestial, such a formation might not be able to deal with it. Not to mention Lu Bu, a fierce general at the level of the first war god of the 3 kingdoms, together with several half-step celestials. It might still be possible to engage Lu Bu for a few rounds." Facing such a disdainful and arrogant attitude from Lu Bu, easy King Zhou Qian's face turned cold. Kill him for this king. Saying more nonsense is no more tangible than doing it directly. Easy King Zhou Qian would like to see. This Lu Bu is so arrogant. His caddy in the end can match his this openness. After receiving the order from easy King Zhou Qian, 7 first-grade Grand Masters, 18 second-grade Minor Masters and 36 third-grade Masters directly killed Lu Bu in different directions. At the same time, the army of those 3,000 grade or above martial artists also went up to cooperate with the Zhongshe Masters who expertly surrounded Lu Bu. If one looked closely, one would realize that no matter if it was a Grand Master, a Minor Master, or a 3,000 grade martial artist, the ones they worked with were all very regular. Lu Bu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he looked at these rebels who were killing them. It's actually a military formation. Lu Bu had thought that these people were just higher in strength, but he didn't expect to be able to work together to form an army formation. This was a bit surprising to Lu Bu. However, even so, in front of Lu Bu, it was still dirt. If these people could coalesce into military souls to come, they might still be able to cause some trouble for Lu Bu. Now, it's also just a matter of having an extra square halberd. Thinking that forming an army formation will be enough to deal with me. Lu Bu? How naive. Fangtian paint halberd. In the face of absolute strength, what could even a military formation do? Lu Bu leapt forward, the square sky painting halberd in his hand directly sweeping out. After one halberd, the 7 great master leaders flew out in unison. Before the others could react, Lu Bu had already killed his way into the formation, and the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand once again slashed horizontally. Another stream of blood spurted out. A head with a disbelieving face rolled down to the ground. After 3 halberds, This army of 7 Grand Masters, 18 Minor Masters, 36 Patriarchs and 3,000 6th grade or higher martial artists was basically dead or wounded. Only a few mutilated martial artists were left still gasping for half a breath. After a series of 3 square sky painting halberds extinguished these Easy King Zhou Qian's bottom cards, Lu Bu looked up at Easy King Zhou Qian. While Easy King Zhou Qian had been shocked by the scene in front of him at this time, with his carefully prepared undercard, he thought he could deal with Lu Bu, a half-step celestial. But I didn't expect to end up being slaughtered by Lu Bu with just 3 square heavenly painted halberds. How is that possible? Easy King? You can speak now. Lu Bu coldly looked at Easy King Zhou Qian. Easy King Zhou Qian immediately came back to his senses, glanced at these corpses that had been destroyed by Lu Bu's 3 halberds that had destroyed his own base, and then glanced at Lu Bu, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that my Easy King Zhou Qian would actually lose. Defeated. Easy King Zhou Qian laughed madly. Just after laughing a few times, Easy King Zhou Qian's face flushed red, and he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood, and then he collapsed on the ground. When Lu Bu took a look, he was busy running to Easy King Zhou Qian's side, wanting to continue to ask Easy King Zhou Qian the previous question. As for the death or life of Easy King Zhou Qian, he didn't care at all. Unfortunately, Easy King Zhou Qian's lips moved a few times, always unable to send out a little sound again, and his gaze began to gradually lax. Then, after a few convulsions, there was no movement. Looking at the black blood at the corner of Easy King Zhou Qian's mouth as well as the look of resignation that remained on his face until his death, Lu Bu's face took on an ugly look. He hadn't asked for the answer he wanted yet. This Easy King Zhou Qian died. Damn it. Lu Bu glanced at the trace of black blood at the corner of Easy King Zhou Qian's mouth and frowned. Poisoned? Could it be that this Easy King Zhou Qian had known that he would lose, so he had prepared to kill himself in advance? Lu Bu thought in his heart and stood up, glancing at the dead Easy King Zhou Qian and then at the divine martial guards who had already attacked the city. Lu Bu knew that once the Easy King died, this Dai Zhou chaos was considered over. Chapter 102, we don't need to give an explanation for our work in the East Chamber. Easy King Zhou Qian died like this. Speaking of which, Easy King Zhou Qian was also considered a character. Previously in Luoyang, Easy King Zhou Qian was a good chess player. Even the 100 officials and the one on the dragon chair had to enter his chessboard. But it was such a character that ultimately could not escape defeat. Perhaps, even Easy King Zhou Qian himself did not expect that he had gathered all the 200,000 odd troops under his command in Shangyangfu, defending the capital city of Shangyangfu into an iron bucket, wanting to fight against the imperial court's rebel Lu Bu's army. It was thought to be chest-beating. The result was that in less than half a day's time, what he thought of as the so-called iron bucket defense was breached by Lu Bu. His bottom card was also unbeatable in front of Lu Bu, and he himself could only end up dead in the end. Seeing that Easy King Zhou Qian was dead, the rebels on the city wall who were still fighting with the divine martial guards immediately lost their momentum. Even their commander-in-chief was dead, so what was the need for them people to fight on? Instantly, many of the rebels began to flee in all directions. Lu Bu stood on the city wall and put away the square sky painting halberd in his hand, with no intention of striking again. The city gates had just been broken open by Lu Bu's halberd, and now tens of thousands of divine martial guards had long since attacked the city. Plus Easy King Zhou Qian and all those masters were already dead. With the divine martial guards being enough to eliminate the rest of these rebels, there was no need for Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, to make another move. Lu Bu looked at the body of Easy King Zhou Qian. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he said to one of the divine martial guards beside him, immediately send orders to the divine martial guards to block the 4 gates, and not to let anyone in the city leave the city. Have someone thoroughly investigate all information about Easy King Zhou Qian in the city, and see what people have been in contact with Easy King Zhou Qian. Lu Bu always felt that there was something wrong with the death of Easy King Zhou Qian. It was reasonable to say that a prince like Easy King Zhou Qian who raised his flag to rebel could not possibly think that he would lose and still plan for the worst in advance by devouring the poison. It doesn't make sense. Outside the city, a hilltop among dense forests, a middle-aged man stood on a hilltop looking out in the direction of Shenyang Prefecture's capital city, his eyes flickering. If Easy King Zhou Jin is here, he must be able to recognize that this middle-aged man standing here looking out in the direction of the prefecture is no one else but his own uncle, Cui Songshan. Cui Songshan listened to the sounds of killing coming from the direction of the prefecture city getting weaker and weaker, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. This Zhou Qian is really a bit disappointing. After secretly giving him so much support, he actually couldn't even hold the city for a day before Lu Bu led his troops and broke it. What a rotten waste, Cui Songshan said with some reluctance. Originally, Cui Songshan thought that with their secret support, with an army of more than 200,000, even if Easy King Zhou Qian was not a match for Lu Bu's counterinsurgency army, but at the very least, It can hold back Lu Bu's pacifying army for a few days, right? However, he did not expect that in just half a day's time, this Xiangyu prefectural city defended by easy King Zhou Chen would be attacked by Lu Bu's soldiers. What a waste to the core. Luckily he got out of town early. Otherwise, getting caught up in the city now would be a bit of a problem. The moment Cui Songshan had previously learned that Lu Bu had led his troops into the boundaries of Xiangyang Prefecture, he had secretly and quietly exited Xiangyang Prefecture and came to the dense forests amongst the hills of this place, leaving only some of his manpower behind in the city. After all, in Cui Songshan's opinion, regardless of the next outcome of easy King Zhou Chen and the Lu Bu's army that the court was calming down, his own safety was the most important thing. So, just in case, Cui Songshan left the city early. Now it seems that he was right to be so cautious. Just then, a dark shadow appeared behind Cui Songshan. Third Master, the person is dead. As soon as the black shadow appeared, he said to Cui Songshan, dead? Cui Songshan did not turn around and looked in the direction of Xiangyang Prefecture's capital city. His eyes narrowed a little. Didn't say anything before you died. Are the traces all cleaned up? Dark shadow shook his head. Nothing was said. And the traces were all cleaned up so no one could find out anything more. Cui Songshan nodded after hearing this. That's good. Then let's go. Yenzhou City. The state government offices. Fang Xianling was sitting on the main seat, looking at some of the situations and news regarding the disaster relief and rescue of the people in the various provinces and counties in the past few days. Below him on the right sat Cao Xiaoqin. These situations and news about disaster relief and people's salvation in various provinces and counties were just sent by Cao Xiaoqin. As Fang Xianling looked at the situation and news of these disaster reliefs and rescues in the various prefectures and counties, his brows furrowed a bit. Despite the fact that before, Fang Xianling had already sternly warned these officials in Yenzhou, there were still some people who were desperate and did not take it seriously and dared to reach out. It's so uninformed. After Fang Xianling put down these messages in his hands, his face was a bit gloomy. After Cao Xiaoqin saw that Fang Xianling had put down these messages in his hands, he slightly skimmed over Fang Xianling. Lord Fang, you've already read these messages as well. I'd like to ask, when does Lord Fang plan to make his move? Cao Xiaoqin asked. After all, Fang Xianling was the minister in charge of disaster relief and saving the people's lives. And this kind of thing was all within the scope of Fang Xianling's rights. Of course, the East Chamber's preemptive privilege also allows it to take people directly by hand. No sooner had Cao Xiaoqin's words fallen than a messenger rushed into the state government offices. Report, Lord Fang, Daiju is a great success. General Lu has eliminated the Easy King's rebels and pacified Daizhou. After the messenger rushed into the lobby of the state capital, he reported to Fang Xianling. Oh, upon hearing this, Fang Xianling immediately stood up. Bring the letter. The messenger immediately delivered a letter to Fang Xianling. Without saying anything, Fang Xianling directly opened it and read it. Fang Xianling knew that if Lu Bu had eliminated Easy King Zhou Chen and pacified Daizhou, then his side could start to fix the officialdom. After reading the contents of the letter, a hint of a smile appeared on Fang Xianling's face. Such a great victory is cause for rejoicing. After waving off the messenger, Fang Xianling looked at Cao Xiaoqin. Eunuch Cao, didn't you just ask this official when he plans to strike? This officer thought he could do it now. General Lu has eliminated the Easy King and pacified Daizhou, so it's the right time for us to take advantage of the east wind. Fang Xianling shook the letter of great victory in his hand and said to Cao Xiaoqin. Fang Xianling had been waiting for news from Lu Bu. Since the news had come now, then Fang Xianling had nothing to worry about. Cao Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed at his words. Lord Fang, is it a full-scale move? Fang Xianling nodded without hesitation. That's right. Do it fully. Let's start with this Yenzhou city. This official is going to thoroughly cleanse the officialdom of this Yenzhou. Fang Xianling said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since coming to this Yenzhou land, Fang Xianling has discovered many problems in this Yenzhou local officialdom. The only reason why he hadn't made any move was so as not to add trouble to Lu Bu's annihilation of Easy King Zhou Chen and the pacification of Daizhou. Now that Lu Bu had annihilated Easy King Zhou Chen and pacified Daizhou, then he could handle these issues with confidence and boldness. When Cao Xiaoqin heard Fang Xianling's words, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Alright, miscellaneous family understands. Cao Xiaoqin had understood what Fang Xianling meant. Full hands-on. That means that whether it's something that's checked out now or something that's checked out before or something that's questionable, you can just go out and take the person. Isn't this his East Chamber's strong point? Lord Fang. Then the miscellaneous family will take their leave first. Cao Xiaoqin didn't stay any longer and simply stood up and dropped a sentence and left. Governor of Yenzhou, Roy Chui's residence. In the hall, Roy Chui sat in the main seat. Below him on the right and left sat 4 or 5 officials. Lord Governor, the East Chamber's people are pervasive these days. They're showing up in all the provinces and counties, obviously investigating something. One of the officials, Who was at the head of the right side? Said with a cautious face. Yes, Lord Jishou, if my humble servant is not mistaken. The people from the East Chamber's visit to Yenzhou this time is probably not just for the matter of disaster relief and saving the people. Another official said with a grave look on his face. Although the East Chamber's factory guards were secretive in their movements, this Yenzhou was not the East Chamber's home turf after all. These local officials are the groundlings here. Therefore, some of the movements of the East Chamber in Yenzhou were difficult to hide from the ears of these groundlings. From some clues, these officials have found out what the East Chamber is secretly investigating. This made these officials worry in their hearts. They had seen what happened to those officials who were involved with the Yellow Sky sect a few days ago. They were afraid that the East Chamber would find out something about them officials and they would follow in the footsteps of those people. After all, how many officials like them can have clean asses? After hearing the words of these two officials, Roy Chui expressionlessly glanced at the following few officials and said, I understand what you all mean. As I have told you before, the purpose of the East Chamber's appearance in Yenzhou is by no means simple. Those officials who were captured by the East Chamber a few days ago for abandoning the city in the face of mob rebels. The East Chamber is doing its best to interrogate them these days, especially something involving the officialdom of Yenzhou, which the people of the East Chamber are blaming for the interrogation. A couple of them couldn't hold out and confessed already, giving up quite a few people. Roy Choi said as he looked at several officials. As the governor of Yenzhou, even these few officials were able to discover things, let alone Roy Chui, the governor of Yenzhou. It could be said that Roy Chui, the governor of Yenzhou, knew much more than these officials. Even the interrogation of those officials captured by the East Chamber had not been concealed from Roy Chui, the governor of Yenzhou. What the governor means is, several officials' faces changed when they heard Roy Chui's words, and they all looked straight at Roy Chui sitting on the main seat. Roy Chui's face also grew cautious and he nodded. Yes, it is what you think. That minister of Qin, Fang Xianling, came to Yenzhou, and I guess it wasn't just for the purpose of providing disaster relief and saving the people. Only that's why it hasn't been done. This governor thinks that he should be waiting for that General Liu to pacify Daizhou, being able to become the governor of a state. Roy Chui is naturally not an ordinary person. The sense of smell for some things is definitely much better than the average person. From the appearance of the East Chamber and some comprehensive news from various aspects, Roy Chui has judged a basic general. As soon as Roy Chui's words fell, he heard a sound of soldiers coming from outside. Immediately after that, the gate of the mansion was directly blasted open. What's going on? When Roy Chui and several officials heard the commotion outside, their faces were startled and they stood up in unison. Then, a few people looked at each other and all walked out of the hall. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, Roy Chui saw a group of people wearing flying eagle suits, wearing jade belts around their waists, and carrying crescent swords charging into his mansion, and were fighting with the guards in his mansion. East Factory guards? Judging from these people's particular attire, Roy Chui instantly recognized that they were from the East Chamber and his face changed. How did the people from the East Chamber storm his mansion? The governor's residence? Is there any news from Daiju? That Chinaman is ready to take action against them. The officials of Yenzhou? For a few moments, the thoughts in Roy Chui's head tossed and turned a lot. Even the faces of the few officials who followed Roy Chui out changed. Obviously, they had also recognized that those charging in were the factory guards of the East Chamber. Yell. In addition to Governor Chui, several adults are also here. That just saves the miscellaneous family from running around. A few adults go with the miscellaneous family. Seeing Roy Chui and the few of them walk out, Chao Shaoqin also stepped forward and looked at Roy Chui and the few of them with a feminine face and said, Eunuch Chao, you led the factory guards and actually dared to storm the residence of me, the governor of a state? What do you want? Even if your East Chamber has the privilege of first decapitation, it doesn't yet have the right to innocently storm a governor's residence. If you don't give this official an explanation today, this palace will definitely report to you East Chamber. Roy Chui looked at Chao Shaoqin with an ugly face and said, even though Roy Chui already had some guesses in his mind, he still tried his best to keep his composure. Account for it? Why do we need to give an account of what we do in the East Chamber? Chao Shaoqin sneered. Besides, what our East Chamber wants to do, Chui Zhizhou should know best in his heart. As an official of the Great Zhou, governor of Yenzhou, Governor Chui, there is no need for the miscellaneous family to tell you how many wrongdoings he has done over the years. This was ordered by Lord Fong with the assistance of our East Chamber. Lord Chui should know the weight of it. It's better to obediently go with the miscellaneous family, so as not to make the miscellaneous family rough. Chao Shaoqin looked at Roy Chui and said in a feminine and delicate voice. Roy Chui heard. His face directly sank. Humph, you guys, this is slander. This official is a state governor, without an imperial decree. Even the Minister of Qin and your East Chamber do not have the right to directly arrest this official. If you want this official to go with you, show me the holy decree. Chui was clear in his heart that if he just followed Cao Shaoqin, it would be difficult for him to come out again. The door to the East Chamber is good to get in, but hard to get out. Therefore, he would not go with Cao Shaoqin so easily no matter what. An imperial decree? Our East Chamber's first decree is a holy decree. Since Zhou Chui wants to drink a toast and eat a forfeit, then don't blame the miscellaneous family for being impolite. Cao Shaoqin's face turned cold and he waved his hand. Do it, arrest them all. If you dare to resist, you will be killed. 103. Take away. Cao Shaoqin was never polite to these officials. Since these officials want to toast the wine, then Cao Shaoqin, the second governor of the East Chamber, will have to satisfy the wishes of these officials in a small way. With the sound of Cao Shaoqin's shrill voice, the factory guards swung their crescent blades like wolves and tigers toward Chui's several officials. The guards of the Chui mansion did not hesitate to see this and directly blocked the factory guards. Chui is the governor of Yanzhou. The residence of these guards is not ordinary. Compared to the strength of other officials, residence guards a lot of strength. Even in the face of the factory guards like wolves and tigers is also not afraid at all. The two sides immediately fought together. The sound of soldiers instantly spread all around. Chui looked at the scene where the wolf-like factory guards and the guards of his own residence were killing each other, and a murderous streak appeared on his face. Chui knew that the East Chamber had brought people with such fanfare to the residence of this Yanzhou governor to arrest him. The governor of Yanzhou. Apparently, the East Chamber had found out something about him. The governor of Yanzhou. Most importantly, his previous judgment was not wrong. That minister Fang Xianling came to Yanzhou was indeed more than just a simple disaster relief to save the people. This is to move the officialdom of Yanzhou and check everything in the local officialdom of Yanzhou. It also includes him, Chui, the governor of Yanzhou. Since this is the case, we can only do one thing or the other. Leave all these people from the East Chamber and that minister of the imperial household in Yanzhou, and then push them onto the backs of those rebels. Afterward, with the energy behind him and the concentricity of the officialdom in Yanzhou, it will not be a problem to suppress these things by pointing at the deer. Otherwise, there will be trouble when that Lubu who went to Daizhou to quell the rebellion returns. Chui's eyes flickered as these thoughts flashed through his mind. Now, he had no choice. If he didn't do one thing or another, then they would have to be taken down by the factory guards today. As soon as he thought of this, the killing machine in Chui's eyes flourished. Block the back road. Give this official to kill these people from the East Chamber. Not one of them can be let go. As soon as Chui's words fell, more than a dozen figures rushed out from around the Chui mansion, directly killing the factory guards. Each of these people were experts, and the one leading them was actually a grand master. It was also true that the mansion of a state governor like Chui, how could there not be decent experts sitting around? Cao Shaoqin visibly froze when he heard Chui's words. To be honest, Cao Shaoqin with the people of the East Chamber has arrested a lot of officials, but has not seen any official dare to be so arrogant to destroy their East Chamber people, but also one cannot let go. What a big mouth. He had never been the only one to say the words not a single one should be let go to others, and no one had ever dared to say those words to his East Chamber. Looking at the dozen or so figures that rushed out, Cao Shaoqin's face turned cold as he leapt up, the long sword in his hand already sheathed. Swords and flowers rise late. A cold light flashed. The dozen or so figures that had rushed out were simultaneously sent flying, falling to the ground without moving. Cao Shaoqin swept his sword again. Those guards of the mansion who fought with the factory guards were instantly killed or injured. This scene fell into Chui's eyes, causing Chui's pupils to clench and his face to change straight away. Peak Grand Master? Chui had a shocked look on his face. How could Chui not expect that this Cao Shaoqin was actually a peak Grandmaster expert? Originally, Chui thought that the great governor of the East Chamber did not come. These people in the East Chamber are not enough to fear. With their strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to settle these people from the East Chamber and that Chinaman in Yanzhou. But now this Cao Shaoqin's strength was greatly beyond his expectations. Now, let alone settling the East Chamber and that Chinaman in Yanzhou, it was a little difficult to keep his own life at the moment. Facing the peak Grandmaster Cao Shaoqin, none of these people in his mansion would be able to stop him. No, leave first. If it falls into the hands of the East Chamber, there will be no chance of turning it around. When Chui saw that Cao Shaoqin had killed and slain most of the guards and experts of his mansion with 2 swords, he immediately flew up and fled towards the outside of the mansion with a twinkle in his eye. Right now, things can't go wrong, so we can only run away first. Chui was clear that if he didn't escape first, he would surely fall into the hands of the East Chamber. When that happens, then it's all over. Only if he escaped first and then united all the officials and powerful families in Yanzhou, there might be a chance to turn the tide. At that time, even if Cao Shaoqin was a peak Grandmaster, what could he do? However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Cao Shaoqin, as a peak Grand Master expert, and with a battle strength that was not comparable to that of an ordinary peak grandmaster. How could he possibly watch Roy Choi escape from under his nose? A mere half-step grandmaster wants to slip under the eyes of a miscellaneous family. Is that possible? Zhao Xiaoqin smiled coldly and swung his sword again. But Roy Choi, who had just flown up, hadn't escaped far before his entire body decayed from the air to the ground, letting out a loud and miserable scream, only to see that Roy Choi's legs had been cut off by Zhao Xiaoqin's sword. This is also Zhao Xiaoqin's mercy. Otherwise, Zhao Xiaoqin could have taken Roy Choi's little life with just this sword. Take away. Zhao Xiaoqin sheathed his sword and said 2 words coldly. 2 factory guards immediately stepped forward to drive both of Roy Choi's arms, and regardless of Roy Choi's screams, directly dragged away. And those few officials who followed Roy Choi, a look at Roy Choi was chopped off the legs of the tragic, which still dared to have a trace of resistance, all the body trembling by the factory guards directly take down. As for those guards of the mansion, Zhao Xiaoqin had killed and wounded a large portion of them with a single sword, and the rest had been taken care of by the factory guards. Cui Hao, the governor of Yenzhou, and several officials of the state government offices were thus taken down by the East Chamber. Look, isn't that Lord Governor? How did the governor get arrested? Yes, Lord Zhizhou's legs were also chopped off, and those who captured Lord Zhizhou were all from the East Chamber. There are several other officials who have also been arrested by the East Chamber. You see, on the main street, the men from the East Chamber escorted Roy Choi and a few officials toward the state government offices, immediately drawing gasps from the surrounding people. Hundreds of people who did not expect Cui Hao, the governor of Yenzhou, was suddenly arrested by the people of the East Chamber. You know, Roy Choi, as the governor of Yenzhou, in the eyes of the people that is a big man high above. The fact that such a big shot was arrested left the people in disbelief. In particular, Roy Choi was not the only one who was arrested, but there were 4 or 5 other officials, all of whom were considered important officials in the state government offices. What's the big deal with all these people being arrested? The people began to whisper about a few days ago, the East Chamber had already copied the family and arrested many officials. Chapter 104, immediately send this letter to Daizhou, Yenzhou City. The gates of the city are closed for the time being. Inside the city, the East Chamber factory guards are walking around to arrest people, and there are also the Qingji guards who cooperate with the East Chamber to arrest people. Anyone who was arrested was basically an individual official. Originally, the people of the city were already shocked enough by the fact that the people of the East Chamber had arrested Roy Choi, the governor of Yenzhou, and 4 or 5 officials. But I did not expect the next move of the East Chamber, but also let the people shocked. Some cannot believe. The East Chamber actually didn't stop after arresting Roy Choi, the governor, and 4 or 5 other officials, but began a spree of arrests of various officials from the state government offices. In just half a day's time, a large portion of the officials in the entire state government offices had been arrested. Watching a batch of officials being escorted into the state capital prison by the factory guards of the East Chamber, the people realized that it was the imperial court that had sent Lord Chinchilla to clean up the officialdom of Yenzhou. Now, some of the people who are usually oppressed and have no way to report their grievances have applauded, and some of them even went to the state government office to report their grievances in person. The state government offices. Fang Xianling was sitting on the main seat, looking at a copy of the factory guards in his hands to send a record of the confession of the interrogated officials. His face was a bit gloomy, because the records of these officials' confessions are so shocking and implicating. This is still only a few delicate bones of the officials' confession. If the East Chamber pry open the mouth of other officials, and even that Cui Zhizhou Cui Hao's mouth, that is not necessarily involved in what to. Fang Xianling frowned and contemplated for a while, then immediately put pen to paper and wrote a letter and handed it to a messenger. You will immediately send this letter to Daiju and personally deliver it to General Liu. Remember, it is to be delivered personally to General Liu himself. After Fang Xianling handed the written letter to this messenger, he made a point of emphasizing it. That messenger nodded and then left the state government office. Fang Xianling watched the messenger leave, and only then did his gloomy expression ease somewhat. Fang Xianling knew that prying open the mouths of these officials and taking how many in one breath would involve quite a lot of things. What follows is sure to be met with local backfill in Yenzhou. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to control the situation with just him and Zhao Xiaoqin alone. So, Fang Xianling had to write to Lubu. Only if Lubu came to Yenzhou with his troops, he would be able to completely bounce off the next situation in Yenzhou. Half a day later, the gates of Yenzhou City were wide open, and a messenger on a fast horse galloped out of Yenzhou City, galloping in the direction of Daizhou. Then, half an hour later, another group of people rushed out of Yenzhou City on horseback. The group was all dressed in uniform standard attire. Flying eagle suit, crescent blade, jade belt. That's right, this group of people were all factory guards from the East Factory. and the leader was none other than the second governor of the East Factory, Cao Shaoqin. Cao Shaoqin with the factory guards has already arrested all the people that should be arrested in Yanzhou City. Then next, he will have to take the factory guards to run to Yanzhou's various capitals, cities and counties to take action. As for the rest of what happened in Yanzhou City, that had little to do with their East Chamber. Their East Chamber is only responsible for checking and arresting, and the rest of the finishing touches, that's what Fang Xinling, the Minister of Qin, should worry about. The news that Yanzhou Governor Cui Haorao and a large portion of the officials of the state government offices had been arrested spread like a storm from Yanzhou City outward, gradually sweeping across the entire land of Yanzhou. Every major powerhouse in Yanzhou, all those who were well informed, had received the news early. No one had expected how something big would suddenly happen in Yanzhou City. Many of those with a keen sense of smell caught the unusual scent. All see, the court sent the minister to this Yanzhou land is afraid of drunkenness, not for disaster relief to save the people, but in order to take all the power of this Yanzhou. Anyone with eyes can see this. The worldly families of Yanzhou each started to discuss their strategies one after another. After all, this piece of cake in Yanzhou was all divided up by their Yanzhou family mansions together. Now, the imperial court had sent the imperial minister to Yanzhou, actually wanting to move their piece of cake, so how could they possibly agree? The Cui family of Qinghe province was a branch of the Boling Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and one of the largest few great families of Yanzhou. In the entire Yanzhou territory, the Qinghe Cui family could be considered to have a great reputation and high prestige. The governor of Yanzhou, Roy Cui, is from the Cui family of Qinghe, a branch of the Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. At this moment, in the hall of the Cui family in Qinghe province, an old man with some gray hair sat on the main seat with a gloomy face, and underneath this old man there were 4 others sitting at the same time. The 5 of them were none other than the family head and the 4 clan elders of the Qinghe mansion who were able to take charge nowadays. The old man sitting on the main seat swept a glance at the 4 clan elders below and said with a deep color, "You all know about Roy Cui's matter, right? Roy Cui was taken down by the imperial ministers sent by the court. Also arrested were a large portion of the officials of the state government offices. What do you guys think about this? Any suggestions? What should we do about this right now? Y'all talk." The old man on the main seat looked at the 4 clan elders below and said. The 4 clan elders glanced at each other, their faces all a bit grave, and one of them spoke out, "Family master. It's obvious that the one in the palace is trying to take advantage of the chaos in Yanzhou and take the opportunity to collect Yanzhou's power. This matter must not allow the one in the palace to have his way. This land of Yanzhou is the foundation of our Yanzhou family and gentry. Once we let the one in the palace have his way, then I'm afraid that in the future, these powerful families of our Yanzhou will be in trouble." This clan elder said with a grave expression. "Yes, family master. If the one from the palace wants to move this piece of cake in Yanzhou, then he has to ask if our Yanzhou's worldly families and magnates will agree. I think it's better to contact a few other families in Yanzhou to discuss this matter together. Presumably, they all understand the magnitude of it, too." Another clan elder spoke up. The 2 remaining clan elders nodded, both agreeing with what these 2 clan elders meant. However, one of them still voiced a reminder, "Family master. This matter should still be handled with care. Don't forget that the rebel army sent by the court and that Lu Bu are still in Daizhou." The words came out. The faces of several people in the hall changed slightly. "Yeah, the court's 100,000 strong counterinsurgency army is still in Daizhou, especially that counterinsurgent Lieutenant General Lu Bu, which was a powerful half-step celestial. With 3,000 cavalry, he eliminated all the rebels in Yanzhou in just 3 days, and pacified the ruthless people of Yanzhou. If they attracted this ruthless man and the imperial court's army to Yanzhou, then these powerful families of theirs in Yanzhou would be in trouble." The old man sitting on the main seat nodded with a cautious expression. "This matter isn't our family's business. It's the business of the entire Yanzhou worldly families and magnates. Send someone to contact each of them, and as soon as possible, we'll all meet and discuss this matter." Chapter 105. Tell me, how is the mighty candidate now? The great victory of Daiju. General Lu broke the Shenyang prefecture in half a day, eliminated the rebel army of Easy King Zhou Chen, and pacified the chaos in Daizhou. A messenger on a horse rushed into Luoyang City and ran in the direction of the palace. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen had just gotten out of the morning court, when he saw Cao Zhangchun walk into the Yangxin Hall in a hurry with an expedited letter. "Your Majesty, Daiju is a great success. General Lu broke the Shenyang Palace in half a day and eliminated the Easy King Zhou Chen rebels. Easy King Zhou Chen killed himself. This is a short report from General Lu." After Cao Zhangchun walked into the Hall of Nurturing Heart, he immediately placed the letter in his hand in front of Zhou Chen. "Oh, Daiju's great victory?" Zhou Chen raised his eyebrows and immediately took the report from Cao Zhangchun's hand and opened it to read it. There weren't many words on the shortcut. But the content made Zhou Chen happy. The rebel army of Easy King Zhou Chen was annihilated by Lu Bu, and Easy King Zhou Chen also died, and the chaos in Daizhou was considered to be pacified. In this way, 2 of the 4 northern states have been pacified from the rebellion. Lu Bu's mission to pacify the rebel army on this road is considered to be basically completed. It was only the death of Easy King Zhou Chen is stated in the shortcut report that caused Zhou Chen's brows to furrow. Death by poisoning. Is this self-killing? And about King Kong Zhou Qi, to leave innocence on earth. It turned out that King Kong Zhou Qi did not join the thieves, nor did he follow the Easy King Zhou Chen to rebel, and he has always been imprisoned by the Easy King Zhou Chen, until he was poisoned to death by a cup of poisoned wine by the Easy King Zhou Chen. Then it would seem that the previous news sent back by the factory guards about King Kong and Easy King surrendering together to the Yellow Sky sect were all deliberately put out by Easy King Zhou Chen. The purpose was to pull King Kong Zhou Qi down with him. Since this is the case, then at the end of the Easy King Zhou Chen raised his flag to rebel. Why did the 800-mile expedited and only said that it was the Easy King Zhou Chen alone who rebelled, but did not say that the Kong King Zhou Qi? This seemed to be somewhat contradictory to Easy King Zhou Qian's previous calculations of pulling King Kong Zhou Qi down. Zhou Chen put down the jiepao and tapped his fingers on the dragon case, frowning as he pondered over the issue. In his short report, Lu Bu made a point of describing what happened to King Kong Zhou Qi. This caused Zhou Chen to sigh in his heart, feeling a bit of pity. It is also a blessing for the royal family to have such a king of bones in the royal family. It's just a shame that it ended up dead, or die at the hands of his own royal brother. I have to say, it's kind of sad. A moment later, Zhou Chen looked up at Chao Zhangchun and said, "Send someone to inform the Zhongrenfu that after King Kang's remains are sent back to Luoyang, there will be a thick burial under the auspices of the Zhongrenfu. As for Easy King Zhou Chen, let the patriarchate look after itself." It didn't matter if Easy King Zhou Chen killed himself or not, and it didn't matter why Easy King Zhou Qian's attitude towards Kong King Zhou Qi before and after was so different. None of this matters. The important thing is that the rebellion in the 2 states of Daiyan was quelled, and the Easy King Zhou Qian, the royal prince who raised the flag to rebel, died. That's enough. For Zhou Chen, this was the most important thing. As for King Kong Zhou Qi, who would rather die than leave his innocence on earth, Zhou Chen could only feel a hint of pity in his heart. All that could be done for King Kong was to have the sovereign's office give him a generous burial. "Yes, Your Majesty," Chao Zhangchun bowed and responded. "And tell the people of the clan house to take more care of the Kong Wang house in the future. King Kong has saved a shred of face for the Great Zhou royal family, and the Great Zhou royal family will have to treat him right. When King Kang's corpse returns to Luoyang, go and welcome it for me." Anymore, King Kong Zhou Qi was Zhou Chen's 7th royal brother. Although their relationship was uneventful, King Kong Zhou Qi was to leave his innocence on earth, preferring to die rather than raise the flag of rebellion with Easy King Zhou Qian. A trace of face was saved for the Great Zhou royal family. Therefore, whether it was from personal feelings or public courtesy, Zhou Chen, as the royal brother of Kong Wang Zhou Qi, had to send someone to welcome the remains of Kong Wang Zhou Qi. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Chao Zhangchun bowed once again and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After finishing this matter, Zhou Chen looked at Chao Zhangchun again and asked, "Any news from the Weiwu candidate side in the past few days?" Earlier the factory guards had already sent back news of Weiwu candidate, saying that Weiwu candidate side was also progressing well. The mob rebels in Yuzhou have been eliminated and pacified. He also entered the land of Yangzhou to beat the Yellow Sky sect back, forcing the Yellow Sky sect to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. This caused Zhou Chen's heart, which had always been a little uneasy about the mighty warrior candidate, to calm down a little. "Back to Your Majesty. There is no news from the side of Weiwu candidate yet." Chao Zhangchun shook his head. Chao Zhangchun's words had just fallen. Just then, a shout came into the nurturing hall, 800 miles expedited. As the voice came, a Shenhuai messenger rushed directly into the Yangxin hall, holding up an expedited letter, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Your Majesty, the Weiwu candidate's 800-mile expedited. The mighty warrior's 800-mile rush?" Zhou Chen froze, and when he saw the appearance of this divine martial guard's messenger kneeling below, his heart thumped, and a hint of bad feeling immediately surged up. "Present." Zhou Chen spat out 3 words. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhangchun immediately stepped forward and took the letter from the hands of this divine martial guard messenger and delivered it to Zhou Chen. Without saying a word, Zhou Chen hurriedly opened this 800-mile expedited letter sent by Weiwu candidate and read it. The content of the letter was not much, but it made Zhou Chen's face directly gloomy. When Zhou Chen finished reading all the contents on the letter, he ruthlessly slapped the letter on the dragon case. Zhou Chen raised his head and looked down at this divine martial guard's messenger kneeling below. "Tell me, how is the mighty candidate doing now? What are the losses of the army? Is that how you lost?" Zhou Chen looked at this divine martial guard messenger and asked grimly. "That's right. This 800-mile expedited letter from the mighty candidate was a plea for help from the imperial court. The content of the letter is that the Weiwu candidate and the Yellow Sky sect engaged in battle. The army defeated the 4 northwestern provinces of the land. Heavy losses. Weiwu candidate was seriously injured. It is hoped that the court will immediately send troops to support them. Zhou Chen did not expect that the Weiwu candidate would lose, but also lost so completely that he actually sent 800 miles of expedited to the court for help. Before the factory guards sent back the news, did not they say that the mighty candidate is progressing well, and has forced the Yellow Heavenly Sect rebels to the 4 northwestern provinces of the land? How can you be so defeated now that you have to ask for help from the court? What's more, with 100,000 elite divine martial guards and Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial being, and several first-grade grandmasters accompanying the army, how could they possibly lose? Zhou Chen looked straight down at this Shenwei messenger kneeling below. The 800-mile expedited letter didn't say anything about the specific defeat. Therefore, Zhou Chen wanted to understand from this messenger's mouth how the mighty candidate, who led an army of 100,000 divine martial guards elites and had half-step celestials accompanying him on his expedition, had lost his army to a group of Yellow Sky sect demons. In the face of Zhou Chen, the emperor's inquiry, kneeling on the ground, this divine martial guard's messenger's eyes reddened. Your Majesty, the army has suffered heavy losses. 100,000 Northern Battalion divine martial guards, more than half of them are dead or injured. Mighty candidate was seriously injured and is still unconscious. Even the 2 great masters sent by the royal family to accompany the army were all killed in battle. And the Yellow Sky sect used the trick of fraudulent defeat to lure us into pursuing the attack. And then, this divine martial guard messenger told the situation once more, saying that he swallowed a little hard at the end. Obviously, this fiasco left an indelible mark of sadness in the heart of this Shinwei messenger as well. After listening to the words of this divine martial guard's messenger, the 800-mile expedited letter had already been grasped into a ball by Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen slapped his palm on the dragon case and stood up directly. Good Yellow Sky sect. First, we had all 30,000 of my great Zhou's divine martial guards wiped out, and the imperial master Wen Zhong died in battle in Xi'an province. Now again, half of my court's counterinsurgency army has been killed or wounded, and even the Weiwu candidate who led the army is seriously injured and unconscious. That's really good. Do you really think that my great Zhou court is so weak that no one can suppress them? Zhou Chen walked back and forth with a murderous expression on his face, and the hostile aura on his body could be felt by everyone in the entire hall. Also, the Yellow Sky sect first had the 30,000 divine martial guards led by the great master Wen Zhong completely destroyed in the 4 northwestern provinces. Now it is letting the 100,000 strong counterinsurgency army led by the mighty candidate falter in the 4 northwestern provinces. It was no wonder that the hostile aura on Zhou Chen's body was so violent. The most important thing was that the 2 of them, the imperial master Wen Zhong and the mighty warlord, were both considered loyal veterans of the great Zhou and important pillars of the court. Now it was because of the Yellow Sky sect that one died in battle and the other fell into a coma in defeat. This was definitely a major blow to the face and prestige of the great Zhou court. If the great Zhou court couldn't retrieve this scene as soon as possible and eliminate the Yellow Sky sect, then the prestige of the court will be gone. Especially the rumors that have been circulating that the Tsang Tian is dead, the Yellow Sky is in power, and the great Zhou's qi has been exhausted. So maybe we can really let these rumors have their way. As Zhou Chen walked back and forth, these thoughts kept flashing in his mind. After walking for a few round trips, Zhou Chen raised his head and looked again at this divine martial guard's messenger kneeling below. Where is Zhou Shan? The army has suffered a crushing defeat. The losses are so heavy. Even Weiwu candidate, the leading commander, is seriously injured and unconscious. What is he doing? Zhou Chen looked at the kneeling divine martial guard courier and asked grimly. Zhou Chen had sent Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, to accompany the army on the expedition just in case the same thing happened as Taisher Wen Zhong. But I didn't realize that something like this would end up happening. The mighty martial candidate was seriously injured and unconscious, and half of the 100,000 divine martial guards were killed or injured. This is not a bad loss. This caused Zhou Chen to conceal his anger in his heart. This messenger heard the dissatisfaction towards Zhou Shan in Zhou Chen's words and immediately said, back to the emperor. Old ancestor Zhou Shan has also been injured. If it weren't for old ancestor Zhou Shan, perhaps the mighty candidate wouldn't have been saved, and the 100,000 strong army would have suffered even heavier losses. There are also half-step celestial powerhouses amongst that gang of demons from the Yellow Sky sect, and there's more than one of them. Zhou Chen immediately flashed a brilliant light in his eyes when he heard this. The Yellow Sky sect also has a half-step celestial? More than one? Zhou Chen's face was a bit ugly. Under the entire Great Zhou heaven, there were only so many 9 half-step celestial powerhouses. Chao Zhengchun had killed one in the great general's residence earlier. leaving only 8. I hadn't heard that there was such a strong person as a half-step celestial in the Yellow Sky sect, and there was more than one. Could it be that the Yellow Sky sect had produced a new half-step celestial powerhouse? Or those other 8 half-step celestials have someone to help the Yellow Sky sect against the Imperial Court? But even so, Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial who could support the royal family for so many years without collapsing, was not an ordinary half-step celestial. Among the only 9 half-step celestials in the world, Zhou Shan's battle power was the number 1. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to support the royal family for so many years without collapsing and deterring other forces. With Zhou Shan's battle power, even if the Yellow Sky sect had 2 half-step celestials, it wouldn't be enough to injure Zhou Shan. With this thought in his mind, Zhou Chen sat back down on the dragon chair and said to this divine martial guard's messenger kneeling below, "You go down and rest first." This Shenhui messenger probably didn't rest so much along the way in order to deliver this 800-mile expedited letter. Zhou Chen could see the exhaustion and wilting of his entire body. Everything that should be asked has been asked and everything that should be understood has been understood. Therefore, Zhou Chen had nothing more to ask and let this divine martial guard go down to rest first. This divine martial guard answered and then retired and left the Hall of Nurturing Heart. After the divine martial guard messenger left, Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and glanced at Cao Zhangchun, who was standing by the side, and said, "Cao Zhangchun, immediately pass the decree to Lu Bu. Wei Wu candidate is seriously injured and unconscious. Let Lu Bu take over Wei Wu candidate to take charge of the North Camp Divine Martial Guards to pacify the rebel army, and exterminate the Yellow Sky sect for me. As for the Southern Battalion of Divine Martial Guards to pacify the rebel army, let Zhang Liao be in charge for the time being. If there are not enough soldiers and horses in the counterinsurgency army of the Northern Battalion of Divine Martial Guards, you can have Lu Bu transfer them from the counterinsurgency army of the Southern Battalion of Divine Martial Guards. The mighty warrior candidate is now seriously injured and unconscious, and cannot be at the helm of the army to quell the rebellion and eliminate the Yellow Sky sect. Then Zhou Chen could only send a new general to take over from the mighty warrior candidate. The only 2 generals Zhou Chen could send out right now were Lu Bu and Zhang Liao. In comparison to Lu Bu and Zhang Liao, Zhou Chen decided to let Lu Bu take over from Wei Wuho to take charge of the North Camp to eliminate the Yellow Sky sect, because Lu Bu is strong enough. Isn't the Yellow Sky sect crazy? Having killed Wen Zhong, the imperial master of his great Zhou court, and seriously injured the Wei Wu candidate? Then this time, Zhou Chen sent Lu Bu, the roaring tiger, to exterminate the Yellow Sky sect. Let's see if the Yellow Sky sect can still make any big waves. Zhou Chen believed that with Lu Bu traveling to take over from the mighty warrior candidate, there would not be much of a problem in eradicating the Yellow Sky sect. It was also fortunate that Lu Bu had already eliminated the easy King Zhou Chen and pacified the 2 states of Daiyan. Otherwise, Zhou Chen wouldn't know who to send to take over from the mighty warrior candidate and exterminate the Yellow Sky sect. As for Zhang Liao, Zhou Chen thought it would be better to let him take over from Lu Bu for the time being, take charge of the rebel army of the Southern Battalion's Divine Martial Guards, and help Fang Xianling defend the 2 states of Daiyan. After all, Zhang Liao's strength wasn't considered strong. So if he was sent to take over from Wei Wu candidate and eliminate the Yellow Sky sect, I'm afraid that it would be a bit too much for him. Old slave obeys the decree. Cao Zhangchun immediately bowed after hearing this. Zhou Chen glanced at Cao Zhangchun again and said, "Tell Lu Bu that I have only one request, and that is that all the people of the Yellow Sky sect be executed. I don't need prisoners, and I don't need them alive. I will show the world that there is a price to pay for daring to rebel against the court and provoke its majesty." Zhou Chen's voice was calm, but anyone could hear the monstrous killing intent beneath that calm tone. Even Cao Zhangchun involuntarily shivered, feeling a chill run down his back. "Yes, Your Majesty." Cao Zhangchun once again nodded his head and led the order. Chapter 106, He Who Dare Resist. Qinghao Prefecture. Cui family. In the hall, the Cui family head sat on the main seat, and below him on the left and right side sat more than 20 people. These people were all from various lineages in Yanzhou, and had a significant position amongst their respective lineages. After receiving the contact from the Cui family, all these people gathered at the Cui family. It could be said that the powerful families of the world that could sway the entire Yanzhou situation were now basically all sitting in this one small hall of the Cui family. At the moment, the atmosphere in the hall was quiet. Even with 20 or so people, it wasn't noisy. Everyone was silent, with different expressions on their faces, but without exception, their brows were somewhat furrowed. The Cui family head sitting on the main seat swept a glance at the crowd and was the first to break the silence. "Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all received news of what that imperial court minister sent from Yanzhou City has done. The officials arrested by that Chinaman are inextricably linked to our families, and most of them are even from our families. Now that these people have been arrested, you should know what that means. None of our families' asses are clean, and if those arrested can't withstand the Chinaman's interrogation and confess something, all of our families will be in trouble. In particular, You should all be able to see the intention of the imperial court in sending that minister to Yenzhou. This is drunkenness on the rights of this Yenzhou. In just 2 days, not only were a large portion of the officials of the state government offices arrested, but even the officials of the government offices of the various provinces and counties were also arrested. If things go on like this, our families won't be able to have a bit of a say in Yenzhou anymore. So, I contacted your families to meet once to discuss how each of our families should resolve these matters. What's next for each of our families? The Cui family head sitting on the main seat said with a solemn face as he scanned the crowd below. His voice was deep and made the hearts of everyone in the room feel heavy. These 20 or so people seated below all looked grave after hearing these words from the Cui family head on the main seat, because they knew that this Cui family head sitting in the main seat was right, without a hint of exaggeration. It's true that all their families' asses are not clean, and those officials who were arrested by the are basically from all their families as well. It was an important reason why each of their families was able to sway the situation in Yenzhou and control the power in Yenzhou. Now that these officials had been arrested, it was not only that the tentacles of their families reaching out to the power of Yenzhou had been severed, but it was also that their families might be brought into the picture. If these captured officials could not withstand the interrogation of that Chinaman and confess something against their respective families, then each of their families would be in big trouble. The most important thing is that imperial minister sent by the court, in just 2 days, arrested a lot of officials in the whole Yenzhou, from the governor, down to the governors and county magistrates. None of those found to have problems were spared. Such a thunderous tactic is obviously to cleanse the officialdom of Yenzhou in a big way and move the interest cake of the families in Yenzhou. This was the reason why these powerful families were really staring at each other. These 20-odd people of the world family glanced at each other, and their already furrowed brows knitted even tighter. They were all well aware of what this Cui family head sitting on the main seat was saying, but none of them dared to speak up easily for a while. After all, this kind of matter is not just about the life and death of one or a few of them, but about the prosperity and interests of each family. The consequences of a single indiscretion can be incalculable. The head of the Cui family, who was sitting on the main seat, saw that these people below were silent, so he also stopped speaking. Anyway, it wasn't as if these matters concerned only their Cui family, but the entire Yenzhou worldly gentry. They, the Cui family, had just taken the lead and opened their mouths, so the next step would be to see what these other worldly and powerful families meant. The atmosphere in the hall was somber for a few moments before. A slightly chubby middle-aged man sitting in the first position on the right side of the room said to the Cui family head on the main seat, "Elder Catalyst, what you said is clear in our hearts. Yenzhou has the common interests of all of our families, and with that imperial minister arresting so many officials, none of our families are expected to be spared. Most of all, the court is not just moving a few officials, it's moving the voice of each of our families in Yenzhou. So what I'm saying is that Chinaman must not be allowed to continue like this, and the hand extended by the court must be curbed. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will be in big trouble next." This slightly chubby middle-aged man said with a grave expression. "That's right, hyperventilating. That's what I meant. Yenzhou is the foothold of our families, and if the court wants to move this piece of cake in Yenzhou, it has to ask our families if they will agree. If Elder Catalyst has any good countermeasures or methods, I will fully cooperate." Immediately after the slightly fat middle-aged man, another person from the world family spoke out. These people of the lineage understood in their hearts that they had only gathered here because of these things. Now that someone had taken the lead, there was no longer any need for them to hide these meanings. All have voiced said, everyone's meaning is similar, just that they are not willing to court to move this piece of their interests in Yenzhou cake. Listening to the meaning of the 20 or so people from the following world families, the Cui family head sitting on the main seat nodded with a cautious expression. "Since everyone means this, it's much better. Yenzhou is the foothold of our families. If we let the imperial court take away our rights, what kind of situation will our families be in? You all know it in your hearts, so you don't need me to say more. So, in order to preserve the voice of each of our families in Yenzhou, we all need to make a concerted effort to take some risks. First, let all the people sent by the imperial court stay in Yenzhou, and do it in such a way as not to involve our families. I think you all know in your hearts exactly how to do that." The Cui family head on the main seat scanned the crowd. None of the people who could sit here were simple characters. They were all pivotal figures from various families in Yenzhou. To whip up such tactics, they are all connoisseurs. After these 20 or so people from the following world families heard the words of the Cui family head, they all looked at each other again. They all understood what the Cui family head meant. It's true that this is a bit of a risky business. If you don't get it right, you are going to be copied and destroyed. But again, compared to their common interests, they don't seem to have a choice. One of the family members frowned and reminded, "Don't forget that rebellious Lieutenant General Lubu has already eliminated the Easy King and pacified Daizhou. In Daiju there is 100,000 Shenwai counterinsurgency army of the Imperial Court, with cavalry, It would take a little over a day to get to Yenzhou from Dezhou. These words caused the faces of the people in the hall to change slightly. Yeah, the Imperial Court's 100,000 strong counterinsurgency army has just eliminated Easy King Zhou Chen and is still in Dezhou. If something goes wrong here in Yenzhou, the Imperial Army will be able to come to Yenzhou in the blink of an eye. In particular, the rebel general Lu Bu and the 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders under his command have left an indelible impression on the rich and powerful families of Yenzhou. It simply comes and goes as fast as the wind. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a day at all to arrive in Yenzhou from Dezhou. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly plunged into sullenness because of this family man's word of caution. No one can ignore the 100,000 strong army of the Imperial Court that quelled the rebellion. Not even them, the powerful families. They were afraid of the 100,000 strong rebel army of the Imperial Court, but they were even more afraid of that Lu Bu, who led 100,000 troops and was appointed by the Imperial Court as a rebel lieutenant general. 3,000 wolf riders settled Yenzhou. One battle destroyed the Easy King, one of the few half-step celestial powerhouses in the world. Which one of these to take out is enough to make a person's face stare? Unbeknownst to them, it was such a figure that made them scornful that, at this moment, for the sake of them people had already led the troops and rushed to the Qinghe prefecture. If these people from the worldly families here knew about this news, I don't know how they would feel. Outside the Chui residence, Lu Bu stood on his horse, and behind him was a neatly organized 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, surrounded by 5,000 more divine martial guards elites. They had already surrounded the entire outer perimeter of the Chui mansion. And next to Lu Bu, Cao Shaoqin rode the same horse and stood side by side with Lu Bu. Behind Cao Shaoqin were hundreds of East Chamber factory guards wearing flying eagle uniforms, carrying crescent swords, and wearing jade belts around their waists. Cao Shaoqin lightly glanced at Lu Bu next to him and said, "General Lu, this matter can be resolved by the miscellaneous family with 5,000 divine martial guards, so why bother General Lu personally with 3,000 wolf riders to make a trip?" Before that, Fang Xinling sent a letter to Lu Bu. As soon as Lu Bu received Fang Xinling's letter, in order to come to Yenzhou as soon as possible, he brought only the Peugeot wolf cavalry and 5,000 elite divine martial guards, without bringing more troops. In Lu Bu's opinion, having 3,000 parallel state wolf riders was enough to suppress everything in Yenzhou. The extra 5,000 divine martial guards were just a precautionary measure. As soon as Lu Bu rushed back to Yenzhou with his troops, he was just in time for Cao Shaoqin to receive the news that the powerful families of the world had gathered at Chui's residence. Coupled with the fact that the East Chamber has pried open the mouths of many officials in the past 2 days and dug out quite a lot of useful things, these families and gentry are involved. Therefore, Cao Shaoqin wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all these people of the world's most powerful families who had gathered at the Chui mansion. Fang Xinling was afraid that Cao Shaoqin could not support him alone, so he had Lu Bu bring his parallel state wolf riders and Cao Shaoqin along with him. When Lu Bu heard Cao Shaoqin's words, he looked at the Chui mansion without taking his eyes off of it and said, "Even though there are no great masters or powerhouses in these worldly families in Yenzhou, the worldly families and mansions still have some depth to them. Lord Fang was afraid that you would turn over in the gutter and not be able to subdue the scene, so he had to let Ben come and hold down the fort for you. Don't worry, these people are not worthy of this general's hand. This general will only guard the outside, and it's still up to you, the East Chamber, to make the arrests. The 5,000 divine martial guards are still under your full command," Lu Bu said in a salty voice. For eunuchs like Cao Shaoqin, Lu Bu couldn't talk about any hostility, nor did he have any good feelings. Cao Shaoqin glanced at Lu Bu again in a sinister manner. "Then I would like to thank General Lu for sitting in for me," Cao Shaoqin said, a little upset in his heart. "What do you mean? You're afraid he'll fall in the gutter and won't be able to hold down the fort? When has he, the East Chamber, ever capsized a ship, and when has he ever been unable to suppress a scene?" The few families in Yenzhou could not make waves in the hands of Cao Shaoqin. Cao Shaoqin also stopped talking nonsense with Lu Bu, directly strangled his horse and took a step forward, waving his fingers. "Do it, not one of them can be let go for the miscellaneous family. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy." As soon as those 3 words fell, Cao Shaoqin's entire body leapt up as if he were a rock spreading its wings, and was the first to rush into the Chui mansion. The soft sword in his waist came out. Before a few of the Chui mansion's guards could react, they only felt a pain in their necks and necks before they collapsed to the ground. With Cao Shaoqin's strike, those factory guards behind Cao Shaoqin all rushed into the Chui mansion wielding their crescent swords. Immediately behind the factory guards were Shenhuai elites in full armor. Kill! Together with the sound of arms, it immediately alarmed the entire Chui mansion. The guards of the Chui mansion and some of the experts ran over upon hearing the sound. But unfortunately, These people were greeted by a rain of powerful crossbows from the Divine Martial Guards. Facing a national war machine like the 5,000 Divine Martial Guards, a mere handful of palace guards and ordinary experts could not hold them back. In an instant, the Chui mansion, which did not have the slightest defense, was attacked by the factory guards and Divine Martial Guards. Cao Shaoqin ran in the direction of the hall, the soft sword in his hand dripping droplets of blood. Along the way, all the experts who stood in front of Cao Shaoqin or encountered him running over were sent to hell by Cao Shaoqin's sword, and right behind Cao Shaoqin were the hundreds of factory guards, each of them with the same blood dripping from the crescent blades in their hands. Inside the hall, the otherwise dreary atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of a soldier outside. Everyone was startled and stood up in unison. Even the Chui family head on the main seat was no exception. You know, this is the Chui family. What kind of person dares to trespass in the Chui family? Really ate ambition and leopard gall. What's going on? The Chui family head on the main seat stood up and walked directly outside. As the other worldly family members took a look, they all followed suit. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, the sight in front of him made the Chui family head's face change, only to see that the courtyard outside the hall was already full of corpses and raining angry arrows everywhere. The screams were constant, and the sounds of killing were endless, especially when the head of the Chui family saw the flying eagle suit with its distinctly special clothing. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. The East Chamber's hawk and dog? The Chui family head didn't expect that the East Chamber factory guards had actually killed their way into his Chui residence, as well as the Divine Martial Guards in armor and stomach. What's going on here? Why did the East Chamber and the Divine Martial Guards suddenly kill his Chui family? And when did the Divine Martial Guards return to Yenzhou from Daizhou and rush to Qinghua Prefecture? And he, the Chui family, didn't get any news? Even those other members of the lineage who had walked out immediately after the Chui family head were shocked. None of them had anticipated that the people from the East Chamber with the Divine Martial Guards would suddenly kill their way into the Chui mansion. What's going on here? Could it be that those captured officials could not bear the interrogation of that Chinaman and said something they should not have said? Or was the news that they, the powerful families of the world, had gathered at the Chui residence to discuss dealing with the Imperial Court's admirals leaked? Chapter 107, Take Away Those Who Can Still Breathe. Qinghua Prefecture, Chui family. As a major branch of the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the Chui family of Qinghua province had a pivotal position in Yenzhou. But it is this Chui family that has a significant position in Yenzhou, today ushered in a disaster. Inside the mansion, the fight shook the sky. Under the attack of 5,000 Divine Martial Guards elites, the defenseless Chui family was overrun in the blink of an eye. When the Chui family head and the rest of the 20 or so family members in the hall came out at the sound of their voices and saw the killing scene in the courtyard, all of them couldn't help but change their expressions. The East Chamber's hawk and dog? Xinwo Guard? The head of the Chui family and these family members recognized at a glance that the ones who had rushed into the Chui family were none other than the East Chamber factory guards and the Divine Martial Guards. They didn't realize that just now they had gathered in the hall to discuss how to deal with that Imperial Court minister who was going to touch the interests of these lineages of theirs. In the twinkling of an eye, the eagle dogs of the court's East Chamber and the Divine Martial Guards killed the door. Could it be that Roy Chui couldn't withstand the interrogation of that Chinaman and said something he shouldn't have, implicating the Chui family? The head of the Chui family and these family members could no longer think about this, because they had already seen that Cao Shaoqin with a group of East Chamber eagle dogs had already run close to them. The Chinaman has orders. The Chui family kills people with grass, plagues the people, encroaches on other people's good land, and colludes with local governors to wreak havoc on the party. All of you from these families are guilty. All of you take down and beat into the prison. Copy your family and exterminate them. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Cao Shaoqin said with a cold face as he ran over and scanned the Chui family head and these 20 or so people from the world families. After saying that, Cao Shaoqin then looked at the Chui family head and these family members in a sinister manner. You people have gathered together and you still want to turn over the sky and disobey the Imperial Court. You really don't know what you're doing. Take them all down for the mongrels. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed directly for the miscellaneous family. Cao Shaoqin was never soft on these people who dared to resist the Imperial Court. Maybe Fang Xianling needed these people alive to confess to the crime and get a confession or evidence before he could ask for the murder. But his East Chamber does not need much trouble. His East Chamber, if you want to kill someone, just need a sentence of first decapitation. Imperial authority licensed is enough. If these people don't know what's good for them and want to toast, then Cao Shaoqin wouldn't mind slaughtering them all here. The Chui family head and these family members' faces sank when they heard Cao Shaoqin's words. As expected, that Chinaman minister probably grasped some evidence of their worldly gentry from the mouths of those captured officials. Otherwise, these East Chamber eagle dogs and Divine Martial Guards wouldn't have dared to kill the Chui family with such fanfare. You should know that the Qinghua Chui family is a branch of the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and is considered a leader of the families in this Yenzhou state. with a pivotal position. Without evidence, even the court would not dare to move the Cui family so recklessly. Otherwise, the court would have to face more than just a Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. Rather, it provokes the authority of the world's families. Gentlemen, you heard the man. That imperial court minister is going to wipe out our Yinzhou lineage. Everyone split up and escape, and whoever escapes, immediately notify the various lineages in Yinzhou, gathering private soldiers to first destroy the imperial ministers sent by the court, or else the Yinzhou lineage will be destroyed by the court one by one. After the Cui family had finished speaking, he fled with a long stride. The head of the Cui family knew that the situation was now obvious. With the Cui family unprepared, the East Chamber had raided with its divine martial guards and attacked the Cui family. While most of the Cui family's experts were scattered around the Cui family's various properties to sit on the ground, even the private soldiers were at the manor outside the city. There was no way to stop these people from the East Chamber and the divine martial guards, so the only thing to do is to escape first. As the words of the Cui family's head fell, all of these other family members also understood the situation they were in right now. Without saying a word, these 20-odd people of the world family simultaneously leapt up after the Cui family head and fled in different directions. These people of the families were not ordinary people, and those who could become pivotal figures of the families could all have notable martial arts strength. The lowest strength among them all had the strength of a third-grade sect master. It wouldn't be that easy to stop them with the factory guards. However, the entire Cui mansion had already been surrounded by divine martial guards long ago and not even a fly could fly out. At the same time that the Cui family head and these family members leaped up to escape, a rain of crossbow arrows was fired at them. Puff! Most of these people of the world family who leapt up were hit by the rain of angry arrows and fell to the ground. Some were killed on the spot. Some still had a breath left, and only a handful of 4 or 5 were still able to block the rain of crossbow arrows and fled towards the outside. Among them was the head of the Cui family. Humph! Still trying to escape in front of the miscellaneous family. What a death wish! Cao Shaoqin snorted coldly and flicked his wrist. The soft sword in his waist was out. A cold light flashed. Put! A blood splash rose up. The 4 or 5 people who were still running outward also instantly fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and never moved again. Take away all those who can still breathe. Cao Shaoqin put away his sword into his waist, dropped a sentence, and turned to walk outside. As soon as the factory guards heard this, they stepped forward and drove off those who were still breathing. The sounds of war in the courtyard also faded away, wafting a strong aura of blood. The periphery of the Cui family. Lu Bu rode on his horse, watched Cao Shaoqin walk out, and faintly asked, "All settled?" Cao Shaoqin nodded noncommittally. "It's resolved. A bunch of second-rate family members. What waves can they make? Even if it's the bowling Cui family, one of the 7 great families, the miscellaneous family will still be able to destroy him," Cao Shaoqin said with a confident face. Indeed, although Cao Shaoqin's strength was at the peak of Grand Master, his battle power was already comparable to a half-step celestial. In today's situation where there were only so few half-step celestials, Cao Shaoqin was also considered to be in the top handful of people. It wasn't true that the bowling Cui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, but they didn't have any strong people like half-step celestials. If Cao Shaoqin raided the bowling Cui family, there was really no one in the bowling Cui family who could stop him. Lu Bu sniffed and slightly glanced at Cao Shaoqin without saying anything. But next, the 2 of us will have to split up. We need to take care of the various lineages as quickly as possible, as well as the Cui family's private soldiers and manpower in various places outside. If we let these lineages react and gather private soldiers and gather manpower, it will be a bit troublesome. Cao Shaoqin glanced at Lu Bu and added. Cao Shaoqin knew that although these second-rate families didn't have many top-notch powerhouses, they still had some depth. The main thing is privateers. All of the world's powerful families have private soldiers in existence, so don't look at Cao Shaoqin settling the Cui family of Qinghe Prefecture so easily. That was because the Cui family in Qinghe Prefecture had no defenses, and the private soldiers and most of the experts were absent. If the Cui family had gotten the news in advance that Cao Shaoqin was coming to take the Cui family and was prepared, then it wouldn't have been so easy for Cao Shaoqin to take the Cui family so easily again. So, the next one is the one that should be handled with the most care. Once these lineages got wind of it and gathered private soldiers, it would cause another upheaval in Yinzhou. When Lu Bu heard Cao Shaoqin's words, he strangled his horse and turned around with 3,000 Pizhou wolf riders. Cao Shaoqin's meaning was understood by Lu Bu, and since he wanted to split up, Lu Bu went ahead. With the speed of his 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, he was most adept at fighting this kind of lightning war. Chapter 108. Lu Bu, can destroy them with only 3,000 wolf riders. Yinzhou. These past few days could be said to be stormy for the entire Yinzhou. First, the governor of Yinzhou, the state government offices, and a large part of the officials of Yinzhou were taken down by that imperial envoy sent by the imperial court. Then the Cui family of Qinghao province, which was a behemoth in the whole of Yinzhou, was flattened in one fell swoop by that minister of the Qin dynasty who sent his troops. In the end, a series of more than 20 families were not spared, and all were sent by the minister to raid and arrest their families. Anyone who dared to resist, no matter which worldly gentry, was directly and bloody suppressed. The great name of Fang Xianling, the imperial minister sent by the imperial court, spread throughout Yinzhou at once. It was even known in the other 3 northern states. After all, there are not many officials who dare to move against the powerful families of the world, especially an official like Fang Xianling who had wiped out almost most of the powerful families in the entire Yinzhou in one fell swoop, and had also taken down a large portion of the entire Yinzhou officialdom in one fell swoop. Officials who dared to deal with the world's powerful families in such a reckless and grand manner had never done so before. Many people marveled at Fang Xianling's boldness, and it was a pity that Fang Xianling feared he would not live long. You know, the world's worldly gentry is one family. When Fang Xianling went on such a rampage against Yinzhou's powerful families, it wasn't just as simple as copying a few homes and killing some people. Rather, they are provoking the authoritative interests of the world's families. Those who dared to provoke the authority of the world's worldly families and gentry would not end up well since ancient times. This is clear to many. Even if Fang Xianling is the person of the one on the dragon chair, I am afraid that he will not be spared. It may be time to die in the streets. Fang Xianling was not worried about all this, and the fact that Zhou Chen had asked him to do so did not rule out that there was no intention of testing those powerful families. If these worldly gentry really dared to bare their teeth, it was probably just what Zhou Chen wanted. Yenzhou City, the state government office. Fang Xianling looked at the dusty East factory guard in front of him with a heavy face. The good mood that had been generated by the fact that everything was going well in Yenzhou was also suddenly wiped out. Fang Xianling did not expect. The court sent 2 ways to pacify the rebel army. Lubu this way to pacify the rebel army won, but Wei Wuhou which way to pacify the rebel army but lost, and it was a fiasco. Not only did the 100,000 Divine Martial Guards army suffer heavy losses, even Wei Wu Waiter, the counterinsurgency lieutenant general, was severely injured and unconscious. That's a lot of bad news. Fang Xianling mused for a moment and said to the dusty factory guard in front of him, "You go down and rest first. This official has already sent someone to find General Liu. When General Liu returns, this official will give him the imperial decree." That's right. This dusty factory guard was sent by Cao Zhengchun to deliver an order to Lu Bu. This factory guard first went to Daizhou, and after learning that Lu Bu was not in Daizhou, but had led his troops to Yenzhou, he hoofed to Yenzhou to deliver Lu Bu's decree. Along the way, this factory guard was exhausted. "Yes, Lord Fang." This factory guard answered and retreated. Not long after this plant left, Lu Bu walked in all bloody. Obviously, this is the result of not killing many people lately. "Lord Fang, is there something important that you called me back in such a hurry? I've got a couple of leaks on my side that I haven't wrapped up yet." As soon as Lu Bu walked in, he asked Fang Xianling. In the past few days, Lu Bu and Xiao Shaoqin each led their troops to raid those powerful families. Although those big families and mansions had already been raided by them, there were some leaks to be wrapped up. Fang Xianling suddenly sent someone to urgently call him back at this time, which made Lu Bu a little puzzled. However, as soon as he walked in and saw Fang Xianling's grave expression, Lu Bu knew that something was probably wrong. After raising his eyes and glancing at Lu Bu, Fang Xianling said in a deep voice, "The emperor has given you a decree that the Wei Wu candidate was eager to take revenge and fell for the Yellow Sky Sect's plan, defeating the 4 northwestern provinces of the country. 100,000 Divine Martial Guards army, over half dead or wounded. Even the mighty martial candidate himself is seriously injured and unconscious. The emperor has ordered you to rush to Xi'an prefecture immediately to take over from the Wei Wu candidate, to take charge of the Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards rebel quelling army, and to exterminate the Yellow Sky Sect. This is the imperial decree, and a letter with information about the defeat of Wei Wu candidate," Fang Xianling said, handing Lu Bu a nearby imperial decree and secret letter. "What? The mighty warrior is defeated? The 100,000 strong Shenhuai counterinsurgency army has lost more than half of its forces? Even the mighty warlord is seriously injured and unconscious?" Lu Bu visibly froze when he heard Fang Xianling's words. To be honest, this news surprised Lu Bu as well. In Lu Bu's opinion, with an elite army of 100,000 Divine Martial Guards plus Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, it shouldn't be too difficult to eliminate the Yellow Sky Sect. How is it possible to lose an army? Lu Bu immediately took the imperial decree and the secret letter from Fang Xianling's hand and opened it to read it. When Lu Bu finished reading the imperial decree and the secret letter, his eyebrows were also slightly raised. A half-step celestial? More than one? No wonder the mighty candidate was defeated and would be seriously injured and unconscious. It turned out that the Yellow Sky sect also had strong people like half-step celestials. Lu Bu's eyes flickered for a moment and he closed the secret letter. If that was the case, Lu Bu would not be surprised why mighty candidate lost. Zhou Shan, the half-step celestial, was strong in battle, but if he was entangled by more than 2 half-step celestials, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to free his hands to take care of others for a while. It would make sense for the mighty martial candidate to be seriously injured by the Yellow Sky sect taking advantage of the situation. When the commander-in-chief falls, it's a wonder the army doesn't lose. After Lu Bu collected the imperial decree and the secret letter, he looked at Feng Xinling, Lord Feng. Since the imperial decree has arrived, I have to rush to Xi'an prefecture immediately. The worldly gentry in Yanzhou have been pretty much suppressed, and the rest can be handled with Cao Shaoqin. When Lord Feng makes his move in Daizhou at that time, there won't be any problems with General Zhang Liao sitting on the Daizhou side. Previously, after Lu Bu eliminated the Easy King and pacified Daizhou, Zhang Liao was ordered to Lu Bu's command. After Lu Bu received Feng Xianling's letter, Lu Bu let Zhang Liao take charge of the counterinsurgency army in Daizhou, and he himself rushed to Yanzhou with 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders and 5,000 Divine Martial Guards. Now that the holy decree is in place, then Lu Bu doesn't need to waste time in rushing back to Daizhou and handing over to Zhang Liao, and will just move directly to Xi'an prefecture from here. Feng Xianling nodded at his words and looked at Lu Bu and said, for Yanzhou and Daizhou, having Cao Shaoqin and General Zhang Liao will be enough. You should be careful when you go to take over Wei Wu candidate. The Yellow Sky sect even killed the old Elder Master and injured Wei Wu candidate, so it can be seen that it's not easy to deal with. The northern camp's 100,000 Shenwai counterinsurgency army is over half dead or wounded, and there are definitely not enough troops, so you'd better go back to Daizhou and bring more troops. Feng Xianling said to Lu Bu advisedly. Ha ha ha, a mere Yellow Sky sect is worthy of my Lu Bu's extra troops? I, Lu Bu, can destroy them with only 3,000 wolf riders. He laughed loudly and turned directly away. Chapter 109, I know that you, King of 8 Wise Men, are not afraid of death. Lu Bu understood what Feng Xianling meant. Feng Xianling was nothing but afraid that the 100,000 Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards army led by Wei Wu candidate would lose too much, and that he, Lu Bu, would not have enough troops to deal with the Yellow Sky sect after he took over Wei Wu candidate. In the end, he also lost to the Yellow Sky sect, following in the footsteps of the Great Master Wenzhong and Wei Wu Ho, just like the Great Master Wenzhong and Wei Wu Ho. But is it possible? He, Lu Bu, is not Taisher Wenzhong or Wei Wu Waiter. The district Yellow Sky sect is like grass in his Lu Bu's eyes, not to mention that the 100,000 troops led by the Wei Wu candidate are just over half dead or wounded. Even if the losses were greater, he, Lu Bu, would not take one person from the Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guards counterinsurgency army over there, because having 3,000 parallel state wolf riders is enough for him, Lu Bu, to traverse the land of the 4 northern states. It is not a matter of destroying the Yellow Sky sect. Lu Bu left the state government office, taking only 3,000 of the parallel state wolf riders with him. He left the city of Yanzhou and ran towards the 4 northwestern provinces. Rolling smoke and dust filled the sky, and the horse galloped far away. Xi'an Prefecture, the capital city. This city that had just buried the Great Master Wenzhong's relief and counterinsurgency army and allowed the Great Master Wenzhong to die in battle was now once again a place of desperation for the court's counterinsurgency army. Originally, after the death of the Imperial Master Wenzhong in battle and the total destruction of those 30,000 Divine Martial Guards, the Yellow Sky sect occupied Xi'an province. Moreover, the Yellow Heavenly sect used Xi'an province also as a base camp for the Yellow Heavenly sect to temporarily command the various Yellow Heavenly armies on the front line. But the mighty martial candidate was eager to avenge for the Great Master Wenzhong and that 30,000 Shenwai who had been wiped out at the hands of the Yellow Heavenly cult, so he led the counterinsurgency army of 100,000 Northern Battalion of Shenwai to push all the way across the border. First, he eliminated all of the mob rebels, and then he defeated several of the Yellow Sky sect's Yellow Sky armies one after another. Hardly had the Yellow Sky sect army been forced back to the land of the 4 northwestern provinces. Taking advantage of the victory, the mighty warrior candidate broke through Xi'an Prefecture, a city that had been used by the Yellow Sky sect as a temporary base camp, and recaptured the Xi'an prefectural city. And the Yellow Sky sect army fled in defeat to the other 3 provinces in the northwest. Thinking that the Yellow Sky cult rebels were nothing more than that, the mighty warrior candidate continued to pursue the attack, wanting to finalize the battle and eliminate the Yellow Sky cult rebels, so as to avenge the Great Master Wenzhong and the 30,000 Divine Martial Guards who had been wiped out at the hands of the Yellow Sky cult. As it turned out, I didn't realize that this was a trick set up long ago by the Yellow Sky sect to lure the enemy. Instead of settling the matter in one battle and eliminating the Yellow Sky sect, the mighty candidate suffered a great defeat and suffered heavy losses. Even he himself was seriously injured. Now the Yellow Sky sect's army is surrounded by the Xi'an prefecture's capital city, and has fallen into a desperate situation. On top of the city, the mighty warrior candidate had a pale face as he looked at the Yellow Sky flag outside the city that was waving in the wind. His face heavy. 100,000 Shenhua elite counterinsurgency army. A big defeat down. Dead and wounded half of the troops. It's all his fault as the OC. Having fallen prey to the prideful schemes of the Yellow Sky sect, we have suffered such a crushing defeat. It didn't matter if he was seriously injured himself. It just didn't matter if he died. But the 100,000 Shenhua counterinsurgency army died and injured half of the soldiers and horses. The death of the wrong if it wasn't for him, the commander-in-chief, being eager to avenge himself and having pride, those divine martial guards wouldn't have died. The mighty warrior candidate couldn't get it out of his mind for a long time. Next to him, the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen glanced at the mighty warrior candidate and said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. You don't need to be too concerned. Now that you've only just woken up, you'd better go back and rest. With this king and the other generals here, it won't be that easy for the Yellow Sky sect rebels to attack in." The 8th Sage King Zhou Chen saw what was going through the mind of the mighty warrior candidate and spoke out in a comforting voice. The 8th Sage King was a little worried about Wei Wuho's injuries. Even though Wei Wuho had woken up, his injuries were still very serious. And mighty warlord is not assured of the affairs of the army. With a seriously injured body also want to go up to the city head to command the defense of the city. If something happened to the mighty warlord and he fell, it would be another big blow to the momentum of the counterinsurgency army. The mighty waiter shook his head. "You don't understand. It's not a matter of winning or losing. It's a matter of me, the commander-in-chief, not doing a good job. If it weren't for the fact that I, the commander-in-chief, was eager to take revenge and became gullible, the army wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Those divine martial guard elites won't die either. The army wouldn't be surrounded by the Yellow Sky sect in this Xi'an prefecture city now, in a place of desperation, and got you involved." Speaking of this, the mighty warrior candidate glanced apologetically at the 8th Magi King Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, the 8th Sage King, had originally begun to preside over the matter of disaster relief and rescue among those prefectures after the mighty warrior candidate had eliminated those mob rebels. However, I didn't expect that the mighty candidate's army was defeated and suffered heavy losses, and he was also surrounded by the Yellow Sky sect in Xi'an prefecture's capital city, which was in a desperate place. Upon learning of this news, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian gathered the local government soldiers from all the provinces plus the troops and horses brought by his ministers of Qin, and immediately rushed to Xi'an province to support the Weiwu candidate. To be honest, if it wasn't for the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian coming to support him, this Xi'an prefecture capital might have been overrun by the Yellow Sky sect. In the past few days, the mighty warrior candidate was seriously injured and unconscious, but the Yellow Sky sect had spared no effort in frantically attacking no less than a dozen times. Each time, it was the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian who sat on the top of the city, so that the Shenhua army had a backbone, and did not let the army float, and defended the city walls. Otherwise, if the mighty warrior candidate was unconscious and none of the other generals were able to stabilize the military's heart, it would be strange not to be overrun by the Yellow Sky sect when they encountered such a frantic attack. 8th Sage King Zhou Xian smiled faintly after hearing these last words from the mighty warrior candidate. What's involved or not involved? As an imperial prince of Great Zhou, it is your duty to eliminate the rebels and pacify the rebellion. What talk of involvement? On the contrary, this Xi'an prefecture city. First, those 30,000 divine martial guards led by the imperial master were surrounded in this city, and all of them were wiped out, and even the imperial master died in battle on the walls of this city, and now it's us again, surrounded in this city, in a desperate situation. Could it be that this Xi'an prefecture capital city is really an ominous place for my great Zhou? The 8th Sage King Zhou Xian said, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his face. Indeed, previously, the 30,000 divine martial guards led by the imperial master Wenzhong were defeated in the 4 northwestern provinces, and then they were surrounded in this Xi'an prefecture capital city. In the end, the whole army was wiped out and the imperial master Wenzhong died in battle. Now they were also surrounded in this Xi'an prefecture capital city, in a desperate place. Looking at this situation, if the support from the imperial court does not arrive in time, I am afraid that they will also have to be wiped out in this Xi'an prefecture capital, and finally die in battle on top of this city wall. Hearing the words of the 8th Sage King Zhou Xian, the face of the mighty warrior candidate was also gloomy. Being a military general, mighty Wushu is not afraid of death. To die in battle is supposed to be the destiny of a military general. But what Weiwu candidate is afraid of is failing the trust of the court and the expectations of the emperor. The situation at the moment was already obvious. If the support from the imperial court could not arrive in time, and the Yellow Sky sect rebels outside the city attacked again, they were afraid that they would not be able to stop them. In the past few days, although the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen sat at the head of the city and repelled a dozen or so frantic attacks by the Yellow Sky sect rebels outside the city, the losses of the army were not small. Even the local government soldiers and the imperial guards brought by the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen were killed or injured by a large margin. The mighty warrior candidate pondered for a moment and said to the 8 magisterial kings, Zhou Xian, 8 magisterial kings, we've been ministers in the same hall for so many years. I have something I need to ask of you. If you return to Luoyang, for the sake of us being ministers in the same temple, help me look after the Weiwu candidate's mansion more. I don't want the Weiwu candidate house to be rich and famous. I just want the Weiwu candidate house to be able to continue on in a peaceful manner. The mighty warrior candidate looked at the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian with a serious face. The mighty warrior candidate believed that the 8th sage king Zhou Xian could understand what he meant. This was also the biggest concern in the heart of the mighty warrior candidate. When the 8th sage king heard Wei Wuho's words, his face instantly changed. Wei Wuho, what do you mean? Are you thinking that I, 8th sage king Zhou Xian, am afraid of death and will run away from the battle? Or do you think that I, 8 wise king Zhou Xian, being a prince of great Zhou with a golden life, would throw down tens of thousands of generals to spill their blood for my great Zhou while I, 8 wise king Zhou Xian, alone, meticulously fled back to Luoyang? 8th sage king Zhou Xian looked at Wei Wuho with an ugly face. Wei Wuho, this king tells you that this king is not afraid of death. No one in my great Zhou imperial family is afraid of death either. If you want to go back to Luoyang, it is also you, mighty candidate, who should go back to Luoyang. You Weiwu candidate house has already shed enough blood for my great Zhou. My great Zhou is ashamed of you Weiwu candidate house and does not need you Weiwu candidate house to shed blood for my great Zhou anymore. This king has already ordered that as soon as the Great War begins, he will immediately have someone escort you back to Luoyang. The sonata has already been written by this king, and when the time comes, he will report everything to the emperor. The 8th sage king Zhou Xian angrily said to the mighty warrior candidate. 8th Xian Wang Zhou Xian, of course no Weiwu candidate is not that meaning. But 8th Xian Wang Zhou Xian angry as Weiwu candidate actually want to let him 8th Xian Wang back to Luoyang. What? His life is too precious to die? Tens of thousands of generals can spill their blood for great Zhou without a single retreat. And the life of his 8 sages King Zhou Xian is more valuable than these people. And he can't die? The thing that made the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian the most angry was that the mighty warlord actually entrusted an orphan to him. The 8 wise kings? What do you take him for? Your Weiwu candidate house is a loyal family, who died in battle for the great Zhou. And now the entire Weiwu candidate house has only a single seedling left. If King Zhou Xian of the 8 wise kings really accepted the matter of Weiwu candidate's trust and returned to Luoyang, how would King Zhou Xian of the 8 wise kings be able to face the people of Weiwu candidate's house, and how to face the eyes of the world? Could it be that the people of the Weiwu candidate's house accuse that my Weiwu candidate's house has a loyal family, and that I don't know how many people died in battle for your great Zhou, but in the end, the prince of your great Zhou royal family left my Weiwu candidate's people behind and fled back to Luoyang alone? Such a reputation 8 wise kings Zhou Xian can't afford to carry it. And he does not dare to carry it. Therefore, if we want to say that we should return to Luoyang, it is also the mighty warrior candidate who should return. The house of mighty candidates has shed enough blood for the great Zhou, and such a house of loyalty should not be allowed to shed its blood for the great Zhou anymore. In the face of the 8 magisterial king Zhou Xian's angry fire, the mighty warrior candidate smiled disbelievingly. I didn't think that you, the 8 magisterial king, would also have moments of anger like this. It's really a rare sight. But I haven't seen you, king of the 8 wise men, angry in many years. I know that you, 8 sage king, are not afraid of death, nor are you a glutton for punishment, but death has to be meaningful, and dying in battle like this one doesn't mean much to you, king of the 8 wise men. You and I are different. Your battlefield for the 8 magi king should be in the imperial court, not here in the 4 northwestern provinces. Now that the dynastic situation has changed a lot, and the emperor is not the same as before, if you, the 8 virtuous king, die in the 4 northwestern provinces just like that, what about the imperial household of the patriarchs? Besides, the old master is dead, and if you die again, that, the mighty warrior candidate didn't go on, but the meaning was understood by the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. The 8 sage king Zhou Xian was silent for a moment and said to the mighty warlord, I understand what you mean, but we're not much different, and whoever dies will have no effect on the court. I've sent 800 miles to the court for help. I've heard that Lu Bu has destroyed the Easy King's rebels and pacified the chaos in the 2 states of Dayan. If nothing goes wrong, the emperor will have Lu Bu lead an army north to support us. Just as the words of the Bashin king Zhou Xian fell, a long horn sounded. causing the faces of both the Baxian King Zhou Chen and the mighty warlord to change. Because this horn sound was coming from the Yellow Sky sect rebels outside the city. And the sound of this horn was more than familiar to the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen and the mighty warrior candidate duo. Such trumpets sounded no less than 4 or 5 times a day for several days. Not good. The Yellow Sky sect rebels are going to attack again. Hearing this horn sound, 8th Sage King Zhou Chen said with a grave expression, "That's right. This long horn sound was the horn sound of the Yellow Sky sect's rebels gathering to attack. Looks like we won't be able to wait for Lu Bu to lead the troops to support us." The mighty warrior candidate also said with a gloomy face. The Yellow Sky sect's frantic attacks over the past few days, trying to break the city, had already caused the divine martial guards to be exhausted, and the defending machinery to be depleted to the bottom. Wanting to block this attack by the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, neither the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen nor the Weiwu candidate were certain. All set. Archers, strong crossbowmen, and rolling stones are all ready for the king. It's the same old rule. Kill and maim the rebels to the best of your ability, at any cost. The 8th Sage King Zhou Chen yelled at the divine martial guards on the city wall and said, "In the past few days, the mighty warrior candidate was seriously injured and unconscious, but it was the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen, who was in command of the battle." Although 8th Sage King Zhou Chen is not good at leading armies in battle, he still knows something about this battle of defending the city. After giving orders to the generals, the 8 virtuous King Zhou Chen looked at the nearby Weiwu waiter again. "The Yellow Sky sect rebels will be attacking soon. You're seriously injured, so it's better to go down and get ready first. With me and the other generals here, as well as old ancestor Zhou, the Yellow Sky sect won't be able to attack for a while. I've arranged for people who will escort you out if ever the city breaks down." The 8th Sage King Zhou Chen said as he looked at the mighty warrior candidate. The mighty martial candidate sniffed and shook his head. "I'm the Emperor's personally appointed counter-rebel lieutenant general, and I'm also the mighty martial candidate who's temporarily in charge of the Northern Battalion's divine martial guards. Do you think that I should leave the army behind and flee back to Luoyang alone? Better let me command the defense. I'm seriously injured and can't fight, but I can still command the defense of the city." After the mighty warrior candidate finished speaking, he readjusted the deployment of the defense of the city. It had to be admitted that mighty warrior candidate's readjusted deployment was much more rigorous than the previous setup of 8 wise kings Zhou Chen. As soon as the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen took a look at the attitude of the Weiwu candidate, he knew that the Weiwu candidate would not easily listen to his advice. However, the 8th Sage King Zhou Chen had already prepared for this, and when the time came, if the mighty warrior candidate didn't comply, then he would have to have someone forcibly escort him away. Kill. Chapter 110, Zhou Shan. Come out and die. The pale sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the ether, and the world is blessed. Kill. Xi'an Prefecture. Outside the prefecture, Huang Tianjun shouted frantically, his voice shaking the heavens. With the sound of the long horn, the densely packed yellow sky army was like a flood beast that had its gates opened, killing the city gates with one force. On top of the city, the two of them, 8th Sage King Zhou Chen and mighty warrior candidate, looked at the Yellow Sky sect rebels charging over from outside the city, and their faces were grave. Although most of these Yellow Sky sect rebels had incomplete armor and stomach and low combat power, they could not afford to be outnumbered. Since the Yellow Heavenly Cult has pulled the flag and rebelled, every time it breaks through a city, it wraps most of the people into the Yellow Heavenly Army. There were also a number of mountain thieves from the Tiger's Roar as well as some of the most wanted criminals from the Imperial Court and murderers from the rivers and lakes who joined the Yellow Sky sect. It made the Yellow Sky sect's strength swell to the extreme like a snowball in a short period of time. Until now, the Yellow Sky sect had claimed an army of 500,000. This 500,000 strong army, despite having a lot of water and an unbearable fighting strength, basically most of them being mobs that had just put down their farming tools, was several times the number of the Divine Martial Guard's counterinsurgency army. Even if the Divine Martial Guards were more elite, they would not be able to resist the gnawing of these several times as many mole crickets. Zhou Shanshan's figure had also appeared on the city's head at an unknown time. Looking at the Yellow Sky sect's rebels outside the city who had already begun to attack, Zhou Shanshan's brows were also knitted together. It seems that the Yellow Sky sect's patience has run out, and this is intended to be a battle to settle the score. The whole army pressed on. Zhou Shanshan looked at the densely packed Yellow Sky sect rebels outside the city and said in a deep voice. The 8th Sage King Zhou Chen and the mighty warrior candidate both nodded. They naturally saw the difference between the Yellow Sky sect today and the previous attacks. Obviously, the Yellow Sky sect was going to vow not to return until the city was broken. Then the next step is the final battle that will determine whether they live or die. Zhou Shanshan, quickly come out and receive your death. This sect master is going to destroy you. The first half-step celestial today. As the Yellow Sky sect's army began to attack, a voice came from far away from the rebel army. only two figures could be seen already stepping into the air. One of the figures was no other than the Yellow Sky Sect Master, Li Chungjiao. The other figure, however, was an old man who looked a bit gloomy. You two be careful. Zhou Shan sniffed and his face sank, dropping a sentence. With a long leap, Zhou Shan had already jumped out beyond the city's head, heading in the direction of the voice to meet it. Li Chungjiao, are you looking for death in a hurry? You, a mere new half-step celestial, actually dare to tell me, Zhou Shan, to lead him to his death. You really don't know how to spell death. Zhou Shan jumped out of the city, and in the blink of an eye, he was confronted by the duo of Li Chungjiao and that hazy old man. Zhou Shan looked at Li Chungjiao with a gloomy face and said, to be honest, no one in the entire Great Zhou Heaven had dared to be so arrogant as to ask him, Zhou Shan, to lead him to his death. Even if it was a few other half-step celestials, they wouldn't dare to be this arrogant in front of him. Zhou Shan, but Li Chungjiao, a just newly entered half-step celestial being, even dared to shout at him. Zhou Shan like this, really do not know the heights of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Zhou Shan, it's not certain which of us is in a hurry to find death. Before, but you, Zhou Shan, ran away with your tail between your legs. Today this sect master is going to see where you, Zhou Shan, can still run to. Li Chungjiao laughed out loud and looked at Zhou Shan with some mockery. What could a half-step celestial first's battle power do? Before that, weren't they beaten by them and fled with their tails between their legs? No matter what kind of tactics they used, as long as the result could take down this half-step celestial's number one in terms of battle power, Zhou Shan. As for the process, it didn't matter. Well, Li Chungjiao, let's see which of us is in a hurry to find death today. If I, Zhou Shan, don't behead you today, then I, Zhou Shan, don't deserve to be Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan looked at Li Chungjiao with a cold light in his eyes and said coldly, dare to mock him? Zhou Shan, really think that he, Zhou Shan, who was the number one in battle power among the half-step celestials, was just making a name for himself? Looking at Zhou Shan's expression that was flooded with killing intent, listening to Zhou Shan's words that were full of killing intent, Li Chungjiao suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and his back was chilled. Li Chungjiao put away his smile, and his face was on guard against Zhou Shan. Although Li Chungjiao had just screamed on his lips, Li Chungjiao still understood in his heart that even though he and Zhou Shan were both half-step celestials, their battle power was simply not on the same level. If they fought alone, then the one who died would definitely be him. Li Chungjiao. Zhou Shan ignored Li Chungjiao's worried look and instead looked at the hazy old man next to him. Old monster, do you really want to intervene in this matter and make an enemy of my court? Think about it. Under all the heavens, there is no king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. Even if you, old monster, are a half-step celestial, once you make an enemy of my court, there will no longer be a place for you in the world. You should know that a half-step celestial has already died at the hands of my court before. Zhou Shan looked at the hazy old man and said threateningly, if it were normal, Zhou Shan wouldn't even talk nonsense with these two. With his battle prowess, he was not the least bit afraid of these two half-step celestials joining forces. But now, Zhou Shan also had to take into account the army of the two men behind him. Wei Wu candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian. Therefore, if he could threaten this old monster and make old monster retreat in fear, it would be much easier to deal with the Yellow Sky Sect. The hazy old man beside Li Chungjiao laughed strangely when he heard Zhou Shan's words. Zhou Shan, you don't need to threaten me, old monster with these words either. If I, old monster was afraid of your court, I wouldn't have made a move before. Besides, I, Du Lao Gai, am alone. Even if you, the imperial court, want to deal with me, Du Lao Gai, it won't be that easy. Old monster looked at Zhou Shan and said with a strange smile, not caring at all about Zhou Shan's threat. So what if you're an enemy of the court? People like them never put the court in their eyes. As for what Zhou Shan said, there had already been a half-step celestial who had died at the hands of the court. This matter, old monster knew. There were only a few half-step celestial powerhouses in the entire world of Great Zhou. One dead. Such a big deal. Naturally it couldn't be hidden from the likes of them. However, old monster wasn't afraid of that. Anyway, he was alone, unattached. The big deal was that when the time came to go incognito and wander the world, what could the court do to him? Zhou Shan's face sank when he saw that elder monster was unafraid of his threats and still had no expression of putting the court in his eyes. Old monster it seems that you are determined to be an enemy of my court. In that case, then I, Zhou Shan, will not be polite. I'll behead you both together today. Boom! The aura of a half-step celestial erupted. Zhou Shan's entire body was like a volcano erupting, and with a strong aura, He directly slapped his palm at the duo of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du. The bull asterisk 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 is over. Then it's time to see the real thing underhand. Bang! After a slap, both Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du were knocked back a few steps away. Li Qingjiao with a grave face immediately shouted, Huang Tian Golden Guards, set up a formation. As soon as Li Qingjiao's words fell, 36 figures appeared and surrounded Zhou Shan. Each of these 36 figures wore yellow sky and gold clothes. Their aura was thick, and at a glance, their strength was not weak. In particular, the 36 people stood in an orientation that was secretly integrated, with both offense and defense. Along with the 36 figures appeared 2 Grand Masters. These 2 Great Masters were precisely 2 of the 9 Great Masters who had previously surrounded the Imperial Master Wenzhong. 4 of the 9 Grand Masters who had previously surrounded Imperial Master Wenzhong had already died. Kill. At the same time, the duo of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du also joined the formation. The 36 Yellow Sky Golden Guards and the 2 Grand Masters in conjunction with the 2 Grand Masters, Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du, attacked Zhou Shan in unison. Humph. With these, do you think you can deal with me? Zhou Shan? Last time, I let you guys catch me. Zhou Shan, off guard with this formation. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. Die. Zhou Shan swung out 2 palms, blocking the attacks of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du. The figure instantly appeared in front of those 2 Great Masters. Zhou Shan reached out like a claw, and before those 2 Great Masters could react, he directly slapped 2 palms on the chests of those 2 Great Masters. Put. Those 2 Grand Masters were slapped out like kites with broken strings, and they also crashed into the 4 Yellow Sky Golden Guards. Change of formation. When Li Qingjiao saw this, he immediately attacked Zhou Shan with the duo of Old Monster Du, one on the left and one on the right, not allowing Zhou Shan to have another chance to strike at the others. On the other hand, the battle for the siege had entered a white-hot stage. The Yellow Sky Sect's rebels, led by the 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect, the Earth King and the Human King, had gradually attacked the city walls. The 2 of them, Mighty Warrior Candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, looked at the 2 Yellow Sky Sect's main generals who had leaped onto the city wall at the city's head, and their faces were grave. This was because these 2 main generals of the Yellow Heavenly Sect were precisely 2 of the 9 Great Masters who had besieged the Imperial Master Wenzhong, and were also the King of Earth and King of Man of the Yellow Heavenly Sect. Among the Yellow Sky Sect, the 2 men's status was second only to Sect Master Heavenly King Li Qingjiao. The strength is all in the late stages of a Grand Master. If the Mighty Warrior Candidate hadn't been seriously injured, it would have been more than enough to deal with these 2 Yellow Sky Sect Rebel Master Generals together with the 8 Sages King Zhou Xian. However, now that the Mighty Warrior Candidate was seriously injured and his strength was 10 times less than 3, the 8 Sage King alone was simply no match for the 2 main generals of this Yellow Sky Sect Rebel. Mighty Candidate, King of the 8 Wise Men, you see it now? There's not much point in you trapping the beast anymore. We will spare the lives of these generals if you will surrender, and will also keep you alive. The Earth King and Human King duo looked at the Mighty Warrior Candidate and the 8 Magi King duo and said, it would be nice to give up without a fight. Don't look at the fact that the Yellow Sky Sect is gradually attacking the city walls now, but if you want to completely break through the city and exterminate this Imperial army, it won't be that easy. The price paid is unimaginable. Therefore, if we could get the 2 of them, Wei Wu Candidate and the 8 Virtuous Kings, to surrender, it would save a lot of trouble. Surrender? Leave us alive? Ha ha ha. You Yellow Sky Sect traitors are actually trying to persuade me and the 8 Virtuous Kings to surrender? It's truly laughable. Are you rebels worthy of persuading us to surrender? As if he had heard the world's funniest joke, the Mighty Warlord laughed out loud with a disdainful face. After laughing, the Mighty Warrior Candidate looked at these 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect with an icy face and said, you guys pitted and killed many of the generals of my Northern Battalion's Divine Martial Guards, and you also killed my Northern Battalion's Divine Martial Guards Commander-in-Chief, Old Imperial Master. The generals of my Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards are immortal with you Yellow Sky Sect rebels. Today is the time for me to avenge Old Master Tai. The Mighty Warrior Candidate was aware that the 2 men in front of him were among those who had previously besieged the Imperial Master Wenzhong. Since they were now facing each other, even if he was seriously injured, he had to avenge the Great Master Wenzhong. As soon as the nearby 8 Virtuous Kings saw that Wei Wuho was about to make a move, they immediately reached out to stop Wei Wuho. You're injured. You're no match for them. Men, escort Mighty Candidate to leave first. After saying that, the 8 Sage King Zhou Xian directly attacked these 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect. 8 Sage King Zhou Xian knew that his strength at the early stage of Grand Master was simply no match for these 2. It was one of them that he couldn't deal with. But 8 Sage King Zhou Xian did not back off and remained determined to strike, because he knew that there was no way back for him. And after hearing the order of the 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, Immediately a dozen of divine martial guards stepped forward to act on the order of the 8th sage King Zhou Chen, to forcibly escort the mighty warrior candidate away. How dare you? What are you doing? Let go of this general. If you dare to make a move against this general, beware of this general's law to deal with you. As soon as the mighty martial candidate saw the divine martial guards coming up to escort him away, he immediately chided them. General, the king has orders for us to escort you to break through the siege back to Luoyang. This is also the will of my 3 generals. If the general won't leave with us, then please kill us. When the mighty warrior candidate heard this, his face instantly cursed angrily, bastard. This general is your commander-in-chief. Who the hell do you listen to? The 8 wise men. The mighty martial candidate was cursing the divine martial guards who had forcibly escorted him away when he suddenly saw that the 8th sage king, Zhou Chen, had been seriously injured on the ground by those 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect's renegades, and he immediately shouted out. At the same time, Zhou Shan also discovered that the Yellow Sky Sect rebels had attacked the city walls. At this moment, hearing a shout from the mighty warrior candidate, Zhou Shan's face changed. Die! When Zhou Shan's entire body erupted in chi, several palms were slapped out, and a large portion of that Yellow Sky Golden Guard was instantly killed or injured. Even the 2 of them, Li Qingjie and Old Monster Du, were slapped several feet away by the sudden outburst of Zhou Shan's palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Shan wanted to leap back to the top of the city, but how could the duo of Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi give him this opportunity? Huang Tianlei. The duo of Li Qingjie and Old Monster Du threw the 2 items at Zhou Shan. Seeing this, Zhou Shan swung his palm. Bang! The 2 things directly exploded. Gusts of green smoke scattered, and Zhou Shan only felt a strange sensation coming from his entire body. Without stopping for a second, Zhou Shan continued to leap away and leapt onto the city. It was because Zhou Shan had already seen that the 8th sage King Zhou Chen was in a precarious position, about to die at the hands of those 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect. So, Zhou Shan has to hurry up and save people. Ha ha ha, the matter is settled. Zhou Russian has been hit. I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer. Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi both laughed out loud and also leaped onto the city top right behind Zhou Shan. Chapter 111, The Wolf Riders of the Province of Pangaea. At the top of the city, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian fell to the ground with serious injuries. Facing the 2 late-stage Grand Masters of the Yellow Sky Sect, the 2 main General Masters of the Earth King and the Human King, the 8th sage's King Zhou Xian was no match at all. Even if the 8th sage King Zhou Xian had a deep heritage and cultivated a first-rate royal technique with extremely strong combat power, it was impossible for him to deal with 2 late-grade masters with his early-grade master strength overstepping the ranks. After the 2 main general experts of the Yellow Sky Sect severely injured the 8 magi King Zhou Xian, one of them, the Human King, laughed out loud with a disdainful look on his face. Ha ha ha, is this the strength of a courtier's king? It's nothing more than that. Previously, the world-famous Wen Taisher died at the hands of my Yellow Sky Sect, and now there's going to be another sage prevalent. The 8 virtuous kings, I, the Yellow Sky Sect, shall prosper. After the words were spoken, this Human King of the Yellow Sky Sect did not hesitate to slap at Zhou Xian, the 8 wise kings, who had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Obviously, this Human King of the Yellow Sky Sect wanted to end the 8 sages King Zhou Xian's little life with a single slap. The 8 sages King Zhou Xian saw the Yellow Heavenly Sect's Human King slap a palm at his own fingertips, and a chill couldn't help but rise up in his heart, his pupils tightening for a while. Is this how I, 8 sages King Zhou Xian, am going to die at the hands of the Yellow Sky Sect traitors? The 8 sage King Zhou Xian thought unwillingly in his heart, but he was seriously injured but he was no longer able to resist, and could only watch this palm fall towards him. Not far away, the mighty martial candidate, who had yet to be escorted away by the divine martial guards, also changed his face when he saw this scene. It was too late to make a move to save the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. Besides, the mighty warrior candidate was also suffering from serious injuries, and even if he were to make a move, it was not likely that he would be able to save the 8 sages King Zhou Xian from this late Grand Master Human King of the Yellow Heavenly Sect. Seeing that this overwhelming palm was about to fall, once this palm landed on 8 sage King Zhou Xian's body, then 8 sage King Zhou Xian would definitely have no chance of survival. Just then, a figure leapt up from outside the city walls, and in an instant, arrived at the side of these 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect, 2 rebels in the district. How dare they kill my great Zhou royal prince? Die! A ghostly cold voice resounded in the ears of the 2 men from the Yellow Sky Sect, the Earth King and the Human King. Before the Earth King and Human King, the 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky Sect, could react, these 2 felt a terrifying aura descending upon them, causing them to instantly lose the strength to resist. Under the pair's terrified gazes, a pair of large, powerful hands had choked both of them. Click! A crunch passed. The 2 main generals of the Yellow Heaven Sect, the Earth King and the Human King, who were second only to Li Qingjiao, the Heavenly King, had their necks snapped and died just like that. Perhaps the duo never thought of it until they died. Originally they were going to kill the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen. As a result, it is they themselves who end up dead. Zhou Shanshan casually threw the bodies of the two to the side, stepped forward and quickly grabbed the 8 sage king Zhou Xian and the mighty warrior candidate, wanting to leap away. This was because Zhou Shanshan knew that he had just been caught in the secret plans of the duo of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du. The body is becoming progressively weaker. If they don't leave soon, then they won't be able to leave again today. The others and the army, Zhou Shan could no longer care about them. The only ones Zhou Shan could care about now were the 8 sage king Zhou Xian and the Weiwu candidate. Unfortunately, there is nothing wrong with calculations, but the reality is brutal. After Zhou Shanshan had just grabbed the 8 sage king Zhou Xian and the Weiwu candidate duo, Li Qingjia and Du Lachi duo followed suit and also leaped onto the city, directly letting Zhou Shan's calculations fall through. After Li Qingjia leaped up to the top of the city and saw the corpses of both the Earth King and the Human King on the ground, he looked towards Zhou Shan with a murderous face. Zhou Shan, you actually killed my 2 senior brothers. Today, you will surely die. This sect master must kill you to accompany my 2 senior brothers. And these divine martial guards, none of them can run away. Li Qingjiao looked at Zhou Shanshan and said with killing intent. Obviously, the deaths of the 2 main generals of the Yellow Sky sect, the Earth King and the Human King, had angered Li Qingjiao, the Yellow Sky sect master. Also, the 2 of them, the Earth King and the Human King, were both Li Qingjiao's senior brothers, and normally they were extremely close as senior brothers. It's no different than a blood brother. Now that both of them, the Earth King and the Human King, had been killed by Zhou Shanshan, how could Li Qingjiao not be angry? That old monster Du next to Li Qingjiao also looked at Zhou Shan with a sinister smile. Zhou Shan, you can't escape even with your wings today. It looks like there's going to be one less person among the several half-step celestials. Still the first among the lesser half-step celestials in terms of battle power. TSK. Old Monster Du burst into a fit of ghastly laughter. It seemed that he had already settled on Zhou Shanshan, the number 1 in terms of battle power amongst half-step celestials. After Zhou Shanshan heard the words of the duo of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du, a hint of haze flashed across his face. Shameless generation. Do you think that you can kill my Zhou Shanshan just because you have assassinated him? What a delusion. I don't know if I'm going to die today, Zhou Shanshan, but you 2 shameless people are dead today. Zhou Shanshan similarly looked directly at the duo of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi with a cold light in his eyes, the killing opportunity on his face unconcealed. It wasn't true that he, Zhou Shanshan, had been hit by a backstabbing, but so what? Tigers can still hurt people even without their teeth. Not to mention him, Zhou Shanshan, the number 1 combatant amongst the half-step celestials. Even if he was backstabbed, it was still possible to pull a few cushions in a desperate attempt to die. Upon hearing Zhou Shan's words, the faces of both Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du became grave. From Zhou Shan's words, Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du had already heard the absolute determination in Zhou Shan's tone. That is, Zhou Shan is going to fight for his life. Once a half-step celestial powerhouse put up a fight, it was terrifying. Especially when it was a strong person with the number 1 battle power amongst half-step celestials fighting for their lives. It was definitely not just as simple as being lethal. The duo of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du stared at each other with Zhou Shan, the icy gazes of both sides intertwined, colliding with a chilling killing intent. Zhou Shanshan loosened his grip on the hands of Weiwu candidate and 8 sage king Zhou Xian and pulled them behind him. You 2 will take the opportunity to leave first in a while. Don't worry about me. Zhou Shanshan spoke in a low voice, but his gaze locked with Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du without moving away a single bit. After the mighty martial candidate and the 8 sage king Zhou Xian heard these words from Zhou Shan, their hearts sank to the bottom. Without having to think about it, the 2 of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8 sage king Zhou Xian, had guessed what Zhou Shanshan meant. This figure who had sat in the royal family for many years and supported the royal family from collapsing was going to exert the last vestiges of power for Great Zhou. The atmosphere coalesced in this moment. Sparks also collided at this moment. Just in the nick of time, a sound of trembling earth came from the distance. The vibrations could be felt by the crowd on the walls. Cavalry? The faces of the people on the city walls all stared, and in unison, they looked toward the direction of the distant vibrations, for this vibrating and trembling sound was all too familiar to the crowd on the walls. They are men who have led soldiers and fought in wars. This vibrating and trembling sound is clearly the sound of cavalry galloping. Under the gazes of the crowd looking on, a wave of dust billowed up and thousands of cavalrymen with black armored stomachs galloped in from the distance and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. They were seen with black armor and black wolf horses, as powerful as rainbows, galloping as fast as the wind, disciplined and neatly organized. Even in the running does not show a trace of disorganization. At first glance is the elite Iron Horsemen. What elite cavalry! Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi couldn't help but praise in their hearts after the two of them saw this cavalry from afar. Even from such a distance, the duo of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi could vaguely sense the strong aura of this cavalry. However, when Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi both saw the banner of this cavalry, their faces couldn't help but change. The parallel state wolf riders? Lu Bu? That's right. The banner on this cavalry was written precisely with a large Lu character. Combine this with some recent news about the court's counterinsurgency army coming from the two states of Dai and Yin. Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi both immediately guessed that this cavalry was, I'm afraid, the 3,000 Panchu wolf riders under the imperial court's counterinsurgent Zhonglong General Lu Bu. Then, the general at the front of the 3,000 Peizhou wolf riders, who was in full armor and had a heroic and majestic appearance, needless to say, should naturally be the court's other counterinsurgency lieutenant general, Lu Bu. Reinforcements from the court are coming? The faces of the two of them, Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du, were instantly hard to see. Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi, two people did not expect. In this critical juncture of the victory in sight, the reinforcements of the imperial court actually came. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders are nothing. With the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Yellow Sky sect, the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders would not be able to make any big waves even if they were more elite. But it was not the same for this commander-in-chief of the 3,000 merging state wolf riders, the court's counterinsurgency lieutenant general Lu Bu. It was said that this Lu Bu was also a half-step celestial. Zhou Shan had the support of Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, so it would be impossible for the duo of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi to kill Zhou Shan again. In this way, Li Qingjiao this time plotting to destroy the court, this counterinsurgency army plan failed, not to mention, perhaps, when Zhou Shan slowed down, he and Lu Bu would even join forces to destroy his Li Qingjiao's Yellow Sky sect army. At that time, I am afraid that he, Li Qingjiao, and Du Laoqi both have to drink the sand. No, we must first drag Lu Bu outside and then settle Zhou Shan. After we settle Zhou Russian, then we'll turn around and deal with Lu Bu. Li Qingjiao thought in his heart, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Li Qingjiao knew that there was no room for him to retreat now. Either one battle will settle the matter, destroying the rebel army of the court and killing Zhou Shan and Lu Bu. Either he, the Yellow Sky sect, will be completely defeated and buried in the Nine Springs. The opportunity at hand, in particular, is not to be missed. Zhou Shan had already been hit by his secret plan, and as long as he and Old Monster Du went all out, Zhou Shan wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If he missed this opportunity at the moment, it would be difficult to deal with Zhou Shan again in the future. As for Zhou Shan, the two of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian, they also saw the cavalry that appeared in the distance. Compared to the ugly faces of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi, the faces of Weiwu candidate and the 8 Sage Kings were filled with joyful feelings. Reinforcements from the court have finally arrived. The one who came was still Lu Bu, a half-step celestial. That was the end of their crisis. They had seen Lu Bu's strength before. That was even Zhou Russian, the number one in battle power amongst the half-step celestials, had been sent flying by one of his halberds. This shows how strong Lu Bu is. Yellow Sky Golden Guards at your service. Lead all the Yellow Heavenly Rexes and Yellow Heavenly Central Army to surround that group of Imperial cavalry. At all costs, give this Heavenly King the opportunity to eliminate that stream of Imperial cavalry. Li Qingjiao stood on the top of the city and ordered loudly to the dozen or so Huangtian Golden Guards below who were still alive. Now that Zhou Russian had been hit by the backstabbing, Li Qingjiao no longer needed the Yellow Sky Golden Guards to set up another formation to deal with Zhou Russian. Therefore, Li Qingjiao was going to have the Huangtian Golden Guards take the Huangtian Rexes and the Huangtian Zhongjuan to encircle Lu Bu and those 3,000 Jianzhou Wolf Riders. The Yellow Heavenly Rexes and the Yellow Heavenly Central Army were both large armies personally led by Li Qingjiao, and the level of eliteness naturally went without saying, especially those 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes, which could be said to be the most elite army under Li Qingjiao's command. Even with an equal number of divine martial guards, they could compete. Li Qingjiao didn't believe that 30,000 Huangtian Rexes, 50,000 Huangtian Zhongjuan, plus the 50,000 rear troops that stayed on the periphery, still couldn't encircle the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders and Lu Bu. With Li Qingjiao's order, a long horn sounded. The 30,000 Yellow Heavenly Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Heavenly Medium armies that had previously pressed forward and not attacked the city walls immediately turned their heads to kill the parallel state wolf riders that were running from afar. The mighty warrior candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian on the city's head saw that all of the Yellow Sky Sect's rebels' pressurized army pounced on Lu Bu's 3,000 Peizhou wolf riders, and their hearts couldn't help but be worried. This was the hundreds of thousands of the most elite army of the Yellow Sky sect rebels. Once Lu Bu's 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders were surrounded and caught in the middle of it, it would definitely be a total loss. Zhou Shanshan's face also tightened up, both anxious for Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders and worried about Li Chengjiao's next intention. Li Chengjiao's intention of ordering the siege of Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders. Zhou Shanshan naturally saw it. Zhou Shanshan coldly looked at the duo of Li Chengjiao and Old Monster Du, and the two of them, Li Chengjiao and Old Monster Du, also looked at Zhou Shan at the same time. The undeclared gazes of both sides once again collided icily. Zhou Shanshan, this sect master has said that you are dead today. Even if reinforcements come from the court, they won't be able to save you, Li Chengjiao said as he looked at Zhou Shanshan's killing machine gradually flourished. When Zhou Shanshan heard this, his originally tense expression was gone, and inexplicably gestured at Li Chengjiao and said, "Is that so? You turn around and look outside the city first." Li Chengjiao raised an eyebrow, not knowing what Zhou Shanshan meant by this, and looked back at the outside of the city. It was this glance that made Li Chengjiao's face hard to see, only to see Lu Bu leading the 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders had somehow pushed across the 50,000 rear troops on the periphery of his Yellow Sky sect, and had already killed into the 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Sky Medium Army that Li Chengjiao had sent to surround Lu Bu, cranking up the horses and riding the Iron Horse. The 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders were like a tornado, charging through the 30,000 Huang Tian Rexes and 50,000 Huang Tian Zhong army as if they were in no man's land. It's just unbelievable. How is that possible? 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes, 50,000 Yellow Sky Chinese army. Can't they still stop a mere 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders? Chapter 112, The Flying General Lu Bu. Xi'an Prefecture. Outside the prefecture, Lu Bu took 3,000 of his Peugeot Wolf Riders and directly chiseled through the 50,000 rear troops that the Yellow Sky sect rebels had left on the periphery. It killed the 50,000 rear troops that the Yellow Sky sect had left in the periphery. Then, Lu Bu continued his rush in the direction of the city gates with the 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders, meeting the 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Sky Medium troops who had turned their heads toward them to kill them. Facing an army of 30,000 Yellow Heavenly Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Heavenly Mediums, the 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders led by Lu Bu did not have the slightest intention of retreating. The speed of their horses and whips remained unabated, and with the momentum of a rainbow, they charged directly into the army of 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Sky Medium armies. For a while, the 3,000 Peugeot Wolf Riders led by Lu Bu charged through the army of 30,000 Yellow Heavenly Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Heavenly Mediums like nobody's business, sending up bursts of flying dust and screams of misery wherever the parallel state Wolf Riders passed by. Besides the dust that was rolled up, what was left behind was a ground full of broken limbs and bloodied numerous corpses. Li Chengjiao on the city head looked at the battlefield outside the city, his face indescribably ugly. Originally, Li Chengjiao thought that with his Yellow Sky sect's most elite 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Sky Middle Army against Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders it would be a piece of cake. Even if Lu Bu's 3,000 merging state Wolf Riders were elite, Lu Bu was a half-step celestial powerhouse, but it's not easy to get out of an army of hundreds of thousands. However, he did not expect that he would send out the Yellow Sky sect's most elite 30,000 Yellow Sky Rexes and 50,000 Yellow Sky Central Army troops, not to mention encircling against Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders. Looking at this current situation, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to even hold back Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders. Compared to Li Chengjiao's unsightly face, the faces of Zhou Shanshan, mighty candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian on the one side were in a diametrically opposite state. Just now, Zhou Shanshan and the others were still worried that Lu Bu with the parallel state Wolf Riders would get caught up in the Yellow Sky sect's rebel army and be completely wiped out. But now that they saw Lu Bu with 3,000 of his Peugeot Wolf Riders, charging through the hundreds of thousands of the Yellow Sky rebels' most elite army as if it were in no man's land, Zhou Shanshan's worried heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. And a trace of shock flashed across the faces of Zhou Shan and the three of them. Zhou Shanshan and the rest of them did not expect that Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state Wolf Riders were actually so strong. A mere 3,000 people were in the midst of hundreds of thousands of troops like nobody's business. It's just horrible as hell. In particular, the two of them, mighty martial candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian, had the most obvious look of shock on their faces. Previously, the two of them, Weiwu candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, had heard from Zhou Chen's mouth that Zhou Chen, the emperor, had commented on the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. That is, 3,000 parallel state wolf riders can withstand 100,000 armies. At that time, the two of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, were not very trusting. In the opinion of the two of them, Weiwu candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, it was impossible for even the strongest and most elite cavalry to withstand an army of 100,000 with a number of 3,000. However, now, the two of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian, had to believe it, because the battlefield outside the city had already proved to them that 3,000 parallel state wolf riders under Lu Bu's leadership could indeed stand up to an army of 100,000 men. After Li Qingjiao glanced at the battlefield outside the city, he withdrew his gaze with an ugly face and snorted coldly at Zhou Shanshan. Zhou Shanshan, don't get too happy too early. Even if my Yellow Sky Sex army can't stop Lu Bu's 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, Old Monster Du and I will be able to kill you before Lu Bu rushes over. At that time, it won't be too late for Old Monster Du and I to join forces against Lu Bu in turn, Li Qingjiao said and swept a glance at Old Monster Du next to him. Old Monster Du, you can see the situation at hand. Go all out and kill Zhou Shanshan. Then we'll join forces against Lu Bu in turn. Otherwise, when Lu Bu rushes over, we won't have a chance to kill Zhou Shanshan again. Old Monster Du nodded with a grave expression after hearing Li Qingjiao's words. Old Monster Du knew that Li Qingjiao was right. If they waited for Lu Bu to rush over, they wouldn't have a chance to deal with Zhou Shan. Therefore, it was necessary to kill Zhou Shanshan before Lu Bu arrived. Otherwise, they're in big trouble. Boom! The aura of a half-step celestial erupted. Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du both tacitly agreed at the same time that they were about to strike to kill Zhou Shan. Suddenly, just then, a calm voice came from the distance. A mere 2 rebels dare to speak out against me. Lu Bu? The crowd sniffed and looked sideways, only to see Lu Bu leading the parallel state wolf riders who at some point had already charged out of the hundreds of thousands of Yellow Sky Sex army, running towards the city gates. When he was still a long distance away from the city gates, Lu Bu jumped up on his horse as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived above the city. When this scene was seen in the eyes of the crowd, all of them were shocked. Flying General Lu Bu? Those 4 words unconsciously came to everyone's mind. As Lu Bu landed on the top of the city, a powerful aura spread out in all directions from Lu Bu. Just now, Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du had a half-step heavenly human aura erupting from their bodies, and under the pressure of Lu Bu's aura, which was spread out in all directions, it dissipated all of a sudden. Looking at the man in front of him, wearing a purple and gold crown, a beast-faced cereal armor, a savage silk belt around his waist, his whole body exuding a ferocious aura, standing proudly and heroically on the city's head, the faces of the two of them, Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi, changed a little bit. This is Lu Bu? What a powerful aura. The two of them, Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi, had never seen Lu Bu before. They had only heard of Lu Bu's name and had not yet seen Lu Bu's person. But now see, Lu Bu's strength seemed to be far beyond their imagination. Is this a ing half-step celestial? The hearts of Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du were filled with shock. Both Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du sensed a terrifying aura from Lu Bu that made both of them, the 2 half-step celestials, palpitate a bit. To be honest, this kind of feeling was something that even Zhou Shanshan, the number 1 person with half-step celestial battle power, had not given the two of them. Next to him, a trace of amazement flashed across Zhou Shan's face as well. Lu Bu's strength had already been experienced firsthand by Zhou Shanshan outside the Yangxin Hall before. Zhou Shanshan knew that Lu Bu was strong, but I didn't expect that Lu Bu would be so unexpectedly strong. Just based on the aura released, it made people feel the danger. I'm afraid, the current Lu Bu is the real Lu Bu, Zhou Shanshan thought in his heart, and also understood that before, outside the Yangxin Hall, Lu Bu's halberd was showing him mercy. Otherwise, judging by Lu Bu's current aura, at that time, if Lu Bu had struck out with all his might, that halberd would have taken half of his life even if it couldn't kill him. Not to mention the two of them, mighty martial candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian. Both of them were a little close to being unable to support themselves under this powerful aura emanating from Lu Bu. After Lu Bu leaped onto the city's top, he glanced at Zhou Shanshan, mighty warrior candidate, and 8 wise kings Zhou Xian before turning his head to look at the duo of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi. After sweeping over Li Qingjiao and Old Monster Du, Lu Bu's gaze finally stopped on Li Qingjiao's body. You are Li Qingjiao, the leader of the Yellow Sky Sect rebels? Lu Bu indifferently looked at Li Qingjiao and asked, so what if it is? Under Lu Bu's powerful aura, Li Qingjiao unconsciously said this. Only after saying this did Li Qingjiao react, and his face immediately became difficult to see. Li Qingjie was a bit secretly annoyed with himself. Actually lost his mind under Lu Bu's powerful aura. Really damned. If this was in the middle of a powerful battle, just this momentary loss of concentration, I'm afraid that he, Li Qingjie, would die in the 9 springs. Li Qingjie immediately collected his thoughts and met Lu Bu's indifferent gaze. You are the other Zhou Lang general of the dim-witted court who pacified the rebellion. Lu Bu? In order to retrieve this offense, Li Qingjie also asked Lu Bu a rhetorical question. Lu Bu ignored Li Qingjie's rhetorical question, which made Li Qingjie feel like he was being ignored, and his face became even more ugly and scary. Lu Bu looked at old monster Du again. What about you? And who are you? Forget it. The man who will die. This general has no interest in knowing who you are. Before old monster Du could say anything, Lu Bu directly shook his head. This shake of Lu Bu's head caused elder monster Du's face to cloud over. What do you mean the man who will die has no interest in knowing who he is? Could it be that he, with the strength of a half-step celestial, the most top-notch powerhouse of Great Zhou, is a mole cricket in your Lu Bu's eyes that can be pinched to death with your Lu Bu's hand? In particular, Lu Bu's disdainful and indifferent demeanor had deeply irritated the duo of old monster Du and Li Qingjie. The duo of old monster Du and Li Qingjie only felt like they had been humiliated by something, and the fire in their hearts rose up. In the opinion of Du Laoqi and Li Qingjie, we are all at the same half-step celestial strength. So what qualifications do you, Lu Bu, have to be so arrogant in front of the two of us? However, Lu Bu's next move actually told Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi, two people, that he Lu Bu does have this qualification to be crazy in front of you Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi, two people, with just 2 mole crickets in your district. How dare you speak up against me? Lu Bu, what is it that gives you 2 griffins such a bottom? Lu Bu's aura changed, and the square heavenly painted halberd had appeared in Lu Bu's hand. Without saying a word, Lu Bu directly swept a square heavenly painted halberd towards the duo of Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi. Much ado about nothing. Strength in hand is the time to see the real thing. In Lu Bu's eyes, the 2 half-step celestials, Li Qingjie and old monster Du, were already 2 dead men, facing Lu Bu's sudden square halberd. The faces of Li Qingjie and old monster Du changed. The fire in his heart that had been bubbling straight up all of a sudden also dropped to the freezing point, and instead a trace of fear rose. It was because both Li Qingjie and old monster Du felt a deadly danger from this square heavenly painting halberd of Lu Bu. It was as if they would be torn to shreds under the square heavenly halberd. Full power. This Lu Bu is too strong. Li Qingjie and old monster Du's strength of half-step celestials all erupted, joining hands to resist this halberd swept by Lu Bu. Put. 1 halberd down. The duo of Li Qingjie and old monster Du spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. The duo was directly sent flying out of the city walls by Lu Bu with a square sky painting halberd from the city's head. Seeing that they were about to fall to the ground, Li Qingjie and Du old monster, 2 people, borrowed power from the air, before landing steadily on the ground, but still retreated a few hundred meters away before being able to stabilize their shape. It could be seen how much force Lu Bu's halberd had. At this time, both the Yellow Heavenly Rex and the Yellow Heavenly Center Army also chased after the Parallel State Wolf Riders. Just now, Lu Bu brought 3,000 of his Peugeot Wolf Riders to cut through the defenses of these hundreds of thousands of Yellow Sky Sex Army and penetrated through. And although he caused these hundreds of thousands of Yellow Sky Sex Army to suffer a considerable loss, a large portion of their troops were still left. At this moment, these Yellow Heavenly Rexes and Yellow Heavenly Medium armies that had chased after him had all gathered around Li Qingjie. Li Qingjie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately shouted to the Huang Tianliks gathered around him. The pale sky is dead. The yellow sky is standing. The year is in the ether. And the world is blessed. Yellow Heavenly Rex, help this sect master kill the enemy. Li Qingjie did not expect that Lu Bu's strength was actually powerful to such an extent that a single halberd had seriously injured 2 half-step celestials, him and old monster Du. Then he and old monster Du alone could no longer deal with Lu Bu. So he could only borrow the power of the Yellow Sky Rex to fight Lu Bu. The pale sky is dead. The yellow sky is standing. The year is in the ether. And the world is blessed. Kill! As Li Qingjie shouted, more than 10,000 Yellow Heavenly Rexes gathered around Li Qingjie also followed and shouted madly. The sound is loud and the air is converging. In an instant, a yellow sky Taoist silhouette appeared in the air above Li Qingjie's head. This was precisely the secret method of the Yellow Sky Sex Press, which was similar to the military soul. And at this time, Lu Bu had also leaped down to the city, and seeing the converging silhouettes on Li Qingjie's head, he couldn't help but let out a light eep. That's a bit interesting. However, even with this convergence of 10,000 people, will it be able to block my Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd? How whimsical. Extermination crucifix. Lu Bu slashed out with his halberd, and the yellow heavenly Taoist silhouette on Li Qingjie's head was instantly dispersed. Put. The 10,000 or so yellow sky rexes gathered around Li Qingjie sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison, their faces as gray as paper. Even the duo of Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du were no exception, and they, who were already injured before, were once again added to their wounds. Before the two of them, Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du, could regain their senses from Lu Bu's unrivaled halberd, a wave of danger descended, only to see that a cold halberd head had already stabbed in front of them. By the time Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du reacted, they only felt a burst of pain coming from them, and the cold halberd head had already pierced through both of their bodies. Lu Bu raised his square sky painting halberd and lifted the two of them, Li Qingjiu and Du Laoqi, above his head, standing proudly in the sky above the yellow sky army, and indifferently swept a glance at the four directions. The parallel wolf riders. Kill. Not a single one. Lu Bu's cold voice spread all around. This is Zhou Chen's decree to Lu Bu. Where the yellow sky cultists are concerned, leave no survivors, no prisoners, just corpses. Kill. With the sound of Lu Bu's cold voice, the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders once again rolled up a fierce wind, raised their butcher knives, and charged towards the yellow sky sect rebels like wolves and tigers. The Godfather is dead. The King of Heaven is dead. Panic is spreading. Chaos gradually begins. Ruthless slaughter was also staged at this moment. The other armies of the Yellow Sky sect that had already attacked the city were all in disarray at this moment as well. The Yellow Sky sect's defeat was assured. Chapter 113. Do you think they are innocent? Lu Bu, a square sky painting halberd, destroyed Li Qingjiu and Du Old Monster, two people, but also two people with square sky painting halberd high up, proudly in the air, defying the four directions. This scene was shocking to everyone's eyes. Regardless of whether it was the Yellow Sky sect rebels or the Imperial army on the city walls, they all looked at Lu Bu, who stood there proudly, with shocked faces. It took a long time to come back. For the Yellow Sky sect rebels, Li Qingjiu, the Yellow Sky sect leader and the heavenly king of the Yellow Sky army, was the omnipotent heaven in their hearts? Otherwise, it would not be possible for so many people to be willing to follow the Yellow Sky sect to do this kind of plagiarizing and extermination. But it was such a sky that now collapsed and was destroyed by Lu Bu with a square sky painting halberd. This was undoubtedly with a bolt from the blue for these rebels of the Yellow Sky sect, somewhat unable to believe that all this was true in front of them. Isn't it said that the sky is dead and the yellow sky is standing? Bishop Li is the lord of the yellow sky and immortal. How could he be killed by the Imperial Court's counterinsurgent Lieutenant General Lu Bu? As for the Imperial army on the city walls, these days, the Yellow Sky sect rebels were able to beat them to a series of defeats because of the two powerful presences of Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du. But now, it was such a powerful two existences that were easily exterminated by another of their court's counterinsurgency lieutenant generals, Lu Bu, with a single Feng Tian painted halberd. That was quite a shock to the Imperial army on the walls. Historically, the military has honored the strong. The North Battalion Divine Military Guard is no exception. Seeing how strong Lu Bu was, the Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards were all scorching with admiration for Lu Bu. On top of the city, Zhou Shanshan looked at the figure that stood proudly amidst the tens of thousands of Yellow Sky sect rebel armies, defying the four directions, and he also had a complicated look on his face, especially when Zhou Rushan saw those two corpses that were picked up high by Lu Bu. His heart was indescribable. These were two half-step celestials, the topmost powerhouses of Great Zhou, not some pussycat little man. Even he, Zhou Shanshan, who boasted of being the first in battle power amongst the half-step celestials, did not dare to say that he could easily exterminate the duo. However, Lu Bu just easily exterminated the duo, not to mention picking them up high. It really smacked of treating the strongest people in the world like grass. With this figure in place, Great Zhou can be subdued for another 100 years, Zhou Shanshan said with a sigh on his face. But, when the words fell, Zhou Shanshan could no longer hold back his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his entire body was somewhat weak to fall to the ground. As soon as the two of them, the mighty warrior candidate and the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, took a look, they rushed forward to help Zhou Shan, who was about to fall down. Old ancestor Zhou, how are you doing? You're okay. After the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and the mighty warrior candidate duo supported Zhou Rushan, they asked with an eager face. Especially the 8th sage King Zhou Xian. His face was filled with anxiety and worry in addition to eagerness. It was because the 8th sage King Zhou Xian knew that Zhou Shanshan was the C-pin of the Great Zhou royal family, and had always supported the Great Zhou royal family. If Zhou Shanshan had a slip-up and something happened, then there would be no half-step celestial sitting in the Great Zhou imperial family. Once the Great Zhou imperial family didn't have a half-step celestial sitting in their midst, the consequences could be imagined. As for the duo of Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun, 8th Magi King Zhou Xian knew that they were half-step celestials and were powerful. But in the 8th wise King Zhou Xian, Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun, two people, even if the strength is strong, but they are not surnamed Zhou, are always considered outsiders, not as trustworthy and reliable as the royal family of Zhou Zhou. After spewing out a mouthful of sacrificial blood, Zhou Shan shook his head with a pale face. I'm fine. I can't die yet. It's just that I was hit by the secret plans of the duo of Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du, and coupled with my previous injuries, I was somewhat unable to suppress them. Spitting out this blood is much better, Zhou Shan said weakly. Zhou Shan had already been injured before because of saving the mighty warrior candidate, and although it wasn't serious, it wasn't light either. Later on, he was assassinated by Li Qingjiu and Du Laoqi, and was poisoned by the smoke. If it wasn't for Zhou Shan's profound strength, which had been forcefully suppressed all along, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to hold on anymore. Now without the two half-step celestials, Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du, watching from the sidelines, Zhou Shan was no longer forcibly suppressing his situation. At this time, Lu Bu picked the corpses of Li Qingjiu and Du Laoqi and leaped up to the top of the city. Lu Bu glanced at the frail Zhou Shan and swept a glance at the Weiwu candidate and the eight-sage King Zhou Xian duo and said, the emperor has already decreed that there is this general to take over from Weiwu candidate to take charge of the northern battalion of divine martial guards and the eradication of the Yellow Sky sect. You're all injured now. So get well. Just leave the next thing to this general, Lu Bu said, taking out the holy decree of Zhou Chen, the emperor, and showing it to Wei Wuhou. In matters such as the handover of a large army, it is necessary to follow the rules. Even Lu Bu was no exception. After all, military power is no small matter. A trace of bitterness flooded the heart of the mighty warrior candidate after he glanced at the holy decree. With his military power removed, the mighty warrior candidate's face was a bit grim. It wasn't that the mighty candidate coveted the power of the grand army and didn't want to hand it over. Rather, Weiwu candidate felt that he, the dignified Weiwu candidate of the Great Zhou, had been entrusted by Zhou Chen, the emperor, to lead the troops to quell the rebellion, but in the end, he had been defeated and hammered into submission. If not for Lu Bu's timely arrival, I'm afraid it would have been a total loss. In such a situation, to be unloaded from the power of the army, obviously, was illustrating the incompetence of his mighty Wushu candidate, the commander-in-chief of the army. Lu Bu ignored the gloomy look of the mighty warrior candidate and directly put away the imperial decree. Sweeping a glance at the divine warrior guards on the city wall, he said, pass on the message to this general. The divine warrior guards army will all attack to eliminate the Yellow Sky sect's rebels. All Yellow Sky sect traitors. Leave no one alive. Take no prisoners, accept no surrender. Exterminate them all. Not a single one. Lu Bu knew that it would be impossible for him to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of Yellow Sky sect's rebel army with just 3,000 peaceful state wolf riders. Therefore, Lu Bu was going to have all of the remaining counterinsurgency army from the Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards to attack and join the parallel state wolf riders in chasing down the Yellow Sky sect's rebel army. Lu Bu's icy voice spread throughout the city, causing all the Divine Martial Guards at the city's top to be shaken in spirit. Kill. Not a single one. These Divine Martial Guards had long been holding their anger against the Yellow Sky sect traitors. It was at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect rebels that their old master Taisher and 30,000 fellow brothers died. Previously, their 100,000 strong army had again suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, killing and wounding a large portion of their troops. If it wasn't for the arrival of reinforcements just now, I'm afraid they would have been completely wiped out. With such an accumulation of grievances, the killing intent of these Divine Martial Guards towards the Yellow Sky sect traitors could be said to have reached an extreme point. Now, at Lu Bu's command, these Divine Martial Guards were like crazy, all rushing out of the city gates in pursuit of the Yellow Sky sect traitors. The Yellow Sky sect rebels were all in disarray the moment they saw Li Qingjiu and Old Monster Du die under Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd. Regardless of whether it was the Yellow Sky sect rebels that had already attacked the city walls, or the Yellow Sky Rexes and Yellow Sky Central Army that stayed outside, these Yellow Sky sect rebels, all of them began to flee in droves. After all, even Li Qingjiu, the Yellow Sky sect's sect leader, as well as the two main generals of the Yellow Sky sect, the Earth King and the Human King, were dead. And these Yellow Sky sect rebels had become a scattered mess, and it would be strange if they didn't flee. Lu Bu stood proudly atop the city, watching all the Divine Martial Guards rush out and mercilessly strangle the Yellow Sky sect traitors without a single fluctuation of expression on his face. Zhou Xian, the eight-sage king next to him, couldn't help but frown when he heard Lu Bu give such a tyrannical order and watched the Divine Martial Guards mercilessly strangling some of the Yellow Sky sect's mobs that had already put down their weapons and surrendered. General Lu, the main figures of the Yellow Sky sect are all dead. As long as we kill some more of the Yellow Sky sect's backbone members, the Yellow Sky sect won't be able to make any big waves anymore. And why do you need to go on a killing spree to kill these people who have already put down their weapons and surrendered? Anyways, they are all the people of my Great Zhou, and because of the great drought in the 4 northern states, They couldn't survive before they fell under the spell of the Yellow Sky sect and followed it to rebel. Even some of them are wrapped up in innocent pods. There's no need to pit them all. The 8 Sage King really couldn't stand to watch such a massive pit kill and couldn't help but speak out to Lu Bu. Lu Bu sniffed and glanced indifferently at the 8 Magi King Zhou Chen. 8 Magi King, this general sees that you have just been injured, and that you are injured and your brain is confused. These can be the Yellow Sky sect rebels, the rebels who killed the Imperial Master, wiped out all 30,000 divine martial guards, and also killed and wounded a large portion of the 100,000 pacified rebel army. From the moment they took up arms, they were no longer the people of my great Zhou, but rebels. Do you think they're innocent? Besides, it's the Emperor's decree that no one from the Yellow Sky sect will be left behind by an inch, Lu Bu said coldly. Perhaps there were indeed people who had no choice but to be pawed among these Yellow Sky sect rebels, but so what? As long as one takes up arms, one is a rebel. It was the target of the court's repression. For rebels, Lu Bu was never soft or compassionate. What's more, it was an order from Zhou Chen, the Emperor. Not to mention that these Yellow Sky sect traitors were not innocent at all. Even if they were truly innocent, Lu Bu would still follow the order. The 8 Sage King Zhou Xian wanted to say something else, but he was pulled back by the mighty warlord. The mighty warrior candidate shook his head at the Baxian King Zhou Xian, signaling the Baxian King Zhou Xian to stop talking. On this point, the mighty warrior candidate saw things more thoroughly than the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian. The imperial court lost too much of its majesty at the hands of the Yellow Sky cult, and even the imperial master, Wen Zhong, died in battle at the hands of the Yellow Sky cult. If the court does not exterminate all of the Yellow Sky sect, how can it be worthy of those generals who died in battle for Great Zhou at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect? And how can the majesty of the court be erected to deter the 4 directions? And the extermination of all the Yellow Sky sect is not only to pacify the rebellion and give an account of the dead soldiers of the Great Zhou, but also to deter the world and make an example of the chickens. Tell everyone in the world that if you dare to raise the flag and rebel against Great Zhou, this is what happens. In the face of mighty candidate's gesture, 8 Sage King Zhou Xian hesitated for a moment before finally swallowing back the words that had reached his mouth. Lu Bu didn't pay any more attention to the 3 of them, but casually waved his hand and hung the bodies of Li Qingjiao and Du Laoqi on the city's head. After that, Lu Bu leaped down from the city and rode on horseback, catching up with the Parallel State Wolf Riders and continuing to lead the Parallel State Wolf Riders to exterminate the Yellow Sky sect's rebellious army. Don't look at the fact that Li Qingjiao, the Earth King, and the Human King, the top-tier figures of the Yellow Sky sect, were dead, but there were still some very powerful experts among those who fled from the Yellow Sky sect. And, the lair of the Yellow Sky sect, Lu Bu's personally led an army on a trip, under the pursuit of 3,000 Meridian Wolf Riders and tens of thousands of divine martial guards. The hundreds of thousands of chaotic troops of the Yellow Sky sect were like a group of headless flies, fleeing in all directions and constantly being mercilessly reaped by the reapers. 3 days later, Xi'an Prefecture. In the prefectural office, Lu Bu sat in the main seat. Below him sat the duo of mighty warrior candidate and 8 Sage King Zhou Xian. Besides these two, there was also a Cao Shaoqin who had just entered the lobby of the government office with a dusty face. Lu Bu glanced at the dusty Cao Shaoqin and raised an eyebrow. What brings you to Xi'an province? Are you done with Lord Feng's side? Or has something gone wrong? Lu Bu looked at Cao Shaoqin and asked. Lu Bu was a bit puzzled that Cao Shaoqin would so suddenly come to Xi'an Mansion. You should know that Cao Shaoqin was assisting Feng Xianling, the minister of the imperial court, in Yanzhou to improve the rule of officials in Yanzhou and to investigate the local families. Even if Yanzhou's cleaned up, there's still Dezhou. How could there be time to come running to the 4 northwestern capitals anymore? Cao Shaoqin glanced at Lu Bu and said with a feminine expression, General Lu is in great power. I am afraid that if I come one step later, the Yellow Sky sect's rebels will be killed by General Lu. The miscellaneous family has some doubts that need to be answered by the Yellow Sky sect traitors, so they had to come on a personal trip. As for Lord Feng's side, General Lu can rest assured. With us at the East Chamber, nothing can go wrong, Cao Shaoqin said in a sharp voice. The East Chamber was ordered to thoroughly investigate several things about the Yellow Sky cult, and so far there have been no results. Cao Shaoqin could only turn his thoughts to the Yellow Sky cult rebels, hoping to get what he wanted from the Yellow Sky cult rebels. After Lu Bu heard Cao Shaoqin's words, it was good to know that it wasn't Feng Xuanling's side that had problems. As for what Cao Shaoqin's East Chamber wants to do, that doesn't have much to do with Lu Bu. Lu Bu glanced at Cao Shaoqin with an expressionless face and said, since you're here for the Yellow Sky sect traitors, go catch them yourself. This general does not have any of the Yellow Sky sect's rebels alive on his hands. Lu Bu was telling the truth. The order given by Lu Bu was to take no prisoners and leave no one alive. Therefore, in these 3 days, any Yellow Sky sect rebel that fell into Lu Bu's hands was not a single one alive. 3 days down the line, The Yellow Sky sect rebels had also basically been strangled almost to death. Only a few are still on the run. Then the miscellaneous family will take their leave. Xiao Shaoqin originally wanted to see if Lu Bu had any important figures from the Yellow Sky sect here. If there was a living important figure of the Yellow Sky cult, then only from the mouth of a living important figure of the Yellow Sky cult could we get more. But the end result was to disappoint Xiao Shaoqin. Xiao Shaoqin got up and left directly, in the northwestern 4 provinces of the land, but also has his East factory guards activities. After Xiao Shaoqin left, Lu Bu looked at the two of them. Weiwu candidate and Baxian King Zhou Chen, your injuries are considered stabilized for the time being, so the remains of the Imperial Master will be in your hands. After destroying the Yellow Sky sect's rebellious army, Lu Bu found the remains of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong. Next, Lu Bu was going to continue his pursuit of the remaining members of the Yellow Sky sect who were fleeing around. Then the matter of the remains of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong. Lu Bu could only leave it to the duo of Wei Wuho and the 8 virtuous kings Zhou Xian. After all, the duo of mighty warrior candidate and 8 magi king Zhou Xian were better at handling these matters than Lu Bu and were more appropriate. Aha! The two of them, mighty martial candidate and 8 sage king Zhou Xian, both nodded with heavy faces. The body of the great master Wen Zhong was finally found, and it was good that the Yellow Sky sect rebels were not too heartless and did not do anything with the remains of the great master Wen Zhong. The remains of Taisher Wen Zhong were intact, which gave the two of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8 sage king Zhou Xian, a hint of comfort in their hearts. Chapter 114, The rebellion in the 4 northern states has been settled. The divine capital of Luoyang. An 800-mile expedited courier rushed into the city. A great victory for General Lu. Li Qingjiao, the leader of the Yellow Sky sect's rebel thieves, was killed by General Lu with a halberd, and the other 2 major leaders of the thieves were put to death. Hundreds of thousands of rebels of the Yellow Sky sect collapsed and were all annihilated by General Lu. The Yellow Sky sect rebels have been pacified. The messenger shouted as he spurred his horse in the direction of the palace. What? The Yellow Sky cult rebels have been eliminated? Another great victory for General Lu? The people in Luoyang City heard the shouts of the messenger. How could the Yellow Sky sect be annihilated by the imperial court? Isn't it said that the Zhang Tian is dead and the Yellow Sky is in power? Yeah, I heard that the Yellow Sky sect was the Yellow Sky van, so how come it was annihilated in the blink of an eye? All of you keep your voices down. The East Chamber can go around arresting people with demonic words these days. Do you all want to be caught in the East Chamber's prison as well? If you ask me, what the Zhang Tian has died, the Yellow Sky is in place, and the Great Zhou's qi has run out. That's all compelled by some people to spread rumors indiscriminately, and it's not to be trusted. That's right, these rumors are not to be trusted. Otherwise it would not be possible for the court to receive reports of great victories one after another. Not to mention, this General Lu Bu is really powerful. With the great success of the Yellow Sky sect being destroyed entering the city, the people in Luoyang were once again talking. The rumors that had been flying around among the people before were gradually breaking down at this moment. What Great Zhou's qi has run out. Zhang Tian is dead, and Huang Tian is in charge. What emperor is the reincarnation of a demon star? Cholera on earth, free to ascend to the throne. It's all rumors. If all these sayings were true, how could the imperial army have won great victories one after another, eliminating both the Easy King and the Yellow Sky sect? However, after these several great victories, Lu Bu's great name has gradually spread among the people. The palace, the hall of nourishment. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking at the 800 miles of urgent reports that had just been delivered in his hands. His face couldn't hide his joy. Ever since receiving the news that the mighty martial candidate had been defeated and seriously injured and unconscious, and that the 100,000 divine martial guards had suffered heavy losses in their counterinsurgency army, Zhou Chen had been holding his breath in his heart for the past few days. District Yellow Sky religion rebels actually first let him send to the northwest 4 provinces of the land relief and calm the chaos of the 30,000 Shinwu guards were completely wiped out. The great master Wen Zhong died in battle. Again, it made Wei Wu candidate's counterinsurgency army suffer heavy losses. More than half of them were killed or wounded. Even Wei Wu candidate, the commander-in-chief, was seriously injured and unconscious. 2 great masters of the royal family were killed in battle, and Zhou Shan, a half-step celestial, was also injured. It's really unbearable. That's why Zhou Chen immediately transferred Lu Bu, a roaring tiger, to take over from the mighty warrior candidate to exterminate the Yellow Sky cult rebels, in order to promote the authority of the court. Now, Lu Bu's shortcut report had been sent. This Yellow Sky sect rebel had finally been destroyed by Lu Bu, and it was also considered to be out of this breath that Zhou Chen had been holding in his heart. The chaos in the 4 northern states has been settled. After reading the contents of the shortcut, Zhou Chen said with a happy face, all those other mob rebels in the 4 northern states had been eliminated. Even the easy King Zhou Chen of Daizhou was no exception. Only the Yellow Sky sect, the biggest group of rebels, was left still hopping around. Now that Lu Bu killed Li Qingjiao, the head of the Yellow Sky sect thieves, and eliminated the Yellow Sky sect rebels, then the chaos in the 4 northern states is considered to have been pacified. Zhou Chen put down the report of the shortcut in his hands and looked again at a golden whip placed on the dragon case in front of him. This golden whip is exactly the one on the hand of the great master Wenzhong to beat the king's golden whip, which was just sent to the Yangxin palace together with the 800-mile victory. At this moment, this golden whip had been broken into 2. Zhou Chen looked at the golden whip that had been broken into 2 pieces, put away his smile, and kept silent. A few moments later, Zhou Chen sighed and glanced at Cao Zhangchun, who was standing by the side, and said, Cao Zhangchun, this golden whip will be returned to the Imperial Master's mansion later. Master Taisher has spent his life bowing and scraping for my great Zhou, so let this golden whip that has been broken always be with Master Taisher. Zhou Chen said quietly, the golden whip is broken, the Taisher is dead. What's the point of still keeping the golden whip? Might as well let it be buried with the Taisher. Cao Zhangchun immediately bowed and said, yes, your majesty. And, since the 8 virtuous kings have also been seriously injured, let the 8 virtuous kings and the mighty warrior candidate duo return to the court together to welcome the remains of the imperial master. Leave the matter of disaster relief in the 4 northern states entirely to Fang Xianling and Lu Bu. Notify the civil and military officials that they will be out of the city 10 miles away to welcome the imperial master home. Zhou Chen said with another undeniable face. As a veteran of 3 dynasties, the prime minister of the Great Zhou, and one of the 4 important ministers of the auxiliary state, Imperial Master Wenzhong died in battle for the Great Zhou in the 4 northwestern provinces. Now that the body of the Imperial Master Wenzhong has returned to the court, Zhou Chen wants the civil and military officials to go out of the city for 10 miles to welcome the Imperial Master Wenzhong home, because the lifetime achievements of the Imperial Master Wenzhong were worthy of such grand and generous treatment by the court. As for the 8 sage King Zhou Xian and the mighty candidate, since both of them were seriously injured, there was no need to stay in the land of the 4 northern states. The 4 northern prefectures were next enough with Fang Xianling and Lu Bu. Old slave obeys the decree. Cao Zhangchun once again bowed and responded. After Zhou Chen finished saying this, he remembered something and looked at Cao Zhangchun. By the way, how is the investigation of those things that I asked you East Chamber to look into before? Haven't you found out yet? Zhou Chen frowned and asked. This Yellow Sky sect has been annihilated by Lu Bu, and what should be investigated has yet to be investigated. This made Zhou Chen a bit dissatisfied with the East Chamber. Cao Zhangchun saw Zhou Chen's dissatisfaction and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, Cao Shaoqin has already personally gone to the 4 northwestern provinces of the land, and I believe that news will be returned soon. Zhou Chen didn't say anything else after hearing this, and just waved his hand, go pass the decree. Cao Zhangchun then carefully withdrew from the Yangxin Hall. After Cao Zhangchun left, Zhou Chen's gaze pondered for a moment before he muttered, There's a shortcut coming in today. I believe it's good luck. Let's see if we can sign up a human master. In the past 2 days, Zhou Chen signed out all the factory guards, as few as 1 or 2 dozen people, more than 100 people. It made the strength of the East Chamber skyrocket again, and the speed of expansion was much faster. Sign in. Zhou Chen mumbled in his heart and started signing in for the day. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the character Wei Su. Wei Su? What the hell is this? Zhou Chen froze, feeling as if his luck today was not as good as he had imagined. The one thing Zhou Chen wants to sign out the most right now is a civilian, because right now, Zhou Chen only had 1 Fang Xianling to hold, and was sent to the 4 northern states, except for the Minister of War, who was quite good. There are no more loyal and courageous ministers who can take the lead in this dynasty. Therefore, Zhou Chen was in dire need of a civilian minister to support the dynasty. But I didn't expect this to sign out a Wei Su. Speaking of this Wei Su, he is one of the 8 healthy generals under Lu Bu, but there is nothing that can be taken as heroic. The only thing that makes it worthwhile is that he turned against Lu Bu and captured Chen Gong and the others. Last General Wei Su kowtows to your majesty. A figure appeared in the Hall of Nurturing Heart, kneeling down and saluting directly at Zhou Chen, saying. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart as he looked at Wei Su who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Wei Su is just Wei Su. How to say? Are in the 3 countries to leave a name of the character, although not compared to those who are outstanding, but is also considered a famous character. It's better than signing out a dozen or 2 factory guards. No need to be polite. Get up, Zhou Chen said indifferently as he looked at Wei Su. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Su stood up. After Zhou Chen took a glance at Wei Su, he was still satisfied with Wei Su's strength as a junior patriarch, although Wei Su couldn't compare to a grand master like Zhang Liao, who was also an 8 healthy general. The strength of a minor master could be considered as a figure that could be held in the Great Zhou. Zhou Chen looked at Wei Su and said, Wei Su, now that Lu Bu is pursuing the remaining Yellow Sky Sect members in the 4 northwestern provinces, you should immediately move to Lu Bu's command to follow orders. Since Wei Su was one of the 8 healthy generals under Lu Bu's command, Zhou Chen didn't think much about it, and it was better to let Wei Su continue to serve under Lu Bu. Anyway, whether it was the South Battalion Divine Martial Guards or the North Battalion Divine Martial Guards, there was a shortage of such mid-level generals right now. It's just right to let Wei Su fill these positions, which is also considered to be configuring some close generals for Lu Bu. The last general obeys the decree. Wei Su arched his hand to receive the decree, then left the Yangxin Hall under the leadership of a Chamberlain factory guard. The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat. Below him on either side sat the 3 ministers of the household, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Works. In addition to these 3 ministers, more than a dozen other officials from the court had also gathered at the Prime Minister's residence this time. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was a bit dull. Everyone frowned slightly, their faces tightening a bit. Prime Minister Yuan Bo glanced at the dozen or so officials seated below and said, You all know the news of Lu Bu's great victory. The Yellow Sky Sect has been destroyed, and the chaos in the 4 northern states is considered to have been pacified. Without the involvement of the 4 northern states, the one in the palace will probably free up his hands soon. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said this and said no more. But none of the court officials sitting here are cuties, and how could they not hear Prime Minister Yuan Bo's meaning? The faces of the crowd were a little sullen. The Minister of Household sighed and said, Yes. Who would have thought that Lu Bu would be so strong? Eliminating the Easy King, not to mention the Yellow Sky Sect. Those were 2 half-step celestial powerhouses, and they were actually killed by his halberd. It's a little bit unbelievable. How many such powerhouses can there be in the entire Great Zhou? And there aren't just a few? The Minister of the Household said, unable to hide the shock in his heart. When the Minister of the Household first received this news, there was just some disbelief that it was true. One must know that it was a half-step celestial, the most top-notch powerhouse of Great Zhou, not some small figure of a cat or a dog, even if Zhou Shan, the royal family's C-pin, a figure that intimidated all parties in the world, and the number 1 in battle power amongst half-step celestials, could not possibly say that he could easily kill 2 half-step celestials, but Lu Bu killed 2 at once, which was a bit too heavenly. But in the end, after confirming it again and again, the Minister of the Household realized that it was true, and was shocked beyond words. It's still a bit of a reprieve until now. The Minister of Justice also nodded. Lu Bu is indeed strong, but Li Qingjiao of the Yellow Sky Sect is also beyond our expectations. I didn't realize that he's also already a half-step celestial powerhouse, yet he's still hiding all this time. If it wasn't for Zhou Shan making him leak this time, I'm afraid that no one would have realized that he's a half-step celestial powerhouse. The other officials present nodded after hearing the words of the Minister of Justice. For Li Qingjiao, the Yellow Sky Sect master, to be a half-step heavenly man powerhouse, these officials here were also not expecting it. The Minister of Public Works said with a look of pity, Alas, originally, Li Qingjiao being a half-step celestial was a good thing for us. He teamed up with that old monster due to injure Zhou Shan, and he also seriously injured Wei Wu Waiter and put him in a coma. So it won't be a problem to hold back the one in the palace. But I didn't expect to see the emergence of this weirdo Lu Bu. It's really a bit of a pity. Indeed, after learning that Li Qingjiao was a half-step celestial, and that he had also teamed up with Old Monster due to injure Zhou Shanshan and put the Weiwu candidate in a coma with serious injuries, the Ministry of Public Works and the rest of them were happy. It was felt that the Yellow Sky Sect would have no problem dragging down the gaze of the one in the palace, and might even have an unexpected consequence. However, they didn't expect that in the end, Lu Bu would break the thread of expectation in their hearts, annihilating the Yellow Sky Sect and killing 2 half-step celestials. It's really a bit annoying. Prime Minister Yuan Bo listened to the exclamations of the 3 ministers and lightly glanced at them and said, Let's not talk about these. Let's talk about Yenzhou first. I'm sure you all know about what happened in Yenzhou, where a large portion of the local officials were purged by that Fang Xinling, and many of the worldly families and gentry were all exterminated. What do you think about this? Prime Minister Yuan Bo said as he scanned the crowd. That's the main thing they're talking about today. Hearing Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words, the entire body of the dozen or so officials present were shaken and their faces became grave. Of course they had all received news of what had happened in Yenzhou, where almost all of the powerful families had been exterminated, and a large portion of the local officials had all been taken down. Needless to say, this must be the meaning of the one in the palace. What else can I see? I'm afraid Yenzhou won't be the first. The next 3 places, Daizhou, Yangzhou, and Yuzhou, are estimated to be the same as Yenzhou. That one in the palace is trying to completely cleanse the 4 northern states. As to whether or not it will then strike out against the worldly gentry of other places, that is unknown. The Minister of Public Works said with a sneer. Although the last sentence was said to be unknown, the deep meaning in that tone was audible to everyone here. The faces of the dozen or so officials present were all grave. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue looked at Prime Minister Yuan Bo on the main seat and said, "Lord Prime Minister, this matter is basically clear in everyone's mind. It's imperative to immediately come up with a way to deal with this. It can't start this. Otherwise, everyone's in big trouble." The Minister of the Household said with a grave expression, "Yanzhou thing is to all of them sounded an alarm. Regardless of the palace that in the end there is no that meaning. They have to immediately make a response to the strategy to do. After all, in the land of the 4 northern states, apart from the local families and gentry, all of them more or less have their own interests present. You can't just let the one in the palace move. What's more, once this head starts, it's not so easy to put it back." When Prime Minister Yuan Bo heard the words of the Minister of the Household, he said with a cautious expression, "This is also the reason why this Prime Minister called you here today. What kind of consequences and impact this matter will have on our worldly families and gentry? I'm sure that you all have a clear understanding of this in your hearts. This Prime Minister will say no more. This Prime Minister called you all here today because he wants you all to discuss this matter together and see how best to respond to it." Prime Minister Yuan Bo said as he scanned the crowd. When the officials present heard this, they all pondered for a while and spoke up to start discussing the matter, because everyone here understands in their hearts that this is not a matter that concerns one family, one powerful family and one official, but a major event that concerns all families and powerful families. It had to be approached with care and caution. No one is going to stay out of it. Chapter 115, Don't worry, Lord Fong. I know the rules. The land of the 4 northwestern provinces. The 3 leading figures of the Yellow Sky sector dead. Most of the hundreds of thousands of Yellow Heavenly Army rebels of the Yellow Heavenly sect had also been eliminated. However, the matter of the Yellow Sky sect was not yet over, and there were still quite a few remaining Yellow Sky sect members fleeing around, especially between Yang and Yu states. There are still small groups of Yellow Sky sect rebels making waves. Therefore, Lu Bu has been leading the Peugeot Wolf Riders and tens of thousands of Shenhuai's counterinsurgency armies in the past few days, and has been fighting all over the place in pursuit of these Yellow Sky sect's rebel remnants. Within a few short days, these remaining Yellow Sky sect members who had fled around were basically swept away by Lu Bu, Xi'an Prefecture, Prefectural Office. After the constant killing over the past few days, the fury in Lu Bu's body was much stronger. At the moment, Lu Bu was sitting on the main seat. Sitting below Lu Bu was a dusty-looking Fang Xianling. As for the duo of mighty warrior candidate and 8-sage King Zhou Xian, they welcomed the remains of Imperial Master Wen Zhong back to the court after receiving the decree from the court 2 days ago. When Lu Bu saw Fang Xianling, he sighed with relief as if he had seen a savior and said, "Lord Fang, you have finally come. If you don't come, I really don't know what to do with all this miscellany," Lu Bu said with a big head. For Lu Bu, fighting a war and conquering the sands, Lu Bu would not even frown. However, for the elimination of the Yellow Sky sect, the northwest 4 provinces of the land as well as the land of Yong, Yu states behind the disaster relief matters, Lu Bu was a headache very much. If it wasn't for the support of a group of officials from the imperial court overseeing disaster relief brought in by the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian earlier, Lu Bu's post-war things were probably running hard. Fang Xianling smiled slightly after hearing Lu Bu's words, "General Lu, I came here without stopping as soon as I finished dealing with Dezhou. I didn't have a moment to lose," Fang Xianling said with some fatigue. These days, Fang Xianling busy but not touching the ground. First of all, disaster relief to save people Yanzhou land, rectify Yanzhou officials, clean up the Yanzhou family mansion. Then, after these matters in the land of Yanzhou were dealt with, Fang Xianling went to Dezhou, again providing disaster relief to the people of Dezhou, fixing the officialdom of Dezhou, and cleaning up the powerful families of Dezhou, and now it's hoofing it to the 4 northwestern capitals. Fang Xianling could be said to have not dared to rest for a moment. Lu Bu looked at Fang Xianling's tired expression and knew that he was afraid that Fang Xianling was just as busy as he was these days. So he asked, "Are things in Dezhou being handled quite well? There were no accidents?" Fang Xianling shook his head, "No, it's still going well. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come to Xi'an House so quickly," Fang Xianling said easily. With Yanzhou as an example, things in Daiju were handled much more smoothly. What's more, there is also the South Battalion Shenhuai counterinsurgency army led by Zhang Liao stationed in Shangyangfu. Daizhou, that deterrent is not small. Therefore, Daizhou is much easier than Yanzhou, no matter whether it is disaster relief or fixing the officialdom or cleaning up the powerful families. That's good. Lu Bu nodded. Originally, Lu Bu was a little worried that Fang Xianling's trip to Daizhou wouldn't go too well. After all, with the previous lesson from Yanzhou, the local officials and the powerful families of Daizhou would definitely be on guard in advance. However, once he thought of having the Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guard's counterinsurgency army still stationed in Shangyangfu, along with the assistance of the East Chamber. Lu Bu felt again that his worries were a bit redundant. There is the court's southern battalion of Shenwai counterinsurgency army stationed in Daizhou Shangyangfu, coupled with the assistance of the East Chamber. Fang Xianling Daizhou line, and what cannot go smoothly it? A sharp voice came in just as Lu Bu's words fell. Lord Fang, you are a day later than the miscellaneous family expected. As the voice came, only Cao Shaoqin walked in with a gloomy face. Previously, after Cao Shaoqin came to Xi'an province to finish his business, he returned to Daizhou to assist Fang Xianling in fixing the officialdom of Daizhou and cleaning up the powerful families in Daizhou. After the affairs of Daizhou were dealt with, Cao Shaoqin left Daizhou first and came to the 4 northwestern provinces. Cao Shaoqin walked in and without any nonsense, directly handed something to Fang Xianling. Lord Fang, this is what our East Chamber has found out so far. It includes some local officials and powerful families in the 2 states of Yangzhou and Yuzhou, so take a look at it first. Cao Shaoqin spoke in a feminine manner, sending these things that the East Chamber had found out directly to Fang Xianling. The East Chamber has long been set up in the 4 northern states, and when Cao Shaoqin left Luoyang, he dispersed the manpower of the East Chamber to act in various parts of the 4 northern states. At the same time, it investigated local officials and powerful families in the 4 northern states. Therefore, every time they arrived in a state, once they were about to make a move, these investigations were immediately sent to Cao Shaoqin's hands. Fang Xianling took them from Cao Shaoqin's hands, and without saying a word, directly opened them and read them. When Fang Xianling finished reading these things that the East Chamber had found out, his brows knitted tightly together. Fang Xianling did not expect that the situation in these 2 places, Yangzhou and Yuzhou, was actually much more serious than Yanzhou and Daizhou, and it was simply shocking. Fang Xianling handed them to Lu Bu again. You take a look at them too. Seeing Fang Xianling's expression frowning, Lu Bu knew that the situation in these 2 places, Yangzhou and Yuzhou, would not be too good, I'm afraid. So he took them from Fang Xianling's hand and took a look at them. When Lu Bu finished the glance, he directly stood up. Then what are we waiting for? Since it's all true, for the sake of a long night's sleep, let's just do it. I'm going to call the army to assemble. After saying that, Lu Bu directly stepped away from the government office lobby without giving Fang Xianling the chance to speak again. Looking at Lu Bu's back as he left, both Fang Xianling and Cao Shaoqin were stunned. Cao Shaoqin, in particular, didn't realize that this Lu Bu was even more eager to make a move than he was. After Lu Bu left, Cao Shaoqin looked at Fang Xianling and said, Lord Fang, then we at the East Chamber will begin to make our move. Fang Xianling sniffed and nodded. It's the same old rules. If it's time for you East Chamber to handle it on your own, you East Chamber will handle it on your own. The others are sent to the prison, and when the trial is over, they will be dealt with according to the laws of the court. Fang Xianling said to Cao Shaoqin, some of these things found by the East Chamber involve the Yellow Sky sect. Anyone involved in the Yellow Sky cult had the East Chamber plagiarize and exterminate their families on their own. The rest would have to be dealt with by him, the imperial minister, in accordance with the laws of the court. Don't worry, Lord Fang, the rules, the miscellaneous family understands. Cao Shaoqin dropped a sentence and also turned around to leave the government office lobby. After Cao Shaoqin left, Fang Xianling sighed with a helpless face. It seemed that he didn't have time to rest again in the next few days. He had something to be busy with. As soon as this Yangzhou and Yuzhou 2 places made a move, it was another big pile of things to deal with. Chapter 116, I don't need evidence. News of the chaos in the 4 northern states spread throughout the world. In particular, the Yellow Sky sect's vociferous killing of the imperial master Wen Zhong and the destruction of the court's 30,000 Shenwai elites attracted the most attention. There is also the easy King Zhou Chen, a prince of the royal family of Great Zhou, who raised his flag to rebel against the world's attention, because one of them was the one who had exterminated the Great Zhou's prime minister, the leader of the 3 dynasties. One was a royal prince of the Great Zhou, or the 4th imperial brother of the current emperor. It can be said to be of great significance and impact to the Great Zhou, but no one expected. It is this powerful 2 parties raised the flag to rebel, but just a little more than a month, was the imperial army from heaven into hell. It was wiped out by the court and basically didn't even have a chance to put up a fight. This shocked a lot of people. Who says that the Great Zhou has lost its tiger's power when the sun has set? It's simply laughable. The tiger's might that erupted from the Great Zhou court this time made everyone realize one thing. That's the skinny camel being bigger than the horse. Even if the Great Zhou were to sunset again, it would still be possible to suppress some of the small and petty people. Not just anyone is qualified to provoke the remaining authority of the Great Zhou. And with the pacification of the chaos in the 4 northern states, the already somewhat volatile situation in the Great Zhou has gradually settled down. All those rumors circulating among the people were also not broken and became a joke. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, reviewing the Zhangji. Ever since collecting some of the power in the courtroom, Zhou Chen had been reviewing a plethora of Xingji every day. Originally, there was a prime minister who could share some of the burden, but Zhou Chen had no trust in Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Therefore, some important Zhang Zhou Chen have to personally approve to feel at ease. At that moment, Cao Zhengchun came in with a sharp step. Your Majesty, Cao Shaoqin has returned with news that some of the involvements regarding the Yellow Sky cult have been found out by the East Chamber. Please, Your Majesty. After Cao Zhengchun walked into the Yangxin Hall, he came to Zhou Chen's side and placed the Zhenzhua that Cao Shaoqin had sent back in front of Zhou Chen. Ever since he had seen Zhou Chen's dissatisfaction with the East Chamber earlier, Cao Zhengchun's heart had been tight. Fearing that Zhou Chen, the emperor, had lost his patience with the East Chamber, he waited somewhat anxiously for Cao Shaoqin to return with news. Now that he had finally waited, Cao Zhengchun was able to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Oh, find out. Zhou Chen raised his eyebrows and took the Xinhua that Cao Shaoqin had sent back from Cao Zhengchun's hand and opened it directly to read it. There's a lot on the zigzag. Zhou Chen had read for a few minutes before he finished reading the contents on this Xiangyu that Cao Shaoqin had sent back. After Zhou Chen finished reading the contents on this Xiangbia that Cao Shaoqin had sent back, his face didn't change much. He just looked up at Cao Zhengchun and said, "Is that all? What else did you find out?" Zhou Chen's voice was calm, but Cao Zhengchun could hear that this was Zhou Chen not being very satisfied with these things that the East Chamber had found out. Cao Zhengchun immediately bowed and said, "It was also found that Cui Songshan of the Bowling Cui family had appeared in the 4 northwestern provinces. It seems that this Cui family's Cui Songshan was the one who made the move when the two of them, the Easy King and the Kong King, were able to get out of the hands of the Yellow Sky Sect's rebels. And it seems that the change in the 4 northwestern provinces and the death of the Imperial Master in battle also had the shadow of this Bowling Cui family, Cui Songshan. However, the East Chamber has found no concrete evidence." Cao Zhengchun said carefully. If it were a normal thing, the East Chamber might not be so cautious, but this involved one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and even Cao Zhengchun's East Chamber had to be cautious. In the absence of certain evidence, one would not dare to report it indiscriminately. No concrete evidence was found? Zhou Chen's face went cold directly after hearing Cao Zhengchun's words. Do you need evidence to do your job in the East Chamber? Do I need proof? Cao Zhengchun, your East Chamber is my eyes and ears, and the sword in my hands, not the Ministry of Justice and the Delizy. What more evidence do you need? Understand? Zhou Chen stared coldly at Cao Zhengchun. As an emperor, Zhou Chen is not short of such righteous and loyal ministers around him who follow the rules and do things with this set of evidence. People like Feng Xianling, Lu Bu, and Zhang Liao, who were all considered to be righteous and loyal ministers, were able to do some things, while there were some dark things they could not do. And what Zhou Chen lacked around him was this kind of bad guy who could do shady things, as long as he, Zhou Chen, gives the order, without any compromise, even if it is planting evidence and framing people, wrongfully assassinating them, they still want to share his Zhou Chen's worries to achieve their goals. But Cao Zhengchun seems to have strayed a bit from the role now. This disappointed Zhou Chen. Facing Zhou Chen's cold gaze, Cao Zhengchun knelt on the ground at once. Your Majesty, the old slave understands. The old slave will definitely share the emperor's worries and die with all his might. Cao Zhengchun was not stupid. To be able to lead the East Chamber, the power of the characters, and there will be that will be mediocre. Therefore, Cao Zhengchun immediately comprehended Zhou Chen's meaning. That was that Zhou Chen wanted to make him a person who could share the emperor's worries at any time. As for what means to use, that didn't matter. It's good to understand. I don't need evidence for anything involving the Yellow Sky sect traitors and the death of the Imperial Master. So what if it's one of the 7 great families? I will destroy him as usual. Send a secret decree to Lu Bu to mobilize an army for me to exterminate the 9 clans of the Cui family in Bowling. I would like to see what gave the Cui family the backbone to dare to plot against my great Zhou's Imperial Master. And what gave the Cui family the backbone to dare to secretly help the Easy King raise his flag in rebellion? Zhou Chen said coldly, without having to think about it. At the moment Cao Zhengchun spoke of the Cui family's Cui Songshan, Zhou Chen had already guessed a generalization of some things. The two of them, Easy King Zhou Chen and Kong King Zhou Qi, were able to get out of the hands of the Yellow Sky sect rebels and were able to raise their flag in Daizhou to rebel. So it is estimated that they have nothing to do with the Cui family. Even in the people's mouths, the rumors that flowed out of the 4 northern states also had the secret handiwork of the Cui family. As for the change in the 4 northwestern provinces and the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong in battle, whether or not there was also a shadow of the Cui family, Zhou Chen did not know. But that doesn't matter anymore. The important thing was that Cui Songshan of the Cui family had appeared in the land of the 4 northwestern provinces was enough. Based on this alone, Zhou Chen had enough reason to exterminate the 9 clans of his Bowling Cui family. Yes, Your Majesty, Cao Zhengchun immediately answered. And, your East factory should not be idle. The Cui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. Whether in the dynasty or in the local area, there are a number of officials your East factory are sent to me to keep an eye on. As soon as Lu Bu's side makes its move, your East chamber will also start to take down these officials. Not a single one. All of the Cui family's properties in various places have also been seized for me. Can't miss a spot. Zhou Chen gave orders one by one with a serious face. 117 This is the court, not the market. Yangshin Temple. Zhou Chen gave Cao Jingchuan's East Chamber several orders in a row. Zhou Chen knew that the Bowling Cui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and was deeply rooted in the Great Zhou. It has extraordinary influence both in the court and at the local level. If you want to eliminate the Cui family, which has deep roots in the Great Zhou, you can't just transfer the army to eliminate the Bowling Cui family and you'll be fine. It was also necessary to erase all this influence of the Cui family in the imperial court and in the localities. Therefore, in addition to mobilizing Lu Bu's army to eliminate the Bowling Cui family, it is also necessary for the East Chamber to assist in apprehending the officials of the Bowling Cui family in the imperial court and scattered in the localities before they can do so. Upon hearing these orders from Zhou Chen, Cao Jingchun immediately crouched down and said, "Old slave obeys the decree. Today's East factory is already incomparable to before. The factory guards have increased a lot, and the strength has also expanded a lot. Although it was impossible to say that it was possible to take care of all of Great Zhou, a part of it was still possible." Zhou Chen closed the zhengzhua that Cao Shaoqin had passed back in his hand and casually threw it to Cao Jingchun. "And the ones on here, all of them are for me to deal with together. Especially the Jianghu people, actually dared to participate in the affairs of my imperial court, and joined hands with the Yellow Sky sect rebels to kill my Great Zhou's imperial master. Really don't know how to die. Anyone involved, exterminate them for me. Chivalry is forbidden by arms. My Great Zhou does not tolerate people outside the law." Zhou Chen said coldly. The 9 great masters who surrounded and killed the great master Wen Zhong, except for the 3 who were the 3 leaders of the Yellow Sky sect, the other 6 were all Jianghu people. Although all 6 of these Jianghu people were dead, Zhou Chen would not just let it go. The district Jianghu people dared to be enemies with his Great Zhou court and killed his Great Zhou's imperial master. Then even if he died, he still had to pay the price. Any kinsmen or sect forces that were related to these 6 Jianghu people, Zhou Chen was going to exterminate all of them to give the Jianghu people of Great Zhou a wake-up call. Let these Jianghu people see that this is what happens when you make an enemy of his Great Zhou. Old slave obeys the decree. Cao Jingchun once again ambushed his head to receive the decree. After placing these orders, Zhou Chen raised his eyes and glanced at Cao Jingchun, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "This matter, keep it a secret. I don't want all these people to have gotten wind of it ahead of time before we even do it." Zhou Chen reminded Cao Jingchun. Zhou Chen had never underestimated the energy of the lineage. The noses of these worldly families are better than a dog's nose. As long as there was the slightest whisper of wind blowing out, then these worldly families would immediately know about it. Especially for a behemoth like the Bowling Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. That network of connections and information had not necessarily penetrated to any great extent. If the Bowling Cui family heard such a rumor, it would add a lot of variables in vain. After all, the strength of a behemoth like the Bowling Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, could not be underestimated. Once the wind is heard ahead of time and preparations are made, it's going to turn into quite an upheaval. Cao Jingchun nodded. "Old slave understands. Then go prepare the decree and set it up." Zhou Chen waved his hand. When Cao Jingchun heard this, he got up and exited the Hall of Nurturing Heart. After Cao Jingchun left, Zhou Chen tapped his fingers on the dragon case, his brows slightly knitted in contemplation. Choi Sansan? The Bolung Choi family? And what role do the other 6 great families play? Zhou Chen thought with a flickering gaze. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that Easy King Zhou Qian raised his flag to rebel and the Cui family has a direct relationship, however, Zhou Chen was certain that Easy King Zhou Qian's raising of the flag to rebel had nothing to do with the Cui family, because the Cui family was the maternal uncle's family of Easy King Zhou Qian. When Easy King Zhou Qian was still a prince, the Cui family was the supporter behind Easy King Zhou Qian. Therefore, the Free King Zhou Qian raised the flag to rebel. Cui family secretly helped. That is inevitable. There is no doubt about that. Zhou Chen pondered what role the other 6 great families were playing in this matter. One must know that, as far as Zhou Chen knew, Easy King Zhou Qian raised his flag to rebel, but there were quite a few experts who showed up, especially experts like the 7 Grand Masters and a dozen or so minor masters. Even if it was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou like the Cui family, how many experts were taken out at once would still hurt. Without sufficient benefits, it was impossible for the Cui family to fully support Easy King Zhou Qian in such a hurtful manner. Could it be that the other 6 great families are also involved in this? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth. These families are really not bad means. Actually clean up the traces of clean, so that the East Chamber cannot find a trace. There are indeed some doorways, But even then, think everything will be fine? Ha! If I, Zhou Chen, the emperor, want to kill someone, sometimes there is no need for evidence. Zhou Chen stood up and with a cold smile, walked into the inner hall of the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Day 2. The morning court begins. On the Golden Palace, the civil and military officials entered in a row according to the size of their official positions. After Zhou Chen ascended the dragon platform and sat on the dragon chair, the civil and military officials knelt down and saluted in unison. Long live the emperor. The civil and military officials knelt down and shouted. Zhou Chen rested both hands on the handle of the dragon chair and looked down at the 100 officials and said. All the ministers leveled their voices. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 100 officials knelt and thanked him, then stood up in turn, rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Cao Zhangchun, who was standing by the dragon chair, shouted shrilly, Your Majesty, I have something to say. As soon as Cao Zhangchun's sharp voice fell, an official stepped forward and said, Speak. Seeing that the one who stood out was a speechwriter, Zhou Chen gently spat out a word. The so-called speech officer is the official who has the right to hear the wind and play the matter, and the right is not small. Your Majesty, I'd like to take Lord Fong Xinling Fong, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, to task. The Emperor has entrusted Lord Fong with a heavy responsibility, and has appointed him as the Minister of Qin, to provide disaster relief to the people of the 4 northern states. But Lord Fong has been killing people in the 4 northern states on the basis of his imperial authority, and the local officials of Yenzhou have been innocently taken down by Lord Fong for a large part of their lives, leaving the local officials of Yenzhou in a state of turmoil. Lord Fong has also plagiarized and exterminated most of the lineages in Yenzhou, even Daizhou. It's simply lawless. I want to send at Lord Fong for killing innocents indiscriminately and collaring the place on the basis of his power as an imperial official. I also ask Your Majesty to clearly investigate. After the speechmaker came forward, he loudly denounced what Fong Xianling had done in Yenzhou and Daizhou. The tone of voice is fierce, the face of righteous indignation, as if Fong Xianling in Daizhou and Yenzhou really has committed what monstrous crimes seem. What? Son? Fong Xianling? Zhou Chen's face visibly froze when he heard this. Before Zhou Chen could react, another speech officer stepped forward. Your Majesty, I would also like to take Lord Fong Xianling Fong, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, to task. As the Minister of Disaster Relief, Lord Fong should have made every effort to provide relief to the people and pacify the localities. But Lord Fong has set off a major jailbreak in the lands of Yenzhou and Daizhou, causing the lands of the 2 states, which have just somewhat calmed down, to be in turmoil again. It's simply ungrateful for the grace of God. I also ask Your Majesty to clearly investigate. This speech official stood out also with a stern face and sent Fong Xianling. Your Majesty, I would also like to join Lord Fong, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty, I also want to join Fong Xianling. Immediately following, one by one, the officials stood out all wanting to send Fong Xianling. Each of their faces was filled with righteous indignation, and their references to Fong Xianling were more or less the same. It was nothing more than Fong Xianling's killing spree in Yenzhou and Daizhou, taking down a number of officials and plagiarizing a number of powerful families. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, listening to these officials come forward one by one to send Fong Xianling. His eyes narrowed a little. To be honest, Zhou Chen really did not expect this today's morning court. There will actually be officials come forward to participate in Fong Xianling. And still how many officers? Don't these people realize that Fong Xianling is his person as the emperor? Can't you guess that all the things Fong Xianling did in Yenzhou and Daizhou were authorized by him? The emperor? Obviously. These people know it in their hearts. There is no official in the entire court who can't guess that Fong Xianling is acting in accordance with the will of the emperor. However, these officials still came forward to denounce what Fong Xianling had done in Yenzhou and Daizhou. It seems that this is something that some people can't sit still for. Your Majesty, I also want to join Fong Xianling. Fong Xianling, as a minister of the imperial household, did not think about disaster relief and saving the people, but relied on the power of the imperial household to seize local officials in a big way, and plagiarize and exterminate the major prestigious families. Even the Cui family, a fellow clan member of the minister in Qinghai province, had their family copied and exterminated by him inexplicably. I also ask Your Majesty to do the same for my kinsman. Remove Fong Xianling's authority as Minister of Qin and recall him to the court for questioning. After the other officials had finished senating Fong Xianling, the Minister of Public Works also stood out to senate Fong Xianling. Compared to those officials who had previously senated Fong Xianling, this Minister of Works, one of the 6 ministers, was undoubtedly much heavier. Before those officials who participated in the room Xianling are some small shrimp and small fish. The Ministry of Public Works is one of the 6 ministers, high-powered. Such an important court official stood out to participate in Fong Xianling. That weight cannot be compared to those officials before. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the more than 20 officials who stood out to participate in Fang Xianling, and then swept to the other civil and military ministers with an expressionless face. Is there any other AI Qing who wants to participate in Fang Xianling? Zhou Chen's gaze swept over the other civil and military officials who had not opened their mouths, especially in the case of Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the Minister of the Household, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and other officials from these worldly families who held high positions of power in the imperial court. Zhou Chen swept a few more eyes. This was because Zhou Chen knew in his heart that Fang Xuanling's bold strike in the 4 northern states had caused some of the powerful families to sit up and take notice. Your Majesty, I don't dare to agree with what Minister Cui and the ministers are saying. At this time, the Minister of War stood out and said with a righteous face, there was a great drought in the 4 northern states, the people were displaced, corpses were strewn everywhere, and finally there was a civil mutiny, resulting in great chaos in the 4 northern states. Are the local officials in the 4 northern states not culpable? As court officials, they sat on one side for the court and governed a place, but in the end, there was such a big mess, and their culpability is hard to escape. Is it wrong for Minister Fang to take them down as a minister of the imperial court? As for the matter of Fang Shangshu having copied and destroyed the lineages of Yanzhou and Daizhou, I feel even more that there is no mistake. The Yellow Sky sect rebels have been acting in the land of the 4 northern states for an obviously short period of time, and I don't believe that the lineages of the 4 northern states are uninformed. The Minister of War's words caused the faces of many officials in the Great Hall to change in unison, because this is something that anyone with a bit of brains can think of, but no one dares to say. But now, the Minister of Military Affairs had made this point, directly sending the lineages of the 4 northern states to hell. The Yellow Sky cult raised the flag to rebel, and it's a great offense not to report it. And according to the Minister of War, the other powerful families would have to be involved as well. After all, the matter of the Yellow Sky sect was known even to the lineages in the 4 northern states. So would a lineage like the Bolingchui family, which was one of the 7 great Zhou lineages, be unaware of it? Who would believe that? Your Majesty, I agree with the Minister of War. The local officials in the 4 northern states are rotten. Even the imperial court's disaster relief silver dares to be coveted and inked. And the powerful families of the lineage are even more rampant. So it is a matter of public opinion for Lord Fang to take down these officials and plunge the lineage into oblivion. Please be clear. Your Majesty. An official came forward to agree with the meaning of the Minister of War and said, Your Majesty, I also agree with the Secretary of the Ministry of War that what Lord Fang has done should be the result of finding out what the actual evidence is. Otherwise Lord Fang couldn't have innocently taken down the local officials and copied the family. Immediately following, a series of dozens of officials stood out to agree with the Secretary of the Ministry of War, and the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue and other more than 20 officials to participate in Fang Xianling. A book formed a confrontation. After the Minister of Works heard the words of the Minister of War and these officials, he turned to the Minister of War with an ugly face and said, Minister Li, what do you mean? You'd have to have proof of that statement. Something like that doesn't just come out of your mouth. If you don't have proof, then you're making a false accusation, the Minister of Labor said as he looked at the Minister of War unkindly. For the other officials who agree with the Minister of War, they are not yet worthy of having the Minister of Works tit for tat. Therefore, the Minister of Works could only go toe-to-toe with the Minister of War. Evidence? The evidence will be brought back to you by the Housing Minister when the time comes. This official doesn't believe that Fang Shangshu will wrongly accuse a good person. But this official believes that Fang Shangshu certainly won't spare a bad person either. The Minister of War said with a faint glance at the Minister of Labor. Shangshu Li, you, the Minister of Public Works wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. Okay, this is a courtroom, not a food market. You are all important court officials. Look at you now. Do you still have any appearance of being important court officials? Zhou Chen coldly scanned the 2 confronting officials and coldly scolded. I already know about Fang Xianling, and I will have the East Chamber verify it. That's it. Retreat. Zhou Chen dropped a sentence and got up to leave. However, as Zhou Chen left, he gave a deep look at the Minister of Public Works. Perhaps no one knew the deeper meaning of Zhou Chen's glance at the Minister of Public Works, but Chao Zhangchun, who was following Zhou Chen, knew, because the Minister of Works was a member of the Bolingchui family, a representative of the Bolingchui family's voice in the courtroom. Then the deep meaning of Zhou Chen's glance at the Minister of Public Works was self-evident. Chapter 118, Welcoming the Imperial Master Home. For the court of the Ministry of Public Works and those officials to participate in Fang Xianling in the north of the 4 states to do things, Zhou Chen heart has long been clear. Because this was the real purpose of Zhou Chen sending Fang Xianling, the Minister of Qin, to the 4 northern states. However, in the morning court, in the face of those officials' participation, Zhou Chen did not reveal too much. but only gave these ministers who participated in Fang Xianling a sentence of "will let the East Chamber to verify." Such obvious words of procrastination are obvious to anyone. This is something Zhou Chen understands, and the hearts of the entire dynasty are also clear. After retiring from the court, Zhou Chen returned to the palace of Nurturing Heart. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, pondered for a moment, glanced at Chao Zhengchun who was standing next to him, and said, "These days, all these officials in the courtroom are under the watchful eye of the East Chamber, aren't they?" Chao Zhengchun immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. This is the daily routine of the court officials these days. Please take a look at it, Your Majesty." Chao Zhengchun had long ago organized the daily information of the 100 officials these days and carried it with him at all times. Now hearing Zhou Chen's words, Chao Zhengchun immediately understood what Zhou Chen meant and took out this organized information and placed it in front of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took these things from Chao Zhengchun's hands and directly looked through them. I have to say, Chao Zhengchun is worthy of being a powerful figure. This 100 officials daily are organized very well. Zhou Chen a glance sweep, can see a general. When Zhou Chen finished reading the daily messages from the 100 officials in the court these days, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It's true that it's just as I thought. What Fang Xianling did in the 4 northern states has made some people sit up and take notice. However, these people are also cautious enough. The East Chamber has been keeping an eye on it, and has not detected any news of these people attending Fang Xianling today. It seems your East Chamber hasn't gone deep enough. Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhengchun and said. Chao Zhengchun immediately knelt on the ground and said, "The old slave is guilty." In the morning court, so many officials to participate in Fang Xianling, obviously in advance through the gas, but the East Chamber has not detected a little wind. This is the East Chamber's dereliction of duty. The Minister of the Household and those of them gathered at the Prime Minister's residence many times. Do you know what they talked about? Zhou Chen looked at Chao Zhengchun and asked again. Back to your Majesty. The Prime Minister's mansion is heavily guarded, so it's hard to overhear what they're talking about. Chao Zhengchun crouched his head even lower. First of all, today's morning court ministers to participate in the news of Fang Xianling did not probe in advance, but also the Ministry of the Household. These people gathered in the Prime Minister's office of the conversation of nothing. Chao Zhengchun, the East Chamber of Commerce governor, some lift his head. Actually, I can't blame Chao Zhengchun for this. After all, what kind of place is the Prime Minister's residence? If it could be easily overheard, then the Prime Minister's residence would not be the Prime Minister's residence anymore. What's more, the East Chamber has only been established for how long? Wanting to make any breeze in the Prime Minister's residence cannot escape the surveillance of the East Chamber is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. After Zhou Chen heard Chao Zhengchun's words, his face didn't change much. He just said faintly, the next time they are gathering at the Prime Minister's residence, I want to know what they are talking about. Zhou Chen didn't care how heavily guarded the Prime Minister's residence was. That wasn't something Zhou Chen should consider. Zhou Chen wanted results. As for the process, that was something that Chao Zhengchun, the governor of the East Chamber, should consider. Otherwise, what would Zhou Chen want with the East Chamber? Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Zhengchun sniffed and hurriedly responded. The Prime Minister's residence is heavily guarded. The factory guards cannot detect, but it does not mean that he, the governor of the East Chamber, cannot detect. Even if the Prime Minister's residence was more heavily guarded, could it still stop him, the half-step heavenly man's East Chamber's governor? While Zhou Chen and Chao Zhengchun were talking about this matter, the Prime Minister's residence, the Minister of the Household and a few of them gathered together again at the Prime Minister's residence. In the hall, Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat, and below him sat the 3 ministers of the household, the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Justice. Besides these 3, there were 7 or 8 other officials. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was sullen, and everyone's faces were a little tight. The Minister of Public Works glanced at the crowd and said with a hard look on his face, it seems that the one in the palace is determined to move the land of the 4 northern states. What's sending the East Chamber for verification is all a pretext. This is wanting to stabilize these other lineages of ours first and buy time for Fang Xianling. When Fang Xianling has completely cleaned up the 4 northern states, what can we do even if we, the lineages, have any more opinions? The dust has settled. The Minister of Industry said with an ugly face. Compared to the others present, the Minister of Work's face was the most ugly and angry, because the Qingde Chui family is a large branch of the Boling Chui family, a large tentacle that supports the Boling Chui family. A family like the Chui family was able to become one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and was deeply rooted in the Great Zhou, relying on these tentacles to support it. Now that this tentacle of the Chui family in Qinghai province had been cut off, it was also considered to be an indirect weakening of the overall strength of the Boling Chui family. The Minister of Public Works, as a figure of the Boling Chui family who controls the power of speech in the courtroom, how could he not be angry? Hearing the words of the Minister of Works, The rest of the crowd was silent. They all know that the Ministry of Public Works is right. The palace that is indeed determined to move the 4 northern states of the land, and even they today in tandem with those officials to appeal, have played a taiji, pushed back. But what's the point? With more than 100,000 of the imperial court Shenwai counterinsurgency army in the 4 northern states, who could stop it? Even if some means were used, it would not help in the face of that 100,000 or so divine martial guards counterinsurgency army. The Minister of Justice sighed, yes, we all underestimated the one in the palace. Originally, I thought that the chaos in the 4 northern states would cause the chess game of Great Zhou to fall into a deadlock, but I didn't expect to harden the one in the palace to revitalize it. It also came with a trick to clean up the 4 northern states, taking the opportunity to, well, clean up the 4 northern states. What a good scheme. It's too late to say anything. Ordinary means can no longer serve any purpose. It's better to put the matter of the 4 northern states land on hold, the Minister of Justice said with a sigh. The matter of the 4 northern states was already a foregone conclusion, and it was simply impossible to stifle the movements of the one in the palace, unless there's a way to get rid of the 100,000 or so counterinsurgent hordes that are in the 4 northern states. Otherwise, it's all talk. Let it go first? After the Minister of the Household heard the words of the Minister of Justice, he glanced at the Minister of Justice with a sneer on his face and said, how do you put it on hold? What if the one in the palace, having cleaned up the 4 northern states' lands, next cleans up the other states' capitals and makes a move on the others? Also, how many people and how many lineages will be involved in this cleanup of the land of the 4 northern states? Have you thought about that? Is it only the land of the 4 northern states that is tight? The words of the Minister of the Household caused the faces of the officials present to change. Yeah, this cleanup of the 4 northern states of the country would not only involve the 4 northern states of the country, but would also involve officials and families from other places, and even people in the court. What local official does not walk around with court ministers and form parties? Which lineage doesn't have connections with other lineages and doesn't secretly have some unseen interests? If this is found out by Feng Xianling, how many people will be involved? Definitely pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. The Minister of Industry's face turned cold and said bluntly, if you really can't, let the person sitting on the dragon chair change. When these words came out, a pin dropped in the hall. Everyone's eyes went to the Minister of Public Works. Each of their faces was in a state of disbelief. They really didn't expect that the Minister of Works would dare to say such a thing? Let the person sitting in the dragon chair change? Is the emperor that easy to change? Do you think that the one sitting on the dragon chair is a 9th grade Sesame official? You can change it whenever you want. Not to mention that now, the one on the dragon chair has gathered some of the power. The Divine Martial Guard's army is in hand, and there are 2 half-step celestials on the side. Even before when he was lying on the couch and seriously ill. It's not like you can be replaced just because you say you want to be replaced. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the Minister of Public Works immediately reacted. What are you all looking at me like that for? I was just talking off the top of my head in a moment of anger. The Minister of Public Works knew that he had slipped up and said in a hurry to explain. This kind of words should not be said by him, one of the 6 high-powered ministers of the Ministry of Public Works. If you don't do well, you are going to be copied and killed. In response to this explanation from the Minister of Public Works, the other officials present all gave him a deep look before retracting their gazes. However, after the Minister of Public Works said this, all the eyes in the audience were somewhat alternatively inexplicable. Even Prime Minister Yuan Bo, who was sitting on the main seat, flickered inexplicably. Prime Minister Yuan Bo swept a glance at everyone present and spoke out, this matter, wanting to solve it by senating Feng Xianling, seems to be unworkable. That's what we expected before. Then let's go ahead and send messages back to each house as we discussed before. Send all our comments back and let them make up their minds. The Prime Minister looked at these officials sitting below and said in a gruff voice, this kind of thing, after all, involves all the lineages. Therefore, just by these people here they cannot take the final idea, but also have to be passed back to the families, so that the principal of each family to take the idea. It also includes Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Don't look at Yuan Bo as the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Court, one of the 4 auxiliary ministers, but he only has the right to participate in the Yuan family's affairs, not the right to make the final decision. The Minister of the Household, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of the Ministry of Public Works, and all these other officials present nodded their heads in silence after hearing Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words. For now, it will have to do for now. This was also what they had discussed before. If participating in Feng Xianling did not work, they would pass their respective opinions back to the various lineages behind them, so that the various lineages behind them could discuss and decide. And, next, if there's nothing compelling, everyone try not to get together again. The hawks and dogs of the East Chamber can be watching, and although they can't hear what everyone is saying, It's better to get together less often to avoid accidents. Prime Minister Yuan Bo gave another reminder to everyone present. Prime Minister Yuan Bo knew that so many officials had gathered at his Prime Minister's residence that they certainly could not hide it from the East Chamber factory guards. Prime Minister Yuan Bo also did not think that he could hide it from the factory guards, and as the Prime Minister, it was reasonable for him to gather officials to discuss matters in the court. Even if the one in the palace knows, it's nothing. As long as these conversations of theirs were not probed by the East Chamber factory guards, they would be fine. But I'm not afraid of anything. Even if his Prime Minister's residence was heavily guarded, he didn't dare to say that it could be guarded to the point of infallibility every time. So, it's best to get together less often. The Minister of the Household, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and all of them, these officials nodded their heads in deep understanding of Prime Minister Yuan Bo's meaning. If the conversations of those of them gathered together were overheard by the people of the East Chamber, it would be a big trouble. With that, these officials left the Prime Minister's residence in droves. Welcome home, Master Tai. On this day, 10 miles outside the city of Luoyang, Prime Minister Yuan Bo stood at the forefront, and behind him stood the civil and military officials of the court. On both sides, they were filled with tens of thousands of troops who had stayed behind in the northern camp of the Divine Martial Guards. All of them looked away from the official road in the distance. Upon seeing a carriage pulling a wooden coffin slowly traveling from far and near under the escort of thousands of elite Divine Martial Guards, tens of thousands of Divine Martial Guards on both sides began to shout loudly. When the carriage pulling the wooden coffin came over, with a brush sound, tens of thousands of Divine Martial Guards knelt on the ground in unison, because the wooden coffin pulled by this cart frame, in which lay no one else, was none other than their Divine Martial Guards Commander-in-Chief, Taisher Wenzhong. This was the spiritual pillar of their Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards. It was also the figure who had created the legend of their North Battalion Divine Martial Guards. More than that, he led their Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards to fight in the north and south, supporting half of the sky of Great Zhou as the Prime Minister. Therefore, the person lying in the wooden coffin was worthy of their entire army of Divine Martial Guards kneeling for 10 miles to welcome him. Prime Minister Yuan Bo also led the civil and military officials to salute the wooden coffin, and Xiao Zhengchen next to him was no exception. 3 dynasties of elders, a lifetime of public service, supporting half of the sky of the Great Zhou, deserving of the worship of all. The mighty candidate on horseback, looking at the tens of thousands of Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards troops kneeling to greet them 10 miles away, had slightly red eyes. His mighty warrior candidate led an army of 100,000 Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards on an expedition, but it turned out to be a disastrous defeat, with a large portion of his troops dead or wounded. But finally, he personally welcomed back the Imperial Master, and did not fail to fulfill the trust of all the generals and soldiers of the Divine Military Guard in the northern camp. Welcome home, Master Tai. Mighty waiter shouted loudly. Welcome home, Master Tai. Welcome home, Master Tai. Welcome home, Master Tai. The tens of thousands of kneeling Divine Martial Guards also hoarsely hissed, and the sound was so loud that even the people in Luoyang City could hear it from afar. Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the civil and military officials looked at the hissing and shouting of the tens of thousands of Xinwu Guards, and all of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the prestige of the Imperial Master Wenzhong in the army was simply unrivaled. I'm afraid that apart from the one sitting in the southern border, there is no one else who can compare with him. Under the hissing of tens of thousands of Divine Martial Guards, the duo of mighty warrior candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian rode on horseback with thousands of Divine Martial Guards to protect the wooden coffins on the wagon as they continued to move forward in the direction of Luoyang City. Prime Minister Yuan Bo followed behind with the civil and military officials. The tens of thousands of kneeling Divine Martial Guards also all rose to their feet and followed around to the left and right. Inside and outside the entrance of Luoyang City is also gathered a lot of people. In the sight of pulling the wooden coffin carriage frame, all cannot help but shout, "Welcome home, Elder Master." Chapter 119, Du Rui, Yangxin Temple. After the two of them, mighty warrior candidate and 8th Sage King Zhou Xian sent the remains of the Imperial Master Wenzhong back to the Imperial Master's mansion. They hoofed it straight into the palace and came to the Palace of Nurturing the Heart to meet with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking at the dusty and somewhat pale duo in front of him, and said in a flat voice, "The two love ministers have returned? It's been a hard journey, Your Majesty. The last general is guilty." The last general led the 100,000 Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards army to pacify the rebellion, and because of his eagerness to avenge the rebellion and his haste to achieve quick success, he fell prey to the Yellow Sky Sect rebels' scheme. As a result, the last general's defeat at the hands of the Yellow Sky Sect's rebels resulted in the 100,000 Northern Battalion Divine Martial Guards army suffering heavy losses, with more than half of them dead or wounded. Even the two Grand Masters from the imperial family who accompanied the army died in battle. The end of the line is guilty of being a saint. Please, Your Majesty. The mighty warrior candidate kneeled on the ground with a plop sound and directly asked for forgiveness. The mighty candidate knew that although the Yellow Sky sect had been annihilated by Lu Bu, it had nothing to do with him. The rebellious lieutenant general, who was mainly responsible for annihilating the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, that was Lu Bu's credit, not his. The lieutenant general in charge of eliminating the Yellow Sky sect's rebels. On the contrary, he, the counterinsurgency lieutenant general who was mainly responsible for eliminating the Yellow Sky sect, suffered a great defeat at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, resulting in the loss of 100,000 Divine Martial Guard's counterinsurgency army. If it wasn't for Lu Bu's timely arrival for support, I'm afraid that the army led by him, the rebellious lieutenant general who was mainly responsible for the eradication of the Yellow Sky sect, would have been completely wiped out. Therefore, this crime of military defeat is something that mighty candidate cannot shrug off. Mighty candidate didn't try to push either. 100,000 counterinsurgency army, dead and wounded more than half, as 100,000 counterinsurgency army commander-in-chief. This responsibility, the mighty candidate's back. Your Majesty, I am also guilty. I have failed the Emperor's heavy trust, and have not been able to complete the relief and rescue of the people delivered by the Emperor. Please, Your Majesty, take the blame. The 8th sage King Zhou Chen also followed the mighty warrior candidate and knelt down to ask for forgiveness. In order to rescue the Weiwu candidate, the 8 wise kings, Zhou Chen, had thrown away his duties as the Minister of Disaster Relief and traveled to Xi'an province to rescue the Weiwu candidate. In the end, he failed to fulfill his duties as a Minister of Relief. Therefore, counting, the 8 wise kings Zhou Chen is also guilty. Zhou Chen's face did not change much when he heard the words of the mighty warrior candidate and the 8th sage King Zhou Chen, and saw that the two of them knelt down to ask for forgiveness. Tell me first, what you have done to quell the rebellion, and your experiences on this trip. Zhou Chen glanced at the duo of mighty warrior candidate and 8th sage King Zhou Chen and said calmly. There was no hurry to ask for the offense beforehand. Zhou Chen now wanted to hear the specifics of these things. In particular, the details of the great battle between the rebel army of Shenwai in the northern camp and the Yellow Sky sect. Although, there were war reports coming back before, but the war reports were very general and not detailed. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the two of them, mighty martial candidate and 8th sage King Zhou Chen, immediately recounted the details of these events to Zhou Chen. The most important story is about the process of fighting between the rebel army of the Northern Battalion of Divine Martial Guards and the rebels of the Yellow Sky sect. After the two of them, the mighty warrior candidate and the 8th sage King Zhou Chen, finished speaking, Zhou Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. It is said that one will be a great success, and this is really not true at all. Through the narrations of the two of them, mighty candidate and 8th sage King Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen could feel the kind of cruelty on the battlefield. That is not a few dead, dozens or hundreds of so simple. A big battle down, that can be used to pile up corpses like a mountain is not too much to describe. Zhou Chen raised his eyes to the two of them. Mighty candidate and 8 virtuous King Zhou Chen, the two of you are guilty of failing me. But, considering the fact that the two of you welcomed back the Imperial Master, it is considered a meritocracy. I see that you all look dusty and pale, so all of you go back and rest first. Zhou Chen said calmly to the two of them. Mighty candidate and 8th sage King Zhou Chen. After Zhou Chen's detailed understanding of these matters, Zhou Chen knew that the two of them, the mighty candidate and the 8th sage King Zhou Chen, might have been somewhat culpable, but they were also guilty for a reason. Compared to the two of them fighting to the death against the Yellow Sky sect's rebels, this bit of guilt was really nothing. Plus, the two of them, the mighty warlord and the 8 sages King Zhou Chen, welcomed back the remains of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong. Therefore, Zhou Chen decided to let their merits and demerits be offset. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two of them, mighty martial candidate and 8th sage King Zhou Chen, didn't expect that Zhou Chen didn't lower his sins, and they all bowed their heads in unison to thank him. In particular, the mighty waiter kowtowed heavily, to say that the 8 virtuous King Zhou Chen merits and demerits of the past, but he Weiwu candidate merits and demerits. That is really the imperial grace. After all, the offense committed by his mighty warrior candidate was simply more than just offset by merits and demerits, it was the offense of a disastrous defeat of the army with heavy deaths and injuries. This was something that the mighty candidate himself knew better than anyone else in his heart. Right. Zhou Chen remembered something and glanced at the 8 virtuous King Zhou Chen again and said, 8 virtuous King. King Kang's aftermath has been handed over by me to your patriarchate. King Kang's wooden coffin has also been transported back to the King Kong mansion a few days ago. Now that you've returned, take up King Kang's aftermath yourself. Be sure to give King Kong a generous burial. He lives up to my great Zhou royal son. Zhou Chen said with a serious face as he looked at the 8 wise kings Zhou Chen commandingly. King Kang's remains had been escorted back to Luoyang from Daizhou by the divine martial guards a few days ago, and Zhou Chen had Xiao Zhengchun personally go out of the city to welcome him back to the King Kong mansion. I obey. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian sniffed and immediately led the way. Then, the two of them, the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and the mighty warrior candidate, directly exited the Yangxin Hall. After the departure of the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and the mighty warrior candidate duo, Zhou Chen was silent for a few moments before he began today's signing. Sign in. Zhou Chen mumbled in his heart. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the character Du Rui. Du Rushi? Zhou Chen froze. Originally, Zhou Chen thought that today's signing would be another factory guard. After all, these days, in addition to signing out a Wei Su, the other signing out are all factory guards. But I didn't expect that a surprise was exposed today. Actually signing out a human master. It's still a surprise. Who is Du Rushi? This is a famous figure in history, the chancellor of the great Tang dynasty, and Fang Xianling, jointly known as Fang Madujian, can be said to be a double sword. That Emperor Tang was able to sweep the world and honor the 9 and 5. But these two people occupied an important reason. Heretic Du Rui kowtows to your majesty. A figure appeared in the Hall of Nurturing Heart, kneeling down and saluting Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. One could only see that this figure was dressed in a simple and clean long shirt. His face was thin, and his eyes blossomed with a burning light, giving off a bland yet unignorable feeling. Zhou Chen shot a glance at Du Rui who was kneeling on the ground and said, Keming doesn't need to be polite. I am worrying that there is no one available around me these days. Keeman came just in time. With a great talent like Keeman around, I'll be able to relax a lot. Zhou Chen looked at Du Ruhui and said with a faint smile. These days, Zhou Chen was worrying about the lack of civil officials around him anymore. After all, there are not many of those people in the courtroom who are loyal and able to hold up the fort. And many things in the courtroom cannot be dealt with without the civil ministers. Originally, there was a Fang Xianling who could pick up the slack, but he was temporarily sent by Zhou Chen to the 4 northern states. Therefore, Zhou Chen's side was really short of civil ministers who could pick up the slack. I didn't expect that today's signing out of Du Ruhui, the man of the hour, is considered to have solved Zhou Chen's pressing problem. Your Majesty is mistaken. The straw man cannot afford to be the great talent that His Majesty speaks of. But if the Emperor needs anything, the grass people are willing to share the Emperor's worries and bow and die. Du Rushi stood up and said firmly with an arch. Good, Du Ruhui, I want this from you. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Du Rui of history was also the one who had devoted himself to his work before he contracted a serious illness and passed away. Therefore, for Du Rui's words of bowing down and dying, Zhou Chen believed it. Chao Zhengchun, prepare a decree for me. Du Rui has both virtue and talent, and has the ability to strategize. He is a pillar of my great Zhou. Edict Du Rui as Minister of Rights, and immediately proceed to the Ministry of Rights to take up his post. Zhou Chen immediately glanced at Chao Zhengchun, who was standing by the side, and said in a direct order, since the signing has produced such a man of great talent as Du Rui, then of course Zhou Chen must immediately be installed in the imperial court and pick the beam. And now on the court of the Ministry of Rights secretary position has been vacant for some days. Just let Du Rui to take over the Ministry of Rights secretary position. Upon hearing this, Du Rui immediately knelt down again. Minister Du Rui, thank you for the imperial decree. Du Rushi ambled loudly. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Kuming doesn't need to be polite. Get up. The Ministry of Rights will be yours from now on. I hope you won't let me down. Zhou Chen looked at Du Ruhui and said. Du Rui arched his hand and added, Your Majesty rest assured. I will definitely not let Your Majesty down. I will retire to take up my duties at the Ministry of Rights. After Du Rui finished speaking, he stood up, took the imperial decree and left the Yangxin Hall. It's crisp and clean, not a hint of a drag. Zhou Chen eyed Du Ruhui's back as he left, and the corner of his mouth curved up. The room plans and the 2 swords. I can finally relax. Zhou Chen knew that both Du Rui and Fang Xianling had been prime ministers of the Great Tang and both had prime ministerial talents in their chests. With Du Ruhui's presence, Zhou Chen would be able to relax a lot next. Some of the Zhangjiang and so on, also do not need to personally do it again. Hand over to Du Ruhui on the line. With Zhou Chen's edict to appoint Du Rui as the Minister of Rights, another shock was caused among the civil and military officials in the courtroom. After all, Zhou Chen had already edicted a minister of the Ministry of Mandarins, Fang Xianling, in this manner before, and now a Minister of Rights, Du Ruhui, has been appointed by royal decree. This makes all the 100 officials cannot help but guess the bottom of Du Rui. It will not be the same as Fang Xianling. All of them are from a man of cloth. Step by step, step into the ranks of the important ministers of the court. The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat in the main seat, frowning and mumbling. Du Rui, the Minister of Rights? And what is this Du Rui's background? It won't be another Fang Xianling. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's brows knitted together. Fang Xianling's tactics, Prime Minister Yuan Bo has also already learned some, is indeed an uncomplicated character. If this Du Rui is another Fang Xianling, it's going to be a problem. A Room Xianling has been enough to their headache. This if another in Room Xianling has a fight Du Ruhue, that really is not only let them headache. How simple. The residence of the Minister of the Household. Du Rui, where did this come from? The one in the palace actually directly royalized him as the Minister of Rights. First it was Fang Xianling, and this is Du Rui. Where in the world did the one in the palace find these people? The Minister of the Household raised an eyebrow and muttered. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Public Works, the Minister of Criminal Affairs and the Minister of Public Works were both frowning as well, somewhat alarmed by Zhou Chen's sudden decree to appoint Du Rui as the Minister of Rights. You know, there was already a Fang Xianling before, and this is not good news to have a Du Rui, who is on par with them as the Minister of the Six Ministries. With Fang Xianling's previous experience, they wouldn't think that a character who could be appointed as the Minister of Rights by the palace's royal decree would be an ordinary and simple character. Perhaps, this was another opponent on the same level as Fang Xianling. Compared to Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of the Household and the rest of them, the Minister of the Army was only slightly surprised after hearing the news. Although the Secretary of the Ministry of War did not know what kind of character this Du Rui was, but to be directly appointed by the Emperor as the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights, I think it should not be ordinary. Come on man, prepare the carriage and go to the Ministry of Rights. When the Minister of War heard the news, he directly shouted towards the door. The Minister of War is going to the Minister of Rights to pay a visit to this Du Rui. Since it's an imperial edict, we're all on our own. Du Rui is new to driving, there are many things he definitely does not know and is not familiar with. Therefore, the Minister of War is going to take a look and communicate with Du Rui to see what Du Rui needs his help with. Xian Prefecture. Unbeknownst to Fang Xianling, Du Rui, who had combined the two swords with him and was collectively known as Fang Maodujian, had already appeared. At this time, Fang Xianling was sitting in the lobby of the government office. Rectify the officials, capture the officials is simple, but this back to make up for the officials is troublesome. In the past few days, the land of the two states of Jiangdong and Yuzhou was killed by Cao Shaoqin and Lubu with their men that were rolling down the heads of the people. No matter whether it was a powerful family or an official who was wanted by Cao Shaoqin and Lubu to copy and exterminate a lot of families. It seems that, with the warning of Yinzhou and Daizhou, the officials and powerful families in the two states of Jiangdong and Yuzhou are prepared. Faced with Cao Shaoqin and Lubu's raiders, these officials and families fought fiercely against each other. Fortunately, there is the South Camp Shenhuai's rebel army in, or else there is really some can't suppress the situation in the two states of Jiangdong and Yuzhou. Now, the situation in these two states is bounced, and a large number of officials are taken down, but the next problem follows. That is, with so many officials taken down, Fang Xianling simply didn't have enough officials on hand to fill those positions. You can't just promote some people to office, and you can't keep so many of the officer positions taken vacant. How else can the land of those two states be governed and settled? This was exactly the problem that Fang Xianling had the biggest headache at this time. Even if Fang Xianling and 8 wise kings Zhou Xian before the two brought out from Luoyang a number of officials selected to supervise the disaster relief, but also cannot make up for the vacancy of so many local officials. Lord Fang. A secret decree from the Emperor. 120 The Emperor's secret decree. Xian Prefecture. Prefectural office. Fang Xianling sat in the lobby, his face full of sorrow. This time, to rectify the rule of officials in the 4 northern states, too many officials were taken down. So many that some of the places in the 4 northern states had an empty window all of a sudden. This is still Fang Xianling stayed his hand, did not engage in a big implication, just took down some officials who had to be taken down, like some small shrimp or unimportant, capable of charges not big. Fang Xianling basically did not move. Otherwise, there will be more places in the 4 northern states where there is a window of opportunity. As it is, there are not even now enough reserve officers to fill the vacancies of those who have been taken down in this place. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to appeal to the Emperor. Fang Xianling frowned, thinking darkly. Fang Xianling knows that if these local vacancies cannot be filled in a timely manner, it is okay for a short period of time, and it will definitely go out of order for a long time. This is also not conducive to the stabilization of the newly pacified. Without officials, how can we govern the localities, stabilize the people's hearts, and provide disaster relief to the people? So, it's important to fill all these positions of taken officials as soon as possible. Otherwise, something could really go wrong. Just as Fang Xianling was fretting over these matters, a shrill voice came into the hall of the government office from outside. Lord Fang. A secret decree from the Emperor. As the voice came, Only Cao Shaoqin walked in with a gloomy face. Cao Shaoqin's body's faint bloody breath. Far away, sitting in the government office lobby, Fang Xianling have already smelled it. A secret order from the emperor? Fang Xianling froze. The Yellow Sky sect rebels have been eliminated, and the chaos in the 4 northern states has been pacified. What else would the emperor give secret orders for? Fang Xianling raised his eyebrows and looked at Cao Shaoqin. Cao Shaoqin didn't hesitate and directly took out the secret decree and handed it to Fang Xianling. Lord Fang, take a look. After handing the secret decree to Fang Xianling, Cao Shaoqin took a seat directly next to him. Fang Xianling took the secret decree from Cao Shaoqin's hand, and after opening it and scanning it, his face instantly became serious. I'll send someone to call General Lu back quickly. The contents of the secret decree forced Fang Xianling's face to be serious. To be honest, Fang Xianling did not expect that Zhou Chen would want to move the Bolingchui family, one of the 7 great families, at this time. That's a bit of a risk. After all, Fang Xianling had just been ordered to move the Shihua gentry in the 4 northern states, which had already caused the other Shihua gentry to take wary notice. If this were to be followed by Lu Bu's annihilation of the Bolingchui family, one of the 7 great families, it would definitely cause the other great families and powerful families of the Great Zhou to jeopardize themselves. At that time, if the other worldly and powerful families secretly joined forces to rebound, it would be very troublesome. However, right now, the holy decree had been issued, and Fang Xianling could only comply with it. With all his might, he was able to make plans for this extermination of the Bolingchui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. This was the reason why Zhou Chen had given Fang Xianling a secret decree. Fang Mao Du Jian. Fang Xianling's strategy to be in this moment to come in handy. Cao Shaoqin, who had taken a seat, shook his head when he heard Fang Xianling's words. There's no need for that. When the miscellaneous family received the secret decree to rush back to Xi'an Prefecture again, they had already sent someone to inform General Lu. I believe General Lu should be arriving soon as well. Cao Shaoqin, with his factory guards, was still investigating and arresting some officials and powerful families in Yuzhou, but when he suddenly received the secret decree, Cao Shaoqin dropped everything and rushed to Xi'an Palace without stopping. And Cao Shaoqin also sent someone to inform Lu Bu, who was also out with his parallel state wolf riders to clean up the worldly families. If Lu Bu had received the message, he should have arrived soon. Sure enough, as soon as Cao Shaoqin's words fell, Lu Bu walked into the lobby of the government office with a dusty face. I've heard that a secret decree has come from the emperor. Is there some kind of decree? As soon as Lu Bu walked in, he directly swept a glance at the duo of Fang Xianling and Cao Shaoqin and asked. Cao Shaoqin glanced at Lu Bu, and without saying a word, took out another secret decree and handed it directly to Lu Bu. This is the emperor's secret decree to General Lu. General Lu, take a look first. Cao Shaoqin handed the secret decree to Lu Bu and said gloomily. Fang Xianling and Lu Bu each had a secret decree, the contents of which had the same meaning but different duties. Similarly, Cao Shaoqin, as the second governor of the East Chamber, had his own secret decree from above. Lu Bu took the secret decree from Cao Shaoqin's hand, and after opening it and scanning it, he looked directly at Fang Xianling, who was sitting on the main seat within the hall. Lord Fang, the emperor asked me to listen to more of your opinions this time when I eliminate the Bolingchui family, lest there be any accidents that cause unnecessary turmoil. What does Lord Fang think? If you have any good suggestions, Lord Fang, just say so, and I, Lu Bu, will definitely comply. There was not much on the secret decree, but Lu Bu had already comprehended its deeper meaning. That is to let Fang Xianling full authority for this extermination Bolingchui family to plan. Lu Bu just do it on the line. Therefore, Lu Bu looked at Fang Xianling, who was sitting on the main seat, and said with a serious face, we at the East Chamber will also assist. If Lord Fang has any good plans, just speak up. We at the East Chamber will fully cooperate. Cao Shaoqin also followed Lu Bu to look at Fang Xianling, who was sitting on the main seat. It could be said that the advice of Fang Xianling, an out-and-out planner, was important in this move against one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the Bolingchui family. Both Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin had to be considered as the first. Facing the eyes of Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin, who were looking over, Fang Xianling's face also became cautious. The secret decree that Fang Xianling received also asked him to give Lu Bu advice and assist him in eliminating the Bolingchui family without any turmoil. Fang Xianling glanced at the duo of Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin. In this matter, the main thing is to keep it a secret, and not to let the Chui family receive the slightest bit of wind in advance. Then, when you do it, clean out the Chui family's most significant forces and influence at the same time. We can't give the Chui family any chance to react. The specific details will have to be carefully discussed. Fang Xianling said with a cautious face. The Bolingchui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and its energy was not ordinary. If the Bolingchui family hears the news in advance and prepares, then it won't be so easy to eliminate the Chui family again. The turmoil caused by the worldly gentry was definitely much more serious than what the Yellow Sky sect and these people were. Especially like the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, that if the unrest, it will bring no small trouble to the Great Zhou court. After Lu Bu listened to Fang Xianling's words, he nodded, then let's immediately discuss the details in concrete terms. This matter should not be delayed. After conferring, immediately take action to eliminate the Bowling Chui family, lest the night be long. Cao Shaoqi nodded without comment. With that, the 3 of them discussed it. Half a day later, for the matter of eliminating one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the Bowling Chui family, Fang Xianling and Lu Bu, as well as Cao Shaoqin, had finished their discussion. After discussing this matter, Lu Bu glanced at Fang Xianling and said, Lord Fang, some remnants of the worldly gentry have been making waves in the past few days. If we leave, you won't have any problems here. Lu Bu looked at Fang Xianling and said with some concern, don't look at the fact that Fang Xianling and the others have fixed the rule of officials in the 4 northern states, taken down a lot of officials, and cleaned up a large portion of the powerful families. But the after effects of this are only now beginning to be gradually exposed. After all, the world's most powerful families are the world's most powerful families. If they could be copied and exterminated so easily, without any after effects, then they would not be the world's most powerful families. Therefore, in the past few days, Fang Xianling had been assassinated no less than 7 or 8 times, and even Cao Shaoqin was no exception, having been assassinated 3 times. Only Lu Bu was not assassinated. This is all the work of the remnants of the world's great families. Even though Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin had done a thorough job when they took action against those powerful families, it was still hard to ensure that some fish in the net existed. These leaks are now popping up and starting to get their revenge. Lu Bu was worried that after he and Cao Shaoqin both left, Fang Xianling would not be able to cope with such a situation alone. Hearing Lu Bu's words, Fang Xianling smiled in disbelief. Don't worry, now that the officials and the powerful families in the 2 states of Yong and you are pretty much cleaned up, there won't be any problems. As for those curmudgeons who can only hide in the shadows can't turn over any big waves, I'm not a handful of weaklings as a Chinaman. Fang Xianling said with a smile. Indeed, don't look at Fang Xianling as a civilian minister, but after signing out of this world, he also has a certain strength. Although it is not comparable to strengths like Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin, it is definitely more than enough to deal with ordinary curmudgeons. In that case, I'll say no more. I'm going to go ahead and reorganize the army. I'll leave Wei Su behind to assist Lord Fang. When Lu Bu finished speaking, he stood up and left the hall of the government office. This time, to eliminate the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, Lu Bu was going to take away a large portion of the southern battalion of divine martial guards to pacify the rebel army, and only leave a small portion to help Fang Xianling deter the 2 states of Yangzhou and Yuzhou. After all, this Bowling Chui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, with many 9 clans and a strength that could not be underestimated. If you bring fewer soldiers, it won't be easy to eliminate the Chui family in one fell swoop. Therefore, Lu Bu was going to take away most of the troops and horses of the Southern Battalion's Divine Martial Guard's rebel-quelling army, and there were not many troops and horses that he could leave behind for Fang Xianling. However, Lu Bu would leave Wei Su behind to assist Fang Xianling. Speaking of Wei Su, after leaving the Palace of Nurturing the Heart that day, he rushed straight to the land of the 4 northern states to serve under Lu Bu's command. In the past few days, with the Divine Martial Guards, he had also purged quite a few of Yangzhou's powerful families, and he was also considered to be a character who could hold his own. This time, Lu Bu brought his army to exterminate the Chui family in Bowling, and Wei Su couldn't play much of a role, so Lu Bu just left him behind to assist Fang Xianling. After Lu Bu left, Cao Shaoqin also stood up and voiced to Fang Xianling, Lord Fang, the miscellaneous family will leave first, and the miscellaneous family will leave some factory guards behind. If there is anything that Lord Fang is not comfortable doing, you can let them do it. After saying that, Cao Shaoqin also left the hall of the government office. In addition to gathering the factory guards and arranging their next actions, Cao Shaoqin also had to immediately send a message back to Luoyang to Cao Zhengchun, the great governor of the East Chamber. You should know that Cao Zhengchun was also waiting for the time for Lu Bu's side to make a move. After both Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin left, Fang Xuanling's mind went over the details of what the 3 of them had just discussed. Only after feeling that nothing had been left out did Fang Xianling put his mind back to the dilemma he had to face at the moment. Alas, it's better to give the emperor a petition. This vacancy in the land of the 4 northern states must be filled as soon as possible. Thinking in his heart, Fang Xianling immediately picked up his pen and wrote a sonata, then gave it to a messenger to be sent to the divine capital Luoyang. Urgent message from General Lu Daiju, Shangyiangfu. Outside the military camp outside of Prefecture City, a divine martial guard messenger rushed into the camp on a fast horse. Inside the barracks tent, This Shenlai messenger said to a young general sitting in the main general's seat, General Zhang. This is an urgent message from General Liu to General Zhang. This divine martial guard said, kneeling down on one knee and raising a copy of the letter in his hand. An urgent message from General Liu? Could it be that something has changed in both Yangzhou and Yuzhou? Zhang Liao raised an eyebrow. That's right. This young general sitting in the position of the main general was none other than Zhang Liao, who was temporarily at the helm of the Northern Battalion's Shenlai counterinsurgency army. Zhang Liao immediately stood up, walked to the side of this Shenlai messenger, took the letter that this Shenlai messenger held up, opened it, and read it. When Zhang Liao finished reading the contents of the letter, a brilliant light immediately flashed in his eyes. Then, Zhang Liao directly shouted at the outside, someone come. Beat the drum and gather the generals. Gather the army. After Zhang Liao finished shouting to the outside, he then looked back to the divine martial guard messenger who was kneeling on one knee. You go back and tell General Liu. Just say that this general is aware of it. I will act as the letter says. Zhang Liao had thought that Lu Bu had come to the urgent matter was that something had changed in the two places of Yangzhou and Yuzhou, and he needed to send his army to support it. But I didn't realize that it made Zhang Liao send his army to support is true. But not what happened in the two places of Yangzhou and Yuzhou. Rather, Lu Bu was leaving with the Northern Battalion Shenhuai's rebel-quelling army, and the land of the two states requires Zhang Liao to send a portion of his army over to assist Fang Xinling in his endeavors. It just so happens that Zhang Liao these days idle tight. Lu Bu this urgent can come at the right time, so that Zhang Liao can also lead the troops to fight the bandits. Yes, General Zhang. This divine martial guard messenger exited the military tent in response. After this divine martial guard messenger left, Zhang Liao walked back and forth contemplatively. Zhang Liao's southern battalion of divine martial guards counterinsurgency army only remained in Shangyangfu, Daizhou, in order to deter the two regions of Daizhou and Yanzhou, so that the two regions, which had just experienced a rebel revolt, would be completely stabilized. Now after these days, the two regions of Yanzhou and Daizhou have sort of settled down and are on the right track. This South Camp Shenhuai counterinsurgency army is also necessary to leave how many soldiers and horses in the Shangyangfu transfer part of the Yangzhou and Yuzhou two places is appropriate. And, besides this matter, there is another matter on Lu Bu's letter that is the most important. That was Lu Bu asking Zhang Liao to bring his troops to eliminate several branches of the Cui family in bowling. And that was the reason why Zhang Liao was now brooding. To eliminate the several branches of the bowling Cui family. This matter should be properly planned, and no mistakes should be made. Chapter 121 Bowling Cui Family, Bollinger House. One of the several famous government lands of the Great Zhou. This was because Bollingfu was the ancestral land of the Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and the Cui family clan was located here. Therefore, the bowling house had a great reputation within the Great Zhou because of the Cui family as a result. Within the bowling house, the prestige of the Cui family was heavy, and the Cui family's signboard was the best to use. In some matters, within Bollingfu, it could be said that the signboard of the Cui family was more effective than even the government offices of Bollingfu, and there has always been a saying circulating within the bowling house that within the bowling house, you cannot know who the emperor of the Great Zhou is, but you absolutely cannot not know who the Cui family is. It was evident how powerful the Cui family was in Bollingfu. Instead of saying that the Cui family was deeply rooted within Bollingfu, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Cui family was the local emperor of Bollingfu. At this moment, inside the hall of the Cui family, a dozen or so old men with gray hair gathered together, sitting in seats on the left and right down the hall. These dozen or so old men were the patriarchs of the Cui family clan, and the figures who controlled the discourse of the Cui family's major resources. It could be said that the decision-making power of all things of the bowling Cui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, was in the hands of the dozen or so old men here, and in the main seat of the hall, there was likewise an old man with hair that had gotten a little gray. However, compared to these dozen or so old men with gray hair sitting on the two sides below, the might on this old man sitting on the main seat above was much stronger, because this old man sitting on the main seat was no other than the patriarch of one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the bowling Cui family, and the true head of the entire Cui family. If anything, the decision-making power for all things in the Cui family lies with these dozen or so old men below. Then, in the end, the power to truly finalize everything and sway the winds and clouds of the Cui family was in the hands of this old patriarch. This old man sitting on the main seat swept a glance at the crowd sitting below and said, "Today, I have gathered everyone together because there is a matter concerning the rise and fall of my Cui clan that I would like to discuss with you. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened to the Cui family in the Qinghe prefecture. The Cui family of Qinghe province was copied and exterminated by Fang Xinling, that minister of the imperial court who was sent there. It's more than that. The powerful families of the entire 4 northern states were not spared, and like what happened to the Cui family of Qinghe province, they were all copped out by that minister of Qin. All the local officials in the 4 northern states were also subjected to a major purge by that Chinaman, and most of them were taken down by that Chinaman. You should all know in your hearts what all this means. This is Yang Yuan's letter from Luoyang, so all of you take a turn reading it first. After this Chui family head sitting in the main seat finished speaking, he handed down a letter. A letter from Young One? The dozen or so old men sitting below on the left and right sides all had solemn faces when they heard this. Chui Yongyuan is their Bowling Chui family's spokesman in the court, one of the 6 ministers of the Ministry of Public Works. Normally, without anything particularly important, Chui Yongyuan would not send a letter back, and he was able to deal with it in the courtroom and other people of the family in their own deliberations. Now, Chui has actually sent a letter back, apparently encountering a dilemma and leaving the family to decide. These dozen or so Chui family patriarchs sitting down below received the letter and took turns looking at the letter Chui had sent back. When the dozen or so patriarchs had finished reading this letter that Chui had sent back, their brows were all slightly furrowed. The matter of the 4 northern states, Chui Yongyuan actually and other representatives of the world's most powerful families in the imperial court could not stop or decide. Therefore, the representative figures of the world's great families in the imperial court sent messages back to each family to make a decision. This is not a good thing to decide. The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat saw that these family patriarchs below had all finished reading the letter that Chui Yongyuan had sent back. So he raised his eyes and glanced at these family patriarchs below him and said, "The letter that Yongyuan had sent back. You have all read it as well. What do you have in mind? All of you." The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat said as he scanned these Chui family patriarchs below. The dozen or so Chui clan patriarchs pondered for a moment, and one of them, the first on the left, was the first to speak out. "Patriarch, let's not talk about the other matters for now. Let's talk about the Chui family in Qinghe province. The Qinghe Chui family is a large branch of my Bowling Chui family, a clan of my Bowling Chui family, to be exterminated by the imperial court's minister of honor just like that without proof. There has to be an explanation for this. My Bowling Chui family has been passed down for so many years, but there has never been anything like this." This patriarch at the first place on the left said with a stony face. "Yes, there has to be an explanation for what happened to the Chui family in Qinghe province. How many branches of my Bowling Chui family are out there? If my Bowling Chui family clan can't get an explanation for what happened to the Chui family in Qinghe prefecture, how will this make the other branches out there look at my Bowling Chui family clan? Let the people of the world look at my Bowling Chui family clan again." This patriarch sitting in the second seat on the left also spoke out in agreement. The Qinghe Chui family was, after all, a branch of the Bowling Chui family, and a major and important branch of the Bowling Chui family. The Chui family of Qinghe province was exterminated by the imperial court's admirable minister, which weakened not only the overall strength of the Bowling Chui family, but was also a major blow to the prestige of the Bowling Chui family. If the Bowling Chui family could not make a claim to the court for the destruction of the Chui family in Qinghe province, the prestige of the Bowling Chui family would be greatly damaged in the future. The main thing is that it will make those other branches of the Bowling Chui family outside no longer trust the Bowling Chui family, thus creating a gap. Therefore, how to deal with the plagiarism of the Chui family in Qinghe is of great significance to the Bowling Chui family. Those other patriarchs, hearing those words from the first 2 patriarchs sitting on the left, nodded in agreement. They all knew that these 2 patriarchs were right. The Bowling Chui family had been able to pass on for so many years, and was based among the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. By what? Rely on this prestige and the support of the many outlying branches. Now, Qinghe Chui family, a large branch of the court's ministers to destroy, must have an account of his Bowling Chui family to do. No proof? Say? The patriarch sitting on the first place on the right sniffed and laughed coldly, glancing at the 2 open-mouthed patriarchs on the left and said, "Do you guys think that imperial court minister Fang Xianling is a reckless man who will only kill people with his hands? Since that Fang Xianling dared to plunge the Chui family of Qinghe province, he must have already gotten hold of evidence that can move the Chui family of Qinghe province. Otherwise, would that Fang Xianling dare to plagiarize and exterminate his family in such a reckless manner, and also take down most of the powerful families in the 4 northern states in one fell swoop as well? There are a lot of things that the worldly families and gentry usually do that violate the Great Zhou laws, so as long as they go through them carefully, they can definitely find out quite a lot. So, all your talk about having no proof and wanting to say something, that's useless. If I, the Bowling Chui family, really go through with this, that Fang Xianling can come up with a heap of evidence for you that's enough for the Chui family of Qinghe province to be copied and destroyed. At that time, not only will I, the Bowling Chui family, not be able to get a statement, but I might even be pulled down for it." As soon as this patriarch's words came out, the other patriarchs in the hall stiffened in expression and all fell silent, because they knew that this patriarch was not wrong. The worldly gentry indeed had unclean asses. There are a lot of things that violate the Great Zhou law. It's all covered up and done cleanly, but even cleanliness leaves traces. As long as we go through it carefully, we can definitely find out a lot of things that are unfavorable to the world's powerful families. Therefore, if they wanted to use this to seek justice for the Chui family of Qinghai province, they would be taking it for granted. After the Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat heard what the three patriarchs said, he didn't say anything, but instead looked at the five middle-aged men sitting right diagonally below the main seat. What do you five think? Anything you want to say? The Chui family head on the main seat looked at the five middle-aged men and asked. Inside the hall, besides the dozen or so Chui family patriarchs, there were five middle-aged men sitting diagonally down next to the main seat. These five middle-aged men were the most outstanding few of the younger generation of the Boling Chui family. Originally, these younger generations were not qualified to participate in the deliberations of a patriarch like the Chui family, but all five were candidates for the Bollinger Chui family head after the war, to develop a qualified candidate for patriarch. That was why the Chui family's patriarchal deliberations like this one had broken the rules to allow these five patriarchal candidates to sit in on the proceedings. And of these five matriarch candidates, if Easy King Zhou Chen was still alive, he would definitely recognize that one of them was none other than his own uncle, Chui Songshan. The dozen or so patriarchs present in the hall saw the matriarch asking about these five matriarchal candidates, and all of them also looked at these five middle-aged men in unison. They also wanted to see what the five matriarch candidates had in mind for the four northern states. The five matriarchal candidates did not expect the matriarch to suddenly ask about them. Previously, every time they came to listen to such a patriarchal deliberation, they could only bring their ears, not their mouths. The five matriarchal candidates looked at each other, all frowning in silence. They wouldn't dare to open their mouths so easily in a meeting of senators like this one. Don't look at the fact that the five of them were candidates for clan leader. It sounded as if they were expected to be in the position of clan leader in the future. But a candidate is a candidate, after all, and as long as he or she doesn't get out of the way of being a candidate for a day, he or she isn't a patriarch. Being able to sit in the hall and listen to the senators' deliberations didn't mean they were qualified to be able to just open their mouths easily. Don't you see that even the many other patriarchs are not opening their mouths easily? Not to mention the fact that they were the five matriarchal candidates. They would be even more afraid to open their mouths easily. Seeing that all five patriarchal candidates were frowning in silence, the Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat stopped his gaze on Chui Songshan's body. Junior, you say something. How do you think? You just say. In the future, the Chui family is all going to be handed over to you. It doesn't matter if you say it wrong. You can let these patriarchs here mention it. When Chui Songshan heard the words of the patriarch sitting on the main seat, he hesitated for a moment and stood up and said, Patriarch, Junior feels that what should be considered now is not to seek justice for the Chui family of Qinghai Prefecture or those matters of the worldly and powerful families of the four northern states. The Chui family of Qinghai province has already been copied and destroyed by that imperial court's admiral, Fang Xianling, and the matter of the four northern states' worldly and powerful families has basically become settled, and is unchangeable. The most important thing to consider now is the palace's intention of sending Fang Xianling to the four northern states in such a big way. If it's only because of the mob rebellion in the four northern states or the Yellow Sky Sect's rebellion to clean up the officials and powerful families in the four northern states, then it's okay. But if it isn't, then it's a problem. And Junior is a little worried that the matter of the four northwestern provinces and the matter of Easy King Zhou Chen will be traced by the people of the East Chamber, Chui Songshan said with a grave expression. Originally, Chui Songshan was still very confident in his own means, and the matter of the four northern states, Chui Songshan was confident that it was handled very cleanly. However, after seeing what the East Chamber factory guards did in the four northern states, Chui Songshan's heart immediately had some worries. East factory guards can be in the northern four states to find out those local officials and the world's most powerful families of evidence. That will not also be able to find out before the change of the four provinces in the northwest and the Free King Zhou Chen rebel some traces of it. If the East Chamber finds out, then the Boling Chui family will be in big trouble. The moment Chui Songshan's words came out, the faces of the dozen or so patriarchs within the cosmos were all grave. Yeah, Chui Songshan is right. It wasn't the time to think about the Chui family of Qinghai province or those matters of the worldly gentry of the four northern states. Rather, it was time to consider what the intentions of the one in the palace were in moving the worldly families and local officials in the four northern states in this way. If it is only because of the chaos in the four northern states, to rectify and clean up the four northern states, this is okay. If not, then the one in the palace, that's targeting the world's most powerful families. If that's the case, after the four northern states have been remediated and cleaned up, then it's the other places' turn next. That's what should be most worrying to consider. After hearing Chui Songshan's words, the Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat looked expressionlessly at the dozen or so patriarchs sitting on either side below him. You've all heard it. What Junior said is the point. Let's put everything else on hold. Yang Yuan's letter is also very clear. As you have all read, that this is a matter of the rise and fall of our Chui family. If the one in the palace is really coming for the powerful families of the world, then the 4 northern states are just the beginning. The Chui family of Qinghai province will more or less involve our bullying Chui family some. Therefore, our Chui family must first discuss a result, and then we will discuss it with the other families to see how to decide to stifle the move of the one in the palace. The Chui family head sitting on the main seat looked at the dozen or so patriarchs present and said, one of them, the patriarch sitting on the first seat on the right, listened to the words of the Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat and then pondered for a while, saying, Patriarch, ordinary means can no longer serve any purpose. Wingman's letter is right about the need for the source of the problem. As long as the one in the dragon chair is around, even if we manage to deal with it once, what about the next time? So, the best thing to do is to discourage the one in the dragon chair from such thoughts, or that suggestion from young one would be good. The moment this patriarch's words came out, the faces of those other patriarchs couldn't help but change. Patriarch, it's bad. A large army has entered the city. Chapter 122, The Emperor's Decree. Destroy the 9 families of the Chui family in Bowling. Chui Family Hall. After hearing these words from the first patriarch sitting on the right, the faces of the other patriarchs in the hall changed slightly, because of the advice in Chui's letter. They read it all. They also understood the meaning of these words of the patriarch, who sat first on the right, solving the problem at the source. Doesn't that mean the one in the dragon chair? This is no joke. One slip up, and that could push the entire Bowling Chui family into a place of no return. Compared to these Chui family patriarchs whose faces changed slightly, the faces of Chui Songshan and their 5 Chui family young generation patriarchal candidates were as normal, but instead, their eyes were still flickering with a strange light. The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat, looking at the somewhat slightly changed faces of these patriarchs of the Chui family, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that these patriarchs of the Chui family are really old. The older I get, the less bold I get. Not even a couple of young juniors could match the composure. The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat thought darkly in his heart, swept a glance at these dozen patriarchs sitting below, and was about to open his mouth to say something. Suddenly, just then, a figure rushed into the council hall in a hurry. Patriarch, it's bad. A large army has entered the city. At this time, the only one who was qualified to storm into the council hall and interrupt the senators' deliberations was this Grand Steward of the Chui family clan. This Grand Steward of the Chui family clan rushed into the council hall and said in an urgent voice to the Chui family president who was sitting on the main seat, "There's a big army coming into town?" The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat froze for a moment and glared at this big steward of the Chui family clan without any good humor and said, "What kind of big army has entered the city?" Panicking, "What's the demeanor? Don't you know that I'm in the middle of a deliberation with thee and the senators? You just stormed right in. There are no rules at all." The Chui family patriarch sitting on the main seat chided the Chui family's head butler who had rushed into the council chamber in dissatisfaction. In the opinion of the Chui family patriarch, if any large army entered the city, they could not just rush into the council chamber without any rules and interrupt the senators' deliberations. You know, the world's most powerful families are the most serious about rules. There are no rules, especially if it was a family like the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, who placed the rules in the first place. Patriarch, it's the Imperial Court's Divine Martial Guards army that has entered the city. The Imperial Court's Shenwai hordes have forcibly taken over the gates and closed the 4 gates of the prefecture. Right now, the Imperial Court's Divine Martial Guards army is raging toward our Chui mansion. This Chui family clan's great steward said in a hurry, his face eager. The Imperial Court's Shenwai army suddenly entered the city, forcibly took over the city gates, and also closed the 4 gates of the prefecture, which was no ordinary thing. The next came toward the Chui mansion in a furious manner, which had to make this big housekeeper of the Chui mansion anxious. If it wasn't for this Chui mansion's senior steward wouldn't have dared to directly rush into the council chamber in such an unruly manner, interrupting the deliberations of the Chui family's patriarch and patriarchs. What? The Imperial Court's Shenwai army has entered the city and closed the gates, coming towards our Chui mansion? The moment this Grand Steward's words came out, everyone in the hall's face changed. Even the head of the Chui family, who was sitting in the main seat, was no exception. What's a Shinmu Guard? This is the main elite force of Great Zhou to suppress the 4 directions and deter the world. Since the great general Wu Jin was killed by the palace, the Divine Martial Guards have been mobilized by the palace. Now, the Shenwai army has suddenly come to Bowlingfu, taken over the city gates, and closed the 4 gates of the capital. It's also coming towards the Chui mansion in an aggressive manner. What does that tell you? A bad feeling rose from the hearts of everyone in the hall. The Chui family head sitting on the main seat immediately looked at this grand general manager of the Chui family and said in a strict voice, "Exactly what is going on? Tell me more clearly. How many Divine Martial Guards have entered the capital city? Who are their generals? The Chui family head looked at this Grand Chief of the Chui family and asked. The other patriarchs in the hall also looked straight at this Grand Master of the Chui family. That's the key question. If the divine martial guards were coming for a bad reason, the army must be quite large, and the general leading the divine martial guards wouldn't be nameless. Kill. Before this Grand Master of the Chui family clan had the chance to speak, a burst of killing sounds of clashing weapons came from outside the hall. Hearing the sounds of killing coming from outside the hall, everyone inside the hall's face changed again and stood up in unison. Now, there was no need for this Grand Steward of the Chui clan to say anything else. Everyone in the hall knew that the divine martial guards were coming for a bad reason, and were coming for the Chui clan. Matriarch, it's not good. The imperial court's divine martial guards army surrounded the mansion and stormed in without saying a word. At this time, a guard commander wearing an armor stomach ran in with an eager face and reported. As soon as everyone in the hall heard this, their faces were grave as they all looked towards the Chui family head on the main seat. The situation was now clear. The divine martial guards army was rushing towards the Chui family, all rushing into the mansion. Chui family, what to do? This has to be the main seat of the Chui family leader to take the idea. After the Chui family patriarch standing in front of the main seat heard the report from this guard commander, he immediately ordered the guard commander, immediately pass on this patriarch's order to gather all the guards, private soldiers, and slaves in the residence to fend off the imperial court's army. Anyone who can take up arms for this patriarch and kill the enemy. That guard commander sniffed and immediately answered, yes, matriarch. After this guard commander left, the Chui family patriarch looked at the 5 patriarchal candidates, Chui Songzhan and the others, who were diagonally below him again. The 5 of you immediately gathered the women and children in the mansion, and escort them to leave through the dark passageway within the mansion first. Remember, always protect the women and children at home. After you leave, immediately gather my Chui family's private soldiers near the outskirts of the city and return to the city to rescue them. If it's too late, and all of us old-timers die, then Junior will be the youngest matriarch. When the time comes, you should quickly notify the major branches of the Chui family outside. Gather all the forces of the Chui family outside, and unite with the other 7 great families to deal with the situation at the court. Did you hear everything? The Chui family patriarch explained the 5 patriarchal candidates, Chui Songzhan and the others, as if they were explaining the aftermath. Patriarch. After Chui Songzhan and their 5 matriarchal candidates heard these words of the Chui family patriarch that were like an explanation of the aftermath, their faces changed and they wanted to open their mouths to say something, but they were interrupted by the patriarch of the Chui family. No need for bull ********. Do what this patriarch says. At this moment, the Chui family patriarch took out the unquestionable tone attitude of a patriarch, making Chui Songzhan and their 5 patriarchal candidates originally swallow back the words that had reached their mouths. In fact, there was no way for the Chui family head to arrange it this way. The divine martial guards army had surrounded the entire Chui mansion and killed their way in. Who knows what the final outcome will be? Therefore, the Chui family patriarch had to prepare for the worst and arrange for the latter. Lest, when the time comes, all of them old guys really die. The Chui family is left without a leader, and the 5 patriarchal candidates are divided because of this, thus making the Chui family a scattered mess. Yes, matriarch. Seeing the unquestionable attitude of the Chui family patriarch, Chui Songzhan and their 5 patriarchal candidates had no choice but to say nothing more and nodded their heads. Go on. The Chui family patriarch waved his hand. Then, Chui Songzhan and the 5 clan head candidates left the council hall directly. Only after Chui Songzhan and the 5 of them had left did the Chui family patriarch look at the dozen or so Chui family patriarchs who had stood up below with a grave expression on their faces. You've all seen what's going on now. Our Chui family can be said to have reached a moment of life and death. I won't say any more superfluous words. Let's let us old guys go out and meet this imperial court's divine martial guards. After saying that, the Chui family had directly walked off the main seat and headed outside the hall. After the dozen or so Chui family patriarchs in the hall glanced at each other, they all followed the Chui family patriarch out as well. At this time, the Chui family residence was like a giant lizard that kept devouring life, as countless crossbow arrows came from all directions, devouring all life within the Chui residence. Under the dense rain of furious arrows, the people inside the Chui mansion fell one by one. No matter whether it was the slaves and underlings, or the guards and private soldiers, they were all mercilessly shot under these crossbow arrows. Even some of the experts within the Chui mansion were no exception. In front of the Chui mansion's main gate, the divine martial guards army had already rushed in, but they were stopped dead in the front yard by the guards and private soldiers within the Chui mansion. Although the divine martial guards were elite, the Chui family clan was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and the guards and private soldiers within the residence were naturally not weak at all. Especially still, the guards and private soldiers within this Chui family clan house that were not elite were not selected in. So, for a time, The front yard of the Chui residence was a merciless meat grinder, constantly strangling the lives of both sides from each other. And, as the experts within the Chui mansion continued to arrive, it would be difficult for the divine martial guards to inch forward any further. Die. Right at this moment, a heroic and extraordinary figure wearing a beast-faced chainmail armor leapt up from behind the divine martial guards. Who else could it be if not Lu Bu among men? After Lu Bu received the imperial decree and finished plotting with Fang Xianling, he left the 4 northwestern provinces with the counterinsurgency army of the Northern Battalion of Divine Martial Guards, and rushed secretly and quickly to Bolingfu. Then, Lu Bu had some of the Divine Martial Guards forcibly take over the city gates of Bolingfu, and after closing the 4 gates of Bolingfu, he directly led the Divine Martial Guards to kill the Chui family. It was expected that the surprise attack would catch the Chui family off guard, but I did not expect. Chui House's response is very fast. This house guards and private soldiers are not weak. Part to the Shenwai dragged in the front yard cannot inch half a step. He was looking at it and knew it was time for him to make a move. Perhaps, these were not worth his Lu Bu's hand, but now time was the key to success or failure, and could not be delayed. Lu Bu leapt up and the square sky painting halberd in his hand came out. Put! A cold light flashed. Blood butterflies flew and limbs flew. Those Chui palace guards and private soldiers who were blocking the divine martial guards fell down in a large swath all of a sudden. Just as Lu Bu was about to swing the square sky painting halberd in his hand again, a loud shout came. Stop! I saw an old man with hair that had gotten a little gray walk out with a dozen or so elderly people. It was none other than the patriarch of the Chui family and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Chui family. After the appearance of the Chui family head and these people, the warring between the two sides came to an abrupt end. The guards and private soldiers of the Chui mansion retreated to the side of the Chui family head, and the divine martial guards naturally retreated behind Lu Bu. After the patriarch of the Chui family stepped out, he swept a glance at the killing scene around him, then looked at Lu Bu across the room. I don't know who the general is? For what reason did you charge into my bowling Chui family with a large army? My Chui family doesn't seem to have offended the general or committed any major crimes. If the general surrounds my bowling Chui family with an army like this and charges into my bowling Chui family, does the general know what kind of consequences there will be? The Chui family patriarch looked at Lu Bu with a gloomy face, the coldness in his eyes unconcealed. To be honest, as one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, his bowling Chui family had never had anyone who dared to bring a large army to wreak havoc on his Chui family like this. Just now, the Chui family head had already paid attention. Although these divine martial guards were quite a few in number, there was not a single Grand Master expert, and they could not create any serious impact on the Chui family. With the large number of people and strong crossbows cannot deal with his bowling Chui family. Only the general in front of me was strong. However, it doesn't matter. A person who is strong can still suppress his bowling's entire Chui family. If this general can't say a 1, 2, 3 today, even if these Shenwu guards are the imperial court's army, he bowling Chui family will let them all be buried in this bowling house today. Consequences? With a disdainful look on his face, Lu Bu glanced at the Chui family's patriarch, swept a glance at everyone in the Chui family, and exclaimed, the emperor has decreed. The Chui family, as one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, was originally a prestigious family, but it colluded with the Yellow Heavenly Cult rebels, plotted to murder the imperial master Zhou, caused chaos in the 4 northern states, and compelled the easy king, Zhou Chen, to raise his flag in revolt. It's simply a crime that can't be punished. The Chui family's virtue is not worthy of a lineage. Its name is not worthy of a prestigious family, and it is not worthy of death for plotting to rebel. Edicts Lu Bu, the rebel lieutenant general, to eliminate the 9 clans of the Chui family in bowling to set the record straight. Lu Bu's icy voice spread throughout the entire Chui family, and even reached the ears of the surrounding people of Bolingfu City from afar. The moment Lu Bu said this, the faces of everyone in the Chui family changed drastically. What? Colluding with the Yellow Sky cult traitors? Plotting to kill Master Zhou? Compel easy King Zhou Chen to raise his flag in rebellion? The Chui family's servants and subordinates, and the private guards were all in disbelief. None of them could believe that their main family, the Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, actually dared to do such a thing. That's enough to be copied and destroyed, not to mention doing several of them. The patriarch of the Chui family and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Chui family also changed their faces straight away. They didn't expect that these things that the Chui family had secretly plotted were actually found out by the one in the palace. This is big trouble. Once these things were exposed, what would be destroyed was not only the prestige that the Chui family had accumulated over the years, but would send the Chui family into the abyss of hell, never to turn back. Just colluding with the Yellow Sky sect and plotting to kill Master Zhou is enough to make the bowling Chui family no longer have a foothold within the Great Zhou in the future. Chapter 123, Lu Bu, you deserve to die. Hearing the holy decree from Lu Bu's mouth, The faces of the Cui family patriarch and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Cui family were hard to see. They didn't expect that the matter of the 4 northwestern mansions and the matter of Easy King Zhou Chen were actually investigated by the one in the palace to the Cui family. The one in the palace also ordered the extermination of the 9 clans of the Cui family. What's more, they didn't expect that the extraordinary and heroic general in front of them who had surrounded their bowling Cui family with divine martial guards was actually Lu Bu. This time, their bowling Cui family is considered to be in dire straits. Who is Lu Bu? That was a half-step celestial powerhouse. First, he took 3,000 parallel state wolf riders to eliminate all the rebels in Yinzhou in just 3 days and pacified the Yinzhou rebellion. In another move, he broke the Shangyang prefecture of Daizhou and destroyed the 200,000 strong army of Easy King Zhou Chen. Then, he even annihilated 2 half-step celestials, Li Qingjiao, the Yellow Sky sect master, and Old Monster Cui, with a square heavenly painting halberd. It can be said that the chaos in the 4 northern states was basically suppressed because of Lu Bu alone. If such a roaring tiger, with an army of divine martial guards, surrounded their bowling Cui family, would there be any chance of survival for their bowling Cui family? The Cui family patriarch's heart sank to the bottom. Originally, just now, the Cui family head was still thinking that there were no great masters among these divine martial guards to bury all these divine martial guards who dared to charge his bowling Cui house in this bowling house. But now it seems that, not to mention burying these divine martial guards, it is an unknown whether their bowling Cui family can survive a few people. General Lu, is there any proof of these crimes you speak of? If there is evidence of guilt, I, the bowling Cui family, have nothing to say. But if there isn't, then there is a traitorous villain falsely implicating my bowling Cui family. I, the bowling Cui family, do not recognize it. As one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, my bowling Cui family, a prestigious family, is not something that can be falsely accused by just anyone. Is it too much of a child's play for General Lu to want to take down my bowling Cui family with just a few words out of his mouth? The Cui family head looked at Lu Bu and said in a deep voice, regardless of whether Lu Bu had evidence or not, the Cui family could never admit to these crimes. Once recognized, then the bowling Cui family really is knocked into the abyss, never to turn around again. What's more, the Cui family head didn't believe that Lu Bu could come up with actual evidence. Because of the matter of the 4 northwestern mansions and the matter of Easy King Zhou Chen, they had handled it very cleanly, leaving no substantial evidence behind. Evidence? No? Lu Bu sniffed and looked indifferently at the Cui family's patriarch. What your Cui family has done, your Cui family knows in your own heart. It doesn't matter if your Cui family admits it or not. What matters is that the emperor says your Cui family is guilty. Then your Cui family is guilty. The emperor told your Cui family to die. Then your Cui family must die. Here's the proof. Lu Bu's domineering words caused the face of the Cui family head and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Cui family to change. It was at this moment that the Cui family head and the others seemed to realize what imperial power was. The powerful families of the world were perhaps used to the weakness of the imperial power and ignored its hegemony. Think, as long as everything they do, as long as they don't leave evidence, then the court won't do anything to them and won't dare to do anything to them. However, at this moment, the Cui family head and the rest of them came to their senses completely, knowing that, for the imperial power, the evidence is only an aid, and the imperial power is the root that dominates everything. Imperial power lets you die, even without proof. You can't live. The imperial power won't let you die, even if there's evidence. This is imperial power. After hearing Lu Bu's overbearing words, the Cui family head snapped, General Lu, how can you say that the court is trying to wrongly accuse my bowling Cui family of killing people? My bowling Cui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, not a small family. Aren't you afraid of arousing the discontent of the world's worldly families by wrongly accusing my Cui family like this and making random accusations? The Cui family head looked at Lu Bu and said angrily, as if the Cui family was really wrongly accused of innocence. Lu Bu smiled disdainfully, whoever dares to be disgruntled, I, Lu Bu, will sweep them away for the emperor. If the world's families are dissatisfied, I, Lu Bu, will sweep away the world's families and gentry on behalf of the emperor. But all of that is out of sight for your Cui family, Lu Bu said in a domineering manner, his face cold. Kill, not a single one. With Lu Bu's order, the sound of arms and weapons rang out once again, and all of the divine martial guards behind Lu Bu rushed out and killed the other side. At the same time, the square heavenly painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand was swung out again. A cold light cut through. The guards and private soldiers that were supposed to be protecting the Cui family patriarch and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Cui family fell down in a large swath. When the Cui family patriarch and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Cui family took a look, their faces couldn't help but change, and they hurriedly shouted, block them for this patriarch. The court wants to innocently exterminate our Cui family. As you have heard, if you don't want to die and be exterminated, fight to the death to block the imperial army and not let them attack the Chui residence. Otherwise, everyone will be exterminated by the court. The head of the Chui family shouted to the guards and private soldiers in the mansion. Some of these Chui residence guards and private soldiers were not from the Chui clan. Therefore, the Chui family patriarch had to name the greatness of it, so that these guards and private soldiers would fight for their lives against the divine martial guards. As expected, once the Chui family head said this, the Chui residence's guards and private soldiers all desperately fought the divine martial guards, because they all knew that the Chui family head was right. If the court wants to exterminate the 9 clans of the Chui family, then they, the guards and private soldiers of the Chui residence, will also be implicated. It's inevitable that the family will be raped and destroyed. In that case, it's a fight to the death. It might even spell a silver lining. After the Chui family had finished speaking, he retreated towards the mansion. Back. Let's retreat to the center courtyard. Knowing that they were no match for Lu Bu, the Chui family patriarch could only retreat to the middle courtyard first, allowing the guards and private soldiers in the residence to hold back Lu Bu's imperial army. As long as we delayed until the Chui family's private soldiers outside came to the rescue, that would be a victory. At that time, even if Lu Bu was a half-step celestial powerhouse, he would have to be bloodied on the spot in the face of the Chui family's many private soldiers and all the experts surrounding him. Once the dozen or so Chui family patriarchs heard this, they also understood what the Chui family patriarch meant, and they all followed the Chui family patriarch as they retreated in a longitudinal movement towards the middle courtyard. Poof! Trying to run? Maybe? Lu Bu took a step forward, and the square sky painting halberd in his hand struck again. The Dao cold light killed the Chui family head and the dozen or so Chui family patriarchs who were retreating towards the middle courtyard. Careful! A chilling crisis surfaced. The Chui family patriarch's face changed as he set his full strength with a palm strike. The other dozen or so patriarchs also sensed the crisis and put out their full strength to fend off the incoming cold light. This Chui family patriarch and the dozen or so patriarchs of the Chui family, who could become the decision-making figures that swayed the Chui family, were naturally not ordinary people. They were all martial arts experts. How else could they suppress the crowd below the Chui family? Put! After a moment of agitation, the Chui family patriarch flew backwards and fell to the ground, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Lu Bu with a shocked expression. To be honest, the Chui family patriarch did not expect Lu Bu to be so strong that a single halberd light had seriously injured him. A peak Grand Master. Was this really the strength of a half-step celestial? The strength of a half-step celestial. It wasn't that the Chui family head hadn't seen it before, but there were almost none that wanted to seriously injure him. A peak Grand Master. With such an easy strike. One must know that for the Chui family patriarch to become the patriarch of the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, his own strength was in existence that could not possibly be ignored. Although the Chui family head, a peak grandmaster, could not compare to a half-step celestial, there was no problem in exchanging a few rounds with a half-step celestial. But now, by Lu Bu's halberd but seriously injured, how could the patriarch of the Chui family not be shocked? And the dozen or so patriarchs of the Chui family were all sent flying out one after another, falling to the ground and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Among them, half of the patriarchs simply snapped after spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This half of the patriarchs who had directly lived and died were the ones with the lowest strength amongst the dozen or so patriarchs, and were only small sect masters who had not broken through to great sect masters. Therefore, they simply could not resist a single halberd light from Lu Bu, a half-step celestial. Lu Bu, you deserve to die. Seeing the dozen or so patriarchs of the Chui family, half of them died all of a sudden. The face of the Chui family patriarch was icy cold. Thinking about him, the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, had never been killed by someone who had killed so many patriarchal figures at once. These are the pillars of the Bowling Chui family clan. Half dead. It's also equivalent to half of the Bowling Chui family clan falling. Damn indeed. A mere court lieutenant general actually dares to go on a killing spree in my Bowling Chui family. How nice. Today, even if you're a half-step celestial, my Bowling Chui family will make it impossible for you to go where you come. At this moment, immediately following the words of the Chui family head, 4 withered figures ran over from the depths of the mansion. Old ancestor. Upon seeing these 4 withered figures running over, the Chui family head and the few remaining patriarchs of the Chui family all shouted respectfully at these 4 withered figures. It could be seen that these 4 withered figures had a high seniority in the Chui family, and were at the level of the Chui family's old-timers. And with the appearance of these 4 Chui family old antiques, another group of figures rushed out from all around the depths of the mansion. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures converged and gathered around these 4 old antiquities of the Chui family. At this moment, the depths of the Chui family could be considered to be exhausted. The 4 Chui family old antiques who ran over coldly glanced at the Chui family patriarch, as the patriarch of the Chui family. Is this how you run the Chui family? We'll hold you. the clan leader, accountable after we settle the matter at hand. After the four Chui family old antiques finished speaking, they looked directly at Lu Bu. Did you think that just because you have the strength of a half-step celestial, you can run amok in my bowling Chui family? If that's what you think, you're wrong. My bowling Chui clan is not a place where anyone can just go wild, not even if you're a half-step celestial. The four Chui family's old antiques looked at Lu Bu and said in a clear and cold voice. It seemed that he didn't put Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, in his eyes at all. I don't know if the four old-timers of this Chui family have lived too long and their brains are rampant to the point of no return, or if they do have the strength to not put Lu Bu in their eyes. In the face of the rampant behavior of the Chui family's four old-timers, a cold light flashed directly in Lu Bu's eyes. To be honest, he, Lu Bu, was already crazy enough, but he didn't expect there to be one even crazier than him. Lu Bu, it's really unbearable. You four half-dead, old undead people, how dare you say that I, Lu Bu, am a mere half-step celestial? What gives you the nerve to be so rampant, daring to clamor in front of me? Lu Bu, is it the strength of your peak grandmaster? Or do you guys think that with your thousands of mole crickets, you can block the square heavenly painted halberd in my Lu Bu's hand? Saying that, the square sky painting halberd in Lu Bu's hand directly flung towards those four old antiques of the Chui family. Bang! Before the four old timers of the Chui family could react, they were directly thrown out by Lu Bu with a square sky painting halberd and fell on the ground, opening their mouths to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Is this the capital you dare to clamor in front of me? Lu Bu? Just with you mole crickets. How dare you clamor in front of me? Lu Bu? Lu Bu looked at the four Chui family old antiques that fell to the ground and said in a cold voice with an indifferent face, a mere four peak grandmasters, or the kind with 1 foot in the coffin, dared to open their mouths in front of him. Lu Bu really don't know how to spell death. The four old Chui family antiques who fell to the ground were spoken to by Lu Bu. Originally, they felt that with their Chui family's heritage, what could they do even if Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, was there? In his bowling Chui family could not turn over any big waves at all, but now it seems as if they were taking it for granted. Kill, all out. Kill this madman who dares to act recklessly in my bowling Chui family at all costs. Annoyed, the four Chui family old antiques roared sternly and got up to kill Lu Bu. Since they weren't opponents in single combat, they would have to strike together. They just didn't believe that with all of this heritage of their bowling Chui family, they still couldn't suppress a half-step celestial. Lu Bu, kill. The Chui family patriarch spat out a word and killed Lu Bu at the same time as the four old-timers of the Chui family. Immediately following those patriarchs of the Chui family, as well as the thousands of Chui family's underlying experts that had just gathered over, they all shot out in unison to kill Lu Bu. A half-step celestial was strong, but even stronger hadn't left the mortal body. A few, dozens, hundreds of experts might not be able to suppress a half-step celestial. That would be hard to say with thousands of underlying experts. Oof. What's the use of having more than one mole cricket? I, Lu Bu, will use my own strength to suppress your entire bowling Chui family today. Boom. The aura of a half-step celestial erupted all over. Lu Bu took a step and leapt up, as if a tiger entering a wolf pack. The square sky-painted halberd in his hand carried an unrivaled might, tearing through space and sweeping across the four directions. Put under one halberd, limbs and broken arms flew across the sky, and more than a dozen figures were cut off at the waist, spilling blood all over the sky. The Chui family's underlying experts continued to fall, and even if they put forth their full strength, they could not withstand the sharpness of the square heavenly painted halberd in Lu Bu's hands. Lu Bu's bravery overpowered the entire field. Even when facing the bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great Zhou families with all their underpinnings, there was no pressure at all. As time passed, under the swing of Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd, these underpinnings of the bowling Chui family were but dwindling. Die. Chapter 124, If you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Great battles raged in the Chui residence. The sounds of the killing spread far and wide, and could be faintly heard even from the half of the prefecture that was located in the land of Chui Fu. But no one dared to go up and watch. This was because the area close to the surrounding area of the Chui mansion was surrounded by layers of divine martial guards. As long as one dared to approach the Chui mansion, then they would definitely be mercilessly shot by the divine martial guards. In the front yard of the Chui mansion, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Lu Bu one-person constant pressure on the spot. In the face of the Chui family's underpinnings coming out in full force, instead of having a trace of fear, Lu Bu's whole body's war blood was ignited. Under Lu Bu's strong strength, many of the Chui family's underlying experts were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. No matter how desperately these underlying experts of the Chui family fought for their lives, they were never able to injure Lu Bu by half. It was at this moment that all of them, the Chui family head, realized how powerful Lu Bu was. This Lu Bu was definitely not just an ordinary half-step celestial. One must know that the Bowling Chui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and although there was no such strong person as a half-step celestial sitting within the family, these underlying experts within the family together were enough to suppress a half-step celestial. But now, looking at the battle between them in front of them, that is, even if all of these underlying experts of their Chui family died, they probably wouldn't be able to suppress Lu Bu. For a time, these underlying experts of the Chui family became even more frantically desperate. It was because these underlying experts of the Chui family knew that they no longer had a choice. Either you fight to the death to suppress Lu Bu, either Lu Bu copied and destroyed the 9 clans of the Chui family. There is no second choice. Seeing that all of these experts of the Chui family were killing towards him without a care in the world, a trace of disdain flashed across Lu Bu's face. This kind of means of exchanging death for injury is fine for dealing with other people, but to deal with him, Lu Bu, is a fantasy. Die. The square sky-painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand came out, intercepting and cutting off several of the Chui family's patriarchs, and bizarrely slashing at the Chui family's patriarch, who was killing from behind. Dangerous. An alarming sign was born from his heart, and the sweaty hairs on the Chui family head's entire body stood up. His pupils shrank, and the Chui family head only saw a cold light flash by. Put. A stream of blood spurted out. The Chui family patriarch watched in disbelief as his head flew out and rolled to the ground. The head of the Chui family, the chief figure of one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, died under Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd just like that. Matriarch. Seeing that their own patriarch died under Lu Bu's square heavenly paint halberd, these experts of the Chui clan's faces all changed as they let out a sharp cry. Lu Bu, you killed my Chui clan chief and slaughtered how many experts of my Chui clan? Today, I, the Bowling Chui family, will not rest in death with you. Lu Bu, take your life. The 4 Chui family old-timers killed Lu Bu like they were crazy. The same was true for the other Chui family's underlying experts. Explode. Several Grand Masters of the Chui clan directly exploded themselves, wanting to heavily damage Lu Bu. Griffins. Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd was once again swung out with the might of coldness, creating the sound of breaking winds and sweeping towards the enemies in the surroundings. Put. After 10 minutes or so, all was quiet. Lu Bu stood proudly on the spot, the square sky painting halberd in his hand dripping drop by drop with red blood, which was awe-inspiring to look at. The surroundings were full of limbs and broken arms, blinding red, as if the earth was a cultivated hell, making people shudder at the sight of it. The Chui family's underlying experts were all exterminated by Lu Bu under his square heavenly painted halberd. The patriarch is dead. The patriarchs are dead. The Chui palace guards and private soldiers who were still fighting with the divine martial guards changed their faces drastically when they saw that all of the Chui family's experts had been killed by Lu Bu. The aura of these Chui residence guards and private soldiers who were originally fighting to the death also instantly hit rock bottom. Panic pervaded everyone's faces, especially when these guards and private soldiers of the Chui mansion saw Lu Bu standing there proudly. Their faces were pale and scared to death. Even their patriarch and so many experts of the Chui family had died at the hands of the other party. So could they, the guards and private soldiers, hold off this god of killing? In an instant, these guards and private soldiers of the Chui mansion lost their courage to fight and began to flee in all directions. Lu Bu looked on and did not make any move. With the divine martial guards around, these guards and private soldiers couldn't escape at all. If the guards and privates had summoned the courage they had just fought to the death, they might have survived a few more minutes. This running away now will only make them die faster. The divine martial guards charged into the Chui mansion, and Lu Bu also put away his square heavenly painted halberd and headed directly inside the Chui mansion. Within a few minutes, a divine martial guards lieutenant hurriedly ran over from the depths of the Chui family's inner courtyard. General, the women and children of the Chui family and some of the younger children of the Chui family have fled. My lord has taken the divine martial guards and searched the entire backyard without finding a single woman, child, or young son or daughter of the Chui family. This divine martial guard captain ran over and then hurriedly reported to Lu Bu. The order Lu Bu gave to the divine martial guards was to exterminate everyone in the Chui family and not let one person escape. However, now that the women, children and young sons and daughters of the Chui family were nowhere to be seen, this divine martial guard had to quickly report to Lu Bu. Escaped? Lu Bu raised his eyebrows slightly. One must know that the entire Chui family was surrounded by divine martial guards, and not even a fly could fly out. How did the women, children and young sons of the Chui family escape? Even if he had wings, he wouldn't be able to fly out of the rain of crossbows and arrows from the divine martial guards. It seems that one still underestimated the tactics of these worldly gentry. In the case of such an airtight encirclement by the divine martial guards, it was still possible for the women, children, and young sons and daughters of the Chui family to escape. And it was indeed worthy of being one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the Bowling Chui family. Cunning, rather well prepared. It's just a shame to think that this will really allow them to escape. The corner of Lubu's mouth revealed a cold smile. If you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Don't worry about the women and children of the Cui family and the young children of the Cui family who have escaped. First exterminate all the current people within the Cui residence for this general, Lubu said in a faint voice. Lubu did not worry at all that those women and children of the Cui family and the young sons of the Cui family would be able to escape, because, in order to deal with the Bowling Cui family, a behemoth that was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, Lubu and Fong Xianling had made a thorough plan. Most of the possible omissions are accounted for. As it was now, the women and children of the Cui family and the young children of the Cui family had inexplicably disappeared and fled. Such an omission is the first thing that will be considered. Therefore, this extermination of Bowling Cui family but added double insurance. Cui family inexplicably disappeared. Those women and children and young children want to escape. That is a fantasy. Yes, General. This Divine Martial Guards lieutenant led the order, then turned around and returned, leading the Divine Martial Guards to exterminate the rest of the Cui mansion. No longer paying attention to the disappearing Cui family's women, children and young sons and daughters in the inner courtyard of the Cui residence. 125 Chapter 1 Think it's better for you to stay here. Bowling Few, 7 or 8 miles outside the capital city, between a rugged mountain road. More than 300 figures panically hurried toward the front quickly. Even if someone fell, they would be immediately pulled up by the person next to them to continue traveling in a hurry. Most of these 300 figures were women and children, and only 20 to 30 of them were considered young and strong. They were dressed in flashy clothes, and at a glance, they didn't look like they were from an ordinary family, especially the 5 people walking at the front. Their flamboyant and extraordinary aura was the most obvious. Everyone hurry up. The Imperial Army is annihilating our Cui residence. The Patriarch and his family are in danger. We need to hurry to the manor, gather the privateers, and return to the capital to rescue the Patriarch and the Genin and the others. There shall be no delay. One of the 5 people walking at the front shouted loudly to the more than 300 figures behind them. That's right. These 300 or so hurrying figures were precisely the women and children of the Cui family and some of the young children of the Cui family who had escaped from the Cui family's dark tunnel. These 5 people walking at the front were no one else either. It was precisely Cui Songshan and their Cui family's 5 patriarchal candidates. And the one who had just shouted at these women, children and young sons of the Cui family was Cui Songshan. When he left the Cui family's council hall earlier, the Cui family head's explanation of the aftermath of the incident had determined Cui Songshan's current leadership position in front of the more than 300 people in the Cui family. Matsuyama, the Patriarch and the others are now under attack by the Imperial Army and are in critical condition. You don't have to worry about us. We're considered safe now that we've escaped the prefecture. You immediately go back to the manor first and gather the Cui family's private soldiers to save the Patriarch and the others. Don't worry about us. If anything happens to the Patriarch and the others, our Bowling Cui family will be finished. An old woman of a certain age said to Cui Songshan in front of her as she hurriedly traveled with a gasping breath. Matsuyama, Aunt Grandma Sam is right. Those of us who are out of the prefecture are safe. You don't need to worry about us. Hurry up and gather our Cui family's private soldiers. It's important to save the Patriarch and the others. The 2 middle-aged women next to him both looked at Cui Songshan and said in agreement. After hearing their words, Cui Songshan looked at the other 4 Cui clan Patriarch candidates beside him. What do you think? Cui Songshan also felt that the old woman and the 2 middle-aged women were right. These women and children of the Cui family had already escaped from the city, and were considered safe for the time being. The most important thing now is to gather private soldiers back to the city to rescue the Cui mansion. 1 more second of delay would be 1 more minute of danger for them, the Patriarch of that Cui family. If it was too late and something happened to the Patriarch of the Cui residence and them, then the sky of the Cui family would really be collapsed. However, Cui Songshan also knew that this was something he'd consult with a few other people first. After all, before, the Cui family head had instructed him to protect these women and children of the Cui family. If he leaves and something happens to these women and children, then Cui Songshan can't afford it. After the other 4 matriarchal candidates glanced at each other, the oldest of them spoke up. Third Aunt Grandma is right. These women and children are already out of the city, so there's no danger for the time being. We can't leave 2 people to look after the women and children and continue to the manor. The other 3 quickly split up to gather private soldiers back to the city to save the Patriarch and the others. This way there will be no delay. Otherwise, by the time we get all these women and children to the manor, there will be quite a delay. The Patriarchs and their side would be in danger. 2. The other 3 matriarchal candidates nodded in agreement with the elder candidate. There was no need for all 5 of their matriarchal candidates to be tethered to the side of these women and children. Leaving 2 was enough. The other 3 split up to gather private soldiers. This will be much faster and will cut down on time quite a bit. Realize that time is of the essence now. 1 more moment of delay, then the Cui family head and the others would be in more danger. Seeing that the other 4 matriarchal candidates were in agreement, Choi Sungshan directly said, I also mean the same thing. Since we're all thinking the same thing, let's do it. Second brother and oldest 5 stay behind. I'll split up with big brother and oldest 4 to gather private soldiers. No problem, Choi Sungshan said, glancing at the other 4 matriarch candidates. They were all from the same generation of the Chui family. Not blood brothers, but all in order of age. The other 4 matriarchal candidates all shook their heads, indicating that there was no problem. Good. Then these women and children are in the hands of second brother and old 5. Big brother, old 4, let's split up. After saying that, Choi Sungshan was about to take a step forward. Just then, suddenly, a shrill laugh came from all around. Ha, go, where do a few of you want to go? The mongrels think a few of them would be better off staying. Along with the laughter, a figure appeared among the rugged mountain roads. One could only see that they were all dressed in flying eagle suits, holding crescent swords and wearing jade belts around their waists. East Factory Guards? Choi Songshan's face changed, and he recognized the identities of these people at a glance. The other 4 candidates of the Chui family also had their faces changed drastically, and their entire bodies went on alert. As for the Chui family, those women and children and young children were all in a panic. That's right, the figures that appeared were none other than the factory guards of the East Chamber. The one leading the way was no other than Cao Shaoqin. This was the reason why Lu Bu wasn't worried about the Chui family's women and children and the Chui family's young sons and daughters being able to escape, because Cao Shaoqin is outside the double insurance. Chui family women and children, even if they escape the Bolingfu prefecture, but also cannot escape the dragnet of the East Chamber factory guards outside the city. Cao Shaoqin walked out with a smile on his face and swept these women and children of the Chui family with a sinister look. The miscellaneous family had thought that they were going to work for nothing outside of the city, and that you guys shouldn't be able to escape from the city gates. But I didn't expect that you guys actually managed to escape the city from General Lu's hands. It really made the miscellaneous family a bit surprised. As expected, the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, still has some tricks up its sleeve. However, it won't be that easy for you to escape from the miscellaneous family. Cao Shaoqin looked at these women and children of the Chui family and teased them as if he was looking at a group of mice caught by a cat. Originally, Cao Shaoqin really didn't think that the Chui family's people would be able to escape from Bolingfu prefecture. After all, Lu Bu took over the city gates with the divine martial guards, closed the 4 gates of the prefecture, and personally led the army to surround the Chui family. It wasn't that easy for the Chui family to escape from the prefecture under the watchful eyes of a half-step celestial and the divine martial guards army. But the reality really gave Cao Shaoqin a surprise. Not only did the Chui family's people escape the prefecture under the eyes of Lu Bu, a half-step celestial being, and the divine martial guards army, but also the ones who escaped were several hundred people. This was a bit unexpected for Cao Shaoqin. I have to sigh. The world's most powerful family. This cunning rabbit's ability is really not weak. If it wasn't for Fang Xianling's thorough arrangement and the addition of Cao Shaoqin as a double insurance policy, maybe the remaining members of this Chui family might have really gotten away. Chapter 126, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. When Chui Songshan and the others heard Cao Shaoqin's words, their faces were hard to see. Originally, Chui Songshan and the others thought that if they escaped from the capital city through the dark passage, the women and children of the Chui family would be safe. But I didn't expect that after the divine martial guards blocked the 4 gates of the prefecture city, they also made arrangements outside the prefecture city as well. And the arrangement is still the reputation of the East Chamber factory guards. This can really make them Bowling Chui family cannot even fly out of a fly. Especially when Chui Songshan and the others heard General Lu from Cao Shaoqin's mouth. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Nowadays, who else in the imperial court could lead the army of divine martial guards and be called General Lu but that Lu Bu who had just annihilated the Yellow Sky Sect's rebels and killed 2 half-step celestials, Yellow Sky Sect's master Li Qingjie and Du Laoqi, with his own strength? You're Cao Shaoqin? Chui Songshan looked at Cao Shaoqin with an ugly face. Since the general in the city who led the divine martial guards was Lu Bu, the identity of the person in front of him who led the East Chamber would be obvious. It seems that the one in the palace had found out something about the change of the 4 northwestern provinces and the easy King Zhou Qian's raising of the flag to rebel, and that's why Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin, who had just pacified the 4 northern states, came to deal with the Chui family. In a flash of lightning, Chui Songshan had figured out why the divine martial guards had suddenly come to Bolingfu to rush at the Chui family. Cao Shaoqin sniffed and also looked at Chui Songshan. You are Chui Songshan, aren't you? Easy King Zhou Qian raised his flag to rebel and the change of the 4 northwestern provinces can all have your figure. The mongrels are giving you a chance now. Behave yourself and answer a few questions from the miscellaneous family, and the miscellaneous family will let you die comfortably. Otherwise, the East Chamber's torture will leave you begging for your lives. Cao Shaoqin didn't answer Chui Songshan positively, but looked at Chui Songshan and said in a feminine manner, Cao Shaoqin's words instantly confirmed the speculation in Cui Songshan's heart. Sure enough, the matter of the 4 northwestern provinces and the easy King Zhou Chen raised the flag to rebel by the one in the palace to find out the clues. However, Cui Songshan knew that now was not the time to think about this, but rather, he should consider how he could protect these women and children of the Cui family from the immediate danger. Bundle up? The Bowling Cui family, do not have people who tie their hands. Cui Songshan's face turned cold as he shouted. First steward, do it! Hold back these court hawks and dogs while the others scatter and flee. Saying that, Cui Songshan's figure had already shot out sharply, killing Cao Shaoqin in front of him. At the same time, a figure also rose off the ground, faster than Cui Songshan's speed. This figure was no other than the Grand Steward of the Cui family clan. This great steward of the Cui family clan escaped from the city gates through a dark passage with Cui Songshan and the others, which was arranged by the Cui family patriarch. The Cui family patriarch felt that Cui Songshan and the few of them were still a bit young and needed an old man to help out. Therefore, the Cui family patriarch let this great steward of the Cui family clan join Cui Songshan and the others in escorting the Cui family women and children out of the Cui residence. Cui Songshan and this grand steward of the Cui family were both at Grand Master strength, and were the strongest duo among these people in the Cui family right now. Only the two of them could hold off Cao Shaoqin. As Cui Songshan and this big housekeeper of the Cui family struck out, the more than 20 Cui family's dead soldiers who were protecting the perimeter of the Cui family's women and children also killed the factory guards who were surrounding the two sides. Next to them, the other 4 matriarchal candidates retreated backwards with the women and children of the Cui family. The road in front had been blocked by the east chamber, so they could only escape in all directions from the back. Hoof, toast, the mongrels gave you your chance. If you don't want it, then don't blame the miscellaneous family for being ruthless. When Cao Shaoqin saw Cui Songshan and the others killing towards him, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he directly waved his hand. Kill! Not a single one. With a command, the hundreds of factory guards surrounding the area killed these women and children of the Cui family like wolves and tigers. In the eyes of the East Chamber factory guards there is no such thing as old people, women and children, only enemies and dead people. Looking at Cui Songshan and this big housekeeper of the Cui family who were about to kill in front of him, Cao Shaoqin's mouth curved up into a sinister arc. A mere early-stage grandmaster and a mid-stage grandmaster dare to make a move against the miscellaneous family. What an ignorance! As the words fell, the soft sword at Cao Shaoqin's waist was already out of its sheath, and like a spirit snake spitting mist, it strangely stabbed at Cui Songshan and the two of them. Puffing, sword blossoms flashed, pulling up bits of blood. The two figures fell to the ground in the blink of an eye, without the power to resist, only a look of resignation and despair. Explode! Cao Shaoqin had thought that he had taken Cui Songshan as a live one just like this, and Cui Songshan was already a dish in his bowl, and could not make any big waves. But I didn't expect a sudden wave of danger to descend. Boom! After a loud bang, Cao Shaoqin looked at the already dead Cui Songshan with a wretched face, his face gloomy and frightening. Asshole! Cao Shaoqin didn't expect that Cui Songshan and that Grand Master of the Cui family would choose to blow themselves up so decisively, if it wasn't for Cao Shaoqin dodging quickly. At this time, I'm afraid that he would have been heavily injured by Cui Songshan's self-detonation of them. For that matter, Cao Shaoqin was also in a state of disarray. His clothes were torn and tattered, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Cao Shaoqin grimaced as the soft sword in his hand was once again sheathed, and his person instantly disappeared in place. All deserved to die. The 4 matriarch candidates of the Cui family were stabbed through their throats by Cao Shaoqin's sword, who didn't stop and directly killed among the women and children of the Cui family. Cui Songshan and the Cui family clan's great steward blew themselves up in an attempt to severely injure Cao Shaoqin, creating an opportunity for these women and children of the Cui family to escape. Then Cao Shaoqin will personally send these women and children of the Cui family to hell. Only when the last of these women and children of the Cui family had fallen did Cao Shaoqin retract his sword into his waist. Go! Next it's time to clean up the rest of the Cui family's feathers. Cao Shaoqin didn't even look at the corpse on the ground again, and directly stepped away from the rugged mountain path between. This Bowling Cui family is basically destroyed. Then the next thing to deal with is the Bowling Cui family outside the major tributaries, as well as the Bowling Cui family, and the Bowling Cui family has a relationship with the people. As for the private soldiers of the Cui family outside of Bowling, that was something Lu Bu should worry about. As Cao Shaoqin left with the factory guards on this side, the otherwise closed gates of Bowlingview also opened. After Lu Bu rushed out of the city gates with his army of divine martial guards, he waved his hand. The army of tens of thousands of divine martial guards immediately split into 4 or 5 paths, each running in a different direction, and Lu Bu also led the 3,000 Panzhou wolf riders to gallop towards a manor outside the city. The Bowling Cui family was destroyed, but the Bowling Cui family's private soldiers in various places outside are still there, and it is these Cui family's private soldiers that Lu Bu is going to eliminate next. Outside an estate, a troop of cavalry rode in on horseback. Who are you people? This is the Chui family estate. Not a place for you to be wild. You are advised to leave quickly. The leader of the private soldiers on the manor wall looked at the raging cavalry outside the courtyard wall and said with a stern face. This private army leader did not expect that someone ungrateful would dare to hit the idea of Chui's manor. You know, no one has ever dared to hit the Chui family estate. Even if there were some ungrateful guys, they would immediately leave in fear upon hearing that it was the Chui family's manor. In the opinion of this privateer leader, this time was no exception. The thousands of cavalry outside this courtyard wall were elite, but as long as the name of the Chui family was spoken, the thousands of cavalry outside, even if they were even more elite, would probably have to leave immediately in fear. This is not the first time this has happened. This time, however, it was destined to disappoint the privateer leader, because the one who came this time was not just any small thief, but Lu Bu, who had already destroyed the Chui family. Kill! Without saying a word, Lu Bu smashed open the manor's gate with a square heavenly painted halberd and led the parallel state wolf riders directly into the manor. Before the private soldiers in the manor could react, they directly fell in a pool of blood and died under the bingo wolf riders. A few minutes later, Lu Bu left the manor with the parallel wolf riders and continued on to his next destination, and all that was left behind them was a floor full of corpses and the pungent odor of blood. Meanwhile, a county town under the bowling house, the county courthouse, a slightly chubby magistrate was sitting in the back office, crossing his legs and enjoying the service of several maids. Just then, suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, only to hear the door of the county office being slammed open from the outside with force. What's going on? This slightly chubby magistrate's elegance was disturbed, and his face sank for a moment. Before the slightly chubby magistrate could call someone to go out and take a look, he saw that a group of people wearing uniform clothing and holding crescent swords had already rushed into the back courtroom of the magistrate's office. Seeing these people rushing in, this slightly chubby magistrate first froze for a moment, then directly became furious, unbridled. Who are you people? Dare to storm the county office? Men, give this official the opportunity to take down all these people. This slightly chubby county magistrate didn't expect that someone would actually dare to directly storm the county office with a weapon. It was really bold. You know, storming the county office with weapons is a major crime of treason. The slightly chubby magistrate of the county office immediately shouted at the outside, to call for people to take down these maniacs who dared to storm the county office with their weapons. Oh, what an official! Not to mention your tiny county magistrate's residence. Even if it's the prefectural yamen, we at the East Chamber will still dare to kick down the door of his residence. Chao Shaoqin walked in with a feminine face. The East Chamber? When this slightly chubby magistrate heard this, his pupils shrunk and his face immediately changed. Nowadays, the reputation of the East Chamber has been spreading for a long time. This slightly fat magistrate has not personally seen the people of the East Chamber, but has heard the name of the East Chamber. It seems you know about our East Chamber. That would be best. Take away. Without any nonsense, Chao Shaoqin directly waved his hand. Two factory guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed the slightly chubby magistrate, dragging him toward the outside. What are you doing? Even if you are the East Chamber, you don't have the right to just arrest anyone. This official is an official of the Imperial Court, and has not committed any crime. So what right do you have to arrest this official? This slightly chubby magistrate took a look at the East factory guards coming up and taking him down, and immediately struggled with a stern face. On what grounds? Oh, just because we're the East Chamber. If you have anything to say, wait until you get to the brig. Chao Shaoqin gave a feminine smile and turned around to walk out of the back court. No longer pay attention to the slightly chubby magistrate in the back who was still struggling and kept shouting, "Kill!" In a subclan of the Bowling Chui family, thousands of divine martial guards elites wearing armor and cold faces rushed into the subclan mansion. Stop! What do you Shenwai want? This is the Chui mansion, a branch of the Bowling Chui family. You divine martial guards attacked my Chui mansion like this for no reason. Do you know what the consequences will be? When the time comes and our Chui family pursues the matter, even if you're divine martial guards, you won't be able to take it in your stride. I advise you to retreat quickly. A man in his 50s with his guards blocked the front of the divine martial guards and threatened in a stern voice. Poof! The Bowling Chui family? What a great name. It's just a shame that's a thing of the past. The emperor has decreed that the Bowling Chui family colluded with the Yellow Sky cult rebels, plotted to kill Imperial Master Wen Zhong, and compelled Easy King Zhou Chen to raise the flag in rebellion. The crime is so heinous that the 9 clans of the Chui family will be exterminated. A young general stepped forward and said loudly. When he finished speaking, he waved his big hand. Kill! Not a single one. What? The master's family colluded with the Yellow Sky cult to murder the Imperial Master? And compelled the free King Zhou Chen to raise the flag in revolt. And the emperor is going to wipe out the Chui family's 9 clans? The moment these words came out, all the clansmen of the Chui family branches' faces changed drastically. Before these people could return to their senses, the divine martial guards had already rushed over. The sound of war is quiet. Kill. The divine martial guards want to exterminate my Chui family's entire clan. My Chui family has no choice but to fight to the death. Boom. The aura of a grandmaster erupted. The man in his 50s did not hesitate any longer and killed the divine martial guards with all his might. And that young general, after seeing this man in his 50s killing the divine martial guards with all his might, he also directly leapt forward to meet them. Let me, Zhang Liao, meet you. That's right. This young general is Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao led the Southern Battalion Divine Martial Guards to follow the meaning of Lu Bu's letter. And at the same time that Lu Bu started to purge the Bolingchui family, Zhang Liao also started to purge some of the Bolingchui family's outside branches. Bang! The two great masters fought together. Although Zhang Liao didn't have the courage or the battle power of Lu Bu, he was after all a man who left his name in history, and his battle power was not bad. A handful of swordsmanship that made a tiger's wind. It was definitely more than enough to deal with the Grand Master of this Chui family branch. Half a day later, all is quiet in the Chui mansion of the Chui branch of the Bolingchui family, as Zhang Liao leaves with the divine martial guards, leaving the ground full of corpses. This branch of the Chui family was completely annihilated by Zhang Liao with the divine martial guards. Without stopping, Zhang Liao rushed to the next branch of the Chui family out there with his divine martial guards. In an instant, the Bolingchui family, the behemoth of one of the 7 great Zhou families, collapsed. Not only was the Bolingchui family clan destroyed, but even the major branches and private armies of the Bolingchui family outside were successively suppressed by the bloody suppression of the divine martial guards. It also includes all the officials and implicated characters outside of the Bolingchui family, all of which were searched for by the factory guards of the East Chamber. For a time, all those who were involved with the Bolingchui family were purged. And while this fishy wind was stirring up at the local level, the divine capital Luoyang was not quiet either, and the atmosphere was darkening. Chapter 127, What wouldn't a haggler dare to do? The divine capital of Luoyang, East Factory residence. Thousands of factory guards stood in the courtyard in unison, their hands resting on the crescent swords straddling their waists, silent and waiting for something. Each of their faces was a clear and cold, and their bodies revealed a morose aura. Coupled with that flying eagle suit, it made the entire East Factory courtyard display a serene and sluggish aura. On the high platform of the front steps, Cao Zhangchun, the great governor of the East Chamber, sat foursquare and stable on a sparse-backed chair. Is everyone here yet? Cao Zhangchun swept an expressionless glance at the thousands of factory guards below and picked up a nearby teacup to ask. Reporting back to the factory master, they're all here. One of the stall heads standing by immediately bowed and returned. What about the 4 gates and 9 cities? Have they all been informed? Cao Zhangchun took a sip of tea and asked again. The stall head who was standing next to him once again bowed and said, Don't worry, factory lord. All have been informed. They won't let a single person out of the city without an order from the factory. Now that the power of the East Chamber has been revealed, wherever the Chamber's orders go, no one dares to be uncooperative. What's more, this time it was a decree from the emperor himself in the palace. Who would dare to disrespect it? Cao Zhangchun sniffed and nodded, putting down the teacup in his hand. That's good. Here's the list. The people up there are the target of our East Chamber today. Pass it on to the various chiefs to show them all that they can't let one get away. Anyone who lets one of them go, or messes up, I'll kill him with a slap. Cao Zhangchun said in a cold voice, taking out a list of names and handing it to the stall head next to him. Upon hearing this stall holder hastily took the list, walked down the steps, and handed the list in his hand to the 10 people standing at the forefront of the thousands of factory guards below. This is the target of our East Chamber's strike today. You've all heard what the factory master just said. None of the people up there can run away. Anyone who lets one get away will have to answer to the factory official himself. This stall head said, and after handing the list to these 10 chiefs, he returned to Cao Zhangchuan's side. After a few minutes had passed, this stall head bent down and whispered in Cao Zhangchuan's ear, Factory master, time is up. Is it time? Cao Zhangchuan's eyes flashed and he directly stood up. Departure. Thousands of factory guards followed Cao Zhangchun out of the East Factory, then split into several paths and disappeared at the end of the street. The Ministry of Public Works. Ministry of Public Works Minister Cui Yongyuan sat in the study with a distracted face. Frowning, some official business held in his hand did not have the heart to see. Some slightly distracted. These days, Cui Yongyuan heart 7 up and down. There is always a feeling of distraction. Always feel that something is going to happen. Choi wondered if this was because he had been so tired lately that he was feeling this way. What's going on? Always distracted lately. Could it be that one's mind has been too tense lately? Choi frowned, his mind darkening. In the past few days, Because Fang Xianling had taken down a large portion of the local officials in the 4 northern states and copied out most of the powerful families in the 4 northern states. None of Cui Yongyuan and his officials who came from the powerful families had an easy time of it. All of them were secretly thinking of ways how they could cope with this situation and stop the one in the palace from making such a move next. Therefore, Cui Yongyuan and the others could be said to have had their hearts and minds kept taut for the past few days. The letter should have gotten back to the clan. I wonder if the patriarchs have discussed the results yet, and if they will agree with me. Choi's eyes twinkled as he thought again of the letter he had sent back to the clan. If the clan talked it out in favor of him, then the next thing they knew, they were dancing on the tip of a knife. If you're not careful, that's when you'll be pulverized and end up with a plagiarized family. However, Choi felt that only by taking such a risk could the problem be solved once and for all and at its root. Otherwise, it's just drinking blood to quench your thirst. Even if you come up with a way to deal with it, it's still treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Master, something seems to be wrong with the situation. At that moment, the butler walked in and said to Choi with a frown on his face, "Something wrong?" Choi froze. "What's wrong? What happened?" At the butler's words, Choi asked with some uncertainty, "Master, those people from the East Chamber who are monitoring our mansion. There are a few more today than before. And they're a little different than they were before, staring down the barrel, and there's something wrong with that," the butler said with a grave look on his face. What does the East Chamber do? There was no one in the city of Luoyang who didn't know about it now. And this housekeeper of the Ministry of Public Works residence knew even better. Right now those people from the East Chamber who are monitoring the Ministry of Public Works have made a wrong change, which has to make the steward of the Ministry of Public Works prudent. After all, a royal eagle like the East Chamber, even the slightest change would symbolize a different deeper meaning. After Cui Yongyuan heard the butler's words, his face instantly turned ugly. These damned dogs. What do they take my Ministry of Public Works palace for? As if they were those petty officials with no rank. It wasn't enough to send 2 hawks to keep an eye on them, but now they've actually added a couple more. Do you really think that my Ministry of Public Works is so easy to bully? Choi said with an ugly face. The East Chamber sends someone to spy on the Ministry of Public Works, which cannot be hidden from Chui. Anyhow, Cui Yongyuan is the Minister of Industry, one of the 6 ministers of the Imperial Court, and he doesn't know how much manpower he has in the open and in the dark, coupled with the fact that Cui Yongyuan is a member of the Bowling Chui family. With the energy of the Chui family, the East Chamber wants to spy on Cui Yongyuan's residence without being detected. That is very difficult. Choi looked at the butler and said, "Don't worry about them for now. It's hard to believe that they would dare to storm into my Ministry of Public Works residence to wreak havoc. Waiting for tomorrow's morning court, I will take them to task, and then see how the one in the dragon chair explains this matter to the 100 officials." Previously, Cui Yongyuan pretended to be deaf and dumb, allowing the people of the East Chamber to monitor the Ministry of Public Works Xiangshu house. That is because the people of the East Chamber did not touch Cui Yongyuan's bottom line. Choi ignored the surveillance of the East Chamber for the time being. But now, these hawks and dogs of the East Chamber actually give an inch. 2 people monitoring is not enough, but also added several. So blatantly, without any concern at all, he spied on the residence of the Minister of Public Works. Do you really think that the Ministry of Public Works is a weakling? It's almost as if the uncle can't stand it, but the aunt can't. Cui Yongyuan believes that the East Chamber did not only monitor his residence of the Minister of Public Works. It is estimated that the other civil and military officials in the courtroom, the East Chamber also sent people to monitor. In this way, tomorrow at the morning court, Cui Yongyuan brought this matter out in one senate. When the time comes, I would like to see how the one on the dragon chair will face the ministers and officials. Spying on civil and military ministers for no reason is no small matter. No sooner had Choi's words fallen than a clamor came from outside. Touch! Immediately afterward, they heard the gates of the mansion being blasted open, and the sound of soldiers fighting. What's going on? What happened? Choi's face changed and he stood up straight away. Just then, a guard commander rushed in a panic. "My lord, it's not good." The people from the East Chamber rushed into the mansion, and without saying a word, they moved directly against the guards in the mansion. This guard commander rushed into the study and then said hurriedly, "What? People from the East Chamber stormed into the mansion and moved against the guards inside the mansion? Asshole." As soon as Chui heard this, his face flushed with anger and he slammed his palm on the desk. "Go! I'd like to see what the people from the East Chamber want." Cui Yongyuan led the butler and that guard commander out of the study angrily. After walking out of the study, Choi headed toward the front yard. Just half the distance, Choi was greeted by the men from the East Chamber, only to see the people from the East Chamber attacking the guards in his mansion while charging towards the mansion. The guards in his mansion, on the other hand, were fending off the attacks of the East Chamber's factory guards while retreating towards the back. Choi looked on, his face instantly grimacing to the core. "Stop! Choi stepped forward with a grim bellow. The sounds of war on both sides stopped immediately. The guards within the Chui mansion immediately retreated to Chui Yongyuan's side, and the East Chamber factory guards all retreated behind the man at the head of the opposite side. Chui Yongyuan glanced at the corpses on the ground of the dead, quite a few guards of the mansion, and with an ugly face, he looked at the person at the head of the East Chamber across the street. Chao Zhangchun, you dare to bring people to storm this official's mansion? And killed how many guards in my residence? Do you realize what you're doing? If you don't give this official a reasonable explanation today, this official will definitely send you East Factory to the Emperor in the morning court tomorrow. Chui Yongyuan looked at Chao Zhangchun and said angrily with a bad expression on his face. That's right. The leading man at the head of the East Factory is none other than Chao Zhangchun, the great governor of the East Factory. Chui did not expect that Chao Zhangchun would really dare to storm his residence of the Minister of Works with the people of the East Chamber. Just now in the study, Chui still thought that the East Chamber would not dare to do this, but now it seems that it was Chui who underestimated the lawlessness of the East Chamber. Chao Zhangchun smiled disdainfully when he heard Chui Yongyuan's words, taking part in our East Chamber? I'm afraid you don't have that chance. Chao Zhangchun shook his head and said. When Chui heard this, his face changed. Chao Zhangchun, what do you mean? This official is the minister of the Ministry of Works, one of the 6 ministers of the Great Zhou Dynasty Hall, an important official of the court. This official's mansion is not a place where anyone can just spread their wings. Can it be that you still dare to kill this official and destroy his mansion for no reason? Chui Yongyuan looked at Chao Zhangchun and said sternly. Chao Zhangchun couldn't help but let out a cold voice at Chui Yongyuan's words. What wouldn't a miscellaneous family dare to do? The miscellaneous family even dared to destroy the great general's residence and the Ministry of Mandarin's residence, let alone the residence of you, a minister of works. Chao Zhangchun looked at Chui with a smirk, causing Chui's pupils to tighten for a moment. Chui did not believe that Chao Zhangchun really dared to move him, the Minister of Public Works, for no reason. But when he saw Chao Zhangchun's indifferent and seemingly non-existent face, Chui Yongyuan's heart immediately rose again with a bad premonition. Indeed, the great general's residence, the Ministry of Mandarins, and the Ministry of Rights were all destroyed by this Chao Zhangchun. There is really nothing that this East Chamber inspector does not dare to do. The Emperor has decreed. The Bowling Chui family colluded with the Yellow Sky cult to murder the Imperial Master, and compelled the easy King Zhou Chen to raise the flag in rebellion. The crime is so heinous that the 9 clans of the Chui family will be exterminated. Shanshu Chui, you're also from the Bowling Chui family, aren't you? There's no need for the mongrels to say anything more. You're still somewhat useful, so be a good boy and go with the mongrel. Chao Zhangchun also no longer nonsense. Directly read the decree to execute the 9 clans of the Chui family. Coldly looking at Chui Yongyuan said. What? Kill the Chui family? Chui Yongyuan's face changed directly after hearing Chao Zhangchun's words. The heart was even more flooded. Chui Yongyuan how did not expect the world family so secretive plot actually by the palace that one found out. How is this possible? That's never going to happen. Their heads and tails were handled so cleanly that not a shred of evidence was left behind. How could the one in the palace find out? Chao Zhangchun, don't you dare falsely pass on an imperial decree and slander this official. How could this official and the Chui family collude with the Yellow Sky sect to murder the Imperial Master, and compel easy King Zhou Chen to raise his flag in rebellion? What proof do you have? Chui said as he glared angrily at Chao Zhangchun. Evidence? Chao Zhangchun sneered. Under all the heavens, there is no king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. Do you, the Bowling Chui family, think that if you don't leave evidence behind, you'll be safe and sound? But you are forgetting that imperial power doesn't need evidence at all. We don't need evidence in the East Chamber either. Speaking of this, Chao Zhangchun waved his hand. Kill. No one but Chui. With a command, the factory guards once again swarmed in for the kill. Damn. All of you. Get on this official and block these East Chamber hawks and dogs. Chui knew that it was useless to say anything now. Look at the East Chamber of this situation. Clearly is the palace that want to deal with the Bowling Chui family. Take him the Ministry of Public Works. In that case, then Chui doesn't care about anything anymore. After saying that, Chui Yongyuan backed up sharply and fled towards the mansion. Poof, trying to escape in front of the miscellaneous family. Before Chui could escape far, a feminine cold hum came from his ears. The sweaty hairs on Chui's entire body instantly exploded and stood up. And when he looked up, he saw that Chao Zhangchun had appeared in front of him at an unknown time, and was looking at him with a sinister look on his face. Master, you go first. At that moment, the butler flashed out and slapped his palm at Chao Zhangchun. At the same time, dozens of figures ran out from all around, killing Chao Zhangchun in unison. These were Chui's personal guards and dead soldiers, all of whom were not weak experts. Griffins. Still want to block the miscellaneous family, don't know how to die. With a casual wave of Chao Zhangchun's hand, that butler and dozens of figures were swept away at the same time. falling to the ground a few feet away, cracking the floor and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood before collapsing directly onto the ground. Unresponsive. At the same time, without hesitation, Chao Zhengchun shot out his hand into a claw and directly grabbed Minister of Public Works Cui Yongyuan's neck. Cui didn't have a single chance to react, and only reacted when he was choked by Chao Zhengchun. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chao Zhengchun loosened his grip, and Cui fell limply to the ground, without the power to resist. Chapter 128, Chao Zhengchun. You shall not die. The Ministry of Public Works. Chao Zhengchun grabbed Chui's neck, and under Chui's face tightening in horror, Chao Zhengchun squeezed hard. Put. Cui opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his pupils filled with fear. Cui had thought that he was going to die, but he didn't realize that Chao Zhengchun didn't take his life, but only made his whole body lose the strength to resist. After Chao Zhengchun let go of his hand, Cui collapsed softly to the ground with a feeling of having been robbed of his life. However, as soon as he saw that he had fallen into Chao Zhengchun's hands even though he wasn't dead, a strong look of despair welled up on Cui's face again. Cui knew that falling into the hands of Chao Zhengchun was better than dying, because it fell into the hands of Chao Zhengchun. Cui Yongyuan next to faces Chao Zhengchun's thousands of torture and interrogation. After Chao Zhengchun let go of his hand, he looked down at Cui Yongyuan, who had fallen softly to the ground, and said in a feminine manner, Lord Cui, if you had obediently gone with the miscellaneous family just now, you wouldn't have to be like this. It was indeed a mockery for the Minister of Works, one of the 6 ministers of the court, to crawl on the ground like a dead dog like this. In response to Chao Zhengchun's words that were filled with a mocking tone, Cui Yongyuan looked at Chao Zhengchun angrily as he braced himself for strength. Chao Zhengchun, if you have the ability to do so, you can kill this official. I know what you're playing at by keeping this officer, but I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, and your math is wrong. This official advises you not to waste your time, even if you die. This official will not submit like you, a eunuch with no balls. Someone will avenge this officer. Chao Zhengchun, wait, you will end up 10 times worse than this official. Cui looked at Chao Zhengchun and said with all his might, the hatred on his face unconcealed. At this time, this was the only way for Cui to hide the despair and uneasiness he felt deep inside. Hearing Cui Yongyuan's words won't give in like you, an eunuch with no balls. Chao Zhengchun's eyes flashed with a cold aura that was not easily scratched. In particular, the words no balls caused the killing intent in Chao Zhengchun's eyes to flourish. If it wasn't for the fact that Cui Yongyuan was still somewhat useful, Chao Zhengchun would have split his heavenly aperture with a slap and sent him to hell to meet the king of hell. Yes? There will be someone to avenge you. Do you mean the bowling Cui family? Chao Zhengchun resisted the urge to slice Cui to death with his palm and looked at Cui indifferently. If you're referring to the bowling Cui family, then I'll tell you that I'm afraid Lord Cui will be disappointed. General Liu has already gone to Bowling House with his army, and I guess now, the bowling Cui family no longer exists. Chao Zhengchun said with a sneer on his face. What? Lu Bu has taken his army to Bowlingfu? When Cui heard this, his face changed straight away. Lu Bu went to Bowlingfu with his army, so need we say more about the purpose? Facing Lu Bu, a half-step celestial being, and an army of divine martial guards, could the bowling Cui family hold them back? Thinking about this, Cui's heart hit rock bottom. Before Cui could get over the desperate news, Chao Zhengchun added another stab. Right. The miscellaneous family forgot to tell Lord Cui that the young gentlemen and young masters that Lord Cui sent away earlier have gone ahead to scout the way below for Lord Cui. When Chao Zhengchun's words came out, Cui Yongyuan's entire body was struck by lightning. After the great General Wu Jin and the others were destroyed by Zhou Chen before, Cui had sent some of his family members away just in case. Now, Chao Zhengchun tells him that the family members who were sent away have died before him. How can this be acceptable to Cui? Those are all Cui's own children and grandchildren. Chao Zhengchun, you shall not die. Cui looked at Chao Zhengchun with hideous fury. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out and Cui fell to the ground. As Chao Zhengchun looked on, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, fainting in this manner. It's really fragile. Take away. Chao Zhengchun waved his hand. The 2 factory guards immediately stepped forward and directly dragged away Cui Yongyuan, the Minister of Industry, who had fainted to death. And the guards of the Ministry of Public Works also all died under the crescent knives of the East Chamber factory guards. The Ministry of Public Works, the residence of the Minister of Works, one of the 6 ministers of the Great Zhou Dynasty Hall, had been raided just like that. The residence of a third-ranking official. Bang! The gate of the mansion was slammed right through from the outside with a huge force. A group of factory guards wearing flying eagle uniforms, carrying crescent swords, and wearing jade belts on their waists, with cold faces and a chilling aura emanating from their entire bodies rushed into the mansion. What are you doing? This is Lord Li's mansion. It's not a place where you guys can just go wild. Just as the words of the guards in the mansion fell, a cold light flashed by. Put. The heads of the guards in the mansion flew straight out, and the East factory guards, carrying their blood-dripping crescent blades, quickly ran towards the mansion. Unbridled. You East Chamber are really bold. You actually dare to bring weapons to kill in this official's residence. Do you East Chamber know what the consequences of this will be? An official in official uniform walked out, surrounded by 4 guards. Seeing the East Chamber factory guards with swords rushing into the mansion, the official wearing official uniforms had a furious face, and immediately loudly rebuked the East Chamber factory guards rushing into the mansion. The Emperor has decreed that Li Hui has formed a party, colluded with the Minister of Public Works, and colluded with the Yellow Sky cult rebels, so he is guilty of the most heinous crime, and will directly plunge his family into oblivion. Kill, the East factory guards said loudly, and without saying a word, they directly made a move. What? The Emperor's decree is to raise my house? This third-grade official's face changed. There was no time to think about it, and then he saw that the East factory guards had already moved to kill. Asshole. Even if the Emperor wants to question this official, there's still the Ministry of Justice to do so, and you East Chamber dares to falsely pass on an imperial decree. You're really bold. Men, hang these East Chamber hawks and dogs who dare to falsely pass on an imperial decree for this official. This third-grade magistrate now could not care less about the holy decree or not. Now the most important thing is to hang these factory guards who rushed into the house. As for the rest, let's wait until these factory guards that rushed into the mansion are eliminated. With this third-grade magistrate's order, the guards in the residence and the East Chamber factory guards sparred. Even the 4 guards who were protecting this third-grade wordsmith all shot out to kill the factory guards. These 4 guards were able to post close protection for the third-ranked verbal official. Their strength was naturally not weak. All of them were experts in the third-ranked Zhongshu realm. A third-ranked sect master? The East factory guards looked at these 4 people who had killed out, their faces unchanged. The commander at the head of them said in a cold voice, "Get on the strong crossbow." All the factory guards, who had taken out their strong crossbows, fired them directly. Under the dense rain of crossbow arrows, not to mention a third-grade patriarch, even a second-grade minor patriarch would have to drink his life away. After a round of crossbow rain, except for the East Chamber factory guards, there was no one present who could stand again. Even that third-grade magistrate fell to the ground, with a few crossbow arrows sticking out of his body. Tow away. The head of the East Chamber's leader glanced at the third-ranked verbal official who had fallen to the ground and directly waved his hand. Since we can't bring back alive this third-ranking official, we'll bring back his corpse. Kill. The residents of a 5th-ranked Longzhong, the East Chamber factory guards killed into the residence like wolves and tigers. In a short period of more than 10 minutes, there was not a single sound of resistance within the entire Longzhong house. A 5th-ranked Longzhong in official uniform was racked out of the mansion by the East Chamber factory guards. You release this officer. You East Chamber hawks and dogs are really bold, actually daring to storm the residence of a 5th-ranked official without proof. This official must senate you to the Emperor. Senate you East Chamber for disrupting the dynasty and framing loyal people. This 5th-ranked Longzhong said with a stern face, constantly struggling to break free from the factory guards. Unfortunately, struggling and struggling and struggling, all in vain. In response to the stern words of this 5th-ranked Longzhong, the factory guards were all expressionless, not caring at all, wanted to participate in their East Chamber to disorganize the dynasty, framing loyal people. It's ridiculous, not to mention the fact that they, the East Chamber, were themselves under orders. Even if it wasn't, this 5th-ranked Longzhong would have to have that opportunity to attend to the Emperor before he could do so. The door to the East Chamber is good to get in, but hard to get out. Once you're in the East Chamber, you can't get out again. Besides, is he a loyalist, this 5th-grade groom? At the same time, in addition to Cui Yangyuan, the Minister of Industry, whose residence was copied and exterminated by the East Chamber, there were more than 20 other officials whose residences were raided by the East Chamber. These officials were basically the power of the Bolingchui family in the imperial court, and some of them were officials who were involved with the local officials of the 4 northern states and the powerful families. This time, they were all taken down in one fell swoop by Chao Jingchuan's East Chamber. With so many officials arrested in such a big move by the East Chamber, it simply could not be hidden from the various characters within the city of Luoyang. For a while, it could be said that the wind was once again at its peak in Luoyang City. No one expected that the East Chamber would suddenly take down the Minister of Labor and so many officials at once. Everyone is wondering what the hell is going on. Why did the one in the palace suddenly let the East Chamber take down the Ministry of Public Works Secretary Cui Yangyuan and their officials? You know, Cui is a member of the Bolingchui family. The Bolingchui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, with deep roots and influence in the Great Zhou. Isn't the one in the palace afraid of a backlash from the Bolingchui family? The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat in front of his desk and looked at the butler below with an incredulous expression. What did you just say? Say again. What happened to the Ministry of Works? Prime Minister Yuan Bo thought he had heard wrong and looked at the steward below and asked again. Master, the Ministry of Public Works residence was raided by the East Chamber. Yang Yuan, the Minister of Works, was also arrested by Chao Zhengchun of the East Chamber. In addition to Yang Yuan, more than 20 other court officials have been copied by the East Chamber. And these officials are basically all from the Chui family, and some of them are involved with local officials in the 4 northern states. The butler immediately said it again with a grave face. The butler knew this was unusual. Therefore, as soon as he received the news, the housekeeper immediately came to report to Yuan Bo. This time, Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face changed directly after hearing the butler's words. What's going on? Why did the East Chamber raid the Ministry of Public Works and arrest Chui, and arrested other officials of the Chui family in the court? What the hell happened? Is the one in the palace going to deal with the bowling Chui family? But this is not right. There is no way that the one in the palace would suddenly deal with the bowling Chui family for no reason. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's brows were knitted tightly together as he stood up and walked back and forth. This matter is not trivial. If the palace is really to deal with the Chui family, then some trouble. Their lineage is commonly involved. If the one in the palace is dealing with the Chui family, isn't that starting to reach out to the families? Once they let the one in the palace have his way, then it would be the turn of their other families next. The main thing is that Yang Yuan, the Minister of Public Works, is one of them, and Yang Yuan is usually present when things are discussed. This is if Chui can't withstand the torture of the East Chamber and says something he shouldn't, then they're all probably going to be in big trouble. At the thought of this, even Prime Minister Yuan Bo, an auxiliary minister who had been through 2 dynasties, lost his usual composure. After Prime Minister Yuan Bo took a few steps, he looked at the housekeeper with a grave expression. Do you know why the East Chamber copied out the Ministry of Public Works residence and arrested Yang Yuan? The butler shook his head. I don't know. Prime Minister Yuan Bo immediately said, check. Immediately send someone to check. Make sure to find out why the East Chamber copied out the Ministry of Public Works and arrested Yang Yuan and the others. That's the point. Only when you figure that out can you get the right medicine for the problem. Yes, master. The butler bowed and was about to leave, but Yuan Bo called out again. Wait. After Prime Minister Yuan Bo called out to the butler, he immediately returned to his desk and lifted his pen to write 2 letters before handing them over to the butler. Deliver these 2 letters to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Household. Both of them. Also, find out what's going on with Chui and prepare for the worst. Prime Minister Yuan Bo said in a gruff voice after handing the 2 letters to the housekeeper. The butler nodded, and a glint flashed in his eyes, understanding Prime Minister Yuan Bo's meaning. Then the butler left. The Household Ministry. What? The East Chamber copied out the Ministry of Public Works residence and arrested the Minister of Public Works, Yang Yuan, as well as other officials of the Chui family in the court? When the Minister of the Household heard this news, he directly stood up in shock and his face changed greatly. Any idea what this is all about? Why did the East Chamber raid the Ministry of Public Works and arrest Yang Yuan as well as the other officials of the Chui family in the court? The Minister of the Household looked at the guard commander in front of him who had come to report this news and asked in a sharp voice. This guard commander shook his head. My lord, my subordinate doesn't know. The East Chamber made a sudden move, without a single word in advance. This guard commander said. When the Minister of the Household heard the words of this guard commander, he immediately angrily rebuked. Then what are you waiting for? Still hurry to find out. The Minister of the Household knew the seriousness of the matter. Get this one wrong and they're all screwed. After all, Yang Yuan, the Minister of Industry, is involved with them all, and is considered a grasshopper on a rope. If the grasshopper Yang Yuan, the Minister of Public Works, is blown out of the oil, can the grasshopper on their rope still run? Yes, my lord. My subordinate will go and check it out. This guard commander hurriedly answered and turned around to leave. Chapter 129, Then let's have a good trial. The Ministry of Public Works minister's residence was copied and destroyed by the East Chamber, but also with more than 20 other officials in the courtroom were also copied by the East Chamber and destroyed the family. When this news came out, it shook all the civil and military officials of the court, especially the Ministry of Public Works Minister Yang Yuan. This is not an ordinary court official. This is one of the rare ministers of the court, one of the 6 ministers. Such an important minister of the court was arrested by the East Chamber at once, and for a while, many people were shocked. It wasn't just Prime Minister Yuan Bo and the Minister of the Household who were shocked and lost their usual composure upon hearing this information. Likewise with the Minister of Justice. The Ministry of Justice in hearing the East Chamber copied the Ministry of Public Works house, arrested the Ministry of Public Works Yang Yuan this news, shocked that is fidgety. It was really the news that was so sudden. Suddenly too. So that the Minister of Justice did not have a little heart preparation. The Minister of Justice knows that it will be difficult for Chui to come out unscathed after being caught by the East Chamber like this. It wasn't that the Minister of Justice was worried about Choi's death, but the Minister of Justice was worried that Choi would say something he shouldn't. When the time comes, even he, the Minister of Justice, is on the ropes. Patriarchate. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian was also shocked after hearing this news. 8th Xian Wang Zhou Xian did not expect that Zhou Chen, the emperor, would suddenly let the East Chamber take down Chui Yangyuan, the Minister of Public Works, and also cleaned up the wings of the Bowling Chui family in the dynastic hall. Wasn't Zhou Chen afraid of causing a backlash from the Bowling Chui family? After the 8th sage King Zhou Xian was shocked, his face was grave. Maybe other people don't know how much influence the Bowling Chui family has in the Great Zhou, but the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian knows it in his heart. The 7 great families of the Great Zhou, that is not a mouth. That can really be stomping, can cause the existence of the Great Zhou trembling 3 times. The 8th sage King Zhou Xian was a little worried that Zhou Chen's hasty attempt to remove the rights of the worldly gentry would cause a backlash from the worldly gentry. By then, the Great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains would never be as simple as just a small-sided rebellion like the 4 northern states. However, when 8th sage King Zhou Xian thought of the figure that stood proudly on the spot and killed 2 half-step celestials with a single halberd when he was exterminating the Yellow Sky sect rebels in Xi'an Prefecture, the look of gravity on his face eased quite a bit again. With that flying general who covered the entire field, it should be able to deter the Bowling Chui family. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the 8 wise kings, Zhou Xian can stomp his foot to cause the Great Zhou trembles 3 times. The Bowling Chui family has disappeared in the Great Zhou's history. If the 8 sages King Zhou Xian knew that Lu Bu with his army had already annihilated the Chui family, which was a behemoth in his eyes, he didn't know how he would feel. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, carefully looking at a list of officials in his hands. Standing below was Du Ruhui. Since there is Du Rui, such a person who invites the king to have gone up to the Lingyi pavilion as an outstanding civil servant, then things like copying and destroying Chui Yangyuan and the rest of them, the court officials, Zhou Chen naturally had to look for Du Rui to discuss it. Du Rui did not let Zhou Chen down, and made a few suggestions that saved Zhou Chen a lot of heartache. After Zhou Chen finished reading the list of officials in his hands, he raised his eyes to Du Ruhui standing below. Kemming, let's follow your suggestion for these reserve officials. Still, the number of these reserve officers is too small. This is an expedited zheng that Fang Xianling just sent from the northwestern lands today. Take a look at it. Zhou Chen said, picked up a nearby zhengji and had the Chamberlain factory guards hand it to Du Ruhui below. This was sent directly to the Yangxing Palace by a messenger today, and Zhou Chen had already read it. Fang Xianling's proposed matter. Zhou Chen is feeling a bit of a headache for it. The 4 northern states were cleaned up in a big way, but there was a bunch of trouble to face next. After Du Rui received Fang Xuanling's expedited zhang, he opened it and read it. When Du Rushi finished reading Fang Xianling's expedited zhang, he couldn't help but frown a little slightly. Your Majesty, with so many local officials cleared from the 4 northern states, there are too many vacancies. Although there are many reserve officials in the imperial court, most of them come from powerful families and there are not many children from humble backgrounds. And the 4 northern states have just experienced a scourge and a year of great drought. So if you want to restore the stability of the 4 northern states, you have to be an able official with a good reputation. But there aren't many reserve officers with such a large vacancy and all that to meet. Du Rui frowned and said to Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. Zhou Chen nodded. Du Ruhui was right. The 4 northern states have just experienced turmoil and natural disasters. If the local officials to fill the vacancies are generally competent, want to restore the livelihood of the 4 northern states as soon as possible, that will be very difficult. Perhaps, even the situation in the 4 northern states could not be stabilized. Therefore, the replacement of local officials in the 4 northern states must be done with care. And while there are a lot of reserve officials in the imperial court, unfortunately most of them either come from or are disciples of the world's most powerful families. Leaving aside the fact that these people's abilities are so good, whether they are straw men or not, it is their involvement with the world's most powerful families that Zhou Chen currently does not dare to easily appoint. Zhou Chen didn't want to, having just cleared the rights of a group of worldly families and mansions, hand over those rights to a new group of people from the worldly families and mansions. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Zhou Chen glanced at Du Ruhui and said, I know all of this, but the vacancies in the 4 northern states must all be filled as soon as possible, or else the situation in the 4 northern states will not be stabilized. Keeman, I'll leave this to you. These reserve officials that you have elected in the present race, in addition to those who are to fill the vacancies in the court next, the rest of them first let them all go immediately to the northwestern lands to find Fang Xianling. First, solve Fang Xuanling's urgent problem. Kemming, you must race as quickly as possible to select the number of local officials required to fill the vacancy in Fang Xianling. This matter must not be delayed. Zhou Chen looked at Fang Xianling and said seriously. The chaos in the 4 northern states was pacified, and the local officials and the powerful families in the 4 northern states were cleaned up. But the livelihood governance behind this in the 4 northern states is the most important. Zhou Chen didn't want to see that the 4 northern states of the land had achieved all the purposes they had planned in front of them, but the governance of people's livelihoods behind them had gone wrong. After Du Rui heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately bowed and said, I will obey the decree. This is not a difficult thing to say, and not an easy thing to say. However, the Great Zhou court had many reserve officials, so it was still possible to select some usable people from it. In Du Rui's opinion, after this incident with the Bowling Chui family, some of these powerful families would see this situation clearly. After Zhou Chen returned that list of officials to Fang Xianling, he waved his hand, go. Now that Chui Yongyuan and those people should have been taken down by Chao Zhangchun, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't look at Chui Yongyuan, they were all taken down by Chao Zhangchun and copied and destroyed. But take down how many officials? Can not just take the person copied, the family will be fine. A lot of things need to be wrapped up. I will retire. Du Rui bowed and withdrew from the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Within minutes of Du Rui's departure, Chao Zhangchun returned to the palace to resume his duties at the Yangxin Hall. Your Majesty, Chui Yongyuan and Li Hui as well as 22 other officials have all been taken down by the East Chamber and beaten into the heavenly prison. None missed. Their mansions and homes are being raided by the factory guards. Chao Zhangchun bowed and reported after walking into the Yangxin Hall. There weren't any accidents. Were there? Zhou Chen asked. Chao Zhangchun sniffed and immediately shook his head. No, everything is going well. Only 8 officials resisted so fiercely that the factory guards missed and failed to leave them alive. Chao Zhangchun hesitated and said. Although Zhou Chen did not say that he wanted a living mouth, Chao Zhangchun knew that for this kind of captured court minister, obviously, a living mouth would be much more useful than a corpse. Zhou Chen was not very concerned about not leaving the 8 officials alive. It's enough to have other live ones. Zhou Chen nodded. It's good that it went well. Now that the people have been taken down, it's time to pry open his mouth with a good trial. Especially Choi. I want to know how much the Chui family was involved in the matter of the change in the 4 northwestern provinces, and who else was involved. I don't believe that the only one who dares to plot against the imperial master is a regional Bowling Chui family. Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhangchun and said, as an emperor, Zhou Chen was able to exercise the power of the hegemonic emperor without the need for evidence at all, though sometimes. But Zhou Chen still didn't want to be a confused emperor. He would like to see how much the Bowling Chui family was involved in the previous change of the 4 northwestern provinces, and how many more people or those powerful families could be involved. Old slave obeys the decree. Chao Zhangchun immediately bowed. No news has come from Lubu's side? Zhou Chen asked again. Not yet. Chao Zhangchun shook his head. Not yet? Zhou Chen's gaze drifted a bit and he fell silent. Zhou Chen didn't know if Lubu had annihilated the Bowling Chui family yet. Although he had absolute confidence in Lubu, Zhou Chen also knew that a powerful family like the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families, was not that easy to deal with. Who knows what kind of heritage a powerful family like this one that has been passed down for many years will have. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chen waved his hand. Then, Chao Zhangchun retreated silently. Day 2, early in the morning, outside the Golden Palace. The civil and military officials were waiting here early for the morning court. Then a few days ago, today's civil and military officials' atmosphere is a little dull. No one again 2 or 3 get together to climb the conversation. Are each quiet where to stand? Obviously. Yesterday's incident where the Minister of Industry, Chui Yongyuan, and more than 20 other officials were copied and exterminated by the East Chamber, had a not-so-small impact on these civil and military ministers. The 3 of them, the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, the mighty warlord and the Minister of War, walked towards Du Rushi at the same time after glancing at him. Du Shangshu, the 3 of them, 8th sage King Zhou Xian, greeted Du Rui after they walked over. Du Rui also returned a greeting to the 3 of them, respectively, with the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, the mighty warlord, and the secretary of the Ministry of War. King Zhou Xian of the 8 wise kings looked at Du Ruhui and said, Minister Du. Yesterday the Minister of Public Works Chui Yongyuan and more than 20 officials were copied out by the East Chamber. Does this matter? Do Shangshu know what's going on? Du Rui shook his head. The East Chamber takes orders directly from the Emperor. How could I possibly know the inside story? Du Rushi said. Like Du Rui, such a wise person, how could he not guess what the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian wanted to ask? However, Du Ruwashi did not intend to say much, because Du Ruhui deeply understand the truth. That is, everything can be done, but only the mouth cannot say. To close tight, the 8th sage King Zhou Xian, the mighty warlord and the Minister of War, all 3 of them looked deeply at Du Rushi. They did not believe that Du Rushi did not know the inside story. You know, Du Ruhui was in the palace for a long time yesterday. However, Since Du Ruhui was unwilling to say more, it was not good for them to ask anything else. The door to the Golden Palace was wide open. The morning court begins. The civil and military officials walked into the Golden Palace in turn. Long live the emperor. After Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, the 100 officials knelt down in unison and shouted. Zhou Chen looked down at the 100 officials below. All the ministers rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 100 officials stood up. Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Chao Xingchuan's sharp voice rang out. 100 officials are silent standing in the Golden Palace. Seems to have discussed the general. Today no one has to stand out to play the right meaning. Your Majesty, the old minister has something to say. Just when the civil and military officials were silent, Prime Minister Yuan Bo stood out and said, "What does the Prime Minister have to say?" Zhou Chen faintly glanced at Prime Minister Yuan Bo and asked, "Your Majesty, yesterday the Minister of Works and more than 20 court officials were copied by the East Chamber. As Prime Minister, the old minister is in charge of all the officials, but he knows nothing about this matter. I also ask Your Majesty to allow the old minister to ask Eunuch Cao what the reason was for apprehending so many court officials all at once and raiding their homes." Prime Minister Yuan Bo said archly. Yuan Bo, as the Prime Minister, in charge of all the officials, and one of the auxiliary ministers of the court, did have the qualification to ask Chao Xingchun about the reason. It's also very much in the name. After Zhou Chen heard Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words, he didn't reply but swept to the civil and military officials. All the secretaries of state should want to know in their hearts what Cui Yongyuan and the others were convicted for just as much as the Prime Minister does. Since all of you want to know, Chao Zhengchun, tell us. Zhou Chen glanced at Chao Zhengchun and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chao Zhengchun answered the voice and walked forward. A feminine sweep of the 100 officials said, according to the East Chamber's investigation, Bowling Chui family collusion with the Yellow Heavenly Cult rebels, plotting to murder the Imperial Master Wen Zhong, compelling the Easy King Zhou Qian to raise the flag of the rebellion, Cui Yongyuan as the Ministry of Public Works, corruption and perversion of the law. A whole bunch of charges were read out from Chao Xingchuan's mouth. 100 officials listening to all of them are not face dramatically changed. What? The Bowling Chui family actually colluded with the Yellow Sky cult and murdered the Imperial Master Wen Zhong? The Great Master Wen Zhong was murdered by the Bowling Chui family? And King Zhou Qian's rebellion was compelled by the Bowling Chui family? How is that possible? When the civil and military officials heard these heart-stopping offenses, their hearts were shocked. None of them expected that the death of the Imperial Master Wen Zhong in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces and the total annihilation of the 30,000 divine martial guards would be plotted by the Bowling Chui family. It's just a bit of a stonewall to believe. As for compelling Easy King Zhou Qian to raise the flag to rebel, this is even more alarming to the civil and military officials. If plotting against the Imperial Master is considered infighting, then this compelling Easy King Zhou Qian to raise his flag in rebellion is treason. Any one of these offenses would be enough to plunge the family into oblivion several times over. Chapter 130, Chao Zhengchun, Preparing a Decree. The Golden Palace. After Chao Zhengchun finished talking about the reason why Minister of Public Works Cui Yongyuan and their ministers were convicted, the entire hall was quiet as a pin drop all of a sudden. The faces of all the civil and military officials were grave. It was because the things Chao Zhengchun had said were just too astonishing. This was no longer as simple as just arresting Cui Yongyuan and more than 20 court officials, but involved the entire Bowling Chui family, colluding with the Yellow Sky cult and plotting to murder the Imperial Master Wen Zhong, compel the Easy King Zhou Qian to raise his flag and rebel. Either of these would be enough to wipe out the Bowling Chui family. The civil and military officials were able to imagine what kind of collision this one on the dragon chair and the Bowling Chui family would issue next. However, the Bowling Chui family is not an ordinary powerful family, but one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. In the whole of the Great Zhou is deeply rooted. Can be said to be a behemoth is not too much. This one on the dragon chair wants to destroy the Bowling Chui family with this inquisition, but it is not as easy as imagined. Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face was also grave. Originally yesterday, Prime Minister Yuan Bo asked his housekeeper to find out why Cui Yongyuan, the Minister of Public Works, and the others were copied by the East Chamber, but the result was nothing. Therefore, in today's morning court, Prime Minister Yuan Bo had to come forward to play on this matter. Want to test the wind, but I didn't expect to try out such a bolt from the blue, causing Prime Minister Yuan Bo's pupils to shrink slightly. If not for Prime Minister Yuan Bo's lowered head, this unusual change in him could not have been hidden from the eyes of those who cared. In addition to the Prime Minister Yuan Bo, the Minister of the Household and the Minister of Justice and some of their officials also did not appear to be so no dissimilarity, but only very well covered up the past. After Chao Zhengchun finished speaking, Zhou Chen lifted his eyes and swept his eyes to the civil and military officials below. All the secretaries have heard it. My Great Zhou's 3 Dynasty Master Wen Taisher, 30,000, Shenwai Court Elites, was actually murdered to death in this way. It's really a bit unbelievable to me. What is even more unbelievable to me is that one of the 7 great families of my great Zhou, a prestigious family, would actually collude with the Yellow Sky Cult rebels and join the rebels. He also compelled Easy King Zhou Chen to raise his flag to rebel, and secretly helped Easy King Zhou Chen to recruit troops. Is this the lineage of my great Zhou? Is this the famous family of my great Zhou? Which one of you can tell me? Which of my de Zhou's families and gentry are the famous families of de Zhou? Or are they de Zhou's rebellious rebels and traitors? Zhou Chen coldly scanned every civil and military official below. There was no anger visible on the surface, but anyone could hear the coldness in the tone. In the face of Zhou Chen's cold questioning, the civil and military officials within the Great Hall were all silent for a moment. Prime Minister Yuan Bo lowered his head and slightly skimmed a glance at one of the more backward officials. That official immediately stepped forward with understanding. Your Majesty, this matter is not trivial. After all, the Bolingchui family is a prestigious family that has been passed down for many years in my great Zhou. Having produced many pillars of the imperial court and being one of the 7 great families of my great Zhou, it can be said to be famous throughout the world. So this kind of thing can't be treated without caution. Is it possible to find solid evidence for what eunuch Xiao said? If there is a single mistake, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the court, the official said stiffly as he stepped forward. At this point, anyone with a little bit of brains can see that it's not a good time to stand up and speak out. Whoever stands up and opens his mouth, it's definitely not going to end well. But this official had no choice. As Prime Minister Yuan Bo's man, Prime Minister Yuan Bo gave him a hint. He had to stand up and speak. Empirical evidence? Zhou Chen indifferently glanced at this official who stood out, and without saying a word, directly shouted outward, someone, remove his official hat, drag them out and punish them along with Chui's chaotic thieves. The moment these words came out, the civil and military officials in the Great Hall were all shaken. No one had anticipated that Zhou Chen, the emperor, without saying a word, was going to directly take down the official who had come forward to open his mouth to ask for solid evidence. Even Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face froze for a moment, not expecting Zhou Chen to act in such an overbearing manner. Even an official who asked for a word of solid evidence would be taken down directly for being a Chui rebel. As you wish. Dozens of stern-eyed forbidden soldiers walked in and directly took down the official, removing the official's hat and dragging it toward the outside. Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. I don't have a single thing to do with the Chui rebellion. I am thinking of the reputation of the court. This official also did not expect that he just stood out and asked for solid evidence according to Prime Minister Yuan Bo's intention. And then he was directly categorized as a Chui's rebel and was arrested. The officer immediately struggled to explain. Unfortunately, no matter how much the official struggled to explain, it did not help. Zhou Chen didn't look at the official again. Ask for empirical evidence with the imperial power. It's true that there are those who are not afraid of death. For a pawn like this who was pushed out to test the waters, Zhou Chen was not interested in any extra nonsense. Zhou Chen is to use this indirectly to tell this full of civil and military. The actual evidence? That is the Ministry of Justice only need things. He imperial power doesn't need it, because whoever he imperial power wants to die, must die. After this official was dragged out by the Forbidden Army, Zhou Chen continued his sweep to the civil and military officials and said, I have always thought that the great families are the places that cultivate talents for my great Zhou, the cornerstones of my great Zhou, the prestigious families. It will not do anything that would dishonor the name of the family, much less degrade it by joining with the rebels. But now I realize that I was the one who thought wrong. The world's great families, shiny and bright on the surface, but secretly filthy. Not only is it degrading to the prestigious family, but it is also trying to disorganize the world of my great Zhou, just like this Bolingchui family, who actually dared to plot against my great Zhou's 3 dynasties' oldest eunuchs, and let my 30,000 divine martial guards elite be buried in the hands of the rebels. He also compelled Easy King Zhou Chen to raise his flag and rebel, and recruited troops for Easy King Zhou Chen. It's simply a crime that can't be punished. Cao Zhangchun. Speaking here, Zhou Chen glanced at Cao Zhangchun, who was standing by the side. Prepare the decree. Execute the 9 clans of the Bolingchui family and publicize the evil deeds of the Bolingchui family. I will make the Bolingchui family forever nailed to that pillar of shame for being in the company of traitors. Zhou Chen said loudly with a cold face, as if the official who had just been dragged out was just a small episode, not affected at all by the one who had been dragged out. The moment Zhou Chen's words came out, the faces of the civil and military officials below all changed. Kill the Boryong Chui family? This emperor actually really want to wipe out the 9 clans of the Bolingchui family. Although the civil and military officials had all anticipated that Zhou Chen would make a move against the Bolingchui family after they had just heard the things Cao Zhangchun had said. However, when he really heard that Zhou Chen had decreed that the 9 clans of the Bolingchui family should be exterminated, he still couldn't help but be a little shocked. The Bowling Chui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. It can be said to be deeply rooted and influential in the Great Zhou. Hundreds of officials did not expect that Zhou Chen, the emperor, would really have such vigor to deal with the Bowling Chui family without the slightest bit of hesitation, but also to exterminate the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family. Wasn't Zhou Chen, the emperor, afraid that one slip-up would cause turmoil in the Great Zhou? Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen had already issued a secret decree to Lu Bu to exterminate the Bowling Chui family. Now it's just a formality. If the 100 officials were to know that Lu Bu had already annihilated the Bowling Chui family, I don't know how they would feel. Retreat. After Zhou Chen had given this decree, he didn't say anything more and directly got up and left. With the end of the morning court, a stone-cold message went out. Now all of them realized why Cui Yangyuan, the Minister of Public Works, and more than 20 court officials had their families exterminated by the East Chamber all of a sudden. It turned out that it was the Bowling Chui family that colluded with the Yellow Sky cult rebels, murdered the imperial master Wen Zhong, and compelled the easy king Zhou Chen to raise his flag in revolt. The emperor has decreed to exterminate the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family. Anyone involved with the Bowling Chui family will be put to death. When this news came out, it couldn't be said that it didn't shock the 4 directions. Who is Master Wen Zhong? That was the prime minister of the Great Zhou, the auxiliary over the heavy ministers of the 3 dynasties, supporting half of the sky of the Great Zhou. And who are the Bowling Chui family? That was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, a behemoth with deep roots in the entire Great Zhou. No one thought that the great master Wen Zhong died in battle in the northwest of the land of the 4 provinces was actually murdered by the Bowling Chui family, who also did not expect. Bowling Chui family is one of the 7 big families. Famous family, will do such a treacherous thing. He also colluded with the Yellow Sky sect rebels and compelled the easy king to raise his flag in rebellion at a later stage. It is simply degrading to the famous family. For a time, the reputation of the Bowling Chui family was considered to have been completely knocked into the abyss of hell, nailed to the pillar of shame of being in the company of traitors, and outside the palace gates. The civil and military officials after the dismissal of the court were all walking out of the palace with a heavy face, and everyone's brows were tightly clenched together. What kind of situation is next? Every civil and military minister knows this in his heart. As one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, the Bowling Chui family was not that easy to deal with. The one in the palace wants to wipe out the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family, which could cause a big mess. However, these and each of their civil and military ministers do not have much to do with. Each of their civil and military ministers' heart worry is, this Bowling Chui family will not involve their body. After walking out of the palace, the 2 of them, the Minister of the Household and the Minister of Justice, glanced at Prime Minister Yuan Bo and were about to follow him all the way out. Prime Minister Yuan Bo, however, shook his head at the 2. Then Prime Minister Yuan Bo left alone. Seeing Prime Minister Yuan Bo shaking his head, the 2 of them, the Minister of Household and the Minister of Criminal Affairs, also understood Prime Minister Yuan Bo's meaning, and they all went back to their respective residences. Mighty martial candidate, do you think there will be any accidents when the emperor decrees to exterminate the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family? After all, the Bowling Chui family is not an ordinary family of the world. You should know that in your heart. It's not that easy to wipe out the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family. After the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian and Wei Wu candidate as well as the secretary of the Ministry of War walked out of the palace together, the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian looked at Wei Wu candidate and asked with a gloomy face. 8 Xian Wang Zhou Xian had thought that Zhou Chen was just going to clean up the rights of the Bowling Chui family in the court, but he didn't realize that Zhou Chen was trying to move the entire Chui family in bowling. This makes the 8 wise kings Zhou Xian have to worry that Zhou Chen didn't wipe out the Bowling Chui family, but instead caused a big mess. The mighty waiter shook his head. I don't know, but that's not something we should worry about. Since the emperor has decreed it, he must be sure of it. Besides, the Bowling Chui family does deserve to die, actually daring to collude with the Yellow Sky sect traitors and plot against the imperial master. If I had known that they were the ones who colluded with the Yellow Sky sect to plot against the imperial master, I would have led my army to destroy his Bowling Chui family first, the mighty candidate said with a hateful voice. After hearing this news just now in the Hall of Nourishing Heart, the mighty warrior candidate was also shocked and a bit unable to return to his senses. Wei Wu candidate did not expect that the death of the imperial master in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces was actually the Bowling Chui family plotting behind the scenes. It's still a bit unbelievable. Hey, I'm still a little worried. The Bowling Chui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, with deep-rooted roots, and with the emperor so explicitly decreeing the extermination of the Chui family's 9 clans, the Bowling Chui family will definitely not stand by and do nothing. The 8 sage King Zhou Xian sighed and said with some concern, I'm a little worried too. This kind of thing should be kept secret for now, and it's better to mobilize a large army to raid the Bowling Chui family. But His Majesty was the one who first arrested the Cui family's officials in the court, and then decreed that the 9 clans of the Cui family be exterminated. So wouldn't that have spooked the snakes and given the Cui family time to prepare? The Minister of War also said with a frown on his face, somewhat unable to understand Zhou Chen's intentions. It was reasonable to say that from the way Zhou Chen had dealt with Great General Wu Jin before, Zhou Chen did not seem like the type of emperor who did not have a heart. However, this time, Zhou Chen's move to decree the extermination of the Boling Cui family was a move that made the Secretary of the Ministry of War somewhat unable to understand Zhou Chen's path. The Minister of War didn't believe that Zhou Chen couldn't see that doing so would spook the snakes and give the Boling Cui family time to prepare in advance. Regarding the worried tone of the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and the Secretary of the Ministry of War, the mighty warlord lightly skimmed the two of them. How do you know that the emperor didn't give a secret decree to mobilize a large army to deal with the Boling Cui family in advance? Mighty martial candidate's words made the two of them, King Zhou Xian of the 8 wise kings and the Minister of War, have their faces shaken, and all of a sudden they thought of something and looked straight at mighty martial candidate. What do you mean? The heart of the emperor cannot be measured. The mighty warrior candidate dropped a sentence and took a step forward to leave. The two of them, the 8th sage King Zhou Xian and the Minister of War, looked at the back of the Wei Wu candidate's departure and glanced at each other again. The gazes of the two of them simultaneously flashed with a brilliant light, and without saying anything more, each of them left. After the three of them, 8th sage King Zhou Xian left, Du Rui walked out from the corner of the palace gate at the back. Du Rui glanced at the backs of the departing duo of the 8 virtuous kings and the Minister of War, and then looked in the direction where the mighty candidate had left, and couldn't help but murmur. It's said that military generals are reckless. But how can a military general not be great and wise? A Minister of War, a king of the 8 wise men, and actually not as much as a military general who can see. Even the smartest people can't help but get confused sometimes. Du Rui sighed, withdrew his gaze, and also left outside the palace gates. Unbeknownst to them, the civil and military officials who walked out of the palace gates, their every move is under the surveillance of the East Chamber. Chapter 131, How Did You Die? The Prime Minister's Residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo returned to his mansion with a deep look on his face, sitting in the hall to calm his somewhat fluctuating mind. Prime Minister Yuan Bo how did not expect. Ministry of Public Works Secretary Cui Yongyuan they were copied and exterminated by the East Chamber. Actually because the Imperial Master Wen Zhong died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces of the matter was found out by the East Chamber, and it checks out to the Boling Cui family. Now that's trouble. If the people of Boling Cui family cannot stop the authority of the court, they are involved. Then the palace will not be easy to let go of them, will also decree the execution of their families. Bloody hell. How did the people from the East Chamber find out about the Boling Cui family? The people of the Boling Cui family are also too careless. Prime Minister Yuan Bo thought with a somewhat gloomy face. He had already reminded Cui Yongyuan, the Minister of Works, to make sure that the heads and tails of the Cui family were cleaned up. The fear is that the one in the palace will find out any traces. But I didn't expect that in the end there was still a mistake. So that the one in the palace investigated the Cui family. However, these are now no longer what Prime Minister Yuan Bo should consider. What Prime Minister Yuan Bo should now consider is how to deal with the next situation. If the Boling Cui family really involved them, what should they do? That's the main thing. Master. At that moment, the butler came in with a hurried face. When Prime Minister Yuan Bo saw the butler come in, he immediately looked up at the butler. How was it? Are things done yet? Prime Minister Yuan Bo asked in a somewhat urgent voice. Don't worry, my lord, it's done. The butler nodded and whispered. Prime Minister Yuan Bo was slightly relieved when he heard this. It's good to get things done. Thus the immediate danger is considered to be solved. The next thing to consider is the Boling Cui family side. Where are the people? There's no trace of any accident left behind. Is there? Prime Minister Yuan Bo glanced at the butler and asked again. The housekeeper shook his head. No, the person has been dealt with, leaving no trace. Even if the East Chamber wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out anything. That's good. Prime Minister Yuan Bo then nodded with relief and said to his housekeeper, regarding the matter of the Boling Cui family, immediately send a message back to the clan, so that the clan can be careful with the contingency. Boling Cui family was the palace that decree copy family extermination. How big things. Prime Minister Yuan Bo had to quickly notify the clan. Let the clan in case something happens. Just as Prime Minister Yuan Bo's words fell, he saw a dark shadow appear in the hall. Master. An expedited message has come in, the Black Shadow said, handing a small note in his hand to Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Expedited message? Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Yuan Bo immediately took the small note from the Black Shadow and opened it to scan it. There was only one sentence on the little note, but it was this short sentence that made Prime Minister Yuan Bo lose his usual composure and stand up directly. The Bowling Chui family has been exterminated by Lu Bu leading an army of divine martial guards. What? The Bowling Chui family has been exterminated by Lu Bu with his army? Seeing these words, Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face changed, somewhat in disbelief of the contents of the note. The Bowling Chui family has actually been put to death by Lu Bu with his army of divine martial guards. How is that possible? The one in the palace has just issued a decree. How can this Bowling Chui family be wiped out at once? In an instant, Prime Minister Yuan Bo seemed to have thought of something. It seems that the one in the palace had long ago given a secret decree to Lu Bu to take the divine martial guards army to exterminate the Bowling Chui family. Today's morning court is just a formality. What a great tactic. The one in the palace actually hid it from everyone. Prime Minister Yuan Bo thought with an ugly face. Prime Minister Yuan Bo did not expect that the Bowling Chui family would be put to death by Lu Bu with his army of divine martial guards just like that. It was a bit of a shock. Anyhow, the Bowling Chui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. Although it was not as good as his Yuan Bo's Yuan family, it was still deeply rooted in the Great Zhou and could not be underestimated. How could it be that Lu Bu could be put to death so easily? Prime Minister Yuan Bo's gaze flickered gloomily. Now that the Bowling Chui family has been exterminated by Lu Bu, did the Bowling Chui family say any messages to Lu Bu? Or did Lu Bu ever pry anything useful out of the mouths of the Bowling Chui family? Thinking of this, Prime Minister Yuan Bo immediately said to the Black Shadow, immediately have someone go and check. I want to know if all the people of the Bowling Chui family were killed by Lu Bu. Also, did anyone from the Bowling Chui family say anything they shouldn't have? Check them all. This is what Prime Minister Yuan Bo is most concerned and worried about. If someone from the Bowling Chui family had told Lu Bu any information, or if Lu Bu had pried open the mouths of the Bowling Chui family, it would be troublesome. The Black Shadow sniffed and immediately bowed. Yes, Yangshin Temple. When the Prime Minister's office received the news that the Bowling Chui family had been annihilated by Lu Bu with his army, Zhou Chen also received it. Zhou Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking at the news that Chao Jingchun had just handed over in his hands. The corner of his mouth curved up. Zhou Chen had also been a little worried about whether Lu Bu could successfully exterminate the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui family. After all, a first-class family like the Bowling Chui family is not simple, with deep roots and even more private soldiers. If something goes a little wrong, it could just cause a not-so-small pandemonium. However, it was good that everything was going well for Lu Bu, allowing Zhou Chen to sort of breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Chen put down the news in his hands and raised his eyes to Chao Zhengchun. Lu Bu has already executed the Bowling Chui family, but it was for nothing. Your side. What was the result of the interrogation? Is Choi accountable? Zhou Chen looked at Chao Zhengchun and asked. Choi's side of the family hadn't gotten any useful information, so all that was left next was Choi's side. Chao Zhengchun immediately said, Your Majesty, Chui Yongyuan's mouth is very tight and has not opened his mouth until now. However, it shouldn't last much longer under the torture of the East Chamber. And those other people knew nothing about the Chui family's plot to murder the Imperial Master, but only interrogated some of the Chui family's other things. Please, Your Majesty. Chao Zhengchun took out an interrogation record and sent it to Zhou Chen. There is no one who can last under the torture of the East Chamber. It's only a matter of time before the opening. It's just sooner or later. Zhou Chen took the interrogation record from Chao Zhengchuan's hand and faintly scanned it without much interest. Now that the Bowling Chui family had all been annihilated by Lu Bu, there was no longer much point in interrogating the Chui family about these things. At this time, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in and quietly came to Chao Jingchuan's side, whispering something in Chao Jingchuan's ear. When this Chamberlain factory guard finished speaking, Chao Jingchuan's face instantly became gloomy. What's wrong? What happened? Chao Jingchuan's unusual change did not escape Zhou Chen's perception. Zhou Chen put down the interrogation record in his hands and glanced at Chao Zhengchun and asked, Your Majesty, the factory guards have just reported that Chui Yongyuan and those arrested officials are dead, died in the East Chamber prison. Chao Zhengchun hesitated and said carefully, Choi and the officials who were arrested are dead, and all died in the East Chamber's prison? When Zhou Chen heard this, he visibly froze for a moment, feeling a bit surprised. How did it die? Was the torture excessive, or did someone break into your East Factory prison? Zhou Chen frowned and asked, Back to Your Majesty, it shouldn't be excessive torture. The specifics are not clear to the factory guards. Chao Zhengchun said stiffly, his heart a little weak. The factory guards are actually not aware of the specifics of the death of the felon held in the East Factory's prison. Wouldn't people laugh their asses off if this got out? The factory guards aren't sure? Zhou Chen's frown tightened as he raised his eyes to look at Chao Zhengchun and said, To have someone actually be able to kill someone unknowingly in your East Chamber's prison, that's really not simple. Go take care of it. Let's see what's going on. Zhou Chen said indifferently to Chao Zhengchun. It's not torture overkill, so it would have to be someone killing Choi and the officials. There were actually people who could kill people in the East Factory's prison, and they were so unaware of it that even the factory guards didn't know what was going on. which really made Zhou Chen a little surprised. The factory guards were all signed out by Zhou Chen, and Zhou Chen never doubted their loyalty. Yes, Your Majesty, Cao Zhangchun answered, turned around and left the Hall of Nurturing Heart with a gloomy face. East Factory. A cell. Cao Zhangchun's face was grim as he looked at a scaly corpse in front of him. The body was no other than that of Cui Yongyuan, the Minister of Public Works. Now, Cui is too dead to die, and the scaly wounds all over his body indicate that Cui was tortured by the East Chamber before his death. On the surface it appears that the injuries were too severe to kill, but in reality none of these scaly wounds were fatal enough. Cao Zhangchun glanced at the wounds on Cui's body and swept to the several factory guards behind him. All give the mongrels an idea of what's going on. How can people die when they're locked up in a cell? None of these injuries are fatal enough. But the man is dead, tell the mongrels what has happened. Cao Zhangchun scanned the several factory guards with a gloomy face, his eyes glowing with coldness. There are a few factory guards cannot say a 1, 2, 3, 2. We'll have to shoot these several factory guards' posture. Factory. We don't know what's going on. By the time we found out, people were dead. A factory guard whispered. Yeah, factory master. There hasn't been any outsiders who have entered except us. Another factory guard spoke up. Wastes? You mean death by over-torture? Look at the injuries on his body. They're not even fatal enough. It's obvious that someone moved to kill him, and you know nothing about it. Touch. Cao Zhangchun casually waved his hand, and several of the factory guards were directly swept away, falling to the ground and spewing out a mouthful of blood with their mouths open. The factory governor spares his life. The subordinates are telling the truth. There really hasn't been any outsiders in there. It's all been inside the plant. Several factory guards climbed to their feet and said in a rush, they all know the temper of this factory owner. That is killing without blinking an eye. If they couldn't explain it, then their little lives would have to stay in this cell today. Are you sure no outsiders have entered? Cao Zhangchun asked pointedly as he looked straight at the several factory guards. Okay, factory master. We are certain that no outsiders have entered. A few factory guards immediately affirmed that they had been in the compound all along, and it was true that no outsiders had ever entered other than those within the factory. If an outsider had entered, there's no way they wouldn't have known. Hearing the words of several factory guards, Cao Zhangchun's brows couldn't help but furrow. No outsiders have ever entered? How is that possible? With Cao Zhangchun's eyesight, he could naturally see that Cui Yongyuan's death was not due to excessive injuries. This is obviously someone's move, using the fact that Cui's body is over-injured as an opportunity to kill him. Although it was done skillfully, it could not be hidden from Cao Zhangchun's eyes. But Cao Zhangchun also believed that it was impossible for these factory guards to lie to him. Besides, how many factory guards in the East Factory premises? If an outsider really enters, it's impossible not to know. But now, it doesn't make any sense at all. Even if it was a half-step Celestial's strongest person who entered the East Factory's premises and killed more than a dozen of them with his hands at the same time, it would be impossible to not be discovered by the factory guards. You guys think about it a little more carefully and see what you've missed. Cao Zhangchun couldn't believe that no outsider had ever entered. If no outsiders had ever entered, then it was only their insiders. But this was even more impossible. These factory guards were just as loyal to the emperor as he was, and could not possibly do such a thing. Cao Zhangchun kept thinking in his mind, thinking about all the possibilities, but in the end, they were all ruled out by Cao Zhangchun. Several factory guards heard Cao Zhangchun's words and all thought back carefully. A few moments passed. One of the factory guards thought of something and immediately turned to Cao Zhangchun and said, Factory Lord, come to think of it, there was something wrong with the third head leader yesterday, and he seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar within the compound after coming back to it. I was asking him how he went out for a trip and didn't know his way around. Another factory guard seemed to have thought of something as well and immediately said, yes, it's the third chief. Yesterday the third chief personally interrogated the prisoner and behaved strangely. He didn't seem to recognize us fellow officers. After these two factory guards said this, Cao Zhangchun's eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant light. Understand what's going on. This is someone Li infiltrated the East Chamber premises. No wonder the factory guards in the compound said that no outsiders had entered. So this was the problem. What a great tactic, to actually dare to substitute the plum for the peach, and to take liberties within my East Chamber, is really good. Cao Zhangchun's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he coldly swept a glance at the few factory guards in front of him. You guys are really wasteful, letting someone actually sneak in with a plum in place of a peach, and you don't even know it. And don't hurry up and check it out for the mongrels. Let's see who dares how audacious they are to sneak into my East Chamber and kill people. Cao Zhangchun said grimly. His Hall East Factory residence, East Factory lair actually called people quietly sneaked in. Really damned. Yes, Factory Master. Several factory guards hastily took orders and quickly got up to leave. This was a good opportunity to take the blame for their sins. Otherwise, They were really afraid that Chao Jingchun would kill them with a slap. After a few factory guards left, Chao Jingchun snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Oof. Dare to come to the miscellaneous family's East Factory to act recklessly and kill the miscellaneous family's people. No matter who you are, when the miscellaneous family catches you, I will definitely let you taste the East Factory's torture. Chao Jingchun muttered and also turned around and walked out of the cell. Chapter 132, showing the mischief makers around. East Factory residence. Chao Jingchun sat in the lobby with a gloomy face. There were more than a dozen factory guard leaders kneeling below. Every factory guard leader had a look of fear and silence on their faces. They kept their heads down, not daring to breathe a word, because they could all feel the anger in Chao Jingchun's body as he sat in the main seat above. Chao Jingchun did not expect that someone actually dared to sneak into his East Factory to commit murder. It worked in the end and the thieves got away in one piece. What a dog's guts, especially from beginning to end. The factory guards actually did not find a trace of someone was Li Dai Taoji, so that the thieves are so grandiose as to regard the East Factory as nothing. What a bunch of losers. Chao Jingchun looked at the more than a dozen factory guard leaders kneeling below, his eyes constantly glowing with a cold light. I can't wait to kill all these incompetent people with one slap. The lair of the East Chamber. Even let someone Li infiltrated, not to mention. The murder was followed by a full-body walk back by the thieves in a dignified manner. The factory guards, however, never found a single break. If this gets out, how will he lose face in the East Chamber? Factory. At that moment, a factory guard walked in, reporting to the factory lord. The murderer who posed as the Three Heads leader to infiltrate the East Factory has been found. The person, however, is dead. This factory guard walked in and reported to Chao Jingchun. Dead? Hearing this factory guard's report, Chao Jingchun's brows furrowed and he directly stood up. Go. Show the mongrels. Chao Jingchun ignored these 10 or so factory guard leaders kneeling below and directly led this factory guard away from the East Factory. Half an hour later, on a messy grave outside the city, Chao Jingchun looked at the small half of the body in front of him, which was already about to melt, and his face was gloomy. Corpse water? Destroy the body. What a great tactic. If it is not the factory guards in time to find out the clues, I am afraid that a few minutes later, even if the factory guards and then have great ability cannot find out the whereabouts of this dare to Li substitutes for the peach infiltration of the East Factory murder of the maniacs. Bloody hell, Chao Jingchun had thought. Catch this dare to Li Dai Taoji sneaked into his East Factory wanton madman, to let him taste the East Factory torture. Let's see what kind of person dares to have the audacity to send someone to sneak into his East Chamber lair to kill someone. But I didn't realize that the person was already dead. It's still being destroyed. That's where all the clues stop. Chao Jingchun swept a glance at the small half of the corpse on the ground with a gloomy face and said grimly, give the miscellaneous family to continue to investigate. Not a single clue should be spared, and we must find out for the miscellaneous family who the person behind this is. Chao Jingchun couldn't believe that the person behind it could not leave a trace. It's impossible to erase all traces, even if you destroy the body. Yes, Factory Lord. The factory guards next to him immediately bowed and led the order. Chao Jingchun didn't say anything more and directly turned around and left. Since the Li Dai Taoji's maniac was destroyed, there was no more need for Chao Jingchun to read on. As for the third leader of the factory guards, who was replaced by Li, Chao Jingchun didn't need to think about it and knew that it was expected to be in a bad way. Maybe, that factory guard's third leader was also destroyed with the corpse water and not even a slag could be found. Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen was sitting in the dragon chair looking through the Zhangji when he saw Chao Jingchun walk in with a careful face. Chao Jingchun, as a close eunuch beside Zhou Chen, the emperor, naturally did not need to report to enter the Yangxin Hall directly. As soon as he walked into the Yangxin Hall, Chao Jingchun directly asked for forgiveness to Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. Your Majesty, the old slave is guilty. The old slave did not expect that someone actually dared to substitute the plum for the peach, pretending to be a factory guard to sneak into the East Factory and silence Cui Yongyuan and their dozen or so criminal officials. This is the fault of the old slave. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Chao Jingchun knelt on the ground with a plop. Chao Jingchun knows that Cui Yongyuan and the others were silenced in the East Factory prison, and the East Factory could not escape the blame. As the Grand Governor of the East Chamber, Chao Jingchun was the first to bear the brunt of the crime, and could only kneel down and apologize first. Oh, it's actually someone who has infiltrated the East Chamber with a Lili factory guard? Zhou Chen was slightly surprised when he heard Chao Jingchun's words. Originally, Zhou Chen was still wondering what kind of person was able to sneak into the East Factory silently and not be discovered by the factory guards. It turned out to be the factory guards in Li's place. Zhou Chen looked toward Chao Jingchun, who was kneeling on the ground. Where is everyone? Gotcha? Zhou Chen asked. Chao Jingchun said stiffly, the man is dead. By the time the old slave found the man, he was already dead and destroyed. Chao Jingchun had an ugly look on his face. being a manly substituting for the Taoist infiltrated the East Chamber lair, not to mention that in the end, even the people did not catch, but also destroyed the trail of the broken clues. This has made the East Chamber a disgrace. Dead? And destroyed? Zhou Chen couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Cao Zhengchun hesitated and added, although this person's body was destroyed, but in my old slave's estimation, this person should be a person from the Jianghu, with a high level of disguise. Otherwise it would be impossible for Li to sneak into the East Factory without the factory guards seeing a single break. Cao Zhengchun said speculatively. To be able to sneak into the East Factory and still let the East Factory guards not see a single break. This disguise is definitely very high. This kind of person is usually a member of the jungle. This was Cao Zhengchun's guess. As for why the Jianghu people will be Li Dai Taoji infiltrated into the East Factory to exterminate Cui Yongyuan and these people, it goes without saying that someone must have invited this Jianghu people with very high disguise skills to take action. It's just a pity that this juggler with great disguise skills died and had his body destroyed. It's not so easy to find out who's behind it. A man of the jungle? When Zhou Chen heard this, his eyebrows directly arched up. It's the jungle people again. This Jianghu people are getting more and more licentious. It seems that they don't have the slightest regard for the imperial court at all. Zhou Chen said with a cold gaze. First, some people in the Jianghu cooperated with the Yellow Sky sect rebels to surround and kill the imperial master Wen Zhong. This is now another Jianghu people boldly Li Dai Taoji factory guards infiltrated the East Factory to kill Cui Yongyuan, them these important court criminals. It's simply lawless. Looks like we'll have to find a chance to free up our hands and clean up the jungle. Otherwise, this Jianghu people still do not know what is under the sky. Nothing is not the king's land. And what is the power of the imperial authority? Not to be provoked. Zhou Chen thought darkly in his heart. Cao Zhengchun kneeling on the ground did not make another sound. Should say all said. The next to see how Zhou Chen descended on the East Chamber. Get up. This is something to keep looking into. I would like to see what kind of person it is that has gone so far as to invite the Jianghu people to infiltrate the East Chamber and silence Cui Yongyuan and the others. Zhou Chen glanced at Cao Zhengchun, who was kneeling on the ground, and said expressionlessly. When Cao Zhengchun heard this, he immediately cowed out and said, Old slave obeys the decree. Chapter 133, by the Emperor's decree, I will eliminate the traitors of the Divine Fist sect. While Zhou Chen was thinking about finding a chance to free up his hands and properly clean up the Jianghu, Lu Bu had already struck out towards the Jianghu with his parallel state wolf riders. On a mountain road, 3,000 Peking wolf riders galloped along. Soon, Lu Bu led 3,000 of his Peugeot wolf riders to the foot of a mountain. Who are you people? This is the land of the Divine Fist sect. No one may trespass at will. At the foot of the mountain, 4 figures appeared, blocking the front of the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. One could only see that these 4 figures were all very young, and their bodies were dressed in uniform attire, which was greatly embroidered with the 2 big words Divine Fist. At first glance, they are from the Jianghu sect, and indeed it does. This mountain was none other than the Jianghu's martial arts sect, Divine Fist sect, and these 4 young figures blocking the front of the 3,000 merging wolf riders were also the mountain guarding disciples of the Divine Fist sect. Anyone who came to the foot of the mountain and wanted to go up would be stopped by the disciples guarding the mountain. The Divine Fist sect? The corner of Lu Bu's mouth hooked up a trace of disdain, and without saying a word, the square sky painting halberd in his hand came out. Puff! 4 bloody heads then flew straight out and rolled to the ground. Up the hill. Lu Bu raised his whip together and the BMW under his crotch continued to run along the mountain road towards the mountains. The 3,000 parallel state wolf riders followed closely behind, rolling up a cloud of dust and disappearing at the end of the mountain road. Only 4 headless corpses were left to fall to the ground. Perhaps these 4 mountain guard disciples of the Divine Fist sect were somewhat in disbelief until their deaths. But they had died at the foot of their sect's mountain just like that. Lu Bu took 3,000 of the Panzhou wolf riders and galloped up the mountain road to the Divine Fist sect. Along the way, all the Divine Fist sect disciples they encountered died under Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd. Lu Bu came to Divine Fist sect today with 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, just to eliminate Divine Fist sect. This was because one of those great masters who had previously cooperated with the Yellow Sky sect's rebels to surround and kill Imperial Master Wen Zhong was none other than someone from the Divine Fist sect, or the Supreme Elder of the Divine Fist sect. Zhou Chen has already decreed that in addition to exterminating the 9 clans of the Cui family in Bowling, all these Jianghu people who dared to join hands with the Yellow Heavenly Sect traitors and become enemies of the Imperial Court will also have their clans exterminated. So, outside of executing the 9 clans of the Bowling Cui family, Lu Bu took 3,000 of his parallel state wolf riders and began to take on these Jianghu people. The movement of Lu Bu and the parallel state wolf riders under the mountain had long alerted the Divine Fist sect's people. As soon as Lu Bu entered the gate of the Divine Fist gate with the parallel state wolf riders, Lu Bu was greeted by the full array of Divine Fists. Thousands of Divine Fist disciples led by several elders and sect masters all blocked the entrance of Divine Fist, looking at Lu Bu and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders with unfavorable faces. Who are you people? You actually dare to trespass my Divine Fist sect's mountain gate and kill my Divine Fist sect's disciples. If you guys don't give my Divine Fist sect an explanation today, even if you're court soldiers, my Divine Fist sect will make you accompany my Divine Fist disciples. The Divine Fist sect disciples at the bottom of the mountain were killed by Lu Bu, and it didn't manage to hide it from the Divine Fist sect's people. Among them, the Divine Fist sect master, who stood in front, looked at Lu Bu with an unkind face, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. With the attire of Lu Bu and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders, the Divine Fist sect master could naturally see that Lu Bu and the others should be from the Imperial Court. But so what? Maybe others would be afraid of the Imperial Court, but they in the Jianghu were not, especially for a sect like the Divine Fist sect, which was considered a first-rate sect in the Jianghu. They didn't put the Imperial Court in their eyes much at all. As the saying goes, no matter how big the court is, it can't control the jungle. Although the Divine Fist sect master did not know why these Imperial troops in front of him had come to the Divine Fist sect, that did not matter. The important thing was that these Imperial troops had killed his Divine Fist sect's disciples, and if they didn't give an explanation to his Divine Fist sect, then don't blame his Divine Fist sect for being impolite. Account? Still want my court generals to bury your Divine Fist sect disciples with you? That's ridiculous. Under all the heavens, there is no king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. I, Lu Bu, as a rebel-quelling lieutenant general of the Great Zhou Court, am not allowed to go anywhere. You Divine Fist sect colluded with the Yellow Sky sect rebels and teamed up with the Yellow Sky sect rebels to besiege and kill my Great Zhou's imperial master, Wen Zhong, a heinous crime. This general is acting on the emperor's decree to exterminate the Divine Fist sect rebels. This is the account that this general will give you, Lu Bu said loudly with a cold face and a big wave of his hand. Kill, destroy everyone in the Divine Fist sect, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. As the words fell, Lu Bu's figure had risen into the air and killed the crowd of the Divine Fist sect. Kill! The parallel state wolf riders bellowed, their aura like a rainbow, charging at the Divine Fist sect's people like a hungry wolf. What? Destroy my Divine Fist sect? Hearing Lu Bu's words, the Divine Fist sect's people froze for a moment. There is no fear at all. The court wants to eliminate his Divine Fist sect. First have to ask his Divine Fist sect's thousands of disciples to agree or not. What's more, his Divine Fist sect is not an ordinary Jianghu sect. It has a notable status and strength in the entire Jianghu. The court wants to eliminate his Divine Fist sect. It's not that easy. Kill. Follow the sect leader to kill these imperial villains who dared to kill my Divine Fist sect's disciples and break into my Divine Fist sect. The Divine Fist sect master also bellowed and directly rose up to meet Lu Bu. Die. Seeing that the Divine Fist sect leader actually dared to kill towards himself, the square heavenly painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand came out. Without mercy, he chopped at the Divine Fist sect master. Not good. This is. In the face of Lu Bu's mighty one square sky painting halberd, the Divine Fist sect master's face changed. A warning bell went off in his heart, and he felt only a shadow of death hanging over him. Unfortunately, he was too late to dodge. Put. A stream of blood flew up. The Divine Fist sect leader was directly cut in half by Lu Bu with a square heavenly painted halberd. To his death, the Divine Fist sect master did not expect that he, a grand master's expert, who was also a renowned figure among the rivers and lakes for a long time, would actually be decapitated in a single glance. Master. Seeing that their own sect master had been cut in half by Lu Bu with a square heavenly paint halberd, the faces of several elders of the Divine Fist sect changed drastically. One must know that their sect leader was a peak grandmaster expert, and that was a resounding figure in the entire Jianghu, but now it was actually chopped in half by one of the court's generals, with a single halberd. How is that possible? This scene didn't just shock the several elders of the Divine Fist sect, even the disciples of the Divine Fist sect were all in disbelief. The sect leader, who they had always looked up to in their eyes, had been decapitated by a general of the Imperial Court in a single glance. It was simply too much of a shock for them. Big enough that for a while, it was a little hard to take in. However, without hesitation, Lu Bu swung the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand once again and slashed at those Divine Fist sect elders. Undoubtedly, under the formidable strength of Lu Bu, a half-step celestial, no one could block one of Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberds. Chapter 134, just by your flying cloud villa. You are worthy of my East Chamber's explanation? The Divine Fist sect. After Lu Bu intercepted and killed the Divine Fist sect master with a square heavenly painted halberd, he then swept directly towards several of the Divine Fist sect's elders. When the several elders of the Divine Fist sect saw this, their faces changed, and they couldn't think about it in time, as they all shot out to meet Lu Bu. The several elders of the Divine Fist sect knew that even their peak Grand Master sect leader had been decapitated in a single glance, and if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to block Lu Bu's halberd at all. However, it was a pity that in the face of absolute strength, even if several of their elders joined hands, it would not help at all. Put one halberd down. Several of the Divine Fist sect's elders were swept away and fell to the ground, cracking the ground. The several elders of the Divine Fist sect struggled for a few moments before they simply stopped moving. The many disciples of the Divine Fist sect immediately panicked when they saw that their sect leader and several elders had died at the hands of Lu Bu one after another. Without the sect leader and a few elders, they, the disciples, were even less of a match for these people from the court. Before these disciples of the Divine Fist sect could react from their panic, after Lu Bu had exterminated the headmaster and a few elders of the Divine Fist sect, the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand had already killed towards them once again. In the blink of an eye, bloodshed rose in all directions. In just a few short minutes, a large portion of the Divine Fist sect's thousands of disciples had fallen. All 3,000 of the peaceful state wolf riders also followed behind Lu Bu, raising the butcher knives in their hands and snapping the powerful crossbows in their hands, charging these disciples of the Divine Fists. Half an hour later, the sounds of the Divine Fist sect's tussle returned to calm. Corpses were strewn across the entire Divine Fist sect, and blood was all over the ground. The corpses of the Divine Fist sect's disciples were everywhere, all up and down the Divine Fist sect, from the disciples to the elders to the sect leader. None of them survived. All of them died at the hands of Lu Bu and the 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. Go. Next target. After destroying the Divine Fist sect, Lu Bu raised his whip and ran down the mountain with his 3,000 merging state wolf riders, disappearing at the end of the mountain road. The Divine Fist sect, a famous martial arts sect in the Jianghu, was thus annihilated by Lu Bu with 3,000 parallel state wolf riders. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause quite a shock in the Jianghu, because after all, the Divine Fist sect was not a small sect in the Jianghu, but a large force with a considerable amount of influence in the Jianghu. Although it cannot be said to be the titan of the Jianghu, but in the Jianghu is also a formidable reputation. Now the Divine Fist sect was just annihilated by the imperial court, and it was hard not to shake the Jianghu when this news was spread. After all, the court never cared about the jungle. This time, the court's annihilation of the Divine Fist sect was the first ever. While Lu Bu was eliminating the Divine Fist sect, Cao Shaoqin with hundreds of factory guards also arrived outside a mountain village. Come on man, stop. This is Whisking Cloud Villa. Who are you people? What is the purpose of coming to my Whisking Cloud Villa? Seeing that Cao Shaoqin had arrived outside the lodge with hundreds of factory guards, the guards at the entrance of the lodge immediately all went on alert. One of them stepped forward and loudly heckled Cao Shaoqin. It was really because Cao Shaoqin and his men were too many in number, and they were also all fully armed with weapons and murderous. This made the guards at the entrance of the lodge wary. If it was a normal man who worshipped the manor, it would be impossible to bring so many people with them and look like they were killing people. Hearing the heckling of the guards at the entrance of the mountain villa, Cao Shaoqin ignored them. Cao Shaoqin raised his eyes to look at the 4 big golden and brilliant words Whisking Cloud Villa on the door plaque, and a cold smile appeared directly on his face. Whisking Clouds? Ha! From now on, the 4 words Whisking Cloud Villa will no longer exist in the Jianghu. As the words fell, the soft sword at Cao Shaoqin's waist was already sheathed. Click! The door plaque hanging on the doorframe with the 4 big golden and brilliant words Whisking Cloud Villa immediately broke into 2 and fell down. The guards at the entrance of Whisking Cloud Villa's entrance changed their faces when they saw Cao Shaoqin chopping off the plaque of Whisking Cloud Villa without saying a word. No one had ever dared to come to his Whisking Cloud Villa to act recklessly like this. The guards at the entrance of the Flickering Cloud Villa were furious. Asshole! You guys are really looking for death. You actually dare to break the plaque of my Whisking Cloud Villa. My Whisking Cloud Villa. Before the guards at the entrance of the Flickering Cloud Villa could finish their words, they saw a cold light flash by. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. The guards at the entrance of the Flickering Cloud Villa opened their eyes angrily and collapsed to the ground with a look of disbelief. Drops of blood kept spraying outward from their necks. They never thought until they died that these people across the street would not only dare to chop off their Flickering Cloud Villa's plaque, but also dare to kill them. Give the mongrel on. After Cao Shaoqin killed the guards at the entrance of Whiskering Cloud Villa with a sword, he directly rushed into Whiskering Cloud Villa with hundreds of factory guards. The sound of fighting rose. Immediately, it spread throughout the Whisking Cloud Villa. Unbridled. What kind of person dares to come to my Whisking Cloud Villa to spread their wildness? By the time Cao Shaoqin with his factory guards had just killed the square in front of the gate, suddenly, an angry bellow rang out. Then, a dozen figures instantly ran out from the depths of the manor. The people who came were none other than the Lord of Whisking Cloud Villa and some of Whisking Cloud Villa's experts. After the Lord of Whisking Cloud Villa ran over, He couldn't help but frown when he saw the flying eagle suits on Cao Shaoqin and the rest of them. Someone from the East Chamber? The reputation of the East Chamber had spread, plus that special flying eagle suit. Therefore, the Villa Master of Whisking Cloud Villa recognized Cao Shaoqin and the others at a glance. The Villa Master of Whisking Cloud Villa frowned as he swept a glance at the corpses of those of his own children on the ground around him, and looked at Cao Shaoqin with an ugly face. I, Whisking Cloud Villa, ask myself that I have never crossed paths with your East Chamber, nor have I ever made any grudges. Why did you people from the East Chamber storm into my Flying Cloud Villa and kill how many people from my Flying Cloud Villa? Today, if you, the East Chamber, don't give me an explanation for Whisking Cloud Villa, even if you are from the East Chamber, I, Whisking Cloud Villa, will make you have no return. The Lord of the Flying Cloud Villa coldly looked at Cao Shaoqin and said, the owner of Whisker Cloud Villa didn't know why the people from the East Chamber had killed their way into his Whisker Cloud Villa, but that doesn't matter anymore. The important thing was that the people from the East Chamber had already killed quite a few of his Fo Yun Villa's sons and daughters, and if the East Chamber couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation for Fo Yun Villa today, then these people from the East Chamber wouldn't want to leave again. Although he Whisking Cloud Villa is not a great power in the Jianghu, but it is not a place where anyone can just spread wild and unrestrained. Explain? Ha! Why do I need to explain to people what I do in the East Chamber? Just by your Whisking Cloud Villa are you worthy of my East Chamber's explanation? Cao Shaoqin sneered with a disdainful expression. Since you know about our East Chamber, then you should understand what our East Chamber does. What you, Whisking Cloud Villa, have done should be clear in your own hearts. District Jianghu people, you also dare to be an enemy of my imperial court, and unite with the Yellow Sky sect rebels to kill my Great Zhou's imperial master Wen Zhong. You're simply a dog's gall. The miscellaneous family has been ordered by the emperor to eliminate your Whisking Cloud Villa rebels. Cao Shaoqin looked at the villa of Whisking Cloud's Villa's Villa Master and said in a stern voice, that's right. One of those great masters who had previously surrounded and killed the great master Wen Zhong with the Yellow Sky sect rebels was from this Whisking Cloud Villa. Hearing Cao Shaoqin's words, the face of the owner of the Whisking Cloud Mountain Villa changed for a moment, his heart sinking to the bottom. It's true that what you fear happens. Previously, the head of Fuyun Villa was a bit worried because Huang Tian sect had asked his Fuyun Villa Grand Master expert to take action against the Imperial Court's Imperial Master Wen Zhong, which would implicate his Fuyun Villa. Who would have thought that this fear would actually happen now? The owner of the Whisking Cloud Villa looked at Cao Shaoqin with a grave face and said, you East Chamber don't spit blood. I, Whisking Cloud Villa, am not an enemy of the Imperial Court, nor do I have any involvement with the Yellow Sky sect. That great master from my Whisking Cloud Villa had already broken away from my Whisking Cloud Villa when he was invited by the Yellow Sky sect. Master Wen's death has nothing to do with my Whisking Cloud Villa at all. The villa of the Whisking Cloud's Villa's Villa Master said as he looked at Cao Shaoqin in explanation. As a Jianghu power, the Whisking Cloud Villa did not put the Imperial Court in its eyes much, but it also did not want to make an enemy of the Imperial Court openly. After all, this world was the world of the Great Zhou, and the Imperial Court was the most powerful. The owner of the Flickering Cloud Villa knew that it would be troublesome once the Imperial Court was onto him. Therefore, the Lord of the Whisking Cloud Villa had to explain himself. Unfortunately, this explanation from the owner of the Whisking Cloud Villa was simply irrelevant to Cao Shaoqin. What Cao Shaoqin wanted wasn't an explanation either, but extermination. Cao Shaoqin's face revealed a cold smile after hearing this explanation from the owner of Whisking Cloud Villa. You, Whisking Cloud Villa, are skimming all over the place, but I, the East Chamber, don't need that explanation. This kind of explanation, you, Whisking Cloud Villa, had better go down and explain it to Master Wen in person. Speaking of this, Cao Shaoqin's face turned cold and he waved his orchid finger. Give the mongrels a kill. Anyone from the Whisking Cloud Villa, leave no one behind. With a command, hundreds of factory guards raised their crescent blades and killed the people from the Whisking Cloud Villa. At the same time, Cao Shaoqin's figure also leapt straight up, and the soft sword in his hand shot out, looking for death. Do you East Chamber really think that I, Whisking Cloud Villa, will be afraid of you Imperial hawks and dogs? Since you, the East Chamber, don't know what's good for you and want to destroy my Flying Cloud Villa, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing Cao Shaoqin's direct order to destroy his Whisking Cloud Villa, the owner of Whisking Cloud Villa knew that today's matter could not be settled. Even if he tried to explain it, it wouldn't help. Therefore, the Villa Master of Whisking Cloud Villa's face sank as he directly said in a cold voice, give this lord of the manor your full strength and kill these court hawks and dogs. Not one of them should be allowed to escape. As the words fell, the lord of the Whisking Cloud Villa took the lead in striking out to kill Cao Shaoqin. Since the people of the East Chamber would not listen to explanations, they would have to see the truth underhand. If there was an imperial army coming, destroying his Whiskering Cloud Villa would still be a matter of concern. But a few hundred factory guards in the district want to destroy him Whisking Cloud Villa. It is simply a big talk. The owner of the Whisker Cloud Villa would like to see how capable the East Chamber is, daring to boldly destroy his Whisker Cloud Villa. The owner of the Flying Cloud Villa had just met Xiao Shaoqin when he felt a chilling aura slice through his neck. Not good. The face of the owner of the Whisking Cloud Mountain Villa changed, and he hastily sidestepped to avoid it, only to see a soft sword stabbing past him, only a fraction of a second away from his neck. If he hadn't dodged quickly, I'm afraid that this sword would have directly slit his throat. When the owner of Whisking Cloud Mountain Villa was celebrating in his heart that he had dodged in time, he didn't expect that the soft sword would turn to the side and stab over again in a weird way. Puff! The tip of the sword entered his body and passed through the chest of the master of the Whisking Cloud Mountain Villa. A column of blood spurted out. Before the owner of the Flying Cloud Villa could react, a sharp cold snort sounded in the ears of the owner of the Flying Cloud Villa. Oomph! Daring to underestimate our East Chamber. I don't know how to die. Brush! The soft sword broke out of his body, and Xiao Shaoqin slapped another palm onto the heavenly spirit cover of the master of the Whisking Cloud Mountain Villa. Put! The owner of the Flickering Cloud Villa spewed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground, smashing and cracking a pit in the ground. You! The owner of the Flickering Cloud Mountain Villa had just spat out a single word when his head tilted and he collapsed to the ground with a resigned face. Until his death, the owner of the Whisking Cloud Villa did not expect that his hallowed head of the Whisking Cloud Villa, with the strength of a peak grandmaster, and a famous expert in the Jianghu, would actually die at the hands of Xiao Shaoqin within just 3 moves. It was only at this moment that the lord of the Whisker Cloud Villa realized why the East Chamber, with a mere few hundred people, dared to charge into his Whisker Cloud Villa and dared to speak loudly about destroying his Whisker Cloud Villa. It turned out that this Xiao Shaoqin who was leading the group was at the same peak of grandmaster strength as him, but his battle power was more than 10 times stronger than him. Master Shoji. Seeing that their own master had died in Xiao Shaoqin's hands, those experts from the Whisking Cloud Villa's faces changed, and they rushed towards Xiao Shaoqin in unison. Ha! The mole people. Looking at these Whisking Cloud Villa's experts who were killing over, Xiao Shaoqin's soft sword in his hand came out, and his entire body disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside these experts of the Whisking Cloud Villa. A cold light flashed, dots of blood floated up. One by one, these experts of the Buddha Cloud Villa fell to the ground. Compared to Lu Bu's strong and dominating style, Xiao Shaoqin's strikes were bizarre and light, making people unable to defend themselves. In an instant, these 10 or so experts from Whisking Cloud Villa all fell to the ground. Xiao Shaoqin didn't pause. Carrying his soft sword, he continued to run towards the depths of Whisking Cloud Villa, and the surrounding hundreds of factory guards, which had killed some of their opponents, followed closely behind Xiao Shaoqin to also kill in all directions towards the depths of the Whisking Cloud Villa. Half an hour later, the entire Whisking Cloud Villa was reduced to a deadland. Both men and women as well as the young and old within the mountain villa died under the crescent swords of the East Chamber factory guards. Whisking Cloud Villa, in the Jianghu, is also considered a major force, although not as good as the Divine Fist sect, but in the Jianghu is also a great reputation. But it was such a Jianghu power that was just annihilated by the court along with the Divine Fists. This is what happens when you dare to make an enemy of the court. Perhaps the Divine Fist sect and the Whisking Cloud Villa could not have imagined that the Imperial Court would step in to eliminate their Jianghu forces when they were exterminated. Go. Next house. After destroying the Whiskering Cloud Villa, Xiao Shaoqin took the factory guards and left directly, and ran on to the next target. With the yellow sky set to surround and kill the Great Master Wenzhong. There are 6 Great Masters in the Jianghu Lake. None of the kin and sect forces of these 6 could escape. Chapter 135, Selecting a Consort? Yangxin Temple. Zhou Chen cultivated the heavenly sun sealing art, his aura fluttering if anything. After a few weeks, everything returned to calm. Zhou Chen opened his eyes and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. After this period of hard cultivation, Zhou Chen's martial strength had already reached the 4th grade, one step short of breaking through the 3rd grade and crossing over into the ranks of the sovereign masters. Zhou Chen had thought that he would be able to break through the 4th grade today and cross over into the 3rd grade of the sovereign realm. But I didn't expect that in the end. I still failed and got stuck at the point of half-step sovereign. This upper 3rd grade god-refining realm really isn't that good at breaking through. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Previously, Zhou Chen's breakthrough from the 9th to the 4th grade could be said to have been unimpeded and smooth. Basically, I haven't encountered any bottlenecks. However, the current 3rd grade sovereign realm had been stuck on Zhou Chen for several days now, and was slow to break through. It could be seen that this upper 3rd grade god-refining realm was really a doorway, and was fundamentally different from the middle 3rd grade chi practicing as well as the lower 3rd grade body practicing. Zhou Chen thought darkly in his heart. At this time, Chao Zhangchun walked in silently. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has just sent someone to the Palace of Nourishing Heart to ask if His Majesty is free today. The Empress Dowager told the Emperor to go to Ci Ning Palace if he has spare time. The Empress Dowager said there is something to find and discuss with the Emperor. Zhao Zhangchun bowed and said, "Oh, yes?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Did the visitor say that the Empress Dowager was looking for me to confer because of something? Zhou Chen swept a glance at Zhao Zhangchun and asked. No. Zhao Zhangchun shook his head. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. It's also time to go to Xining Palace to pay a visit to the Empress Mother. As an emperor, Zhou Chen had a lot of things to do, and especially in these recent days, there was no extra free time. Therefore, ever since he left Xining Palace last time, Zhou Chen had not gone to Xining Palace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager during this period of time. Zhao Zhangchun, swing by Xining Palace. With that, Zhou Chen had stood up and walked outside Xining Palace. When the Empress Dowager learned that the Emperor was available and would be coming to Xining Palace soon, she happily stood outside the palace early and waited. Kowtow to the Emperor. When Zhou Chen walked into Xining Palace, the palace maids and eunuchs of Xining Palace all knelt down to salute. At a glance, Zhou Chen saw the Empress Dowager waiting outside the hall and hurriedly accelerated his steps towards the Empress Dowager. My son has met my mother. Why is mother standing outside the temple waiting for me? Zhou Chen walked to the Empress Dowager and bowed to her. Even if Zhou Chen was the emperor, this honor and respect etiquette could not be messed up, and he had to bow to the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager saw Zhou Chen, she also took a few steps forward with a joyful face. Isn't it true that I want to see His Majesty earlier? Your Majesty has not come to visit the mourning family for some time, the Empress Dowager said, affectionately taking Zhou Chen's hand and walking towards the palace. Without outsiders, the Empress Dowager acted much closer and more casual towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had nothing against this. Anyone who sees the emperor under the whole sky is scared and terrified. Facing the emperor, fear was predominant. I'm afraid that the only one who can really be so cordial and casual with the emperor is the Empress Dowager in front of her. What mother said is true. There are too many things happening these days. It's me who is negligent. I hope mother will understand if I didn't come in time to pay my respects, Zhou Chen said in explanation, following the Empress Dowager into the Xining Palace Hall. Hey, what your Majesty is saying. I am aware of all the things that have happened these days. Rather, the emperor has been working hard these days. I have heard that His Majesty handles political affairs until late every day. Your Majesty, although the affairs of the court are important, you must also pay attention to your health. The Empress Dowager sighed and said with some heartache as she took Zhou Chen's hand. How could the Empress Dowager not be aware of those things that happen these days? Whether it is to copy the family and exterminate the great general's house, cleaned up the power of Wu Ying's party, or to suppress the chaos in the 4 northern states and eliminate the rebels in the 4 states, or to issue a decree to exterminate the 9 clans of the Cui family in Bowling. Which of these things, one by one, is a small thing? It's almost always a dance on the tip of a knife. One slip up and you can hurt yourself to pieces. Even among the emperors of Great Zhou throughout the ages, there were not many who were able to make it this far. But Zhou Chen, the young emperor, did it, and did it well. This made the Empress Dowager both a little relieved and a little heartbroken. It was hard for the Empress Dowager to imagine what kind of scheming and hardships this emperor, who had always been regarded by all as indecisive and somewhat mediocre, would have put in if he wanted to do all this. Mother, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Zhou Chen smiled lightly as he and the Empress Dowager duo walked into the Xining Palace Hall and sat down opposite each other. In the face of the Empress Dowager's concern, Zhou Chen was pleased to accept it. Emperors are lonely. Zhou Chen was no exception. To receive a piece of care is something that is probably cherished by every lonely emperor. After the Empress Dowager sat down, she looked at Zhou Chen and said, It's good that your Majesty has something in mind. I don't understand the affairs of the court, but mourner knows that everything is too much, and there are no fish when the water is clear. A true lord of the Middle Kingdom does not mean how many loyal ministers and good generals he can manage, but how many treacherous ministers he can manage. The Empress Dowager said to Zhou Chen in quite a bit of a teaching rhyme. The Empress Dowager's words caused a flash of color in Zhou Chen's eyes. Zhou Chen, however, knew that this mother had never told him this before. This is the first time ever. Mother's words, I understand. I will remember that. Zhou Chen nodded, very willing to listen to what the Empress Dowager had to say about these sort of imperial techniques. Although Zhou Chen did not know why the Empress Dowager would suddenly teach him this, but Zhou Chen knew that what the Empress Dowager had said was not wrong. There is a degree to which everything is too much. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around is just that. The water is too clear to raise fish. For an emperor, there is no good and evil, black and white. Only to the imperial power is favorable no benefit. If it is favorable to the imperial power, then it is black and evil are also available. Seeing that Zhou Chen had listened in, the Empress Dowager no longer said anything more, and turned her words around and said, I don't understand the affairs of the imperial court. but I still know about the affairs of this harem. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of Great Zhou, the Lord of the world, and the continuation of the heir is important to the royal family. Now that there is no one in the harem, the Emperor has not had an heir so far, which is a great problem both for the royal family and for the court. Isn't it time for His Majesty to consider electing a concubine to fill the harem and continue the heir? The Empress Dowager looked at Zhou Chen with a serious face and said, this was exactly what the Empress Dowager was looking for Zhou Chen to discuss today. As the Emperor of the Great Zhou, the fulfillment of Zhou Chen's harem and the continuation of his heirs were especially important to the Great Zhou. Whether it is for the royal family or for the court world, it has a vital role to play. As long as the harem is stabilized and enriched, with the continuation of the heir, it can stabilize the people's hearts and stabilize the dynasty and the world. But now, ever since Empress Wuing was executed outside the Palace of Nurturing Heart, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had no one left in his harem, let alone an heir. It's not a permanent solution. Previously, Zhou Chen was mesmerized by Empress Wuing because she was mesmerized by Empress Wuing, a matter that the Empress Dowager could not persuade. But now, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had changed a lot from before, and Empress Wuing had been executed. Therefore, the Empress Dowager had to rehash old matters to find Zhou Chen to discuss the issue as soon as possible. A princess? Filling the harem? Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Zhou Chen visibly froze for a moment. Zhou Chen had thought that the Empress Dowager had sent someone to the Palace of Nourishing Hearts and asked him, the emperor, to come to the Ning Palace because she had something important to discuss with him. But I didn't realize that it was for the purpose of taking a concubine and filling up the harem for this matter. Mother, it's better to hold off on this matter for a while. The great master has just died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces, and how many of my great Zhou Shenwai sons and daughters have spilled their blood in the 4 northern states? Coupled with the drought in the 4 northern states, the chaos has just subsided. If I were to take a consort and select one at this time, I would be considered by the world to be an immoral and dim ruler. Besides, the situation hasn't stabilized yet, and I don't have the heart to worry about my children's love right now. Zhou Chen shook his head and rejected the Empress Dowager's intention. Zhou Chen knew that the Empress Dowager was right. As an emperor, it was indeed somewhat unreasonable for him to have no one in his harem and no heir. You could say this is the big one. To the royal family, to the court world, it could not stabilize people's hearts. But right now, Zhou Chen didn't have the heart to consider this. Tender land, hero's grave. How many emperors were buried in tenderness? Which Zhou Chen knew better than anyone else. Therefore, Zhou Chen didn't want to be one of them. Zhou Chen's mind was now focused on the imperial court and the world of the Great Zhou's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, waiting to pack up the old mountains. It's not too late to reconsider tenderness. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the Empress Dowager frowned and wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it, the Empress Dowager swallowed back. Since His Majesty wants to hold off for a while, then this matter will be held off for a while. The Imperial Master has just died in battle, and so many things have happened recently. The selection of a consort is indeed somewhat inappropriate. However, there can't be a big draft into the palace, but the Emperor can't be served without one by his side. I see. How about picking a few famous girls to enter the palace first, so as to serve the Emperor? What does the Emperor think? The Empress Dowager nodded and said, looking towards Zhou Chen. For these reasons stated by Zhou Chen, the Empress Dowager also felt that there were a few points of truth, and it was not good enough to insist on her meaning. After all, the Imperial Master had just been killed in battle, and the Divine Martial Guard's army had suffered considerable losses. Plus the 4 northern states were in a severe drought, and the rebels had just been pacified. If, at this time, the rumor spread that the Emperor had chosen a draft to fill the harem, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. This was bad for Zhou Chen's reputation as an emperor. However, this cannot be a big selection of the draft into the palace. But this does not mean that you cannot first choose a few big girls into the palace. Right. Zhou Chen shook his head. Empress Mother, the matter of wooing has just passed. I have some palpitations in my heart. Famous girls, I'm worried about the emergence of a second wooing in Great General. How could the Empress Dowager not hear Zhou Chen's meaning? The Empress Dowager looked at Zhou Chen with a helpless face. It seems that this emperor is temporarily determined not to choose a talent to enter the palace. Hey, originally, I was still thinking of filling up the emperor's harem as early as possible, so that I could hold a royal grandson, and to add more popularity to this palace. But it looks like it's not going to work for a while now, the Empress Dowager said with a quiet sigh. When Zhou Chen heard this, a light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Empress Dowager and said with a light smile, it's not simple for the Empress Mother to want to hold her royal grandson, and the ninth brother's family hasn't been back to Luoyang for a long time. Previously, because of the turbulent times in the court, I was afraid that ninth brother would be implicated if he returned. Now that the situation in the imperial court has smoothed out a lot, I will issue a decree later to let ninth brother return to Luoyang for the new year, Zhou Chen said. After the Empress Dowager heard Zhou Chen's words, she immediately nodded her head with a face full of joy. The mourning family also does want to cure my son, and I don't know how he is doing in his fiefdom. The Empress Dowager had a despondent look on her face. Zhou Chen looked on and comforted. Mother, just rest assured. Ninth brother's fiefdom, that is the heavenly palace. Ninth brother won't suffer anything. Since mother misses ninth brother, then I'll let ninth brother stay longer this time when he returns. After Zhou Chen and the Empress Dowager duo chatted for a while, Zhou Chen got up and left Xianing Palace. After returning to the Palace of Nurturing Heart, Zhou Chen directly issued a decree to return to Luoyang to King Zhouji of Shu, the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo sat on the main seat, looked at the butler below, and gruffly said, "How is it? Have you found out all the specifics of the Bolingchui family's annihilation by Lu Bu?" "Master, it's all checked out. This is all the specifics of Lu Bu's annihilation of the Bolingchui family with the divine martial guards. Your lordship, please look," the butler said, handing a minute message letter to Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Prime Minister Yuan Bo took this letter from the butler's hand, and without saying anything, directly opened it and read it. The letter is full of words, recording most of the specifics of the execution of the 9 clans of the Bolingchui family. When Prime Minister Yuan Bo finished reading the contents on the letter, his whole body was much more relaxed. You should know that since receiving the news that Lu Bu with his army of divine martial guards had exterminated the Chui family in Boling, Prime Minister Yuan Bo had been under a heavy pressure on his body. I'm afraid that the Bolingchui family said something they shouldn't have said before they were annihilated by Lu Bu, or that Lu Bu pried their mouths open and implicated them. If that happened, then their families would really be in big trouble, and they might have to follow in the footsteps of the Bolingchui family. But fortunately, that worry is now gone. The Bolingchui family said nothing, and Lu Bu got nothing. It all came to an end when we reached the Bolingchui family. This couldn't have turned out better. Prime Minister Yuan Bo put down the letter in his hand and said to the butler in front of him, "You go to the Household Ministry and the Ministry of Justice. They are probably still waiting for news in torment." Now the eagle dogs of the East Chamber stare very tightly. Prime Minister Yuan Bo can only be so that the butler personally run a trip. Do not dare to let the Secretary of the Ministry of the Household and the Ministry of Justice and the two to meet the Prime Minister's residence. "Yes, Master," the butler answered and left. After the butler left, Prime Minister Yuan Bo muttered, "This is a temporary relief. But these things are only over for now. We still have to find a way to deal with it." Prime Minister Yuan Bo may know that although the Bolingchui family was eliminated by Lu Bu without implicating them, but the one in the palace won't just let it go. And the 4 northern states are the best example of this. 136 Chapter Zhouji, King of Shu. The court decreed that the 9 clans of the Chui family in Boling be exterminated. Once this news spread, it shook the world's worldly families. All of the worldly families and magnates did not expect that the one in the palace would be so overbearing, only with the East Chamber of an unwarranted evidence. The palace that would dare to have no fear of directly decreeing the extermination of Bolingchui family 9 families. Is the one in the palace not afraid of causing turmoil in the Great Zhou by doing this? One must know that the Bolingchui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, passed down to this day. The Bolingchui family has long been deeply rooted and intertwined within the Great Zhou. As long as the Bolingchui family rises to the top, the situation in the Great Zhou can be imagined. However, before these worldly families and magnates could regain their senses from the shock of this imperial decree, they received another piece of news that shook them speechless. That is, the Bolingchui family has been put to death by the court's counterinsurgency Lieutenant General Lu Bu with an army of divine martial guards. Bolingchui family 9 clans within the near, regardless of the main line of direct line, or branch line of the sideline, all were put to death even. Even the Bolingchui family's connections in the imperial court and in the local community have been wiped out, with no one being spared. The Bolingchui family can be said to have been uprooted. When these worldly families and mansions received this news, they could no longer be described as shaken, but rather incomparably shocked. The Bolingchui family was one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou anyhow, and had deep roots in the Great Zhou. How could it be so easily put to death by the court? All of the world's great families were cloaked in an inexplicable shadow. None of them had anticipated that the court's methods would be so sharp, and just after the decree was given, this Bolingchui family had already been annihilated. That's as long as it's not a cutie. Anyone can understand what this means. If the imperial court also swept away the leaves in such an autumnal manner, and suddenly dealt with them, these worldly families and powerful families, then could they be able to escape? The answer, obvious. Can't hide. Under the sudden attack of the imperial army, none of them, the powerful families of the world, could remain unharmed. For a while, an incomparably grave atmosphere surged darkly among the world's worldly families. most of the worldly gentry were cautiously alert. The one in the palace first cleared the 4 northern states of the world's most powerful families. Now, he has also executed the Bowling Chui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. They were afraid that they, the worldly gentry, had also become the next target of the one in the palace. Therefore, most of the worldly gentry were on guard. In addition to all being cautiously vigilant, they also simultaneously restrained the people of their various families and clans to be at peace during this time, lest they bring great misfortune to their families. At a time when the atmosphere of the world's worldly families and gentry was surging with darkness because the Bowling Chui family had been exterminated by the imperial court, the Great Zhou's rivers and lakes were also stirred up by the elimination of the Divine Fist sect's Jianghu forces by the imperial court. The Divine Fist sect, a great power with a great reputation in the Jianghu, not dare to say it is Taishan Beidu, but it is also a first-class power in the Jianghu, and the name is deterred by the whole Jianghu, but it was such a Jianghu power that was actually exterminated by the imperial court. When this news came out, it was like a bomb exploding the entire Jianghu. The people in the Jianghu did not expect the court to take action against the Jianghu. Moreover, the first strike was a thunderbolt. In one fell swoop, the Divine Fist sect, Whisking Cloud Villa, and other such Jianghu forces that were renowned in the Jianghu were eliminated. This shocked everyone in the jungle. At the same time, the people in the Jianghu also recognized that the majesty of the imperial court is not to be provoked, and had a fear of the imperial court. All of a sudden, many of the usually unscrupulous people in the Jianghu had tightened up a lot, and did not have the reckless behavior they had before. Of course, it does not exclude that there are people in the Jianghu who did not put the court to eliminate the Divine Fist sect of this deterrent in the eyes, and still do what they want. Marshland, the house of the king of Shu. In the council chamber, a handsome young gentleman sat on the main seat, looking at a message in his hand. This handsome young gentleman was no one else but the 9th brother of Emperor Zhou Chen of the Great Zhou, King Zhouji of Shu. After Zhouji finished reading this news in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I really didn't expect that the Bowling Chui family, just like that, was exterminated by that royal brother of the king's 9 clans. It's also too much of a surprise to the king a bit. The Bowling Chui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou anyways. Doesn't it have any power to resist? With that, Zhouji handed this message in his hand to a middle-aged scribe below. You take a look at it too. This Bowling Chui family is sort of uprooted. A bit of a misnomer. The middle-aged scribe received this message handed over by Zhouji, and after scanning it, he smiled slightly. Your Majesty, you can't say that either. The Bowling Chui family is one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou anyways. Their heritage and strength is naturally worthy of the name of the 7 great families. Only, it's this Lu Bu who is too strong. Without Lu Bu, the imperial court would not have been able to quell the chaos in the 4 northern states, not to mention executing the 9 clans of the Chui family in Bowling. The middle-aged scribe said insightfully. Zhouji nodded after hearing this. Indeed, without Lu Bu, the chaos in the 4 northern states cannot necessarily be pacified by the court. To the middle-aged scribe's words, Zhouji was very agreeable. Don't look at Zhouji as far away in Shu, but the specifics of the chaos in the 4 northern states are also well known. The imperial master Wen Zhong died in battle in the 4 northwestern provinces, and even the 30,000 elite divine martial guards were all wiped out. The mighty warrior candidate led an army of 100,000 divine martial guards to quell the rebellion, but also suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect, almost all of them folding up and suffering heavy losses. If it wasn't for Lu Bu's timely rescue, perhaps Wei Wu candidate and the 100,000 strong army of counterinsurgents would have all died at the hands of the Yellow Sky sect, just like the great master Wen Zhong. It could be said that the Yellow Sky sect had become a climate with 2 half-step celestials and several grandmasters, and could call the shots with the imperial court. Even if the imperial court had sent out that old ancestor, it was still unable to suppress the Yellow Sky sect. If it were not for Lu Bu, the imperial court is really no longer any general who can eliminate the Yellow Sky sect and pacify the chaos in the 4 northern states. I don't know where this Lu Bu came from, but he's actually so strong. After calming the chaos in the 4 northern states and killing 2 half-step celestials of the Yellow Sky sect with a halberd, not to mention, he has now led his army to wipe out the 9 clans of the Chui family in Bowling. That royal brother of this king is lucky to have such a strong general working for him. No wonder he dares to make a move against the lineage. Zhouji said somewhat sourly. The heart was both envious and jealous. If such a strong general could be used for him, then he, the king of Shu, would be able to rest on his laurels. When the middle-aged scribe heard Zhouji's words, he said in a flat voice, Your Majesty, there is more than just one Lu Bu in the emperor's fortunes. There is also Cao Zhangchun, the governor of the East Factory, who is also a half-step celestial expert. The Wu clan and the great general's house were both copied and exterminated by this East Factory governor. This Chao Zhangchun, but he also killed that half-step celestial from the great general's residence. I'm afraid his strength is not below Lubu, the middle-aged scribe said somewhat speculatively. Hearing the middle-aged scribe's words, Zhou nodded his head and said, yes, 2 half-step celestials who can kill a powerhouse of the same rank. This king has never heard of before. The one that surprises my king the most is still that royal brother of mine. This king didn't expect that he would make a move against the Wu clan's party and kill Wu Ying. This is greatly out of my expectation. In my king's impression, that royal brother of mine does not have such thunderous and decisive means. In particular, the handling of the 4 northern states and the affairs of the Cui family in bowling are both very different from the imperial brother in my king's familiarity. Chuji said with a frown on his face, somewhat elusive about what's going on here. As Zhou Chen's brother, Zhou Shi had the best understanding of Zhou Chen's character and some other things about this imperial brother. It could be said that in the eyes of Zhou Shi, his royal brother Zhou Chen was a mediocre lord. The character is indecisive and of average means, not to mention tactful and otherwise. However, during this recent period of time, from the cleanup of the Wu clan's party, the taking down of Wu Ying and great general Wu Jin, to the pacification of the 4 northern states, the cleansing of the lineage, as well as the extermination of the 9 clans of the Cui clan in bowling this series of events, all of them did not seem like Zhou Chen's previous style of action. This made Zhou Ji feel a bit puzzled. At that moment, the steward of the royal residence walked in. Your Highness, there is someone outside the mansion seeking an audience. The butler of the royal residence bowed and reported after walking in. Someone's asking for an audience? Chuji raised an eyebrow. What man? Did you introduce yourself? George Chao asked. As the king of Shu, Zhou Ji was naturally not someone who could meet anyone who wanted to ask for an audience. If he didn't have a certain status and position, Zhou Ji usually wouldn't meet. Back to your highness. The person seeking an audience claims to be from the Yuan family in Runan. The butler said. From the Yuan family in Runan? When Zhou Ji heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could someone from the Yuan family in Runan come all the way to seek an audience with him? The king of Shu? You know, Runan and Shudi are thousands of miles away. The distance is not close. After Zhou Ji frowned and the middle-aged scribe below exchanged glances, Zhou Ji said to the butler, invite the people in. No matter what the Runan Yuan family's reason was for coming all the way to seek an audience with him, the king of Shu, Chuji had to be seen to be believed. Because the Yuan family in Runan is not ordinary. It is the first of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou, and it is much stronger than the Cui family in bowling. Even Zhou Ji, the king of Shu, did not dare to ignore it easily. Yes, your majesty, the butler answered and left. Soon, the butler went and returned, bringing 3 figures into the council hall, only to see that these 3 figures were all middle-aged men, all dressed in brocade clothes and elegant. All of them were of extraordinary origins at a glance. In fact, it is true that, in addition to these 3 people, one of them is from the Runan Yuan clan. The other 2 are also from the 7 great families. I, Yuan Ziming of the Yuan family of Runan, have met the king of Shu. After walking into the council hall, the middle-aged man in the center of the 3 took the lead in saluting Zhou Ji, who was sitting on the main seat, by arching his hand. Yuan Ziming, the eldest son of the Yuan family? Hearing Yuan Ziming's self-reporting, Zhou Ji's face was slightly surprised. Yuan Ziming was the Yuan family's eldest son, the leader of the young generation, and his reputation was well known. It's a high position in the Yuan family. Zhou Ji didn't expect that the person from this Yuan family who had requested to see him would actually be this Yuan family's Grand Duke. There's no need to be polite. Mr. Yuan, Zhou Ji said and looked at the other 2. In Zhou Ji's opinion, for someone who could enter side by side with the Yuan family's Grand Duke, and whose aura and attire were in no way weaker than that of the Yuan family's Grand Duke, the identity of these 2 people should definitely be extraordinary as well. I, Zhang Wangji of the Rongyang Zhang family, have met the king of Shu. I, Fan Xiaohua of the Jieshou Fan family, have met the king of Shu. Facing Zhou Ji's searching gaze over, both of them also directly introduced themselves to Zhou Ji and bowed their hands to meet him. The Rongyang Zhang family? The Mesquite Fan family? As expected, after hearing these 2 people introduce themselves, Zhou Ji's face changed for a moment. Zhou Ji thought that the identity of these 2 people was unusual, but he did not expect it to be this unusual. The Rongyang Zhang family and the Jieshou Fan family were, like the Runan Yuan family, among the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. Moreover, this Zhang Wangji and Fan Xiaohua were also the same as Yuan Ziming, having a pivotal position in the Zhang and Fan families, and were both considered the leaders of the young generation of each family. Chuji's mind was instantly cautious. If it was just a Yuan family seeking an audience with him, the king of Shu, Zhou Shi wasn't too concerned. But now it was 3 of the 7 great families that had joined together to seek an audience with him, the king of Shu. Moreover, the the visitor was also the leader of the young generation of the three great world families. This would have to be taken seriously by George Cao. Mr. Yuan, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Fan, the three of you are honored guests. Quickly take a seat. Butler, serve good tea. Zhou Shi guessed in his heart the purpose of the three people coming to seek an audience with him, the king of Shu, and greeted them warmly on his face, ordering the butler to serve tea for the three people. Thank you, King Shu. Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa sat down together. After the butler had served the tea, Zhou Shi looked at Yuan Ziming's trio and asked tentatively, the three gentlemen have traveled thousands of miles to come to Shu to seek an audience with this king. I wonder if there is something important. When Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa heard Zhou Shi's question, they didn't open their mouths immediately, but instead, they all slightly glanced at the middle-aged scribe beside Zhou Shi. The meaning of that couldn't be more obvious. Zhou Shi looked in his eyes and naturally understood the trio's meaning, and said bluntly, this is a person who is close to me. The three gentlemen can say whatever they have to say without fear. Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa did not agree with the presence of this close friend of Zhou Shi's after they looked at each other. Yuan Ziming looked at Zhou Shi on the main seat and said, King of Shu, I think it's better to have this gentleman recuse himself. Hearing Yuan Ziming's words, Zhou Shi's heart instantly gripped. He had said that this was someone close to him, and Yuan Ziming and the others still meant for the middle-aged scribe to recuse himself. This was enough to show that Yuan Ziming and the others had come to seek an audience with him, the king of Shu, for an unusual purpose. I'm afraid. The middle-aged scribe's eyes also flashed with a glint, but, in an instant, he regained his composure. Zhou Shi signaled at the middle-aged scribe, who then exited the council hall. After the middle-aged scribe left, Zhou Shi looked at Yuan Ziming's three men and said, Three gentlemen, what is it that you are seeking to see this king about? You can speak now. After Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa looked at each other once again, Yuan Ziming looked at Zhou Shi on the main seat and said with a serious face, King of Shu, we've traveled thousands of miles to seek an audience with the king of Shu because we have a very important matter to discuss with the king of Shu. Oh, what is it? Zhou Shi looked at Yuan Ziming, waiting for his next words. 9-5. What? As soon as Yuan Ziming's words fell, Zhou Shi's face changed, and his entire body stood up, staring at Yuan Ziming dead in the face. After Yuan Ziming uttered these four words, he did not continue to speak, but sat where he sat with an expressionless face, picking up a teacup and drinking the tea. The atmosphere in the council chamber was eerie at this moment. Chapter 137, What do you think? The House of the King of Shu. The atmosphere in the council chamber was eerie and somewhat frightening. The temperature in the council chamber immediately dropped to freezing point when Yuan Ziming uttered the words 9-5 position. King Zhou Shi of Shu stood up and stared dead at Yuan Ziming, the innate royal aura on his body directly radiating out, covering the entire council hall. From the moment he had just learned that Yuan Ziming and his three great families had joined forces and were careful not to allow a fifth person to be present, Zhou Shi knew that Yuan Ziming and his family's purpose for seeking an audience with him, the king of Shu, must be extraordinary. It's certainly not the usual thing to talk about, but I didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. 9-5? It's a good thing that this Grand Duke of the Yuan family dared to say that. Could it be that this Yuan family's Grand Duke wasn't afraid that he, the king of Shu, would directly take down these three of them because of these four words of treason? Faced with Zhou Shi's eagle-like sharp gaze and the imperial aura that suddenly emanated from his body, an oppressive feeling immediately surged through the hearts of Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa. However, after all, the three of them were from the seven great families and had experienced the world for a long time. The work of nurturing the breath and composure is not normally deep. Even though Yuan Ziming and the three of them felt depressed in their hearts, they were always calm as water on the surface. Mr. Yuan, for the sake of the Yuan family in Runan, this king is only seeing you. But you have spoken such treacherous words in front of the king. Where have you put the king? If Mr. Yuan can't explain this clearly today, then don't blame this king for being impolite. Even if the three of you are from the seven great families, you won't be able to leave this king of Shu's residence today. Zhou Shi collected the aura on his body and sat down again. Zhou Shi coldly looked at Yuan Ziming and the three of them without any emotional fluctuation and said. Zhou Shi didn't know what Yuan Ziming and the others intended by saying this, but no matter what Yuan Ziming's intentions were in what they said, Zhou Shi, as the king of Shu, had to show the normal reaction that a king of Shu should have. If Yuan Ziming and the others couldn't explain this treacherous statement clearly, then Zhou Shi would really have no choice but to leave these three people in the Shuang mansion for now. Regarding Zhou Shi's bluff, Yuan Ziming and the three of them glanced at each other and smiled in their hearts. The fact that King of Shu, Zhou Shi, didn't take them down at the first opportunity after hearing those few words just now was enough to explain a lot. It also symbolized that the purpose of their trip had been half successful. Yuan Ziming looked at Zhou Ji on the main seat and said with a sincere face, Your Highness, I know that these words are somewhat disobedient, but the three of us have traveled a long way to seek an audience with Your Highness, and it is for the sake of stability under the great Zhou heaven that we are compelled to speak such disobedient words to Your Highness. I also ask that Your Highness can listen to us. Half a day later, Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Xiaohua bid farewell to King of Shu Zhouji and left the King of Shu's residence. No one knew exactly what Yuan Ziming and the three of them had said to the King of Shu, but as it turned out, Yuan Ziming and the three of them left the King of Shu's residence in one piece. Still under the smiling face of the steward of the King of Shu's residence, he left the King of Shu's residence. Apparently, Yuan Ziming and the three of them and the King of Shu should be talking pretty well. After Yuan Ziming and the three of them left, Zhou Ji sat on the main seat of the council chamber, his eyes flickering somewhat erratically. What do you think? Zhou Ji inexplicably asked. What does the king expect me to think? The middle-aged scribe who had left the council chamber earlier came out from the side. Obviously, the conversation between Yuan Ziming, the three of them and King Zhou Ji of Shu just now, this middle-aged scribe had also heard it all. Yuan Ziming and the three of them thought to themselves that there was no fifth person who would overhear their conversation with the King of Shu. Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged scribe had been at the back of the council chamber the entire time and hadn't left far behind. You heard what the three of them just said. How feasible do you think it is? Zhou Ji looked at the middle-aged scribe. This middle-aged scribe was the think tank under Zhou Ji's command, and was also Zhou Ji's most relied upon right-hand man now. Therefore, generally basically anything, Zhou Ji would not hide from this middle-aged scribe. Just like the contents of what Yuan Ziming and the others had just talked to him, Zhou Ji did not hide them from the middle-aged scribe. Zhou Ji wanted to hear what this right-hand man under his command thought about what Yuan Ziming and the others had said. The middle-aged scribe mused for a moment and conservatively said, 50%. How low? A trace of surprise flashed across Zhou Ji's face. Zhou Ji had thought that the middle-aged scribe would say 70 to 80%. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged scribe would only give such a low figure as 50%. This was a bit out of Zhou Ji's expectation. Because, in Zhou Ji's own opinion, the feasibility of what Yuan Ziming and the others had said was at the very least above 60%. The middle-aged scribe said with a shake of his head, Your Majesty, this feasibility is already not low. This is still looking at the situation where the three of them are forced by circumstances to help the king with all their might. If the three of them weren't fully committed to helping the king, the feasibility of this would only be lower. Hearing the middle-aged scribe's words, Zhou Ji frowned in silence for a moment and sighed. This is what this king is most hesitant about right now. Now, after the Bowling Chui family was put to death and the four northern states' family mansions were cleaned up, these family mansions were forced by the situation, and will not be again powerful only out of three. Otherwise, they all know what they themselves will face next. This is a rare opportunity. But this king looks at you and doesn't seem to think highly of this matter, Zhou Ji said and looked at the middle-aged scribe. The middle-aged scribe understood what Zhou Ji was saying. Normally, if you want to get the support of these 7 great families and mansions, you have to have enough interests involved to be able to do so. These worldly gentry are all masters of not seeing a rabbit. Even if there was enough interest involved, these worldly and powerful families would at most contribute 3 times and would not go all out. But now, because of the situation, these powerful families had to give their all. This is indeed a very rare opportunity to get the full support of these powerful families. But why is it not a rare risk? The middle-aged scribe looked at Zhou Ji on the main seat and said with a cautious face, Your Highness, this kind of matter is not trivial, but if there is any slightest mistake, it will be an abyss of 10,000 feet. Nowadays, the emperor has first purged the party of the great General Wu clan, pacified the chaos in the 4 northern states, and executed the 9 clans of the Bowling Chui clan, one of the 7 great families. It can be said that His Majesty's might has become as great as the sun, incomparable to what it was before. The words that the Yuan family's Grand Duke and the others spoke with His Majesty only illustrate the feasibility of such a thing, not the rest. Let's not talk about whether or not the king can succeed. Even if he does, has the king thought about how to clean up the mess? Can Your Majesty suppress the Yuan family and their worldly gentry? Lu Bu and Chao Zhangchun, how will Your Majesty cope then? The middle-aged scribe asked Zhou Ji in the main seat with a series of 3 questions. As the think tank under Zhou Ji's command, his right-hand man, the middle-aged scribe was naturally not an ordinary person, and was definitely into things. In the middle-aged scribe's opinion, not to mention whether or not this would work, the mess would not be easy to clean up. If you don't get it right, you'll cause turmoil in all directions. What's more, the middle-aged scribe didn't look favorably on this matter either. Feeling that there wasn't much hope, facing the middle-aged scribe's triple question, Zhou Ji revealed a faint smile. Doesn't this king have you? This king knows that you have a deep chest, are wise and have the talent of a prime minister. With you, K. Woshim, advising the king, then the king's chances of victory will definitely increase by 30%. As for the remnants of the game, this king believes that this point should not be difficult for you. Ji Wusheng. Zhou Ji looked at the middle-aged scribe with a smile and said, Zhou Ji was most aware of the ability of this right-hand man under his command in front of him, with this wise man under his command advising him. Then Zhou Ji dared to say that the chances of winning could be increased by 30% on top of what Yuan Ziming and the others had talked about. The middle-aged scribe sniffed and sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that this king has made up his mind. Also, supreme artifacts. Which person could not be moved? Who doesn't want to be awake and in charge of the world and drunk on a beautiful woman's knee? Especially if it was someone who came from a royal family. There seemed to be some sort of innate obsession with that supreme divine artifact. Your Highness has lifted me high. I, K. Wusheng, am just a scholar, and cannot afford such praise from your Highness. However, whenever your Highness needs something, I, K. Wusheng, will do my best to contribute to your Highness. The middle-aged scribe said archly. Good, K. Wusheng. Having your words is enough. Don't worry, this king will give you a chance to show what you have learned in your chest. At the middle-aged scribe's words, Zhou Shi nodded in satisfaction. In the hall of a mansion, Yuan Ziming, Zhang Wangji, and Fan Shaoa sat opposite each other. Ziming, what do you think this His Highness King Shu of ours will choose? After sitting down, Zhang Wangji looked at Yuan Ziming and asked. Yuan Ziming smiled faintly. Doesn't Wangji already have the answer in his heart? And why bother asking me? From the fact that we were able to walk out of the Shu King's mansion unharmed, it already shows the choice of this Shu King of ours. Yuan Ziming glanced at Zhang Wangji and said. Zhang Wangji sniffed and nodded with a smile along with it. Indeed, I originally thought that I would have to go through some means to take down this King of Shu, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Hearts and minds. The hardest thing to grasp is the human heart, but the easiest thing to attack is still the human heart. Zhang Wangji sighed with a look on his face. Next to him, Fan Shaoa glanced at the two of them and faintly said, You two shouldn't be such sour shows. Isn't King Shu's attitude all within our expectations? Now it's better to think about how to play this next game of chess. One careless move is a total loss. If we lose this game, when the time comes, we'll be following in Cui Songshan's footsteps. Fan Shaoa said with a serious face. Cui Songsan? Pity. When I thought about it, the four of us talked about the game of chess with our hands, pointing out the mountains and rivers, but I didn't expect that he would be the first one to go out first. The two of them, Yuan Ziming and Zhang Wangji, both sighed with emotion. However, both of them also put away their flamboyance and became serious with their faces. Yuan Ziming and Zhang Wangji both know that Fan Shaoa is not wrong. This game of chess, one careless move, they will follow in the footsteps of Cui Songshan. So this had to be taken seriously by them. Xiaoha, in this game, where do you think the most important pivot point is? Yuan Ziming looked at Fan Shaoa. Fan Shaoa's eyes flickered for a moment as he gently spat out a few words, Xiao Zhengchun and Lubu. As long as these two are transferred, then it will be much easier to deal with the one in the palace. Yuan Ziming nodded. Indeed, as long as they transferred Xiao Zhengchun and Lubu, it would definitely be much easier for them to deal with the one in the palace. Now that Lubu is still out there, only one Xiao Zhengchun remains. As long as Xiao Zhengchun was also entangled outside, then the game would be half won. And don't you forget, there's the one from the sovereign. Zhang Wangji swept a glance at Yuan Ziming and Fan Shaoa and the two of them also spoke. Late night, Zhang Wangji and Fan Shaoa have long since left. Yuan Ziming sat on the main seat in the hall, holding a cup of tea in his hand and gently taking a sip, as if he was waiting for someone. Soon, a figure walked into the hall. Coming. Sit down. Yuan Ziming glanced at the visitor and said as he took a sip of tea to himself. No need. If the Grand Duke has something to say, he'd better say it directly. The king has been operating here in Shu for a long time, so I can't stay here much longer. K. Wusheng shook his head and said, That's right. The person who came was none other than the middle-aged scribe beside King Zhouji of Shu. Ji Wusheng. Perhaps, Zhouji would never have thought that the wise man beside him, the figure he regarded as his right-hand man, would be the one to quietly meet Yuan Ziming, the eldest son of the Yuan family, late at night. What? After spending a few years by the king of Shu's side, you've grown apart from me, the Grand Duke. In any case, you are a disciple of my Yuan family, so it's not like you're going to be so angry with me, the Grand Duke. Yuan Ziming put down his teacup and glanced at K. Wusheng and said indifferently. K. Wusheng sniffed and hesitated, so he had no choice but to sit down. No matter what, he, Ji Wusheng, was a protege of the Yuan family, and his ability to achieve today's success had a lot to do with the Yuan family. This, he, K. Wusheng, had to recognize. Watching Ji Wusheng sit down, Yuan Ziming then spoke. It's not a big deal for me to call you here. What choice the king of Shu will make, if you don't say it, we all know it in our hearts. When I first let you come to King Shu's side, It was because I wanted you to show off what you have learned in your chest and have a good future. Now the opportunity to show what you have learned in your chest has come. You must seize it and assist King Shu properly. It's not a waste of my Yuan family's cultivation of you. Yuan Ziming glanced at K Wuxing and said flatly. Although Yuan Ziming's words appeared on the surface to be instructing Ji Wuxing to properly assist the King of Shu, they were actually a secret reminder to Ji Wuxing. Don't forget that you, K Wuxing, are a protege of my Yuan family. When Ji Wuxing heard Yuan Ziming's words, his face didn't change much as he calmly glanced at Yuan Ziming and said, I don't need to be reminded by the Grand Duke. I know that I'm a disciple of the Yuan family. But, that doesn't mean I owe the Yuan family anything. I understand what the Grand Duke means. I'll take my leave. After K Wuxing finished speaking, he stood up and directly left. Yuan Ziming was left alone with his eyes constantly flickering. Chapter 138 Payroll Demand at the Border? The House of the King of Shu. The Study. George Zhou sat behind his desk, looking at a small note in his hand, frowning slightly in silence. In front of the desk stood the royal housekeeper respectfully. This steward of the royal residence is the close eunuch who has been accompanying Zhouji since he was a prince, and can be said to be the person Zhouji trusts the most. If Ji Wuxing was Zhouji's close advisor, then this steward of the royal residence was the person in Zhouji's heart who could entrust everything to him. Your Highness, this Ji Wuxing quietly met with Yuan Ziming late at night. I am afraid that this Ji Wuxing is someone that the Yuan family has arranged beside your Highness, so why don't we just go straight to it? The butler said, making a motion to cut his throat. The meaning of this is obvious to anyone who reads it. Zhouji loosened his slightly furrowed brow and looked at the butler with a light smile. Sanda, there are some things where killing is the lowest means. Don't always think of solving problems with such means. Whether or not K Wuxing is someone that the Yuan family has arranged to be by my king's side is still up for debate. We've also checked all of K Wuxing's details and know that he's a protege of the Yuan family. As a disciple of the Yuan family, it's considered normal to go and meet the Yuan family's Grand Duke. Churji put down the note in his hand. The content written on the note was precisely the words Ji Wuxing met with Yuan Ziming late at night. Perhaps, Yuan Ziming and the three of them could not have imagined that although they had left the Shu King's mansion, they had always been under the surveillance of the Shu King's mansion. Therefore, K Wuxing's quiet late-night visit to meet Yuan Ziming had not been hidden from Zhouji's eyes. But your Highness, Ji Wuxing, he did not tell your Highness that he is a disciple of the Yuan family. And, Ji Wuxing quietly went to meet Yuan Ziming late at night behind the king's back, which, before the butler could finish, Zhouji directly interrupted the butler's words. Sandy, the king knows what you mean, but K Wuxing is someone with great talent, and if you want to use someone with such great talent, you can't be looking at it with a black or white gaze. So what if I counted Wuxing as someone the Yuan family had placed by my king's side? As long as Ji Wuxing can serve this king and be useful to him, then this king will dare to use him. Besides, who doesn't have a little secret of their own? Zhouji was not much surprised by the fact that Ji Wuxing was a protege of the Yuan family and quietly went to see Yuan Ziming late at night. As the king of Shu, how could Zhouji not check the details of the people around him? Therefore, the matter of Ji Wuxing being a protege of the Yuan family had long been known to Zhouji. If K Wuxing didn't say anything, Zhouji also rightly assumed that he didn't know. In Zhouji's opinion, it didn't matter if Ji Wuxing was a protege of the Yuan family, or if he was someone the Yuan family had placed at his side. None of this matters. The important thing was that K Wuxing was useful to him and could work for him to solve a lot of problems. And that was enough. When the butler heard Zhouji say this, he stopped talking about K Wuxing and instead looked at Zhouji with a cautious face and said, Your Highness, these three great families clearly have bad intentions and want to drag your Highness into the water. Why is the king still? The butler didn't say anything further, but looked at Zhouji with a puzzled expression. The housekeeper didn't believe that Zhouji couldn't see the purpose of Yuan Ziming and the three of them doing this, but Zhouji still didn't reject it outright. This puzzled the housekeeper. Why didn't you turn down the three of them, did you? Zhouji smiled helplessly. The king, like them, has no choice. The king and they are joined at the hip and divided at the dead. Those things in the palace. That royal brother of this king even found out about the oldest four. Who knows what else he found out? There's no turning back from the bow. Everyone, they underestimated him. Zhouji sighed quietly. Instead of Yuan Ziming and the three of them hanging Zhouji with the 9-5 position, it would be better to say that it was Zhouji himself who took the opportunity to hang Yuan Ziming and their worldly gentry. If Yuan Ziming and the three of them knew that it wasn't them who had counted on Zhouji, but instead it was Zhouji who had taken the opportunity to make a deal with them, I wonder how Yuan Ziming and the others will feel. Your Highness, even if His Majesty finds out something, with the Empress Dowager around, His Majesty shouldn't be able to lay a hand on your Highness. But once His Majesty takes another step with the lineage, there will truly be no turning back. The butler said to Zhouji with a grave face. As Zhouji's close personal attendant and beloved, the butler was well aware of all the things Zhouji had done. Before the matter, there is the Empress Dowager in the palace that even if the face of the monk also look at the face of the Buddha, not to the death hand, but if that step is taken again, it's hard to say. When Zhou Ji heard the butler's words, he looked at the butler with a smile on his face. Sandazi, now only you can say a few words of sincerity to this king. You've been serving the king since he was very young. I know you care about my king, but it is the most merciless imperial family. You are also from the palace. You should understand this. Besides, this king is not happy that he is the most mediocre of our several princes, and is still a sickly child, and ended up in that seat. The king is very upset. That position should have belonged to the king. Towards the end, Zhou body exuded a strong hostile aura, and his face was filled with resignation. The housekeeper next to him saw Zhou state and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh silently. I don't know if this is a curse or a blessing. Luoyang, the imperial palace, Yangxin temple. Zhou Chen squinted slightly for half an hour. The emperor is not that easy to be, especially now that so many great things have happened recently. Zhou Chen not only had to deal with a mountain of Jingji every day, you also have to deal with those cunning civil and military officials in the court. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Chen had cultivated the celestial sun sealing technique, his strength had increased extremely quickly, and his body had continued to grow stronger. I'm afraid that he would have been overwhelmed. Even so, Zhou Chen felt a little tired every day. This was still with Du Rui helping him share some of his political affairs. If he didn't have Du Rui, a man of honor, to share the burden for him, Zhou Chen probably wouldn't even have a bit of free time. Zhou Chen finally understood how those dim-witted kings in history came to be. It's not that they are willing to be dim kings, to be touched on the spine and to be stigmatized for years to come. Rather, they can't be bright kings. Waking up with the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman are the most corrosive things that can corrode a person's heart. In the face of that exhausting multitude of governmental affairs, how many people can escape the imperial paperwork? Zhou Chen woke up and prepared for the continuation of his political affairs. At this time, Cao Zhangchun walked in quickly. Your Majesty, General Lu and Xiao Shaoqin have eliminated those Jianghu forces of the Divine Fist sect that were involved in the death of the Imperial Master. That's the word from the factory guards. Please, Your Majesty. Cao Zhangchun delivered the 2 newsletters to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took the 2 message letters from Cao Zhangchun's hands, opened them in turn, and scanned them. Zhou Chen had little interest in exterminating these forces in the jungle. In Zhou Chen's opinion, even if the Jianghu bounced around anymore, it couldn't be turned over to the imperial court. Since ancient times, which dynasty and which generation's Jianghu forces could make any waves at the hands of the imperial court? If it wasn't for the fact that these Jianghu people dared to mess with his great Zhou court, Zhou Chen wouldn't have taken on the Jianghu at this time. Because Zhou Chen hadn't even finished dealing with the internal affairs of the dynasty, he simply didn't have any extra time to pay attention to the forces of the Jianghu. After reading the 2 news of the annihilation of these Jianghu forces of the Divine Fist sect, Zhou Chen pondered. Zhou Chen was considering whether or not to take this opportunity to completely fix the Jianghu forces. Let the power of the rivers and lakes understand that wherever the order of the court goes, even the rivers and lakes will abide by it. There are no exceptions to be made. Just then, a Chamberlain factory guard walked in. Your Majesty, the Minister of War, Minister Li, seeks an audience. The Chamberlain factory guard bowed as he walked in. Oh, let him in. Zhou Chen raised his eyebrows and collected his thoughts. In his heart, he thought that the Secretary of the Ministry of War had come to his Yangxin Hall with something important. Yes, Your Majesty. The Chamberlain factory guards bowed and retreated. A few moments later, the Minister of War walked into the Hall of Nourishment. The old minister has met Your Majesty. After walking into the Palace of Nurturing Heart, the Minister of Military Affairs performed a gentleman's salute to Zhou Chen on the dragon chair. There's no need to be polite. I-Ching Li. Zhou Chen put down the 2 newsletters in his hands and raised his eyes to the Minister of War. Is there something important that I-Ching Li has come to see me at the Palace of Nourishing Heart? Since the last time the Secretary of the Ministry of War with the response of the 2 Marquis of the Border to take the initiative to come to the Palace of Yangxin once. This Secretary of the Ministry of War has not taken the initiative to come to the Palace of Yangxin to have an audience. Today the Secretary of the Ministry of War again took the initiative to come to the Yangxin Palace for an audience. Zhou Chen estimated that this Minister of War should be seeking an audience with him, the Emperor, for something important. Your Majesty, previously, because of the empty treasury, this year's military pay at the border has not been paid. Just now the Jinbei Ho and Shilan Ho duo's petition to urge for wages has been sent to the old minister. Please, Your Majesty, the Secretary of the Ministry of War said, taking out 2 copies of the Sangha from his sleeve and handing them over. The Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Shilan's sermon urging them to pay their salaries? Zhou Chen's eyes flickered for a moment as he took the 2 zhangs handed up by the Minister of War from Cao Zhenchuan's hand, opened it and scanned it. Ha! Rates call? After Zhou Chen swept a glance at the contents on the 2 zhangji, he casually threw it on the dragon case with a sneer. Previously, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had decreed the duo of Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Xilang to mobilize their troops south to quell the rebellion in the 4 northern states. The result was that this Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Xilang duo had stalled Zhou Chen, the emperor's decree, on the grounds that the defense of the border was of paramount importance and that the foreigners were infesting the border. And now you're thinking of asking the court for wages? Zhou Chen tapped his fingers on the dragon case, his gaze deep in silence. The following Secretary of the Ministry of War saw Zhou Chen sneer and throw aside the Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Shilang's 2-person payroll call, and his heart drummed straight away. If you do it before such a call for rates, the Secretary of the Ministry of War will not run a special trip to the Yangxing Temple. However, since the experience of the last Jinbei Ho and Xilang Ho duo prevaricating the imperial decree, the Minister of War knew that this one on the dragon chair was afraid that he had ideas about those 2 marquis. Therefore, the Secretary of the Ministry of War this time had to immediately enter the palace as soon as he received the payroll reminder of the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Xilang, and came to the palace of Yangxing to ask for instructions. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Chen looked up at the Minister of War. This borderline pay rush petition should be pressed for a few days first, and wait for a few days before saying anything else. Now, the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue was full, and Zhou Chen's inner treasury was also full. The families of so many officials had been raided and exterminated, whether they were officials in the courtroom within Luoyang, or the powerful families of the 4 northern states, or the Bolingchui family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Zhou. Both seized a lot of money. It could be said that Zhou Chen, the emperor, was not bad at all now. But even if Zhou Chen was no worse off, he wouldn't take the money to raise a group of border generals who listened to declarations but not tunes. Zhou Chen had to think about considering how to deal with this Marquis Jinbei and Marquis Xilang duo at the border who listened to declarations but not tunes. Now that the chaos in the 4 northern states has been pacified, the Bolingchui family has also been eliminated. Originally, Zhou Chen's next thought was to clean up the courtroom first, before moving the border. But now that the border's pay rush has been sent up, Zhou Chen doesn't want to feed these white-eyed wolves that can't be raised for no reason at all. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, the Minister of War hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, this military pay has been an important matter that cannot be ignored throughout the dynasties. If there's no pay, the border army will have big problems. When the time comes, the army will be in chaos, and that will be a problem. The Secretary of the Ministry of War was afraid that Zhou Chen, the emperor, was young and impetuous, and would cut off the military pay at the border because the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Xilang duo had previously disobeyed the decree. Therefore, the Minister of War had to carefully remind Zhou Chen, if we cut off the pay for the army at the border will be in disarray. The foreigners outside the pass will definitely take advantage of the situation. If that was the case, then it wouldn't just be a simple case of the border army being in disarray, but also the foreigners taking advantage of the situation. At that point, that could really go wrong. Zhou Chen naturally heard the meaning of the Secretary of the Ministry of War. Zhou Chen calmly glanced at the Secretary of the Ministry of War. I understand what Ichingli means. I know it in my heart. The border has been short of pay for how long? And nothing has gone wrong. It's not bad for a few days. Zhou Chen looked at the Minister of War and said indifferently. When the Minister of War heard this, he immediately bowed and said, It was I who was overthinking. And since Your Majesty already has a thought in mind, then I will say no more. I'll take my leave. What should be reported has been reported, and what should be reminded has been reminded. Since Zhou Chen, His Majesty, had made up his mind, the Minister of War would not say anything more. Anyway, this kind of decision is no longer in his hands as the Secretary of the Ministry of War, but in the hands of this Majesty on the dragon chair. Zhou Chen waved his hand. The Minister of War then exited the Hall of Nourishment. After the Secretary of the Ministry of War left, Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head after glancing at the 2 letters of news of the annihilation of the Divine Fist's ex-Jianghu forces. Originally, Zhou Chen was just considering whether or not to take the opportunity to strike and rectify the Jianghu, but now it seems impossible. Fixing the Jianghu was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two, even longer than the time it would take to quell the rebellion in the 4 northern states. Zhou Chen didn't have much time to spend in the jungle right now. Compared to the affairs of the Jianghu, the affairs of the border and the affairs of the imperial court were the most important. However, just because there was no time to fix the jungle for the time being did not mean that the voice of the court could not be raised against the jungle. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen glanced at Cao Zhengchun next to him and said, Cao Zhengchun, although the Divine Fist sect those Jianghu forces that were related to the death of the imperial master have been eliminated, but The other Jianghu forces must also be made to know that the authority of the imperial court is not to be violated. In the world of the great Zhou, no one can override the orders of the court. I don't need to teach you how to do that. Zhou Chen looked at Cao Zhangchun. Cao Zhangchun immediately bowed in understanding. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The old slave understands. The old slave will go and send a message to Cao Shaoqin and the others. Chapter 139. Wherever the emperor's order goes, no one under heaven dares to disobey it. The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Yuan Bo returned to his mansion after the court and sat in the hall with some frowning contemplation. Just now in the courtroom, a group of ministers reported that this year's military pay for the border has not yet been issued, and the Marquis of Zhenbei and the Marquis of Xilang too have already reported to urge the pay. However, the one on the dragon chair just faintly said the 3 words got it and left it at that. This made Prime Minister Yuan Bo think deeply. Could it be that the one on the dragon chair is signaling that he intends to take a shot at the border town's town guard generals? After all, Zhou Chen, the emperor, had been striking out at the court or the localities one after another during this recent period of time, which had forced Prime Minister Yuan Bo to think more about it. Just as Prime Minister Yuan Bo was contemplating, the housekeeper of the residence hurriedly walked in. Master, there's a letter from the clan. The butler walked in and handed a letter in his hand to Prime Minister Yuan Bo. Oh! Prime Minister Yuan Bo returned to his senses and immediately took the letter from the butler's hand, opened it and read it. Prime Minister Yuan Bo Zhang has been waiting for a reply from the clan, wanting to see what the clan has decided about the one in the palace's outburst against the lineage. Although Cui Yongyuan and the Bowling Cui family were put to death and the 9 clans were not involved for the time being, no one can guarantee that the one in the palace will stop there. After reading the letter from the clan, Prime Minister Yuan Bo's face was incredibly deep. Prime Minister Yuan Bo did not expect the clan to make such a decision to dance on the tip of a knife. This is a carelessness, but it will make the entire Runan Yuan family fall into a place of no return. After a few moments of contemplation, Prime Minister Yuan Bo glanced at his housekeeper. Go and call the people who sent the payroll reminders from Western Liangyan northern border, and tell them that this Prime Minister wants to see them. Yes, Master. The butler turned and left. The Household Ministry. The Minister of the Household looked at a secret letter in his hand, and his face shifted in concentration. The Minister of the Household did not expect that the clan's decision actually did not take his advice, but instead responded to that guy Cui Yongyuan, who had already died in the East Chambers prison. This is not a small matter. It looks like we'll have to find a chance to discuss this with the Prime Minister. The Household Secretary's eyes flickered. The Divine Fist sect was actually annihilated by the Imperial Court. It's unbelievable. Yeah, anyways, the Divine Fist sect is also a major power in the Jianghu, and it was just removed from the Jianghu like this. What is this? Daring to provoke the court? Isn't that looking for death? I've heard that because of this incident, many Jianghu martial arts forces have gathered at Mount Immeasurable to discuss the intentions of the Imperial Court's move. These days, after the Divine Fist sect in Whisking Cloud Villa, the Jianghu forces were annihilated by Lu Bu and Cao Shaoqin. The matter was being discussed everywhere in the Jianghu. Many people in the Jianghu are secretly guessing whether the Imperial Court is not intoxicated by such an extermination of the Jianghu forces. The court is going to take this opportunity to reach out to the jungle. Infinity Mountain. The Limitless Sword sect was situated on Limitless Mountain. Compared to the Divine Fist sect, the Limitless Sword sect was the top power in the Jianghu, and could be considered the Tarzan of the Jianghu. In the Jianghu, the Limitless Sword School and Edict, that Jianghu people are no dare not follow. Today, many of the Jianghu martial arts forces gathered on Mount Immeasurable for the purpose of discussing the annihilation of the Divine Fist sect by the Imperial Court. Infinite Palace. In the main hall, more than 20 people representing various forces of the Jianghu sat on the left and right sides, with a dozen more people standing around them. A middle-aged man wearing a limitless robe stepped out from one side and walked to the main seat. Greetings to sect leader Dustless. Seeing this figure that walked to the main seat, the 20 or so representatives of the various forces of the Jianghu present stood up in unison and performed a Jianghu salute to Wu Du Zi. Wu Duan Zi, the head of the Infinite Sword sect, a famous big shot in the Jianghu, a hand of the Infinite Sword technique. So far it is hard to find an opponent. You're welcome, everyone, have a seat. Dustless waved his hand and sat down on the main seat. The 20 or so people representing various forces of the Jianghu on the left and right below followed suit and sat down. The great hall that had just been a bit noisy was quiet all of a sudden, and everyone's gazes went straight to Dustless' son on the main seat. After Dustless' son sat down, he swept a glance at everyone present and said aloud, all of you have traveled a long way to be able to come up to my immeasurable mountain together. It is an honor for my immeasurable mountain. I, Dustless' son, have probably guessed a few things about the intentions of all of you. All of you are here for the matter of the Divine Fist sect and Whisking Cloud Villa being annihilated by the Imperial Court. Dustless' son swept towards everyone present below. The 20 or so Jianghu figures sitting below all nodded. Sect leader Dustless is right. We are indeed here for this matter. The court annihilated the Divine Fist sect and the Whisking Cloud Villa on a single charge involving the death of the Imperial Master. And its men, women, old and young with no chickens or dogs left behind. This court is also too overbearing and bloody. One of them stood up and said, "That's right. For the Imperial Court to annihilate my Jianghu forces like this is simply treating my Jianghu like nothing. What if, next, the court makes another move against all of you here?" Another man stood up and spoke in a hushed voice. "Yeah, if the court makes another move against the Jianghu next, then what should we do?" The others in the audience below whispered, each of them frowning, their faces a little tight. It is not true that they are all Jianghu people who lick blood from the mouth of the knife, but they are all dragging their families, and they all have family and friends. They don't worry about their own safety, but that doesn't mean they don't think about their friends and family. Then what do you all mean to want by coming together on my immeasurable mountain? Dustless Sun swept towards the crowd, his gaze calm, unable to see a trace of his true inner thoughts. In the face of Dustless Sun's calm gaze, the 20 or so figures representing various Jianghu forces present below all fell silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer this question from Dustless Sun. They couldn't say that by going up to Immeasurable Mountain together, they wanted the Immeasurable Sword sect to take the lead and fight the Imperial Court to the death. Sect leader Dustless Z. The Limitless Sword sect is a famous sect in my Jianghu, as well as a titanic sect in my Jianghu. It's the leader of all the forces in my Jianghu. We went up to Mount Immeasurable today because we wanted to ask sect leader Dustless Z to take an idea, so that we, the people of the Jianghu, can have a backbone. If the Imperial Court strikes again at the Jianghu next, how should we respond? A Jianghu man with some white strands in his hair stood up and arched his hand at Dustless Z on the main seat. His remarks were echoed by others in the audience. The other Jiangshi present nodded. They all came together on Immeasurable Mountain today in order to let the Immeasurable Sword sect, the Tarzan, be the backbone, take an idea, and discuss the matter. Dustless Z's eyebrows raised slightly when he heard the words of this Jianghu man. Honestly, this is not a good idea, and this is not a good mastermind. If the court is really determined to move the Jianghu, then even he, Infinite Sword sect, doesn't have that qualification to go against the court. Just then, suddenly, a shrill voice resounded outside the hall and carried into the great hall of the Infinite Palace. "It's better to let the miscellaneous family give you all ideas. What man dare to come to my immeasurable mountain to act recklessly?" As soon as this shrill voice entered the great hall, the complexions of everyone in the hall were startled. One of them, Dustless Sun, who was sitting on the main seat, instantly got up and disappeared, rushing off. The other Jianghu people were not slow either, following behind Dustless Sun and rushing out of the Infinite Palace Hall in unison. When Dustless Z and these representatives of the various forces of the Jianghu rushed out of the Immeasurable Palace's main hall, the first thing they saw was that the disciples of the Immeasurable Sword sect were confronting a group of people. Flying Eagle suit, Crescent blade, Jade belt, East Factory guards? Upon seeing the notable markings on this group of people, the faces of Dustless Sun and these representatives of the various forces in the Jianghu changed instantly. How could they not expect that the East Chamber factory guards would suddenly go up to Mount Infinite? What does the East Chamber want? Is it possible that you still want to annihilate the Infinite Sword sect as well? Dustless Z walked forward, glanced at the several injured disciples lying on the ground, and looked at Cao Shaoqin with an ugly face. "You East Chamber actually dared to trespass on my immeasurable mountain and injure my immeasurable mountain's disciples. What do you want from the East Chamber? Could it be that you, the East Chamber, want to go to war with my Jianghu martial arts gangs and factions?" Dustless Sun looked at Cao Shaoqin and said with an ugly face, "How can he say that the Infinite Sword sect is a famous and titanic sect in the Jianghu? This East Chamber's people actually came uninvited, barged onto Mount Infinite, and injured his Infinite Sword sect's disciples. This East Chamber is really arrogant. War?" The corner of Cao Shaoqin's mouth curved up in a trace of disdain. "Just you guys deserve it." The miscellaneous family remembers that there were also people who spoke to our East Chamber in such a tone the other day, but now the grass has begun to grow on their graves. Cao Shaoqin glanced at Dustless Sun in a feminine manner. Dustless Sun's face turned red and gloomy all of a sudden. Threats. It's a naked threat. His hallowed Infinite Sword sect's headmaster, an extremely prestigious figure in the Jianghu, was actually threatened by the East Chamber in public. It's really outrageous. Cao Shaoqin ignored Dustless Z's gloomy face and instead scanned the 20 or so Jianghu martial artists behind Dustless Z. "The miscellaneous family came here uninvited because they have some words to pass on to your Jianghu martial arts. Since so many of you Jianghu characters are on Mount Infinite, it couldn't be better. From now on, you Jianghu martial arts shall not disobey the court's orders. Still less should they violate the laws of the court and provoke its majesty. Wherever the orders of the court go, no matter whether you are inside the Jianghu or outside the Jianghu, You must bow down and obey the rules of the court. Anyone who dares to blow up a thorn in the side of the court, disregards the court and turns against it as an enemy. Divine Fist sect and Whisking Cloud Villa are their downfall. Cao Shaoqin grimly scanned all the Jianghu people, and his feminine voice spread throughout the entire square outside the Infinite Palace. When Dustless Z and the other Jianghu people heard Cao Shaoqin's words, their faces were all gloomy to the extreme at once. Cao Shaoqin's arrogant words were not just threatening one of them or one of their forces, but the entire Jianghu martial arts world. Dustless Sun looked at Cao Shaoqin with a grim expression. You East Chamber are too overbearing. The court doesn't care about the Jianghu. That's the rule of the ages. We in the Jianghu have also never been in conflict with your court. We have our own rules in the jungle. And why should you East Chamber be forceful and aggressive? Dustless Sun looked at Cao Shaoqin and said grimly, the jungle is over. This is the rule of the jungle for all time. But now, the court even wants to intervene in the Jianghu, so that the Jianghu only orders to honor the order and abide by the rules of the court, which is not to put a spell on the free Jianghu people. Poof! Cao Shaoqin snorted coldly. Rules? The word of the court is the rule. Under all the heavens, there is no king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. This world is my great Zhou's world, and no one can stray from the hostage-taking of the imperial court. The jungle is no exception. Wherever the emperor's orders go, no one in the world dares to disobey them. Whoever dares to disrespect it, exterminate the clan. Dropping an icy sentence, Cao Shaoqin turned around with the factory guards and walked directly towards the mountain. Cao Shaoqin went up to Mount Immeasurable to pass on the order of the Jianghu court and deter the Jianghu martial arts, not to make a move with these Jianghu people. Now that the purpose had been achieved, then there was no need for Cao Shaoqin to stay behind. As for whether or not these Jianghu people would listen to him, that was not something Cao Shaoqin should consider. If there were really those who were not afraid of death and did not take Cao Shaoqin's words that had spread the word of the Jianghu in their eyes, then there was only one result awaiting them. That would be extermination. Asshole. This East Chamber person is actually so arrogant. It's almost as if they don't care about us Jianghu people. Looking at Cao Shaoqin's departing back, one of the Jianghu people said with an ugly face. The other Jianghu people also had ugly faces, filled with extreme anger, but none of them dared to rush up and make a direct move with the people from the East Chamber, because they all knew that once they did that, then they would end up with more than just a few dead people. Dustless Sun's face was the most gloomy and ugly. On his immeasurable mountain, the home base of the immeasurable sword sect, he had actually let the East Chamber, a group of imperial eagles, threaten him. If this were to spread out, his infinite sword sect's face would be greatly disgraced. Touch! Right at this moment, a figure fell from the distance onto the plaza. The figure opened its mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Old Ancestor. When Dustless Sun saw this figure that had fallen down, his face changed and he immediately flew and pounced over. The other Jianghu people also saw that the one who fell down was an old man with white hair and immediately recognized the identity of this old man. This old man with white hair was no other than the old ancestor of the immeasurable sword sect. Old Man Immeasurable. One of only a few great half-step celestials in the world. Are you alright, old ancestor? Who injured you? Dustless Z ran to the old man's side and hastily helped him up. Greetings to the infinite ancestor. The other Jianghu people all ran over immediately, saluting the old man in unison. In his heart, he speculated as to what kind of person could actually injure this old ancestor of the limitless sword sect on the ground. One must know that this old ancestor of the limitless sword sect was a half-step celestial powerhouse. Then the one who was able to injure this old man was presumably a half-step celestial. The old man stood up and ignored Dustless Z and these Jianghu people, instead looking up into the distance. Remember my Lu Bu's words. Wherever the royal order goes, no one in the world dares to disobey it. Those who do not honor it, exterminate the clan. At that moment, an overbearing voice came from the distance, ringing in everyone's ears. Lu Bu? That flying general who killed two half-step celestials, old monster Du and yellow sky sect master Li Qingjiao, with a single halberd? Everyone's face changed when they heard this overbearing voice. Now these Jianghu people knew who had injured this old ancestor of the limitless sword school. It turned out to be Lu Bu.